After a flash marriage with the national goddess, I, who originally wanted to be a slacker, was exposed by her during a live broadcast for a song I wrote. Faced with my little wife's fierce questioning, I was forced to release my second song, The Trouble Caused by the Moon, which surprisingly shocked the entire online audience. At this moment, the afternoon sun is just right, and I am comfortably lying on the lounge chair, flipping through the fashion magazine in my hand, while the afternoon tea prepared for me by Su Luowei is placed on the small table beside me. I feel that my luck is really good. I just reincarnated into this parallel world and got married in a flash with the national goddess Su Luowei. Su Luowei is 21 years old and a top goddess in the entertainment industry. She has been in the industry for 3 years, with a popularity exceeding 90 million. She excels in singing, dancing, acting, and variety shows, winning numerous awards, and has been named the most beautiful face in China by Time magazine. With such a beautiful and profitable little wife, after thinking for 3 seconds, I decisively gave up the idea of working hard to earn a living. In my past life, I worked tirelessly for over 20 years to reach the top position in the entertainment industry, but before I could enjoy life, I died from overwork at an awards ceremony. So in this life, I just want to be a salted fish. Work and all that doesn't exist. Anyway, since my little wife can earn money, it's completely fine for me to take it easy a bit. For 3 years of marriage, I have never told Su Luowei that I can sing, play the piano, and write scripts. My only job every day is to write books at home. And of course, this job is also carefully chosen by me. It doesn't really matter what I write, as long as I can stay at home. Being a writer is a profession where going out to find others can be said to be looking for inspiration. Sitting in front of the computer every day, who knows if I am seriously writing something or playing games? Anyway, Su Luowei doesn't have the time to supervise me. As for why I have no works, there are plenty of reasons: lack of inspiration, poor condition, bad weather, and so on. If it really doesn't work, I'll just say that I'm an idealistic and ambitious writer. What I want to write are masterpieces that can be passed down through generations, not just commercial works that only know how to make money. Teacher Chow has spent a lifetime writing Dream of the Red Chamber, and Teacher Oda has also spent a lifetime drawing One Piece. Yet no one says anything. However, my mundane life was completely shattered one day. In the study next door, someone said, "Luowei, you are really being irrational. How could you have married such a person? That guy Jiangchen can't do anything. What good is there in being with him?" Su Luowei looked at the dense barrage of comments from fans on the computer screen, pouting slightly, seemingly a bit unhappy. She was live streaming at home today, originally talking about the possibility of her new song being delayed, but for some reason, the fans suddenly started asking about her marriage. 3 years ago, the news of her and my flash marriage shocked the entire internet, and curious netizens immediately dug up my identity information. Looking at a sheet of A4 paper filled with dozens of blank details, the whole internet fell into a state of shock. This Jiangchen is simply a nobody. How could someone like him be worthy of Su Luowei? The entire network was in an uproar over this matter. Everyone sent messages and called Su Luowei, urging her not to act impulsively, insisting that marriage is something that must be considered carefully. However, Su Luowei seemed to hear none of it and resolutely married me. On the day of the wedding, the photo of the two holding hands and embracing was crazily broadcasted by major media outlets, and countless young boys fell into silence in internet cafes at the first moment. Overnight, it seems that many boys with cigarettes in their mouths and a faint sadness on their faces have appeared along the roadsides of the entire Huaxia. Faced with the fans' relentless question, "Luowei, why did you marry Jiangchen in the first place?" Su Luowei's fair face inexplicably began to blush faintly. After a long pause, Su Luowei shyly replied, "Because he's good-looking." Her answer left the fans once again in a daze. "Luowei, you're confused. There are plenty of handsome guys out there. Don't be so superficial." "I'm dying. I didn't expect you to be this kind of Su Luowei. Oh my god. My goddess. You can't be love-struck, right?" The blush on Su Luowei's cheek seemed to deepen a bit. She really is someone who is attracted to looks, completely unable to control it. She was initially a bit shy to talk about this matter, but she couldn't resist the fans who kept asking, so she had to explain a little, not expecting such a big reaction from the fans. "Luowei, divorce him. You can find someone better. Jiangchen is really not suitable for you. Just look at what he has done in the past 3 years. Staying at home every day, waiting for you to support him. A man like that is simply useless. Do you plan to support him for a lifetime?" Looking at the barrage of comments criticizing her, Su Luowei couldn't help but pout. In fact, she knows my situation too. In 3 years of marriage, I haven't earned a single penny. All the household expenses are borne by her, and every month she has to transfer me 200,000 for pocket money. I have been typing at home for 3 years, but I haven't written anything. This guy seems to just like being a writer. Although he hasn't achieved much, he has been persisting all along. For this, Su Luowei was also helpless. How about we continue talking about the new song? She looked at the computer screen and changed the subject. Seeing Su Luowei's unperturbed demeanor, the fans in front of the screen couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. However, they did not give up. A man like Jiang Chen, who had no talent and no career, was simply not worthy of Su Luowei. They believed that one day, the goddess would realize that Jiang Chen was not a suitable match. Su Luowei's gentle voice continued, carrying a hint of apology. The new song that was originally scheduled to be released in 3 days may be delayed by a week. I've been a bit busy lately, which has delayed the new song, and I truly apologize for that. However, I will continue to work hard, and the new song will definitely not disappoint everyone. Fans in the live stream commented, "It's okay, we understand. Luowei, you must pay attention to rest, don't wear yourself out. It's all Jiang Chen's fault. A big man who doesn't work all day and relies on his wife to support him, making our Luowei so tired. You must get a divorce." Su Luowei looked at the bullet comments, her small face slightly drooping. Why are we talking about Jiang Chen again when everything was going well? After chatting with the fans for a while, just as I was about to end today's live stream, a fan suddenly suggested, "Luowei, let us see your wedding photos." The fans in the live stream echoed, "Yeah, show us. I've collected 5 or 6 from the internet and want to see more." Although all the fans opposed Su Luowei marrying me, everyone was very eager to see her in a wedding dress. The photos circulating online show Su Luowei looking as beautiful as a celestial being, which is simply not enough. Seeing the fans constantly asking, Su Luowei blinked her eyes, smiled slightly, and did not refuse. "Sure, but the photo albums are in my cabinet. Let me go find them." As she spoke, she picked up the camera and walked to a drawer next to the bookshelf. With a whoosh, she pulled open the drawer, and sure enough, there were several exquisite wedding photo albums inside. "Found it," she said, picking up one album, but a piece of paper fell out from the gap of the album. "What is this?" Su Luowei was taken aback, picked up the piece of paper, and found it densely written with words in Jiang Chen's handwriting, with the title consisting of only 3 words, "The Wind Rises." "What is this? Is it a poem written by Jiang Chen? Why is it stuck in the album?" Su Luowei looked at the paper filled with writing in her hand, somewhat puzzled. The fans in the live broadcast room also saw this piece of paper and began to comment, "The sentence is so short, it really looks like a poem. Don't tell me that guy Jiang Chen wrote just this one poem in 3 years. Suddenly, a fan spoke up, "Hey, wait a minute. This looks a bit like lyrics, and there's a melody written next to it." Her comment not only reminded the fans in the live broadcast room but also alerted Su Luowei. As an idol singer, her perception of melody and lyrics is much stronger than that of an average person. After looking at the melody and then at the text beside it, I immediately confirmed in my heart that this is a song. But The Wind Rises, what kind of song is this? Why has she never heard of it? Su Luowei softly recited the lyrics on the paper. "On this journey, walking and stopping, following the traces of the drifting youth." Just before stepping out of the station, there was a moment of hesitation. She felt that these lyrics were beautifully written and very captivating. However, after just reciting a few lines, she stopped, her beautiful eyes flickering slightly, because she realized that these lyrics seemed simple, but each line appeared to be worth savoring. "Once I first encountered this world, I lingered in every way, watching the horizon as if it were right in front of me, and I was willing to go through fire and water to experience it all. Nowadays, walking through this world, lingering in every way, turning over the different profiles of time, unexpectedly breaking into your smile." The incredulity in her eyes grew stronger. This lyric is truly well written. Where did Jiang Chen copy these lyrics from? Su Luowei was filled with disbelief. As an idol singer, she has sung many songs, but it seems that there has never been one like this in my memory. Fans in the livestream were also a bit confused. "I can't find this The Wind Rises online at all. Could it be that the lyrics have been heavily modified from someone else's?" Su Luowei also noticed the comments in the livestream and couldn't help but be stunned. If it can't be found online, could it be that Jiang Chen really changed the lyrics of someone else's song? Her beautiful eyes rolled and she looked again at the melodic score aside. Compared to the lyrics, that melodic score is written rather simply, with only a few numbers, and it looks a bit messy, but with Su Luowei's level, she still read it. Ahem. She blushed slightly, then cleared her throat. "Sing cleanly against the melody. It's a walk in the park. Follow the trail of a teenager adrift." The moment before leaving the station, there was some hesitation. Su Luowei's voice was soft, with a melody that carried a faint feeling of melancholy, accompanied by lyrics sung as if it was telling some story. After just a few sentences, she was outright baffled. "It's a surprisingly good melody, but it's like I've never heard it before." "Good to hear. Ugh, what's this song? It's kind of catchy. Never heard a melody before. Is that Lovey's new song?" On the live feed, fans spoke up, They also realized that it was a melody they had never heard before. And although Su Luowei was singing in a clear voice, her voice was soft and warm, and when combined with this melody with a faint feeling of melancholy, it gave people a very special touch. Su Luowei looked at the piece of paper in her hand with disbelief, her eyes flickering for a long time. Take a slow, deep breath and keep singing. And the sky of Nagano, still so warm, the wind blows up the old days. Once upon a time, when I first knew the world, a million things to linger over. Look at the sky as if it were in front of you, and I'm willing to go through fire to go through it again. The melody gradually rises, but for some reason, it still carried a faint hint of sadness. It was as if it was faintly telling some story, pondering something, missing something. In the live room, the number of pop-ups gradually decreased. The fans were listening attentively to Su Lo's clean singing. It's a really catchy song, with a few lines that give you a sense of the story hidden within. It's a song with a story, and it's pretty good. Suliwei's song continues. Now walk through this world. A million things to linger over, turning the years on their side. I was caught off guard by your smile. The melodic pitch rises to a crescendo, followed by the climax, the chorus. The fans in the live room couldn't help but hold their suck. It's a song that's a little beyond them. Everyone was a little excited to see how good the climax of a song like this would be. However, just when everyone was eagerly waiting, Su Luowei's voice stopped somewhat abruptly. The song in the live room came to a screeching halt. Fans have opened their eyes, large and intensely confused. What's going on? What about the back? Why did you suddenly stop singing? Lovey, what's wrong? Su Luowei looked at the densely packed pop-ups on the screen. Her beautiful eyes widened greatly, and she flipped through the piece of paper in her hand again. A face of innocence faced the live audience. The songbook ends here, and the melody of the lyrics that follow are not written. She showed the piece of paper in her hand, in front of the camera. On top of the piece of paper, the lyrics were written in full, but the song sheet was a few lines long. What? There was immediately some commotion in the live room. That melody is too short. Not enough to listen to at all. What's wrong with Jiang Chen? You didn't even copy it completely? It's too short. Luowei. Jiang Chen is so short. Don't you care? The song The Wind Rises, in just a few moments, left a deep impression on the fans on the air. Although Su Luowei only sang the beginning part and there was no accompaniment, that special melody with faint melancholy was like a silk thread that tightly held the hearts of all the fans. It cuts off just halfway through the song, leaving many fans feeling unfulfilled. True, no fun. Some reluctant people, intending to go online to find the full version of the song, suddenly remembered, wait, it seems that this song is not available online at all, and the melody has never been heard before. Could it be that Jiang Chen really wrote this himself? Chapter 3 Oops, the song I wrote was discovered. Sisters, I just looked up this song online and I can't find anything at all related to this song. I searched for Wind Up and all that came up was news of small days ravaged by typhoons. So, it's an original song? Jiang Chen wrote this? No way. An original song. Why would he hide it in the closet? This piece of paper is yellowing and I don't know how long it's been sitting there. Didn't he not write anything for 3 years? Could he have that kind of talent? There was a lot of talk in the live room. Su Luowei gently clutched the piece of paper, but her beautiful eyes flashed with disbelief. This song, was it written by Jiang Chen? How is that possible? Isn't he a writer? How come he writes songs? And, even if Jiang Chen was a writer, he had stayed at home for 3 years and hadn't written anything. How is it possible to write lyrics and melodies of such a high caliber? Also, if it is really written by Jiang Chen, why don't you take it out and publish it, but clip it in the photo album? Isn't it a waste of a good song to just put it here? Various questions kept popping up in her mind. Su Luowei's two beautiful and lovely eyebrows slowly knitted together. A woman's intuition told her that Jiang Chen seemed to be hiding something from her. But when we got married, didn't this guy all swear and promise that he would be honest and not hide anything after the wedding? She bit her lip gently at the thought. Then grabbing the piece of paper, he took the camera with him and headed in the direction of the top floor balcony. This is going to look for Jiang Chen? The fans in the live room were excited to see this. Hey, there's a good show. Jiang Chen is finished. Let's see how he explains it later. Dog man, just know how to make our lovey angry. He can't be let off lightly. Husband? The magazine covered Jiang Chen's face, shielding him from direct sunlight. The languid man was lounging in a chair and was dozing slightly. This afternoon sun is so comfortable that you can't help but feel sleepy just by lying down for a while. Jiang Chen's nap times tended to be more spontaneous, lying down whenever he wanted to sleep. Su Luowei wouldn't bother him anyway. After all, this was an important way for a qualified writer to get inspiration. Suddenly, I don't know who lifted the magazine, and some harsh sunlight shone directly on his face, causing Jiang Chen's brows to furrow. He opened his eyes with a slight squint and was about to say something, but suddenly saw Su Luowei's beautiful face appearing in front of him, her beautiful eyes staring at him tightly. her expression a little serious and a little cute. Wife, Jiang Chen sat up. As soon as the marriage is over, every man knows that whenever his daughter-in-law makes a face, things tend not to be too simple. Look at this. What is it? Su Luowei pouted, then handed over a piece of paper. Jiang Chen took a look and froze directly. Rise. Is it windy? Didn't he write these lyrics when he was home alone and bored? How did it get into Su Lo's hands? Could it have been casually tucked away somewhere at the time and then found by Su Lo? Blanche, what a day. Su Lo wouldn't already know that she could write songs, would she? Jiang Chen felt as if 10,000 grass mud horses were running wild in his heart, and he was a bit flustered. After traveling to this world, he actually tried to think about getting back into the entertainment industry. But I don't know if it was because the process of sudden death in his previous life was too painful. Whenever he thought of those busy day and night working conditions in the entertainment industry, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling, his heart throbbing, and goosebumps all over his body standing up, and even with a feeling of dizziness and nausea. It's like people who are afraid of heights getting on an airplane, and people who are afraid of water waking up in the endless depths of the ocean. It's really not that he wants to eat soft food, but he's in conflict with the current entertainment industry. As soon as I try to enter the entertainment industry, I can't help but have the process of sudden death that day in my mind, and my heart goosebumps can't be calmed in any way. The entertainment industry may seem glamorous, but it is actually a large-scale Vanity Fair, where fame, money, honors, and bragging rights are intertwined. Whether you want to or not, once you step into the circle, there are forces that keep pushing you forward. Sometimes no one wants to be this tired, but one can't help it. With all the fellowship, interest, and situations driving the trip just simply doesn't stop. What's more, he was a workaholic in his last life. Jiang Chen already felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead and did his best to maintain his composure. Ahem. Where did you find it? Su Luowei kept staring at Jiang Chen, but she didn't find any unusual expressions. Clipped in the album of wedding photos. Honey, did you really write this? Yeah, wrote it off the top of my head when I was bored. Why? Jiang Chen's brain worked extremely fast, constructing two scenarios: admit it, or refuse to admit it. What happens if you admit it? What happens if you don't admit it? He glanced at the piece of paper in Su Luowei's hand. No way. His handwriting, the little ninja recognized it. Now that the evidence is in their possession, they can't even think of denying it. Did you really write that? Hearing Jiang Chen admit it, Su Luowei's small mouth widened slightly, her eyes flashing with disbelief. Before she approached Jiang Chen to ask him about it, she was actually still a bit unconvinced that her husband could write such good lyrics and melodies. After all, the songs written on this piece of paper are really high quality. She had released a total of 12 songs over the years since her debut, and none of them, in terms of quality, could compare to this song. Aren't you a writer? How come you still write songs? Sure enough, she asked the question anyway. Jiang Chen's expression was suddenly as unpleasant as eating expired instant noodles. Su Luowei was wearing a fan tweed dress today, white plush slippers, her delicate heels and calves exposed, her ponytail gently swaying behind her head, cozy with a hint of moving and stunning. But Jiang Chen did not have the time to appreciate this casually written scrap. How did it get discovered? It's going to be hard to hide the fact that he can write songs. What happens if they find out? Getting back into show business? Make a name for yourself and go back to the old ways of your past life? No way. All he could feel was his goosebumps seeming to rise all over his body again. Learned a little before. What? Did I hear you right? This song, was it really written by Jiang Chen? He admitted it himself, so there should be no mistaking it. You can write a song like that after learning a little? It can't be bragging, can it? But the lyrics were rummaged through the cupboard by Lo herself, so they shouldn't be fake, right? That said, I'm still a little unconvinced. Me too. Jiang Chen can actually write such a good song? It always feels a bit unscientific. There was a lot of talk in the live room, and many fans still couldn't believe it. Su Luowei also looked at Jiang Chen with an incredulous expression. The wind is blowing. Did her husband really write this song? So, then why don't you finish writing it? She pointed to the score on the piece of paper. That's only half the melody on there. Where did the chorus part go? Where else could it have gone? I was halfway through writing it, and I was tired of chanting. Jiang Chen said modestly, cough cough. Honey, although I learned a little bit of composing at that time, I didn't learn much. It's just a half-assed level that can't be compared to professionals. So I haven't come up with the melody for this chorus part yet. What? Su Luowei's small mouth gradually opened wide and froze as she looked at him. Not much learning? Half-assed? Half-assed enough to write a melody like "The Wind is Picking Up"? Can you write lyrics like "The evening breeze blows the gray hairs at your temples and smooths the scars left by memories"? Are you talking like a human being? What do you mean? Are you saying that we, the professionals, don't know anything about music and can't write songs? Su Luowei's pretty face for some reason, suddenly reddened slightly. In college, she had systematically learned the knowledge of composition and sound, and after her debut, she has not let go of her homework in this area, and in her latest released album, there are 2 songs that she has written precisely by herself. However, those 2 songs didn't have a very good track record, so strictly speaking, she was the professional that Jiang Chen was talking about. The level is not as good as the half-assed professionals. She glared at Jiang Chen with some exasperation and clenched her silver teeth. So why didn't you tell me about the fact that you can write songs? The sweat on Jiang Chen's head gathered more and more. The answer to this question, which he hadn't quite thought of yet, could only be said dryly. Ahem, honey, didn't I say that? I was just casually learning, totally half-assed. It's not worth mentioning at all. Not worth mentioning at all. So I didn't tell you. Also, this answer again? Su Luowei's silver teeth gnashed in hatred. Instead of feeling that Jiang Chen's behavior was a bit odd, she felt that the guy was deliberately fooling around and mocking. Half-assed. It's not worth mentioning. Not worth mentioning at all. These adjectives always sounded a little harsh to her ears. She writes songs that fans keep bragging about, but the numbers don't fake, and those 2 songs have the worst numbers of the entire album. The incident had always been a careful knot in her mind. So, with these words from Jiang Chen, she always felt like she was talking about herself in a different way. She stretched out her little foot and stomped on Jiang Chen fiercely. Then, taking his seat in a side chair, he slumped his little face and looked away. Pissed off. Fear 100. Chapter 4, Admitting Mistakes? Hey. Jiang Chen rubbed the back of his foot and glared at Su Luowei. This girl, she's really tough. He originally wanted to stand up and show off his masculinity, letting this niece understand who exactly was the head of the family. But after seeing Su Luowei's seemingly somewhat angry appearance, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Nei-san, you're not going to find out what's going on, are you? But there is no way to explain the entertainment industry phobia thing. He couldn't say that in his last life he had worked too hard in the entertainment industry and that's why he died suddenly and crossed over. Could he? Ahem. Lovey, actually the thing is this. He coughed, his mouth opened, scratched his head, and closed it again in embarrassment. His brain was spinning half a day, but he still couldn't think of a suitable reason. Su Luowei looked at his stuttering appearance and finally noticed a hint of something wrong. Jiang Chen's state. It's a bit perverse. Could it be that, for some reason, women's IQs always go into overdrive and their intuition is horribly accurate when thinking about issues related to husband perversity? So Su Luowei reacted almost instantly. Her beautiful eyes widened and she turned around, looking at him with disbelief. Jiang Chen, have you been lying to me all these 3 years? Oops, got caught. Jiang Chen's heart thumped, and the sweat on his head involuntarily flowed down. Honey, this thing, it's not really what you think. Su Luowei's beautiful eyes flashed with a thoughtful light, and soon figured out the whole thing, standing up somewhat angrily. You actually knew how to write songs a long time ago, didn't you? But you've been hiding it all along. Oops, it's been discovered. There's a reason for this. Honey, let me explain. Okay, go ahead. I'll listen to your explanation. Su Luowei crossed her arms and looked at him with some exasperation. No woman, no matter what she is going to be in a good mood when she suddenly realizes that she has been cheated on by her husband for 3 years. Jiang Chen let out a hard sigh in his heart. Taking a good nap. How did you suddenly get caught? Never mind. What's done is done. It's better to admit the mistake. There is no end to women being angry, and apologizing and cajoling early can still earn you forgiveness. Otherwise, when the little ninja really gets angry, I'm afraid that my own leisurely days won't be so good. I'm sorry, wife. I shouldn't have hidden the fact that I can write songs from you. Jiang Chen had a lifeless look on his face. Su Luowei's eyes couldn't help but flash a hint of laughter, but she still coldly grunted and slapped her delicate little face. So now that you know you're wrong, what should you do from now on? What to do? What else can I do? To Jiang Chen, this was simply a giveaway. If the answer is, I will work honestly from now on, no longer be lazy and swinging, and be active and strive to be a man of honor, it would be better to kill him directly. He had been tired enough in his last life. How could he end it after a few years of enjoying his life? But if she answered anything else, Nei-san wouldn't be satisfied. Jiang Chen asked, make you a meal? Su Luo slammed her face and shook her head. So I do 2 hours of chores? Jiang Chen. Su Luowei was furious and stomped her feet. You're also too lazy. Even when you're coaxing me, you're only willing to do 2 hours of housework. Wife. Jiang Chen naturally had his own set of theories. Let me ask you, the housekeeping ants we hired, how are they paid? By the hour. Where's the cook? Press. Benton? That's not right. If I'm doing housework and cooking, who's going to pay these ants? Who will raise the grandchildren in their homes? We can't let our willfulness affect the happiness of other people's families. Su Luo Wei completely froze. A bewildered look at Jiang Chen. Being nice. How come it suddenly affects other people's family happiness? The live feed blew up. Wait. Why do I also feel that what Jiang Chen said is somewhat reasonable? Asterisk. Bull asterisk. Where's the sense in that? I was almost fooled by Jiang Chen. Lo, he's lying to you. Wake up. Don't be fooled by Jiang Chen. Auntie doesn't work here. She can work somewhere else. Su Luowei came back to her senses after a long time and was furious. Great. Almost got sidetracked by Jiang Chen again. Angry and wary, she looked at Jiang Chen. Were you just fooling me? No. Okay, then I don't want you to do chores or cook. You're not angry? Of course not. Su Luowei gasped. I want you to write songs. Jiang Chen's originally tense expression suddenly froze. Exactly. Su Luowei snorted coldly. That's what she just came up with. Jiang Chen was too cunning, and if he was asked to do housework there would always be various reasons to put it off. But writing songs is done independently, so there's always no way to rely on someone else. From now on you'll write one. Every month at home. No. Write 2 songs. She was deliberately difficult. Jiang Chen's demeanor, however, was a bit odd. Write 2 songs a month at home and that's it? Don't have to work in show business? So what's he nervous about? As long as he's not allowed to debut as a star, go to work every day to catch a show, and live his old life, then it doesn't seem like a big deal. Something like writing a song might be hard for others, but it was nothing to him. After so many years in the entertainment industry in my last life, I had so many songs in my head that it didn't take 5 minutes to write one. Well, okay, Jiang Chen said with great difficulty. That's more like it. Su Luowei's anger finally subsided a bit. Jiang Chen knew that this matter was probably over. Who would have thought that Su Luowei's focus wasn't actually on the fact that he was hiding things from the public, but that she wanted him to write songs. If there's nothing else, I'll sleep some more. For inspiration, he waved his hand and yawned again. When the mind relaxes, sleepiness tends to return. It's still hard to have your nap interrupted, so it's not too late to make up for it, right? He picked up the magazine, ready to retrieve the dream that had just passed. However, when Su Luowei saw this unconcerned vice-like appearance of his, for some reason, the anger in her heart suddenly bubbled up again. She always felt that forgiving Jiang Chen just like that seemed a bit too cheap. After all, this guy had actually kept this from her for 3 whole years in order to be lazy. No, the jade hand that was originally put down, reforked again. The more she thought about it, the more angry she became. You always fool me. Maybe you won't write again in a couple of days. So what do you want? I want to watch you write. Right now. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at Su Luowei with a bewildered expression. Right now? Writing songs isn't farting. How can you just say it? Doesn't it need to be brewed? I don't care. I want you to write it now and sing it to me when you're done. Su Luowei glared at him, her pretty little face filled with an unreasonable look. This is going to be coaxing. Jiang Chen looked at the little nymph's appearance and the corner of his mouth twitched. Women, they like to do this kind of farting with their pants down. You just want a little more coaxing from yourself. Why go to all this trouble? But he also knew that at this time, as long as he casually wrote a few good lyrics and coaxed with sweet words, Su Luowei would subside. Otherwise there's bound to be no end to this. Su Luo would torture him in every way possible. Cold war, crying, willfully picking fights, hunger strikes, until he surrenders and admits his faults. After 3 years of marriage, he would never go wrong with this kind of multiple-choice question that gives away points. He craned his head to see that on the coffee table off to the side, there was a ready-made pen and paper sitting on the table, left over from his boredom playing with paper airplanes yesterday. He sighed and walked over to pick up the pen and paper, asking with a very hard expression, "What song do you want me to write?" Oh, who wouldn't know the bitter trick? You've done something wrong. Then, write a song to admit your mistake. Su Luowei deliberately made things difficult. Recognize the mistake? That's right. I'm going to hear you sing about admitting your mistakes. Jiang Chen was full of difficulties. Wife, writing a song is not like buying food on the street. Say what you want. This is a moment. Where do I go to write a song that recognizes mistakes? Then I don't care. I'm just going to listen anyway. Su Luowei looked at Jiang Chen's difficult appearance, and felt some amusement in her heart. Still, she wasn't going to let Jiang Chen off the hook, and proudly waved her small fists a bit in a demonstrative manner. No ink, go write it. I'm going back to my room now to get my guitar. And when you're done, you have to sing it to me live to qualify. On the air, fans were screaming for help. Well said, lovey, that's the way to go. You can't forgive him so easily. I've known for a long time that Jiang Chen isn't a good person. I didn't expect him to cheat Luowei for 3 years. This dog man doesn't deserve forgiveness. He must be taught a lesson. In my opinion, it's better to just get a divorce. Jiang Chen's mouth was open and he looked at Su Luowei with a face of disbelief. Nikki, however, ignored him and towed the line back to her room to get her guitar. Jiang Chen looked at his little dainty wife's fluttering departing silhouette, but his heart gradually let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, this hurdle, at long last, has been passed. Su Luowei didn't pursue him about hiding the song, but just asked him to write it. As long as he doesn't get into working in the entertainment industry, writing songs is nothing to him at all. Jiang Chen's mind relaxed and he resumed his lazy stance, leaning back on the sofa, slowly pondering over what song to sing to cheer up the little ninny later on. Admit it? A song popped into his head, but then he skimmed it and gave up. Admit a gross mistake. Real men, they can make mistakes, but never admit fault. He thought for a moment longer, and an idea popped into his head. Fear 100. Chapter 5. Jiang Chen, are you provoking me? When Su Luowei came back with her guitar in her arms, she found that Jiang Chen had already spread the paper on the desktop, holding a pen, and was earnestly writing something on it. His brow furrowed every now and then, as if he was racking his brain in thought. Seeing this image, Su Luowei couldn't help but spread a smile and spit out her tongue somewhat mischievously. She was also a singer, so she naturally understood that writing a song actually required a long preparation time. Lyrics, melody, arrangement, each step requires a significant time commitment. Sometimes it's written and has to go through back and forth revisions. The 2 songs she wrote herself, just the lyrics, spent more than a month to polish. The melody is also in the teacher's guidance and help, only to continue to improve, the difficulty of which can be imagined. Her request for Jiang Chen to write a song on the spot admitting his mistake was a deliberately difficult request made purely out of a moment of anger. The purpose was to deliberately punish Jiang Chen so that he would understand his mistake. How dare you cheat her for 3 whole years just to be lazy? Ha, it's just too bad. However, now that she saw Jiang Chen's distressed appearance, the anger in her heart gradually subsided. The heart couldn't help but soften a bit again. It's so hard to write songs live, not to mention Jiang Chen, even her teacher couldn't do it. So difficult for Jiang Chen, he will not be angry later. Having been married to Jiang Chen for 3 years, she naturally understood that Jiang Chen was actually not without a temper. If we push him, he'll freak out too. If he kept on being unreasonable, maybe the person who received punishment tonight would be himself. And then, you'll have to beg for forgiveness. How about, I'd better find a chance later. Forgive him? Su Luowei blushed and took 2 steps closer to see what Jiang Chen was writing. In the live broadcast room, the fans also seemed to see Su Luowei's soft heart and clamored. Lovey, hang in there, never go soft. The dog man is bent on being a soft touch. He must be taught a lesson. Let him write. Let's see what kind of nonsense he can come up with. Let him sing. I'm going to record it and make fun of him exclusively later. Su Lo couldn't see the pop-ups in the live stream. She walked behind Jiang Chen, only to find that a few lines had already been written on the modest piece of white paper. She couldn't help but freeze for a moment. How come Jiang Chen was inspired after this short while? She looked at the surface of the paper in front of Jiang Chen, only to see that Jiang Chen was writing so fast that it didn't look like he was creating anything at all. Instead, it looked like he was ghostly drawing notes as he went along. The handwriting is still the same as before, arbitrary and unconventional, between the lines, revealing a lazy energy. After writing a few words, his brow would furrow slightly. This was followed by a snap of his left hand on his calf and a cursing mutter under his breath. Damn, where did you get so many mosquitoes in broad daylight? Su Luowei froze and watched the scene. After a long time, they were angry and clenched their silver teeth, and their little faces were a little green. Luckily, she had just thought that Jiang Chen was thinking seriously, but now it seemed that Jiang Chen was completely making things up, and hadn't written seriously at all. It's amazing that this guy is just thinking about how to fool her and not recognizing his mistake. Su Luowei was furious, gritting her teeth, about to say something. Jiang Chen, however, snapped and put his pen down with some triumph. Okay, it's written. Su Luowei glanced towards the paper and surprisingly realized that only the first line was slightly more neatly written. The moon caused trouble. Instead, the next 2 or 3 lines are scribbled in such a way as to be unrecognizable, like big cats and small cats in threes. The heart couldn't help but become even more exasperated. It's only a few sentences in, and then it's done? Not to mention, the moon causing trouble? What kind of ed-up song title is that? What does the moon have to do with it when he was clearly told to write a confession? Not only is it made up, it's off topic. With an exasperated thought in his heart, Jiang Chen turned around and looked at her with a smile. Honey, I've written it. Where's the guitar? Just write it? Su Luowei slatted her little face, her expression carrying a bit of frost. You're quite fast. Jiang Chen's smile was a complete fool's errand in her eyes, and it hadn't even been 5 minutes since she'd gone to fetch her guitar and come back. Within just a few minutes, Jiang Chen had finished writing a song? Isn't that just fooling around or something? What's more, the handwriting on that paper was like a ghost's drawing, so it was unrecognizable. That's natural. Jiang Chen didn't notice Su Luowei's abnormality, and from the drawer beside the table, he pulled out the cigarette case, and with a pop sound, lit one for himself, then slowly exhaled a mouthful of smoke. In fact, after traveling to the New World, he quit smoking, but right now, at this very moment, he couldn't help but want to light one up. No reason, it's just that faint feeling of memories and vicissitudes. The sudden death experience has left him no less resistant and shadowed by life in the entertainment industry. But the matter of writing songs is something he takes seriously. Being an earthling with countless songs in his head, every song taken out is a classic. Plus, as a former top showbiz diva, he should be honored for the words he writes. Don't look at the lyrics, they're only a few lines long, but the soul in them has come through. And sometimes you don't need to write a song that's too detailed, you just need to get the feeling out. Jiang Chen shared his experience of composing, touching fish. Writing only a few lines is, of course, for laziness. The whole song was already in his head anyway, so what was the point of writing it in such detail? However, he didn't know that this pretentious look of his was really a bit of an underdog in Su Luowei's eyes. Su Luowei's heart was simply about to explode with anger. She knew about the fact that Jiang Chen could smoke, but she didn't like Jiang Chen smoking at all, and Jiang Chen knew about it, because in the past, when Jiang Chen smoked, she would always quietly go up and take the cigarette away when he wasn't paying attention. As time went on, Jiang Chen's smoking gradually became less frequent. So why did this guy light up a cigarette at this time of night and for what? To provoke her? Su Luowei bit her silver teeth hard, itching to remove the slippers and give Jiang Chen a hard lecture. This asshole still doesn't realize his mistake. In the live broadcast room, the fans were also infuriated by Jiang Chen and were outraged. Dog man, how dare you be so perfunctory? It really pisses me off. Completely failing to recognize his mistake. Look at how pissed off our Lo is. Lovey, you can't spoil him. Pack your bags at once and let him sleep on the streets tonight. All married. Problems should be solved calmly. I suggest direct civil affairs. Don't ever trust him. What writing songs only relies on feelings. It's a total flim-flam. Coaxing his wife is so perfunctory. What an asshole. Never forgive easily. Of course Su Luowei wouldn't easily forgive Jiang Chen. She handed the guitar to Jiang Chen with an icy cold face. Did you really write it? Sure, just a few lines? Whether a song is good or not is in the soul, not in the number of words. Jiang Chen's expression was confident. Speaking of which, he couldn't help but sigh again in his heart. How long had it been since he had displayed a confident look like this? He hadn't sung in front of anyone else in 3 years, just for fear of revealing himself. I didn't realize that today it was through this way that Nasan found out. When I think back now, singing was actually a long time ago. Okay, you sing, I'll listen. Su Luowei huffed and puffed as she walked towards a side seat and sat down, her hands wrapped around her chest with an icy expression. This time she was really kind of pissed off. Jiang Chen's attitude was not serious at all. Jiang Chen didn't notice Su Luowei's emotions, and his attention was fully focused on this guitar that Su Luowei had handed him. The guitar's workmanship was very exquisite, and at a glance, one could tell that it was expensive. It was a New Year's gift given to him by Su Luowei last year. However, he never played it. After 3 years of swinging for the fences, they are now hugging their guitars once again. The once overwhelming feeling of familiarity and nostalgia could still slowly surface. He quietly surveyed the guitar in his hands, and something gradually changed in his eyes. Memories of past lives continue to coalesce and dissipate in the mind. How many years has it been since you've played guitar? Can't quite remember. He did, however, remember the days when he was still young and spent all day and night in the training room holding his guitar and practicing his playing. During that time, he was still a nobody in the entertainment industry. At that age, he had nothing but hard work, nothing but music, nothing but training in his eyes. It was hard, but also very fulfilling and joyful. Various past events popped up in his mind like running lights. There's happy, there's painful, there's excited, there's lost. He cradled the guitar in his arms and strummed the strings gently. Thump, the tone is great. The guitar should have been tuned and in tune by Nikki. Jiang Chen's gaze coalesced with a hint of emotion and a reminiscent smile. No one knows how much effort it takes to grow from a trainee to a top showbiz diva, but he knew. Chapter 6: The Moon's Trouble. Suliwei bought a villa that is located next to a park. The surrounding views are beautiful. Standing on the 3rd floor you can look out over the park landscape in the distance and a small lake in the center. At 3 p.m., the post-fall sun was gentle and pleasant. Su Luowei, however, wasn't in the mood to feel, her beautiful eyes glancing in Jiang Chen's direction, her heart still angry. She planned to never easily forgive this guy no matter what Jiang Chen sang later. He must be made to realize his mistake. Bam, bam, the guitars gradually started to sound. When Su Luowei glanced up, she couldn't help but stare. Jiang Chen was still sitting on the chair, dangling and biting his cigarette, but for some reason, it gave her a bit of a different feeling. Jiang Chen in the past, just like the words he wrote, at will, lethargic and lazy. The whole day is not a little bit of the right shape, but at that moment, a deepness seemed to flow in his eyes. Su Luowei blinked her beautiful eyes carefully before confirming that she was not wrong. It was indeed deep. Jiang Chen looked at the guitar in his hands as if he was greeting an old friend he hadn't seen for a long time. Su Luowei froze, looking at Jiang Chen's appearance. An inexplicable feeling suddenly slowly emerged from her heart. She remembered a few years ago, she had followed her teacher to ask an old-timer in the music industry for advice. At that time, she wasn't as well known or as successful as she is now. The old-timer was also very amiable, but when he demonstrated to her in person, he suddenly seemed like a different person. The temperament displayed in the moment was beyond shocking, and the feeling that Jiang Chen brought to her at this moment was not the same as that old senior. Yet, somewhat similar. Su Luowei couldn't believe it. In the live room, the number of pop-ups gradually decreased. The fans were also very surprised as they looked at Jiang Chen sitting on the chair. Thud, a faint melody plays. Jiang Chen didn't say anything, but directly strummed the guitar strings. He didn't want to reveal too much, but he couldn't help but become skillful in his movements once his fingers touched the guitar strings. The rhythmic movements seem to be etched in the bones and can't be changed even if you want to. He sighed darkly in his heart, and his gaze began to become introspective, the depth in his eyes gradually turning to clarity. However, Su Luowei felt that the inexplicable touch seemed to have gotten stronger. Jiang Chen had never played the guitar in front of her, including this guitar given to him, and had never played it. She thought Jiang Chen didn't like playing the guitar, but after discovering that Jiang Chen could write songs, she married the guitar, because people who can write songs usually play guitar. I didn't expect Jiang Chen to really, and that state of composure was not at all inferior to any of the professional singers she had seen. Jiang Chen in the sunlight didn't look like he was just fooling around, serious looking, as if what he was doing at the moment was the thing he most wanted to take seriously. Su Luowei was a little puzzled. Was she misunderstood? The Jiang Chen just now, was he really creating seriously? But, how is this possible? That's a good look, that's ghost-written. Su Luowei clenched her fingers, her heart both curious and expectant. What song will Jiang Chen sing? Will it be as stunning as the wind-up? It shouldn't be possible with such a short creation time. Finally, the introductory guitar melody came to an end. Jiang Chen's somewhat hoarse voice spoke faintly. It's all your fault, falling in love with me so easily. Let me unconsciously fulfill the vanity of being loved. What? The moment of opening. Su Luowei suddenly felt that the entire world seemed to have become heavenly, and a burst of dimness came from the sun above her head. In his head, a question mark. Then a question mark popped up. She stared at Jiang Chen with wide, unbelieving eyes. What do you mean by, it's all your fault? She remembered clearly that she had just asked Jiang Chen to write a song used to apologize for her mistake, right? How did it become her fault? However, Jiang Chen seemed to be completely absorbed in the tune at this moment, his expression serious. Thud, the guitar melody continues. Jiang Chen's song continued as well. It's all your fault, the way you favor people. It's a temptation. It's all your fault, in your eyes, always harboring a haze that makes you love and pity me. It's all your fault, your obsessive dreams, like a spell. Who else could be stupid enough to be loved by you? Several it's your fault in a row. It was like a big brick falling from the sky, ruthlessly smashing Su Luowei's face, smashing her eyes, silver teeth locked, beautiful fingers, tightly clenched together, delicate little face, nose are about to be angry crooked. What exactly is the meaning of these lyrics written by Jiang Chen? She asked Jiang Chen to write a song to admit his mistake and he wrote this? This asshole. He obviously did something wrong himself. How dare he say it's Luowei's fault? Well, let him write a song, and in 5 minutes time, he writes this out? Damn, it's just too much dog. You want to beg for forgiveness with such a broken song? Hate. As long as Jiang Dog is not eliminated, Luowei will be infuriated by him for one more day. Brothers, let me go. I'm going to die with him. Mr. Righteousness, after you're gone, Luowei and I will visit your grave every year. In the live broadcast room, Su Luowei's fans, too, all of them are angry with the mouth and nose smoke, and can't wait to immediately put Jiang Chen in a sack at this moment, and ruthlessly beat him up. On the balcony, Jiang Chen's hoarse singing continued. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Su Luowei, and there seemed to be a hint of provocation in his gaze. It made the fans in the live broadcast even more furious. However, Su Luowei was suddenly stunned for a moment as she looked at Jiang Chen, who was singing, because Jiang Chen's eyes seemed to carry something else. The pitch of the song was rising, and whatever emotion had been repressing seemed about to be released immediately. It was also unknown why. The anger in Su Luowei's heart unexpectedly began to inexplicably dissipate at this moment. Her eyelashes fluttered violently for a moment as Jiang Chen's eyes. She suddenly read them. Listen carefully. Emotions rise to the extreme in this moment. I admit it's all the moon's fault. You're so beautiful and gentle on a night like that, only in a flash. I just want to be with you until I die. In a few short sentences, Su Luo Wei was completely frozen. These words are short, but the moral they contain is a complete shift in style in this instant. She is a singer and loves to write songs and delve into lyrics. The few lyrics Jiang Chen sang, she could hear them clearly. I admit it's all the moon's fault. You're so beautiful and gentle on a night like that, only in a flash. Just want to be with you till the end of time. This is, an unspeakably strong feeling suddenly hit her. This is not a song to recognize mistakes, nor is it a song that accuses her of doing something wrong. This is a love song? Jiang Chen was there for 5 short minutes. Instead of writing a song about recognizing your mistakes, you wrote a love song? 1. Chapter 7. A live room full of acid. I admit it's the oath that's to blame. It's the sweetest thing you can say. A heart of steel becomes a heart of softness. Jiang Chen's song continued. Su Luo Wei was completely dumbfounded. She looked at Jiang Chen in a daze, her eyes filled with disbelief. At this moment, Jiang Chen seemed to be immersed in the melody. It's your fault for falling in love with me so easily. Let me unconsciously fulfill the vanity of being loved. It's all your fault, the way you favor people. It's a temptation. It's all your fault. In your eyes, always harboring a haze that makes you love and pity me. With the same lyrics, Jiang Chen sang it again. However, this time, Su Luo Wei heard it in her ears, but it was a completely different feeling. It's a love song, though the lines sing of your fault, but what Jiang Chen sings is not her fault, but a reason to love her. She couldn't help but blush. There is no admission of wrongdoing in this song, yet it is more tender than any words of apology, more beautiful than any words of love. It was a love song that Jiang Chen had written especially for her. This is Jiang Chen, a love song written specifically for her. I don't know why, but it was suddenly the only voice left in her head. Thoughts seemed to go back 3 years in this moment. In that scene where I first met Jiang Chen, that night, he carried a lost little girl on his back for a long walk in the moonlight. Along the way, he spoke softly and kept telling the girl jokes and fairy tales, comforting her and making her giggle. A little over an hour away, Jiang Chen, however, didn't have a single complaint and didn't even rest much, just along the way, diverting the little girl's attention in all sorts of ways, patiently answering every innocent and odd question the little girl had. The little girl didn't cry or fret either. They get along great. 2 hours later, he smoothly returned the little girl to her home without leaving a single word, but simply waved goodbye to the little girl and then turned to leave. He thought no one knew what he did, but what he didn't know was that on the girl's body was hiding the show's camera and microphone, and he himself was in a cafe not far away, watching Jiang Chen's every move. It was a program. The little girl was pre-arranged by the program. Instead, she was a special guest brought in by the program. That night, she heard every word Jiang Chen said to the little girl. She also memorized every odd fairy tale that was told. Originally, according to the program's arrangement, after Jiang Chen sent the little girl back home, she was supposed to step in and give Jiang Chen a commendation and interview for his act of bravery. That time, however, she unexpectedly declined the show's request. She suddenly wanted to appear in front of Jiang Chen in a different way, perhaps because of her refusal to show up. The images related to Jiang Chen ended up not being aired on the program, and then later, she then got flash married to Jiang Chen. Now Jiang Chen's song was once again awakening her memories. The night I first met Jiang Chen, the moon is indeed beautiful and moving. So, according to him, is it all his fault that he fell in love with Jiang Chen? The blush on Su Luowei's face became more and more pronounced, and there was a bit of tenderness in her gaze toward Jiang Chen. Perhaps it was the marvelous experience of that night that made her determined to marry Jiang Chen. What kind of deep feelings will make two people take a lifetime commitment? I admit it's the oath that's to blame. It's the sweetest thing you can say. A heart of steel becomes a heart of softness. The song gradually came to a close. The sound of the guitar subsided as well. The song ended, and the empty balcony suddenly became somewhat silent. Jiang Chen didn't say anything. Su Lo didn't say anything either. She quietly looked at Jiang Chen, her eyes slightly red from the memories of the past. Honey, forgive me, okay? Jiang Chen put down his guitar and said with a slight smile. Su Luo Wei didn't hesitate at all, and in the next moment, jumped into his arms. Voice whispered, yes. In the live broadcast room, the fans were outright dumbfounded, staring blankly at the two people embracing each other on camera. Wait, what the hell is going on? Jiang Chen didn't write a song admitting his mistake or apologizing. He even blurted out that everything was Su Luo Wei's fault. What? Did Su Lo just forgive him straight away? What kind of operation is this? Lovey, wake up. What a few lines of scribbling on paper is all this guy did. The original clamor of the live broadcast room. At this moment, there was only silence. After a long time, only then did someone slowly tap out a line on the screen. This song, it's kind of catchy. One after another, The pop-ups came alive again. It's actually a love song. Who could have expected that? Was this really written in 5 minutes? Isn't that paper ghostly? Dog man. Flamboyant. Sings a little bit of a song. Jiang Chen is just too good at coaxing women. Luo Wei is in danger. Honey, I'm sorry, I shouldn't be mad at you. Su Luo Wei snuggled into Jiang Chen's arms, her voice low and soft. Jiang Chen touched her head and said gently, "It's okay, I've forgiven you." Live stream. Su Luo Wei was perhaps really a bit touched by Jiang Chen's song, stayed in his arms and refused to come out. It was as if a faint scent of dog food was emanating from the entire live broadcast. Everyone looked sourly at the scene in front of them, but they didn't know what to say. The song Jiang Chen had just sung brought them a bit of a shock. It's still a bit of a flashback. Jiang Chen hugged for a while, feeling the soft and delicate body in his arms. His hands couldn't help but become a little unsteady. He glanced at the sun overhead. Warm, soft sunlight was lazily falling on him at the moment. After one sudden death, his mindset and life's pursuits have undergone a dramatic transformation. Instead of being obsessed with work as much as I used to be, I want to focus more on my life. In his last life, his biggest regret was not having a family of his own. Floating around in the entertainment industry for more than 20 years without a lover or a child of his own. Now that he's married, he's accomplished a good portion of his life's goals. But unfortunately, due to his work, he and Su Luo Wei had been getting together and away for 3 years. The little nymph also seemed to have not yet fully transformed from a young girl's mind. And every time he wanted to go further, Su Luo Wei would blush, her body tense, and her nervousness incoherent, and she could only stop in the end. Might as well take advantage of today's opportunity. He coughed lightly and squeezed Su Luo Wei's thin waist. Ahem, wife, I think the sunlight is a bit harsh. Why don't let's go to our room and continue this. Su Luo Wei immediately understood Jiang Chen's meaning, her red-faced head drilling out of Jiang Chen's arms, glancing at the air and realizing that the sun was already gradually hiding in the clouds at this time. It seemed that he didn't want to watch Jiang Chen make up any more nonsense. In the live broadcast room, the fans' mouths had already been stuffed with dog food and could not stand it, and they were banging on their keyboards and cursing angrily. Dog thief, where do you put your hands? Let go of my goddess at once. Aha, I'm going to duel you at a time and place of your choosing. Holy, where's my knife? Where did my knife go? Lo, don't believe his bull asterisk. He's trying to scheme. Crooked, demon spirit? Someone here is being a hooligan and suggests a direct death sentence. Su Luo Wei's cheeks became even more playfully red, while her demeanor and tone suddenly became messy. No, later, still have an appointment. Sister Jing, she has something for me. At that moment the breeze blew between the two men. Su Luo Wei's hair was slowly brought up by the wind. Her appearance was delicate and lovely, but her face was as red as a big apple. Her hands and feet were at a loss and she lowered her head, like a child who had done something wrong, obviously standing in front of Jiang Chen, but she didn't dare to raise her head at all. Jiang Chen could even see her eyelashes that were so nervous that they were trembling a little. We haven't even gotten inside the house yet. Why are we getting nervous? In the past, it seems that only when he did it in the room, the little ninny would only show this look, right? How come you're so nervous today just because you pinched your waist? Who wants you? Jing. Sister Jing? Who is Sister Jing looking for? Find me. Who are you looking for again? Find Sister Jing. It was only after Su Lo finished that she realized she had been tricked, but she was distraught and incoherent at the moment. No, not with you. She stomped her foot, pushed Jiang Chen away with a red face, and turned to run downstairs. Fear 99, Chapter 8 Invisible Wings. Jiang Chen touched his nose in confusion and was about to say something. Again, he saw Su Luo Wei, who had already walked to the stairway, suddenly fall back with a red face and pick up the live camera on the desktop. Old husband, I want more. Fans, wedding photos, drawers, straight, live. First, Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. Was it because it was being broadcast live that Su Luo Wei was so shy and nervous? Looking at the little ninja's back as she flew away, she shook her head. He thought that it was hard to make Su Luo Wei move once today. It was the time when he could go further. But he didn't expect to run into so many light bulbs. If these guys have nothing better to do, they should find a class. What are they doing on the air all day? Are they going to light up the earth? He was just thinking about it when the cell phone on the recliner suddenly lit up again. Old husband. It was actually a message from Su Luo Wei. The little girl was so embarrassed to face him that she found a place to hide and contacted him on her cell phone? Jiang Chen froze. This is really. Instead, Su Luo Wei asked, did you really write this song in 5 minutes? Why are you asking all of a sudden? Jiang Chen's heart instantly rose in alarm. Su Luo Wei couldn't be trying to get herself to debut in the entertainment industry, could she? And what did she find out? Jiang Chen felt his scalp tingle at the thought of going out to work in the entertainment industry. Of course not. The inspiration for the song actually came a long time ago. I just wrote it out in its entirety. No wonder. On the other end of the phone, Su Luo looked like she understood something. Also, it's a bit surreal to write a song in a few minutes' time. But Jiang Chen was telling the truth. The song did exist a long time ago. He just wrote it in its entirety. Su Luo didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so good at being able to write songs. So you're so good at writing songs, you clearly said you weren't allowed to hide it before. Is there something else you're hiding from me? He didn't know if it was because he suddenly remembered the matter of his debut job, but Jiang Chen only felt that the palpitations of his heart were gradually bubbling up again at this moment, and a cold sweat was also running down his forehead. Looking at the inquiry on the screen, he grimaced, thinking that I can do more than just write songs. I know a little bit about playing the piano, writing scripts, filming and all these things, but if I say that, your husband's life is lost to me. He rubbed his heart. Of course not. Over the years, I've written a total of 2 songs, all of which you've discovered. Really? Really? Jiang Chen replied with incomparable sincerity, but secretly apologized in his heart. Sorry, daughter-in-law, for the sake of my little life, I can only entrust you first. I'll be sure to write 2 more songs in the future just to make it up to you. Humph, if you lie to me again, you'll see. Okay / smiley face. Suliwei seemed to have bought it and stopped sending messages. Jiang Chen sighed slightly in his heart, put down his cell phone, and slowly reclined in his chair. The sun was peeking out of the clouds again, shining down on him in a warm and cozy way. The palpitations subsided. In fact, for 3 years, he had thought about writing a few songs for Nikki to help her get better. But all these years Nikki has been going smoothly in the entertainment industry and her fame is growing day by day. The family's income was also growing, so he didn't have to do much, as long as life is good. What's the point of pursuing such a tiring life? Come the end, there may be nothing left. In the future, if Neisan got into trouble, he would always have the ability to send Neisan to a higher position again. White clouds drifted lazily in the sky, and the greenery by the balcony swayed cozily in the wind. Jiang Chen couldn't help but prop his hands behind his head and change to a more comfortable position. Better lie down for a while. The magazine was back over his face, blocking out the harsh sunlight, and his eyes squinted gently. I hadn't sung in many years, and the song I just sang was comfortable and enjoyable. It was just a few minutes, but it reminded him of a lot of things that used to happen. When he was younger, he loved to sing and dance, but he wasn't very talented. So in the company's practice rooms, he was always one of the last to go, singing song after song in the mirror, repeating the motions over and over again, always work harder than anyone else. Eventually, he climbed the ladder of divas one step at a time. The trainees who had been more talented than him had long since lost sight of even his back. It was a hard time, but it was also pure. Immerse yourself fully in your dreams and chase them with all your might. Although in the end, lost his life, yet there didn't seem to be much regret in his heart. The road was all of his own choosing, and this path to the King of Heaven, though arduous, allowed him to enjoy scenery he had never seen before. If he hadn't experienced all this before and was allowed to choose again, he might still have embarked on this path without hesitation. Wait, Jiang Chen's brows suddenly knitted. What's with the flashbacks to the old struggles? Not good, not good. That's a bad habit. There's definitely no going back to the old ways of showbiz, and the lingering phobias associated with sudden death won't allow it. Now he chose a different, more leisurely path, lying around every day, enjoying life and time. So, what's the point of thinking about all the bad things you do? He yawned and lifted the magazine, which was about to slip from his face, back up. Fortunately, it was a bit of a revealing day, but Nikki didn't ask for too much, and only one manuscript has been found. 2. It was a moment of nostalgia, and I wrote a lot of jumbled up stuff that took too long and I don't know where I received it. It would be kind of bad if Nikki found out again. Downstairs in the study, there were faint sounds of Su Lo talking to her fans. It was as if time had been so leisurely and nothing had just happened. Jiang Chen rested his hands on the back of his head, and made up his mind that he would never write a random song at home again, and that all the things he had written before would have to be found and thrown away. Life is something that should most definitely be used for enjoyment, not tossing around. Wait a minute, wasn't there some other written yesterday? Luckily dropped it. The study. Su Luowei finished texting with Jiang Chen for a long time before letting the blush on her cheeks gradually subside. She was really a little ashamed of herself just now. Lovey, wedding photos. We haven't seen the wedding photos yet. Where did it go? It can't really be by Jiang Chen, can it? Su Luowei picked out 2 books of wedding photos, and after giving her fans an eyeful, she was a little impatient to say goodbye to her fans and close the live broadcast. In the next few moments, she resumed her place at the heel of the table, looking at the 2 pieces of paper on the tabletop, her eyes still glittering with a faint gleam of incredulity. These 2 pieces of paper, One was the lyrics and melody of The Wind is Rising, which she had earlier rummaged through the album of her wedding photos. The piece of paper had probably been wedged in the album for at least a year or more, and the edges of the paper were already vaguely yellowed. Even the color of the ink of the handwriting was much duller. The other one, on the other hand, was The Moon Causes Trouble, which Jiang Chen had just handwritten. The paper was still brand new and white, and the ink color of the handwriting was very sharp, except that the very center of the piece of paper seemed to be stained with some oil. It should be the traces left behind when Jiang Chen ate potato chips yesterday. Su Luowei pouted her lips somewhat unhappily, then reached out her slender hand and gently touched the oil-stained place, seemingly a little distressed. This guy Jiang Chen doesn't pay attention at all. After gently scrubbing for a while, the oil stains finally lightened up a bit. Her eyes fell on the scribbled, yet sentimental, lines of lyrics with them. I admit it's all the moon's fault. The night is so beautiful and gentle like that, only in a flash. I just want to be with you until I die. She read it softly, and the disbelieving gleam in her eyes couldn't help but strengthen a few more points. Is it really a song that Jiang Chen wrote in 5 minutes? It was inspired a long time ago, but this is just too unbelievable. Moonstruck is written from a very particular point of view of affection for a loved one. It's all your fault. Made me fall in love with you. It's all because the moon is so beautiful and enchanting that it makes me just want to be with you until the end of my days. A hint of delight and sweetness flooded Su Luowei's heart. The only thing that's a bit of a shame is that Jiang Chen has only composed 2 songs over the years. This guy, if only he could spend all his time writing music. The tenderness and gentleness in her eyes couldn't help but increase a few more points as she recalled the way Jiang Chen had sung to her with full of affection a few minutes ago. After a few moments of thought, she stood up and walked over to the cabinet, rummaging through a pretty notebook to carefully clip the 2 pieces of paper in. However, just as she was about to put the laptop back in the drawer to put it away, her cell phone suddenly rang. Buzz. The cell phone screen lit up and a name surfaced. It was Agent Su Jingchu calling. She has an appointment with Su Jingchu today. Hello, Sister Jing? Hey, Lo, I'm almost at the door. A tall woman holding up the phone on a green path in a small area, looking at the exquisite villas staggered on both sides, sighed softly and continued. I'm sorry I couldn't stay. Yao Si-chun. He seems determined to leave his job and picked this time of year. Obviously your new song is about to be released. How should this be? He's the music director of our company. If he leaves, a lot of things will be delayed. I've been busy with this today. Okay, we'll talk about it when we meet. Hanging up the phone, the woman let out a deep breath and continued on her way. Not far away, the fountain statue was clattering and spouting water, and around each villa, there were green lawns, flower beds, and trees dotted about, and the air was filled with the scent of fresh flowers and grass everywhere. However, Su Jingchu was not in the mood to enjoy these beautiful views. Her steps were quick, and in a few moments, she was in front of the front door of a villa. Ding dong ding dong. Su Jingchu stretched out her slender fingers and pressed the doorbell. The crisp doorbell rang and she tucked her phone away in her bag, then glanced around a bit bored. However, when her gaze landed on the greenery not far away, she froze for a moment and stepped forward in some confusion. What is it? In front of her, a green plant built to look like a bear with a paper airplane sticking out of its head was looking odd and funny. Probably some kid's prank. Su Jingchu reached out her hand and removed the paper airplane. Originally wanted to throw it into the trash can, but after looking at it, he realized that inside the paper airplane, there were some words vaguely penetrating through it, and it seemed to have written something. Curious, she unwrapped the paper airplane. The tiny piece of paper with the crease was found to have quite a few words written on it, a line of little phrases. The piece of paper looked up and it was 5 words, invisible wings. Invisible wings? Every time. All strong in their wanderings and loneliness. Every time, even if it hurts. And no tears. I know, I have invisible wings. The sentences are so short. Did someone write the poem? Su Jingchu took a closer look at the paper and realized that the poem seemed to be written okay. The font is really a bit uncomplimentary. Crooked, arbitrary, a stroke, all seem to reveal a lethargy. Who wrote this? Su Jingchu was puzzled, but she didn't think much of it and instead put the piece of paper into her bag. Never mind, I found it in front of Lo's house anyway. Just ask her later. Achoo! Jiang Chen was awakened by a sneeze, and the magazine slid to the floor. He then opened his eyes and sat up, filled with shock. Wait, that's not right. He remembered Su Luowei's red-faced appearance just now, and an inexplicable thought suddenly surfaced in his heart. The reason why Su Lo is red with shame and nervous every time is perhaps not because she is nervous or scared, but because, is she allergic to romance? Chapter 9, Su Lo's romantic sensitivity? The reason for this speculation. It's because for 3 years of marriage, whenever he wants to go further in the room, He likes to turn on a cozy ambient light and then light some aromatherapy or prepare some roses. The original intention was to create some cozy and romantic environment to make Su Luo way more relaxed. I did not expect the little girl every time not only did not relax, but also more and more nervous, face hot like freshly steamed crab. A careful pinch can pinch out hot white smoke. He thought at first that Su Luo was just so nervous because she was embarrassed due to her teenage mindset, but several times in a row, he also sensed something was wrong. Is it possible that Nasan is scared of this kind of thing and has a mental block? But with Su Luo's current status, there was no way he would be foolish enough to run her to the hospital to receive treatment. Su Luo was usually too busy with her work, and the two of them didn't have many opportunities to meet in the first place. Every time they met, Su Luo was still nervous as an iron plate, so there had been little progress between the two. He originally had a bit of a headache, but the same reaction that Su Luo had suddenly displayed just now on the balcony was what made him come to his senses. In broad daylight, without turning on the ambient light or preparing the aromatherapy, he just hugged, and the little girl gradually reddened her face. Never before had I seen such a reaction to hugging Su Luo. The only difference is that he just finished a song and the atmosphere is a bit more romantic. So, it's not that she's afraid of that sort of thing, but, reacting violently to romance? Just a slightly romantic scenario in Sullyway would be all tense, blushing and incoherent? Jiang Chen stared wide-eyed, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that the speculation in his mind made sense. Then he looked up at the blue sky and lay down with a sigh. Oversensitive to romance? Is there really such a problem in the world? You don't think so? Didn't expect that. You're actually like this, Su Luo? Su Luo hung up the phone and touched her cheeks, confirming that the redness on her face had completely subsided. It was then that she carefully tucked the notebook away in a drawer she used exclusively for important information, complete with a delicate little lock on the outside of the drawer. Closing the drawer just in time for the ding-dong doorbell to ring from downstairs, she picked up her cell phone and headed in the direction of the stairs. Su Jingchu was 10 years older than her and was the manager she had been working with since her debut. Usually, if there was anything important, they would come straight to the house to discuss it with her. A year ago, she broke away from her original company and formed her own studio. Su Jingchu also submitted her resignation to the original company with her at that time, and continued on to the new studio as her manager. Out of this, she had always been grateful to the other party in her heart, and even specialized in the first floor of her villa, reserving a room for Su Jingchu, and would sometimes leave her here to rest for the night after a late chat. Overall, Su Jingchu was not an outsider. Click. Sullyway threw the gate open. Standing at the doorway was, indeed, the tall Su Jingchu. Sister Jing. Su Jingchu wasn't polite, and after changing her shoes, she walked straight in, complaining, just in time for rush hour. The road was jammed with traffic for too long, or else I would have arrived long ago. Drink some water first. Su Luo handed her over a glass of water. The two made some more small talk, making their way to the couch and sitting down. Sister Jing, what's going on with what you just said on the phone? Su Luo first waited for Su Jingchu to take a few sips of water before continuing to ask. When it comes to work, her original somewhat homely little girl demeanor has gradually been put away. To be able to become a newly popular diva and win the title of national goddess in just a few years, she relies on more than just her face value, and the hard work she puts in behind the scenes is no less than anyone else. Half a year ago, her studio began to develop in the direction of a formal entertainment company, and the studio recruited a number of trainees in addition to her assistant and manager. So, she often appears as the boss, in front of people. Over time, the aura of female president on her body was also unconsciously strong. But strangely enough, no matter how high and mighty she was outside, as soon as she returned home and saw Jiang Chen, she could always instantly go back to being a little woman at home. Jiang Chen perhaps, really her soft spot. Lovey, here's the thing. Su Jingchu sighed again. 2 days ago, our Chanwei Entertainment's music director Yao Sichun suddenly offered to leave his job. In the meantime, I've been contacting new music directors in addition to retaining him. Originally there was some progress, and several old-timers in the music industry showed obvious interest in being able to work together when they were in talks. But when I contacted them again today, I don't know what happened, but all of a sudden they all changed their tune and said that they wouldn't cooperate with us. Chanwei Entertainment. When I asked them why, they also said it was unclear. Even Yao Sichun sighed. They don't reply to my messages at all. At those words, Su Luo frowned slightly. She also knew about the music director Yao Sichun's offer to leave. Her new song was originally scheduled to be released in 3 days, but during this period of time Yao Sichun didn't know what was going on, and was always delaying the production of her new song with various reasons. Near the time of the release of the new song, it was even more suddenly proposed to leave the company. This has resulted in her new songs being on hold so far, with lyrics and melodies unfinished, not to mention arrangements and production. promotion and release. Just now in the live broadcast, she had already told her fans that the new song would be postponed for a week for release, but even if another week was added, time was actually very tight. The only way to catch up was to immediately find a new music producer and work overtime to catch up. I didn't expect to wait for another bad news from Sister Jing today. It's a bit too late to find a new music producer when the ones who were interested in working with them have actually bailed. So no surprise her new song is likely to be delayed even further. Breaking faith in front of her fans so repeatedly is still having an effect on her popularity. Luo Wei. I suspect that this is someone behind it, Su Jingqiu said after hesitating for a moment. Well, I guessed as much. Su Luo Wei frowned and nodded. During this time, she also sensed a bit of abnormality. Over the past 2 weeks, several announcements originally prepared by the company for the newcomers were suddenly cut off, and the reasons for this were somewhat unclear, and all of these things were originally the responsibility of Yao Sichun, coupled with the strange things happening on Sister Jing's side nowadays, with several music producers letting go at the same time. Such a coincidence that no one would believe it if they said no one was deliberately pushing behind it. There must be someone behind the scenes intentionally targeting their Manhwa Entertainment, and it's very likely that this troublemaker is Yao Sichun. But after a few moments of careful thought, she couldn't help but frown again. Yao Sichun was just a music director. Even if he was a bit famous in the music industry, it was impossible for him to have so much energy to command other music producers. Behind this, I'm afraid there is a much larger force pushing. The troublemakers are probably Yao Sichun and other entertainment companies. Su Jingqiu froze for a moment. You mean there are other entertainment companies involved? Su Luowei nodded. It should be. Only other entertainment companies have so much energy to contact so many music producers at the same time. And only other entertainment companies are willing to pay the price to convince those music producers to give up working with us. Yao Sichun's ability is not enough if he wants to do this. Manhwa Entertainment has been developing well for a while now, and it must have squeezed the interests of quite a few entertainment companies, and they're colluding with Yao Sichun to take advantage of the time when my new song is about to be released, to catch us off guard. This Yao Sichun, what an eating bastard. With Su Luowei's reminder, Su Jingqiu instantly figured out a lot of things and cursed indignantly. Has he forgotten that when he didn't have much fame, it was you who kept insisting on using his songs so that they could keep appearing in the middle of the music scene? Now that he's got some fame, he's starting to do this kind of inhuman behavior. Suliwei was silent and didn't say anything. Yao Sichun's betrayal had put her in a somewhat bad mood as well. Yao Sichun was her senior at the same school, majoring in composition. Back then, when she had just made her debut, it was the time when there was a lack of songs, so her teacher recommended Yao Sichun to work with her. It is also this layer of relationship in so many years. She has also been holding the teacher out of the same door to support each other to work together. I did not expect now but, however, the most important thing at the moment was not dealing with Yao Sichun's matter. During this period of time, because of the successive cutoffs of the newcomers' announcements, as well as the sudden departure of the music director, the hearts within the studio had become a bit unstable, and in the circle of trainees, there were even some rumors circulating about the imminent closure of Manhwa Entertainment. Her brow furrowed again at the thought. The entertainment industry itself is a fame and fortune field. Turning on each other and hooking up with each other can be seen everywhere. Over the course of this year, as her popularity grew, the momentum of Manhwa Entertainment also grew, and there were already vague hints of it becoming a regular entertainment company. But even if they grow fast, in the end, they're just a small company, so how could they suddenly cause another company to go to such great lengths to target them? She knew it wasn't easy to get ahead in the entertainment industry, and it was only a matter of time before she was targeted. But I didn't expect it to come so fast. This time, Manhwa Entertainment is still a little unprepared. What to do? Forget it. There's no need to think so much right now. Su Jingqiu was furious for a while, then looked at Su Luowei with some heartache. I'll go and grab a few other musicians to contact. No matter which company did this, I'd like to see if the entertainment industry is one of theirs to say. With your current popularity, there are definitely still people willing to write songs for you. Big deal. Let's lower the quality of the songs a little bit and get through this difficult time first. Don't, Sister Jing. If you really do that, you'll be in their trap. My song doesn't really matter. Su Luowei, however, shook her head. Su Jingqiu froze for a moment, then looked at her with some puzzlement. Couldn't the most important thing right now be to settle the matter of Su Luowei's new song first? Su Luowei didn't continue to speak. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a thoughtful light as she quietly contemplated. Her thoughts were very clear at this moment. Yao Sichun's betrayal, and all the things that happened within the company, all slowly passed through her mind. They're running after Morning Vista Entertainment, so deliberately going after my new song is just the first step, she said slowly, but that's not really their goal, because even if my new song isn't released on time, I'll just lose some popularity. and it won't have much of an impact on what I can do. Then what is their goal? Su Jingchu was stunned for a moment. Create chaos. Su Luowei was silent for a while before she gritted her teeth. Her delicate lips moved slightly, and said, creating chaos? That's right. Su Luowei nodded her head, took a deep breath, and continued. Chunwei Entertainment was founded less than a year ago, and its roots are still very shallow compared to those big name companies in the entertainment industry. I guess what they're trying to do is let everyone see the gap between us, Morning Vista Entertainment, and those big name entertainment companies. As long as they can make everyone realize in the next few hours that Morning Vista Entertainment isn't a strong enough entertainment company, that's enough, and that's Morning Vista Entertainment's biggest shortcoming. But, they do that. Does it do them any good? Su Jingchu's eyes widened. She was originally just an agent for a big company and didn't need to get involved in the fierce competition between these companies. Usually, you just need to do your own thing within the larger framework of the company. Now that Su Luowei was talking about the fierce interactions between companies all of a sudden, her thinking was still a bit unable to keep up. Su Luowei smiled slightly. Sister Jing, if everyone has already seen Chunwei Entertainment's shortcomings and decline, then when the crossfire really begins, do you think anyone will still choose to stand on our side? Hiss. Su Jingchu sniffed and sucked in a breath of cool air. After Su Luowei said this, she also instantly realized the seriousness of the problem. So that's why they want to create chaos. She has been an agent in the entertainment industry for more than 10 years and has her own understanding of the various in the entertainment industry. If she were to draw an analogy, the various companies within the entertainment industry are like one giant pool, and any kind of resource in the entertainment industry is a drop of water in the middle of these pools, and the drop of water is able to flow between the pools as it pleases. But if when all the drops of water suddenly learn that one of the pools is on fire, the water that flows in will all be vaporized. All the water drops, then, will no longer lean toward that pool, and over time, even if that pool is not on fire, the water inside will gradually dry up, without the nourishment of new drops of water. The ultimate fate that a pool can wait for is only to dry up and die out. So, what do we do now regarding this issue? In fact, Su Luowei already had an idea in her mind. Firstly, we must immediately find another new music director for Chunwei Entertainment to stabilize the situation within the company first, and secondly, the release of my new song must not be delayed any further, and the quality must be guaranteed. Otherwise, it will definitely be used as a target for attack. Su Jingchu looked torn. Where are we going to find a suitable music director in such a short period of time? And it's so hard not to hold up your new songs. Su Luowei didn't say anything. At this time, for some reason, a lazy figure suddenly appeared in her mind. That bad guy seems pretty good at writing songs. Can he solve my problem? How about try to get him to be the new music director of Morning Vista Entertainment? But he will say yes? Jiang Chen has been indulging in writing for several years now, not even thinking about other work. Sister Jing, regarding the candidate for the music director, I have in my heart, have an idea for the time being. She hesitated for a long time before saying, I will try to talk to him, and if he agrees, it might solve our current problem. Got a candidate? Who is it? Su Jingchu was puzzled. She basically knew all the famous music producers in the entertainment industry. In this momentary effort, she hadn't really thought of a suitable candidate, but she didn't realize that Su Luowei's side already had a direction. Su Luowei's face, however, was a little shaky. His situation is a little special. I'm not too sure. Wait until I've talked to him, then tell you about it. Su Jingchu looked at her expression and suddenly understood something as she hesitated to ask, Lovey, isn't this guy not very famous? Su Luowei thought for a moment, then nodded. Jiang Chen was actually quite famous, but it was all curses, and he really didn't have much of a reputation in the music industry. Su Jingchu took a deep breath. Sure enough, Su Luowei was planning to saber rattle. Ever since she had known Su Luowei, this niece was not of a peaceful nature. Although she was smart, she was not at all steady in doing things. When the marriage is also, chose a man who is not reliable, early to marry themselves, any who persuade not listen. Isn't that self-destructive? Now that I've started my own company, I didn't realize that my nature was still the same as before. Luowei it's true that our current situation is a bit bad, but if we think carefully, we can still contact some experienced music producers. You can't just joke about things like that. Su Luowei smiled. Sister Jing, how could I joke about Chunwei Entertainment? This person I'm looking for, although he's not much of a celebrity, he's a real musical genius. He may not have much of a reputation now, but I'm sure he'll be famous in the music world before long. Su Jingchu sniffed, but in her heart, she skimmed her lips with some disbelief. Genius? She had seen so many geniuses, and in the entertainment industry, the last thing that was lacking was genius. Only those who can stay on this path are true geniuses, the rest, at best, are individuals. She frowned and continued to ask, so the guy you have in mind, has he written anything? Su Luowei laughed after thinking for a while. Yes, I even watched him write one today. With that, she got a pen and paper. A little thought followed, and then, on a piece of paper, the names of the two songs were written down. The wind is picking up. The moon causes trouble. Fear 99. Chapter 10. When Su Luowei changed into sexy lingerie, the living room was very quiet. The only sound was the rustle of the pen tip on the paper. Su Jingqiu watched from the sidelines. Su Luowei's writing speed was very fast. The lyrics and melody of the two songs had been deeply memorized in her brain, and in less than 10 minutes, the paper was filled with densely written lyrics. Her font was beautiful and neat, much better than what Jiang Chen had written, and after she finished writing, she picked up the paper and checked it over before handing it over to Su Jingqiu with dissatisfaction. Su Jingqiu took the white paper and looked at it, but she was a bit puzzled. Is it windy? The moon causing trouble? They were both song titles she hadn't heard of, but both songs were from Su Luowei, so she was patient and continued to read. In the first song, the wind is picking up. It's a walk in the park. Follow the trail of a teenager adrift. The moment before leaving the station, there was some hesitation. I can't help but laugh at this nearness. Remains unavoidable. In the cool morning light, smile sweetly. Once upon a time, when I first knew the world, a million things to linger over. Look at the sky as if it were in front of you, and I'm willing to go through fire to go through it again. After seeing only half of it, Su Jingqiu's eyes kept widening. She had been an agent for so long, and she knew some of the music, and there were at least a couple dozen songs that had passed through her hands. But the song The Wind Rises, just by looking at the lyrics, it's already a very rare super high quality, and lyrics of this level simply can't be written without a certain amount of accumulated songwriters. Lovey, this song, it's written by which teacher? Seeing such a high quality work, Su Jingqiu directly added the honorific title of teacher as she held the piece of white paper and looked at Su Luowei with some excitement. I think that if you can release this song a week later, there must not be any problem. Su Luowei looked at Su Jingqiu's surprised expression and smiled gently, but next, shook her head with some regret. This song is indeed very good, but it is not yet finished. The melody is only half made. The remaining half, that old teacher is not inspired for the time being. Otherwise, if it could be completed, this song could definitely make a name for itself in the singing world. This, like this? That's a shame. Upon hearing this, Su Jingqiu also let out a somewhat regretful sigh, and then, her gaze returned to the white paper to look at another song. The moon gets in the way. It's your fault for falling in love with me so easily. Let me unconsciously fulfill the vanity of being loved. It's all your fault, the way you favor people. It's a temptation. It's all your fault. In your eyes, always harboring a haze that makes you love and pity me. I admit it's all the moon's fault. The night was too beautiful and you were too gentle. Only in a flash. I just want to be with you until I die. This was a love song, and just by looking at the lyrics, the phrasing didn't seem very flashy, but Su Jingqiu still showed a shocked look on her face, because she knows that in the pop music world, the market for love songs is huge, and love songs are the hardest to write. After all, there are just too many people writing. This song, The Moon Causes Trouble, is written from a very special, grounded perspective of affection for a loved one, with a very high degree of completeness. On paper, there's the full melody. She hummed gently against the melody, and immediately realized that it was unusual. The melody was catchy and very gripping, and the rhythm was clear and fast. Such a high-quality love song. As soon as it was released, the degree of transmission would definitely not be low. Lovey, what about this song? You can sing this song too. With a shocked gleam in her eyes, she once again looked at Su Luowei with excitement. As long as she could come up with this song for the launch party in 10 days, her fans would surely be shocked as well. However, Su Luowei still shook her head. Sister Jing, this song is indeed very good. However, it is not suitable for me to sing because it has already been sung. Su Jingqiu froze for a moment. Sung? Which singer sang it? Why have I never heard it before? She had been busy with the music director today and hadn't really had time to watch Su Luowei's live broadcast. Oops. Who else? That guy. Su Luowei's face couldn't help but blush a little, gently pushing Su Jingqiu. Who exactly sang it? You don't care. The song, anyway, is inappropriate. This is the love song Jiang Chen gave her. In her heart, this song would always belong to Jiang Chen. She was also only willing to listen to Jiang Chen sing, and she didn't want to take the song out until she had to. Okay. Su Jingqiu let out another regretful sigh. However, after watching 2 songs in a row, she had a rough idea of the strength of that musician in Su Luowei's mind. And anyone who could write a song like this, the level of composition would definitely not be bad. Could it be that person really be the legendary genius? As she was pondering, Su Luowei's side had already begun to explain. Sister Jing, you hardly need to contact other musicians for the time being in these 2 days. However, you know a lot of people, so you can try to find out which company is behind the manipulation this time? As long as I can find the mastermind behind this, I will definitely not be able to let it go. Su Luowei gritted her teeth and said with some hatred, having been bullied by others, if she didn't make a counterattack, how could she still mix in the entertainment circle in the future? Good, I'll mobilize my connections and poke around as soon as I get back. Upon hearing this, Su Jingchu also nodded with a grave expression on her face. After saying goodbye to Su Jingchu, Su Lo locked the door and returned to the living room once again with the sheet of paper filled with lyrics and melodies. That Jiang Chen guy still seems to be taking a nap on the roof. She put the lyrics away and sat down on the couch, propping her chin on her hands and looking out the window, thinking quietly. The studio was just a matter of taking things step by step, and she wasn't in a hurry. However, the matter of wanting Jiang Chen to be the music director of Chenwei Entertainment was not an idea that came to her on a whim. When she realized that Jiang Chen could write a song like The Wind Rises, she knew that Jiang Chen was talented at writing songs, and he was clearly more suited to writing songs than writing. After all, writing has been going on for so many years and nothing has come out of it. Yet writing songs seems like it's not that hard for him. To write a complete love song in just a few minutes, something that even her teacher couldn't do. Even though it was an early inspiration, she always felt that Jiang Chen was relaxed when he wrote it, so she was almost certain that as long as Jiang Chen started writing songs, he would definitely make a name for himself in the music industry. Compared to those things in the studio, she actually hoped that Jiang Chen's talent would not be buried. But Su Luowei was a little distressed. Their breath. Jiang Chen has always been addicted only to writing. For 3 years he hid the songwriting from the public, presumably so he could write at home in peace. It was this that she sensed and didn't press too hard. So, what on earth would it take to get him to give up writing and take a job as a music director at Chenwei Entertainment? Su Luowei grimaced bitterly and racked her brain for a few more moments. Then, as if she suddenly thought of something, her face flushed for a while, and a faint soft light flashed in her beautiful eyes. For 3 years, there had been little progress with Jiang Chen. How about, try again today? Thinking of this, she suddenly got up and carefully walked to the second floor, then rummaged through the cabinets in her room again and pulled out a delicate little box. This was the sexy lingerie Jiang Chen had purchased online earlier and had always wanted her to try it on, but she had never agreed to it because she felt it was too shy. This matter had always been a small wish in Jiang Chen's heart. How about tonight? The more Su Luowei thought about it, the more she blushed, and her heart was doing a fierce celestial battle. But even if you change your clothes, what if? What should I do if I get nervous again like before? The more she thought about it, the redder her face became. Then, clutching the small box, he quietly walked out of the room. Chapter 11 Nini's Reward. Jiang Chen had originally wanted to lie down on a chair and think back over the 3 years he had spent with his little girl, but the gentle sunlight shining was just too comfortable, causing him to yawn without realizing it and gradually fall back into sleep. I don't know how long I slept, until I felt some coolness on my body, which made me wake up with a jolt. He sat up and sniffled, looking ahead in some confusion. Why do I feel chilled to the bone? Is there someone behind the scenes who's counting on me? At this time in mid-air, the sun had already completely set, and only a light red evening sunset was left in the sky, and the night had gradually descended. In the distance, many houses were lit up. Jiang Chen yawned and stretched again, and after picking up the juice on the table, he leaned back in the chair somewhat lazily, biting the straw while admiring the sunset in the sky. That was a great night's sleep, and I'll be able to play a few more games tonight. So, what's a good thing to do tomorrow? It's been a while since I've been out. How about a fishing trip? The weather seems to be all right lately. Writers should go out and look for inspiration, or play chess with the grandpa in front of the neighborhood. Last time, I didn't pay attention at once and lost 3 sets in a row, letting those old men have a good time fooling around. Damn it, this time he'd get it back. Honey, let's eat. While the thought was going through his mind, Su Luowei's playful voice suddenly came from downstairs. Jiang Chen touched his stomach. Indeed a little hungry. He slipped on his slippers and, after another somewhat lazy stretch, headed downstairs. But just as he traveled to the dining room, he froze, because the dining room was usually empty. Su Luowei was usually too busy and rarely cooked at home. Tonight, however, the table was filled with exquisite delicacies, 2 beautiful goblets, and a bottle of red wine. It was just that the lights were on a little too brightly, like a giant light bulb shining down on him. What's going on here? Jiang Chen was puzzled. Su Luowei usually had a tight schedule even on her days off. How could she have time to cook such a table? The two rely on their aunt to come to their home for all their meals. As he was thinking, he suddenly saw Su Luowei walking out of the kitchen with dishes in her hands, wearing an apron and her soft silky hair tied behind her head, just like a gentle and well-behaved little daughter-in-law at home. Noticing his frothing look, Su Luowei gave a somewhat shy smile. Sit. Tonight, It's reward. Jiang Chen's heart was suddenly energized when he heard this. Reward? Could it be that the song that he just sang has touched the little ninny? So, specially made this table of dishes to treat herself? He rubbed his nose and grinned. Silk nonchalantly sat down on the main seat, and reached out his hand again, taking Su Luowei's thin waist over. Wife, don't get busy first, let this young master hold you for a while. Wait, I haven't changed my clothes yet. Unexpectedly, Su Luowei struggled up with an embarrassed face. Jiang Chen thought she was talking about the apron, so he cooperated and let go of her. Go on then, I'll wait here. Su Luo fled with a red face, but instead of going back to the kitchen, she headed in the direction of the upstairs. Only Jiang Chen was left to sit at the dining table alone and wait. Jiang Chen looked at Su Luowei's delicate figure, and his heart suddenly stirred. It was said that women liked romance, but Su Luowei had made this table of dishes and turned the lights on so brightly. Is it really because of? He slowly stood up. 10 minutes later, Su Luo still hadn't come down from upstairs. Jiang Chen couldn't help but mutter, changing an apron. Why does it take so long? He was about to go upstairs to see what Su Luowei was doing, but she saw that Su Luowei had already changed her clothes and was curling down the stairway. He couldn't help but freeze when he looked up, only to see that the little ninny was wearing a tight-fitting black dress, the delicate fabric clinging to her skin, gently outlining her bumpy curves. Of course he recognized the dress, for that was what he had carefully chosen. The design of the neckline is just right to show the little ninny's collarbone and elegant neckline, the hem of the skirt gently swinging, while swaying with Su Luowei's steps, white and smooth legs, swaying in front of her eyes, like a charming landscape. It gracefully came into his view. Today's reward, a bit fierce. Jiang Chen's heart fluttered, then he touched his nose, baffled by his thoughts. Hubby, me. Su Luowei lightly moved her lotus steps to the dining room, but she suddenly stopped in her tracks, her expression frozen. For at the moment the dining room was no longer brightly lit, a few somewhat hazy glimmers flickered across the table, and vaguely, shimmers of light could be seen on the walls. A few slender candles, quietly burning, emitted a faint warm yellow glow, swaying under the gentle breeze, and in the center of the dining table were dishes she had carefully prepared, with tantalizing colors and aromas. She stared blankly at the table in front of her, the goblets on either side of her seat already half full of red wine, the red liquid looking even redder and more tantalizing in the glow of the candles. Su Luowei expression completely frozen. How could this happen? How suddenly? She felt her cheeks rolling and seemed to be heating up rapidly, the heart pounded violently, and an inexplicable feeling gradually surfaced. Old gong, these, all you. Su Luowei even forgot how she got to the chair and sat down. Jiang Chen looked at Su Luowei, who was suddenly a bit abnormal, and couldn't help but freeze. The little girl looks already very beautiful, now her face is red, her beautiful eyes gradually become hazy. Under the reflection of the firelight, it is like a drunken little beauty, permeated with a fascinating flavor. No way? He was greatly shocked that it was really as he had guessed. Ninny fruity, allergic to romance? These candles were of course prepared by him, and a dinner for two is only romantic if you light candles. Originally, he just wanted to confirm the conjecture in his heart, but he didn't expect that it would directly trigger Su Luowei's special reaction. Yep, all prepared by me. Like it? But, why? Su Luowei also seemed to not expect that she would actually experience the same symptoms as before. Jiang Chen looked at Su Luowei, whose tongue and teeth seemed to be fighting, and couldn't help but reach out and pinch Su Luowei's rosy cheeks. The little girl's cheeks at the moment looked like they had just been raised from a steamer, the redness gradually spreading from her cheeks to her neck. All of her body was tense and taut, her eyes were confused, somewhat at a loss for words as she looked at him. How did? Like this? In the past, when Jiang Chen and Su Luowei got along, he felt that Su Luowei was like this because she was afraid, so he hadn't dared to do anything more for fear of leaving a psychological shadow on Su Luowei. But now, the little ninja was wearing a sexy black dress, her white soft skin was hidden, under the skirt were straight and slender legs, everything was like tugging at his heart. Hubby, me. Su Luowei looked at him pitifully and helplessly. She didn't know what was wrong with her. This kind of situation, except when Jiang Chen wanted to do bad things before, it seems to have never appeared. The flames in Jiang Chen's heart, which had already been somewhat pressed, gradually rose up. Although the fact that he could write songs was hidden from Su Luowei for 3 years, but this girl, she had also tricked herself for 3 years. Turns out she wasn't even nervous and scared at all. Jiang Chen picked up the red wine on the tabletop and drank it all in one go, his gaze flickering like that of a big gray wolf. 3 years. 3 years. This stinky ninny, holding herself back for 3 years. A lesson had to be learned tonight. What are you doing? Amidst Su Luowei's exclamation of surprise, Jiang Chen stood straight up and picked up the little ninny on the chair by the waist. Rice. Haven't. Eat. 2 hours later, Jiang Chen once again carried Su Luowei down the stairs. Su Luowei's face was flushed and her hair had become a bit messy. Jiang Chen gently placed her on the chair. It's your fault the food is getting cold. After some tossing and turning, Su Luowei's body was radiating an indescribable tenderness and softness. She looked at Jiang Chen with some anger. It's okay, just warm it up. I'll warm it up. You rest here for a while, Jiang Chen said with a smile, and then carried the dishes toward the kitchen. And the serious thing compared to what is the relationship between eating some cold dishes. 10 minutes later, he re-emerged from the kitchen with the dishes. Dinner for two. That's when it officially started. Here, have a bowl of soup first. Jiang Chen very considerate to Su Luowei shang a bowl of soup. Just some intense tossing and turning. Really to the little girl tired not light. After understanding the characteristics of the little ninny, he thoughtfully turned off the ambient light while tossing the aromatherapy out of the room. Everything is going better than expected. Su Luowei's beautiful eyes glared at him, but she didn't refuse, and took over the soup and drank it in small bites. It lasted so long, and she was really kind of hungry, too. After a few more moments of eating, most of the dishes on the table were already missing, and both of them were somewhat half full. Only then did Su Luowei's pair of beautiful eyes sneak a look at Jiang Chen. The timing was just right. She planned to formally cut to the chase. Husband, she said in a voice that was half petulant, will you promise me something? Chapter 12, Jiang Chen, you flip-flopped? The flickering candlelight reflected Su Luowei's face even more moving. This is the time when a man can promise a woman anything. Jiang Chen didn't think about it that much. Yes. Su Luo contentedly poured him a glass of wine. Hubby, the music director of our Morning Vista Entertainment left the company. Can you come and work in the company? I'd like to hire you as the new music director. At those words, Jiang Chen, however, directly froze. And so on. Showbiz? Work? Music director? You don't think so? The thing Su Luowei wanted him to agree to was to work in the company as a music director? In an instant, he only felt cold sweat running down his forehead, and his fingers that were holding the food couldn't help but tremble a little. The feeling of intense heart palpitations was enough to bring a man to his senses in an instant. 4. Why all of a sudden? Su Luowei's beautiful eyes blinked under this bright and dim candlelight. Very beautiful, hubby. Today's song, The Moon Causes Trouble. Although it was inspired early, you wrote it in just 5 minutes. This strength I think is completely sufficient for the position of music director. Working at home every day will only waste your talent. It would be better to go into the entertainment industry. Jiang Chen's heart shook. Sure enough, Su Luo still wants him to work in the company after she realizes she can write songs. It's only as a musical director. But with this kind of thing, there's one thing and then there's another. As long as he becomes the music director of Chunwei Entertainment, then under the push of various forces, he will slowly go back to his old ways. The moment he thought of this, Jiang Chen felt as if goosebumps stood up all over his body. Showbiz fear-mongering again. Damn, honey, you misunderstood. He pinched his fingers hard and forced a smile. Su Luo looked at him suspiciously. I didn't write that song in 5 minutes. Ha? Su Luo was puzzled. No, isn't it? I obviously watched you write it out live. No. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, intending to be truthful. I actually wrote this song a long time ago. I just never told you. Saying that, he stood up and lifted the table. Then took a small, folded piece of paper used to cushion the table's legs from the bottom of the table's legs and set it in front of Su Luowei. Check it out. Puzzled, Su Luowei took it and opened it. However, after seeing the content on it, she couldn't help but have a small mouth open wide in surprise, because when this dusty paper was spread out, the content on it was clearly the song Jiang Chen sang on the roof of the building today. The moon causes trouble. The lyrics and melody are in can. But this paper, she clearly remembered, was what Jiang Chen had used to pad the foot of the table over a year ago. When did this guy write this? And how dare you pad the table legs with such a great song? Su Luowei looked at the piece of paper in her hand. The paper was very obviously creased, slightly yellow in color, and even a little damp to the touch, proving that the paper had indeed been matted under the table a long time ago, and that there was no way it could have been faked. She suddenly felt her head was a little short. This song was written a long time ago? Then how much time did it take you to write this song? Can't remember. Anyway, it's pretty long. Jiang Chen tilted his head and looked up at the sky, silently pondering. 10 minutes? Or 20 minutes? It's certainly not short anyway. So how many songs have you written in total over the years? 2 songs. Jiang Chen sighed darkly in his heart, and could only choose to continue hiding it. I'm sorry, daughter-in-law, but I really can't go as music director. If you're short of songs, I can write you 50, 100 at home, but going to work really, I can't. Jiang Chen's face was a bit pale, but under the light yellow lamplight, it was always manageable to hide it. It's not that easy to finish a song. These 2 songs alone took me a lot of time. In the space of 3 years, I have only written 2 songs and I'm afraid I'm not fit to be a musical director. Su Luowei stared blankly at the somewhat flip-flopping Jiang Chen, her thoughts completely messed up at this moment. What? The Moon Causes Trouble was written by Jiang Chen a long time ago? He spent 3 years and only wrote 2 songs? So he's not really good enough to be a music director? What kind of music director writes only 2 songs in 3 years? Normal music directors, regardless of quality, produce at least 10 songs a year or more. With Jiang Chen's speed, he would never be able to take on the job of music director. So, what she's doing tonight? Jiang Chen forced a smile. Honey, you know, my dream is to become a great writer, to write works that will last through the ages. This has been my dream for a long time, and I can't sleep at night if I can't realize it. Can you understand that? Su Luowei looked at the serious, eloquent Jiang Chen in a daze. I don't know why, but my heart was gradually becoming exasperated, and I couldn't wait to pounce on him and bite him right now. Don't understand. She gave Jiang Chen a heavy cold snort in some anger. Then stomping her foot, she huffed and stood up, fighting through the pain, and stomped upstairs. She wanted Jiang Chen to be the music director at Shenwei Entertainment. Not because she really couldn't solve those problems herself, but she didn't want to bury Jiang Chen's talent. But today things are not at all what she thought they would be. Jiang Chen the asshole. Jiang Chen looked at the little girl's back, a little heartbroken, eager to get up and say something. But the images of sudden death that kept flashing in his mind, the intense palpitations, made him unable to resist another burst of paleness. Why did the damn music director leave all of a sudden? Wife was taken to Thailand to be a transvestite? Jiang Chen sat on the chair and cursed Yao Sichun's entire family before sighing helplessly in his heart. Never mind. The whole showbiz phobia thing just doesn't make sense. It's better to commiserate with Sulawei for a while and then write a few more songs at home as a way to make up for it. This should also solve the problem of the music director leaving. Just thinking about. After a long time, Su Luowei's somewhat exasperated voice suddenly came from upstairs again. Eat up, and wash the dishes when you're done. 10 o'clock at night. Su Jingchu returned home, and while rummaging through her bag for her keys, she suddenly turned over the paper airplane with invisible wings written on it. She tapped her forehead lightly. Oops, why did you give this to Lo? Forget it. I'm going to her place in the morning anyway, so I'll give it to her then. With that, she shook her head and put the paper airplane in her bag again. Then he pulled out his keys and opened the door to his house. Fear 99, Chapter 13, Oops, the song I wrote has been discovered again. The next morning, Su Luowei woke up early. Jiang Chen's words last night really pissed her off. Though when this matter is thought about, it seems that Jiang Chen can't be blamed for all of it. After all, he's just a writer, and to be able to write 2 songs within 3 years is already very outstanding. But for some reason, she was just angry. So much so that she didn't pay much attention to Jiang Chen all night. At this moment, Jiang Chen was still sleeping upstairs. This was his habit. He wouldn't get up until 10 o'clock every day, because when you're a writer, you have to keep a clear head at all times. She took a large gulp of water with some exasperation, then hung her head and looked out the window. Actually, she had also thought carefully about what Jiang Chen had said last night. There really isn't any music director that does only 2 songs in a 3-year period. After all, the music director was in control of the entire company's music creation, and she wasn't the only artist in the studio. There were many new signings that needed musical work as well. If you really let Jiang Chen serve as the music director of Shenwei Entertainment, under this kind of high-intensity pressure, perhaps, it will also play the opposite effect, to combat his creative self-confidence. Su Luowei sighed softly. Never mind. Jiang Chen was, after all, only 24 years old and not yet a professional, and to be able to write 2 high-quality songs was already hard for him. This music director thing, still can't force it too much. Look for other music industry seniors. Ding dong ding dong. Just thinking about things, the doorbell had rung. Su Luowei put down her glass of water and opened the door. Su Jingchu's somewhat windy figure was out at the door. She was carrying a shoulder bag, holding the phone, not knowing who she was explaining something to, and only after a long time did she hang up the phone. Luowei, I've already arranged things on the studio side. How did you talk to that music teacher yesterday? She asked while changing her shoes. Su Luowei's face, however, suddenly stiffened for a moment, and she mumbled a little. No, didn't talk about it. Ha? Su Jingchu froze for a moment. How? What's going on? She had thought yesterday that Su Luowei had some certainty before she talked to that music producer. How come there's no deal? That guy. I thought about it later, and he doesn't seem to be suitable to be a music director. Su Luowei sighed, and her face was a bit frustrated. Su Jingchu changed her shoes and walked into the house. Luowei, can you tell me who that music production teacher you mentioned is? To be able to write 2 such high-quality tunes, He shouldn't be unknown in the entertainment industry, right? Su Luowei hesitated for a while. It was about Jiang Chen. She actually kind of didn't want to say anything. However, the two songs The Wind Rises and The Moon Causes Trouble were going to be released sooner or later, and she wouldn't be able to hide them from the public by then. So, after hesitating for a while, she continued, "It's Jiang Chen." "What?" Su Jingqiu froze for a moment, her mouth wide open. Jiang Chen, isn't he a writer? He can write songs?" After saying that, she couldn't help but add in her mind, "What writer? In 3 years, this guy hasn't written anything at all. Pure and simple a jerk. If he hadn't been relying on Lo to support him, he would probably be begging for food on the street right now. A guy like that can write songs?" Of course these words were not too good for her to say in front of Su Luowei. Only the questioning expression on her face betrayed her thoughts. Su Luowei beamed, also somewhat helpless. "Sister Jing, those two songs, they were written by Jiang Chen." This was the reason why she was unwilling to name Jiang Chen. Everyone around her seemed to have a strong opinion of Jiang Chen, and whenever Jiang Chen was mentioned, everyone reacted violently. "Wait." Su Jingqiu looked like she suddenly thought of something. "Luowei, you're not thinking of letting Jiang Chen be the music director of Chenwei Entertainment, are you?" She immediately scowled. "No way, Luowei. This matter is resolutely not allowed. How can Jiang Chen be the music director? What kind of nature he has? You're not unaware of it. If we let him be the music director, something will definitely go wrong." And she looked at Su Luowei with a tense face. "Luowei, you mustn't substitute your personal feelings into your work. Sister Jing, don't get excited first. This matter, I've already talked to Jiang Chen yesterday, and he didn't agree either." Su Luowei hadn't been able to find a chance to speak until Su Jingqiu stopped, and only then did she smile bitterly. He didn't agree?" Su Jingqiu froze for a moment, a little surprised, and then immediately bristled. "It's a good thing I didn't agree, or else Morning Vista Entertainment would have been ruined in the hands of this asshole." Su Luowei nodded and sat down on the couch with some frustration. Su Jingqiu looked at her appearance, but sighed in relief. "Nei-san, it's only good that he didn't agree. Listen to me, Jiang Chen, he is really not suitable to be the music director. This position is too important. Jiang Chen you know the state he's been in at home these past 3 years. If he's truly talented, how could he not write a single thing for 3 years? The situation of those two songs is still unclear. In short, you marrying Jiang Chen is your personal matter, and there's nothing I can do to stop you. But the matter of having him as the music director is an absolute no-no." Su Luowei looked at the nervous Su Jingqiu, and for a moment she didn't know how to explain, and could only nod helplessly. "I know, Sister Jing." She actually figured it out. If Jiang Chen had only written 2 songs in his 3 years, then he really wasn't suitable to be the music director of Chenwei Entertainment. "Well, lovey, don't be in too much of a hurry. Let's think about the matter of the music director when the car arrives. I thought of several more seniors in the music industry yesterday, so I'll go call and contact them later." Su Jingqiu sighed in relief and continued to comfort. Luowei nodded. "By the way, lovey, this is the paper airplane I found in front of your house yesterday. I saw the words written on it, so I didn't throw it away. Look, is it yours?" Su Jingqiu suddenly remembered something else and took out a paper airplane from her bag. "What paper airplanes?" Su Lo suspiciously took that paper airplane and spread it out in her hand. "Originally, I thought it was just some little kid throwing it around. However, when she saw the somewhat familiar handwriting on the paper, her beautiful eyes could not help but be stunned. On the paper, there were lines and lines of little phrases that looked very familiar. Because she happened to have seen something similar yesterday, she recognized almost immediately that it was Jiang Chen's handwriting, and the above. Invisible wings. Every time. All strong in their wanderings and loneliness. Every time. Even if it hurts. And no tears. I know. I've always had invisible wings. Take me flying. Fly over despair." If it hadn't been for yesterday's events, perhaps Su Luowei would have thought that it was some strange poem written by Jiang Chen. But now, she was understanding. Here are the lyrics, and the lyrics. The further down she looked, however, the more alarmed she felt. Finally, see that. All dreams bloom, chasing the young. How loud and clear the song is. As a professional idol singer, she's sensitive to lyrics, and sometimes she can tell if a song is good or bad just by looking at the lyrics. The lyrics written on this paper, she only roughly read them once, and she vaguely felt the faint feeling of melancholy and tenderness contained in them. The lyrics, they're well written. The only pity is that the melody is not written on the paper. So this is the third song written by Jiang Chen? Fear 99, Chapter 14. What song is he singing? The early morning sun held the hand of the light wind and ruffled the curtains at the window one at a time. The light flickered, but a sinister figure in front of the window looked a little angry. "Lo, you recognize this paper airplane?" Su Jingqiu asked curiously. Su Luowei, However, gritted her teeth in hatred and clenched the piece of paper, her eyes flashing with a hint of danger. Recognize. Of course I recognize it. I saw a similar one yesterday. Su Jingchu couldn't help but freeze for a moment as she looked at her gritted teeth. Why do you look so angry at Su Luo's appearance? What's so special about this paper airplane? Who wrote this? Who else can there be besides Jiang Chen? Su Luo gritted her teeth. She looked down at the paper covered in creases again. The paper was clean and white. The ink on the paper, clear and bright. Obviously something that had just been written in the past few days. Most importantly, the day before yesterday Jiang Chen played paper airplanes on the roof of the building. This thing she also knows. At that time also let him do not throw to come. The truth, almost instantly, came out. The content on this paper was what Jiang Chen had written 2 days ago. Su Luowei was furious and clenched her silver teeth. Jiang Chen had deceived her again. And talk about only writing 2 songs in 3 years. It was as if Jiang Chen's words of faith last night were ringing in his ears again. If this guy really only wrote 2 songs in a 3-year period, then what's on the paper? Luo Wei. This poem was really written by Jiang Chen? Su Jingchu asked curiously. Su Luowei nodded. She was completely certain in her mind that the lyrics were what Jiang Chen had written 2 days ago. Su Jingchu was surprised in her heart. That guy Jiang Chen could write such poetry? But only for a moment, and then somewhat less so. What is the use of writing good poetry, and cannot change money, still have to rely on Luo Wei to support every day to write these useless things? No wonder up to now have not published any works. She was just thinking about it when she heard Su Luo Wei huffing and puffing on the side. This is the lyrics written by Jiang Chen, and if nothing else, this is most likely the 3rd song he's written. Song, lyrics, Luo Wei. Jiang Chen, he really knows how to write songs? Su Jingchu froze for a moment, then looked at Su Luo Wei in shock. She had always assumed that the paper was a poem copied from somewhere. Su Luo Wei nodded and was about to say something when Jiang Chen wandered down the stairs. Ha! He yawned heavily and came down the hall with lazy steps in his pajamas. Honey, I'm hungry. Where's breakfast? He walked in the direction of the dining room, but was a little puzzled when he realized that there was no breakfast set out on it. Usually Su Luo Wei would have breakfast ready for him at this time whenever she was at home. What's going on today? He turned around, but saw Su Jingchu and Su Luo Wei both sitting on the sofa in the living room, both of them looking at him with somewhat complicated and strange gazes. Yo, old Primrose is here too. He raised his hand in a lazy greeting. It wasn't the first time Su Jingchu had come to the house as Su Luo Wei's agent, so he naturally recognized it. However, when Jiang Chen's words fell on Su Jingchu's ears, it made the corners of her mouth twitch. Her name was Su Jingchu, and generally those younger than her honored her with a sister Jing, and those older would only call out Xiao Jing. Only Jiang Chen, from the first time they met, had been calling her old beginner, which sounded like any old animal, very unpleasant, and no matter how many times it was said, the guy never changed. She took a deep breath and slightly twisted her head slightly in some anger, not intending to continue ignoring Jiang Chen. Su Luo Wei's expression, on the other hand, did not change. Jiang Chen thought she was still angry over yesterday's incident, and smilingly walked over to coax. Yo, daughter-in-law, still angry? Su Luo Wei looked at his playful appearance. Her heart couldn't help but become even more exasperated. Her face icy cold. Did you sleep well last night? Yeah, sleep well. Jiang Chen didn't notice the difference, deliberately sticking to Su Luo Wei's body and sitting down beside her. Su Jingchu looked on from the side and thought to herself, this guy Jiang Chen, his skin is really thick. Oh yeah? Su Luo Wei, however, didn't have much of a reaction and continued to say expressionlessly, but I didn't sleep much yesterday, so I got up early this morning, and then at the entrance of our house, I picked up a paper airplane. She shook the paper in her hand gently, a little startled. The strange thing is that the paper airplane has something inexplicable written on it, and the handwriting is familiar. Husband, do you know what's going on? Jiang Chen froze for a moment, looking at Su Luo Wei's hand, the somewhat familiar white paper, and the faintly visible handwriting on it. The heart snapped thump. Holy, no way, didn't he fold that thing he wrote the day before yesterday into a paper airplane and throw it away? Su Lo can even pick this up? What kind of luck is that? In hell, damn, why did you have your hands full at the time? Jiang Chen had a hard expression on his face like he had eaten a fly. Old wife, you listened to my explanation. He forced a smile and looked at Su Luo Wei. Okay, you explain, I'll listen. Sully Wei flashed a smile, looking as if she wasn't angry at all. However, Jiang Chen knew that this was a sign that the little girl was really angry, and if he continued to make peace with it, the little girl might really go berserk. After hesitating in his mind for 3 seconds, he decisively gave up the idea of continuing to struggle and honestly admitted his mistake. Sorry, wife, I was wrong yesterday. I've spent the last 3 years actually, only written 3 songs. Jiang Chen was worthy of being a 3-year married veteran. One second he was apologizing. The next second he was actually ready to lie to the little ninny again. It often takes 10 lies to make up for one lie. He secretly laughed bitterly, and could only silently apologize to Nichan in his mind. I'm sorry, girl. Forgive me again. Su Luowei really wanted to immediately grab Jiang Chen's wrist and bite it hard, but Su Jingchu was still here, so she could only look at him in exasperation. Jiang Chen, just how long are you going to lie to me? Honey, it's just a misunderstanding. Jiang Chen smiled awkwardly. I promise. This is the last song. Su Luowei gritted her teeth in her heart and took several deep breaths before she felt a little better, but when she then wanted to continue saying something down the line, she realized somewhat helplessly that she didn't seem to be able to do much about Jiang Chen right now. After all, there didn't seem to be much of a difference between writing 2 songs in 3 years and writing 3 songs in 3 years, and it still didn't allow Jiang Chen to take on the role of music director. Ahem, if there's nothing else, I'll go and get busy. I don't know why, but I'm particularly inspired to write today. Jiang Chen was also very sensible, and when he saw that Su Luowei didn't say anything, he immediately planned to retreat directly. However, Su Luowei did not intend to let him off the hook and gritted her teeth. Wait, what else? Jiang Chen turned back with a sincere smile. Su Luowei took a deep breath, waved the paper on her hand and huffed. You can't leave until you finish this song. After taking a few deep breaths, she also figured out that Jiang Chen was just an exhausting character and it was useless to force him. Despite lying to her, it wasn't as if the guy hadn't done anything. At least the song written on the paper was quite suitable for her, and it was just right to be used to solve the immediate needs of the moment. As for the music director position, just find another suitable candidate before the new songs are released. No problem. Jiang Chen sighed with relief in his heart and gave an okay gesture. It's just a song in the district. The impact is not significant. He knew that the little girl's anger has actually been eliminated most of the time. Wait a moment after the song and then say a few good words. Coaxing. This matter is even unveiled. When the time comes, he'll pick a time to write a few songs for Su Luowei, and he'll still be the prettiest guy in the whole neighborhood. By the time Jiang Chen re-entered the living room with his guitar, Su Luowei's face really looked much better. He smiled a little, cradling his guitar and strumming the strings a little. In the living room, both women's eyes turned toward him curiously. Su Jingchu's eyes were still full of doubts. Jiang Chen could really write and sing songs? How could she not see that at all? This guy is playful, lazy, uninspired, and has no integrity, so how could he possibly have the talent to write songs? But at this moment, Jiang Chen's attitude slowly became serious. What's a few songs at home as long as he's not allowed to work in the entertainment industry? Also, I don't know if it was because his previous experiences had left too many imprints on his mind. As soon as you touch an instrument, no matter how much you usually swing it, you can't help but get serious this time of year. It's as if this has become a habit for the top divas, and it's hard to change. Feeling the gradual changes in Jiang Chen's body, Su Jingchu couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Su Luowei also gradually held her breath, looking at Jiang Chen with unblinking eyes. The inexplicable touch that I felt from Jiang Chen last night seems to be slowly reappearing. Jiang Chen adjusted his posture, then his fingers skillfully plucked the guitar strings. Ding 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 ding. Dense as rain. The strings rang out suddenly. It's an audition. Su Jingchu looked at Jiang Chen's fingers flying up and down and couldn't help but widen her eyes. She had never seen this kind of auditioning technique from Jiang Chen before, but could intuitively feel that it wasn't simple, as Jiang Chen's movements were not only fast, but also looked very comfortable with a burst of rhythm. The strings rang out with a speed that was sonorous and dense, and in just a few moments, the audition was complete. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, slowly closed his eyes. Singing requires emotion, and he's looking for the emotion he wants. Su Luowei and Su Jingchu glanced at each other, both seeing a flash of surprise in the other's eyes. Jiang Chen's approach was more professional than many singers who had been on the road for years. A few moments later, Jiang Chen's eyes slowly opened and his fingers gently strummed the guitar. The melody with a faintly sad feeling gradually sounded. Su Luowei listened attentively with bated breath and couldn't help but nod in her heart. There's something inexplicably sad about this intro, but the melody is extremely catchy. Afterward, Jiang Chen slowly opened his mouth, his voice a little hoarse. Forgot how long. Never heard from you again. Tell me your favorite story. A sad and raspy song came on. However, Su Luowei and Su Jingchu froze almost simultaneously, because the song Jiang Chen was singing at this moment was completely different from the lyrics written on that paper airplane. Chapter 15 The Fairy Tale. There was some silence in the hall for a moment. Only Jiang Chen's hoarse voice carried a hint of melancholy. Su Luowei picked up the lyrics in her hand and looked at them again carefully. Only then was she sure she hadn't read them wrong. The song written on the paper was called Invisible Wings, and the lyrics were completely different from what Jiang Chen was singing now. So, what song is Jiang Chen singing now? I've been thinking about it for a long time. I'm starting to panic. Did I do something wrong again? You cried to me. Fairy tales are all lies. Jiang Chen lyrics one line after another. However, Su Luowei and Su Jingchu's eyes were both wide open and full of froth, because they realized that the lyrics that Jiang Chen was singing at this time, although none of them had ever seen them before, the song was quite good to listen to. Jiang Chen's vocals were surprisingly good. The vocals are captivating. The enunciation is clear and standard, and the mood and pitch are spot on. Su Jingchu's mouth was slightly open as she looked at Jiang Chen with some disbelief. She works as an agent, so she has a good eye for artists. At the beginning, she was the one who had a glimpse of Su Luowei, sure that this beautiful and simple girl would be able to make a big fire, and that's why she was willing to serve as Su Luowei's agent all the time. But now, she felt a hint of a completely different aura from Jiang Chen's body. Elegant, confident. What's going on here? She didn't know how to describe the aura, yet she remembers that this feeling seems to be felt only when facing those few top kings in the entertainment industry. Is it really the Jiang Chen he used to know? And, this guy, isn't he a douchebag writer? I can't be your prince, maybe you won't understand. Ever since you said you loved me, the stars are bright in my sky. Jiang Chen didn't notice the expressions of the two women in the living room as he slowly closed his eyes. At this point it was like he was back in his young high school days. That year, the school party. He sang the song on the stage with deep emotion to his favorite girl. Downstage, the lights swung from side to side and screams were heard. The students were shouting his name. That year, he was in love and confessed his love in the boldest way possible. The girl was beautiful, and when she smiled she would show two tiny tiger teeth. That night, she agreed to his confession and they got together. The carefree days of youth and the sweetness of first love are truly nostalgic. Unfortunately, the good times don't last long. Just a month later, the girl changed schools to another city because of her father's job transfer. The night of the farewell, his eyes were red, and he was alone in his room, singing the song until late, very late. In the hall, Jiang Chen's song continued. However, he kept his emotions suppressed, as if waiting for an opportunity to explode. Finally, I'd like to be in a fairy tale, the angel you love. Open your hands, turn into wings and guard you. You have to believe we'll be like in a fairy tale. Happiness and joy are the end. Su Luowei and Su Jingchu were completely dumbfounded. They stared blankly at Jiang Chen in the center of the hall, their brains stopping their thoughts for a moment. The climax of this song. It's obviously just a very calm song, but it seems to be sung as if it's tearing your heart out. A faint sense of sadness that makes one's heart flutter. The lyrics and melody are all permeated with a heart-wrenching sense of love and regret. You have to believe we'll be like in a fairy tale. Happiness and joy are the end. You cried to me. Fairy tales are all lies. Jiang Chen's song continued, but Su Luowei and Su Jingchu's eyes gradually turned red. The expression froze as he looked at him. If nothing else, this guy Jiang Chen seems to have created another super high-quality love song? Oh, right together. Ours. The end. Finally, the song subsided. In the hall, there was silence. Jiang Chen waited quietly in place for a few moments, waiting for the emotions to subside before he took a soft breath and put his guitar down. Looking over to the two women on the couch who were already in a state of stupor, a faint smile curled up at the corners of his mouth. Then from the cigarette case, he gently pulled out a cigarette and lit it with a snap. This was a prop that he had prepared in advance long ago to use for pretending. White smoke lingered. Jiang Chen inhaled deeply, his head tilted slightly, looking at the ceiling as if he was thinking about life. The pose was cool and he felt good. He was satisfied with the dumbfounded expressions that Su Luowei and Su Jingchu had just exuded. It's not bad. The top divas deserve to be shocked by their singing. He turned away faintly and found a chair to sit in. Next, it was time for flowers and applause, and he was ready to receive all this glory that was his. But, strangely, he waited for a few moments, but the imagined compliments did not ring out. Aha, what's going on? He looked forward with some confusion. However, after seeing Su Luowei wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes, she also looked at him with a bewildered expression. Honey, what song did you just sing? Ah, fairy tales. Isn't it all written on that paper already? Why are you asking me? Jiang Chen said. Su Luowei grabbed the piece of paper and looked at it again, then placed it in front of him with an expressionless face. What's going on? Is there a problem? Jiang Chen was a bit puzzled as he came forward and looked at the piece of paper as well. On the paper, his own handwriting was very familiar. The title of the first line is instead a 5-word dragon, invisible wings. Looking at the title that seemed to bubble with light, Jiang Chen's expression froze completely. With his mouth slightly open, the cigarette involuntarily fell to the ground, sparks leaping in all directions. What the hell is going on here? He clearly remembered that what he had written on the paper the day before was a song full of light sorrow, right? No, not fairy tales? How did it become invisible wings? The moment. Jiang Chen only felt like his brain had been hit by a meteor. His head was spinning, and the world was turned upside down. Day of the Dog. He got his memory mixed up. 2 songs, both filled with a light sadness. But it was Invisible Wings and not Fairy Tales that he had put on paper the day before. That's okay. Su Luo Wei suddenly revealed an absolutely beautiful smile, squatted down, picked up the cigarette but he dropped on the ground, and tenderly patted his shoulder again. Honey, I'll give you time this time. You can take your time and think of a reason and explain it to me when you're ready. Su Luo Wei ruthlessly stubbed out the cigarette and threw it into the trash can. With a calm face, he headed upstairs. Jiang Chen looked up at the sky as if he had lost the ability to think. His expression stagnant. At this moment, he only felt 100,000 grass mud horses running wild in his heart. What the hell is going on? How could he have mixed up his memories? At the same time, he regretted very much why he hadn't just checked the paper. If it had been checked, wouldn't have made such a cheap mistake, right? Regret. Not at first. On the side, Su Jingchu, however, took a deep breath and looked at Jiang Chen with eyes full of shock. Jiang Chen's performance today had really given her too much of a shock. The song Fairy Tale, coupled with Jiang Chen's singing voice that was not at all inferior to that of a top singer. She was almost certain that as long as Jiang Chen could take this song and go on the road right now, he'd be instantly on fire. When did this guy become so talented? Could it be that he had been deliberately hiding himself before? 1. Fear Value 98. Chapter 16. My grandfather's name was Huhuka. If sorrow had a name, Jiang Chen felt that it should be called a fairy tale. The penthouse. The weather is perfect. The sun was shining brightly and falling warmly on my body. The breeze was still fresh, and the greenery on the balcony swayed gently, making a pleasant rustling sound. However, Jiang Chen's mood hit rock bottom at this moment. He collapsed into his sleeper chair and looked up at the blue sky, his eyes lightless. A single slip of the tongue. One wrong step. One wrong step. If he could do it all over again, he would have seriously examined that paper, from beginning to end. That way, he won't sing the wrong song at all. However, there is no medicine for regret in this world. So, after 5 minutes of swinging for the fences, he had no choice but to admit the truth to his wife. Yes, he can write songs and has simply written more than 3 in 3 years. Eventually, he won Nikki's forgiveness, but at the same time, under the coercion of the little ninny, she also obtained the position of the music director of Chenwei Entertainment. Jiang Chen silently looked up at the sky and sighed silently. The writer's life was going fine, so how did it suddenly turn out like this? Honey, thank you. Under the sunlight, Su Luowei's eyes were like a curved moon, and she covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Jiang Chen's expression, however, was very hard to bear. He can't get into show bizarre. The unspeakable palpitations in his chest seemed to gradually spread again. His scalp tingled, and large drops of sweat broke out on his forehead. He just likes writing too much. That's why he purposely hides his talent for writing songs for fear that will let him write songs and delay the writing. He should have been allowed to experience the position of music director to change his lethargic nature. On the side, Su Luowei pouted her lips and was explaining something to Su Jingchu with a haughty face. Is that right? Su Jingchu looked at Jiang Chen, who was as limp as mud on the recliner with an incredulous expression, but the shock on her face was still slow to dissipate. Just now, at Su Lo's request, Jiang Chen, in front of the two of them, wrote out the melody of that song Invisible Wings as well. Su Luowei compared the melody on the paper and just simply played and sang it, and her pair of beautiful eyes couldn't stop glowing. She was beside herself and listened to it, and it was indeed beautiful. Very good. It's better than any of Su Luowei's songs since her debut. A song like this, and Jiang Chen folds it into a paper airplane and throws it around? This is too. Su Jingchu was shocked and thought for a long time before a word slowly popped up in her mind. Defeat. That's right, defeat. She was certain that whichever singer got a song like Fairy Tale or Invisible Wings would treat it like a treasure. A song of this quality, with just one song, would have stood up well in the singing world. However, Jiang Chen seemed as if he didn't care at all. If Lovey hadn't been asking for it, he wouldn't have even bothered to write out the melody for Invisible Wings. This guy, is it really that random? Just now, Su Luowei had once again proposed that she wanted Jiang Chen to be the new entertainment director of Chenwei Entertainment. Su Jingchu hesitated for a moment, but in a rare move, she didn't raise any objections. She had read all 4 of Jiang Chen's songs. If she really had to describe Jiang Chen in one word, it would be genius. A true genius. 4 songs in a row, all of them rare and superb quality. It's hard to see this in any of those old-timers in the music industry, and no one can guarantee that their compositions will always be played at a high and consistent level. Inspiration is something that sometimes depends on luck, and Jiang Chen is still a newcomer at only 24 years old. He didn't even put all his time and energy into writing songs. If only Jiang Chen wasn't so addicted to writing. Su Jingchu thought for a good few moments before she couldn't help but look at Su Luowei and let out a heartfelt sigh. It's a shame that Zhang Chen has such talent but wastes his times on writing. What's so great about writing? 3 years and you haven't written a thing. You might as well get serious about writing songs. Not yet. Su Luowei glanced at Zhang Chen with slanted eyes and let out a soft cold snort. The beautiful eyes then narrowed slightly again, happily continuing to enjoy the lyrics and melody at hand. She was in a good mood. The song Invisible Wings, she liked it very much. It fit perfectly with the style she usually sang in, as if it was tailor-made for her. She scrutinized the lyrics for a few more moments before she put them away with satisfaction. Then she lightly moved her lotus steps and walked over to Zhang Chen's side, bending down to gently kiss him on the cheek. Honey, thanks. It's a reward. Delicate soft lips kissed gently on the face. However, Zhang Chen wasn't in any mood to feel it at all, as he glared and skimmed his head with a hard look on his face. Ignore me. I'm paying tribute to my dying youth. Su Luowei covered her mouth. Zhang Chen's words made her unable to stop laughing again. The guy had been looking this breathless after agreeing to take the position of music director, as if all his strength had been drained out of his body. Humph. What youth? 3 years of writing and nothing comes out. Su Luowei gently twisted at Zhang Chen's waist, pouted and said, I think it's better to give up your dream of becoming a writer before it's too late. That job doesn't suit you at all. It's better to write songs properly. You can definitely make a career. Zhang Chen's expression became even harder. Was he talking about being a writer? His sacrifice of his own life. I don't want to talk. My stomach hurts. He turned away with great difficulty. Seeing that Zhang Chen still refused to take care of herself, Su Luowei also stood up somewhat angrily, hands crossed. Then you can continue to slowly reminisce here. Anyway, you've already promised me that you'll take up your position at Morning Vista Entertainment in 3 days. So unless you can write a decent book within those 3 days alone, you'll go to work honestly. When she finished, she snorted coldly and headed downstairs. Although she had gotten the new song, there wasn't much time left before it was released and she still had a lot to do. Su Jingxu sighed and also followed her. Going downstairs together, Zhang Chen turned around and looked at the sky, transfixed. 3 days. There's still 3 days to go. Is his life, in 3 days, going to end? A music director is not the same as going straight out on the road, but once you set foot on that road, there's no turning back. It wasn't the result he wanted. What else is there to do when it comes down to it? What else can be done to stop this? What Luowei had just said came to mind. Unless you can write a decent book in those 3 days, go to work honestly. Wait, Zhang Chen snapped, reacting. Who was it that said they couldn't be a good writer? As long as he can write, isn't that all that matters? At that time, even if you quit your job as a music director and write at home without worrying about it, Mei-san should still talk, right? Didn't she say she was wasting her time? Then prove to yourself that you're not wasting your time. After figuring that out, he sat up suddenly and tapped the table heavily, his thoughts growing clearer. Yeah, why hadn't he thought of that before? Writer equals leisurely life. A life of leisure equals writers. If you want to be able to continue to swing leisurely at home and not go to work in the entertainment industry in the future, you must keep the writer's identity well. The light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter as the palpitating sensation faded. Then he jerked up from the recliner. Say it and do it. Putting on his slippers, he returned to his room and turned on his computer. Time waits for no one, and he wants to start his journey as a writer right away. But he didn't have a lot of time, and it wasn't easy to become a good writer in a short period of time. After a little thought, Zhang Chen typed in the search page, essay contest. As an author who hadn't had any work in 3 years, he wasn't going to slow down and start from scratch, but was going to go straight for the essay contest. This kind of contest, by itself, carries its own heat and can quickly spread the word about his pen name and work. Soon the computer screen showed the search results, but they were all major websites about the metaphysical and urban themes of the Internet Literature Essay Contest. Zhang Chen browsed for a while and shook his head with some disappointment. It wasn't the kind of content he was looking for. Releasing a novel on this kind of platform was subject to copyright signing and didn't really fit his requirements. And the subject matter wasn't the type of thing he wanted to write about. After a moment's thought, he re-entered the page, Literary Writing Contest. This time, what came out? Not much, but basically more in line with Zhang Chen's needs, were the writing contests of the major literary forums. There is no signing requirement, just posting. Zhang Chen silently sifted through it before his eyes fell on one of the writing contest titles. Dragged the mouse and clicked in. The page expands, but it's a rules page for a women's literary writing contest with an entry portal at the bottom. Wasia Literature Forum. The 17th National Women's Literature Novel Writing Competition. Writing theme, love. Subject, unlimited. Number of words, more than 500. 000. Entry method, forum posting. Selection method, webcast voting. Registration requirements, forum real name authentication account. Women's literary fiction? Zhang Chen froze for a moment, then fell into thought. This writing competition was organized by the largest literary forum in Huaxia, belonging to a semi-official organization with a relatively large influence, and it didn't need to be signed, which was very much in line with his requirements. The only thing that's somewhat problematic is this one women's literature fiction writing contest. The writing theme is still love. When has he, a grown man, ever read a sweet romance novel? What's to be done about it? Jiang Chen furrowed his brows and pondered once more. Love. What novels had he read that had written about love? Several honkers popped into his head, but he passed on them all. These novels, while well written, lacked the element of romance to qualify for the writing contest. Suddenly, a book that he had once read in the middle of the night, slowly came to his mind. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. That book. It seemed like a love story was told in it. Why don't we just write this one? Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate any longer, dragging the mouse to register his account in the forum, and then directly clicked on the enrollment portal at the bottom. A page pops up on the screen that requires you to fill out information about your work. Book title, pen name, male and female protagonists, book message. Jiang Chen skimmed through it, but his eyes lingered at the location of the book's title column. With the original book title? But that original title had a ghost element to it, which didn't seem to fit well with the romance contest theme. How about changing the name? Although the book is mainly about grave robbing, but there is no lack of love story in it. Why don't we call it? He tapped the keyboard gently and typed the corresponding information on the page. Book title, Those Years We Blow the Lights Out Together. Pen name, Zhang Lang Talent. Male and female characters, Hu Ziabachi, Yang Malian. Book message, are you ready for this? This is going to be a whole new way to open a love story. After filling out the information, Jiang Chen took a deep breath, then opened the document on his computer. Start typing the first line of text. My grandfather's name was Hu Huka. Chapter 17, Shocked Sun Ruinen. Speaking of which, Jiang Chen also felt strange. I don't know if it was due to rebirth, but when he came back to life in this world, he realized that all of his memories from his last life seemed to have been stored in the depths of his mind. There was a place where densely packed drawer after drawer was placed, and in these drawers were all the memories of his last life. All it took was a gentle pull on one of the drawers, and the memories contained within would come to him. He could look back on his entire life as if he were looking through a photo album, and everything, every image and fragment, was as clear as if it had just happened. That's why that image of sudden death can come back to you again and again, over and over again. It was an amazing feeling. He can even see himself peeing on his workbook when he was a kid in kindergarten. Therefore, when he recalled that horrible tune-rating masterpiece in his mind, the memory image of the time when he had stayed up all night to finish the book slowly surfaced in his mind. Jiang Chen didn't even have to think back much. The original text of the book came out of his mind in a steady stream. His fingers rapped on the keyboard with speed. After 10 or so minutes of work, on the document interface, thousands of words appeared. During that time, Su Luowei even made a trip up here with her breakfast and fruit plate, and when she saw Jiang Chen actually knocking on the keyboard in earnest, she was furious and laughing. What? You haven't given up yet? Sure. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth. It's impossible for me to work in the entertainment industry. I'm going to become a big writer. Let's see what else you have to say then. Then you keep up the good work. Su Luowei stomped her foot in anger, but she couldn't help but guffaw as she walked out the door. Let Jiang Chen try. This was probably his last struggle anyway. Over the past 3 years, Jiang Chen didn't know how many times he had said this kind of thing, but he had never written anything. When it fails again, he will naturally give up. She put down the fruit plate and went out the door with Su Jingshu downstairs. Jiang Chen was the only one left in the room still crackling and fighting. 4:32 p.m. Ding dong. Huaxia Literature Forum. Editor Xiao Sun's background suddenly received a message. Application for writer's entry. He froze for a moment and looked at the time in the lower right corner, which was only 5 minutes before the registration deadline. The forum has designed this writing contest with a total entry period of 2 months, with entries open for the first month. But those who really wanted to participate in the race basically completed their registration in the first half of the year. After all, what's the point of entering a competition when you sign up too late, leaving little time for writing and too little time for presenting your work, and not enough time to get a grade? Thinking about it, he kindly reminded, "Hello, I am the editor of the Huaxia Literature Forum Sun Ruinen. Now the registration time is almost closed. At this time the registration is even more not easy to produce results. We suggest that you participate in the next round of writing contests. Similar writing contests will be held every few months. There is no need to hurry. There are a lot of opportunities. Hello, I am the editor of the Huaxia Literature Forum Sun Ruinen." After sending the message, he yawned and prepared to close the window, but before he could close his mouth, he received a new message on his computer. No need, just join this round. Sun Ruinen froze for a moment, looking at the faint message but couldn't help but smile. Doing editor for many years, This kind of head iron newcomers he has seen a lot. Look at the other side of the pen name is also very strange. It is estimated that is just beginning to learn to write, confident in their own writing, but do not know how deep the water in the line of writing. He couldn't help but ask, is this the first time you've written a book? Aha! Since this is the case, I suggest newcomers not to head iron. There is only 1 month left until the end of the competition. Even if you write 2,000 words a day, it won't be enough to finish a beginning. It's better to prepare well for the next round of the competition. I've seen too many newcomers like you who ended up giving up in disgrace because they didn't achieve anything. And I'm suggesting this because I don't want to dampen your self-confidence and enthusiasm for creativity. The other party, however, seemed oblivious. I'm not like them. Sun Ruonan laughed. See, the head iron newcomers have not seen such a head iron, encountering such a stubborn person. For some reason, some thoughts of wanting to have a good fight with this newcomer suddenly arose in his heart as well. What do you feel different about yourself? Your head works better? Inspiration popping up as soon as you lay down? Or do you have an endless supply of stories in your belly? Can you write a plot with just a few keystrokes? Can you write 150,000 words in a month? Or even 200,000? No problem. Ugh. Take my advice, young man. Prepare well for the next round. Writing a book isn't as easy as you think. Sun Ruonan shook his head, still advising. He felt the other man was either a stiff upper lip or blindly confident. There are just too many of these newcomers. This is how he began to learn to write, with full enthusiasm and confidence to submit articles everywhere. But the result is a nose to the grindstone. It was only after several years of agonizing pain that he gradually began to learn to write. Hello, long-winded. Sun Ruonan was really angry when he saw this message. Good intentions as a donkey's liver and lungs. It's just a thing. It's just a thing. In the end, he sighed and chose to pass this newbie author's application for enrollment. There was no way around it. And now, although there were still 2 minutes before the end of registration, it still fell within the registration timeframe, and he had no right to refuse people's registration. Besides, some people just have to hit their head on an iron gate to no pain. Since this young man is so disobedient, let him try. What's the saying? When people teach people, they can't be taught. When things are taught, they can be taught. When this creation gets bumped on the head, he'll realize how practical the advice he just gave was. After passing the enrollment application, Zhang Chen has been able to upload his own work, edit Sun Ruonan's conversation, and he didn't give it a second thought. In this world, only he knows what he can create with this book. In his world, this book was a precedent for a whole new topic, so how could it not be hot? Shaking his head at the thought, he began tapping on the artwork page and uploading his content. WAC Literature Forum. At 5 p.m. Entries for the love-themed women's literature contest had been closed for more than half an hour. Sun Ruonan organized all the information on the enrolled books and was ready to report up. However, his eyes froze for a moment as he glanced at a pen name named Zhang Lang Talent. He remembered that the pen name seemed to be the same as the headstrong newcomer just now. Right? The title of the book he uploaded is called The Lights We Blow Together All Those Years Ago? Sun Ruonan clicked on the book information and read it. Well, the title of the book is okay. It's supposed to be written as a love story of the older generation of the last century. The title of the book is only a very small aspect though. The most important thing that makes a book a success is the content. Newcomers are the most lacking in this area, both in terms of penmanship and childishness of the plot. And on top of that, they don't like to hear opinions. With the head iron nature of this journeyman, he's probably the toughest kind of newcomer to get. There's not much ink in your stomach, but you always think you'll be famous with a book. The reality for these newcomers, however, is that they often can't get through a day of simmering battle without getting through 2,000 words. He shook his head and sighed softly. I looked at the information about the book and realized that those years, we blow the lights out together had been updated, and I couldn't help but heave a smile. He dragged his mouse and clicked on the book's details to see just how many words the guy had written as an argument for his idea. However, when the pages of the books were unfolded, the expression on his face was suddenly as if he had seen a ghost. Because that book information clearly shows the book's updated word count for today. 60,000? This jangler updated 60,000 words in the first day? He rubbed his eyes several times to make sure he wasn't mistaken. Not 600, not 6,000, but 60,000 words. His mouth was wide open in disbelief. Even the top writers can't do that many word updates in a day, right? Is this guy be scribbling? He hastily clicked on the body of the book. Chapter 1, That Year of White Paper. My grandfather's name was Huhuka. Kyoto, China Media University. 4:30 in the afternoon. The bell rang for the end of class. A class had just ended in the stairwell. Okay, that's it for this lesson. Here's the assignment for the topic. On the podium, the professor in his 50s was writing the content of the assignment on the blackboard, while the students in the classroom had gradually started to pack up their things. It's Friday, there are no classes for the next 2 days, and everyone is mentally mulling over their schedule for this weekend. Some are going to clubs, some are planning to go straight to an internet cafe and pack it in for the night. Some local students in Kyoto, on the other hand, were planning to go straight home. Moo, do you want to go shopping together later? Moo was seriously memorizing the content of the homework on the blackboard, but her roommate, whose hair was dyed a light pink color, suddenly came over and asked with a smile, "Shopping?" Moo sniffed and was somewhat moved, but after hesitating for a while, she shook her head. "No, I want to read a book this afternoon." "Geez, you're in over your head. Why do you think about studying all day long?" The pink-haired girl nodded her head with some hate. "How are you going to find a boyfriend if you keep this up? I'm telling you, there might be some cute guys this afternoon." Moo blushed slightly. In fact, she wasn't trying to learn. Last night, she paid attention to a women's literature writing contest in the Huaxia Literature Forum. There seems to be a lot of new work published on it. She's been in a bit of a book famine lately and wanted to look there to see if there were any books she liked. She is a senior-level book lover. Since childhood, she loves to read books, especially novels. As long as she looks at it, she will often get addicted to it. The kind of waste of time and food. This was something, however, that no one around her knew about. Because she had always done well in her studies, everyone assumed she was taking her studies seriously. I'll just read a book and go shopping with you on the weekend," Moo whispered with some embarrassment. "Ugh, well, then I'll bring you back good food tonight." Seeing that she really didn't seem to have any desire to go shopping, the fan-haired girl stopped trying to persuade her, and after gently pinching her cheek, she turned to inviting her other roommates. Moo packed up her things, and after saying goodbye to her roommates one by one, she went straight back to the dormitory. Maybe it's because most of the students have plans in the afternoon. The dormitory building, which was originally somewhat noisy and unusual, was a bit cold at this time of the day. In the corridors, there was little to be seen. Her dormitory, too, was quiet. The roommates, apparently, have their own arrangements. Those who had boyfriends went off to find them, while those who didn't were invited by the pink-haired girl to hang out together. Moo put her book bag on the table. Slowly, he climbed onto the bed and lay down. In fact, she was enjoying the cleanliness. As a veteran book lover, she prefers to read in this quiet environment where she can be completely free from outside distractions. However, such quiet times are apparently very rare at school. Therefore, she didn't delay too much time, and after lying on the bed for a little while, she directly took out her cell phone and opened the website of the Huaxia Literature Forum. The Women's Literary Fiction Writing Contest has a special page for displaying your work. You can find all the participating novels on it, thousands of them, and on the side of the display page, there are several ranking lists, popularity list, updates list, tremendous list, there's even a troll list. Instead of aimlessly looking for books on the main page, Moo directly clicked on the popularity list. The titles on here are the ones that have gotten the most votes so far. Mistaken for a blind date, the domineering president is in love with me. After the flash marriage, the husband's vest can't be hidden. No more pretending. Mr. Big wants to tear me apart every day. Moo's finger gently slid the list page, but her brows tightened slightly. She had read many novels in this genre. Isn't there anything fresher? Soon, all the titles on the list had been gone through and she couldn't find anything she wanted to read. All she could do was sigh and look aside at the update list again. The update list shows the works with the most updated words for the day. A category of books that focuses on a large quantity of food, but can be a little less quality. However, Moo didn't care. She was now book poor. As long as she had the right book to read, I had thought that there was little hope of finding a good book on the update list. However, when Moo saw the first book, she couldn't help but freeze. First place on the update list, those were the years we blow the lights out. Updated word count, 60,000. Looking at this somewhat odd title of the book, Moo was also a bit puzzled. Those years we blow the lights out together? What's this book? I can't believe I updated 60,000 in one day. It's too fierce, isn't it? But, the title of the book looks as if it's quite romantic. Is it about a romantic love story from the 1950s or 1960s? I don't think there were electric lights back then. Out of curiosity, Moo slid her finger and clicked on this book. Those years we blow the lights together. Author, John Lang Talent. Book message, are you ready for this? This is going to be a whole new way to open a love story. Look at the author information and the somewhat odd message on the front page. Moo, however, couldn't help but laugh a little. You've run out of talent? It seems to be a man's pen name. Men, can they write good women's literature? And it's pretending to be something that would be a whole new way to open a love story. What? You have to be ready to read your book? Do you look down on us female readers? Poof. Moo gave a cold snort in her heart. Since childhood, what type of love story hadn't she read? How dare you look down on yourself? Looking for a beating. With some disbelief, she slid past the front page and went straight to the main text. Chapter 1, That Year of White Paper. My grandfather's name was Huhuka. What was unexpected was by Mumu. This jangler is a huge update, but the writing is excellent. The story as written has a great sense of age and feeling. Seems like a good book. By Mumu secretly said in her heart. No wonder this author is so crazy. She adjusted her posture and continued to look down carefully. White paper. Rats. Deserted tomb. Ancient tomb. For the next few moments, she gradually immersed herself in the story, remaining in her initial position without moving again. In the empty dormitory, she could even hear her breathing gradually becoming ragged. Fear value 98. Chapter 18. I want to go to the bathroom. Time passes by. Huaxia Literature Forum. Sun Ruin and spent more than an hour to finally finish reading the 60,000 words uploaded in those years. The lights we blow together. He received several work texts on his computer urging him to turn in information, which he ignored. It wasn't really that he wanted to spend so much time on the book, but he simply couldn't help himself. In the past, the editor's ability to read a book at a glance was surprisingly ineffective with this book. The writing in this book is so mature that you can't help but want to seriously move on. Most importantly, the story shown in this book was novel. He had never seen a similar grave-robbing theme before. Love, adventure, also with a hint of horror. That's a masterful writer of books, and the top kind at that. Sun Ruonan remembered the conversation he had just had with Jianlang Talent, and immediately felt his face being slapped. Holy, this is new? This guy's penmanship was so much higher than the vast majority of authors he'd seen that he wouldn't believe it if he said he was a newcomer. Could it be a 40-something-year-old thing pretending to be a pig in front of himself? In disbelief, he clicked on the message, only to find that the age column read 24 years old. The eyes could not help but become dull once again. No, it's not going to happen, is it? A 20-year-old can write something like that? Really? Kyoto, China Media University. A breeze blew through the balcony door curtains and raised them, bringing down a thermos on the table with a clunk and a crunch. Ah! Bai Mumu only felt that her heart seemed to have suddenly missed a beat as if she couldn't help but scream. Suddenly, he turned around and looked around the dormitory with a horrified look on his face. She heaved a sigh of relief after realizing it was the sound of a water glass falling to the floor. Get out of bed and close the balcony door. When she returned to bed, she couldn't help but shudder a little again. I don't know why, but originally she felt very clean and cozy in her dormitory. In this moment, however, it seemed to have suddenly become a little too silent and eerie, especially when she closed the doors and windows behind her. The only sound that could be heard in the entire room was her breathing alone, causing her scalp to tingle. It always seemed as if there was a pair of eyes behind them, staring blankly at them, her heart pounding violently. She twisted her head, her eyes looking around the dormitory for a long time. After confirming that she didn't find anything unusual, it was only then that he breathed a slow sigh of relief and proceeded to pick up his cell phone, staring at the text on the screen with a shocked look on his face. What is written in this book, Those Years We Blow the Lights Out Together, is not too scary. True. Is it really a love story? Bai Mumu was a little afraid to look down, but I don't know why. The hand just doesn't obey the command to pick up the cell phone again. What's with this urge to scroll down even though you know it's horrible? Bai Mumu cried and hesitated for a long time before she gritted her teeth, found a position against the wall, and continued to read. Little by little, time passed. It was also getting darker. Finally, when the sun completely set over the mountains, Bai Mumu finally finished reading the 10th chapter, Underground Lake Adventure. She let out a deep breath and wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, flipping through her phone in disbelief. That's all you've read? What about the back? What's the back storyline? Can Hu Xiaobai and the others escape alive? She always had the feeling that the plot was just starting to get good, but the author deliberately stopped and broke it off here. It's so hateful. At the end of chapter 10, there's a message from the author. I'm tired of writing, so I'll take a nap and write again tomorrow. Bai Mumu looked at the somewhat lazy message and was a bit speechless. What the hell is this guy writing? Wasn't it promised to be a sweet love story? How come it's so scary? This kind of book really should. It really should. She gritted her teeth and moved Those Were the Years We Blow the Lights Out Together off the shelf. This kind of book, it really should be banned. But not for a moment. She gulped again and couldn't resist adding Those Were the Years We Blow the Lights Out Together back to her bookshelf and clicked several times at the end of the chapter to urge more. This book, toxic. It's obviously so horrible, but it still makes you want to hold back. Bai Mumu was a bit tearful, and when she turned her cell phone off and tried to calm down, but suddenly realized, the dorms seemed to be getting a little darker. The room, which was already silent, seemed to become even more eerie and bizarre at this moment. LOL. Suddenly, she heard a subtle rattle, like something moving gently around the room. Bai Mumu's mind instantly flashed through all sorts of horrifying images, and her body was so creeped out that she couldn't move a muscle in fear. For a good half hour. It was only when nothing out of the ordinary happened in the room that she breathed a small sigh of relief. But the face quickly turned strange and red again. But, I want to go to the bathroom, she cried out and cowered under the covers, showing a pair of pitiful eyes. He looked around very nervously, but did not dare to get out of bed at all, because she always felt as if there was something waiting for her under the bed. And the empty, dark hallway outside the house is clearly even more terrifying. Why would you write such a horrible book for a women's literature contest? What an asshole. Woo woo, 9:50 p.m. The pink-haired girl and her roommates were laughing and talking as they returned from shopping, but suddenly some strange realization that the dormitory, which should have been lit up, was at the moment dark. What's going on here? Is Mumu not in the dormitory? The girls pushed open the door to their dormitory with some confusion and flicked on the lights, only to be taken aback by the scene before them, only to see, Mumu covered her stomach with a red face, and in a very weird position. She was kneeling down on the bed. A pair of beautiful eyes were wide open and were looking at them pitifully. Mumu, what's wrong with you? Not feeling well? The girls rushed forward and asked. Mumu was almost on the verge of tears. Ooh, you, what took you guys so long? I need to go to the bathroom. Mumu, you're too timid, aren't you? Alone in the dormitory, but you don't even dare to go to the toilet? Outside the restroom, the pink-haired girl said with some hatred. No, not inside the restroom, came Mumu's somewhat soft argumentative voice. I read a book and was scared like this. Humph, what's so scary about reading a book? Did you read a horror novel? The pink-haired girl snorted in disdain. No, it's a novel from the women's literature contest on the theme of love. Mumu's soft voice came again, but this time, she lost her voice in the middle of her sentence. So, is that book All Those Years We Blow the Lights Out really a romance novel? How come it never feels quite like? Ha ha, Mumu, you still say you're not small in guts, but you're actually scared by a romance novel that you don't dare to go out of the door. Outside the restroom, the somewhat rampant laughter of the pink-haired girl resounded. You send me that romance novel and I'll see how horrible it is. Mumu sighed softly, and while blushing slightly, she also pulled out her cell phone and sent Those Years, The Lights We Blow Together to their 323's roommate group. Ding dong. Several of the girls' cell phones, almost all, received messages at the same time. This is the book. Mumu said softly. Oh, let me see. The pink-haired girl grunted and pulled out her cell phone, tapping on the group's message. All Those Years We Blow the Lights Out Together? The title of this book looks quite romantic. It's about a love story from that time in the 50s and 60s? The pink-haired girl bristled, not caring at all. She then clicked on the book and read straight through. Chapter 1, That Year of White Paper. My grandfather's name was Huhuka. Chapter 19, Sujingchu's Panic. It was 11:30 at night, the time when the lights went out in the dormitory of Huasha Media University. The entire girls' dormitory building had all the lights out in a flash. Since the next day was a weekend, the whole building was much cleaner than usual. The commotion outside the house gradually quieted down. 3:23. The atmosphere in the dormitory, however, seemed a little eerie, the silky night breeze not caressing the curtains, as if there was someone hiding there, secretly watching them. Aha! Mumu, I'm going to strangle you. The pink-haired girl peeked her head out from under the covers a little nervously, observing the pitch-black dormitory. She didn't know why, but after reading Those Years, The Lights We Blow Together pushed over by Mumu, she always felt like there was something spooky hiding in the dormitory. Why did you send me this book? She looked in Mumu's direction with a sad face. It's causing me to not be able to sleep at all right now. Woo-hoo-hoo, I have a date tomorrow. Mumu had already balled up in the comforter. I didn't mean to do it. You're the one who always wanted to see it, and you've just clicked hyped up. Half an hour ago, in dormitory 323, all the girls had clicked on Those Were the Years We Blow the Lights Out Together. So much so that now everyone is cowering under the covers, not daring to show their heads at all. This book is horrible. Why would any author write a book like this? Ooh, I've been lied to. This isn't a love story at all. I'm going to report this book. 2. Why don't we send the book to other people to read? After a long time, one of the girls suddenly said, words. The dormitory was suddenly silent for a moment. Then, several of the girls reached for their cell phones in unison. Such a nice romance novel. It should indeed be shared. 10 o'clock at night. Su Jingchu dragged her tired body back home. After coming out from Su Luowei's house today, she first accompanied Luowei to record her songs, and then went to the company to register the copyrights of those songs of Jiang Chen's, and had been busy until this time to come back, so she was really a bit tired. Jiang Chen's performance in the villa in the morning was completely out of her expectation, so much so that it was hard for her to imagine until now that those super high-quality songs came from the hands of a lethargic, soft-spoken man. What the hell is wrong with this guy? Isn't it true that Chessless, Asshole writers can't write anything at all in 3 years? What's with the sudden change of heart? Did he really write those songs? Su Jingchu finished her bath with a hint of doubt and skepticism, exhaled softly, and came out of the restroom in her bathrobe, very comfortably half lying on the sofa. In the living room, she had only a small nightlight on, a soft, warm glow that was extraordinarily peaceful and restful in the night. She was enjoying the relaxation. Grabbing her cell phone from the table, she had just washed her hair and she was going to wait for it to dry to watch a video for a while before going to bed, as she had always done. However, just as she was about to click on the video, her phone ding-donged and she suddenly received a message. It was from her BFF. Jinger, today I saw a romance novel in my circle of friends. It's quite good. I'll share it with you. Behind the text was a link. Su Jingchu was a bit puzzled as to how her best friend was sharing a novel with her so late at night. This BFF of hers, she doesn't seem to be a big fan of books in general. Besides, the novels nowadays, moving around with bosses and blind dates and all that, it's not interesting at all. She clicked on that link with some confusion, only to find that it was a novel with the theme of love. The title of the book is called All Those Years We Blow Out the Lights Together, and it was written by Jiang Lang. Su Jingchu looked at the title and introduction of the book and felt as if it was a bit different from all the other types of romance novels she had read before. Those years we did together. Things? It's kind of romantic to look at a book with this kind of title. So, is this a meme-type romance novel? A love story about the 50s and 60s? Su Jingchu is in her early 30s this year, and her favorite thing to read is novels with some sense of age. It's the kind of novel that makes her feel real, serene, and closer to life. How about we skip the video for tonight? It's a rare novel recommended by my best friend, so it shouldn't be too bad. She scrolled down a bit and found that the book also seemed to be participating in the women's literature writing competition organized by the Huaxia Literature Forum, and the results seemed to be quite good. Without much further hesitation, her fingers, moving gently, clicked on Those Years We Blow the Lights Out Together. Chapter 1, That Year of White Paper. My grandfather's name was Hu Huka. I don't know how much time has passed. Su Jingchu suddenly felt some chills on her body. She looked up and realized that her hair was dry, and the time, by now, was 12:30 in the evening. She couldn't help but wrap the bathrobe around her body a little more tightly, but for some reason, that cool feeling never dissipated. There seemed to be a somewhat frightening silence in the room. The living room was originally looking warm and cozy with a nightlight. It seemed to have become eerie even in this moment, like a pair of emotionless eyes that were silently observing her. Su Jingchu couldn't help but shiver. Rushing to his feet, he turned on all the lights in the living room. Thought it would give me some peace of mind, but I didn't realize that under the light, there were many more shadows in the room that the light couldn't reach. After sitting on the couch for a while, she looked behind the bookcase, under the couch, and the shadows in the door of the room not far away. Her heart couldn't help but clench again. These shadows, they can't be hiding something terrible, can they? Room a little afraid to go back. What to do? Su Jingchu felt a bit humiliated. I'm a woman in my 30s, and I'm still too intimidated by a romance novel to go back to my room. This is something that would probably be laughed at if it were told. What kind of asshole wrote this ing? Those were the years we blow the lights out. Who taught him to use this kind of book? For a women's literature writing contest? Want to scare people to death? Su Jingchu took a few deep breaths. She was scared to death even at her age. So wouldn't those 18 or 19-year-old girls be scared straight into tears? After looking around the living room for a moment to make sure there was nothing out of the ordinary, she then reclined on the couch a little more relaxed. Then, clicked on the link that her BFF had sent her. This asshole. How dare you send her a book like this at night? She can't even sleep now because of the damage. So she'll have to settle the score with her later. But now, she looked at her phone and pondered for a few moments, then clicked on the link and gave it a direct forward to her blog, the place she dedicated to sharing and documenting her life. The years are quiet, at 12 o'clock at night. After reading this book, the feelings are very deep, and I can't sleep for a long time. Below the text, she included a link to Those Were the Years We Blow the Lights Out Together. After doing this, Su Jingchu revealed a somewhat mischievous smile. A book this good shouldn't be exclusive. Such a peaceful night shouldn't just keep her awake, either. Sharing it out is the way to go. Besides, she didn't think she was lying on purpose at all. That's the book she's reading, and she's having a bit of trouble sleeping from it. Not wrong at all. Blame it on the author of this book. This asshole. Who told him to write a love story like this? Su Jingchu's account has several thousand followers, so it was a quick reply. Wow, really? Am in a book famine. I'll check it out. Thanks to the blogger for sharing what appears to be a romance novel. My favorite genre. Bookmarked it for now. I'll read it after my shower. My favorite kind of book is one that pulls at the emotions. Thank you. Good people are safe. Su Jingchu looked at the comments and silently closed the blog. Subsequently, gritting her teeth, she dialed her best friend's number. She had to ask if the silly woman was a bit of a livewire. What's the point of sending her this book in the middle of the night? Chapter 20 Explosive New Book Results. Early the next morning, Su Jingchu appeared at Su Luowei's home with huge dark circles under her eyes, startling Su Luowei, who had just gotten up. Last night, she stayed up until after 3 o'clock. If she hadn't set 4 or 5 alarms this morning, she wouldn't have been able to get up. Sister Jing, what's wrong with you? Didn't you sleep well yesterday? Su Luowei asked with a look of astonishment. Since she had known Su Jingchu, the other party had always appeared in the image of a capable and strong woman, and this was the first time she had seen this listless look. Ugh, don't mention it. I met an asshole best friend and an unscrupulous author last night. Su Jingchu sighed, took a sip of the coffee in her hand, and said in a strong voice, I have to admit that the book Those Years We Blow the Lights Out Together was so well written that she was completely addicted to it and wondered which unscrupulous author had written it. I can't believe I'm publishing such a horrible book in a romance contest. Ha! Su Lo was even more puzzled. Asshole BFF? Unscrupulous author? What author? There's not much point in talking about it now. When the evening is over, say it to you again. The corner of Su Jingchu's mouth twitched and she whispered, let's talk about work first. Ah! Su Jingchu suddenly didn't hold back and yawned, tears squeezing out of the corners of her eyes. This action made her a little embarrassed. Su Luowei was now her nominal boss. Although the two had a good relationship in private, she still didn't want to look too lazy during working hours. Ahem, here's what's going on right now. Su Jingchu gently pinched her thighs, and only continued to report after her spirits were slightly better. In the studio, the notice of the new music director's imminent arrival has already been sent down, and the trainees side is still stable for now. But the two artists who have already debuted seem to remain a bit shaky. Su Luowei sniffed and gently nodded. In the studio, there were 6 or 7 artists who had made their debut. If that entertainment company really wanted to go after Chen Wei Entertainment, it would definitely contact these artists. There are always messy rumors coming out of the studio these days, and I'm guessing it has something to do with these swinging artists. After a moment of slow contemplation, she asked, Sister Jing, did you find out exactly which entertainment company is targeting us? After contacting many old friends to get a little bit of news, I heard from a friend that Yao Si-chun seemed to have joined Pouring City Entertainment after leaving from Chen Wei Entertainment. Su Jingchu hesitated for a moment before saying, this news she wasn't sure if it was true or not at the moment. Tilted City Entertainment? At those words, Su Luowei, however, froze for a moment. Tilting City Entertainment was one of the more famous entertainment companies in the country, and although the size of the company was not as large as the top ones, it was definitely not small. This entertainment company is famous for being a company that only signs female artists. Under the banner of Tilting City Entertainment, there were almost exclusively female artists. A few years ago, when she made her debut, Tilting City Entertainment even threw an olive branch at her. However, Tilting City Entertainment's reputation for its style in the circle wasn't too good, so she didn't choose to join at that time. And the founder of this entertainment company is an actress just like her, Chan Yukman, a first-rate female artist in the entertainment industry. 5 or 6 years before her debut, having made records and acted in a number of TV shows, she wasn't that bad in terms of popularity. Tilting City Entertainment was an entertainment company founded by Chin Yumen 5 years ago, and with a few years of development, the scale was already relatively substantial. Unexpectedly, the one who wanted to lay hands on Chen Wei Entertainment would be this company. Su Luowei's brows knitted slightly. Su Jingchu's complexion was also filled with worry. Although Qingcheng Entertainment only signed female artists, their strength was not bad in the entertainment industry. Chen Yuman is quite pretty, and was also a top stream actress in the beginning, with a very wide range of connections and resources. She actually couldn't figure it out. Qingcheng Entertainment was developing well on its own, so why did it suddenly have to lay hands on them? Chen Wei Entertainment? What should they do when faced with such a strong enemy? Su Jingchu twisted her head to look around for a moment, but she didn't see Jiang Chen's figure and couldn't help but ask, how's Jiang Chen's status now? Is he ready for his appointment as music director on Monday? Speaking of Jiang Chen, Su Luowei only seemed to gradually come back from her thoughts, but her face was a bit strange. That guy. I was expecting him to be depressed for at least a little while longer, but to my surprise, since yesterday afternoon, he seems to be completely back to normal and is writing again. In the end, Su Luowei also shook her head somewhat helplessly. Su Jingchu frowned slightly, whether or not Jiang Chen was capable of taking on the position of music director. In fact, she still held a certain amount of skepticism in her heart. This guy, who may have a little talent for writing songs, is just too addicted to writing. What's the point of holding out like this when you clearly have no talent for writing books? She sighed darkly in her mind. Today Morning Vista Entertainment is in a time of internal and external problems. I really don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing to have someone like that as the music director of Morning Vista Entertainment. 11:30 in the morning. Jiang Chen yawned and walked out of his room. The little ninny had just called him, saying that she had to go to the company with Su Jingshu to take care of some things, so that he should eat lunch on time by himself. Breakfast had already been prepared for him. It was on the table on the balcony of the top floor. After Jiang Chen looked at the time, he directly decided to eat breakfast and lunch together. Not only could he save food, but he could also save a little bit of time for his nap. Sure enough, by the time he'd finished washing up and settled down for breakfast again, the time had come to noon. He glanced at the sun overhead and proceeded to pick up another piece of buttered bread and stuff it into his mouth. Breakfast has just been eaten, so this piece, let's call it lunch. Biting into his bread and coming into his writing studio, Jiang Chen unhurriedly turned on his computer. After posting "Those were the years we blow the lights out together" yesterday, he just shut down his computer and didn't look at the exact numbers. Today he was going to update another 60,000 words, and before that he had to see how the numbers were going. In fact, he posted "Those years, the lights we blow together" on the platform of the Women's Literature Writing Contest yesterday, with a little bit of uncertainty in his mind. After all, the book is essentially a grave-robbing novel, not a romance. It's the only novel that came to mind yesterday on a whim, so I didn't think much of it and just chose to publish it. However, when he thought about it during his nap, he realized that there were still several books that were more in line with the love theme required by the contest. Myth, for example, and then Immortal Sword and Sorcery. But now that the raw rice is cooked, it's a little too late to make any changes. Never mind, that's it. Who says there's no romance in a Tomb Raider story? And with his book, it's not completely off topic. Jiang Chen sighed somewhat helplessly in his heart. He then logged into the backstage of the Huaxia Literature Forum, found the Writers' Center, and clicked on the backstage data of "Those years, the lights we blow together." But, after just one look, he couldn't help but freeze. Readers, 34, 335. Add to bookshelf, 12, 392. Reminders, 3,394 times. Recommended, 1244 votes. Comments, 1024. What the hell? Last night, a total of 30,000 people read his novel? Chapter 21 Forum Management Shock. The neat and tidy workroom is filled with the slightest hint of a quiet, ethereal scent. Su Luowei knew that Jiang Chen liked to spend time in the studio and had specially placed some flowers and greenery to add fresh air. However, Jiang Chen must usually be too lazy to take care of it, often forgetting to water it, so much so that every once in a while, someone would have to come and replace the greenery. At this time the greenery by the window has just been replaced a few days. The small copper leaves do not know their future fate. Swaying under the breeze of the light body, carefully surveyed the new owner of the computer desk. The old man's gaze, however, grew surprised. What's going on here? This women's literary writing contest, is it that hot? Or is it that all the young ladies in this world are fond of reading Tomb Raider novels? What he didn't know was that many of the girls who had read the book last night, with the idea that good things should be just shared with the best friends, reposted his novel all over the major social media platforms, resulting in tens of thousands of young ladies who didn't have a good night's sleep on this night. Jiang Chen looked at the data for a while, thinking that the girls in this world are really bookish, and the main writer of tomb-robbing romance novels even like to read them? He clicked on the novel's homepage to see what people were saying, but when he scrolled down the page to the comments section, he realized that the comments section was a sea of curses. Author, are you human? Such a horrible book, and you brought it to the Women's Literature Contest. Ah, author, I'm going to kill you. What time did I go to bed last night? Do you know? Do you know? Your kind counts for nothing. I got up in the middle of the night last night to change my pants and my mom thought I wet the bed. Dog author, no more updates today, or else I'll definitely send you razor blades. You guys are exaggerating. I read this book while walking at night. I don't feel anything at all. It's not just stealing. It's over. Upstairs, are you alive? Should I call the police for you? Jiang Chen looked at the various angry spewing comments and froze once again. What's going on? Where are the likes? Where's the good reviews? Why are they all cursing him? Are these women crazy? The book. It's true that it's a bit scary, but, can you blame him for that? Yesterday he remembered such a novel with love elements. If not to write it, what else can be written? The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth twitched as he rolled his mouse and continued to scroll down. After reading hundreds of reviews in a row, he realized that there were actually some positive reviews in the comments section. For example, author updates soon. I want to read the back storyline so badly. It's a bit scary though. Thanks to the author. My girlfriend read this book yesterday and couldn't sleep all night and asked me to go stay with her. I got yelled at by my teacher tonight and I sent her this book anonymously. Guys, did I do the right thing? It's horrible, but I love it so much. What do I do? I'm not a pervert, am I? How come you've only updated 60,000 words? Author, are you good or not? If not, replace me. Jiang Chen was slightly relieved. It seemed that this novel was still loved by some people. After all, the data wouldn't be faked. He had just looked at the list. In just one night's time, his book Those Years, The Lights We Blow Together took down the 8th position on the popularity list. It also came in 9th on the hype list. This kind of data can almost be described as explosive. Keep in mind that he's only been releasing this book for a day as well. Among the entries, it was estimated that no other book's data could have such a horrifying growth rate as his, and as long as he could maintain this growth rate, taking the number 1 spot on the popularity list would only be a matter of time. As for the nasty comments that have appeared in the comments section, maybe, just an accident? Jiang Chen thought carefully, and suddenly felt that this speculation was quite reasonable. Yes, an accident. It should be an accident. The ladies are just using this special way to remind him to update earlier. It's a woman. They always like to do this kind of farting with their pants down. He sighed softly at the thought. The young lady of this world, overly enthusiastic, to use this way to urge for more work, is indeed a bit unexpected. He shook his head and closed the website page somewhat helplessly. Then open the document on your desktop. Start typing today's chapter. 3:20 p.m. Kyoto, headquarters of the Chinese Literature Forum. In the conference room, an emergency meeting was being held, with a dozen or so top management surrounding the two sides of the conference table, all with somewhat strange expressions. So the complaints that have been coming in from the back office since last night are all about this book? At the head of the conference table was a middle-aged woman wearing glasses named Zhang Qinnan, the person in charge of the Huaxia Literature Forum's Women's Literature Writing Competition. She looked at the report that her assistant had compiled up, but her expression was a little complicated. When she had just arrived at the company this morning, she received a report from her assistant that this women's literature writing competition they had organized had received a large number of complaints and reports. At first, she was nervous, thinking that there was a problem with some part of the competition, but after listening carefully to her subordinate's report, her expression froze straight away, because her assistant told her that the hundreds of complaints received in the backstage last night were all directed at a book. The book is called Those Were the Years We Blow Out the Lights Together. There is no offending content in the book, but rather the author has made the story of grave robbing too real and scary, so that female readers who have finished the book are too scared to sleep, so they have chosen to complain. In one night's time, number 3 on the popularity list, number 1 on the hype list, number 1 on the update list, and number 1 on the troll list. 34,000 reads, 12,000 added to bookshelves, 3,394 calls for action, 1,224 recommendations, and 1,024 reviews. Zhang Qinnan lightly read the data on the paper, and while his expression was somewhat strange, his eyes were constantly flashing with shock. The book's numbers, they're going up too fast, aren't they? Taking such high numbers in just one day of release? Did this author called Zhang Lang Talent secretly swipe votes? Sister Zhang, the people from the technical team have investigated. The book's data is all true. There are no traces of vote scrubbing. At the conference table, a young man, also wearing glasses, stood up and reported. According to the survey, the book's numbers are on fire because of the large number of readers who retweeted and shared it yesterday. According to the background display, the source of readers of Those Years, The Lights We Blow Together, a large portion of them are newly registered users of the forum, of which female users account for 80%. Just yesterday alone, the forum's newly registered users amounted to more than 20,000 words. The people in the middle of the conference room were all a bit shocked, and the sound of exchanging words suddenly rang out. Huaxia Literature Forum, an old literary forum, although relying on a semi-official background, has always existed in the literary world, but in recent times, with the continuous rise of major online literary platforms, the influence of the Huaxia Literature Forum is constantly going down. The forum's new registered users are decreasing, and the activity of the old users is also decreasing day by day, and if it continues like this, their Huaxia Literature Forum will soon become an empty shell. The forum executives certainly realize this, and have been holding various events and contests in recent times in hopes of regaining popularity, but even in this case, it would be remarkable to have more than 1,000 new registered users every day. I didn't realize that the number of new subscribers last night was over 20,000. That's the amount the forum usually gets in a month. Could it be that all these new subscribers were brought in because of that book? Those were the years we blow the lights out together? But this book received complaints. Isn't that a bit too much? The crowd looked at the report's collection of bad reviews and complaints from readers, and their expressions were once again shocked. Guys, what do people think of this book? What should be done with it? Zhang Qinnan looked around the office and asked with a slight frown. If it were normal, a book that received so many complaints would have been taken right off the shelves. But Those Were the Years We Blow the Lights Out is different. The book's numbers are just too good, and in just one night's time, it made all 4 lists. Even that troll list that was just to add to the conversation. This book was listed. Moreover, the ranking was quite high, and in one night's time, it had rushed to the first position. This kind of weirdness simply hadn't happened before. I suggest that this book be disqualified. At the conference table, someone stood up. I've read this book. What's written in it is actually a story of grave robbing. The author's penmanship is good, and it's very well written, but it's a bit incompatible with the love theme of our competition. And we are a women's literature competition after all, and the appearance of such overly horrible books on the list still has a certain impact on the majority of female readers. This is also the reason why we received hundreds of complaints on our backend in just one night. And if we don't take action, the public pressure we face will definitely be even greater. I don't agree with old Lee. As soon as he spoke, another person immediately stood up. In this book, although it's centered on a grave robbing story, there's no shortage of romance elements in it, and I think it fits perfectly with the theme of our contest. In addition, our forum has been silent for so long, it's not easy for a new book with potential to appear, and I think it's a book that we should instead focus on supporting so that more people can see it. The man called Oldly from earlier snorted in disapproval. There are plenty of new books with potential. I think this book merely happened to post the horror toon rating story on a platform for women's literature, triggering a gimmick that gained it a super high level of attention. This kind of behavior is okay to claptrap for a short period of time, but as time goes by, it will be revealed. We can't be blinded by the benefits in front of us and lose a lot of money because of small things. You fart. You have no idea of the current state of the forum. I think the book, the conference room, quickly became noisy. The dozen or so people in charge basically split into two factions, one of which believes that this kind of horror novel should never have appeared in a writing contest for women's literature, and that the book should be taken off the shelves immediately. The other school of thought feels that all those years, We Blow the Lights Out Together doesn't have any irregularities and the numbers are so good that it would be a shame to take it off the shelves. Zhang Qinnan looked at the somewhat noisy conference room and couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. In fact, she was a bit undecided in her mind. They, the Huaxia Literature Forum, organized the women's literature writing competition for no other reason than to enhance the influence of the forum. But the book, Those Were the Years We Blow the Lights Out Together, used in a writing competition for women's literature does seem a bit speculative and gimmicky. The Huaxia Literature Forum is, after all, a semi-official website, and it would be a bit of a losing proposition if public opinion was sparked as a result. What exactly should be done about it? She tapped the pen in her hand, thinking faintly. Sister Zhang. Just at this time, her assistant pushed in the door with a somewhat nervous face and reported, "Those years, the lights we blow together has just been updated with another 60,000 words, and now, it has moved up to 6th place on the popularity list." What? Hearing her return, Zhang Qinnan couldn't help but freeze for a moment, and the conference room, too, grew silent. The crowd of management, all of them were looking at the young girl assistant with some incredulity. Chapter 22, The Diva of Sons tricked me into buying tea. How many words does a normal author probably update per day? 4,000? Or 6,000? Even 10,000 words a day is considered very high. But how many words have been updated for this jungle? 60,000? Is he a tentacle monster? There was a bit of silence in the conference room for a while, with everyone staring wide-eyed. Zhang Qinnan didn't say anything either, but took the computer handed by the young assistant and carefully checked it out. Sure enough, on the word count displayed on the main page of Those Were the Years We Blow the Lights Out Together, it had gone from 60,000 to 120,000. At the end of the last chapter, there was also a message from author Zhang Langtalent. "Thank you all for your enthusiasm. Let's write this today. Take a nap, and then 60,000 more tomorrow." Under the message were dozens of comments. Author greatly, are you still human? 60,000 more a day? Who can resist that? Holy crap. Other than that word count. Voted for you. Go for it. Very well. I went ahead and had the courier intercept and return the blades that were mailed yesterday. Let it go. I won't fall for it again. I have to watch it after I go to the bathroom tonight. Looking over the Zhang Langtalent message, and one of the reader's comments, Zhang Qinnan's eyes were filled with shock. He updated 60,000 words yesterday, 60,000 words today, and he's going to update another 60,000 words tomorrow? How much does this guy actually write every day? Could it be that his 60,000 words yesterday were not all that was saved? In the conference room, the other people in charge didn't say anything, and everyone was on their cell phones, carefully looking at the data related to Those Years We Blow the Lights Together. At this time, the 4 lists of the women's literature writing competition, the popularity list, the hype list, the update list, and the troll list, the top 6 positions, surprisingly, all appeared with the name Those Years. This situation has not been seen in the various competitions held in the past. The conference room was, for a moment, somewhat quiet. Zhang Qinnan's thoughts in his mind were getting more and more complicated. This book was a novel with the theme of grave robbing no matter how you look at it. How could it directly kill through the list of romance novels? This is outrageous. What's going to happen now? Zhang Qinnan hesitated for a long time before gradually making a decision in her mind. She collected the shocked look in her eyes and knocked on the table. Looking at everyone at the conference table, retain all the rights and interests of the entry of those years, the lights we blow together, and at the same time, have the PR team get ready immediately. Take it down? Are you kidding me? This book is going to explode. This amount of updates, this data, this quality, add to that the fact that it comes with its own buzz and gimmicks, and how can a book like this not explode? They run a contest that will get tons of attention because of the book, which is a win-win thing, and it would be silly to give up on the book for fear of public opinion. The question their organizing team should be thinking about is how to avoid the impending onslaught of public opinion, not silly discussions about whether the book should be taken off the shelves. Sister Zhang, are you planning to have the PR team suppress public opinion? Someone asked in disbelief. I think we've all fallen into a thinking misconception. Zhang Qinnan, however, shook her head, and in her eyes, the light of contemplation loomed. After a long moment, she took a soft breath and looked to everyone in the room. The dozen or so people in charge sniffed and looked at her with some confusion. Why should we try to silence public opinion? Zhang Qinnan smiled faintly and continued. This Jiang Lang talent deliberately wrote this kind of horrible romance novel to participate in the women's literature contest, scaring and crying hundreds of thousands of young ladies. His behavior is very bad, but we, the organizers, are also victims, and we are innocent, aren't we? What can we do with this book, which is a tomb raiding story but also has elements of romance, and fits the entry requirements perfectly? The people in the conference room froze at the words. Then, dawning realization widened his eyes. Or people are in charge. It's hard not to admire this aspect of human marketing. Yeah, Jiang Lang is a bad guy and an asshole. But what does it have to do with them? Their organizers can be tremendously nice people. Even if public opinion erupts then, they can totally take themselves off the hook. If people want to criticize, they can just criticize Jiang Lang. The crowd couldn't help but give a thumbs up at the thought. That's it. Preserve the rights to the entry of JLT and let him keep writing. He's the one who scared Missy into crying. What's it got to do with us? Zhang Chen rubbed his somewhat numb fingers and stretched heavily in his chair. How long had it been since I had worked so hard myself? 60,000 words just uploaded. Several hours of intense coding had left him feeling a little sore all over. The hot results of the new book made the bottom of his heart much stronger. Humph, didn't Nini say she just needed to be able to write a decent piece? This book is finally up to snuff, isn't it? Let's see what the little girl can say then. What's the point of going to a company and becoming a music director when you can just do it at home? Standing up and moving his somewhat stiff body, he pulled out his cell phone again and looked at the time. Not bad, it was only 4:30 p.m. And if he didn't procrastinate at this time, he would still be able to take a nap. He yawned and was about to shut down his computer to take a nap when he noticed the chat program in the lower right corner suddenly flashing. Jiang Chen was puzzled and clicked on the window, only to find that it was a friend request. Hello, I'm Sister. The profile shows the other person as female, and the avatar looks like a woman in her 20s. Very pretty and elegant. Jiang Chen looked at the window of this application for friends, froze for a while, but some disdain skimmed his mouth. How this world's network is also full of female goblins who fooled people into buying Tia. The avatar is so pretty. It looks like it's a webcam from the internet, right, sister? Yuck. He yawned and typed in the reply box. I'm sorry, I don't like senior sisters. Only little senior sisters who can be pampered. Then just click on the decline to friend button. Finish up and take a nap. Jiang Chen closed his computer and stretched again, walking out of the studio. Ding dong. In the exclusive dressing room of the singing diva, the cell phone on the desktop suddenly rang. Yan Shuoxin picked up her cell phone and glanced at it, but she couldn't help but frown slightly. She then exited the chat program. Finding Su Lo's phone number from her address book, she dialed it. Jiang Chen was sleeping soundly. Instead, the cell phone next to the bed suddenly rang. Hello? He said with a faintly nasal voice. Instead, Su Luowei's exasperated voice rang out on the other end of the phone. Jiang Chen, I was worried that you wouldn't know what to do as a music director for the first time, so I specifically asked my senior sister for help so that she could guide you in the right direction. And how dare you talk nonsense? And what do you say about not liking senior sister and only liking little senior sister who likes to be pampered? Tell me properly, which little sister who can be pampered do you really like? Ha! It took Jiang Chen a long while to react. Ha! That person who added him as a friend was really Su Luowei's senior sister? Not the leprechaun selling tea? Honey, let me explain. Jiang Chen frowned, tangled for a while before he could hold back a sentence. If I said that I thought she was trying to trick me into selling tea, would you believe me? Fear Value 98. Chapter 23 The Red Bean and the Dream. The angry Su Luowei certainly wouldn't believe Zhang Chen's bull ******. 5 minutes later, Zhang Chen pulled out his somewhat numb ears and returned to the studio helplessly. No way. If he didn't, Su Lo would definitely not let him go tonight. Women are such a pain in the ass. Not only do they like to fart with their pants down, but they have nothing better to do. He shook his head and turned on his computer. The vast majority of a man's troubles in this life tend to come from women. When I was young, I was governed by my mom. When I grew up I was governed by my daughter-in-law. And when I got old I had to be governed by my daughter. You can't lie down to watch TV. You can't smoke more than one cigarette. And you have to hit apply for a Coke. Now it's good. Even the little sister can't like it. Hello senior sister? It was a misunderstanding just now. Logging into the chat software, he passed the friend request of senior sister Yan Shuexin. The thing is, 5 or 6 girls kept adding me this morning, trying to sell me tea. So I accidentally created a misunderstanding and took you for a tea seller too. Add friends also do not say clearly. The ghost knows you in the end is not Luo Wei's elder sister. It took a long time before a message came through on the chat window. Aha! The corner of Zhang Chen's mouth twitched. Okay, senior sister, if there's nothing else, I still have some things to do. We'll talk next time. When he finished, he was immediately ready to turn off the computer and go back to his nap. What a sister. Purely a delayed break. Who said he was going to be a music director? Tonight, when Nikki returns, he will immediately announce his new identity. Settle down at home to write and never go to work again. As for the music director and all that, as long as he can come up with the songs, does it matter if there's a music director or not? Anyway, he had plenty of songs in his head, so he'd just find a few for Nichan when he had the chance. Just as he yawned and was about to hit the off button, the window twitched again and a message popped up. Lovey's studio is having problems. You know? Zhang Chen froze, his fingers slowly retracting. Problems with Morning Vale Entertainment? Neisan had only mentioned the music director's departure to him in the past 2 days, but nothing else. What's the problem? Lovey sure didn't tell you. It's so pampered. Zhang Chen looked at the 2 messages on the screen, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Damn it, talk about things. How did it rise to the level of family feelings? What's wrong with being spoiled by your wife when you're a young boy? What's wrong with that? It was a while before Yan Shuexin continued to send messages. An entertainment company is deliberately targeting Morning Vista Entertainment. Zhang Chen frowned. Other companies are targeting Morning Vista Entertainment? Why had Nikki never told him about it? He currently only knew about the departure of Chenwei Entertainment's music director and nothing else. Having floated in the entertainment industry for decades, he knows that it is common to be targeted for development in the entertainment industry. It is, after all, a huge vanity fair, with a shiny side and a dark, dirty side. That new studio that Su Luowei had set up couldn't have been developing smoothly all the time. Thinking about it, he suddenly realized. No wonder Neisan always wanted him to be the music director in the past 2 days. Did the two things have something to do with each other? The reason why his leisurely life was interrupted was all because someone deliberately tried to target Morning Vista Entertainment? Which one of you bastards is trying to hurt me? Anger surged in Zhang Chen's heart. Don't know your dad? I have a phobia of working in the entertainment industry? Don't let your father. I know who you are. Otherwise you must be held down in a bucket of piss and not be able to drink. Zhang Chen cursed half a dozen times in his mind before continuing to type on the keyboard. Okay, your dad I know. Zhang Chen was also a bit embarrassed. I mean, I get it. There's something wrong with this input method. It likes to guess what's going on in people's minds. Smile. Anything else? Sister was clearly irritated. What the hell are you talking about? I really don't know what Luo Wei was thinking of marrying you in the first place. The company is being targeted and hanging on for dear life. Zhang Chen's expression gradually regained its calm. It's impossible to make a good career in showbiz without being targeted. And being overly surprised backfires a bit. But, if it is someone who wants to bully his wife, then it's just looking for death. Chenwei Entertainment is Su Luo Wei's heart and soul, and he doesn't want to see Su Luo Wei feel bad. So as long as someone dared to reach over and target Chenwei Entertainment, then he would just cut it off. Stretch one to cut one. Stretch a pair to cut a pair. As long as the cuts were hard enough and painful enough, the next time the other party saw Chenwei Entertainment, not only their hands, but even their feet would feel pain. The entertainment industry is inherently a place full of interests and cruelty, and if you want to survive here, you will only be bullied without strength. And it was in this thorny and hostile environment that he slowly climbed to the position of top diva, one step at a time. It's the kind of thing he sees more often than not. When he thought about it, his mind wandered a bit more. No wonder I always felt that the little ninny was a bit distracted in the past 2 days. So it was for this kind of thing. In his last life he did not marry and eventually left the world still alone. so even he himself had a hard time believing that in this life he had actually gotten flash married to Nikki as soon as he came over. He had never had the chance to start a family, and he cherished this destiny. A leisurely life was certainly good, but it was also important to keep Nikki happy. Originally wanted to showdown tonight when Su Luowei came back. Jiang Chen looked at the document those years that had just been created on his computer not more than 2 days ago, his gaze gradually sinking. The most important thing at the moment was still to help Chenwei Entertainment resolve its predicament first. But, his brow furrowed as he tried to solve his dilemma. He would have to get into working in the entertainment industry, but as long as he thought of the previous debut, day and night to catch the show, he could not help but have a heart palpitation. Scalp numb, like a person who was afraid of water to see an endless deep black sea. The undulating water seems to be a pair of curbing the throat of a pair of big hands. One more look will be swallowed. In this state, he can't take his work seriously at all. What to do? Jiang Chen took a deep breath and tried to control the fluttering in his heart. Is there any way he can, after solving the Morning Vista Entertainment problem, get out in one piece? If it's just as a music director, don't go out and become a star. Go back to the old ways of your past life. It shouldn't be a problem. That's a level he can live with, so must be able to pull out in time. Pull out. But, Jiang Chen frowned again. As long as one foot was in the entertainment industry, how could it be so simple to pull out? Favor, interests, entanglement, heart and soul, paying, all sorts of things will come around and tie you up like a chain. Unless, there is a way to break all the chains. Is there such a thing? Jiang Chen took a deep breath and couldn't help but tap his fingers on the desktop. Duck, duck, duck. Just shrug it off and announce your retirement? Definitely not. All sorts of ties only grow with time. Exposed to some blackmail and forced to retire? No, it won't work. Morning Vista Entertainment will also suffer. And these are not good ideas. Jiang Chen's frown deepened. Is there any other way? What kind of person can walk away from the showbiz world and say no one dares to stop them? Is there such a thing as status, identity, and so on? Identity. Jiang Chen's heart suddenly stirred, his eyes lit up, and a bold idea suddenly popped up. Yeah, wouldn't it be nice if he just molded another identity that he could drop out of at any time while serving as music director? That identity has to be strong enough to not lose the entertainment industry in every way. Then there would be much less resistance to quitting showbiz, and he would be able to hit the pause button for his work in showbiz whenever he wanted. What identity is being created? What identity fits his idea? Writers? Or something else? Jiang Chen looked at the manuscript of those years. The lights we blow together on his desktop and froze for a long time. Then, a somewhat crazy idea took shape. Yes, writer, the literary world. It's the only job that's ideal. Writers stay at home every day and write when they want to and stop when they want to. As long as one's identity is strong enough, then one can stop working in the entertainment industry at any time. So, he's going to become the most recognized writer in the country in the shortest time possible. Even literary leaders. Only then can the shackles of showbiz be easily severed. On the screen, the window twitched a few more times, interrupting his thoughts. Yan Shuixin seemed to have sent a few more messages with a harsh and critical tone. Jiang Chen was a bit speechless in his heart after reading it. Damn, where the hell did this woman come from? Why do you always talk in the tone of a female boss? A dominatrix? He saw a psychiatrist in a previous life who said he didn't have a good ear and couldn't listen to hard content, only soft. So the last thing I like is a strong woman. Follow your doctor's advice and stay away from women. No, strong women. Oh, you said it in such a scary way. I thought Su Luowei suddenly didn't want to keep fighting. It scared me. He slowly tapped the keyboard and replied. Isn't it just the company that's being targeted? I already know that. Is there anything else? You are incorrigible. I really don't know why Su Lo made you the music director. Actually, I don't quite understand why Luo Wei asked me to be the music director. Can sister help me persuade her? My childhood dream was to be a writer and write classics that would live on for generations. For the sake of this dream, I once teared up, but I didn't expect that what I got in return was everyone's lack of understanding and respect. If senior sister can help me with this favor, I will definitely treat you to dinner then. This time, the computer screen was quiet for a long time without receiving a new message. Jiang Chen snuffed out his cigarette in the ashtray and leaned back against the seat's backrest with satisfaction. Oh, still a senior sister. Fighting me? I didn't realize that the little window on the computer was quite tenacious and actually blinked again. Jiang Chen, I don't want to joke with you. Luo Wei is my little sister. I can't just sit back and do nothing about her. So, I'll step in to help solve the problems encountered by Chunwei Entertainment. But I only have 3 months at most, and within 3 months, you can ask me for advice on any problems you encounter. But if, after 3 months, you still don't have what it takes to take on the position of music director, I'll suggest that Lovey be replaced. It's not appropriate for you to continue to sit in the music director's chair. Jiang Chen looked at the message on the screen and the corner of his mouth twitched. This woman. Why is she so insensitive? He sighed and looked much more serious, typing slowly on the keyboard. Salted fish in the river, yen. I think you've got one thing wrong. Yen shueshin, salmon in the river. It's my dream to be a writer. So I had no intention of staying in the music director position for more than 2 months. Salted fish in the river, 2 months from now. I'll settle the trouble with Chunwei Entertainment, then quit the entertainment industry, quit singing, and return to being a writer. Salted fish in the river, if you can help me persuade Su Lu away at that time, I promise you that the promise of a meal is still valid. With the thought of quitting the entertainment industry, Jiang Chen's heart felt much more peaceful all of a sudden. No matter how afraid of water you are, as long as you can step on the ground, the palpitations will slowly subside. In doing so, he was able to let go of his job as the music director of Morning Vista Entertainment. Of course, it still can't be too long or the ties will only grow. He set himself a time limit of 2 months. In 2 months' time, solve all the troubles and rivals, help Chunwei Entertainment to gain a thorough foothold in the entertainment industry, and then allow little Nene to be able to be a little boss lady with ease. He then stepped down as music director and returned home to continue working as a writer. The plan was perfect, preserving the future of Morning Vista Entertainment as well as his own leisurely life. If Nene is happy, he's happy. All is well. The message was sent. For a full 5 or 6 minutes, Jiang Chen didn't receive any messages on his computer. I don't know if this senior sister Yen was infuriated by him. When Jiang Chen shook his head and smiled, he was ready to leave. It was only then that a message popped up with a ding-dong on the chat program. Yen Shueshin, big talk. Jiang Chen shrugged. Just quit the chat program and turn off your computer. Sure enough, in this world, just telling the truth will always be met with disrespect and lack of understanding. His goal is really to become a writer. How come no one understands? In the dressing room, Yen Shueshin put the cell phone down, and it was as if frost had condensed on her clear and cold face. I had long heard that little sister's husband was not a good match, and I had not expected this guy's personality to be much worse than she had imagined. Cynical and arrogant. Saying something about settling all the troubles with Morning Vista Entertainment in 2 months and then announcing her retirement from singing? What a pipe dream. What the hell does this guy think the singing world is? Is the singing world something you can get in and out of whenever you want? I don't know what on earth little sister was thinking, letting someone like that be the music director. Yen Shueshin secretly sighed in her heart. The current situation at Morning Vale Entertainment is not good. Yao Si Chun's departure from Chunwei Entertainment and joining Qingcheng Entertainment was not avoided by anyone, and people in the entertainment circle would be able to learn about this news as long as they had the heart to ask around a little. Currently, in the entire entertainment circle, there were already many people who knew that Tilting City Entertainment was about to launch an attack on Chunwei Entertainment. Poaching the music director is just the first step. What other tactics will follow is anyone's guess, but this does not prevent people from watching the fun. Chunwei Entertainment, an ordinary small studio, even with the big companies like Qingcheng Entertainment on the force, this is not an egg against a stone looking for death. No one in the entertainment industry is looking at Morning Vista Entertainment. Chunwei Entertainment is just a startup company, and now with a lesser music director in place, the overall strength of the company has dropped drastically. Even her manager had heard that the hearts within Morning Vista Entertainment were a bit unstable lately. Several in-house artists and trainees began to question the future of Chunwei Entertainment and began to contact other entertainment companies. This is not a good thing for an entertainment company. Alas, little sister's eye for people. Yen Shueshin shook her head. When Su Luowei had made up her mind to marry Jiang Chen, their several senior sisters had dissuaded her for a long time, but to no avail. Now that Chunwei Entertainment had encountered such a big crisis, this senior sister's husband even acted as if nothing had happened. This kind of man. Yen Shueshin shook her head coldly, and after a few moments of quiet contemplation, she turned her head to look at her agent. Sister Lan, all the announcements for the next few days, push them off for me. What? Want to take some time off? Well, there's been a problem at Lowe's studio and I have to go check it out. Okay, I'll talk to the company. Lanara didn't care and yawned a little wearily. As a diva, it was normal for Yen Shueshin to want to take a break once in a while, and no one would say much about it. However, Yen Shueshin was a bit puzzled. Lanara would rarely show such weariness in front of her. Sister Blue, didn't sleep well last night? Nor. Lanara seemed a bit embarrassed and torn, and after some thought, she fished out a folded piece of paper from her bag and handed it to Yen Shueshin. I went to visit a friend in my circle 2 days ago, when I passed a path but suddenly got hit in the head by a paper airplane that had something written on it, and I've been thinking about it for the past 2 days. Paper airplanes? Yen Shueshin took it suspiciously and found that the paper was indeed covered in creases. When the paper was spread out, there were only 6 lines of small phrases on it. Azuki bean. I haven't gotten a good feel for it yet. Snowflake bloom climate. We're all trembling together. We'll understand better. What is tenderness? Shueshin. Do you think what's written on this paper could be a song? Lanera excitedly recounted her speculation. That place is an upscale neighborhood, and I've heard that many musicians in the circle have bought houses there. Was it destiny arranged by God to send a song specifically to me? I'm thinking about going back to that place and asking who wrote the song so I can contact him and have him write a song for you. In the past few days, Lanera had been looking for resources for Yan Shuoxin's new song. Yan Shuoxin's demand for songs borders on being picky, causing her to contact many musicians without finding the right song and almost falling into a spell. Suddenly I picked up a paper airplane and was floored. Yan Shuoxin, however, shook her head somewhat unimpressed. The handwriting on the paper, one more scribbled than the other, didn't look like it was written by a serious musician. Besides, it's just a few lines, so you can't tell much at all. Finally, who in their right mind is a musician who folds their songs into paper airplanes and flies them around? The odds are it's just some kid in the neighborhood scribbling it. Sister Lan, you're too tired. Take this time to rest. Don't rush the new song. She returned the paper to Lanera. Okay. Lanera knew that Yan Shuoxin didn't agree with her idea, and her expression was a bit frustrated. You can sit at this friend of mine's house sometime. Yan Shuoxin thought for a moment before suddenly handing her another number. Your friend? Which one? A psychiatrist. I've heard that he's very good at relieving stress and has a preventive effect on many mental illnesses. Yan Shuoxin said faintly. Bluera rolled her eyes straight up and leaned back on the couch. Chapter 24, The Unique Hobbyist Chen Yuman. Si Chun, you've completely offended Chen Wei Entertainment this time. In the spacious and quiet office, the turquoise tea on the tea table was bubbling with a slight heat. Yao Sichun and a man and a woman were sitting separately around the tea table, savoring the treasured Westlake Longjing in front of them. It's not like the common imposters on the market. The real Westlake Longjing, the shape is flat and smooth, straight and sharp. The leaf blade is tender green and fresh, uniform and heavy. After brewing the tea, the fragrance is lasting, the taste is fragrant and sweet, and the soup color is tender green and clear. On the main seat of the tea table was a beautiful woman. She is obviously very proficient in the tea ceremony. Slender fingers, warming the cup, placing the tea, washing the tea, brewing the tea, making the soup, distributing the tea. A set of movements in a flowing stream, looks both beautiful and comfortable. Aren't you afraid that Su Luowei will find you in trouble? The middle-aged man laughed. Yao Sichun sat across from the middle-aged man, who was in his 30s, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and a formal suit. His appearance looked quite calm. So what if you're offended? So what if it doesn't offend? Hearing the middle-aged man's words, he picked up his teacup and shook his head, smiling to himself. Luo Wei is my fellow sister. I've been writing songs for her for 6 years, but in her eyes, she's always had only that loser in her sights, and has never looked me in the eye. I originally thought that after she got married she would quickly realize that Jiang Chen wasn't right for her and would come to her senses, but it's been 3 years, and yet she still doesn't have a single thought of leaving that loser. I just can't figure it out. Now that I'm not getting any younger, I really don't want to wait any longer. It's a bit of a pity that Su Luowei, such an outstanding woman, married that Jiang Chen. At those words, the middle-aged man nodded his head rather approvingly. Yao Sichun picked up the teacup in front of him and slowly took a sip, a hint of bitterness in his voice. Although I, Yao Sichun, am not from a rich and powerful family, I have always worked harder than anyone else. Nowadays, I have a bit of fame in the singing world, so if I'm with Luo Wei, I can definitely help her achieve better development. I really don't understand. What part of me is not good enough for Luo Wei? Why does she never want to look at me more? Then what good is Jiang Chen in the end? Married for 3 years, without any income, always relying on a woman to support him. Losing to such a person, I'm really not willing at all. Yao Sichun tightly gripped her teacup and drank the tea in it, a hint of unwillingness vaguely showing in her eyes. The middle-aged man didn't move to fill his teacup. The pretty woman who made the tea on the side, smiled slightly, and once again added new tea to the pot. Though she sat on the main seat, she had not spoken, and was quietly, with a quiet face, doing her own business, as if the topic that was going on at the tea table had nothing to do with her. If anyone who knew her was here, they couldn't help but gasp out in shock, because she was Chen Yuman, a well-known actress in China, and also the helmsman of Qingqing Entertainment. Alas, stay for love, hurt for love, hate for love. The middle-aged man shook his head inside. In the past, it was because you were too good to Su Luowei that she was blinded by a momentary emotional impulse. Now that you've chosen to leave and Morning Violet Entertainment is in an unprecedented crisis, she'll soon realize your importance, and when that time comes, she'll naturally choose to let you go back. Yao Sichun shook her head, a cold smile spreading across her face. Since I have chosen to leave, I won't go back easily. I think very clearly, no matter how hard I try to help Luo Wei, in the end, the one who will benefit is just that loser who hides at home and waits for death. And now, The news is coming out from within Shenwei Entertainment that Luo Wei even plans to let this loser be the new music director, which is simply laughable. Lovey's out of her mind, and as long as she doesn't leave that loser, I'm not going to stop. It's only after Shenwei Entertainment completely collapses that she'll realize who has been silently helping her behind the scenes all these years, and who is the one who can ultimately stand by her side when problems arise. Yao Si-chun's voice was filled with a hint of accumulated anger. Good. Bold enough. The middle-aged man gave a thumbs up. In this matter, all of us at Qingcheng Entertainment will cooperate with you. Nowadays, the entire entertainment circle almost knows the news that we're about to lay our hands on Shenwei Entertainment, coupled with the fact that you've already left from Morning Vista Entertainment. The hearts of people within Morning Vista Entertainment are in turmoil, and anyone with a clear eye can see that Morning Vista Entertainment is currently at the end of its strength, with both internal and external problems. There aren't many people who dare to stand on Shenwei Entertainment's side. As for the artists that Shenwei Entertainment has already signed, I've already arranged for people to make contact, and before long, I believe I'll be able to pull together a group of people. Next, I'll have the media side start creating public opinion. 2 days later, I guarantee that the internet will be full of negative news related to Shenwei Entertainment. Ha! Saying this, the middle-aged man paused for a moment, and with a smile on his face, he continued, I'm sure that there isn't a single brand name that would be willing to work with Shenwei Entertainment in this situation. As long as we can maintain this situation for 2 months, Shenwei Entertainment will naturally not be able to hold out. Yao Si-chun slowly sipped a mouthful of tea, a complex light flickering in his eyes, but he did not speak. What the middle-aged man said no. The most important thing in the entertainment industry is momentum. As long as Shenwei Entertainment's decline became apparent, by then, even if they didn't do anything, the entire entertainment industry would automatically shun Shenwei Entertainment. At that time Su Luo Wei would naturally realize that she was so important. When the middle-aged man saw that Yao Si-chun did not speak, he glanced at him and smiled slightly, not continuing to talk about this matter, but turning to other topics. After a few more sentences, Yao Si-chun's mind was deep in thought, and he clearly no longer had the heart to sip tea. So he took a deep breath and got up to take his leave. The middle-aged man smiled and sent him to the door before pacing slowly back. Things all set? On the main seat of the tea table, Chun Yuman's beautiful eyes glanced at him and asked. Arranged. The middle-aged man smiled confidently. I've greeted all the music producers I can think of. At least within these 2 months, no music producer will dare to explicitly stand on the side of Shenwei Entertainment. Shenwei Entertainment is after all just a small studio. The gap between its strength and ours is still very obvious. People who can hang out in the entertainment industry aren't stupid. They know how to choose. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuman's red delicate lips gently hooked, revealing a seductive smile. That's good. I'm relieved that you arranged it. After saying that, she poured out the somewhat cool tea in her cup and poured herself another cup of warm tea. Her red lips moved slightly and slowly took a sip. The middle-aged man looked at her appearance, but he sighed slightly. You man, must you work with this Yao Si-chun? What? Jealous? Shen Yuman raised her head and glanced at him faintly, revealing a delicate smile. The middle-aged man sat down in his chair and was silent, not speaking. Shen Yuman raised the teapot with both hands and poured a cup of tea into his teacup, ranting, Yao Si-chun is nothing more than a pawn in my eyes. My true goal, you should know. It is precisely because I know that I am jealous. The middle-aged man let out a bitter laugh. You man, we've known each other for more than 10 years now. Why haven't we closed our hearts yet? I've been fooling around with you all these years, and you've had enough fun out there, haven't you? If you don't marry me again, the pressure from the family side is going to be a bit much for me to handle. Shen Yuman's charming eyes turned and glared at him, disgruntled. You smelly men, what's the point of getting married? I don't want to spend my life with a man. At those words, the middle-aged man's face was a bit ugly. Fine, fine, I promise you, after I take Su Luo away, I will honestly go home with you, get married and have children. Knowing that he was angry, Chen Yuman playfully glanced at him and covered her mouth and laughed lightly. The middle-aged man's face then looked much better. He pondered for a long time and said seriously, this is the last time I'm going to fool around with you, and when this is over, whether you want to or not, I want you to come home with me and get married and live an honest life. I know. Speaking of this matter, Chen Yuman also seems to be a little angry. Teacups on the table, willow eyebrows upside down, a look of exasperation. The middle-aged man sighed, didn't say anything else, and left the office straight away. Only after he left did Chen Yuman's complexion return to normal. She looked at the tea table, the teacup that Yao Si-chun had just drank from, and skimmed her mouth with some disgust. Wrap the teacup in a paper towel and throw it in the trash. A toad wants to eat swan meat, and a stinky man still dreams of getting his hands on Su Luo Wei? That little Nini Su Luo Wei can only be mine. Chen Yuman, no one can snatch her away. Chapter 25, Hubby, can you write a song for me? Mu Ning, Do you think the new music director of our Morning Vista Entertainment is really that asshole writer that the internet said? Morning Vale Entertainment. In the trainee dormitory, a girl with a pom-pom head clutched her cell phone and asked with a worried face. Her name was Xia Listening Ching, and she was a trainee that Chenwei Entertainment had just signed this year. There were a total of 4 girls living in the dormitory, all of which were the new trainee girls who had entered Chenwei Entertainment this year. The girl sitting across from her was called Yi Mu-ning, and she looked very pretty. At the moment, however, she was a little flushed, wearing athletic tights, a ponytail, and a dry look in her clear eyes, as if she had just returned from a run at the gym. Although she hadn't been in the company for long either, this little girl had already become the captain of all the trainee girls by virtue of her talent and hard work. Xia Listening Xing liked Yi Mu the most, and after encountering a problem, the first thing she wanted to do was to listen to her opinion. But perhaps attracted by the topic, the attention of several other girls in the dormitory shifted. It's rumored that this Jiang Chen, for 3 years, has been moping around the house, completely relying on Sister Luo Wei to support him. I don't know why Sister Lovey married such a person in the first place. Can such a person do a good job as the music director of Morning Vista Entertainment? It's too bad we've only just signed and we've got such an unreliable music director. I originally thought that Chenwei Entertainment was developing quite well, but I didn't expect it to change in the blink of an eye. The girls were talking. Yi Mu-ning's bed was next to the balcony, but her eyebrows were slightly wrinkled and she didn't say anything. The recent happenings at Morning Vista Entertainment Studios are no longer a secret in the entertainment industry. Those who are interested can probably get the full picture of the whole thing with a little bit of poking around. Yesterday, she had actually sent a quiet message to the company's manager, Sister Jing, inquiring about the new music director. Perhaps because she didn't feel the need to hide it, Su Jingchu gave a direct reply. That's right, the one who is going to be the new music director of Chenwei Entertainment is Luo Wei's husband, Jiang Chen, the legendary imposter writer who hasn't written anything for 3 years, the soft-boiled man who relies on Luo Wei's sister's support for 3 years. Yi Mu-ning sighed softly in her heart. Sister Luo Wei was her idol, so after graduating from school half a year ago, she rejected the olive branches handed to her by major entertainment companies and chose to join Chenwei Entertainment straight away. I didn't realize that before 3 months had passed, Chenwei Entertainment had encountered such a big trouble. That said, have you guys been approached by anyone from other entertainment companies in the past few days? A girl suddenly asked. Hearing her words, the dormitory suddenly fell silent for a moment. No one said anything, and there was something mildly unnatural about their expressions. In the entertainment industry, it is a taboo to contact other entertainment companies privately. Although they did receive contact information from several entertainment companies in the past few days, this kind of thing could not be publicized to the public. That girl obviously also knew that she had slipped up, and covered her mouth in some embarrassment, not saying anything else. That was the end of the small talk. They had training in the afternoon and they only had a short hour break, but several of the girls looked a little distracted. Chenwei Entertainment has been a bit shaky lately, and these trainees, although they are not exposed to the level of mutual tug-of-war between the companies, are forced to worry about their own future. They have all signed several years of trainee contracts with Chenwei Entertainment, and if Chenwei Entertainment doesn't have enough resources to help them make their debut, their futures will all be wasted here. For a while, the faces of the crowd were somewhat complicated. Yi Mu-ning sighed in her heart. Yesterday she also received several messages from Pouring City Entertainment. The content on that message was also very simple. Nothing more than some words advising her to break away from Morning Violet Entertainment and join their Leaning City Entertainment instead. Xingcheng Entertainment is very generous to say, as long as she is willing to change the company, a series of subsequent problems arising from the breach of contract will be resolved by them, will not let her have any worries. Yi Mu-ning didn't bother with them though, but she knew that she was definitely not the only one in the company who had received a similar message. And there seems to be quite a few practicing students that are starting to falter. Early the next morning, when Jiang Chen yawned and came out of his room, Su Luo Wei had already gone out. The little nymph seemed to have a lot of things to be busy with in the past 2 days, and yesterday she was also busy until very late in the evening before coming back with a tired face, and after taking a bath, she directly drilled into Jiang Chen's arms and fell asleep. The update of those years, The Lights We Blow Together continues, but Jiang Chen doesn't choose to have a showdown with Su Luo Wei. Chenwei Entertainment is in trouble. He cannot sit idly by. Originally just thought that the normal music director left, casually find another one on the line, but now it seems clear that this is not the case. Before he went to bed last night, he wanted to ask about something related to Morning Vista Entertainment, but looking at the tired look on the little ninny's face, he didn't open his mouth. Anyway, there was already a plan in mind to go to Chenwei Entertainment as a music director, so the problem would naturally unfold in time. No matter who it was in these 2 months, as long as they dared to make a move against Chenwei Entertainment, He would let the other party know what it meant to swim in a cesspool looking for death. The writing side of things needs to be on the agenda as well. This afternoon he updated again. As usual, with 60,000 words. Those were the years we blow the lights out seems to be slowly catching fire on the internet as well. Speaking of which, Jiangchen was also very strange. This kind of horror tune rating novel in the guise of a love story, and I don't know which point of the netizens was poked and prodded. Those who have read it seem to have a strong desire to share it, and have taken to their social media platforms to frantically recommend this romance novel that keeps people up at night. So much so that his novel stats are skyrocketing all the way to the top. After finishing the words, he took the time to look at the data and found that the number of readers had risen to more than 200,000, and the number of people who had joined the bookshelf also gradually up to reach as many as 80,000. In just 3 days, this statistic can be completely described as a miracle. I believe that with a few more days of fermentation, the book will be even hotter. By then, the pen name of Jiang Lang talent would gradually appear in the public eye. I also wonder what kind of shocked expression Nikki will have when she realizes that she has written a hot book. Jiang Chen thought silently in his heart. At night, Su Luowei was still busy until after 11 o'clock. Even Su Jingchu didn't return to her own home, choosing to stay in the villa instead. Finally finished recording the song today, Su Luowei was wearing a close-fitting silk nightgown and came out of the bathroom, her hair naturally falling over her shoulders. She slowly climbed onto the bed and curled up in Jiang Chen's arms, murmuring softly. After the two of them took the most crucial step that night, the little ninny model seemed to have more of a woman's flavor, but it was a tired face. Jiang Chen gently stroked her head, but he couldn't help but furrow his brows. In the 3 years of their marriage, he hadn't seen Su Luowei show such a tired demeanor. It seemed that this time, the Chunwei entertainment matter had indeed made Su Luowei a bit nervous as well, so much so that she had to become busy during this period of time. He looked at the delicate form of the girl in his arms, and the displeasure in his heart became more and more apparent. Who the hell is it that keeps looking for death? If he wore Nachan out, how could he be happy being a jerk in the future? Hubby, have you written a book in the last few days? Su Luowei suddenly murmured in a low voice. Jiang was looking down, but found that the little girl has already fallen asleep. Black hair lined with white skin, stunning beauty quietly placed in front of himself, small mouth from time to move a little. Surprisingly, he was talking in his sleep. A tenderness suddenly welled up in his heart, and he gently stroked Su Luowei's hair. Of course not. It's so hard to write a book. How can it be so easy to write? So can you help me write songs? This time, Jiang Chen didn't reply, but said silently in his heart, sure, as long as you want to, I could always write you songs. Well, thanks hubby. Early the next morning, Jiang Chen was woken up by Su Luowei. Su Luowei lay in his arms and gently tickled him with her hair. It wasn't until he opened his eyes in a daze that he said, somewhat angrily, get up, you big slob. You said you were going to work today. Jiang Chen wrapped his arms around her small waist and was planning to roll over and sleep for a little while longer, but he was broken free by the little ninny, pushing and shoving him hard. Get up, you big lazy pig. Jiang Chen sighed slightly and sat up. Well, it looks like there's no more sleeping. He looked outside at the sky. It was just dawning outside the house. The sun hadn't even fully risen yet. It's just too much of an ordeal to be at work at this hour. How did your old self get through it all? After a yawn, he got up and out of bed. Look at this situation. If we don't help Nasan stabilize the studio first, don't even think about sleeping for the next 2 months. Fear Value 98. Chapter 26. The Singing Diva Who Came to the Door. The morning air always has a waking coolness to it. After Jiang Chen opened the window to breathe a few mouthfuls of cold, fresh air, the sleepiness from his early start suddenly subsided a lot. It has been a long time since I woke up early. Suddenly get up so early. Looking out the window gray light, but the heart has some special feelings. How many years ago? He was also used to waking up at this hour and heading to the practice room for training. There was also a popular saying in those days, have you ever seen the sun at 4 a.m.? But he had more than seen the sun at 4 a.m. Even the shooting star at 4 a.m. He had seen it twice. Nowadays, when I look back on this hard struggle, there are always some inexplicable feelings in my heart. I want to thank myself for that time, but I also feel that it was too hard. If I enjoy life and be an ordinary person, will I live a happy life too? Jiang Chen thought for a while before realizing that there was no answer to this question, and that everyone had choices that belonged to them. He shook his head and smiled, stretching a bit as he headed toward the restroom. Now that you have traveled a road full of struggle, take this life as it comes. One has to try different ways of living, otherwise one will get tired of always struggling non-stop. The two of them shuffled through in unison. When she came out, Su Luowei, however, seemed to be a bit dissatisfied with Jiang Chen, beaming and glaring fiercely at him, because when she just washed herself, Jiang Chen always applied foam to her face, causing her to re-wash her face twice more. I washed my face 3 times today. It's all your fault. Jiang Chen felt that ever since the last candlelight dinner incident, the little girl always seemed to be looking for a chance to take it out on him, because she always thought that everything Jiang Chen did last time was on purpose, causing her pain for days. But the little girl was busy these days, so she never got the chance. When they went to work together today and saw that Jiang Chen still dared to tease her, they crossed their arms. Su Luowei had always adhered to the notion of being a virtuous stepford wife outside and being obedient, but at home, she absolutely had to get on Jiang Chen's bad side. A lot of small things. She likes to find nothing to wrestle with Jiang Chen, intentionally stirring up strife, and finally winning through trickery and pampering, etc., so that Jiang Chen can coax her. For 3 years, it was a special way of communicating emotions between the two. At this point, Su Luowei was obviously moved to start a war again. Jiang Chen surveyed the little petite wife in front of him, a single thin nightgown, hair pulled up, a little just got up slightly messy, hands crossed, full of momentum. He then couldn't resist taking 2 steps forward. Su Luowei still wanted to say a few words, but she froze when she raised her eyes, because Jiang Chen was already standing close to her, blocking all the light in front of her. What are you doing? She subconsciously stepped back, only to realize that the wall was just behind her. Jiang Chen let out a bad smile and reached out to grab her hands, then raised them high. Su Luowei's back was forced against the wall. Her hands were pressed against the wall and she couldn't move. And Jiang Chen actually had the effort to free up a hand and tease-like pinch the chin. Su Luowei's strength wasn't as strong as Jiang Chen's, so she couldn't struggle and could only let Jiang Chen lift her chin up. By now the sun was gradually showing small corners from the sky, and warm rays shone through the windows into the villa. Su Luowei was treated so dominantly by Jiang Chen for the first time and raised her eyes to look at him, but she couldn't help but gradually freeze. Jiang Chen, with his back to the sun, is really close to himself? You, let go. Want to do what? The heart went pft and pft. Jiang Chen stared at Su Luowei, whose blush was rapidly creeping over her cheeks like a steaming apple, and smiled in his heart. Sure enough, this ninny is just allergic to romance. With the slightest romantic scene or action, you immediately blush and slur your words, unable to resist. No, we, later, and then. Su Luowei felt as if all her strength had been drained out of her body, and her heart was pounding. She sensed what Jiang Chen was preparing to do and panicked a little. Old hubby, today, can't, later, and also, but Jiang Chen didn't care about that. He had already taken hold of the little girl's waist and kissed her. Little girl, can't cure you. Will you dare to be mean in the future? By the time Jiang Chen and Su Luowei walked down the stairs together, Su Jingqiu had already bought breakfast back from outside and was anxiously waiting for the two. My goodness, you guys are finally up. Su Jingqiu didn't think too much about it, thinking that the two were just bedridden. After all, Su Luowei came back late last night, and Jiang Chen had a lazy nature. Su Luowei was a little embarrassed and hid behind Jiang Chen, not daring to speak. Just now Jiang Chen bullied her again. Obviously the last injury is still not healed. Jiang Chen shrugged. He was actually pretty much in control of his time, but it took quite a bit of time for Luowei to quell the blush on her face, so it was over an hour later when the two came down. When he walked to the living room and prepared to eat breakfast, he found that in addition to Su Jingqiu on the sofa on the hall, there was actually a woman he didn't recognize sitting on it. The woman is very pretty. Fair skin, slender eyebrows, nose slightly straight, slim and chiseled body, slightly curled long hair hanging over the shoulder. Through the hair, you can vaguely see the slender pink neck. Looking closely, the face value was surprisingly not at all inferior to Nasan's. The woman sat on the sofa, quietly flipping through a fashion magazine, her movements elegant with a faintly high spirits. It was as if the entire villa hall had become a little brighter because of her presence. Compared to her, Su Jingqiu on the side was completely like a boss lady delivering breakfast. Jiang Chen was puzzled in his heart. This woman, why does she look familiar? But, in his impression, it seems that he has never seen such a woman. This was clearly his home. The woman saw him, but she also seemed to have absolutely no intention of getting up. Her cool eyes just glanced at him faintly before moving away and turning to fall on the little ninny behind her. Sister, what brings you here? Su Luowei saw her but her face showed joy, then went forward with some surprise. The woman then stood up and hugged each other with Luowei. Honestly, Jiang Chen had seen many images of two women hugging each other. However, the image of two stunning women, whose looks and temperament were completely unmatched, embracing each other hadn't been seen much, and so close up too. This shot can be completely described as luscious. The soul that belongs uniquely to an old man can't help but seriously appreciate it at this moment. Su Luowei warm and compassionate, the woman cold and bright, at the same time appeared in front of the eyes. It is really difficult to distinguish whose face value is more outstanding. If you want to compare figures, you have to change into a swimsuit and go to the beach. Ahem. The old man interrupted himself with a quick cough. By the way, is this woman? He remembered what Su Luowei had just called her. Sister? Wait, sister? Jiang Chen's heart suddenly thumped. What did Su Luowei call her? Sister? Could she be that day's Yan Shuexin? Jiang Chen stared wide-eyed, finally remembering at this moment why this woman looked a bit familiar. So the woman who tried to sell him tea the other day was her. No wonder the avatar is so pretty. I'm surprised it's not a web image found online? Jiang Chen's expression gradually became a bit strange. Damn, when did such real avatars exist in this cyber world? Nah, your breakfast. To the side, Su Jingchu raised the meal bag in her hand, signaling him to go over for breakfast. Okay, thanks, just put it on the table. I'll give you a 5-star review later. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Su Jingchu, hubby, let me introduce you. She is senior sister Yen. Suliwei interrupted his shenanigans. Jiang Chen coughed and thought to himself, of course I know that this is senior sister Yen. 2 days ago we even negotiated the tea business together. Hello senior sister Yen. He raised his hand in greeting. After figuring out the woman's identity, he immediately lost interest. This woman is definitely here for trouble. Never good. Sure enough, Yan Shuexin shot him an indifferent glance, her voice clear and cold. Senior sister Yen doesn't dare to be called that. Just call me Xiao Yen. Meh. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. The more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to hold a grudge. And he didn't just faintly pretend to be a pussy that day, so why would he remember it until now? Pretending not to hear, he took his place at the table and picked up a donut. I've heard from the experts that you mustn't eat breakfast on an empty stomach in the morning, so I suggest we all hurry up and eat something to pad our bellies. Su Luowei, however, didn't fall for it. She glanced at Yan Shuexin and then at Jiang Chen, and quickly realized that something was wrong, and immediately went up with some exasperation, and fiercely pinched Jiang Chen at the back waist. Hubby, did you say something weird to senior sister Yen again the day before yesterday? Yan Shuexin also walked to the other end of the dining table and sat down at this moment, her gaze not falling on Jiang Chen at all, as if the whole thing just didn't have anything to do with her. How could it be? I even said I treat senior sister Yen to dinner the day before yesterday to thank her for her help. Jiang Chen covered his hindquarters in assurance. Really? Su Lo was a little disbelieving. Sure, ask her if you don't believe me, Jiang Chen said with conviction. He did say something about inviting Yan Shuexin to dinner that day and was very sincere. Yan Shuexin, however, grunted coldly with an expressionless face and didn't speak out in rebuttal. Jiang Chen was indeed going to say that he was going to invite her to dinner, but in a flirtatious tone, not really trying to thank her. Humph, count yourself honest. Su Luowei didn't notice the abnormality and hummed arrogantly, similarly sitting down on the chair next to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief and thought to himself, what the hell is this woman doing here? If you have nothing else to do, go sell tea. Why do you come to people's homes early in the morning? After a bit of a ruckus, several people finally all took their seats at the table and ate their breakfast honestly. Yan Shuexin finally said her intention after drinking 2 mouthfuls of porridge. Luo Wei, I'll accompany you to the company today to see if there's anything I can do to help. Su Luowei's eyes lit up when she heard this. Yeah, although Sister Yen had only debuted 2 years before her, she was a true singing diva. Because Yan Shuexin only focuses on the identity of a singer, she usually hardly participates in other programs except for music-related work. So this senior sister is much stronger than her in terms of musical attainments, connections and resources in the entertainment industry, and influence. Chenwei Entertainment is facing so much pressure nowadays. If sister is willing to help, she can definitely solve a lot of problems. Silly girl. Yan Shuexin's clear and cold eyes, but there was a hint of hidden tenderness in favor. Su Luowei was her only little sister. Back when she was studying with her teacher, it was the best relationship between them. The sisters. If not her, then who? I still have some resources on hand. I've heard that Chenwei Entertainment has been robbed of a lot of circulars during this period of time, so first take these resources and distribute them to the artists underneath to stabilize the situation. Su Luowei nodded repeatedly. She had been busy recording songs for the past 2 days, and she hadn't dealt with much of anything in the company. The departure of the music director, various announcements being cut off one after another, plus the poaching behavior of other entertainment companies. The company has long been disorganized within the company. As much as she wanted to change that, the lack of resources at hand made it mostly impossible. Thank you, senior sister. Yan Shuexin's gaze then glanced coolly at Jiang Chen again and said indifferently, however, all these resources can only treat the symptoms but not the root cause. If you want the artists in the company to be completely at ease, it still depends on whether the newly appointed music director can convince everyone or not. On my side, I can contact a few old-timers in the music industry and ask them to serve as music directors at Chenwei Entertainment to help you stabilize the situation. Su Luowei froze for a moment, then blinked her big eyes and gave Jiang Chen a somewhat puzzled look. Sister Yan should know about Jiang Chen's upcoming role as the music director of Chenwei Entertainment. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes in his mind. If he hadn't known that Chenwei Entertainment was in trouble, he would have been eager to push off this music director job. Senior sister, Jiang Chen has already agreed to be the music director. I'm sure he can do a good job. After Su Luowei thought for a moment, she still said to Yan Shui Xin, although senior sister meant well, as a wife, she had to give Jiang Chen more support. Morning Vista Entertainment, which always starts with the word morning. At those words, a faint touch of helplessness passed through Yan Shuixin's eyes. This girl, she's usually quite smart and clever, but when it comes to the critical moment, why does she get confused? The day before yesterday, she had just a brief chat with Jiang Chen and realized that not only did this person not have much ability, he was also very arrogant and cocky. Open mouth showbiz, closed mouth singing. Now that I've seen it in person, it's even more disappointing. The whole person looks hangdog. No motivation at all. Typical low-eyed character. How can someone like that be a good music director? Although Su Luowei said that she believed Jiang Chen on her lips, she still seemed to be unavoidably worried in her heart. Honey, where did the suit I got you last night go? Today your first day on the job to meet with everyone. To do self-introduction. Must wear a little more formal. Cannot let the first impression is too bad. Right. There's also a script I prepared for you that contains a self-introduction and speech for when you go on stage. She rambled on and stood up. Jiang Chen is the new music director. According to the rules in the company, the first meeting should be a show of strength and self-introduction. She wanted Jiang Chen to be accepted by everyone as soon as possible, so she also made a lot of careful preparations, like an expensive slim-fit suit and a manuscript written by a professional. It's written by a student in the broadcasting field, and it's very well written, so when the time comes, just read from it, and you're guaranteed to impress everyone. She smiled and put a document with imprinted handwriting in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked at the manuscript in front of him, which filled 5 or 6 pages, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Damn, this draft looks like it's got to be at least 10,000 words, right? How long are you going to keep me on stage? In the past, in the entertainment company, the thing he hated the most was when the leader spoke on stage. Bull ****** and a waste of time. Is it possible that you are going to be one of those people? The little ninny seemed to be going for a suit. Jiang Chen quickly reached out, pulling her back. What's the point of wearing that thing? It's not to get married. A nap is too much choking. The so-called first meeting, he has long understood clearly, is not just a show of strength. What is the use of wearing a suit? He's going to be a music director, not selling insurance. The problem within Morning Vista Entertainment today is that people's hearts are unstable, and the most important thing is to stabilize them as soon as possible. A fine suit and a passionate 10,000 word speech. None of this works. If you want to convince people, the most important thing is to rely on strength. So he wasn't even going to spend more than 5 minutes on stage. Showing strength doesn't even take 5 minutes. Many owners of large companies don't wear suits even when they go on stage for a conference, because the focus is on the product itself, not the suit. This manuscript isn't needed either. Jiang Chen shook his head. Soloway froze. So how are you going to introduce yourself later? Proctoring. Proctoring? What if you get nervous and run out of words? A talented writer doesn't get nervous or run out of words at all. Jiang Chen was full of confidence. It was just a first meeting with a group of trainees. It wasn't much of a scene, so where was the need for so much preparation? Though he became a great writer solely by carrying the talent in his head. But the word move is not used very flexibly in the world of the cultured. I have it in my head that you don't, and that can only be called inspiration, not plagiarism. What? You're not convinced? Then you bite me. The treasures of the earthlings, of course, must be inherited by the earthlings. Why don't you find another earthling? Hearing his words, Su Luowei froze for a long time, and then sat down in her seat with her hands clasped somewhat angrily. This suit and manuscript were carefully prepared by her for Jiang Chen's first day at work. On the side, Yan Shuixin couldn't help but look at Jiang Chen with a gaze that was a few more points clearer. This guy. What a mess. Chapter 27, Jiang Chen's self-introduction. In the end, Jiang Chen still didn't change into his suit. A comfortable and flattering casual work outfit with understated sneaker runners. Going up to the office and going down to the restaurant is the best thing that belongs to a working man. Although Su Luowei was a bit angry, she saw that Jiang Chen didn't seem so resistant to being a music director, so she had to let him be. A group of 4, in 2 cars, traveled to the office. Su Luowei hadn't met with Yan Shuixin for a long time and had a lot to say. After hesitating for a while, she directly pulled Jiang Chen into Yan Shuixin's car. Yan Shuixin drove a British-style limousine with a black body and white interior, very much in line with her cool style. At this time the sun is only just rising, The road has gradually had some pedestrians. Su Luowei accompanied Yen Shuoxin on the co-pilot to talk, and Jiang Chen sat alone in the back seat. The most comfortable position in this executive class sedan is usually the back seat. After Jiang Chen got on the bus, he leaned back and rested on the comfortable headrest, which was quite cozy. It was a bit of an early start today, a bit of a break in the biological clock routine, so much so that he quickly stifled a yawn. It was about an hour or so drive to the office, and he was going to take that time to squint and catch up on some sleep. Yen Shuoxin's beautiful eyes looked through the rearview mirror, her gaze clear and cold as she glanced behind her. Jiang Chen's lethargic appearance fell into her eyes, making her impression of Jiang Chen a few points worse. Yawning early in the morning. What company has a music director as lethargic as him? Su Luowei and Yen Shuoxin casually chatted about the topic, and there was a faint sound of music in the car. A gentle woman's singing voice. Su Luowei listened for a while, then suddenly her eyes lit up. Senior Sister Yen, this is Senior Sister Su Rongfei's new song, right? Aha. Yen Shuoxin nodded. Deep Love, a new composition by Sister Su, is also composed by Sun Yongjian, music director of Stone Entertainment. This kind of love song with a theme of deep love has always been well received in the market, and I heard that Senior Sister Su spent a lot of money to take this song down, intending to put it into her next album. Su Rongfei is a senior female singer who became famous early in the entertainment circle, graduated from the Magic City Conservatory of Music as did Su Luowei and Yen Shuoxin, but was nearly 10 years older. That's why both of them called her Senior Sister Su. That's nice. Su Luowei couldn't help but praise it. Su Rongfei's voice was really good, melodious and graceful, with a kind of airy goddess feeling, compared to her voice in which there was much less airiness and more gentleness and serenity. But this song is not the final version. Yen Shuoxin, however, shook her head. I heard that Sun Yongjian spent more than a month writing this song, and it's only the first draft at the moment, and it will only be completely perfected in another week. Senior Sister Su sent me this first draft of the song, so that I could help her find her emotions. The release of a song is not as simple as it seems, and there is often a lot of detailed tweaking going on behind the scenes. Both the lyrics and the song, as well as the vocal and mood of the singer, are crucial. The full version of the song must be better. After Su Luowei thought about it, she suddenly looked at Jiang Chen in the back seat. Hubby, what do you think? She purposely pulled Jiang Chen onto the car because she wanted to find a chance to regulate the relationship between him and Senior Sister Yen. Yen Shuoxin was a rising diva in the singing world, and Jiang Chen was able to write Fairy Tale and Invisible Wings, so the level of sound must not be bad either. There were just a few misunderstandings between the two that would have been nice to talk through. Yen Shuoxin frowned slightly without moving. Stone Entertainment is a relatively large entertainment company in the circle, and Sun Yongjian is also a famous senior musician in the industry, so there is naturally nothing wrong with the songs he writes. What can Jiang Chen, this asshole, say? Little sister is really a bit screwed up when it comes to her feelings. Reasoning. Jiang Chen had already closed his eyes at this time with the intention of catching up on his sleep, but he didn't expect to be brought up by Su Luowei again. He didn't bother to say anything more than a direct review. Average. Hard to fire. The song has an average cut and a sparse melody, held together entirely by Su Rongfei's distinctive timbre. It's hard to be able to listen, but it's hard to want to fire. After hearing Jiang Chen's words, the coolness in Yen Shuoxin's eyes grew a few points more. With any song, no one knows what the end result will be until it has been tested in the marketplace. Just open your mouth and say something? What? Has director Jiang written a better song than Deep Love? She raised her cold eyes and asked in a silky voice. No. Jiang Chen thought about it, and it didn't seem like he hadn't written similar songs at home. So you're just bull asterisk 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 ting? Just being honest. Jiang Chen looked indifferent. Meh. Yen Shuoxin snorted coldly and stopped speaking, clearly unimpressed with Jiang Chen's words. There was some silence in the car for a while, and neither of them spoke again. Su Luowei looked at the two people, a helpless face. These two people in the end is, what's going on? How can we not get along when we've obviously never met? 9 o'clock in the morning. All the trainees of Chenwei Entertainment received a message. In an hour, the newly appointed music director would be in the large practice room, meeting with all of them and then doing a brief self-introduction. The news made all the practicing students freeze in disbelief. New music director in town? It can't really be that asshole husband of Sister Lovey, can it? What are they going to do if it's really him? With deep concern and curiosity, all the trainees walked in the direction of the large practice room as one after completing their morning homework. Chenwei Entertainment has a total of 3 practice rooms, 2 small and 1 large. Since Chenwei Entertainment was only a startup company with limited strength, the company was not located in a high-end office building, but rented a single factory building in the business park area. This kind of plant is not only cheap to rent, but also large enough to be used with a simple renovation, which can save a lot of money. In Chenwei Entertainment, Just the area of a large practice room alone was as large as 500 square meters. It features a 1.5-meter high stage, and the venue looks very spacious, which would be impossible to achieve in an upscale office building. This largest practice room is where the company usually uses to hold events and assessments, and every month, all the trainees are assessed in this practice room. On the stage sat the music director, instructor, or Su Jingchu and others. This kind of test is not only to supervise the daily training of the trainees, but also to improve the ability to adapt to the stage. So the requirements are very strict. If any of the trainees failed 3 consecutive tests, they would be directly discouraged. 9:50 a.m. The 23 trainees of Manhwa Entertainment, all gathered in the large practice room, were all girls. In this respect, Manhwa Entertainment's development route was actually somewhat similar to that of Qingcheng Entertainment. Su Luowei was worried that Zhangchen would mind, so she usually preferred signing female artists, resulting in the company always having a yin and yang within it, and it was on the verge of developing into a country of daughters. The girls walked into the large practice room in 2s and 3s. The group, which was still a bit noisy, suddenly quieted down, because in the large practice room, Su Jingchu had already arrived. They, the fledgling trainees, were still a bit intimidated when they faced this national goddess's gold medal agent. After all, this gold medal agent, but holds the power of life and death of all their acting career. On the other side of the large practice room, there is a small raised platform that can accommodate 4 or 5 people. Su Luowei and Yan Shuexin ascended this high platform early and sat down. They could see the whole room from their position, but the trainees had a hard time spotting them. Normally, it's okay for the music director to meet with the trainees on her first day of work, talk to them, and familiarize herself with each other, even if she doesn't come. But considering that Jiang Chen had never had any experience as a music director, Su Luowei's heart was still vaguely worried, and after hesitating for a long time, she still pulled Yan Shuexin and ran ahead to sit on this high platform. Silly ninny, you're just too emotional. Yan Shuexin sat beside Su Luowei, her tone filled with worry. On the way just now, she recommended a few more candidates to Su Lo who could serve as music chief, but all of them were rejected by Su Luowei. Little sister seemed to have made up her mind that she wanted Jiang Chen to be the music director. Senior sister, Jiang Chen, he actually has strength. It just hasn't been realized yet. I'm sure he can do it. Su Luowei took a deep breath and said firmly, but that look, instead, was more like a pep talk. Alas, Yan Shuexin secretly shook her head in her heart. This silly senior sister, smart and clever looking, how come she has grown a love brain? Never mind, it's good to let that Jiang Chen try. When he screws up, it's time for his little sister to recognize reality, right? The time soon came to the appointed 10 o'clock. All the trainee girls plopped down at the bottom of the stage, but the legendary music director doesn't seem to have shown up. The stage was empty. At first, everyone was able to remain patient and wait quietly, but 5 or 6 minutes later, still no one appeared on the stage. The trainee girls, gradually, were somewhat pressed to talk to each other. Why haven't you come yet? Couldn't have overslept, could you? It's possible. I heard that Sister Lovey's husband sleeps at home until noon every day. To hell with a music director like that. Will I ever get to the day when I can simmer down and make my debut? Ugh, I actually don't have any hope for Manhwa Entertainment anymore. I, too, kind of want to consider other companies. Shoo, keep it down. Don't get heard. Yi Muning was sitting right in the middle of all the girls, and she could hear what the others around her were saying. She looked at the empty stage in front of her and pursed her lips with a very complicated expression. At this time in her mind, more than disappointment, but incomprehension. Why? Why did Sister Lovey marry such an unreliable jerk of a boy in the first place? And why did they make this unreliable guy the music director? Why hasn't this asshole shown up when it's clearly time? Why doesn't Sister Lo come out and say something even at this point? Obviously, even if the music director was unreliable, everyone would be more at ease as long as Lovey-san showed up. Su Luowei was her idol. She liked the soft-spoken and delicate Su Luowei, and she also liked Manhwa Entertainment, and she didn't want others to say anything bad about Manhwa Entertainment. But it's like things are always moving in the worst possible direction. Yi Muning's gaze was tightly fixed in the direction of the stage. Her fingers clenched tightly, and a worried look gradually appeared in her eyes. Looking at the trainee girls who gradually became impatient and boisterous, Su Jingchu's eyebrows on the side were also a bit anxious. This Jiang Chen guy, how come he went to the toilet and disappeared? In fact, she could visualize it from the performance of these trainee girls in front of her. The current turmoil of hearts within Manhwa Entertainment had indeed reached a more serious point. If we put it 2 weeks ago, not to mention the music director was 5 minutes late, even if he was delayed by something for half an hour, who would dare to say anything? This Jiang Chen left an impression of lethargy and diffidence on all the trainees on the first day. How can this team be led in the future? On the high platform, Su Luowei clenched her 2 fingers tightly together, and there was some worry in her heart. Music directors, in general, are portrayed as strict and responsible in the company, but Jiang Chen was so late for his first meeting with everyone. Later on, even if you do a good job of introducing yourself, you can't avoid giving everyone a bad impression that you're unreliable. Just when everyone was preoccupied, there was a sudden pop in the practice room. The lights all dimmed, with only the stage lights still on. It was the crew maneuvering the lights, followed by the sound of a footstep. From the direction of the stage, everyone's gazes were directed towards the stage, only to see Jiang Chen, dressed in casual clothes, finally appear. He went up the steps, not a quick step, but a comfortable one to look at, giving a feeling of calmness and unhurriedness. Actually, Jiang Chen was also a bit embarrassed. He really didn't mean to be late. Who knew that the terrain of this factory was actually so complicated that he got a little lost once he finished using the restroom. It took half a day to find the place. Yes, he is a little bit of a roadie. I don't know if it's because there are too many things in his head, but it's always hard to remember some of the less important things. It took a while to find the right way. Luckily, though, by the looks on everyone's faces, it doesn't seem to have been a long wait. Below the stage, however, the trainee girls were directly whispering, "He's the new music director? Sister Lovey's husband? I think so. I've seen pictures of him online. He's not bad looking, but unfortunately he's a jerk and doesn't feel very trustworthy. Can you really be a good music director when you look lazy and are so late? If I could rate it, I'd give him a bad review." Seeing Jiang Chen finally appear, Su Jingchu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Regardless, it's good to show up, and although it's a little late, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. If I can introduce myself properly later, I can still barely salvage some impression points. The meeting with the music director is divided into two parts, a show of strength and self-introductions. Both she and Su Luowei had seen Jiang Chen sing, and as long as they could perform superbly like they did that day, things would be much better. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Chen walked directly to the center of the stage and picked up the microphone on top of the stand. Off stage, the girls whispered, He, I'm all curious how he's going to introduce himself later. Hello everyone, I'm Su Lo's husband? No, it should be, hi everyone, I'm the asshole writer. Hey, you guys aren't allowed to make me laugh. I can't even hold it in. But to the surprise of all the girls, Jiang Chen raised the microphone but didn't say anything, instead walking directly towards the piano on the side of the stage. The girls on stage froze. Instead of saying a few words first, you just choose to show strength? Generally, only very strong musicians introduce themselves in this way. Conquer everyone with strength first, then chat casually. But Jiang Chen, he can too? The girls were talking. Su Jingchu, however, pinched a sweat. Her original arrangement was that she wanted Jiang Chen to say a few words first and familiarize himself with everyone before displaying his strength. This would enhance Jiang Chen's affinity as a music director and change people's impression of him to a greater extent. I didn't expect Jiang Chen to directly choose the most difficult path. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Chen came to the piano and slowly sat down. To be honest, he actually wanted to say a few words and have a stunning opening speech before slowly showing off his strength. But after picking up the microphone, he realized that he was not the type of person who likes to boast about his personality. Instead of talking too much about falsehoods, it would be better to directly prove, with practical actions, his strength. At this moment, Jiang Chen's gaze looked fairly calm. It's been a while since I've played the piano, and once again, I got up on stage and sat down in front of the piano as if I were seeing an old friend again. Some of the more carefully observed girls suddenly sensed a hint of difference from Jiang Chen's body. This new music director look. It seems not like the net rumor of the lazy and invisible, but vaguely through an unspeakable calm and profound. The girls rubbed their eyes and wondered if they had been mistaken. Why does this asshole superintendent seem a little different than expected? Jiang Chen mounted the microphone on a stand next to the piano. Showbiz is always a place of the weak and the strong, and the music director, of course, has to prove himself with his music. Please enjoy. First, the pop-up performance by director Jiang. Next to the stage, a female staff member raised her microphone at the right time and added a comment. She was the one Su Jingchu had arranged, and even the best music needed an opening. As the female staff member's words fell, on the high platform, Su Luowei couldn't help but sit up straight. Which song does Jiang Chen plan to sing? Fairy Tales or Moonstruck? Chapter 28. The silence. The large practice room was silent, and all eyes fell on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's thoughts, however, were a bit scattered. At this time, what kind of song to sing? What songs prove a music director's mettle? Inspirational songs? Sad ballad? Or, the names of many songs kept coming to mind, each representing a memory. But it's really a bit hard to choose. Suddenly, the passage that Yan Shuexin had said earlier came to mind. This song is called Deep Love. It's Sister Su's new composition, and it's also composed by Sun Yongjian, the music director of Lu Stone Entertainment. These kinds of love songs, which are based on deep emotion, have always been very well received in the marketplace. The market is responding better now. Is this the kind of song? Jiang Chen thought, and his fingers actually touched the keys directly and subconsciously. Ding! He remembered the song Deep Love that he had listened to in the car, and he also remembered Yan Shuexin's cool gaze with a hint of questioning. Yan Shuexin's thoughts were clear to him. This senior sister wanted to help. She was Su Luowei's big sister and wanted to help Chunwei Entertainment get through the hard times and get on the right track. But he didn't like women who were too strong. He appreciated Yan Shuexin's help, but a team could only have one voice for many things. As the new director of Morning Vista Entertainment, only his voice could be heard on the team. There wasn't much time he could stay in the entertainment industry, and if he wanted to solve the problems of Chunwei Entertainment in a short period of time, he would have to take some special approaches. On this point, both the diva and whatever must be restrained. Play a love song. Go with the deep love theme. The name of a song slowly surfaced in Jiang Chen's mind, and his fingers followed the melody as they wandered across the keys. In the spacious practice room, the sound of a piano melody with a hint of sadness suddenly rang out. The trainee girls, one by one, had somewhat surprised expressions. This music director, he actually plays the piano? Su Luowei and Su Jingxu also froze for a moment, because the melody that Jiang Chen was playing at this moment, none of them had ever heard before, neither fairy tales nor Moonstruck. What's this song? Could it be that this is Jiang Chen's fifth song? Su Luowei also covered her mouth in surprise. This was the first time she had watched Jiang Chen play the piano. In 3 years, Jiang Chen never said he could play the piano, but at this time, listening to this smooth melody, just the right rhythm, obviously this guy has been playing the piano for a long time. Instead, she had always thought that Jiang Chen would just sit in front of the computer and play the keyboard in a boring way. The little diva's eyes flickered with a little bit of color as she looked towards the stage with a complex expression, red lips lightly biting, on the beautiful face, seemingly petulant. This guy, how much more is he hiding from himself? Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Chen slowly opened his mouth. Can't help but be a stubborn fish, swimming alone against the current to the end. A youthful and pious vow. Sink silent in the deep. The song rang out, inside the practice room. However, the girls' expressions grew puzzled as Jiang Chen sang lyrics and melodies that none of them had ever heard before. Listen carefully, this is an original song written by your director Jiang. Su Jingchu, who was frozen for a long time on the side, finally came back to her senses and hurriedly seized the opportunity to say. At those words, the trainee girls all froze. Original songs? No way. Does it mean that this asshole director, not only can he play the piano, but he can also write songs? Really? The crowd refocused their attention on Jiang Chen's song, only to realize that the song seemed to be quite good. The faintly melancholic melody, paired with a somewhat raspy voice, is extraordinarily catchy. Revisit it a couple times. The end is still losing you. The melody flows faintly above the stage. Jiang Chen's eyes closed slightly, as if he was feeling something, searching for something. This is the performance of emotional immersion in the song. Professional singers singing, more or less unconsciously reveal such a state. The scene, once again, secretly amazed the girls. Jiang Chen performed exactly like a professional singer. But this guy, isn't it a douchebag writer? What the hell is going on here? Finally, the melody rises to an extreme. I am condemned by love to a life of solitude. Don't fight back. Don't let go. The pen can't finish the circle. The heart fills up the margins. It's you. Yan Shuexin stared blankly in the direction of the stage. From the moment the song rang out, she felt sitting in front of the piano. Jiang Chen seemed to have completely changed like a person. The body of the original kind of lethargic look swept away, replaced by a calm. It seemed that no matter what happened, he had easy control of the song, the stage, and the song. Still seems to be a song. She remembered the song Deep Love that Su Rongfei had played in the car earlier, and her eyes glittered with incredulity. The melody of Jiang Chen's song seems to be even better compared to Deep Sea. A light melody, but sung with a general feeling of tearing your heart out. Could this be Jiang Chen's own song? But didn't he say he never wrote a song? What the hell is going on? On the side, Su Luowei's expression was also filled with surprise. She also didn't expect Jiang Chen to sing another song that she hadn't heard of at all, and the theme was so much like, this is not with Sister Su. Is this not a fight with Sister Su? This song if released, Deep Love by Sister Su, is it still available? Why does love condemn all beings to solitude? You can't break free. You can't run away. A knot that cannot be untied from the brow. A destiny that can't be undone. It's you. Jiang Chen's somewhat hoarse voice. The melody once again rose much higher. A mood of sadness and loneliness pervaded the practice room. The girls on stage froze in awe, feeling the melody of the song, feeling the deep love-like intoxication in the melody. It was only then that they suddenly realized that Jiang Chen's singing strength seemed to have exceeded their imagination. It's emotionally charged vocals that only the top singers have. But isn't Jiang Chen rumored to be a mixed-up writer? Why is he so strong? That stage, each of them had gone up there, but their performance on the stage, compared to Jiang Chen on the stage at this moment, could simply be said to be worlds apart. Can't help but be a stubborn fish, swimming alone against the current to the end. A youthful and pious vow. Sink silent in the deep. Jiang Chen sang a verse of lyrics and the piano melody under his hand kept going. He opened his eyes and looked at the black and white piano keys that kept beating in front of him, and suddenly felt some emotions in his heart. How long has it been since you sang a song soundly? How long has it been since you've expressed your emotions to the fullest with music? He inexplicably developed an impulse and emotion that he wanted to vent, wanting very much to release all the emotions that had built up within his heart over the past 3 years. Thinking this way added some sense of power to the fingers that struck the keys. The pitch also, at this moment, gradually rises. I am condemned by love to a life of solitude. Don't fight back. Don't let go. The pen can't finish the circle. The heart fills up the margins. It's you. The girls' gazes were all completely frozen at this moment. High notes, like high notes that can penetrate one's eardrums, close at hand, ringing right in front of them. They could even see the veins showing on Jiang Chen's neck. The song just suddenly got stronger, wave after wave, with a growing sense of power. Is Jiang Chen going crazy? Why does love condemn all beings to solitude? There's no escape, a knot that cannot be untied from the brow, a destiny that can't be undone. It's you. Just when all the girls were getting a little overwhelmed, Jiang Chen's pitch unexpectedly jerked up once again. He's showing off. Yan Shuexin, who was on top of the high platform, suddenly spoke. What? Su Luowei froze and twisted her head to look at her senior sister. Yan Shuexin, however, had a complicated look on her face, staring incredulously at Jiang Chen on the stage. She had also felt Jiang Chen's deliberately raised pitch just now. The pitch of the song normally didn't need to be so high, but she quickly realized what Jiang Chen meant. He's showing off. Yan Shuexin pointed at Jiang Chen on the stage again and said. At those words, Su Luowei also reacted quickly. She then realized why Jiang Chen had suddenly pulled up the volume. Surprisingly for showing off? That's right. Yan Shuexin guessed correctly. Jiang Chen was all about showing off. It was also a way to vent the emotions that had built up in my mind over the years. Since he wanted to convince the trainees, he naturally had to show enough strength. It is superfluous for the practicing students to speak of emotions in melodies. A bunch of little girls who don't know that much about music. Against them, it's just a matter of straight-up vocals to overwhelm. The 20 or so girls under the stage all had their mouths wide open, looking at Jiang Chen on the stage in disbelief. Songs that penetrate the eardrums, melodies that tear at the heart. In this moment, it almost overturned their perception of the stage. Is such a high note really humanly possible? Ah, losing you. Ah, I'm losing you. Can't help but be a stubborn fish, swimming alone against the current to the end. Finally, Jiang Chen's song gradually came to an end. The piano melody also falls slowly. The girls' expressions, however, remained a little dumbfounded, and the powerful soprano sounded as if it hadn't stopped at all, and kept ringing in their ears. In the practice room, there was silence and no one spoke. Jiang Chen stood up after gently calming his breath for a few moments. It's been a long time since I've sung a song so carefree. The feeling of unleashing your emotions in your voice is really smooth. Halftime. The emotions in his eyes were winding down, and again, he seemed to be still a bit intent. With everyone watching, he took the microphone to the edge of the stage. It's time to introduce ourselves. Under the baffled gaze of a group of girls, he raised the microphone. I'm your new music director. The room was silent. -1. Fear 97. The original singer of the song Silence is Ms. Na Ing, but Zhou Dong and Zhang Jia have both sung it. It is recommended that you can listen to Zhou Dong's before listening to Jia's. Zhou Dong's is very flavorful and Jia's pitch is very high. The second half of the book, which is written in accordance with Jia's high pitch, is written in accordance with Jia's high pitch. Newcomer new book please support. Ask for a little gift. Chapter 29, The Shock of the Trainees. Yes, Jiang Chen's self-introduction was just one sentence. He couldn't think of anything amazing to say to wrap himself up, so in the end he had to go with the plainest of language. With those words, he left the stage, but no one is trying to stop him, and no one feels they should. Su Jingchu stood at the bottom of the stage, taking a deep breath with a face full of shock. The way Jiang Chen introduced himself was so simple that it could even be described as blank, but it seems that extraordinarily effective. She craned her head to look at the trainee girls in the arena. The 20 or so trainee girls below the stage were all sitting quietly on the floor, their expressions and gazes still somewhat dull and shocked, and there was no clamor. It took several minutes for the girls to gradually come back to their senses, glancing at each other with incredulity in their eyes. Is the guy who just sang on stage really the legendary asshole writer? Sister Lowell's husband? Their new music director? The aura and stage effect that the young music director had just shown on stage had really made them feel what it meant to be shocked. There were no frills, no euphemisms, just the sheer explosion and sense of power was enough to dazzle everyone. The stage in this practice room was more familiar to them than anyone else, but it was because of that familiarity that they felt even more shocked. Because every one of them has been on that stage, where all the trainees are tested by the company every month. Anyone who can sit here at this point has been on stage more than 10 times, and the musical director in the company had been sitting below the stage, evaluating and scoring. They had thought that the pressure would be greatest when they were tested on stage, but now that their identities were swapped, they still felt a numbing pressure. If the next assessment, sitting at the bottom of the stage, was Jiang Chen, then, what are they going to do? Can you still perform on stage like you just did? Will I get a bad rap if I don't perform up to par? For a moment, almost all the girls felt as if the atmosphere had suddenly become tense. The silence. Jiang Chen said that the name of the song is Silence. On the high platform, Su Luowei looked at the text message coming from her cell phone, and a hint of a smile finally flowed from her beautiful eyes. After Jiang Chen departed from the stage, she couldn't help but send a message asking what song he was singing. It didn't take long to receive a reply. The text message was just one short word, silent. This guy, secretly writing songs again without telling me, causing people to worry for so long. Su Luowei was a bit annoyed, but after putting away her cell phone, she was satisfied. She planned to forgive Jiang Chen for bullying her this morning as a reward. Mayor, on the side, Yan Shuaxin was reading it softly, and the expression on her face was also somewhat shocked. It was a song that she heard with deep emotion, sadness, and more than anything else, obsession with love. It's like that song, Deep Love. It's like a different, tit for tat. Did that guy write a song just for today? But this, how is it possible? She had just casually played music in the car for a while. How could Jiang Chen have prepared a similar song in advance? Yan Shuaxin gently took a deep breath. Jiang Chen's performance today had really given her too many surprises. She could sense that Jiang Chen's singing level was also outstanding, and his performance on stage was not at all inferior to that of top singers. Even if she went up for that song just now, she might not be able to do a better job than Jiang Chen. But this guy is clearly, the new music director is gone. So the trainee girls quickly received the notice of dismissal and walked out of the large practice room in twos and threes, each with an unspeakable look on their faces. Today's initial meeting was nothing like they had imagined before. The new music director seems pretty powerful, so what should they do next? Stay with Morning Vista Entertainment or consider another company? Just now, Su Jingshu had already announced in public that all training in the morning was cancelled and everyone could rest for half a day. So instead of heading to the other practice rooms, the girls headed in the direction of the dormitory with heavy hearts. What to do? I'm so torn right now. This director John seems to be very powerful. Me too. I got another text from Dumpster Entertainment last night. The new director Jiang has such a powerful aura on stage. Should it be okay? Honestly, he writes pretty good songs. I think so, and he's a really good singer. Yimu Ning walked at the very edge of the crowd and did not participate in the other girls' discussions. Her eyes were much brighter and more colorful than when she was just in the middle of the practice room. Jiang Chen's performance on stage just now had given her a great shock. She completely did not expect that Luo Wei's sister, her writer husband, was so good at singing. But among the legends, isn't Jiang Chen an asshole writer? Suspected writer who hasn't written anything in 3 years. What the hell is going on here? Yimu Ning took a deep breath, unable to come up with an answer. But no matter what, it's enough that things are starting to move up in a good direction. Sister Luo Wei was her only favorite idol, and Chenwei Entertainment was the first entertainment company she joined. If it was possible, she still wanted to continue to stay at Morning Vista Entertainment. Morning. As she was thinking about things, a voice suddenly rang out next to her calling her name. Yimu Ning turned her head, but she saw a girl standing under a tree by the roadside, waving at her. She stopped dead in her tracks. The girl under the tree she recognized. Her name was Lin Lorong, one of the artists that Chenwei Entertainment had currently debuted. It wasn't the first time Lin Lorong had approached her in the past 2 days, but Yimu Ning didn't like her at all, because she felt that Lin Lorong's little mind was just a bit too much. But after all, they were from the same company, and she hesitated before heading in Lin Lorong's direction. Lin Lorong was 2 years older than her, quite tall and well built, and I heard that she was also once the school beauty of whichever school she graduated from, and had modeled for many fashion magazines. Morning. Lin Lorong revealed a somewhat haughty smile. How about it? You've met that asshole director, right? Isn't it disappointing? Yimu Ning looked at her, but did not speak, silently waiting for the other party's next words. Sure enough, Lin Lorong gathered her hair and continued to speak to herself. I've already told you, Chenwei Entertainment has completely failed. Think about it. Once director Yao leaves, what's left of this company? No matter how good Su Luo Wei is, she can't write songs. We're all artists in the company. We must be smarter and more able to make a way out for ourselves. Just now Director Yao called me again. He said that he admires you, and if you're willing to break away from Chunwei Entertainment and join Tilting City Entertainment, he can make the call and sign you up with an S-class contract. It's a deal only for artists after their debut, and the share percentage is higher than your current contract. You're still a trainee now. It's already very impressive to get this kind of treatment. Believe me, Tilting City Entertainment is a big company. The development potential must be much bigger than Chunwei Entertainment, and you can definitely get more opportunities there as well. Lin Lurong crackled a lot, and only then did she realize that Ji Mu-ning hadn't said anything yet. She smiled awkwardly and continued to ask, "Morning, what the hell were you thinking? I can tell you, this kind of opportunity is rare. If not for the fact that Director Yao sees that you usually train well enough, he wouldn't have let me keep contacting you." Sister Lorong, have you already joined Tilting City Entertainment? Yi Mu-ning, however, did not answer her question, but turned to ask after quietly looking at her. For some reason, Lin Lorong was a bit uncomfortable by this gaze from Yi Mu-ning, but in order to convince this practice leader, she still nodded her head stiffly. That's right, you know, I've been helped by Director Yao to keep an eye on those sons of mine, and Tilting City Entertainment has offered a better deal. Then I understand. Yi Mu-ning nodded thoughtfully. Understand what? Lin Lurong froze for a moment. You, willing to join Tilting City Entertainment now? Yi Mu-ning, however, shook her head and refused dryly. I think Superintendent Yao he may have gotten it a little wrong. Getting it wrong. What? Superintendent Jiang is not Superintendent Jerk. Ha? Lin Lelong didn't seem to hear it. Superintendent Jiang, not Superintendent Jerk. Yi Mu-ning repeated it again carefully. Then without waiting for Lin Lorong to say anything else, she nodded and turned around to walk in the direction of the practice room. She wasn't going to go back to her dormitory. There was still some time before the noon break, and she hadn't quite gotten the hang of the dance her teacher had taught her last time, so she was going to practice a little longer. Under the shade of the tree, Lin Lorong froze in place alone. Superintendent Jiang is not the asshole superintendent? What do you mean? Legendary asshole writers are turning the tables? Or is it? Is Yi Mo-ning crazy? Chapter 30 Jiang Chen. How dare you molest a female artist? This guy is just so obsessed with writing that he's been purposely hiding his talent for writing songs. On the way to the office, Su Luowei explained why Jiang Chen had refused to show his talent all this time. It's like this? Yan Shuoxin looked a bit shocked. She didn't realize there was actually such great musical talent. Everyone knew that although Jiang Chen claimed to be a writer to the outside world, he hadn't written anything in 3 years and was a complete jerk. By the time he was able to write a song like Silence, the level was no worse than many professional musicians. Lo asked him to be the music director of Chunwei Entertainment, so maybe he can really try. Just a little bit of character. Jiang Chen always wants to spend all his time writing. It's really a waste of his talent. Senior sister, you have to help me persuade him when the time comes. That guy can't write at all. Su Luowei took Yin Kerson's arm and pouted. Yan Shuoxin froze at his words, because similar words seemed to have been heard somewhere the other day. In 2 months, I'll help Chunwei Entertainment gain a complete foothold in the entertainment industry, then step down as music director and continue to be my writer. If you can help me persuade Su Luowei at that time, the promise of a meal will still be valid. By the way, it's what Jiang Chen said. Yan Shuoxin thought back, but her expression suddenly became a bit strange as she looked at Su Luowei. This couple, they're not playing a very new game, are they? Although there was some complexity in her heart, she still nodded. She should stand on Su Luowei's side in all reason. What's more, Jiang Chen really isn't suited to be a writer. 3 years of silence is proof enough that he doesn't have that kind of talent. Remove that bookshelf. Who put it here? Don't you know I hate reading books? One look gives me a headache. This computer configuration is so bad. Playing games is stuck to death. Hurry up and change it. And that sofa, why is it a mahogany one? It's hard to lie down and not comfortable at all. Replace it with a leather one. In the spacious office, Jiang Chen was directing a pretty girl back and forth. He himself was reclining in his chair in a very cozy position. When Su Luowei appeared in Jiang Chen's office with Yan Shuoxin, she couldn't help but be exasperated by the scene in front of her. Jiang Chen, the national goddess, who was still in a good mood, was suddenly furious with her willow eyebrows. This asshole. Luckily, she had just been praising him to senior sister Yan on the road. I didn't expect to turn around and screw up here again. Sister. That girl's little face was originally bitter. When she saw Su Luowei coming, it was like she saw a savior and ran to her side as if she was escaping. Her name was Su Mengyao, and she was Su Luowei's schoolmate, just passing by here. Who knew that after coincidentally being seen by Jiang Chen, he was called to help clean up the office together. She thought that Jiang Chen was Luowei's senior sister's husband and the new music director of Chunwei Entertainment, and thought that it should not be much of a problem if she just helped to simply clean up a bit. Unexpectedly, Where is this guy trying to clean up his office? It's almost like he's going to tear down the whole office and redecorate it. She's just a soft little girl, and it's not like she's on a decorating crew. Elder sister. He just asked me to move a bed over for him. Su Mengyao pulled Su Luowei's hand with an aggrieved and grieving face, as if she had just been viciously bullied by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen. Su Luowei was simply furious. Su Mengyao was her fellow disciple and hadn't even graduated from school yet. She wouldn't be here if her teacher hadn't let her practice at Morning Vista Entertainment first in order to exercise her. Yan Shuexin's gaze was also a bit icy. Teacher Su Mengyao's newest disciple and naturally her little sister. Seeing Su Luowei suddenly appear, Jiang Chen coughed and sat up. He had just seen this little girl looking dull, much like his sister in his last life, so I deliberately teased a few sentences, but I didn't expect that it was actually Su Luowei's little sister. Wait a minute, Su Luo really has a little sister? Ahem, this office is quite nicely decorated and sunny. He picked up the pen and paper by the table, a serious look, as if he was seriously thinking and writing something. Ahem, where did you just think of? Oh yeah, hustling for the outside world is the first thing to do. The biggest problem with Morning Vista Entertainment today is internal instability. He had just introduced himself and had initially stabilized the trainees, but there was still a lot of work to be done, especially on the side of debut artists. Trainees and debut artists are two completely different groups, both with completely different goals, eyes and focus. Not only is it inconvenient to appease if you mix it up, but it can also lead to more problems. It would be more appropriate to deal with the two separately. In contrast, the side of the trainee is better operated, and the girls who have not yet debuted are most valued for their debut resources. You can settle the trainees down completely first. However, before that there is another bigger trouble to solve. That was Su Jingchu. Thinking of this, the pen in his hand began to shift from random scribbling to regular writing. Seeing Jiang Chen's feigned serious work stance, Su Luowei took a deep breath in exasperation, but she also cried a little. The guy is obviously talented, but he's just too much of a weirdo and a slacker. Su Mengyao also demonstratively spat her tongue at Jiang Chen from the side. This master's brother-in-law is really bad. Just now it was obvious that he was being lazy, and now he was actually pretending to work with a serious face. Su Luowei pulled Su Mengyao's hand and sat down on the sofa on one side. Yan Shuexin still had that clear and cold look. She clasped her hands to her chest, her beautiful eyes slightly raised as she glanced at Jiang Chen, who was pretending to write seriously in front of her desk. While the guy seems to have a talent for music, the style of acting is just a bit off the wall. At the moment, Morning Vista Entertainment has not completely stabilized internally. Jiang Chen, as the music director, couldn't just relax. According to her idea, at this time, each artist and trainee should be approached individually to have a talk, to understand each one's thoughts and help them plan their future development path in order to stabilize people's hearts. But looking at Jiang Chen's leisurely and languid appearance, it seemed that he didn't have this intention. Elder sister, how did it go with the trainees today? Su Mengyao followed Su Luowei and sat down on the sofa, asking curiously. She knew that Jiang Chen was going to meet with all the trainees this morning, but Su Jingchu's notice was only sent down to all the trainees, and as she was considered an artist who had already made her debut, she didn't go over to join in the fun. In fact, there was still some curiosity in her mind about this asshole writer husband of her senior sister. Jiang Chen had never been a music director before. He wouldn't say something laughable in public, would he? Not bad. Su Luowei raised her head, her beautiful eyes glaring at Jiang Chen with some displeasure. This music director sang a song he wrote on stage, and it subdued all the practicing students. Su Mengyao's eyes widened, her expression somewhat disbelieving. This asshole's brother-in-law can sing? He writes songs too? You don't think so? Really? That song couldn't have been written by Sister Luowei herself and then lied to the public that her husband wrote it, right? She stole a glance at Su Luowei, guessing in her heart. After all, this senior sister Su Luowei of his own was known to be good to her husband. Even the teacher could only sigh helplessly and shake his head straight when he mentioned this about senior sister Luowei, a good girl, all ruined on a man's body. Su Mengyao sighed silently in her heart, then asked with a smile, so can we relax now? She knew that it seemed like Morning Vista Entertainment had encountered some problems recently. Everyone was on edge. Senior sister Luowei and sister Jing were busy all day and night, and she couldn't even find anyone she could talk to if she wanted to. Su Luowei, however, shook her head. It's not that simple. During this period of time, people from other entertainment companies are constantly contacting the trainees and artists in our company. Your brother-in-law just initially shocked the practicing students, but to really stabilize the hearts and minds of the people, he still needs to get a good talk from each and every one of them. Obviously, Su Luowei's thoughts were the same as Yan Shuexin's. Oh, Su Mengyao nodded with seeming understanding, and stole another glance in Jiang Chen's direction. This guy, up to now, is still there pretending to write something seriously. as if he is afraid that others do not know that he is working seriously. It does not look reliable at all. Can really do a good job as a music director? I've got the trainee side all set up, and everyone's information I've organized. Right at this moment, Su Jingchu walked in sweating profusely while holding a large pile of information and looked at Jiang Chen. Which one of the trainees do we start the appointment with first? Jiang Chen froze for a moment, lifting his head to glance at the stack of information that was 7 or 8 centimeters thick, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Sure enough, the trouble he feared most appeared. This woman, Su Jingchu, has always been dedicated and hardworking at Shenwei Entertainment. However, the thinking is more on the archaic and old-fashioned side, and does not know how to be flexible and adaptable. In his words, it's all about keeping a job and starting a business. The music director's meet and greet schedule was and still is an example. If you want to stabilize the trainees of Shenwei Entertainment, do you have to interview them one by one? What's the point of carrying so much information? You want to tire him out? Old Prim, do you know what were the 3 things I hated most when I used to work at the company? He asked. Su Jingchu rolled her eyes, thinking, you're the old animal. You're the one who's an old animal. You're a jerk who gropes for fish at home every day, and you go to work. When have you ever been to work? What is it? She asked in a no-nonsense manner. First, a meeting. Second, the leaders are meeting. Third, the leader asked me for a meeting alone. Jiang Chen said seriously, the moment you came up here, you asked me to give a small meeting to each and every one of them. This makes it very difficult for this director. In fact, Jiang Chen's biggest worry as music director wasn't how to appease the internal people or how to resist the targeting of other entertainment companies, but rather the non-cooperation of Su Jingchu and the others. He simply didn't intend to be in this music director position for too long, so both his thinking and his methods were definitely different from the norm. But Su Jingchu and the others were already used to the step-by-step development path, and their thinking and ideas were completely different from his. I think the first thing we need to do if our company wants to get bigger and stronger, and that's to cut down on meetings. Communicate on the phone if there's something going on. Meetings are a waste of time most of the time, Jiang Chen emphasized. Su Jingchu thought to herself, you're saying all this simply to be lazy and don't want to interview these trainees. With some anger, she placed the information in her hand, heavily, on the table. That won't do. The mentality within the trainees is very unstable right now, and you, the new director, has just taken over, so you must strike while the iron is hot and stabilize the situation completely. Otherwise, if Poor City Entertainment has any other small moves behind them, our Shenwei Entertainment will be in complete chaos. Lao Chua, you have a serious work attitude, which this director appreciates, but it's just that the pattern is too small. Dealing with problems like you do won't do you any good at all, other than exhausting yourself. Jiang Chen sighed slightly. Su Jingchu took a deep breath with an ugly face, wanting to continue saying something, but Jiang Chen had already casually picked up a copy from the thick stack of information on the table. A brief flick through the pages revealed that it was quite to the liking. On the profile, the information recorded was that of a 19-year-old girl, as well as the most outstanding trainee of Shenwei Entertainment at the moment, Yi Mu Ning. Shenwei Entertainment this year just recruited into the trainee, training very hard, just into the company more than a month on the trainee captain. Good thing too. Jiang Chen patted the information in his hand and said indifferently, let this superintendent show you what it means to be productive. If he wanted to completely solve the trouble of Su Jingchu, he still had to use some special methods. Chapter 31, First Day at Work, Bullying the Little Girl. Jiang Chen's tone sounded a bit arrogant, and so did his words. So, the women in the office are upset. Su Luo bit her silver teeth, thinking about whether or not to go up and pinch this guy hard so as to keep him honest. Su Jingchu was also angry, but after taking a few deep breaths, she finally chose to follow Jiang Chen's orders. After all, this guy is the real music director. Although Shenwei Entertainment was founded by Su Luo, most of the shares were actually credited to Jiang Chen's name, which few people knew, but she had always been Su Luo's manager, and when Shenwei Entertainment was founded, a lot of the information was even handled by her, so she naturally knew more than others. Su Luo's kindness to Jiang Chen was actually a bit more excessive than most people guessed. So, this guy, although he was very underpowered, was the actual real owner of Morning Vista Entertainment. How Jiang Chen wanted to manage his company. In the end it wasn't her turn to make the decision. She could only give advice on these matters, but could not overstep her bounds. Thinking of this, Su Jingchu gritted her teeth and held back the upset in her heart as she pulled out her cell phone and dialed Yi Manning's number. Hello, Morning, do you have a moment? Come to the office. The music director is looking for you. After hanging up the phone, Su Jingchu let out a breath and was about to turn around and leave when Jiang Chen called out to her again. Don't worry, Chor, get me another trainee contract over here. The most basic kind. Old animals, again. When Su Jingchu heard this, She really wanted to slap the information on the table hard on Jiang Chen's face. She clenched her fists in exasperation, then leaned down and rummaged through a side cabinet, pulling out a blank contract document. The contracts of entertainment companies are all graded, and the contracts signed are different when dealing with different levels of artists. The percentage of share and treatment varies from one level of contract to another. The kind of contract that Jiang Chen had just asked for was the most basic trainee contract, with the lowest share percentage and the lowest treatment. Here, Su Jingqiu handed the contract to Jiang Chen without any good humor, but her eyes couldn't help but become a bit skeptical and wary. What does this Jiang Chen guy want with this kind of contract? He wouldn't want to mess around, would he? Yi Mu-ning is the best and brightest seedling of the trainees, and it's not this contract that she signed with the company. At first, Yi Mu-ning was, but she specifically signed in, and she liked this little girl very much. The person was beautiful, talented, and hard enough to work hard herself, and most importantly, she was persistent and had a firm idea in her mind. It's a bit like Su Luo back in the day. Su Luowei was the national goddess she had brought out, and this had always been her proudest point. If Su Luowei hadn't insisted on marrying this asshole Jiang Chen later on, she wouldn't have had any regrets in her heart at all. Now that she saw a good seedling similar to Su Luowei back then, how could she not be moved? This Yi Mu-ning, she was planning to focus on cultivating as the company's core artist. The contract that Yi Nyun signed with the company was also specially approved by her, and it was the highest level and the highest percentage of share of the trainee contract. When Yi Mu-ning officially debuted, it would also be changed to a formal artist contract, and the treatment and share percentage would be increased. She walked up 2 steps, wanting to see what exactly Jiang Chen was planning to do. Alright, old first, you may stand down. However, Jiang Chen waved his hand, but I suggest you observe from the sidelines. After all, such a good learning opportunity is still rare, and after today, you should have a good idea in your mind when you talk to the artist again in the future. Su Jingqiu froze for a moment, then took a deep breath, rolled her eyes greatly, and somewhat exasperatedly placed all the information in her hands on the table. She really didn't want to be here for a second. As a gold medal agent, with a total of more than 10 years of brokerage career, she had signed almost 100 artists, and Jiang Chen was still blustering about letting her study? With a cold snort, she didn't bother with Jiang Chen and turned around to walk in Su Luowei's direction. When she also sat down on the sofa, Su Luowei looked at her helplessly, then took her arm in a comforting gesture. To be honest, when there was an argument between Jiang Chen and Su Jingqiu over work matters, she was kinda at a loss as to who to help. In fact, she also felt that what Su Jingqiu said made sense. This is the time for the music director to approach each artist individually and have a good talk, which helps to stabilize people quickly. However, the division of labor within the entertainment company was very clear. Jiang Chen was the music director of Chenwei Entertainment. Within his purview, even she has to behave. Forget it, Jiang Chen probably has his own ideas. After thinking for a long time, Su Luowei could only say this comfortingly. Su Jingqiu was probably also infuriated, and it took a while before she calmed down. Well, let's see what this new music director has to offer. She grunted heavily. Su Luowei looked at her still angry appearance, and in her heart, she also sighed somewhat helplessly and shook her head. 5 minutes later, Yi Mu-ning's pretty figure appeared at the office door. She had obviously just arrived from the practice room, wearing tight dance practice clothes and some fine beads of sweat on her forehead. Thump, thump, the little girl knocked politely on the door. Come in. Jiang Chen sat on the chair and said indifferently. Yi Mu-ning's mood seemed to be pretty good. Her ponytail was tied behind her head, swinging and looking spirited. She walked into the office and quickly saw Su Luowei and the others on the sofa to the side, and froze for a moment. Sister Lovey and Sister Jing are here? And that one, could it be? Sky, gosh, it's Diva Yan Shuexin? Why is she here too? Seeing her idol at once, as well as the legendary Diva Yan Shuexin, Yi Mu-ning stood in place somewhat dumbfounded. Her time to Chenwei Entertainment was actually not very long, and Su Luowei hadn't seen a few faces in total, so she was at a bit of a loss for words. Lo, Sister Lo. Ah, no, Mr. Su. Su Luowei could see her nervousness and spread her face to show a gentle smile, comforting her. Don't be nervous, just pretend we don't exist. Superintendent Jiang has something to talk to you about. Go ahead. Okay, good. Only then did Yi Mu-ning take a deep breath and nod her head, her footsteps somewhat stiff as she walked in the direction of Jiang Chen's desk. But despite turning around, his chest was still thumping hard. To die for. She couldn't help pinching herself with her right hand. What's with the lack of competition? It's so humiliating. Available at. There's Su Luowei and Yan Shuexin, a national goddess and a rising diva. How can you not be nervous when you see two people at the same time? She took several deep breaths before suppressing the fluctuations in her mind. At Jiang Chen's gesture, he walked over to the chair across the desk and sat down. Jiang, Director Jiang, you're looking for me? Jiang Chen nodded, his gaze landing on Yi Moon to take a closer look at her. 19-year-old girl. The appearance is still a bit green, but it is indeed a beauty embryo. The value of the face is surprisingly not at all inferior to Su Luo way back then. Only that the temperament of the two is completely two different styles. Nikki gives people more of a feeling of being delicate with toughness, and on the surface, she looks like an arrogant national goddess, but in private, she is actually quite clingy, and Yi Moon didn't know why, but although she looked polite, she gave him a feeling that she was rejecting people from the inside out, though at this point she looked restrained and nervous. It took Yi Moon a while before her mood gradually calmed down. She then raised her head, also observing Jiang Chen with some curiosity. This legendary national soft rice man. Before today she had only read rumors on the internet, but had never seen him in person. Originally, she also thought that this new music director was the kind of person who couldn't do anything and could only rely on Sister Lovey to support her and mingle every day. However, Jiang Chen's performance on stage just now was what made her realize that the other party's true abilities were not at all what they appeared to be on the surface. With the strength of this music director, if he wanted to be a singer, he could make a debut in minutes. However, right now, the new music director looks a little bit. Jiang Chen was currently leaning back in his chair in a very cozy position, flipping through a piece of information. Yi Moon, right, yes, Yi Moon agreed, but in her heart, she had become somewhat puzzled and confused all over again. Was the slouching man in front of him really the same person as the explosive music director on stage earlier? This guy, can he really lead Morning Vista Entertainment far? Jiang Chen nodded and closed the information in his hand. Yi Moon was indeed excellent and fully met his requirements. However, he didn't know why, but he saw a trace of his own former shadow from Yi Moon. Train hard, day and night. Looking at the sweat on this girl's forehead, I can tell that she was just training. But Su Jingshu just clearly announced that she's taking this afternoon off. He picked up a contract from the table and handed it to her. I just looked at the contract you signed with the company, and I think it's a bit inappropriate. If you still want to get better development in Shenwei Entertainment, you can sign this contract instead. This is the contract that Su Jingshu just brought over. With Yi Mooning's effort and excellence, it was enough to get the chance to sign this contract. He intends to give the little girl an opportunity, but needs to modify the contract first, because he really didn't want to see any of the artists in his company go down his old path again. Effort is important, but life is even more precious. After becoming famous, all kinds of notices, work, fame and fortune will be pressed like a big mountain. The pressure of people cannot move, can only follow the company's rhythm, the rhythm of the market, and constantly run forward. If you run into Yi Mooning, who doesn't want to practice, your body is likely to be in trouble. That's why he had this thing figured out before he was in office. In the future, no matter which artist, as long as they want to develop well in Shenwei Entertainment, they will have to re-sign the contract with a lower share percentage. He's going to use that percentage of the money to regulate work and life for all the artists. Paid vacation, travel activities, training and further education. In short, in his company, no one who doesn't want to die is allowed to exist. No one. Of course, this contract may look like a lower percentage share, but the artist's earnings will not be damaged at all, and may even be boosted by a large margin, because for all the artists to be focused on, he will tilt and adjust his resources. The ones he has in his head are top market proven resources. Take out just a little bit and sell it, and people will grab it, and he'll take a portion of it and resource the artist. The prerequisite is a change of contract. From now on, this is the rule of Morning Vista Entertainment. No one can be an exception. Yi Mooning froze for a moment. Her expression gradually froze as she looked at the large words trainee basic contract on the contract that was pushed in front of her. Everyone else in the office, too, froze. This is a trainee base contract? Yi Mooning took a long time before she picked up the contract on the table with some disbelief. Yes, you're not mistaken. Jiang Chen nodded. Regarding the idea of contractual adjustments, there was no way for him to explain it to Yi Morning, and even if he did, he couldn't explain it clearly. One could only casually pick up a piece of draft paper from the side of the table and hand it together to Yi Moon. It was a song he had just written. Go back and think about it. And if you agree to change the contract, what's written on this paper is yours. He never did anything to force people. If you want to take the resources, you have to change the contract, which is fair and reasonable. Yi Moon can go back and take her time to think about it. While listening to his words, Yan Shuexin and the others couldn't help but frown. Because of the piece of draft paper Jiang Chen had just picked up, they all recognized it. It was obviously something Jiang Chen had just scribbled on it casually while pretending to work seriously. What the hell is this guy trying to do? Su Jingshu couldn't help but stand up, but Jiang Chen had already waved his hand. Alright, it's a rare opportunity. Take the stuff and go back to think about it. For a while, this song is not expected to be seen as anything by the other side. One could only give a reminder and tell Yi Mu-ning to go back and watch it properly. Chapter 32 The Breathing Pain. The sky was blue and the clouds were beautiful. Birds were playfully twittering in the boughs of the trees along the road. But when Yi Mu-ning walked out of the office with the contract in hand, her expression remained frozen. She just felt her head go blank. In fact, when she received a call from Sister Jing 10 minutes ago, she had a little leap of faith inside. When Sister Jing announced a half-day vacation in the practice room, the trainee girls guessed that the new music director would probably talk to everyone individually. After all, it's the best way to deal with the stormy waters of Morning Vista Entertainment these days. So even though the girls were resting, they didn't dare to run around. They were patiently waiting for Sister Jing's notice, and of all the girls, she was the first to get the call. This newly appointed music director didn't even interview the artists who had already made their debut first, but met her first. This meant that Chanwei Entertainment valued her, meaning that the company executives felt that she had more potential than those artists who had already made their debut. Yi Mu-ning, who felt this, was happy. She had been in Morning Vista Entertainment for 3 months now, and had always been the hardest working one out of everyone. Every day in the training room, she was always the first to arrive and the last to leave. When Sister Jing first learned of this, she even gave her a separate key to the practice room, so that she could practice in the room whenever she wanted. She loved to sing and loved the stage. Ever since she was a little girl, when she was 9 years old, her father enrolled her in a professional dance class in order to satisfy her desire to sing and dance. Working early and late every day, relying on overtime and more than 30,000 yuan squeezed out of his teeth. Practicing dance is actually very hard, especially the leg presses, which hurt like hell. Many of the women in the class would break down and cry on a regular basis, yet she never cried, and she gritted her teeth and got through any more hard work or pain, because she really loved the stage, and she wanted to be on a stage in the limelight one day, delivering their songs and dances to everyone, to every corner of the world. She has her own goals and her own persistence. She hoped that her mom, even in that farthest place, could hear her own song. But, when Jiang Chen slowly pushed that contract in front of her, for a moment, she just felt as if all her efforts over the years had all come to nothing. What she had tried to hold on to for the past 10 years or so, no matter how much pain and suffering she had been in, had been viciously ripped to shreds by that man. I just looked at the contract you signed with the company, and I think it's a bit inappropriate. If you still want to continue to develop in Chanwei Entertainment, you can sign this contract instead. Jiang Chen's words were like a thorn in her ear once again. So her efforts were only worthy of the lowest trainee contract in the eyes of this music director? Yi Mu-ning bit her somewhat pale lips. She's obviously trying so hard, and she obviously loves Morning Vista Entertainment so much. Why? Why did you do this to her? Obviously Lovey-san was there, and obviously Jing-san, who liked her very much, was also there. Why didn't they say a word? Is this all agreeable to them too? Yi Mu-ning suddenly stopped in her tracks and raised her head with a somewhat frozen expression. The road ahead, blocked by something, was somewhat dimly lit. She glanced up and realized that she had unknowingly made it to the door of her dormitory. Inside the door of the dormitory, there was the faint sound of other girls giggling and playing. She gripped the trainee contract tightly in her hand, biting his lip with all his might. Tears were flowing down his face somewhat uncontrollably at this moment. Where else could she go if she was dropped by Chanwei Entertainment? Where else? Could her dreams be realized? This time she was in a trance, as if she had returned to that night when she was 6 years old. Noisy crowds, ambulances with rapid sirens, blinding red and blue light. She stood alone, holding her doll, silently behind all the crowd. The eyes were dull, and his face was blank and helpless. Click! The door was opened. The girl with the balled-up hair seemed to be on her way out the door, but was startled to see her. Holy, Mu-ning, why are you here? Scared me. Xia Listening Qing laughed and patted her own chest. Then the smile on her face gradually froze. It was because she noticed that Yi Mu's state seemed to be a bit off. The impression was that Yi Mu-ning, who had always been very resolute and hardworking, was standing in the doorway with a somewhat dull gaze. Her eyes reddened, and crystal and somewhat pale teardrops slowly slipped and dripped from her fair cheeks. Oh my god, Morning, what happened to you? Xia Listening Chung hurriedly pulled Yi Mun into the dormitory. This sudden scene also drew the attention of all the girls in the dormitory. The girls got out of bed one after another and surrounded Yi Mu-ning. Morning, what's wrong with you? Who bullied you? Did something happen? However, Yi Mu-ning did not speak as she slowly walked into the dormitory. Returning to his bed, he gently hugged his knees and bit his sleeve, tears streaming down his face. Seeing this scene, the other girls in the dormitory all looked at each other. Yi Mu-ning usually never cried like this. What the hell happened? In the past, even when faced with the toughest mentors and the most grueling training, she simply gritted her teeth and persevered, strong and not at all like a girl. But this time, she actually cried like this in front of everyone. Hey, is Morning back? Suddenly, the door to the dormitory was pushed open again. and a girl with a bit of baby fat walked in with a smile. I just saw you go to the music director's office. Come on, is that a good? The baby fat girl stopped her voice in mid-sentence, because when she walked into the dormitory, she suddenly realized that the atmosphere seemed a bit off. Then he saw Yi Mu-ning, who was sitting on the bed silently shedding tears. What's wrong? She stopped dead in her tracks and looked a little dazedly at the other girls in the dormitory, but everyone was shaking their heads. Morning was like this as soon as we got back, and we don't know what's going on. Wait a minute. Xia listening Ching suddenly asked. What did you just say? Mu-ning just went to the music director's office? The baby fat girl nodded. Yeah, I just happened to be passing by at the time, and I even said hello to Mu-ning. Xia listening Ching turned her head, her gaze falling on a document that fell on the bed in front of Yi Mun. Just now when Yi Mu-ning returned to her bed, this document fell from her hand, and she thought at the time that it was something unimportant, but now it seemed that the document was probably related to Yi Mun's current state. Taking a deep breath, she took 2 steps forward and picked up this document on the bed. The title of the document and a few large words on the cover quickly attracted the attention of all the girls in the dormitory. What is this? The trainee foundation contract. Seems like the lowest level kind. Why would Morning have this contract with her? Did the new music director give it to her? I think so. She didn't have this document in her hand when I just saw her. A few girls looked at Yi Mun, who was silently weeping on the bed, and then looked at the contract in their hands. At once they all vaguely guessed what was going on. No way. That new music director. Is he going to make Mu-ning sign a trainee-based contract instead? Is he crazy? Yi Mu-ning is the best performer out of all the trainees. When Mu-ning entered the company, she signed an S-class trainee contract. I remember or Sister Jing's special approval. All the practicing students only Mu-ning is this kind of contract. S-class trainee contract. In addition to the monthly salary, you also get an additional 25% share percentage, but this most basic trainee contract is only 10%. This director Jiang is really crazy. Pissed off. It's simply nonsense. A few girls looked at Yi Mu-ning, who was hugging her knees on the bed and whimpering silently. The hearts are all in a bad place. Yi Mu-ning was the best performer and hardest worker among all the trainees. She was treated like this. So what would happen to them? Is Manhwa Entertainment already planning to give up on them completely? I'll go find Sister Jing. Xia listening Ching took that contract and bit her lip and suddenly said, anyone could see Yi Mu-ning's potential. She didn't believe that Manhwa Entertainment would give up on Yi Mu-ning. She's going to ask Sister Jing what's going on with this contract. Was it the asshole music director's own haphazard decision? Or the company's? Don't be impulsive. The baby fat girl stopped her in a hurry. Let's ask for clarification, just in case it's a misunderstanding. Yi Mun has become like this. What other misunderstandings are there? Xia listening Ching didn't listen at all. Between the two arguing, a piece of draft paper, however, suddenly fell out of the sandwich of contract documents. What is it? Xia hearing Ching froze, then bent down and picked up the piece of paper. Just see this draft paper filled with lines and lines of little phrases. In the first line, there is a 5-word title. The Breathing Pain. The new book is not easy. Please support more. Ask for bookshelves. Ask for comments. Ask for a little free gift. Chapter 33, Yi Mu-ning shock. Jiang Chen, why would you joke about something like this? In the office, Su Jingqiu finally couldn't help herself and asked Jiang Chen. When Yi Mu-ning passed in front of her with the contract in hand and dull eyes, she only felt her heart being seized hard. She could respect the talent of Jiang Chen's music director. She could respect the position of Jiang Chen's music director. But watching Jiang Chen just spoil the fruits of her labor, she just couldn't accept it. Yi Mu-ning's situation. She has done a detailed investigation. She knows that this 19-year-old girl has been insisting on what, but also know why this little girl, why then everyone to work hard. So when it came to the company, she was willing to give Yi Mun more support and help. But the dullness, confusion, and sense of helplessness that had just passed over the little girl's face made her heart feel like it was blocked by something. Jiang Chen as the music director, lazy all day, a little positive, she could care less. Manhwa Entertainment is Jiang Chen's company in the end. It's not her turn to intervene on what to do. But the fact that Jiang Chen was actually making fun of a hard-working and serious trainee like Yi Mu-ning was a little too much for her to bear, and she felt both angry and guilty in her heart. Who says I'm kidding? Jiang Chen looked at her lightly. I'm serious. It was because Yi Mun was serious enough that he made sure to revise the contract. He didn't want to see Yi Mu-ning continue down her old path. Otherwise fame would only bring more pressure and tighter nerves. He knew best what the song he had just given to Yi Mu-ning represented. He didn't want a hit song to become a shackle for a little girl instead. As long as they are the core artists of Morning Vista Entertainment, they have to follow the company's request to reduce the percentage of their share and put more money into their physical and mental health. Yes. Su Jingqiu took a few deep breaths and asked through clenched teeth. Then, Why did you say that you wanted Yi Noon to sign the trainee basic contract instead? Do you know that Yi Noon is the best and trains the hardest out of all the trainees? She's a potential newcomer that the company intends to focus on cultivating, and other entertainment companies have even offered debut artist contracts to dig her up? Of course I know. So what? Jiang Chen's face was expressionless. It was precisely because of this knowledge that he intended to focus on cultivating Yi Noon. Otherwise wouldn't the pain that breathes have just been given away? Su Jingqiu gritted her teeth in anger. You know, you knew and you just changed the contract? I'm the music director. It's not your turn to tell me how to do things. Jiang Chen wasn't polite at all either. He was about to get into this fight with Su Jingqiu. If I think Yi Noon's contract needs to be changed, it will naturally be changed. You are the agent in the company. Just do your part as instructed. You can only have one voice on a team. This is the most efficient way to manage, and he doesn't want to always be interfered with in the decisions he makes. Shenwei Entertainment had previously been managed by Su Jingqiu, and normally, it would take some time for him to hand over his work and bond with Su Jingqiu after he took office, but he wasn't going to do this slowly, so he had to resort to something more drastic to force the grind. If anything, the song's silence was meant to keep Yen Shuexin restrained. Then this time should also allow Su Jingqiu to realize how to work with herself. Su Jingqiu didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so forceful and completely unreasonable. His chest rose and fell violently, and he was a little unable to speak the words he was exasperated by. Su Luowei rushed forward and helped her smooth out her breath. Pissed off, Su Jingqiu stared at Jiang Chen and took 5 or 6 deep breaths without slowing down. Su Luowei patted Su Jingqiu's back, and actually had some doubts in her heart. Jiang Chen wasn't usually an unreasonable person, so how could he suddenly make such an unreasonable arrangement? Was it just to emphasize to Su Jingqiu the division of authority between the two? Sister Jing, let's slow down first. Why don't we listen to Jiang Chen's explanation first? Su Luowei hesitated for a moment, but still spoke up for Jiang Chen. Lovey, you're always too much toward him. He doesn't know anything at all. It's total nonsense. Su Jingqiu was furious. At this moment, Yen Shuexin and Su Mengyao also stood up from the sofa. They were actually not too clear about the internal affairs of Shenwei Entertainment, but what Jiang Chen had just done they all felt was a bit wrong. How could a trainee who had already signed a contract change it indiscriminately? And it's a change in the direction of worse treatment. Who would agree to such a thing? It's also a bit much to use a trainee to start the process if it's just to separate authority in the first place. Su Mengyao spat out her tongue and hurriedly picked up a cup of water from the water fountain and handed it to Su Jingqiu. Su Jingqiu took several sips before she managed to get her breath back. She looked around the office, at the puzzled expressions on several faces, and knew that people probably didn't know much about what was going on inside. After a slight sigh, he slowly explained, "You all may not be too clear about Yi Noon's situation. This little girl is only 19 years old this year, but she's one of the hardest trained and best I've ever seen among the trainees, which is a bit inferior even to low back then." With that, she glanced in Su Luowei's direction. Su Luowei's face suddenly blushed slightly. In fact, she had already worked very hard back then, just not to the extent of desperation. In fact, I used to be very curious as to why girls so young were training so hard. Su Jingqiu continued. One night 2 months ago, I was working late at the office before I got home, and when I walked by the practice room, I found her still in there for extra training. In a moment of curiosity, I went in and asked her that question. The little girl was blushing a bit, but she just smiled and said she wasn't afraid of being tired. I knew she didn't want to talk about it, so I talked with her for a long time again. In the course of chatting, I found that she is actually a pretty cheerful and humorous girl, and she found it interesting when I talked about a lot of things that happened in the past. Finally, when I saw it was getting really late and I was ready to go back, I asked her the same question again. This time, she was silent for a long time before she slowly told me the truth. Hearing this, the faces of several people in the office were all a bit curious. What exactly did Yamu Ning say? Su Jingqiu sighed and continued. This little girl told me that her mom died in an accident when she was 6. She's always missed the time when her mom was around, and she remembers that when she was a little girl, her mom loved to listen to and hum songs. So, she wanted to become a singer in particular so that her mom could hear her sing as well. She felt that if she stood tall enough and her song carried far enough, then her mom would surely be able to hear her even in faraway heaven. She said that her mom used to hum songs to her, and now that she's older, she should be the one to sing to her own mom. Su Jingqiu's eyes reddened a little as she spoke at the end. That's why she will always work harder than anyone else. Is that she hopes she'll one day be able to stand on a higher and bigger stage and perform for her mom? Listening to Su Jingqiu's words, the few women in the office couldn't help but be a little silent. None of them had expected that Yi Mu Ning, who usually looked so strong and hard-working, had such a story behind her. No wonder this little girl isn't afraid of anything, behind the seeming strength. Actually, just missing mom I guess. The atmosphere in the office gradually became silent. Several women's faces looked a bit strange, then they all looked at Jiang Chen. Even Su Luowei couldn't help but give Jiang Chen an angry look. Thinking about it that way, what Jiang Chen had just done was indeed a bit excessive. People's little girls usually work so hard so that they can get more opportunities on stage. This guy, however, took off the practitioner basic contract and gave it to someone else. How big of a blow was this to Yi Myun? The scene of Yi Myun holding the contract just now and walking out of the office somewhat disoriented. They all watched in their eyes. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at the unkind gazes that the four women were looking at him. Damn, how does he know the details of Yi Muning? It doesn't say that on the one I just went through either. To blame. Shouldn't we blame Su Jingchu for being lazy and making the information incomplete? What are they all staring at him for? Dormitory. The pillared girl read softly from the paper. You always said there was plenty of time. You can wait for me. The old me didn't know. Not necessarily tomorrow, but later. Missing is a breathing pain. It lives in all the corners of my body. It hurts to hum the songs you love. It hurts to read your letters. Even silence hurts. Regret is a breathing pain. It stays rolling back and forth in the bloodstream. Regret hurts if you don't post it. Hate doesn't know you're hurting. I swear I'll never lie again. I'll hold you as tight as I love you. I'm becoming more and more like a seashell. Fear of the heart being touched. It's good to have you back. It would be nice to start over. The girl's voice kept ringing in the quiet dormitory. What does it say? After Xia hearing Qing finished reading, she scratched her head in some bewilderment, turning the piece of paper over and over twice, only to find that on the other side of the draft paper, there was also a score written on it, and froze for a moment. It seems to be a song? At that, the other girls came over curiously. Everyone didn't notice that Yi Muning, who was originally sitting on the bed, seemed to tremble violently with her long eyelashes after hearing those phrases, then looked up in some disbelief. What's written on that paper? Is it a song? Did you hear Haru read all the lyrics? For some reason, she listened to that one line of lyrics. The heart, which was originally full of aggression and sadness, seemed to be touched by something hard. If she heard correctly, could this song be? A thought that shocked her beyond belief slowly emerged from her mind. Chapter 34 Missing is a breathing pain. It's really a song with the melody written next to it. The baby fat girl looked at the contents of that draft paper from the side and also said with some surprise, but why is this draft paper with the song on it wedged in this contract? Xia listening Qing was a bit puzzled. You guys say, is this song that Director Jiang wrote? A girl asked. Everyone then looked at Yi Myun on the bed. This contract document was brought back by Yi Myun. She should know best. At this moment, the tears on Yi Muning's face had stopped, and she glanced blankly at the piece of draft paper. The image of Jiang Chen handing her this draft paper more than 20 minutes ago came to mind once again. What's on this paper is yours if you're willing to change your contract. She nodded frostily, her voice breaking. It's, Director Jiang gave it to me, he said. If you are willing to change the contract, just give me what's on this paper. At that, all the girls couldn't help but freeze. What? What is this request? Change the contract and give away the song? Mu Ning. Don't believe his bull ********. How can you change your contract for one song? That's right, you're on an S-class trainee contract. The share percentage of the basic trainee contract is also too low. This is a total scam, the girls murmured, somewhat exasperatedly. Xia listening Qing's gaze, however, remained on Yi Muni's body. Yi Muning's mood seemed to have improved a lot at this time compared to before, and she was also willing to open her mouth to talk. Could this transformation have something to do with what's on this piece of paper? She looked at the draft paper she was holding and suddenly said, why don't we try singing the song? The girls in the dormitory all looked at her with surprised faces. However, Xia listening Harvest didn't hesitate much. She observed very carefully. Just now Yi Myun clearly stopped her tears after hearing the lyrics of the song. This song seems to have struck a chord with Yen Muning. Would it be a little better if it was sung? When she thought of this, she didn't wait for Yi Myun's reply, and directly turned around to go to the cabinet by the wall, and took out the guitar. The trainees usually have to practice their songs, and everyone almost always has a guitar. She returned to the bedside with her guitar in her arms and saw that Yi Muni didn't seem to have any intention of stopping her, so she became even more certain of what she had in mind. She took a seat on the bed opposite Yi Morning and placed the piece of draft paper on the small table next to the bed again. The melody on the sketchpad was one she had just gone over roughly, though it was still a bit unskilled. So, instead of rushing to start the song first, she silently read the lyrics and melody several more times. It was only then that he gently strummed the guitar strings, coughed, and cleared his throat before singing slowly against the draft sheet. The first view from the Tokyo Tower. Watch the lights mimic falling stars. I finally arrive but sadder. One to fulfill our dreams. The girls in the dormitory gathered around, and they all watched curiously as she sang the song on the page line by line. The melody with a faint feeling of sadness came out of her mouth and slowly echoed in the dormitory. None of the girls' faces, though, showed any particular expression. After all, the melody of these opening lyrics doesn't sound like anything special. The melody is rather bland, with just a hint of a faintly melancholic undertone. You always said there was plenty of time. You can wait for me. I didn't know before. Not necessarily tomorrow. There will be a later. Xia listening Ching sang a few more lines. The melody gradually starts to rise and seems to suddenly become catchy. The girls glanced at each other, each seeing the surprise in the other's eyes. If the song was written by that new director Jiang, it seems to be a bit on the level. But, just because of such a song, they want Yin Yun to change to a base contract with a much lower share percentage. Isn't that still a bit much? Xia listening Haru continued to sing down the line. Missing is a breathing pain. It lives in all the corners of my body. It hurts to hum the songs you love. It hurts to read your letters. Even the silence hurts. The crescendo part is gradually ringing out. The girls, however, all froze. Even Yin Yun on the bed. Her expression fell into a stupor at this instant. The chorus of this song, so good. The girls froze and looked at Xia listening Ching on the bed. Xia listening Ching was holding her guitar, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. However, she felt as if she had caught a bit of the feeling of the song, and hastened to gaze at it, not daring to relax. Continue to feel it in earnest, seriously immersed in the song. Regret is a breathing pain. It flows in the bloodstream rolling back and forth. Regret hurts if you don't post it. Hate doesn't know you're hurting. It hurts the most when I can't see you. Good to hear. It's really nice to hear. The girls' eyes twinkled with a bit of amazement, but all of them were in a bit of disbelief. They all knew about Xia Hearing Ching's singing skills, which were not particularly outstanding among all the trainees. However, at this time, they felt that the song sung from Xia listening Ching's mouth was so catchy and melodious. Oh my god, that song is so catchy. This melody, and the lyrics, there's a gripping feeling when you listen to it. It's so well written. Did that new director Jiang really write this? Amazing. This song is going to be a hit. The breeze swept over the balcony. Somewhat mischievously, he lifted the gauze curtains one at a time. The sunlight cooperated, light and shadow spilling onto the floor of the dormitory. Bright for a while, dark for a while. Yi Muning's hair fluttered gently under the gentle caress of the breeze. The tear tracks on her face had dried up, and her gaze was dull as she looked at Xia listening Ching. Her song kept ringing in my ears. I swear I'll never lie again. I'll hold you as tight as I love you. My smile is fake. The soul is like floating. I'm becoming more and more like a seashell. Fear of the heart being touched. It's good to have you back. It would be nice to start over. 2 minutes later, as the last note fell from the guitar in the pillared girl's hand, she finally took a deep breath and looked up at her roommates. The dormitory was quiet. There was only a clattering sound as the breeze flipped up the trainee contract on the table. Enough time had passed. Only then did one of the girls murmur, "It's really good. What is this song? I kind of want to cry." Me too. I don't know why, but when I listen to this song, my eyes get red without realizing it. Missing is the pain of breathing. It's a love song, right? I didn't expect director Jiang to be this good at writing love songs. I've never heard this kind of melody before. This song is going to be a fire if it's released. Yeah, love songs of that quality are so rare. The girls chimed in. Wait a minute. Nope. Yi Muning's mouth on the bed, however, opened slightly. Her small fists clenched tightly, and her fingers turned a little white. The mind kept emphasizing, it's not a love song. At this moment, her eyes were filled with disbelief. If anything, there was just disbelief and skepticism in her mind before. Then when Xia listening Haru finished singing, she was able to be completely convinced. It's definitely not a love song. Rather, this is. Her eyes couldn't help but turn red again. Words. Xia listening Ching suddenly remembered something. Her eyes looking towards the practitioner basic contract on the desktop, and she somewhat involuntarily swallowed her saliva. Say, does Director Jiang mean that you can get a song like this as long as you change this contract? She had just finished her sentence. All the girls in the dormitory stopped their voices. Eyes then fell in unison on the contract, and the dormitory fell silent. Xia listening Ching's words reminded them, if anything, you can get this kind of song if you sign a trainee base contract. What will they choose? No one spoke, but the blazing gazes in their eyes accidentally revealed the true thoughts in their hearts. Are you kidding me? What's the point of choosing? If we can get a debut with this song, it's going to be a fire. Contracts and whatnot don't matter at all compared to this. What about a 25% split? What about a 40% split? If it's not hot, it's useless even if the company gives you 100%. Xia listening Ching laughed a little and raised her head when she was about to say something, but she realized that Ji Myun had gotten off the bed at some point. She stood on the floor without shoes, barefoot, her fingers a little shaky as she picked up the piece of draft paper from the table. Beautiful eyes stared at the lyrics on the page in complete stupefaction. Xia listening Ching spat out her tongue, a little embarrassed, and a little envious. Mu Ning, I'm just kidding. This love song is specially written for you by Director Jiang. Right, it seems that the company is going to focus on training you. When the other girls heard this, they all looked at Yi Myun with some envy. Alas, no wonder director Jung wants to re-sign the contract. This kind of song is destined to be a hit for anyone who gives it to them. How can you give such a high percentage of share? Yeah, this time the company has really put in the blood. Such a good song. Actually not even leaving it for sister Luo Wei to sing. It looks like Mu Ning will soon be ready to make her debut. Yi Mu Ning didn't hear what the people around her were saying. At this point, there was only one voice left in her mind. This song, not a love song, not a love song, the song. It's written for Mom. She clutched the piece of draft paper tightly, her hands trembling. Once again, the tears were not held back and ran down the sides of his cheeks. The girls in the dormitory were all a little stunned by the scene in front of them, looking at each other, all with puzzled faces. Yi Mu Ning wiped the corners of her eyes, no longer hesitating, took the piece of paper and ran straight to the door. Only the dormitory was left with a group of girls staring at each other wide-eyed. Half a day later, it was only then that Xia Hearingqing suddenly remembered. Ugh, Mu Ning, you haven't put on your shoes yet. Chapter 35, Barefooted Yi Mu Ning. Jiang Chen, do you still think you should joke with Yi Mu Ning like this now? In the office, Su Jingxu took a deep breath and said in a bad tone. Her thoughts were simple. Yi Mu Ning was Chenwei Entertainment's hardest working and most promising trainee, and shouldn't be subjected to such aggravation. She didn't ask about anything else, but this matter, she strongly disagreed. A few other women in the office also looked at Jiang Chen when they heard this. This time, even Su Luowei kept a rare silence and didn't help Jiang Chen anymore. Jiang Chen leaned on the back of his chair somewhat speechlessly. Yi Myun's situation was something he only understood now, but he didn't see any problem with the arrangement he had just made. It was because Yi Myun was hard enough and good enough. It was because this girl had reasons that she had to work her ass off that he felt even more strongly that Yi Myun's contract should be modified. Otherwise things will only get worse, as it was for him back in the day. He'll send Yi Mo Ning to a bigger stage, but the prerequisite is a revised contract. It's kind of like he's making some psychological amends for his previous misfortunes. Although it is someone else's contract that is modified and their life and destiny that is adjusted, but it was also a comfort to him. He died, but couldn't bear to see others continue on his old path. He wanted to set such a set of rules for Morning Vista Entertainment. It wasn't just Yi Mu Ning. In the future, it's the same for every artist in Morning Vista Entertainment. That's not going to change for anyone. I said. Jiang Chen once again disliked him nonchalantly. I'm the music director of Chenwei Entertainment. I'll modify the contract if I think it's necessary to do so. It's my job. You're the agent. Just do your own thing. You don't need to ask questions about everything. Su Jingxu became even more exasperated, followed by a wave of extreme disappointment surging through her heart. She had originally thought that with Jiang Chen's talent, he could at least do well in the position of music director. But to his surprise, Jiang Chen's handling of the situation was a complete mess. Su Luowei could see Su Jingxu's disappointment, but she didn't choose to get angry at Jiang Chen like Su Jingxu did. After hesitating for a long time, she suddenly silently walked behind Jiang Chen, her small hands gently kneading his shoulders. Hubby, I also think that the contract we just gave to Mu Ning was a bit too much. Why don't we call her back and have another talk? She knew that although Jiang Chen usually looked like he didn't care about anything, he was actually stubborn, and sometimes he could only go along with it. And if he tried to communicate with a strong attitude, it would only backfire. If Jiang Chen's temper was really provoked, things might even get worse. Perhaps it was Su Luowei's approach that eased the tension in the office slightly. I don't care. Su Jingxu took a deep breath and her tone calmed down a little, yet she was still very determined. Yi Mu Ning was recruited by me personally. I won't allow her to leave Chenwei Entertainment just like that without a head. If Jiang Chen isn't going to talk, then I'll go find her and talk myself. She thought very clearly. A trainee full of potential like Yi Munii. If she chose to leave Chenwei Entertainment because of today's incident, it would definitely be a loss for the company. If you're going to negotiate on your own, this music director is going to be you from now on. Jiang Chen slammed the table and flamed. The heart also can't help but be depressed, thinking that his luck today is also really too bad a little bit. Originally, she wanted to use this incident to draw a line with Su Jingxu, so that she would understand how to work with herself. But I didn't realize that the best trainee in the company, Yi Mu Ning, was hiding a story behind her. Instead, it complicates things a bit. He knew that Su Jingxu didn't have a bad heart, but it was just too wide of a pipe. Caring is messy, and sometimes being a mother-in-law delays things even more. He also believed that Yi Myun would definitely know what to choose as long as she could take a serious look at the paper when she returned to the dormitory. The song thing is simply too much to tell in a moment. He can't be asked to explain to Yi Myun that it's a great song, and as long as you're willing to accept the song, changing your contract is really no big deal. It's like a child's play. Jiang Chen sighed in his heart. It was only because Yi Myun's situation was special. If today's incident had happened with any other trainee, I'm afraid the situation would have been much better. Husband. Su Luowei was also a bit at a loss as to how to deal with the situation at hand, and could only continue to pacify Jiang Chen. She also didn't know why Jiang Chen kept insisting on changing the contract for Yi Myun. Was this matter important? Jiang Chen pinched between his eyebrows with a headache. The key to this matter was that he had no idea when exactly Yi Myun would be able to see that piece of draft paper. In case this stupid girl doesn't realize it until tomorrow, these women will annoy him tonight. Su Jingchu, the old woman, has always had a one-dimensional attitude towards her work, and has never been able to tolerate half a bit of sand in her eyes. Could it be that? Have to give up the grind first? If this matter is not dealt with today, I'm afraid there will be more trouble and conflict in the future. Jiang Chen sighed, annoyed, and subconsciously pulled a cigarette from his cigarette case. Damn, what bad luck. Forget it. It's better to get things sorted out in the moment. The grind comes later. But, where to start explaining this Hook 8 thing? Speak to Su Luowei and the girls. He actually just gave Yi Myun a really hot song? And then what? How do you explain the song thing? The song hasn't been released yet, so how does he know it's going to be a hit? A litany of questions pop up. Su Luowei knew that Jiang Chen making this move represented the probability that a compromise had been made in his heart, and smoking was merely to soothe the depression in his heart. She gave a gentle smile and winked at Su Jingchu. It's a done deal. Jiang Chen swallowed clouds for a while before exhaling. You call Yi Myun back. Forget it. Let's just pick it up in person. Originally just wanted to get along with this group of women as ordinary people. I did not expect to get disrespect and lack of understanding in return. Then showdown. No more pretending. He wrote this song and it's going to be fire. Okay, I'll call her now. Su Jingchu sniffed and was relieved. Jiang Chen was finally willing to compromise. To unring the bell. If Jiang Chen could speak, it would certainly be much better than her trying to say it on her own. She pulled out her cell phone and found Yi Myun's number. Just as she was about to press the dial button, the door to the office, however, was met with a couple of faintly urgent knocks. Thump, thump, thump. The crowd turned their heads to look. However, he saw Yi Myun's figure, and didn't know when he had already appeared at the door of the office. Her eyes were slightly red and puffy, and she clutched a piece of draft paper tightly in her hand, as if she had just cried. The few people in the office couldn't help but be a little surprised to see her figure. The crowd's eyes then looked somewhat involuntarily towards her lower body, for they both realized that this little girl who had suddenly appeared in the doorway had no shoes on. She was barefoot, standing on the somewhat cold floor. The tops of the white feet were stained, but you could still tell that they were very nice feet. The skin is delicate and smooth. Stepping on the somewhat cold floor, the ankles are slender, the curves are soft, the toes are delicate and small, just like a carefully carved jade sculpture. It is very cute. Her chest rose and fell slightly as she gasped for air, as if that was how she had just run barefoot. Su Jingchu's gaze landed on the piece of draft paper in Yi Myun's hand, and her heart couldn't help but thump. She knew that it was Jiang Chen scribbling draft paper. Jiang Chen, this bastard. Not only did he take the practitioner basic contract and joke with Yi Muning in such a bad way, but he also used a piece of draft paper to fool this silly girl who was a bit heartbreaking. Seeing this somewhat disoriented appearance of Yi Muning, there was also some hidden heartache in her heart. She could imagine what kind of despair and aggravation Yi Myun would feel in her heart when she went back and realized that what Jiang Chen had just given her was just a scribbled draft paper. Morning, what brings you here? Su Jingchu walked up and spoke with a somewhat tangled face. Just now I was about to call you and ask you to come over. What he said to you before, Director Jiang, was a joke, so don't take it to heart. At those words, Yi Myun was frozen for a moment, staring at her in a daze. She came over this time for the very song on paper. If she guessed correctly, the songs meant more to her than anything else. She was willing to sign any contract if she could get the song. But, and what did Jing mean by what she just said? Director Jiang is joking? She was a bit overwhelmed as she looked at Su Jingchu and then at Jiang Chen in front of her desk. Could it be that this song, Director Jiang wasn't going to give it to her again? It's because she didn't give a timely reply at that time, so Director Jiang got angry? Yeah, sorry, I was just... Yi Muning's face went pale for a moment, and she looked flustered as she tried to explain, but her voice was getting smaller and smaller halfway through, and finally bit her lip and lowered her head. Yes, everything is her fault. At that time, when Director Jiang handed her the song, he had already emphasized the things on it in particular, but she hadn't taken it to heart. It was her mistake. There was no way she could fool herself, and there was no room for sophistry. Could it be that she couldn't even keep this song? The song is clearly... Yi Muning's appearance made the few people in the office a little surprised. Su Jingchu took 2 steps forward, wanting to continue to comfort a few words. However, Jiang Chen sat on the chair without moving, slowly extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray. He detected the somewhat heartbreaking gaze in the little girl's eyes and knew that what was on the draft paper, the other party should have read. Also, maybe she's the only one who can see it so quickly. In the office, his faint voice rang out. I'm not kidding, that draft paper is for you. The precondition remains the same. Change the contract. It's the rule in the company. Jiang Chen spoke in a calm tone. At this moment, it seemed that there was no need to explain anything further. Yi Muning's state was already enough to explain everything. Seeing this, Su Jingchu couldn't help but look anxious again. How did Jiang Chen talk about the contract again for a good reason? She was about to say something in exasperation. However, Yi Mun beside her suddenly raised her head, her eyes filled with disbelief and gratitude. Without any hesitation, her voice trembled. Thank you, Director Jiang, I do. At those words, everyone in the office couldn't help but freeze. Chapter 36. The draft paper turned out to be a song. Mu Ning, what did you just say? Su Jingchu looked at Yi Mun with some disbelief, and she somewhat wondered if she had just heard it wrong. I'm sorry, Sister Jing. Yi Munning lightly bit her lips and said with a somewhat choked voice, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have hesitated just now. Please give me another chance. I'm willing to sign the trainee-based contract instead. You, willing to change the contract? Su Jingchu was a bit dumbfounded. What the hell is going on here? Why can't she hear it? Yi Munning is now signing a S-class trainee contract with the company, and the Pouring City Entertainment side has offered better conditions to poach her. So why would she think of changing her contract? Yes, as long as the company will let me sing the song, I'll do anything. Yi Munning tightly clutched the draft paper in her hand, said very seriously, and even brought a hint of pleading in her tone. After hearing her words, several people in the office first froze for a moment, and then all their gazes fell on Yi Mun's hands. The piece of draft paper that Jiang Chen had scribbled on was clutched tightly in the little girl's hands, as if it was some particularly valuable treasure. Yi, can you show me the paper you're holding, please? Yan Shuoxin's eyebrows moved slightly as she suspiciously stepped forward. If she remembered correctly, this draft paper seemed to be the one Jiang Chen had just scribbled on the desktop pretending to work, right? Seeing Empress Yan Tian suddenly speak to herself, Yi Mun froze, then said with a nervousness, Can. She took a serious look at the draft paper in her hand, then handed it to Yan Shuoxin. Yan Shuoxin took the draft paper and found that there were indeed some scribbles on it, but it's followed by a line of little phrases. The melody is also composed next to the phrases. Su Mengyao and Su Luowei both came over at this time and stood behind Yan Shuoxin, looking towards the paper in unison. Then the mouth opened wide in surprise. What's written on the paper? Surprisingly, is a song? Looking at the phrases and melodies on the paper, Yan Shuoxin's complexion couldn't help but change a bit. The breathing pain. First view from Tokyo Tower. Watch the lights mimic falling stars. Missing is a pain that breathes. It's living all over me. It hurts to hum the song you love. It hurts to read your letters. Even the silence hurts. Regret is a breathing pain. She looked at the lyrics line by line on the page. The amazement in his eyes, however, grew stronger. As a diva, her level of sound was naturally much higher than Xia Listening Harvest. Just by reading the lyrics once, she knew that it was definitely a good song. Good songs have meaning, and the lyrics of this song have a strong meaning and cut from a very specific angle. These are the hallmarks of a great song. Yan Shuoxin's eyes flickered with some disbelief. She was pretty sure that this draft paper was the one that Jiang Chen had just scribbled on. Could it be that? Did Jiang Chen write such a song in those few short minutes? But how is this possible? This guy was clearly not serious in his demeanor at all. Yan Shuoxin knows a lot of great music producers. There were many people who were at a level where even she had to call out to her teacher, but had never seen anyone who was able to create a song with such a high level of completeness in such a short period of time. That guy, what the hell? Doubts filled her mind. At this time, Su Jingchu also saw the lyrics on the paper. However, she had the lowest level of tone out of everyone here, and it wasn't quite possible to tell if the song was good or bad in a short time. She looked at Yi Mun with some incomprehension. Morning, is that the song you're willing to change your contract for? Yi Munning nodded and bit her lip after hesitating for a moment. I know that Director Zhang's willingness to give me this song is already taking extra care of me, and if changing my contract isn't enough, I can add some more years to my signing. Su Jingchu froze again. Yi Munning currently signed a 5-year contract with Chenwei Entertainment. This is already considered to be a relatively long period of time among the trainees, who, in general, sign for 3 years. Within 3 years, if the trainee performs well, she can re-sign the debut contract. If it wasn't for the fact that she offered Yi Mun a better deal at the time, and also promised a lot of benefits after her debut, it was also simply not possible to sign for such a long period of years. For this song, as far as you go, Su Jingchu was a bit puzzled. She wanted to say, for this song, do you have to pay so much? But halfway through his words, he realized that he was the manager of Chenwei Entertainment, and instantly closed his mouth. In fact, what she didn't know was that Yi Myun was thinking more clearly than she was. She knew that if she followed the normal development progress, after 5 years, if her popularity could step into the ranks of first and second tier stars, then she could completely change companies and continue to develop. This allows for the opportunity to get a better contractual deal, but she knew better in her mind that it all had to be based on her having name recognition. The song Pain That Breathes is worth more to her than anyone else. This song, it's going to be a fire. Take this song and go out on the road. It's like airlifting her straight to second tier stardom, walking without learning to run. Besides, it's just out of the gate. In any other entertainment company, a trainee with absolutely no name recognition would never have gotten a song like this anyway, because it's a complete waste to have a trainee sing a song of this quality. The best person to sing this song in Morning Vista Entertainment is actually Sister Lovey. She's the only one who can sing enough to bring in the company. Director John's willingness to give her this song was totally handing out benefits. That base contract, with a 10% split, pales in comparison. On the side, Su Luowei and Su Mengyao also gradually finished reading the lyrics on the paper. The two men looked at each other, their eyes glittering with incredulity. The quality of this song is just wonderful. Jiang Chen, how the hell did he write that? Su Luowei had already seen Jiang Chen write songs more than once, so even though her heart was filled with surprise, she could still barely contain it. However, Su Mengyao's mouth was directly open. It was the first time she had seen Jiang Chen's song. She looked at the draft paper in Yan Shuoxin's hand with a look of disbelief, and then at Jiang Chen in front of the desk, back and forth several times, unable to suppress the shock in his heart. Isn't this teacher's husband a jerk writer? How did he write it? And, wasn't he just being lazy? Chapter 37 Yi Mu Ning's breathing pain. The shocked look in the eyes of Su Luowei's few people was also felt by Su Jingchu. She looked at Yi Myun with a somewhat complicated expression. Mu Ning, why don't you sing this song for me, so I can feel it too? Earlier, when Jiang Chen had asked Yi Myun to change her trainee base contract, she was the one who reacted the most violently. He had thought that Jiang Chen was fooling around and had thrown a huge tantrum, but now the situation seemed to have suddenly become a bit off. People Yi Mu Ning simply can't wait to change the contract. Some unreasonable people. It seems to be her. Is this song really that good? Her eyes glanced at the sketchpad, her mind in disbelief. Why are they all so shocked? Queen Yan? She was a bit judgmental and could only let Yi Myun sing and listen to it. I'll get the guitar. Su Mengyao raised her hand very positively. In fact, her situation wasn't much better than Su Jingchu's. As Yan Shuoxin and Su Luowei's little sister, she was still a student in school, plus she was usually more playful, so the gap between her professional level and her two sisters was not a half a star. In those few moments, she could only get a vague sense that what was written on the paper was a great song, but there is little certainty about exactly how good it is. She was the first to come in this office, so no one knows better than her that that draft paper was originally just next to the printer, completely blank A4 paper. It was still Jiang Chen who ordered her to take it over. She was incomparably certain that what was on the paper was what Jiang Chen had now written. It was during that period of posturing. Jiang Chen actually finished writing a song? This is too outrageous. Su Mengyao pressed down the shock in her heart, and from the next office, she fetched the guitar. Yan Shuoxin also took a deep breath and returned the draft paper back to Yi Myun. She was also eager to hear how far Jiang Chen could go with this song. The little girl took the guitar and the sketchpad, but was a little unresponsive. Why are you suddenly going to let her sing? Or in front of Sister Lovey and Yan Shuoxin? Yi Mu Ning's complexion was obviously a bit tense. It's okay, don't be nervous, just sing carefully. Su Luowei went up and gently stroked her back, softly comforting her. Good. Yes. Yi Mu Ning looked at the draft paper in her hand, took a deep breath, and her gaze gradually became stable from nervous panic. She was the best trainee of Chenwei Entertainment, with strong professional abilities and mental qualities. Normally, when you're tested on stage, the scene isn't much better than it is now. She knew it was a special test, although neither Sister Jing nor Sister Luowei had explicitly said so. Whether the song should be given to her or not, it was definitely not enough to rely on the care of the music director alone. The resources of the entertainment company are all valuable, and each allocation of resources must be assessed so as to convince the public. So, Yi Mu Ning took a deep breath, hugged her guitar, and sat down on a chair. Even for this song, she must do the best she could. She had to prove that she could sing the song. After sitting down in the chair, she didn't rush to start the song, but first picked up the piece of draft paper and went through it twice, conscientiously. Just now in the dormitory she had already heard Xia listening Ching sing it once, so she already had a basic impression of the lyrics and melody, and only needed to simply familiarize herself with it again. In the office, no one spoke and everyone waited patiently. Only Jiang Chen, with a somewhat languid posture, was half lying on the seat. In fact, he was also a bit curious as to whether Yi Myun could control this somewhat special song with Yi Myun's current level as a practicing student. Half a day later, Yi Moo-ning finally put the draft paper down and cleared her throat, then reached out his beautiful white fingers and slowly strummed the guitar strings. A melody with a hint of melancholy gradually sounded. The first view from the Tokyo Tower. Watch the lights mimic falling stars. I finally arrive but sadder. One to fulfill our dreams. Driven by the melody, Yi Moo-ning gently opened her mouth. Her voice is very good. There is a kind of ethereal feeling. The basic skills are also practiced very solid. Pitch pinpointed in place. Just as soon as she opened her mouth, Su Luo-wei could not help but nod her head. This girl was indeed one of the best out of all the trainees, and had every potential to become a professional singer. No wonder Sister Jing was planning to focus on training her. And the little girl was a good dancer, with a great body and looks. With enough resources invested, the growth will surely be beyond anyone's expectations. You always said there was plenty of time. You can wait for me. I didn't know before. There may not be a later tomorrow. Perhaps it was because she wasn't too familiar with it. Yi Moo-ning's song seemed a bit hesitant at first, but soon, she found that special feeling and gradually immersed herself in the song. In the office, the crowd was listening attentively to the melody, then nodding every now and then. The melody of the song is really well written and the little girl's delivery is great. But, Yi Moo-ning's eyes suddenly turned red. In the lyrics, not necessarily tomorrow, but later, she couldn't help but let her mind wander back to that day. When he came home from school, Kitchen pestered his mom to take him to the park to see the Candyman show. Instead, Mom laughed and pinched her little nose. What's the hurry? The grandpa who sells Candyman comes every day. Mommy will go with you tomorrow. It turned out to be the next day. The old grandpa selling Candyman is really here again. She also gave her a bunny Candyman with a smile on her face, but the gentle figure that had promised to accompany her never appeared again. 2 teardrops, wordlessly, fell from her cheeks. Missing is a breathing pain. It lives in all the corners of my body. It hurts to hum the songs you love. It hurts to read your letters. Even the silence hurts. In the office, several women all froze. Originally, they were still listening attentively to the melody, nodding their heads in affirmation every now and then, but the moment Yi Moo-ning opened her mouth, they only felt their brains go blank. Everyone felt as if their insides had been seized hard. Heartache, regret, nostalgia, longing. They didn't know how to describe the emotions Yi Myun expressed at this time, but none of that matters anymore, because at this time, when they looked at Yi Moo-ning, who was already completely teary-eyed, they had understood it by and by, what this song really means. Even Yan Shuexin, whose level is as high as that of a diva, surprisingly didn't realize in that short period of time just now that the emotion that the song was really trying to express was nostalgia for mom. No wonder. Little girls will for this song. Yan Shuexin looked at Yi Myun and the piece of draft paper and was taken aback, and her complexion gradually became complicated. On the side, Su Jingchu was already completely speechless with shock. The moment the song started, it was then that she realized why Yi Moo-ning had made such a choice. Would have rushed over without even putting on his shoes. This song, truly, belongs to her, and only she can sing it well. The song was priceless to her. In the office, the atmosphere grew silent. Everyone was listening attentively to Yi Moo-ning's song and melody. 2 minutes later, Yi Moo-ning's song gradually came to an end. It's good to have you back. It would be nice to start over. The song and the melody stopped at that moment, but Yi Moo-ning's choked voice didn't stop. At this moment, she finally could no longer suppress her emotions and whimpered in a low voice. Mom, my daughter misses you. Do you hear me? The office was unusually quiet, and only Yi Moo-ning's intermittent crying could be heard. No one bothered her. This girl has been repressed for too long and needs to let it out. I don't know how long it's been. Yi Moo-ning's cries finally tapered off. She suddenly stood up and bowed deeply to Jiang Chen in her seat. Superintendent Jiang, thank you. As long as I can sing this song, I'll agree to any conditions. Please. The girl's voice was choked and a little shaky, and it sounded incredibly heartbreaking. Ahem. Jiang Chen knew it was his turn to appear. Tapping his fingers on the desktop, he was about to stand up and say a couple of pretentious things. However, Su Luo-wei had already stepped forward and tenderly hugged Yi Myun. Don't worry, the song is yours. I promised for Director Jiang. Well, Chapter 38. We all want to change our contracts. What's it like when the pretense is interrupted? It's hard to bear. It's hard? The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. It felt like a punch in the cotton at this time. Very difficult. He had even thought of his own pretentious tirade, but he didn't expect to be upstaged by the little ninny. It's like, I was hungry in the middle of the night and crawled up to get a bag of instant noodles. The water boiled and the bowls were cleaned. But when I tore open the last bag of instant noodles, I realized there was no seasoning packet inside. Jiang Chen sighed somewhat helplessly in his heart and leaned back in his chair, his eyes lifeless. Happy disappeared. In the office, Yi Mu-ning gradually stopped crying under Su Luowei's comfort. Su Jingchu didn't know where to find a pair of slippers and let the little girl put them on, telling her to go back and have a good rest first, and that the matter of changing the contract could be done tomorrow. Wait for Yi Mu-ning to leave. The office suddenly became a little quiet. The several women didn't seem to have slowed down from what had just happened, and it was a long while before they glanced at each other, and then their gazes were somewhat strange as they looked at Zhang Chen. They all understood the song Breathing Pain sung by Yi Mu-ning. No one would have thought that this song, which looks like a love song at first glance, contains a deep meaning that touches the heart so much, as if it was tailor-made for Yi Mu-ning. How on earth did Zhang Chen write it? Honey, did you know about mourning ahead of time? Su Luowei looked at Zhang Chen with some lack of patience and asked. At those words, Su Jingchu and the others, too, gradually reacted. The gazes then all looked at Zhang Chen with some mischief. Yeah, there's no such thing as coincidence in this world. It couldn't be that Zhang Chen, this guy, had specifically inquired about Yi Mun, and then wrote such a song to coax the little girl into changing her contract. Could it? If that's the case, that's just too much of an asshole. Zhang Chen felt the questioning gazes of several people, and in his heart, he violently rolled his eyes. At the time the song, he really just wrote it off the top of his head. Who knew that Yi Mu-ning was in this situation? Would you believe me if I said that it was all predestined from above? He mused. Several women all shook their heads. Good. Zhang Chen stood up with some exasperation. Then I'll go find Yi Mun now and ask her to return the song to me. Come on Les. Su Luowei somewhat unkindly pinched him in the back waist before stopping him from tossing and turning carelessly. In fact, she was still willing to believe Zhang Chen's words after careful consideration. After all, even she wasn't too clear about Yi Mun's situation, and if Su Jingchu hadn't learned about it out of curiosity at the time, perhaps none of them would know about it today. Yi Mu-ning always silently hides her heart in the depths of her heart, and easily does not open it to anyone. It was not a bad thing for her to be able to let out the emotions she had suppressed inside for years today because of this song. It really was like what Zhang Chen said. All this, it's all God's plan? For a moment, no one in the office spoke. More or less odd thoughts bubbled up in everyone's mind. Murphy, are there really those unspoken things in this world? It was under that mysterious and bizarre chance that this song was delivered to Yi Mun, and perhaps, it was the mom in that faraway place, telling Mu-ning through this meditative and special way. She, in fact, has always guarded her daughter's side. Looking at the several people who gradually fell into deep thought, Zhang Chen didn't say anything either, even though he didn't really believe in that whole gods and ghosts thing either. But his very existence is the most indefinable thing of all, and there's no way to delve into such things. Come to think of it, it's important to live your life. The reason why Yi Mu-ning got the song, apart from coincidence, also had to do with her usual hard work. If he had just picked up the information and realized that Yi Mu-ning's daily performance wasn't this outstanding, then perhaps the person who got the song would be the next trainee. It all depended on both luck and Yi Mu-ning's usual efforts. Alright, stop gawking. The trainee side has stabilized. Hurry up and take this pile of information away. He knocked on the table, unceremoniously interrupting everyone's thoughts, and then pointed to the pile of information on the desk. When it was over, it was time for him to emphasize the rules with Su Jingchu. At those words, Su Jingchu froze, then subconsciously retorted. You've only interviewed one person, how can you stabilize them? Even if Yi Mun is fine, what about the other trainees? Without realizing it, she couldn't help but intervene in Zhang Chen's decision again. After all, Chenwei Entertainment used to be managed by her alone, and she had to worry about everything, so it was really hard to shift over for a while. But things are quite different now. Su Luowei didn't have much time to manage the company in the past, and Su Jingchu could decide a lot of things on her own, so naturally she needed to worry about everything. And now it was Zhang Chen who was the music director. He was both the boss and the director. His authority was naturally different. The division of labor between the two parties needs to be very clear in order to ensure that the work is carried out smoothly. Old Cho, how the hell did you mix into the company in the first place? It wouldn't be through the back door, would it? Zhang Chen directly disliked him. When Su Jingchu sniffed, she immediately clenched her teeth in anger in her heart. What do you mean blend in with the company? She's a gold medal agent. The national goddess, Su Luowei, was all brought out by her. Zhang Chen, I'll admit that you did do a good job just now, keeping Yi Mun thoroughly, she said somewhat unconvincingly, but the current situation of Chenwei Entertainment isn't as optimistic as you think. Other entertainment companies are constantly contacting our artists and trainees, causing everyone within the company to be in a very unstable state. And if we don't take advantage of this time to stabilize the situation, we'll be even more passive later on. That's why it's safest for us to be a little more serious and make appointments with each of the practicing students in a step-by-step manner. As she was speaking, there were suddenly a few more soft knocks on the office door. Thump, thump, thump. The figure of a girl with a pill hairstyle appeared in the doorway, and behind her, there were a good 7 or 8 girls. Please, may I ask, Jiang, is Director Jiang in? The pill-popping girl standing at the front of the room asked, a little torn and a little embarrassed. Seeing this scene, Su Jingchu couldn't help but freeze for a moment. She naturally recognized these girls. They were all trainees recruited into the company in the same batch as Yi Myun. What do you guys want with Superintendent Jiang? Su Jingchu suspiciously beckoned for these girls to come in. The girls obviously didn't expect that there were so many people in the office besides Jiang Chen. Sister Jing, Sister Lovey is all over. And, Yen Diva. For a while, everyone was a bit nervous. Even Xia Listening Ching, who had always been big-headed, was a bit abashed at this time. We came to see Director Jiang. Is to talk about the contract. She stammered a little. Contract? When Su Jingchu heard this, her brows furrowed. What contract to talk about? Haven't you all signed your contracts? What? It's only been 3 months and you want to change to a better contract? Her expression was a little stern. Su Jingchu knew that during this period of time, the conditions that other entertainment companies offered these trainees in order to poach them were better than one another. If it wasn't for the constraints of liquidated damages on the contract, I'm afraid that a large portion of the trainees would have already packed up and left. These girls aren't here to ask for a higher contract level, are they? No. Xia Listening Ching was startled and quickly shook her hand. We're just also want to change the signing of the practitioner basic contract. As she said the last, her voice gradually became smaller and her head lowered in some embarrassment. After Yi Myun returned to the dormitory, they slowly learned the whole story from Yi Myun's mouth, including the entire process of Director John's conversation with her, as well as the conditions Director John offered at that time. Just change your contract and the song is yours. They've all heard that song Breathing Pain and they know what it means. It wouldn't be any different than riding a rocket if you could debut with this song. Especially Xia Hearing Ching, she even sang this song. The ear-catching melody and lyrics were so intentional that she instantly felt like a debutante. If only she had a song like that to debut. But unfortunately, this song Director Jiang has already determined that it is for Yi Myun. They are envious again, but only the part of the eye-watching. So this same group of trainee girls couldn't help but become a bit foolish under the envy and gluttony. What Superintendent Jiang means, isn't it? You can get a song like that just by changing your trainee base contract? If that's the case, what's the difference between that and pie in the sky? A few of the girls wrestled with the idea in their dorm room for a long time, but eventually they couldn't resist the temptation that the new song brought. So meet up and come together to make a difference for yourself. After all, one wants to be one step ahead of the rest in a place like showbiz. Sometimes it doesn't work to not be proactive. Opportunities don't come to you on their own accord foolishly. If they were to lose the opportunity to other trainees because they weren't proactive enough, they would simply hate to slap themselves twice. What did you say? Su Jingchu froze for a moment. You guys want to change the trainee base contract? At those words, not only Su Jingchu, in the office, several other women all froze as well. Chapter 39 Jiang Chen's Discipline. Yes. Xia Hearing Ching's voice was as low as a thin mosquito, hanging her head, not daring to look directly into Su Jingchu's eyes. Su Jingchu subconsciously opened her mouth, but then realized that she seemed to be a bit speechless, completely at a loss as to what to say. These trainees in front of her were all hand-picked by her in the first place, and signed A-level trainee contracts with a share of around 20%. But now they're demanding, in front of their faces, that all of them change their trainee base contracts. What the hell is going on here? Su Jingchu only felt that the whole world seemed to have become a bit unreal. She was a gold medal agent. The national goddess was brought out by her. She has signed hundreds of artists in her hands, but at this moment, she had no way of comprehending what was happening in front of her. In the office, there was some silence for a while. Everyone's gazes gradually fell on Jiang Chen in front of the desk. The matter of changing the contract was first brought up by Jiang Chen, and at this point it seemed that he was the only one who could make the final decision. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. All of them wanted to change their contracts? Oh, how is that possible? You think his songs are cabbage? Just send a song to any random person? Yi Muning that it was entirely by virtue of her own efforts that she was qualified to change her contract. Do you guys know what it means to change your contract? It means more resources, more favorable treatment, more comfortable life and more income. It may seem like a lower percentage of the cut, but the money will still be spent on yourselves. He didn't say anything, but moved the pile of information on the table, in front of himself, and slowly flipped through it. Everyone watched his movements with some curiosity. Halfway through the day, he seemed to find what he was looking for and pulled a copy from the pile of information. Xia Hearing Harvest, right? In the office, his faint voice rang out. Yes. When Xia Listening Ching heard Superintendent Zhang call out her name, she was instantly jolted and hastily stood up. Entered Chenwei Entertainment for 3 months. Participated in 6 assessments. Grades, 5 A's, 1 B, said Jiang Chen as he continued to flip through looking at the information in his hand. Yes, Xia listening Haru nodded gently and grinned. In fact, she still had some confidence in herself, and her performance was already considered to be at the upper level among all the trainees. After all, the S grade, in the whole of Chenwei Entertainment, only Yi Mu-ning had gotten it. Instead, she has a streak of 5 straight A's. With that kind of performance, you want to sign a trainee-based contract too? However, Jiang Chen slowly closed her profile and quietly looked at her. He didn't speak in a loud voice, but with the experience and urbanity of his last life, he could present an aura of anger-free authority at any time. As a top diva, he has opened his own company and has brought in many artists. When you get serious, it naturally gives you a sense of oppression. One time, the expressions on all the girls' faces were startled, and no one dared to speak. The atmosphere in the office, which had been fairly mild, suddenly took a sharp turn for the worse. Xia listening Qing's smile gradually stiffened on her face. She raised her head in disbelief, but as soon as she came into contact with Jiang Chen's intimidating gaze, she couldn't help but tremble in her heart and hurriedly lowered her head again. I was expecting to be praised, but I didn't realize that this new music director was so harsh and scary. Beside the sofa, Yan Shuoxin looked at Jiang Chen, who suddenly seemed to have changed, and was somewhat surprised. Today, Jiang Chen always gave her a feeling of being puzzled. This guy was obviously only 24 years old, but the authority in his body was not at all inferior to many big shots in the circle. It was like that when I just sang on stage, and it's like that now. Is he this mean at home too? She pulled Su Luowei's hand beside her and nudged towards Jiang Chen. Su Luowei sniffed, but her face couldn't help but blush a little. Actually, Jiang Chen was usually quite easygoing at home, but sometimes when she got angry, she would suddenly become terrifying, and in this situation, if she dared to continue to make Jiang Chen angry, she would definitely not be able to avoid receiving a punishment. Yan Shuoxin watched Su Luowei's face change. How could she not understand what she meant? In his heart, he couldn't help but secretly sigh. This senior sister of his was really being held to death by Jiang Chen. Do you guys really think that Yi Mu-ning got that song because of luck? Jiang Chen's stern voice sounded once again. The office was dead silent. The trainee girls obviously didn't expect the music director, who didn't look much older than them, to be so fierce either. Each one of them hung their heads like frosted eggplants. I'm sure you've all seen how hard Yi Mu-ning usually works. She's the best of all the trainees, and signing a trainee-based contract is the company's way of rewarding her, because I saw in her that I wanted something for myself, and her hard work and dedication was enough to impress me. And on you. Jiang Chen paused when he said this. I can't find any bright spots at all, and you guys are still whimsically trying to sign a trainee-based contract? After his words, the girls' faces became incredibly ugly. On the side, Su Jingqiu and Su Mengyao listened to Jiang Chen's words, but their faces both turned very odd. This Jiang Chen guy, a mouthful of trainee-based contract. And what's more, only trainees who work hard enough and are good enough are eligible to sign a trainee-based contract. It was as if this contract was so advanced, but they knew very well that in all entertainment companies, the trainee basic contract was the worst one. Morning Vale Entertainment is certainly no exception. Such a bad contract. When did that become a reward too? However, the unbelievably frustrated and downtrodden expressions of these trainee girls in the arena, yet another silent statement of the fact that, yes, this contract, the reward, is something they all really want to sign. For a while, the gazes of several women in the office were a bit complicated. It was only at this time that they suddenly realized how much that song Breathing Pain appealed to this group of trainees. They all seemed to have just been limited in their thinking by Yi Mune's special situation, always thinking that this song was only able to make Yi Mune willingly change her contract because it happened to fit better with her situation. But actually think about it carefully. Even if you put aside that particular connotation and analyze the lyrics and melody alone, Breathing Pain is definitely a rare piece of work. A song like this is never going to be obscure as soon as it's released. Among the several people, Su Luowei and Yan Shuoxin were both big stars who had been in the industry for many years. However, even the girls, when they first debuted, simply couldn't get a song like this, a song of such high quality. Even those singers who are already well known in the entertainment industry would try to get it by all means, not to mention the freshly minted trainees. Chapter 40 The Possibilities. The originally spacious music director's office was a bit crowded due to the addition of the trainee girls, but with so many people clearly standing on the scene, the silence was a little eerie. Jiang Chen didn't say anything, and none of the trainee girls dared to speak first. Behind Su Jingqiu, Su Mengyao's pair of big, beautiful eyes that were looking at Jiang Chen but suddenly blinked. After sensing the girl's desire for Jiang Chen's song, an idea couldn't help but pop up in her mind. Although he had already made his debut with Chenwei Entertainment, he was actually no different from the vegetarians who hadn't made their debut. After all, she was still a student. Most of her time needed to be put on top of her studies, and only after she graduated from school could she be considered to have officially stepped into the entertainment industry. But if she could also get such a song before she graduated, then, when she stepped into the entertainment industry herself, her eyes snapped up into little stars. If that was the case, wouldn't she be the most powerful female entertainer in the entire school? By then, the class would have to envy her with bated breath. She can be a big sister too. Thinking of this, she instantly looked at Jiang Chen with hopefulness as well. Do you guys still think, now, that you're qualified to sign this trainee base contract? Jiang Chen's lecture hadn't ended yet. In the office, all the girls were almost on the verge of tears. Yes, sorry, we know it's wrong. Xia listening Cheng lowered her head, biting her lips lightly and said with a sobbing face. She felt both aggrieved and saddened. She had never been reprimanded in front of so many people when she was growing up, and that was in front of Sister Luo Wei and Yen Tianho. This added to the fact that she felt a million embarrassments and shame in her heart. If it was possible, she really wanted to dig a hole in the ground right now, go in, and never come out again. The office was terribly silent. Well, you've disappointed me, so all of you go back and think about it. The trainee base contract is not something you can sign right now. It needs more hard work and dedication, and I hope that next time, something will come out of you that impresses me. Jiang Chen waved his hand and said, yes. The girls walked toward the door in somewhat drooping silence. Jiang Chen's reprimand just now had obviously hit them all a bit hard. When they decided to come to the Superintendent Jiang, they simply did not expect this outcome. This young director is so strict. How can they survive in the company in the future? But, by the time all the girls had made it to the door, yet another voice was suddenly heard ringing through the office. Old chore, at the end of the month, arrange an examination to screen out the best performing trainees. It was Jiang Chen's voice. The trainee girls at the doorway, all of a sudden, couldn't help but slow down their steps. All perked up their ears and listened carefully to the speech behind them. Examination? Screening trainees? What does Director Jiang want? Okay. Su Jingxu took a deep breath and nodded. Although she didn't know what Jiang Chen was planning to do, she still agreed. Assessing the trainees was originally the music director's job. Let's pick another trainee and change the contract when the time comes. Jiang Chen's voice sounded once again. A silence fell over the scene and everyone froze. Again, pick a trainee and sign a contract instead? What's that supposed to mean? Could it be that? The trainee girls all stopped in their tracks in an instant and looked at Jiang Chen in front of the desk in surprise. Su Jingxu was also stunned. However, Jiang Chen didn't explain anything more. He casually took a piece of white paper from the edge of the table, opened the cap of the fountain pen, and slowly wrote on the paper. Seeing this scene, both Su Luowei and Yen Shuexin couldn't help but freeze for a moment, their beautiful eyes glancing at each other before they violently stood up from the sofa. Did Jiang Chen is writing another song? The two walked a little closer to the desk. It was discovered that Jiang Chen was really writing something on the paper. He writes songs on the spot. This image made them all involuntarily stop in their tracks, not daring to rush forward to disturb Jiang Chen in front of his desk. The whole office was very quiet. The trainee girls all stayed in the office, curiously looking at the scene in front of them. No one was there to rush them or notice them. It was because the gazes of everyone in the office at this time were focused on Jiang Chen's body. Yen Shuexin's face was still the same cool look, but her brows were furrowed as she carefully watched Jiang Chen's writing movements. This was the first time she had ever, seriously, watched Jiang Chen write a song. Su Luowei clenched her fingers, but her eyes flickered with a slight color. Su Mengyao quietly stood on her tiptoes, wanting to see what Jiang Chen was up to. Unfortunately, though, she couldn't see what was on the paper at all when she looked at it from this angle. Jiang Chen wrote slowly, but no one showed impatience. Everyone was waiting patiently, and the trainee girls were even standing still, not daring to say a word for fear of being discovered and then kicked out. Time passes by. Finally, 10 minutes later, Jiang Chen put down the pen in his hand and placed the paper on the desktop, handing it to Su Jingxu. Just this one, for the trainees. It's enough. Upon hearing this, the trainee girls were all a bit surprised and looked at each other for a few moments, both seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. This completes a song? Is the music director's creation so random and sudden? No modifications needed? Su Jingxu took a deep breath and stepped forward to receive the white paper handed by Jiang Chen. Back at Luo Wei's house, she had seen Jiang Chen writing songs, but at that time, it seemed like Jiang Chen was writing songs that he had created before, so she didn't find it surprising that the speed was a bit faster. But the song on the page at hand was one she had never seen before. In other words, Jiang Chen, in this short 10 minutes, wrote another new song? This guy's talent, is it so strong? Su Luowei and Su Mengyao had long been impatient to come forward, taking the white paper from Su Jingxu's hand and carefully looking at the lyrics and melody on the paper. Although Yen Shuexin was not as eager as the two, Her footsteps also subconsciously went in the direction of the two. The three beautiful women eventually looked at the paper in unison. The possibilities. Maybe the southern sun shines on the northern wind. Maybe the time was blown away and there's no trace of it. Maybe there's only one unforgettable person left in the story. On the paper were lines of neatly written sentences. Each line has about the same number of words, and each starts with possibly, like a neatly rhymed poem. Can a sentence like that be used as lyrics? How is this supposed to be composed? All three gazes were filled with doubt. Wouldn't the rhythm sound weird if the lyrics were pretty much the same for every line? What the hell was Jiang Chen thinking? The three women read the lyrics and, with deep confusion, looked together at the score next to them. 2 minutes later, Yan Shuoxin's beautiful eyes directly froze. She had the deepest attainments in sound, so she quickly finished the tune and even went over the melody and lyrics in her mind. Immediately after that she came to an overwhelmingly shocking conclusion in her mind. It's a good song. The mood of the lyrics, though, doesn't convey a particularly strong emotion, and the melody is relatively simple, but she just sang it in her head a little. Instead, it was found to be a very catchy melody. It's the kind of song that, once you've heard it once, creates a memory point in your head that's perfect for passing on. So she was almost certain that the song would be no less popular. Su Luowei and Su Mengyao followed close behind, similarly watching the melody. A look of amazement also gradually spread across the beautiful faces of the two. They were also quick to sense the specialness of the tune. The song, it's simple, but it's good. This is the most direct and true feeling in their hearts. The two of them looked at the densely packed lyrics and melody on the paper, and then at Jiang Chen, who was in front of the desk, with a bemused look on his face. A somewhat unbelievable thought couldn't help but arise in all of their minds. Is there really such a big difference between people's brains? How in the world did he write a song of this quality in 10 minutes? At the entrance of the office, a group of trainee girls, looking at the shocked expressions on the faces of Diva Yin Shuoxin and national goddess Su Luowei, couldn't help but become surprised as well. There seemed to be 1,000 kittens scratching at his heart as if he was curious. What kind of song was written on that piece of paper from director Jiang? How could they make both Queen Yen Tian and Sister Luowei show such a surprised expression? Chapter 41. The Red Bean is, he wrote it? Alright, all of you go back first and prepare well for the test at the end of the month. The doubts in the minds of the trainee girls were not answered after all. After Yan Shuoxin and a few others had finished reading the lyrics, Su Jingshu directly sent all the trainee girls out the office door. From among Yan Shuoxin and Su Luowei's expressions, she already knew that this was a good song. A very good song. This song is perfect to use to stabilize the trainees, so she can't let this great song be exposed now. The trainee girls all left the office with some reluctance, but the thoughts in his mind itched as if he had been scratched by a cat's claw. Written by director Jiang. What kind of song is it? Will it be as good as the song Breathing Pain? They were all eager to know the answer, but Sister Jing didn't seem to have any intention of announcing that song right away. With complicated expressions, they walked out of the office building. Their visit to the director's office this time was a series of twists and turns. From the very beginning of the expectations of a new song and a new contract, to being mercilessly reprimanded. Originally thought that there was no hope for a new song again, but did not expect a last-minute peak. Director Jiang even directly took out a new song as a reward for the next trainee assessment. As the girls passed by the practice room, their minds couldn't help but recall what Jiang Chen had just said. At the end of the month, conduct a test and bring me the report of the best performing trainee. Let's pick another trainee and change the contract when the time comes. End of the month. End of month appraisal. The gazes of all the girls became blazing almost simultaneously. Superintendent Zhang's meaning was clear enough. At the end of the month, he'll pick another trainee to revise his contract. Then the attribution of the song will inevitably be announced at that time as well. If they can perform well enough at the end of the month, then they have a chance. This time, they won't miss their chance. Su Jingshu sent all the girls out of the office. Then he silently turned around and moved the huge pile of information on Jiang Chen's desktop. Jiang Chen was right. The current trainees of Chenwei Entertainment really didn't need to go out and interview them one by one anymore. With Breathing Pain and with the two songs possibilities, she was almost certain that all the trainees would be going crazy in the practice room for the next month for extra practice. As for those messages from other entertainment companies, and unless they can come up with a song of the same quality, it's just a waste of a little phone bill. The reason why she took such initiative to move the materials was that she didn't want to face Jiang Chen's dejected appearance. However, Jiang Chen wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. He paced slowly in his office. Lao Chu, I think what you just said is right. These trainees really need to have a good talk. It's amazing that each and every one of them is thinking of signing a basic contract. There's no motivation at all. You help me take a good look at which trainee would be more appropriate to talk to first? I'll do a good job of working on their minds. Young people have to be young, don't you think? Su Jingshu gritted her teeth, took a few deep breaths, and fell silent. Su Luowei didn't have the good sense to step forward and pinch Jiang Chen before he stopped his taunting. It was only then that Jiang Chen made a stern face and resumed his seat in front of the desk. If it wasn't for Su Luowei stopping him, he would have had to say that Su Jingchu dug a hole in the ground. Su Luowei looked at his appearance, her eyes flashing with curiosity and color. Hubby, these 2 songs were both created by you on the spot? If Jiang Chen could write a complete song in just 10 minutes, then that would be too powerful, right? How could it be? Jiang Chen, however, waved his hand, very wary. He was planning to quit the entertainment industry after 2 months, so he didn't want to expose too much of his strength. All these songs were written back in the day when I was at home, and I just happened to get them out and use them. Oh, Su Luowei nodded. In fact, this answer was similar to what she had guessed in her mind. When Jiang Chen suddenly sang the song Fairy Tale, she knew that this guy had probably also secretly written quite a few songs, but asshole men always hid them in order to be able to hide at home and write, so she couldn't be bothered to ask more at that time. However, at this time, she really could not hold back her curiosity somewhat. Then how many songs have you written over the years? How many songs? Jiang Chen froze for a moment. 100? Or 200? He didn't really remember. Anyway, that's how people are. When they're bored they always remember a little bit of the past to pass the time. In 3 years, who knows how many songs he wrote. Of course, it's definitely not time to say it all, not much, just a few songs, counting the song maybe just now. I don't have much stock left in my stomach. Yes? Su Lo was half convinced. She always felt that Jiang Chen's head was like a treasure chest, always able to come up with a new song whenever the moment was critical. Of course, you think writing songs is farting around. Just say it. 3 years is pretty good to write these songs. Jiang Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. I didn't mean that. Su Luowei's face was slightly embarrassed, and she was also a little embarrassed. Jiang Chen was indeed right. How could writing a song be so simple? Counting possibilities. Jiang Chen had already come up with 7 songs in the past few days. It's rare enough to write so many high-quality songs in 3 years. Many musicians don't necessarily write a song of this quality for 10 years. She really shouldn't continue to be greedy. Okay. On the side, Yan Shuoxin seemed to be listening to Jiang Chen as well, but what no one noticed was that after Jiang Chen's words fell, her fingers clutching the possibilities paper suddenly tightened a bit. Wait, she looked closely at the lyrics on the paper, and then her eyes gradually glittered with disbelief. No way. Why do you always feel that this scribble seems like I've seen it somewhere before? Now, can you tell me properly what kind of trouble Morning Vista Entertainment is in? Jiang Chen didn't pay attention to Yan Shuoxin's change in demeanor, but instead knocked on the table and asked. To be honest, he still wasn't quite sure what problems Chenwei Entertainment had encountered, actually able to make both Su Luowei and Su Jingchu feel helpless, and even Yan Shuixin, the singing diva, didn't seem to be able to help much. At those words, Su Jingchu and Su Luowei glanced at each other. Su Luowei blushed. She had been too busy during this period of time, and it seemed like she hadn't really told Jiang Chen about the details of Chenwei Entertainment. Here's the deal. Su Luowei spat out her tongue and honestly explained. There is a company. 5 minutes later, Jiang Chen gently raised his eyebrows. So, the so-called troubles of Chenwei Entertainment are brought about by this Yao Si-chan and Qingqing Entertainment, an entertainment company founded by an actress and a mangy music director? Don't take this lightly. Qingqing Entertainment has a wide range of connections in the entertainment industry and is also very strong. Plus Yao Si-chan is very familiar with Chenwei Entertainment. If they join forces, it's a simple matter to try to find some trouble for Chenwei Entertainment. Su Jingchu couldn't help but say again when she saw Jiang Chen's unimpressed look. 9 out of 10 of Morning Violet Entertainment's current announcements have been cut off by Pouring City Entertainment, and only Luowei's side hasn't been affected too much. Right now, there are rumors everywhere outside that Chenwei Entertainment is about to be blocked, and within our company, that's why we're in such a state of panic. Jiang Chen waved his hand and said indifferently, what's there to be afraid of? But it's just a medium-sized entertainment company. I thought it was something much bigger. Since they dared to have crooked thoughts about Chenwei Entertainment, it would be good to touch base with them and see whose fist is harder. You think you're playing house? We're not even going to be able to compete. Can we compete with each other? Tilting City Entertainment is several times bigger than us. Su Jingchu reminded. I'm telling you there's no fooling around. I've already discussed this with Lo. Everything is based on stability at this time. We don't have any deep grudges with Dumping City Entertainment after all. At that time, no matter what tricks Dumping City Entertainment uses, we don't take care of them. After a long time they will naturally feel bored and give up. We'll lose some notices in the meantime, but it's been the safest way to go in the long run. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and shook his head breathlessly as he returned to his chair and sat down. 2 silly women, developing in a place as weak and strong as the entertainment industry, even holding this kind of soft-hearted and indecisive mind. So if people don't bully you, Who do they bully? However, he had only just taken over the position of music director at the moment, and for the time being, he was only responsible for the music resources of the artists and trainees in the company. How exactly the company operated and developed had always been arranged by Su Jingchu and Su Luowei. As long as Su Jingchu didn't interfere with his work or decisions, he didn't intend to meddle too much in this area for the time being. After all, Shenwei Entertainment had been run by the two men since its inception, and they were definitely more familiar with the company's various businesses. And with the differences in the company's business philosophies, there's simply no way to tell the difference between right and wrong in a short period of time. Su Jingchu, in addition to conscientiousness and advantage, the ability is not much, but the level of lifting the bar is first class. There's no point in continuing to argue with them. He knew that most of the competition in the entertainment industry revolved around resources. As long as he could come up with enough resources here, Shenwei Entertainment wouldn't have too many problems. And even if Qingcheng Entertainment was well prepared, it would only be able to touch the nose and suffer. All right, Jiang Chen shrugged indifferently, then lowered the seat back and found a comfortable position to lie down. Since the work has been completed, it's time for this director to catch up on his sleep. Our company's office hours are a bit early, so this is inhumane. In the future, don't wake me up if it's not more than 10 o'clock. He yawned and pulled another blindfold from his pocket. It was specially prepared when he left the house in the morning. In the office, several of the women were a bit dumbfounded to see him about to get ready for bed. This guy hasn't been at work for more than an hour, has he? Just ready for a break? If you guys are okay, get out of my office and don't disturb my rest. Before putting on the blindfold, Jiang Chen also gave a special explanation. How can you be the music director and only be at work for an hour? Su Jingchu's character had always been rather strict and rigid, and when she saw Jiang Chen's unorthodox appearance, she subconsciously wanted to speak, but just as the words came out of her mouth, she slowly stopped her voice as if she had been grabbed by the throat, because she suddenly saw the piece of white paper in Yan Shuoxin's hand. On the paper were the lyrics Jiang Chen had just written, possibilities. Looking at the handwriting faintly peeking through on the back of the paper, her emotions became very complicated all of a sudden, because she knew that Jiang Chen was right. Even though this guy had only been at work for an hour, it seemed like the biggest problem in the company had really been solved by him. As soon as he came up, he used a song called Silence to subdue all of the 20-odd trainee girls. Introducing himself with just one sentence made the biggest impression on everyone. Back in the office casually wrote breathing pain, so that Yimu Ning are willing and grateful to change the contract. And as far as she knew, during that time, his main focus was on molesting Su Mengyao. Finally, there is this song Possibilities that she has in her hands. A song that was enough to shock the diva Yan Shuoxin and the national goddess Su Luowei. A song that would make all the trainee girls give longing looks and wait in line with bated breath for a contract change. And all of this was done by this guy in front of me, in less than an hour. This kind of productivity is indeed. There was some silence in the office for a moment. On the side, Yan Shuoxin's body, however, suddenly trembled a bit, her eyes flickering with light. She finally remembered why she thought the handwriting on the paper looked a little familiar. The other day, her agent, Lan Ara, happened to show her a piece of paper similar to this one. Same scribbled handwriting. Again, it's a line of little phrases, again written on white paper, but the title name on that piece of paper, instead of Possibilities, was Red Beans. Could it be that the song, too, was written by Jiang Chen? Chapter 42. How many songs did Jiang Chen actually write? Jiang Chen had already put on his blindfold and slumped down in the chair. The office was silent, with Su Jingchu and Su Luowei staring wide-eyed. Yan Shuoxin's expression, however, was incomparably shocked. If that Red Bean was also a song written by Jiang Chen, how many songs did this guy write in a few years? But the sentence on the piece of paper Lanera picked up was only a few short lines. She wasn't sure if it was a song written by Jiang Chen. What should I do? Should I ask about this? She glanced at Jiang Chen, who was reclining on a chair in a somewhat languid state, and the words she had just wanted to say were gradually withdrawn from her mind. This guy is so lazy, he probably wouldn't admit it even if asked. Su Jingchu's heart was also in a bad mood. Shenwei Entertainment's problems during this period of time had kept her busy and nervous every day, and she hadn't gotten a good night's sleep for several days. But even so, the problem is still not solved, and is even moving in a worse direction. Instead, Jiang Chen casually solved it while molesting the female artist. It felt as if he was a school third-rate student who had studied tirelessly for 10 years before finally getting into the most ordinary university. Just as she was happily checking her acceptance letter, she suddenly received the message. The punk next door who loitered and womanized all day has been bailed out by Qingbei University. This gap is really making a little crazy. Su Jingchu gritted her teeth for a long time before she was able to suppress the complex emotions in her heart. It had to be said that Jiang Chen's performance in this short hour had indeed completely pressed down Su Jingchu's mind that wanted to intervene. From today onwards, Su Jingchu guessed that if she wanted to intervene in Jiang Chen's music director's job again, she wouldn't be able to help but have that song breathing pain and possibilities in her mind. Several women in the office looked at each other a few times, were a little speechless. Jiang Chen's performance today was truly shocking in retrospect. After only an hour as music director, a large part of the problem, it seems, was actually solved by him. Only, this guy's stance of strutting around in a chair is just a little beat up is all. Never mind, let him rest for a while. He did get up a little early this morning. Su Luowei was still heartbroken for her husband after all, shaking her head and helping Jiang Chen. She knew that Jiang Chen usually woke up after 10 o'clock, and getting up so early as he did today hardly ever happened. With Su Luowei opening her mouth, Su Jingchu couldn't make any more comments and only added, "The trainees are settled, but on the side of the debut artists, they haven't completely stabilized yet, and that's the music director's job." During this period of time, Tilting City Entertainment has been constantly stealing our announcements, and the mentality of several of our artists has long been less stable. Forget it. On the side of the debut artists, let Sister Yen and I go talk to them. Su Luowei thought for a moment. Senior Sister Yen still has some resources on her side. I believe that as long as she can come up with enough resources, she will be able to stabilize their mentality for the time being. She felt that she was a bit more familiar with these artists compared to Jiang Chen, and with the help of Senior Sister Yen, she should be fine. It'll have to do. Su Jingchu nodded helplessly. A few people discussed the situation for a moment and were about to get up and leave the office. Just then, a somewhat winded girl burst in, looking very anxious. "Sister Lo, Sister Jing, it's not good." Su Luowei and Su Jingchu froze. The girl they all knew, an assistant to one of the artists in the company. "Little Yun, what happened?" Su Jingchu asked. This girl was brought over by her from the original company in the first place, and followed her for a long time, usually doing things very steadily. "Why is she so fidgety today?" "Young princess, she was beaten." The girl butted in with a sob. "What?" Su Jingchu and Su Luowei were startled when they heard this, and stood up in a hurry. Chu Youfei was one of the youngest signed artists of Chenwei Entertainment, only 18 years old. He's cute and cuddly and usually very resourceful, so how did he get beaten up? Moreover, Chu Youfei was different from all the other trainees and artists. She took the route of an actress and didn't know anything about music or dance. According to the company's arrangement, she was supposed to be playing a maid on the set of a drama today. This was an announcement that Su Luowei had personally picked up for Chu Youfei a few days ago. The movie was going well. "What's going on? Where is the young consort?" Su Luowei asked. "It's already back at the office. I'll call her over." The girl rushed towards the office door. In the office, several of the women looked at each other a little. With such a thing happening all of a sudden, Jiang Chen naturally had no way to continue sleeping. He sat up from his chair, a little suspicious. An artist under Chenwei Entertainment was beaten? What's going on here? He took the blindfold off his head and sat up straight. The assistant girl finally walked back 3 minutes later with a girl behind her. The girl's age looked to be only 16 or 17, giving the impression that she had not yet reached adulthood. She was petite, wearing a beige dress, her hair slightly disheveled, and her complexion a bit shriveled. The moment she walked into the office, however, all eyes landed on her face in unison, because one side of the little girl's cheek, surprisingly, had been slapped red, swollen and purple. The originally delicate face, the whole puffy circle, a few clear fingerprints were still visible around the edges of the swelling. See the cheeks. The few women in the office couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. How many slaps did that take? What happened? Who hit it? Su Luowei's face was frosty as she pulled Chu Youfei 2 steps closer and asked angrily after carefully examining the wounds on her face. The girl, however, bit her lip and lowered her head with red eyes, as if she had some reluctance to speak. "Tell me." Su Luowei pulled her a bit and asked again with a stern face. Under Su Luowei's serious gaze, the girl also seemed to be a bit scared, and after a long time, she whispered, "It's luscious." Su Luowei froze. "Lu Siki? Who is it?" When Su Jingchu on the side heard this name, her face was suddenly changed, her eyes flickering with disbelief. She looked at Chu Youfei and then Su Luowei, her expression gradually becoming complicated as she slowly said, "Lu Siki, an artist from Tilting City Entertainment, 10 years older than Young Concubine, is one of the female lead actors in that drama." At that, the office fell silent. Dump City Entertainment? It's Dump City Entertainment again. Su Luowei's small face gradually became ironic. There's no need to over-explain it at all. Almost anyone can guess where this is coming from. It must have been done by Tilting City Entertainment. They were deliberately targeting Chenwei Entertainment's artists. Su Luowei took a deep breath. Her fingers clenched tightly in anger. She didn't expect that a big company, Tilting City Entertainment, would go after a little girl. "Sister Lo, it's okay, I'm not in pain anymore." Chu Youfei raised her head and forced out a smile. She also knew that there had been some bad blood between Chunwei Entertainment and Qingqing Entertainment recently, so Su Luowei had been very busy during this period of time and often disappeared. She felt that at this time, it would be best if she didn't cause any more trouble for Sister Lovey. However, this action accidentally tugged at the bruise at her cheek, causing her expression to stifle a stiffening. What reason did she use to hit you? Su Luowei looked at the redness on her face and asked through clenched teeth. Under Su Luowei's gaze, the little girl somewhat involuntarily lowered her head. There's a slapping scene, and Sister Siki told the director that she wanted to play it more realistically. So the director let you shoot like that? Xu Youfei nodded. Sister Siki is one of the main actors and she plays just a maid. The director certainly valued her opinion more. Then why don't you refuse? Su Luowei gasped. Even if it's a movie, you can't hit someone like that. The little girl seemed to hesitate for a moment, then buried her head even lower. The director said that if we don't shoot it, we have to replace it. Chapter 43, Su Luowei's Tears. Everyone in the office went silent and didn't say another word. The cruelty of the entertainment industry is known to all. Xu Youfei is a very spiritual little girl that Su Luowei found in the film and television city at the beginning. Neither went to the film and television university, nor was she from the science class. That's why every acting opportunity is important to her. Before this scene started, she might have known that she would be beaten and that Lu Siki was being deliberately bad. But in order to keep this opportunity to appear as a maid, she held strong and insisted on it. Su Luowei could even imagine the scene where the little girl was beaten in front of dozens of people, and after the beating she had to say her lines through gritted teeth. She looked at the little girl's slightly puffy cheeks and bit her lip, her eyes cold and piercing. After a while, the little girl realized that no one had been talking before she looked up at her quizzically. How many times did you shoot this scene? Su Luowei took a deep breath and asked. 6 times. Xu Youfei squeezed out a smile. Sister Luowei, it's really fine, don't take it to heart. In fact, when the director looked for me to talk about the scene, I was already prepared. The director even complimented me at the end, saying that I shot it well and that he would cast me next time. Su Luowei's fingers were clenched tightly, but her face was so calm that no one could tell the emotions in her heart. Okay, I get it. You go back first. Let Xiaoyan take you to get some medicine. Aha. Xu Youfei politely nodded at Su Luowei, then followed her assistant out of the office. When she left, the office grew quiet, and no one spoke first. Su Luowei suddenly took a deep breath and turned her back to the crowd. The eyes of the crowd were turned toward her with some surprise. Only Jiang Chen noticed that the moment the little ninny turned around, her eyes seemed a little red. I don't know how much time has passed. Su Luowei's body gradually trembled, and on the floor under her feet, 1 or 2 drops of water gradually appeared. Nikki cried. Jiang Chen looked at Su Luowei's gently trembling petite body, and his heart ached like a knife. He had been married to Su Luowei for 3 years and had never seen her cry. This was the first time he had seen the little ninny shed a tear. He knew that Xu Youfei's beating must have made Su Luowei's heart sad. After all, these 6 slaps were a complete unmitigated disaster for Xu Youfei. She was beaten simply because she was an artist of Chunwei Entertainment, and her boss was called Su Luowei, so she had to be bullied, had to be on the set, by a female artist who was 10 years older than herself, and slapped hard, just now in front of the little girl. Su Luowei might still be able to forcefully hold back the anger and sadness in her heart, but now that Xu Youfei had left, her emotions were somewhat completely strained. On the side, Su Jingchu's heart was also very unfavorable, but she had been an agent for more than 10 years, so she naturally knew that the entertainment industry was like that. Sometimes it was glamorous and sometimes it was brutally scary. Things like getting a few slaps in the face were not at all uncommon in the entertainment industry, and she'd seen it all before when she'd been hit even harder. You have to put up with it even if you are aggravated and angry. There is no reasoning at all. She hesitated for a moment, walked over to Su Luowei and advised, Luowei, don't feel bad. When you're in the entertainment industry, there's no one who isn't aggrieved. That's just the way the circle is. It's always the big ones bullying the small ones. We're not a match for Tilting City Entertainment yet, so we can only hold back for now. Let's see. During this period of time, it's better to temporarily keep young princess from going to the set, and this announcement will be pushed off first, until we get through this period of time. Su Luowei bit her lips tightly and didn't say anything. After a long time, with a nasal voice, she shook her head. This way the young consort will be beaten for nothing. What can be done if we don't? Su Jingchu sniffed and sighed. If she goes to the set again, she might still be bullied by that Lu Siki looking for a reason. Tilting City Entertainment is much stronger than us. Even if we go to the door, we simply won't be able to get a statement, and we might even be sneered at. Su Jingchu sighed with helplessness in her voice. On the side of Xu Youfei, I'll go see her later and give her some compensation. Luckily, the little girl herself was more understanding and didn't cry. Su Lo didn't say anything, but Jiang Chen knew that she must be even more upset in her heart at the moment. with the little nymph's intelligence. How could she not understand in her heart these things Su Jingchu had just said? It was precisely because she understood this that she was saddened and shed tears. Instead of immediately finding Qingqing Entertainment to demand acclaim and help Chu Youfei out, she knows that she is now simply not capable of doing this. Chu Youfei this beating, doomed to suffer in vain. On the side, Yan Shuoxin also gently patted Su Luowei's back to show comfort. Although she had been able to walk to the position of diva, she had seen and heard a lot of similar things. Still, it was more than a little uncomfortable in her mind when it suddenly happened right in front of her. In fact, in her mind, she still recognized Su Jingchu's statement. Chunwei Entertainment is currently in a very unstable situation, and everything still has to focus on the development of the company as a whole. Moreover, even if they can't swallow this breath in their hearts, they can't do anything about Qingqing Entertainment. In front of the absolute strength gap, any more grievances can only be broken and swallowed in the stomach. Jiang Chen wanted to go up and comfort the little ninny, but after taking a deep breath, he tried to restrain himself. At this time, everyone could mess up, but he couldn't. He knew that Chunwei Entertainment had suffered the biggest blow since its founding. Little Nicky and Su Jingchu had both underestimated the cruelty of competition in entertainment companies too much before. Especially Neisan. The years of her debut had developed too smoothly, and in less than 3 years, she had become a super popular national goddess. Beside her, there was Su Jingchu who always protected her. Yan Tianho was her senior sister, and there were also highly respected teachers above her. Under this kind of environment, Neisan hadn't experienced much aggravation or frustration at all. Even in the year or so since she started her own entertainment studio, the biggest obstacles she's encountered have really been nothing more than minor hiccups. Now, Chunwei Entertainment is about to completely engage with Tilting City Entertainment. The entertainment industry also finally showed its truest and most hideous side in front of this simple silly ninny. She needed this process to completely realize the cruelty of the entertainment industry. Of course, Tilting City Entertainment had been completely placed on the death table in his mind. Su Jingchu said it before. There's no deep hatred between Morning Vista Entertainment and Tilting City Entertainment. But, there is after today. To make Ninny shed a tear is the greatest hatred of all. He would use all means to make Leaning City Entertainment disappear from the entertainment industry. Under Yan Shuoxin and Su Jingchu's 1-2 punch of persuasion and consolation, Su Luowei didn't say anything else, only biting her lips hard. She is clearer than anyone in her heart. At this time she has absolutely no way to take Qingqing Entertainment, even if her heart is again unwilling, again aggrieved, but also useless. Tilted City Entertainment was founded much earlier, is much larger, and has a much wider network of people. With her current influence and connections, she simply didn't have the strength to be able to compete with an entertainment company. She stood in place for a long time in a daze, her eyes gradually changing from the initial exasperation, unwillingness, and aggression to helplessness. The red, swollen bruises on Chu Youfei's cheeks, and the way she smiled and said it was fine, was like it was engraved in her heart, and could not dissipate for a long time. Her fingers were clenched tightly. Was this really the end of the matter? Yao Si-chun deliberately delayed her new song. Qingqing Entertainment cut off their announcements behind their backs. All these things, she could accept. But to beat a little girl like this for the sake of targeting her Chunwei Entertainment was something she just couldn't stand. This was something she definitely didn't want to just let go of. And, any ideas? Jiang Chen. She suddenly raised her head, her eyes a little red as she looked at Jiang Chen in front of her desk. Jiang Chen, do you have any ideas? The only person she could think of in her mind at this helpless moment was Jiang Chen. The gazes of the crowd all looked toward Jiang Chen in unison. To be honest, if it wasn't for Su Luowei suddenly mentioning it, they were about to forget that there was also a recently appointed music director in this office. However, the gazes of the several women looking at Jiang Chen didn't hold much hope. After all, it's the guy's first day on the job. While there seems to be some talent in songwriting, what can one do when faced with this kind of inter-company sparring? At this level, even the diva Yan Shuoxin had no way to compete with Qingqing Entertainment. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Chen, however, gazed calmly and gently knocked on the table. Of course, I have 3 ways. At those words, the crowd froze. Fear 97, Chapter 44, his bottom card is the red bean? Jiang Chen had 3 ways? What way? Su Luowei seemed to have found some hope, her gaze tightening as she looked at Jiang Chen. The first one, do unto others as they do unto you. Jiang Chen stood up. Isn't the actress who beat people up called Lu Siki? With your national goddess status? Just find a reason to call her out and return her 6 slaps in public is all. Forgive her for not daring to fight back. This way, when Chu Youfei's anger from the beating is out, you will feel better in your heart. At that, everyone in the office froze. Su Jingchu, however, exasperated. Do you really treat the competition between companies like a house? I can guarantee that as soon as Lo actually does this, she'll be on the front page section of all the entertainment news the next day. At that time, not only will Morning Vista Entertainment be completely hopeless, even Luo Wei will be finished with it. Yan Shuexin on the side also sighed somewhat helplessly. Jiang Chen's approach is indeed too childish. The entertainment industry is not a place to fight and kill. Even if you beat people back, your own reputation will be greatly affected. Su Luo Wei's gaze also seemed to have some slight disappointment, but she still continued to ask. Also, is there a second way? Of course I have. Jiang Chen shrugged and pointed at Su Jingchu. The second way. Listen to old Primrose. Let's put up with being ostriches. Go home and eat what you should eat. Sleep what you should sleep. Today's matter will be treated as if it never happened. When we get through this period of time, perhaps Tilting City Entertainment will be dissuaded from continuing to target us. But this matter depends on luck. In case Tilting City Entertainment just refuses to give up, we'll play it out together. Upon hearing this, Su Jingchu once again rolled her eyes, but did not speak out again to retort. This approach is something she has always supported. With Chenwei Entertainment's current situation, taking the initiative to fight head-on with Qingcheng Entertainment was completely no different than looking for death. It would be better to play it safe and avoid the front line. As long as you honestly walk your own path, Tilting City Entertainment won't be asking for trouble. The color of disappointment in Su Luowei's eyes seemed to grow a little more, and she slightly tilted her head, not wanting Jiang Chen to see her loss. Any more? Of course, there is one last way. Jiang Chen slowly walked up to Su Luowei and waited for the little ninny to tilt her head and look at him suspiciously. Only then did he lift his hand and gently wipe away the tears from her cheeks. What I just said was just a tease. The last way is to hand the matter over to me. I will make Qingcheng Entertainment pay, and then that woman surnamed Lu apologize to your Chu Youfei in public. Su Luowei looked at Jiang Chen in a daze, because at this time, Jiang Chen's gaze was very serious, and this was the first time she had ever seen Jiang Chen show this kind of look even when he wasn't singing. What can I do if I give it to you? Lu Siki was obviously listening to the instructions of Qingcheng Entertainment before she dared to lay her hands on her so ruthlessly. Su Jingchu sighed from the side, with Qingcheng Entertainment stepping in to defend her. There's nothing we can do at all. Obviously, she didn't think highly of the last method Jiang Chen had said. Yes, however, Su Luowei took a deep breath under Jiang Chen's gaze and nodded her head very seriously. I believe in you. She trusted Jiang Chen because Jiang Chen would rarely speak with such an attitude, and she knew that Jiang Chen would be serious about this. Luo Wei, don't be impulsive, Su Jingchu said in a hurry. This Jiang Chen guy was clearly an impulsive master when it came to doing things. Leave it in his hands and there's no telling what kind of mess might happen. Chenwei Entertainment was Su Luowei's heart and soul, and at the same time, it was also a place where she wanted to work hard and realize her ideal ambitions, and it would be a real pity if it was ruined in Jiang Chen's hands because of that. She's still trying to produce a few more big stars. Su Luowei, however, shook her head, not knowing if it was because she had Jiang Chen's support. Her gaze gradually became firm. Sister Jing, I've figured it out. Young concubine was beaten because of Chenwei Entertainment. This matter, I have to give her an explanation. Otherwise, I will never be able to get past myself. And there is no way for Chenwei Entertainment to explain to all the artists. I support Jiang Chen in this matter, no matter what method he uses, as long as he can. Take a breath for young concubine. I'll accept any result. At those words Su Jingchu opened her mouth to say something else, but after seeing the firm gaze in Su Luowei's beautiful eyes, she stopped her voice, and it was a long while before she sighed. These two couples really don't have a single one that can save people's heart. She raised her head and gave Yan Shuexin a look of help. At this time, if we could get Queen Yan Tian to step in and persuade her, it might still have a little effect. Yan Shuexin naturally understood what Su Jingchu's eyes meant. However, after thinking for a moment, she didn't directly try to persuade Su Luowei, but instead turned her gaze directly to Jiang Chen. What are you going to do? At this moment in her mind, the first thing that surfaced was surprisingly the creased white paper with the lyrics of Red Bean. Jiang Chen dared to say this. Could it be because he still had a hidden card in his hand? For example, that song Red Bean. Is that one of the songs he wrote? The others followed along and looked at Jiang Chen, wanting to hear what he would say. It's not easy? I didn't expect Jiang Chen to shrug his shoulders directly. Spend $200, buy through Qingcheng Entertainment's janitorial staff, let her pour all of Qingcheng Entertainment's fortune trees with boiling water to death, and then let her unplug the network cable every hour, disgusting them to death. In the office, there was a moment of sudden silence. All of them were staring at him with wide eyes and stupefied faces. This is your method? Su Jingchu opened her mouth wide for a long time before she asked incredulously. Su Luowei's little face couldn't help but collapse as well, her pretty eyes looking towards Jiang Chen, her eyes full of questions. Yan Shuexin held her forehead and sighed silently. Su Mengyao skimmed her lips and made a face at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and returned to his seat, thinking that these women were too humorless. If he hadn't been looking at the little ninny sad and thinking of making the atmosphere in the office a bit lighter, he wouldn't have said those words on purpose. Don't you realize that the highest end of business warfare often requires such unpretentious tactics? Su Jingchu, this old woman. All day long, just no tense nerves. Originally a big thing, but also by her nervousness, purely eaten. Nothing to find trouble. He reclined slowly against the back of his chair and lit a cigarette. The few women didn't wait for his answer, so they all felt a bit puzzled. But then they saw that Jiang Chen's expression gradually became serious. He suddenly took a pen and paper on the desktop and slowly wrote down a few names. Tilting City Entertainment, Yao Si-chun, Lu Si-chi. Then he looked at the 3 names on the paper, his brows slightly knitted, seemingly pondering something, his fingers tapping on the desktop sometimes fast and sometimes slow, making a da sound. The sunlight filtered through the window and fell on his desk, turning the white paper and the tip of the pen on the desktop golden. No one bothered him. However, apart from Su Luo Wei, the gazes of several women once again became a bit odd. After what had just happened, Jiang Chen's unreliable image slowly stood up again in the hearts of the crowd. Although Jiang Chen's current state and appearance were serious, for some reason, there was just no way to generate any sense of trust for him in everyone's hearts. This guy, he's just a little bit unreliable. A few minutes passed, and Jiang Chen's brows remained furrowed. In fact, to him, all the troubles that Chenwei Entertainment was currently experiencing were not difficult to solve at all. Just the songs he had already written so far were enough to help Morning Vista Entertainment survive the crackdown. If that's not enough, then write a few more songs. But what he wanted to do, however, was not just that. Tilting City Entertainment's sudden targeting had brought about a great crisis for Chenwei Entertainment, but at the same time, it had also shaped an excellent opportunity. An opportunity that was enough to completely open up Chenwei Entertainment in the entertainment industry. What he wanted to do was to make good use of this opportunity to settle Qingqing Entertainment, and then let Chenwei Entertainment completely gain a foothold down in the entertainment industry. After all, he wasn't planning on wasting much time in the entertainment industry. These small actions of Qingqing Entertainment were undoubtedly a stepping stone sent to him. As long as he could step on Qingqing Entertainment to climb up the ladder, it would be hard for Chenwei Entertainment to develop faster. And right now, the only thing missing is a line that would allow him to completely string together the names of Qingqing Entertainment, Yao Si-chun and Lu Si-chi. A line that would allow Chenwei Entertainment to keep stepping on Qingqing Entertainment to move up the ladder. Time passed, and the sunlight had gradually shifted from the tabletop to the floor. More than half an hour passed before Jiang Chen finally opened his eyes, a preliminary plan slowly emerging in his mind. He sat up, grabbed a pen from the edge of the table, and drew a big cross over each of the 3 names on the paper. Several of the women watched his movements with some confusion. Jiang Chen didn't explain, his gaze calmly looking at the somewhat piercing 3 names and large cross on the paper. For a long time, he finally slowly determined the plan in his mind, and after a gentle sigh, his gaze was cold as he crumpled the paper into a ball and threw it into the trash can. A blocking order. It's been how many years since I've seen one? I didn't expect to employ this tactic again. It would be on a small entertainment company. Chapter 45, Bullying Director Jiang. Hey, Granny. Morning Vista Entertainment, Artist Lounge. Xu Youfei had returned to her dressing room. Sister Yun had just said that she was going to buy some medicine in the pharmacy, so she told her to stay in the lounge by herself for a while first. She had just walked into the dressing room when the phone in her bag suddenly rang. It was her grandmother. Silly girl, why can't I see you when the cell phone you bought me is black? Over the phone, Grandma's somewhat puzzled voice came. Granny, I'm at work right now. I can't answer the video. Xu Youfei's voice paused for a moment before she whispered. In fact, she had deliberately turned off the camera. The scars on his own face, he didn't want his grandmother to see. Ooh-hoo, Grandma didn't notice her abnormality. Silly girl, how is it working at the new company? Are you tired? Not tired at all. Xu Youfei looked at the bruises on her face in the mirror and squeezed out a smile for a long time. Everyone takes good care of me, and during this time, I've taken several announcements from the company, so I can make a lot of money. Girl, it's Grandma who is incompetent and doesn't have the money to pay for your education. Otherwise you wouldn't have to come out to work so early. Your father left early, and your mom never came home. So over the years, you've suffered a lot following your grandmother. On the other end of the phone, Grandma suddenly became sad. Grandma, why are you talking about all this again when you're so nice? Xu Youfei said in a somewhat petulant tone. Fine. Grandma won't say anything. Girl, you must take care of yourself over there. It doesn't matter how much money you make. You have enough to spend yourself. Granny's body and bones can still be active for a few more years. Well, I know. Don't worry. The director even praised me today, saying that I acted well. And Sister Luo Wei also takes good care of me. Everything is fine for me here, so don't you worry about it. Chu Yofei softly comforted. On the other end of the phone, Grandma barked out so many more instructions, and she agreed to them one by one. Granny, I have to get busy. It wasn't until she gave a gentle reminder that Granny responded, a little embarrassed. Oops, Grandma accidentally said too much again. I'll stop. You go ahead. You go ahead. Waiting for Grandma to hang up the phone reluctantly, Chu Yofei looked at the screen that was gradually going out before slowly placing the phone back on the desktop. Actually, she's not busy at all. It's really a bit of a pretense. Nose suddenly so sour. Tears in this moment. Some strain to fall from the eyes. She didn't cry when she was beaten on set. When she got back to the office, she didn't cry either. But the moment she heard her grandmother's voice, all the grievances and emotions in her heart kept trying to pour out unheeded as if she could no longer control them. She looked at her red, swollen cheeks in the mirror, finally biting her lip and stifling a low, choked sob. In fact, she was really aggravated and in pain, but she couldn't cry, because in this world, she simply couldn't find any place to lean on. When she received her first role in her life in the movie city, she had told herself that no matter what difficulties she encountered, she must work hard and persevere. She wanted to be a big star like Sister Lovey, make enough money and then get her grandmother out of the mountains and live a good life. So when she came off the set, she kept telling herself that she must not cry, she must not cry, she must hold it in. But when she was alone in this tiny room, when Grandma's voice fades from the phone, when the world was silent again, she was finally tense. She wanted so much to be herself in this closed little world. I don't know how long it took, but when Zhang Ruoyan pushed open the door of the dressing room, Chu Yofei had already collected her tears. Only her eyes were still slightly red. Zhang Ruoyan was carrying a plastic bag from the pharmacy, followed by an older woman, young concubine. I heard you were injured. As soon as the woman entered the dressing room, she first asked a question, then couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise, looking at Chu Yofei's cheeks in the mirror and covering her mouth. Tao Wanrong met Zhang Ruoyan on her way back to the company, and seeing that the other party was carrying medicine in her hands, she curiously asked a couple of questions. When she heard that the medicine was for Chu Yofei and that the little girl was injured, she hurriedly followed her to take a look. Originally, she had thought that Chu Yofei had only suffered some minor injuries, but she had not expected this appearance. Who beat you up like that? The woman asked incredulously. Chu Yofei was a young girl that the company had only recently signed, and like her, belonged to the cast. Shenwei Entertainment currently only had 2 of their artists who took the actor route, so the 2 were fairly familiar with each other. She loved this somewhat cute little girl. I just didn't expect that the little girl who was fine when she left the house this morning would be like this when she came back. Sister Young, I'm already fine. Chu Yofei forced a smile. How can it be okay? Tao Wanron looked at the somewhat shocking scars on the girl's face and said with great pain, as an actress at the bottom of the ladder, how could she not be aware of all the twists and turns in the middle of a movie set? This silly girl is obviously being bullied by the other actors. Such a pretty little face, but it was slapped into this state. Take a few hits? Filled with heartache, she picked up the makeup remover towel from the table and asked in a low voice as she wiped the makeup off Chu Yofei's face. 6. Down. The touch of the cold wipes on the hot cheeks made the little girl's mouth twitch again. Who hit him so hard? Chu Yofei didn't say anything. Zhang Ruoyun on the side directly coldly hummed. Who else could it be? Lu Siki of Qingqing Entertainment. At those words, Tao Wanrong froze for a moment, then leisurely sighed. When she heard the words Tilted City Entertainment, she had already roughly understood what was going on in her mind. The recent conflict between Shenwei Entertainment and Qingqing Entertainment. They, the artists, had also received the news a long time ago. I just didn't expect that Tilting City Entertainment would suddenly lay such a heavy hand. Originally, she was still thinking of letting Chu Yofei go to General Manager Su and let the company help her out. However, after learning that the other party was someone from Tilting City Entertainment, there was some helplessness in his heart, and he slowly dismissed the idea. Shenwei Entertainment was now under the deliberate suppression of Qingqing Entertainment, and with all sorts of troubles, it was difficult to defend themselves. Although Mr. Su is a big star of the first tier, he must have been busy lately. How could he have time to care about something like this? Forget it, young consort, just bear with it. She softly consoled. This is how it is in our entertainment industry, especially for us small actors. How can we not be aggravated? 2 years ago, when I first started out, I was also beaten several times, and at that time, I was still crying. Now, I'm used to it. Getting slapped around a few times is kind of within the realm of acceptable, as long as it's not too much and you just put up with it. She gently wiped Shufiai's little face. Poor City Entertainment is several times bigger than our company. We simply can't afford to mess with it. Sister Jing even told me yesterday that during this period of time, everything should be done in a steady manner. In this matter, you shouldn't blame Mr. Su, she's really nice. It's just that the entertainment industry is completely a circle that relies on strength. And when it comes to this kind of thing, she can't do anything about it. Chu Yofei gently nodded. Well, I know. In fact, she knew better than anyone in her mind. If it was possible, Sister Lovey would definitely help her get a statement. It's just that Tilting City Entertainment really can't afford to mess with it. Chenwei Entertainment was Luo Wei's sister's heart and soul, and she wasn't the only artist in the company. It couldn't be because of her that the whole company was in a desperate situation, and then how could they explain to the other artists? So, she didn't blame Sister Lovey at all for this incident. Sister Lovey had done her a huge favor by being willing to sign her in the first place. It's nothing to suffer so little on the set yourself. Besides, isn't that the way it is in show business? Who hasn't been wronged by these seniors in the company? Tao Wanrong continued the cotton swab and slowly applied the medicine to Chu Yofei's cheeks. But just then, ding dong, buzz buzz buzz. It was amazing how several bells rang at once in the small dressing room. All three received text messages on their cell phones at the same time. Chu Yofei's cell phone was on the desktop, and she glanced at it suspiciously. The text message was from the company. Notice, because of our artists outside work without reason injured. In order to protect the rights and interests of everyone, from today onwards all of our artists suspend work. Rest in the company, during the period of payroll as usual. Jiang Chen. Seeing this text message, Chu Yofei couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Suspend all announcements? No way. What is the company planning to do? On the side, Zhang Ruoyun read the text message, but her expression seemed to freeze for a moment. Somewhat incredulously, he muttered, "No way. Is it true that the conversation I just heard at the door of the superintendent's office? What conversation?" Chu Yofei and Tao Wanrong were puzzled. It's. Zhang Ruoyun hesitated for a while before continuing. When I just passed by Director Zhang's office, I happened to hear him say to Mr. Su very seriously that he would definitely make that woman surnamed Lu apologize properly to our Chu Yofei. Ha! At those words, both Tao Wanrong and Chu Yofei could not help but freeze. Our young Princess Chu? What kind of talk is that? It seems to say pretty much what it means anyway. Zhang Ruoyun nodded with great certainty. I listened very clearly outside the door. Director Zhang's tone was very serious and overbearing. Sister Jing didn't seem to agree too much at that time. But Mr. Su has always listened to Director Zhang, so after hesitating for a while, he could only agree. Ha! Tao Wanrong and Chu Yofei both gradually opened their mouths wide. The overbearing river director who wants to stand up for his young consort? Chapter 46. The Wind Rises complete. Jiang Chen, why did you send such a text message? In the office, Su Jingchu looked at the text message on her cell phone and asked in confusion. With Jiang Chen's several arrangements, she had learned her lesson quite a bit and tried not to question Jiang Chen's work, but when she saw the text message, she couldn't help but speak. Suspending all the company's artists is no small thing. The artists in the company right now are all having a lot of opinions because of the reduced announcements. I was also discussing with Luo Wei earlier that we could use Yen Tianho's resources to stabilize them first. We'll develop other resources when the situation gets better. You directly suspended everyone's announcements all of a sudden. It would be strange if the artists don't make a scene by then. Just now, Jiang Chen used a special cell phone in the company to send a mass text message to all the artists and assistants. Jiang Chen is actually planning to just stop everyone's work? This asshole. As soon as he took over Morning Vista Entertainment, he started messing things up. Is it possible to just stop something like a notice? Several artists in the company already had a lot of opinions because of the cutoff of their notices. If they were to stop all of their notices, wouldn't that be adding fuel to the fire? On the side, Su Luowei was also looking at him with some confusion. Not knowing why Jiang Chen was doing this, Jiang Chen sat in his chair and didn't rush to speak. Instead, his brows knitted slightly in contemplation. In fact, he was in a state of hesitation regarding how to deal with the artists in his company. Suspending everyone's work was of course to protect them. Pouring City Entertainment was already starting to target Chenwei Entertainment's artists, and if they continued to let the artists out to work, they would definitely be deliberately targeted. One couldn't just stand by and watch them being bullied like Chu Yofei. But what next? Now that the company is in turmoil, it would be normal to take a soft and calming approach. However, from Su Jingchu and Su Luowei's mouths, he learned that several artists in the company were now showing signs of falling back under the pull of Qingqing Entertainment. He was certainly able to directly take out enough resources to stabilize all of the artists like he did with the trainees. But that wasn't the result he wanted. For an entertainment company, the group of artists is the core and the cornerstone of development. And whether it can get good development in the future depends mainly on whether it can cultivate better artists. That being said, the growth of an entertainment company depends heavily on the level and cooperation of the artists. But if an artist is trained to betray the company at the slightest crisis, is there any need to continue training him or her? The company's money doesn't come from the wind, and there's always a choice of more appropriate people to put resources into. Thinking of this, he gently tapped the table, an idea gradually taking shape in his mind. The excessive behavior of Tilting City Entertainment made him determined not to be merciful anymore. The previous way of handling the situation of slowly pacifying everyone in the company and then slowly taking out resources to fight the competition with Tilting City Entertainment was no longer suitable for the current situation. Since there were already people in the group of artists who were completely biased in favor of Tilting City Entertainment, he didn't feel the need to appease them anymore. Instead, there are even more radical tactics to be taken. It's a time of crisis and an opportunity for transformation. Only artists who were willing to remain in the company even at this moment and support the company through the difficult times, he would stay and give more resources to cultivate them. And those who choose to sell out and betray as soon as they see the company in trouble, then let them be. It's a test. He'll set it for a month. For a month, all artists are well rewarded if they can stick around. But if you can't even last a month and even help Tilting City Entertainment against the company, forget it. Shenwei Entertainment was destined to take its place in the entertainment industry in the future. But he did not intend to take these betrayers with him. Jiang Chen lifted his head and realized that the gazes of several women had fallen on him, as if they were waiting for his explanation. He pondered for a moment, but wasn't going to tell everyone what was on his mind. This program is a bit complicated, and it is easy to lose the effect by saying it casually instead. He thought for a moment, then suddenly took a piece of paper from the desk next to him and began to write something on it. At the sight, the women in the office froze. What's this guy up to again? Su Luowei's mood had improved a lot by this time, and she gently walked behind Jiang Chen, only to find that Jiang Chen was writing furiously on the surface of the paper, and the title of the paper's header was very familiar to her. Just the other day, she had rummaged through the cabinet that held her wedding photos and found one just like it. The wind is picking up. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but widen. Why does Jiang Chen suddenly want to write The Wind Rises here? Isn't the melody of this song not completely finished due to lack of inspiration? Does it mean that? Does he want? Now, she had sung The Wind Rises and knew it was a great song of excellent quality. And the process of writing every great song is very difficult. There is just so much to prepare and revise. So although she loved the song, she had never pushed Jiang Chen. She felt that Jiang Chen would naturally perfect the song one day when he was suddenly inspired. It's just that she didn't expect this time to come so soon. Watching Jiang Chen writing furiously, her heart couldn't help but follow her nerves. Yan Shuoxin and Su Mengyao also curiously walked over. Both of them couldn't help but freeze for a moment as their gazes landed on the paper in front of Jiang Chen. Is it windy? Another song they've never seen before. The two men continued to look down. It's a walk in the park. Follow the trail of a teenager adrift. The moment before leaving the station, there was some hesitation. I can't help but laugh at this nearness. I was overwhelmed by the size of the world. Also indulges in its dreaming. No truth, no falsehood, no struggle, no fear of jokes. Looking at the tip of Jiang Chen's pen, a steady stream of beautiful lyrics flowed out. The beautiful eyes of the two gradually became dull, and shocked expressions continued to flow out. The quality of the lyrics is really beautiful. It was like two completely different directions from the possibilities that Jiang Chen had just written. Just the little lines alone gave them a sense of the beauty and depth of meaning. Lyrics like this simply can't be written without a full depth of literary skill. They didn't even have to look at the melody. Just by looking at the lyrics, they could tell that it was definitely a good song. Of course, Jiang Chen didn't have time to pay attention to their thoughts. He quickly finished the lyrics and started writing the melody. Su Luowei pursed her lips, and the tension in her heart increased. Can Jiang Chen make up the song this time? Su Jingqiu also walked over with a puzzled look on her face. She also knew the song The Wind Rises, only that when she saw the song a few days ago, the melody was only half written, which was a pity. What was Jiang Chen trying to do by writing out this crippled song at this time? Under the gazes of several people, Jiang Chen put down his pen very quickly. In just a minute, he had written to the point where the melody had broken off last time. Su Luowei clenched her fingers tightly, and Su Jingqiu's brows furrowed slightly. Then, Jiang Chen's pen tip continued to fall. The subsequent melody flows out slowly. Su Luowei couldn't help but widen her eyes, raising her head and glancing at each other with Su Jingqiu. The two men's gazes were filled with astonishment. Jiang Chen had already been able to make up this song? Time passes by. 2 minutes later, Jiang Chen finally put away his pen, and after picking it up and reading it once, he directly handed this piece of paper filled with words to Su Luowei. Su Luowei had long been impatient to take the paper, then read it carefully. Yan Shuoxin and Su Mengyao also came over, looking at the lyrics and melody on the paper, their gazes once again surprised. Jiang Chen really did write another song, and the quality of the song is still, it's very high. Not only the lyrics, but the melody seems to be very beautiful. Jiang Chen sat in his chair, looking at the several women whose expressions changed from shock to even more shock, and his mood improved slightly. The three women, all of them beautiful and distinctive, were gathered around the words he had written, looking amazed and fussing. if he wrote 2 more songs on the spot, wouldn't these women just jump up and down in fear? On the side, Su Jingqiu also seemed to be curious to know what exactly Jiang Chen had written in the second half of the paragraph. She moved 2 steps forward, wanting to move over to watch with a few of Suluwei's people, but Jiang Chen's brows immediately furrowed. Wait, there's a strange thing that seems to be getting mixed up. Ahem, he coughed, interrupting Su Jingqiu's movements and at the same time drawing all 3 women's gazes to himself. I'm going to touch base head-on with Tilting City Entertainment. Which of you is against it, and which of you is in favor of it? He capped his pen and said. The reason he chose this time to write The Wind Rises was to give these women a little confidence. Tilting City Entertainment was nothing more than a medium-sized entertainment company, not to the point of being able to cover the sky with only one hand, and not at all as scary as imagined. At that, several of the women all froze. I object. Su Jingqiu immediately raised her own hand. She still felt that Chenwei Entertainment should still focus on stability at the moment, and risky things should not be done casually. Otherwise all those years of hard work would not have been wasted. Jiang Chen gazed at Su Luowei. Obviously, it's what she thinks that counts here. The main reason why he had done so much padding and work was also to boost Neisan's confidence. Nikki clutched the paper in her hand, took a deep breath, and nodded. I'm for it. Looking at the song The Wind Rises in her hand, for some reason, a sudden surge of confidence came over her as well. With Invisible Wings and The Wind Rises, she was confident that she would be able to boost her popularity by a large margin in a short period of time, completely stabilizing her name as the little national diva. When the time comes, there will also be more strength to fight against Tilting City Entertainment. Su Jingqiu glanced at Su Luowei with some desire to speak, seemingly wanting to say something, but then held back. The gazes of the crowd, all together, looked towards Yan Shuexin. Although Yan Shuexin wasn't from Chenwei Entertainment, as Su Luowei's senior sister and a serious rising diva in the singing world, her opinion was obviously important as well. However, at this moment, Yan Shuexin's expression appeared a bit hesitant. Her brows slightly furrowed as her gaze fell firmly on the piece of paper that Jiang Chen had just handed over. To be honest, she was initially supportive of Su Jingqiu's idea, but this song, The Wind Rises, suddenly shook her mind a bit. During this time, she was working on new songs for the album herself. In addition to reaching out to musicians in her circle, she has also tried writing her own songs. At first, she had some confidence in the songs she wrote. However, after continuously reading the several songs written by Jiang Chen, she had a sudden and inexplicable thought in her mind about her own songs. That is, elementary school essay. Yes, she felt that the songs she had written were completely elementary school compositions compared to Jiang Chen's. This discovery made her blush a little. She's a diva and she's losing out to a douchebag writer in the matter of songwriting? What's more, she knew that Jiang Chen had, most likely, another song called Red Bean in his hands. She took a deep breath and hesitated for a long moment before nodding silently as well. I'm in favor. Jiang Chen's talent on the path of music was, I'm afraid, even better than she had imagined. Maybe, could try to trust him for once. Seeing this, Su Jingqiu was a bit dumbfounded. What's going on? Hasn't Queen Yan always been on her side? Why the sudden reversal? Confused. Yan diva, how can you trust men so easily? There was one last girl in the office who hadn't commented. Su Mengyao pretended to think for a while, then raised her hand very positively. Actually, well, I think. However, Jiang Chen's side had already announced the final results. Okay, the vote is 3-1. Let's read it together. No, let's the hell out of Tilted City Entertainment together. Su Mengyao? Fear 97, Chapter 47, Lanera. Where did you pick up the paper airplane? Morning Vista Entertainment, Artist Lounge. The rice bamboo on the table quietly stood its own upright little body, trying to bring a little fresh green to this room. But as more and more artists walked into this lounge, the tension and bewilderment in the room grew. Ugh, Yarrow, did you just get a text? Several artists who received the text message hurried back to the company. During this time, the girls didn't have much left in the way of announcements per se. A lot of resources have been taken away from other entertainment companies. The main purpose for them to run out every day is still to meet more directors of various programs and try to get more job opportunities. After all, resources are the most important thing if you want to make it in the entertainment industry. It was just about lunchtime, and Morning Vista Entertainment had its own cafeteria. However, after receiving the text message, the artists instantly lost all thoughts of eating lunch and all gathered in the company's large lounge. What exactly does this text message from the company mean? Suspend all the artists' announcements? No way. Already this period of time notice is already pathetic. If the direct suspension of work, do not let them go to drink the northwest wind? There are still daily wages and allowances, but that's just enough to live on and doesn't make a big difference at all. Do you know what this text message from the company means? I don't know. Was it sent by mistake? Who is this Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen you don't even know? It's Sister Luo Wei's husband, the new music director. Ah, is that the asshole writer? Put. He's the one who sent this text. Ah, does he know anything about the job of a music director? It's not like he's messing around, is it? It's possible. After all, I heard he used to be a writer. What a writer! Supposedly all 3 years were spent at home. Alas, how did Sister Luo Wei find such a strange husband? Ugh, what are we going to do with such a music director? Why don't we go ask Sister Jing later? In the dressing room cubicle, Xu Youfei, Tao Wanrong, and Zhang Ruoyan listened to the complaints and spitting faintly coming from the lounge outside the door. Looking at each other, they were both a little stunned. Director Jiang suddenly stopped all the artists' work. It couldn't really be related to Chu Youfei's beating, could it? But, why would you do that? To protect the artists? Could be too protective? For artists, announcements and resources are the things that come first and foremost. Chu Youfei gently bit her lip. If this is really about her, what should she do? She didn't want to jeopardize the work of the other artists in the company because of herself. In the office, seeing Su Luowei and Yan Shuoxin surprisingly both supported Jiang Chen, Su Jingqiu sighed quietly. She knew there was nothing more she could say on the matter. I'm afraid, Su Luowei had always been toward Jiang Chen. However, she couldn't figure out why Queen Yan Tian also suddenly changed her attitude. If Yan Shuoxin had voted against it like her, perhaps the two could have found a chance to persuade Luowei. But now this situation is. Su Jingqiu shook her head helplessly. Forget it, let's just listen to God and hope that this Jiang Chen guy doesn't mess up. Honey, what are you going to do? Su Luowei took a deep breath and looked at Jiang Chen. Of course first take a nap, after raising enough spirit and then dry his damn Qingcheng Entertainment. Dog Day Qingcheng Entertainment. Harmed the old man to take a nap or disturbed several times, sooner or later to get it dead. Jiang Chen, however, waved his hand and yawned, then cursed as he re-pulled the blindfold from his pocket. After such a long delay, it's finally time to get some rest. Napping. A nap? Once again, several women looked at him dumbfounded. Su Luowei froze for a moment, then cried her little face off. She thought Jiang Chen had some special plan. The corners of Yan Shuoxin's mouth also twitched. I don't know why, but there's always a feeling of being cheated. I knew it, I was just about to say no to that. Su Mengyao skimmed her lips and muttered in an unconvinced whisper. Jiang Chen, you suddenly stopped all the artists' announcements. Aren't you going to give a statement? What should I do if someone asks? When Su Jingqiu saw Jiang Chen's unimpressed and casual demeanor, her eyebrows couldn't help but jump a few times. Don't worry, I won't give a single word on the artist's side. Jiang Chen pulled out his ears and said indifferently, since the decision was made to take a test on the artists, it is natural that there will not be any appeasement efforts. Otherwise, if we leave all the artists behind, who's to blame? Why? Su Jingqiu also reacted after a long time and asked without understanding. There's no reason, it just is. The appraisal is confidential and cannot be disclosed. I can tell you that during this period of time, Tilting City Entertainment has been poaching our artists. This irresponsible attitude of Jiang Chen made Su Jingqiu a little anxious. What if by then all of our contracted artists are going to break their contracts and jump ship to Tilting City Entertainment? I've worked hard to sign all these people one by one. Are you going to let them all go? At those words, Jiang Chen froze for a moment, and instantly became a bit anxious. He slapped down the table heavily. Of course not, Lao Chu, you can't let any of these people go. It seemed that Jiang Chen still understood the seriousness of the matter, and Su Jingqiu secretly sighed with relief in her heart. She was about to say something else, but then she heard Jiang Chen continue slowly. If any artists propose to terminate their contracts, all of them will be approved, but absolutely no one will be allowed to be let go. At the very least, all of them must be allowed to stay at Chunwei Entertainment for another month. Su Jingqiu froze for a moment, not understanding. What does it mean that you can be released from your contract, but not let go? If you let them all go, won't there be no spice packets in my instant noodles? No one can let go of his seasoning packet, Jiang Chen faintly explained, then put the back of the seat down and started his lunch break in a very cozy manner. Eventually, when Su Jingqiu and Su Luowei came out of Jiang Chen's office, neither of them could understand what Jiang Chen meant. What? Instant noodles? Seasoning packets? Jiang Chen, this asshole, can you make things clear or not? Su Jingqiu zipped up her handbag fiercely and said indignantly. On the side, Su Luowei smiled helplessly at her. Before leaving the house, Jiang Chen had assigned tasks to both her and Yan Shuoxin. In the past few days she had to be busy recording the song The Wind Rises, in addition to some other preparations, so the company side wouldn't have much time to come over and could only leave it to Jiang Chen to fool around. Luckily, there was still Su Jingqiu in the company who could help keep an eye on things. Jiang Chen may have his own ideas, she consoled. Let's just trust him. I can feel that he should be serious this time. Su Jingqiu sighed somewhat helplessly. At this point in time, can there be any other way? Let's hope he really has a way to deal with Tilting City Entertainment. What no one noticed was, after Yan Shuexin walked out of the office, her complexion was somewhat strange and complicated. His brow was slightly furrowed, as if he was thinking about something on his mind. The paper airplane Lanera handed her 2 days ago, was it Jiang Chen's notes or not? Red Bean, did Jiang Chen write the song or not? After walking out of the office, Yan Shuexin became more and more interested in the truth of this matter. She had already seen 4 songs written by Jiang Chen. Silence, Breathing Pain, Possibilities, Wind Up. Each one is top quality. If this song Red Bean was also written by Jiang Chen, how good would it sound? I haven't felt it yet. Snowflake Bloom Climate. We're shaking together. We'll understand better. I can't help but think of the lyrics written on the page in my head. Yan Shuexin is a person who likes to study songs, and it is the years of being almost demandingly picky about music that have allowed her to go further and further down the road as a singer and become the youngest singing diva. But at the moment, Jiang Chen's lyrics were haunting her mind. Finally, she took a deep breath and, unable to resist any longer, pulled out her cell phone and dialed her agent. Lan Era, that paper airplane that says Red Beans, what neighborhood did you pick it up in anyway? Chapter 48. Jiang Chen is too scary. Su Luowei had to record a song, so she waited at the entrance of the company for Yan Shuexin to finish her phone call before they walked together towards the door of the company. But no one noticed that not far away, Yan Tianho's eyes flickered with that shocking and unbelievable light after she put away the phone. It was only after the phone call that she was able to get a definitive answer. That paper airplane. It was picked up in Lo's neighborhood, and Lanara's description of the scenery around the path was exactly the same as the green facilities at the entrance of Luowei's villa. Therefore, there was almost no need to doubt that the song Red Beans was written by Jiang Chen. This guy, he actually folds the songs he writes into paper airplanes and flies them around. Really, asshole. Wait for Yan Shuexin to come over. Su Lo went out of the company gate together. Su Jingchu, on the other hand, shook her head and walked towards her office. Jiang Chen had written so many songs at once, she had to organize them immediately and apply for the copyright. However, when they passed by the artist's lounge, they suddenly heard a murmur from inside. I think since Sister Luowei is willing to marry Director Jiang, she shouldn't be that bad, right? What do you guys say? Is this text message a mistake sent by Director Jiang? Should we go and remind him? Che, how dare you guys think that? A somewhat contemptuous voice rang out. Su Jingchu frowned slightly for a moment as she heard that it was Lin Leirong's voice. According to the information she had gotten, Lin Leirong had been acting very jumpy this whole time. If there were no surprises, it should have already secretly signed with Tilting City Entertainment, and it was only a matter of time before she broke away from Morning Vista Entertainment. Jiang Chen is just a soft rice man. He eats and drinks at home every day. What can he be capable of? Lin Leirong's voice was a bit snarky. If it wasn't for Su Luowei forcibly protecting him, this guy wouldn't even have the qualifications to see our faces. I'm telling you guys, with him as the music director, Shenwei Entertainment isn't far away from completely collapsing, and Su Luowei will definitely regret it when the time comes. I advise you all to think about your own back roads, but don't follow Shenwei Entertainment to the end. Anyway, I am planning to look for Su Jingchu to terminate her contract tomorrow, and Director Yao of Qingcheng Entertainment has already promised to take on all the responsibilities of breach of contract for me. Humph, when the time comes, I'll make sure to fool around in front of this old woman. I've been on the receiving end of her ever since I joined the company, and I've been looking at her for a long time. Su Jingchu gritted her teeth as she listened outside the door. Lin Leirong, this little wannabe, seemed to have long predicted that Shenwei Entertainment would definitely be finished, so her attitude was both arrogant and unscrupulous. She almost couldn't resist the urge to storm through the door several times to reprimand her and tell her to pack up and get the hell out of there immediately. But at this time, the words Jiang Chen had just said suddenly popped into her mind somehow. You're not letting any of these people go. If you let them all go, won't there be no spice packets in my instant noodles? Seasoning packets? What exactly is a seasoning packet? What does this guy mean when he talks in a cloud? Su Jingchu's brows furrowed in thought. Why must these dissident artists be left behind for at least a month? Wouldn't it be better to just get rid of people? Jiang Chen, this guy, usually didn't do much serious work. He just liked to put on airs and say things that people couldn't understand. Wait, for some reason, an idea popped into her head as she thought about it. No way, could it be that? Jiang Chen's true thoughts are. Her eyes couldn't help but widen as a gleam of incredulity flowed through them. Lin Leirong dared to be so reckless precisely because she expected Shenwei Entertainment to be finished. But what if? What if that guy Jiang Chen really has the certainty to deal with Qingcheng Entertainment, and it's Qingcheng Entertainment that's ultimately finished? What happens then? Jiang Chen dared to say that kind of thing in front of Su Luowei, which meant that in his mind, there was still a way he could deal with Pouring City Entertainment, right? She found that when she adjusted her perspective of looking at the problem to be in line with Jiang Chen, her thoughts became strangely clearer. What if the party that kept hitting the wall in the next month was not Chinwei Entertainment, but Tilting City Entertainment? So what will be the reaction of these artists who are at this moment in the lounge, who are constantly voicing their complaints and questions, when the time comes? If an artist was impatient at this moment, they would ask her to terminate their contract and prepare to jump to Tilting City Entertainment, then only to find out within a month that the loser was Tipping Point Entertainment. What kind of reaction will these artists have when the time comes? Especially this Lin Lorong. She would come tomorrow to break her contract and have to fool around and gloat in front of herself. But if by then she suddenly realized that her backer was no longer reliable, what kind of reaction would she have then? How should she face herself and these co-workers in front of her? Su Jingqiu felt her scalp tingle just by simply thinking about it, and her toes couldn't help but pick at the ground. If she was the one facing this situation, she would have chosen to dig a hole in the ground and bury herself, because it's just so embarrassing and horrible. No wonder that bastard Jiang Chen made sure to keep all these people even if he agreed to terminate the contract. No wonder he's suspending everyone and not interviewing a single artist, because he wasn't at all worried about the hearts and minds of the artists and the company being unstable. Or rather, he was trying to make the hearts and minds of all the artists unstable. This guy, it's just on purpose. Su Jingqiu stared wide-eyed and sucked in a breath of cool air. She felt she had vaguely touched the truth. That's right, that must be it. Jiang Chen must have done it on purpose. This is a special test he sets for all his artists. In the time he set, all the artists had to make their own choices, whether to choose to believe or betrayal. That's why he gave it a month. That's why he asked himself to keep all these people, because he's going to take his time and savor the choices and reactions of these people. He treats everyone like a flavor packet. Once someone chose to betray Chenwei Entertainment, what lay ahead of them was not a sunny avenue at all, but the door to hell that Jiang Chen had specially prepared for them. Only those who choose to stay will be able to follow Morning Vista Entertainment and enjoy the fruits of victory together. This is a complete test for the heart, and they are all pawns in the test. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, stood at the highest position, looking at them indifferently, as if enjoying a special farce. This guy, he's the devil, he must be evil. Su Jingqiu's eyes flashed with shock and some horror. No wonder. This guy keeps emphasizing not letting go of his seasoning packet because he simply treats his encounter with Tilted City Entertainment as a bag of instant noodles. If crushing Pouring City Entertainment represented the pastry of this bag of instant noodles, then Lin Lurong and all of Chenwei Entertainment's artists were the seasonings in this bag of instant noodles. What's the point of eating this bag of instant noodles without the flavorings? Instant noodles are only tasty enough when seasonings are added. After Su Jingqiu thought about this, she immediately felt a chill slowly rise from her heart. Jiang Chen, this asshole, was simply playing with people's hearts. She took a deep breath and looked horrified as she took a few steps backward, then left the doorway of the lounge with a slightly disorganized pace. At this point she had very mixed feelings. It was because she realized that although she had guessed what Jiang Chen was thinking, but it also seemed that he had to follow the steps he had set out in advance. There was simply no second way to go. She didn't have the courage to stop, because she soon realized, she was surprisingly eager to see, when Tilting City Entertainment was completely crushed, what kind of expression would that Lin Lurong actually show? She really wanted to see this. Su Jingqiu took a deep breath as she thought of this. Jiang Chen was really too evil. The attraction of these seasonings he prepared was extraordinary, so much so that he couldn't help but fall into it himself. This guy is manipulating the hearts and minds of everyone, not just the artists, but also her. Su Jingqiu looked stunned and incredibly complicated as she slowly walked in the direction of her office. Chapter 49. Let Su Luo Wei give birth to a baby doll? With several women leaving in droves, the office suddenly became quiet, and the sunlight outside the window remained. Though the gradual rise of the sun diminished the light and shadows in the room, a leisurely and tranquil atmosphere gradually emerged. A good opportunity to catch up on sleep, but Jiang Chen didn't close his eyes, instead looking at the chick in front of him with a bit of suspicion. Everyone in the entire office had gone out, and aside from Jiang Chen, there was still only Su Mengyao still standing stupidly in front of her desk. She was blinking her big eyes, looking hopeful and wanting to speak, as if she had something to say to Jiang Chen but was too embarrassed to open her mouth, only waiting for Jiang Chen to take the initiative to ask her. Jiang Chen guessed what she was thinking after only glancing at her and spoke directly. What? Xiao Su, you're still not going out? Do you want to subvert me behind Su Luowei's back? Su Mengyao immediately widened her eyes and jumped up with a very violent reaction. Bah! Bah bah bah! Who wants to subvert you? I'm just standing here thinking about things. After that, she huffed and walked out of the office, not forgetting to bang the office door shut heavily. Jiang Chen was somewhat speechless. I thought to myself, this stupid girl has the idea of wanting a song written all over her face, and she still has the nerve to say she's here thinking about it? Do you really think his songs are like cabbages that you can have whenever you want? I've written several songs in a row today, and it's already completely overtime, so any more writing would be inhumane. After Su Mengyao also left, the office was finally completely quiet. The breeze crossed the window every now and then, gently shaking the small potted plants by the wall, bringing a gust of coolness to Jiang Chen. Ha! Jiang Chen let out a big yawn and cozied up in his chair. After tossing and turning for so long, I was finally able to catch up on some sleep. It's inhumane to go to work like this, or to end this as soon as possible. Has JLT updated today? 4:50 p.m. At the headquarters of the Huaxia Literature Forum, Zhang Qingnan asked the assistant beside him. Not yet. The young assistant shook her head as she clutched her tablet. She refreshed the contest page and realized that all those years we blow the lights out together was still 185,000 words. Zhang Qingnan couldn't help but frown slightly. What was going on? Zhanglang Talent is updating at 3 or 4 p.m. for 3 days in a row. But today it's already 5 p.m. and it hasn't updated yet? Could it be that the consecutive 60,000 word updates of the last few days had consumed all of his savings? She was in a somewhat irritable mood as she clicked on the background data of the forum. In the past few days, those years, the lights we blow together continued to ferment on the internet, and had already hidden a trend to explode. But they have also received a large number of complaints in the comment box of the organizers of the competition. The complaints invariably came in response to the jungle, and many were from female readers who were too frightened to sleep. They spouted all sorts of jaded asshole behavior and demanded that the platform take the book off the shelves immediately. Although the number of such complaints is high and the language is very strong. However, Zhang Qingnan is not much on the heart. After all, the readers are all mouth is not the heart of the people. This can be seen from the data. Just 3 days, Zhanglang Talent of the hike data has doubled more than 10 times. It shows that the book itself is also very high quality and engages the reader. What really got to her was that they had also received a lot of complaints from participating authors over the past 2 days. Most of the authors who participated in the women's literary writing contest were women, and everyone wrote love stories. But in a writing contest with a romance theme, a Tomb Raider novel pops up out of nowhere and takes such a high position on the list that it makes female authors have a lot to say. Everyone is taking their books seriously and following the rules. Except for this asshole called Gangster who was clowning around and intentionally using horror fiction to torture women in general and make a gimmick out of it. This is very bad behavior. Women authors have asked the organizers to disqualify the book immediately. Originally, Zhang Qingnan was able to resist the pressure and suppress all these complaints and opinions. After all, anyone with a discerning eye can see that this book, Those Years We Blow the Lights Out Together, has all the momentum to burst into flames. In time, their forums and writing contests will be able to capitalize on the momentum and gain a lot of attention. How can a book like this, which can explode all over the internet, just be taken off the shelves? But what gave her a bit of a headache was that Zhanglang Talent, after updating steadily for 3 consecutive days, was suddenly unmoving today. It's not like the guy couldn't handle the pressure himself and chose to cut off his work, is it? If that was true, what was the point of her persistence? Did you get a reply to the message you sent to Django this morning? Zhang Qingnan took a deep breath, turned her head, and looked at the little assistant. Neither. The young assistant shook her head. Zhang Qingnan exhaled deeply. What the hell is this jungle guy up to? Hasn't he looked at a computer all day? All day long? Is there any serious coding at all? She picked up the glass of water at the table and took a slow sip of her tea, sputtering in her mind. Jiang Lang, you mustn't go to the palace to become a eunuch. Otherwise I'll be sure to send you a razor blade. For an afternoon, no one came to disturb Jiang Chen's sleep. After Su Jingchu left the door of the lounge with a complicated mood, she went straight back to her own office and froze for a long time before she began to deal with various matters. She had a lot of things to do. First of all, the sudden stoppage of so many artists in the company was equivalent to a temporary contract break, and she had to explain it to the brand and the client one by one. It was a good thing that there weren't many announcements during this time, and dealing with them didn't take too much of her energy. The next step was to register the copyrights for the songs that Jiang Chen had written during this period of time one by one. This was something Su Luowei had explained to her before she left on purpose. These next songs of Jiang Chen's would be authorized to be sung by the artists in the company, and the copyright must be registered in advance. And Shanwei Entertainment is going to make up the copyright license contract with Jiang Chen. Although Shanwei Entertainment was completely owned by these two couples, and most of the shares were under Jiang Chen's name, but copyrights are something that must be clearly defined and can avoid a lot of mess later on. Jiang Chen is both a shareholder of the company and a song copyright owner. So, the guy is basically just totally writing songs for himself. The artists who sing are just doing him a favor. After all, the company itself takes a cut of the notice fees for the revenue the artists earn by singing these songs, and there are additional royalties to be deducted. The vast majority of the proceeds would fall into Jiang Chen's hands. Thinking of this, Su Jingchu couldn't help but have another weird thought. I don't know why, but it seems like all of them, women, are changing their ways to make money for Jiang Chen. There was no need to mention Su Luowei. This silly nymph's heart was completely hung up on Jiang Chen's body. As for the company's trainees in Yi Nun's situation, after the contract was changed, the split ratio came directly to an exaggerated 9-1. That is to say that after the Future of Yi Mu-ning debut, she received all the notice fee. The company will take away as much as 90%. Isn't this the equivalent of Yi Mu-ning making money for Jiang Chen in a different way? And still, Yi Mu-ning was willing and grateful to do this. From this perspective, this little girl's percentage of devotion to Jiang Chen was even similar to Su Luowei's. What's even more outrageous is, in the company, there were more than 20 other trainees that were lined up, waiting with bated breath to help Jiang Chen make money. Thinking of this, Su Jingchu couldn't help but let out a leisurely sigh. It's a real people pleaser. She works from morning till night all day long and earns nothing more than a small salary and a share. And this guy, Jiang Chen, laying at home every day, munching and drinking, playing with his life, and there were so many beautiful and excellent girls to make money for him. This guy, he really plays the life of a douchebag for all it's worth. Achoo! Jiang Chen sneezed and sat up from his chair, his eyes looking around somewhat blankly. Who's talking about him behind his back? By now the sun had fully set outside the room and the office was dim. Probably because he had just woken up. Jiang Chen felt a burst of coolness coming from his body. He yawned and stood up to close the window. He was about to turn on the lights in the office as well when his cell phone on the desktop suddenly lit up and buzzed and vibrated. Who would call after 5 p.m.? Jiang Chen picked up the phone but froze, because the screen displayed an extremely familiar name, Chen Huifeng. Hello, Mom. Jiang Chen picked up the phone somewhat helplessly. That's right, Chen Huifeng was Jiang Chen's old mom in this world. As a traveler, he had expected to be relatively indifferent to family relationships. Unexpectedly, Chen Huifeng's appearance completely broke his thoughts. For the ramblings and enthusiastic maneuvering of this middle-aged woman always gave him a wave of long lost, from his old mother's compulsion. In his last life, Jiang Chen's old mother had died early, and he had spent more than 10 years drifting around without support before coming to this world. The experience of 2 lifetimes had made his eyes and mind completely different, and very few people or things in his daily life could touch him, with the exception of Chen Huifeng, because as Jiang Chen's mom, Chen Huifeng will not care about her son's thoughts, no matter what Jiang Chen state, what emotions, she is in accordance with their own ideas, and constantly instill their son from the mother's care. Son, did you have lunch at noon? Ate at 6 in the morning. Bull ********. At 6 o'clock can you call that lunch? Chen Huifeng was furious with a burst of rambling, and Jiang Chen could only listen honestly. This is the norm for almost every call. Jiang Chen felt that he and Chen Huifeng were 2 completely different people. The only thing he had in mind in his life was to put up a good fight and then enjoy life. And as long as Nikki was happy, there wasn't usually anything he needed to worry about. But Chen Huifeng is different. Her husband has to worry about her husband at home, and her son has to worry about his son when he goes out. And every day there seems to be endless words to say and groans to spit. The most important thing is that she surprisingly doesn't feel tired and is full of energy every day. Good. Faced with Chen Huifeng's various claims, Jiang Chen could only keep nodding his head. However, just as he was about to yawn again, Chen Huifeng suddenly made a 180-degree turn. Morn, you and Sue, when exactly do you plan to have kids? Put. Jiang Chen almost didn't choke on his saliva and coughed violently. Mom, why are you suddenly talking about this? He did think about it, and in this life he wanted to run his family well and focus his life on living. But Su Luowei was a national goddess, and he had also floated in the entertainment industry for decades, and his concepts were not quite the same as normal people. Showbiz is a place where getting married in your 20s is already considered an early marriage, let alone having kids. What's more, it was only a few days ago that he took that most crucial step with Su Luowei. It's still a long way to go before we have kids. And suddenly, Chen Huifeng, however, was a bit hateful. You and Xiao Su have been married for 3 years, and there's no sign of movement until now. If I don't worry about it, I don't think I'll ever have a grandchild in my life. Cough cough, aren't we in a special situation? Jiang Chen explained. What are your special circumstances? Chen Huifeng, however, didn't agree with Jiang Chen at all. Her thoughts were simple. Since you've already gotten married and also plan to live a good life, it's only a matter of time before you have kids. Why don't you give birth earlier? This is not only good for Xiao Su's health, but we grandparents can also help out some. And the parents won't be too old when the child grows up in the future. Are you going to have another one in your 40s or 50s so you can just count the gray hairs on your head when the kids grow up? Chen Huifeng's output is really strong. Jiang Chen simply couldn't offer any rebuttals and could only nod frequently. Good. I know. What's the idea on Su's end? Chen Huifeng asked again. Jiang Chen only felt that one head was 2 sizes too big, and said stiffly, Luo Wei is still young, so she shouldn't be ready yet. No way. Chen Huifeng, however, vetoed it flatly. Nizi spent several days with me during the new year. Can I still not understand? I can tell that Xiao Su really likes you, so she's not resistant to this. The biggest sticking point is on you. Ha! Jiang Chen was a bit dumbfounded. You're really a real mom, aren't you? Dare to say anything. His 2-hour capacity. What could go wrong? The other day he had made Su Luo Wei beg for mercy frequently. I'm certainly okay with that. He immediately and seriously corrected. We're all in good health. We're just not ready. Who told you that? Chen Huifang's voice rose a few levels in anger. I mean, have you not visited Xiao Su's home yet? Jiang Chen was stunned. He really hadn't made a trip to Su's house in the past 3 years of his marriage. Although Su Luowei would follow him home for New Year's every year before taking the time to go back to her own home. But whenever Jiang Chen proposed to go to Su Luowei's home to pay New Year's call, it was always delayed due to Su Luowei's temporary arrangements at work. He knew the nature of work in the entertainment industry, and it was common to not stay home, so he didn't mind too much. But Chen Huifang reminded him before he realized that he had married the daughter of another family for 3 years and had not yet come to the door once. I don't think it's that Su isn't ready. It's more likely that her family doesn't agree and that's why she's been putting it off. Chen Huifang penetrated the sobriety of the past. Mom doesn't know what the hell your boy did in his past life to marry such a nice girl. But since you're married, it's necessary for you to make a trip to the house, whether the family agrees or not. In many places, girls can't get married and have children until they've met their parents face to face. So take this to heart and take on the responsibilities of a man. And don't put too much pressure on little Su. Jiang Chen nodded silently. Okay, I know. It does seem a bit uncalled for that you haven't visited your daughter-in-law's house in 3 years of marriage. But the whole having kids thing, Jiang Chen's thoughts couldn't help but drift away a bit. He also wants to make his family a little more complete. But when he hadn't made any progress with Su Luowei on the most crucial matters before, he had even less time to think about such things. Now that he was suddenly brought up by Chen Huifang, his mind couldn't help but conjure up the scene after there was an extra little person in his home. Think about the child was born. He was at home every day, with the child, with the little Ni. This kind of life seems pretty good. There was no need to worry about career matters. As long as Su Luowei was willing, he was fully capable of helping the little ninny make a comeback to the entertainment industry at any time. Jiang Chen didn't get married in his last life and didn't have a family of his own. But at this moment, he was suddenly somewhat moved. If Nini could really give him a little girl, then he does not have to do anything every day. Just stay at home with the little girl fooling around. Play hide and seek is also quite good. What was Sulawei's reaction to this? Fear 97, Chapter 50. Jiang Chen wrote another song? Damn Jiang Lang's talent, causing this sister to work so hard. Magic City, by the road. The woman couldn't help but spit out a sigh, dragging her suitcase with her and frowning slightly at the sight of the traffic and high-rise buildings in front of her. Where is it? With slightly curly hair, a sun hat and big sunglasses, she stepped on sexy high heels and paired it with a tight black dress, and underneath the sunglasses were bright red lips that were full of pizzazz. Although the sunglasses obscured the face, but the passers-by beside the body can still vaguely see that this is a very beautiful woman. A tight dress, but also her sexy body arc outlined. This eye-catching dress. Along the way do not know how many pedestrians attracted the eyes, and even a few unlucky guys, due to look too involved and accidentally hit the roadside parked bicycle. The woman, oblivious to the fact that the traffic jam not far away was none other than her own cause, looked out at the completely unfamiliar street in front of her, jungle. And why does the asshole Huaxiao Literature Forum, which is clearly headquartered in Kyoto, have to hold its events in Mordor? And also did not arrange for a special car to transport her, causing her to come all the way from Kyoto. But even the direction is a bit discernible. She hesitated for 2 seconds before decisively pulling out her cell phone and dialing for help. Hey, lo, sister, I'm lost. Ding dong. Jiang Chen's side had just ended the call with Chen Huifang when his cell phone vibrated again. But this time it was a text message from Nikki. She said that she had already recorded the demo tape of The Wind Rises with Sister Yan, and was at the door of the company at the moment, asking if he wanted to go to dinner together. Jiang Chen touched his stomach and realized that he was indeed a bit hungry. This sleep went straight into the afternoon, and I can't believe I didn't even get my noon meal. Chen Huifang is also right. People are iron. Rice is steel. A meal is not eaten hunger. Next time he mustn't starve himself in order to work hard. What a hard day at work again. He stretched, patted his belly, and grabbed his cell phone as he headed for the office door. The company's corridors were quiet, perhaps because he had suspended all of the artists' work. Everyone left work quite early. Even Su Jingchu didn't know where she had gone. This old primitive. He won't sneak off to hide somewhere to be lazy, will he? Jiang Chen muttered in his heart. However, when he arrived at the company's front door, he realized that Su Jingchu's few people had turned out to be waiting for him in the parking lot. Su Luowei stood aside holding up the phone. Her expression seemed a bit dumbfounded, and she didn't know who she was talking to. Yan Shuexin still had the same cool look, her aura powerful as she stood in the middle of several people. Su Mengyao, the little girl, was also there, but perhaps she was still angry because of the morning's events, and when she saw him coming, she deliberately snorted coldly and turned her head away, not wanting to take care of him. Oh, the little girl just liked to hold a grudge, not just did not write a song for her. As to remember to now, Jiang Chen walked over to Su Mengyao's side and deliberately pretended to cough. Xiao Su, I just put a piece of paper on the desktop. I feel it should be quite suitable for you. Do you want to take a look? Su Mengyao froze for a moment at his words, then her eyes immediately lit up. A piece of paper? Does it say? Even Yan Shuexin and Su Jingxu couldn't help but turn their gazes over when they heard his words. Jiang Chen wrote another song? Okay, I'm going to check it out. Su Mengyao hurriedly nodded her head, not forgetting to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes as she expressed her gratitude to Jiang Chen. Thank you, senior brother-in-law. I knew you wouldn't forget me. No need to thank you. Go on. It won't be good if you're seen later. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Yeah. Su Mengyao nodded, and after wiping her tears, she cheerfully headed in the direction of the office building. Su Jingxu and Yan Shuexin looked at her back, glancing at each other with some surprise in their eyes. Jiang Chen wrote a song for Su Mengyao? No way. May. Why does it always feel like there's something wrong somewhere? This guy, can he be that kind? 5 minutes later, Su Mengyao's figure reappeared at the entrance of the office building, and she was really holding a piece of paper in her hand. Su Jingxu and Yan Shuexin's expressions were once again shocked. Jiang Chen had really written a song? However, when Su Mengyao walked in front of her, Su Jingxu was about to ask something. The little girl's emotions, however, were directly taught, pointing at Jiang Chen, her face full of grief and anger. Bastard senior brother-in-law, you dare to lie to me. I searched for half a day, and there's only this on the table. Yan Shuexin and Su Jingxu both froze for a moment, looking towards the piece of paper in the little girl's hand in unison, only to find that it seemed to be an advertising flyer. Castle Peak Cerebral Palsy Rehabilitation Hospital, caring for children with cerebral palsy. Starting from me. The corners of Yan Shuexin and Su Jingxu's mouths couldn't help but twitch. Jiang Chen, this is really bad. Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, when did I say that there was something else on the table? The advertising flyer was something he found when he entered the office this morning. I don't know what kind of unscrupulous dispenser threw this kind of advertising leaflet through the door. I wanted to throw it away, but his office had just gotten a new one and he didn't have a trash can ready, so he just threw it on his desk. Su Mengyao knew that she had been tricked, and when she thought that she had just actually rummaged through the office for half a day, she was so angry that tears were about to fall out of her eyes. She wiped her tears and turned around, full of aggression, deciding to never bother with Jiang Chen again. Yan Shuexin and Su Jingxu glanced at each other, their expressions both somewhat speechless. Su Mengyao, a silly little girl, had run into Jiang Chen, a scoundrel, and really couldn't even reason with her. At this time Su Luowei also finished her phone call and walked over with a somewhat helpless and apologetic face. What's wrong? Jiang Chen looked at the little ninny's delicate body, and in his mind, he couldn't help but remember what Chen Huifang had just instructed him to say. If he really let Su Luowei give birth to a little girl for him, it seems quite good for him to hold the little ninny on the left and the little girl on the right. Su Luowei didn't notice the dissimilarity in Jiang Chen's gaze, and said in a soft voice, I wanted to go for dinner, but Yi just called and said that she seemed to have accidentally gotten lost. Yi? Jiang Chen froze. It wouldn't be that roommate of yours, Gong Yi, would it? Su Luowei nodded. Gong Yi was her college roommate. Gong Yi was still a bridesmaid when she and Jiang Chen got married, so Jiang Chen knew her as well, but it seemed like there had always been a bit of bad blood between the two, and when they met, they would always look at each other in a bad way. She came to Magic City, originally wanted to give me a surprise, but it seems that she found the wrong way, Su Luowei said. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes when he heard this. Although he had only met Gong Yi, a woman he had only met a few times, his impression of her was just one word, and that was big waves, because this woman not only has big waves, but big waves and waves. Obviously not much older than Su Luowei, but she always liked to dress herself up in a mature and charming imperial style, calling herself an elder sister. With a big personality and no inhibitions, he is sure to come right out with sarcasm plus spit when he sees something that doesn't sit well with him. That's why he always couldn't get along with this woman, because Gong Yi couldn't help but engage in verbal taunts every time she saw him. Why don't we go ahead and pick her up? Su Luowei looked at him a little embarrassed and said. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes, obviously somewhat reluctant. Gong Yi? Why does that name sound familiar? Su Jingxu also heard the conversation between the two from the side, but suddenly asked with some curiosity. She wouldn't be the one reported on the news 2 years ago, actress who slapped director Zhang in public on the set, right? Chapter 51, Boys who are handsome are just easy to target. Su Luo-wei froze for a moment, not realizing that Sister Jing actually had concerns about her roommate as well. But back then that incident, a lot of news media were involved in reporting it, and there were a lot of people in the circle who knew about it. She hesitated, then nodded. Yui Miyagi was indeed an actress back in the day. A year ago just graduated from school Gong Yi, because of outstanding appearance, took over the female lead in a drama. The director is still the domestic famous director Zhang. The play is a big production, the cast is very strong, and Gong Yi opposite a full 7 or 8 first-line stars, but she is the only female lead in the play. It can be said that as soon as this drama is finished, Gong Yi's popularity can immediately move from a debut newcomer directly into the ranks of second-tier female stars. Debuting under such circumstances, Gong Yi was basically no different than picking up a golden dollar on the road. Even Su Lo called over to congratulate her, but then I don't know what happened. The crew has clearly announced the cast on the network, but Gong Yi suddenly announced a strike, but also on the set in front of all the people, slapped Zhang Big Director a hard slap. As for the reason, then it seems to be because Gong Yi's character in a play that she liked a lot at the time was suddenly deleted by director Zhang. Gong Yi was very angry and went to find director Zhang to argue. Then after arguing for half a day to no avail, in a fit of anger, he slapped the director angrily, and then later, Yui Miyagi then announced her strike. The angry director Zhang personally put out the word that he would make sure that Gong Yi would never be able to receive another scene to shoot. Sure enough, from that day onwards, Gong Yi's figure never appeared on the screen again. Su Jingchu suddenly brought up this matter, and Su Luo-wei's expression was actually somewhat helpless. Gong Yi was obviously a great beauty, but when she was in school, she was known for her love of reading books. Often, I was criticized by the teacher in class by name for peeking at novels. Sometimes, she would even argue with someone for a long time over a character in a book. Originally liked to read novels is nothing. Just let Su Luo-wei some did not expect is. Gong Yi after the debut. In the crew even did not change this problem. Novels are changed into movie and TV dramas. It's normal to have deletions and cuts in the plot and characters. Who would have thought that Gong Yi would have an argument with the director because of this kind of thing? Even slapped the director at the end. Now more than a year has passed and I don't know how she's really doing now. Damn, this woman is a troublemaker. Just get lost and let her go straight to the police uncle. Jiang Chen spat. He and Gong Yi definitely had some bad luck, and every time he saw this woman he got a headache. However, Su Mengyao, who was on the side, deliberately tried to sing against him. Just go, Sister Luo-wei, I want to go too. I also want to meet Sister Yi. I still want to ask her what really happened back then. I haven't seen this girl in a long time either, so go check it out. Yan Shuexin on the side actually nodded and said after a long time of contemplation, she and Su Luo-wei are sisters from the same school, and she also met Gong Yi a few times in school, and she was quite impressed with Su Luo-wei as her roommate. Su Jingchu nodded along. Women are gossipy. Apparently, she was also interested in this Gong Yi as well. Yay, the vote is 4-1. Su Mengyao raised her hand and couldn't wait to announce the result, then spat her little tongue at Jiang Chen and crossed her arms, looking at him with flair. Sooner or later I'll sell you to a rich man's house as a nanny. Jiang Chen cursed in his heart. Since several of the women had already made their decisions, Jiang Chen's reluctance didn't seem so important. The group decided on this and set off to pick up Gong Yi and find a place to have dinner on the way. Jiang Chen originally didn't want to get on the bus yet, intending to emphasize his opinion once again, but in the end, under the strong protest of the stomach, and quite helplessly, he chose to compromise. Half an hour later, the two cars they drove out and finally found Gong Yi in front of a kindergarten. To be honest, Jiang Chen couldn't imagine at all what it took for a woman to be this stupid. I can't believe he managed to get lost all the way from the airport to the kindergarten entrance. He's even tempted to put a camera on the woman's head and study how the hell she did it. Since Su Jingchu was worried that Yan Shuexin and Su Luo-wei's appearance would trigger a traffic jam. In the end, it was decided that Jiang Chen would get out of the car and help Gong Yi carry her luggage onto the car. Under the curious gazes of a group of little kids. Brother, you're so handsome, and brother, are you a star? Jiang Chen put the suitcase into the trunk and closed the car door with great displeasure. A few years passed. Gong Yi's appearance does not seem to have changed much. A dress is still sexy imperial style, although with large sunglasses and sun hat, blocking her face, but the aura still looks very powerful. Jiang Chen knew that if this woman took off her sunglasses, I was afraid that the turnaround rate of the pedestrians on the road would be doubled again. Gong Yi is simply born to be an actor. As long as the display of the face and charm casually can grasp the hearts of male viewers, in addition to a body that was tantalizing enough to make a mistake. It was surprising to see that she had a scourge and flavorful face. Luckily it was shut down before it even debuted. Jiang Chen heart secretly thankful. Otherwise this woman still do not know to be on the TV screen. Scourge how many love sinus not yet open teenagers, which can be the flowers of the motherland. couldn't stand the ravages of such a leprechaun. When Gong Yi got on the car, the two cars didn't stop where they were and drove directly to a private kitchen restaurant. The so-called private kitchen restaurant is actually a farm estate that hosts only 3 or 4 tables of guests per day. Such estates are usually set up in more remote locations. The manor house has different private rooms, all separated by separate courtyards, focusing on a privacy and confidentiality. Very popular amongst celebrities from all walks of life. Of course, the consumption of a meal in such a place is not low, and the consumption of a meal in any courtyard is often tens of thousands of dollars or more. The restaurant they were currently going to was called Moonfeast House, and Yan Shuexin belonged to the investor behind it. So by her arrangement, the staff of the private kitchen had thoughtfully prepared a quiet little courtyard of private rooms for a few people. The two cars were guided by the staff and drove straight into the middle of the courtyard. As soon as she got off the bus, Gong Yi gave Su Luowei a big hug with a big grin. "It's been a long time, Vivi, my sister misses you." Me too." Looking at the two who were passionately embracing each other, the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth on the side twitched, and images of some spherical objects colliding couldn't help but appear in his mind. It won't crush, will it? What are you looking at?" Just as he was fantasizing, Su Luowei suddenly reached over and slapped his arm in an unkind manner, pulling Jiang Chen out of his unnameable thoughts. "Lo, why is this mongrel salted fish tagging along?" Gong Yi also noticed Jiang Chen's gaze and immediately entered a fighting stance. Ever since the two of them had met, she had always looked at Jiang Chen in a bad light. Jiang Chen's screen name was Salted Fish in the River, so Gong Yi had always taunted him as a salted fish. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes, thinking, "You Gong Yi, if it wasn't for the fact that I just helped you carry your suitcase onto the car, you stupid woman would still be staring at the kindergarten entrance." Su Luowei also seemed to be aware of the two's habit of being at each other's throats as soon as they met. Somewhat helplessly holding his forehead, he took Gong Yi's arm and snapped, "Never mind, let's go inside and talk. It's been a long time since we've seen each other. Tell me quickly what you've been doing all this time." Only then did Gong Yi snorted coldly and stopped looking at Jiang Chen, accusing Su Luowei like a big sister. "Lovey, you've been married for 3 years. Why are you still always turning to this asshole?" Sister said at first, "Don't be fooled by his appearance. This guy is actually a scoundrel with a skin thicker than a city wall." The two women held hands and headed for the box. On the side, Su Mengyao looked at Gong Yi's figure, and her eyes couldn't help but light up. This Gong Yi senior sister's aura is so powerful. A dress looks valiant and charming, and it is exactly the same as the image of the big sister in her mind. Too, so good looking, she couldn't help but follow the two forward in unison. Only Jiang Chen stood silently in place, lighting a cigarette with indignation and emotion in his heart, thinking that boys are better looking is how easy it is to get targeted out there. He was the one who took down Su Luowei by virtue of his strength. How did he become a practicing cheater? Gong Yi was simply slandering. Yan Shuexin, on the side, suddenly nodded her head as if in recognition. Jiang Chen felt a little comforted inside, and after exhaling a deep breath of smoke, he turned his head and asked, "Old Yan, do you think so too?" Yan Shuexin's cool eyes gave him a somewhat puzzled look, then nodded. "I just suddenly thought that Yui was right about the word scoundrel. It does fit you quite well." After saying that, she walked in the direction of the box without looking back. Jiang Chen froze in place for a moment. Slightly, big bummer. Su Mengyao had originally walked to the entrance of the box, but remembering the hatred between the two, she turned around and made a face at Jiang Chen again. Jiang Chen's expression stiffened as he tilted his head back to look at the sky. After a long time, he sighed softly. What the books say is really right. The prettier a woman is, the more she can cheat. Chapter 52. Oops. The novel I wrote was discovered. By the time Jiang Chen extinguished his cigarette and walked into the box, several women were already chatting. The environment inside the box was elegantly decorated, and a table was not too big, just enough to seat 8 people. But the room was much more spacious than expected. Chinese-style sofas, tea tables, wall paintings are all available, and there are even some tiny luohan pines on a small table on one side of the wall, which has a very ancient flavor. "Yui, what have you been doing all this time?" Su Luowei asked curiously. When Gong Yi was first blocked, she actually thought about finding some resources for Gong Yi, but they were all politely rejected by her. So over the past year or so, she wasn't quite sure what Gong Yi was busy with. "Sister is not filming anymore." Gong Yi seemed to be a little smug and said arrogantly, "Filming and stuff is too troublesome. Often changing the script around is annoying. I love novels, so I started writing them straight away." "Ha? As a writer?" At that, the women in the box froze, a little surprised. The gazes of the crowd then couldn't help but look in Jiang Chen's direction. If they remembered correctly, Jiang Chen also seemed to be a writer? It's a mixed bag kind of thing though. What kind of writer is he? It's been so long and nothing has been written. Gong Yi had obviously noticed Jiang Chen as well. and instantly let out a cold snort of disdain. It's 3 years. 3 years without writing anything. Su Mengyao immediately stretched out 3 fingers and grunted for emphasis. Su Luowei also looked at Jiang Chen. She remembered what she had told Jiang Chen a few days ago. As long as you can write a decent book, then you won't be allowed to be the music director. In the past few days, Jiang Chen has been banging on the keyboard in the studio as soon as he is free, and he doesn't know if he has written anything. Sister Yi, so you became a writer in only 1 year? Su Mengyao was now very interested in Gong Yi and asked after her with bated breath. That's for sure, sister. I just happened to participate in the women's literature writing competition organized by the Chinese Literature Forum recently. My book was originally ranked number 1 on the popularity list, and I came to Mordor this time to participate in the contest organizers' event. Gong Yi nodded, but when she said this, a trace of indignation suddenly appeared on her face. Unfortunately, it was overtaken by a douchebag romance novel at lunchtime today, and now it's only in second place. Wow, that's pretty impressive too. Su Mengyao froze for a moment and couldn't help but praise. She had originally thought that Gong Yi was just writing for fun, but she didn't expect to achieve such good results. Then, as if she had suddenly remembered something, her gaze glanced if anything in Jiang Chen's direction. Much better than some cheating senior brother-in-law who only pretends to be something he's not. There was only one person in this box who could be called a senior sister's husband, and the targeting in his words was very obvious. Jiang Chen was actually a bit surprised in his heart. Gong Yi actually participated in the competition of the Huaxia Literature Forum as well? Is that such a coincidence? Wasn't he in a women's literature writing contest? Oh, yes, Yui Miyagi happens to be female, and so on. The book that overtook her at lunch today, shouldn't it be? Jiang Chen's gaze was a bit surprised, and Su Jingchu's face on the side suddenly changed. Women's literature writing competition? She remembers the last time her best friend sent her the horror romance book that kept her up at night, and it seems to be the contest she entered. Yui, she asked with some curiosity, what's the name of that novel that backfired on you? What else would it be called? Speaking of this, Gong Yi seemed to immediately come on fire, biting down. The title of the book is All Those Years We Blow Out Lights Together. I get angry when I see this book. Upon hearing this, the few women in the box other than Su Jingchu were all a bit curious as to what was going on with this book that could make Gong Yi so angry. The corner of Su Jingchu's mouth twitched, and she knew, it was this book. This horror romance novel, which she had actually been catching up on for the past few days, caused her to be afraid to sleep alone at night. So for the past 2 days, she had been finding excuses to stay at Luo Wei's house. Jiang Chen's eyebrows also raised slightly. Sure enough, it was his book. He hasn't updated today, so he's not quite up to date on the book. I only know that when I looked at it yesterday, it was still in the 3rd position on the popularity list, but I didn't realize that today it actually went straight to number 1. Those years we blew out the lights together? It sounds quite romantic. Su Mengyao asked, is it written about a love story from 50 or 60 years ago? My grandmother told me that there were no electric lights back then. Gong Yi's expression, however, was suddenly a bit strange. The title of this book does seem like a love story, but only after you click in, you realize how horrible it is, and it's still the kind that you can't stop reading at all. Sister, I don't know how to say. Anyway, if you've read it, you'll definitely understand what I'm talking about. This book is definitely an asshole of a book. Gong Yi secretly sighed in her heart. She actually wanted to expose the evil deeds of this book, but she hesitated for a long time and eventually gave up the idea. As much as she hated the book, for some reason, she always restrained her inner urges whenever she introduced it to her friends. This book is placed in this section of romance novels like an unknown riddle. It wouldn't be much fun to just reveal the mystery. The only way to deeply understand what makes this book an asshole is to have experienced it firsthand. Before she had opened Those Years We Blow the Lights Out Together, she also could never have imagined that the book would keep her awake for days. Hearing her words, the few women in the box, other than Su Jingchu, instantly became even more curious. What the hell kind of book is this? To actually make Gong Yi show such a tangled expression? Su Mengyao's curiosity was heavier. The first one didn't hold back, directly opened her cell phone and searched for Those Years, The Lights We Blew Together. In a few moments, all the information about the book appeared on the screen. Sure enough, just as Gong Yi said, the book was being entered into the women's literature writing competition, and the theme of the writing was love. Instead, she couldn't help but gasp when she clicked on the writing contest leaderboard page. Wow, this book is awesome. It's number 1 on all the lists. At this time, Su Luowei and Yan Shuexin were also somewhat interested in their own cell phones and found the same homepage of the competition. Sure enough, on the 4 leaderboard lists on the contest page, the first place positions, heck, they've all been dominated by this book. Those Years, The Lights We Blow Together, popularity list, hype list, updated list, even that troll list, which is mainly used to create buzz about the topic, is no exception. Seeing this, several people's expressions became even more curious and puzzled. How can this novel dominate 4 lists in a row? Does it mean that the love story written inside this book is moving and sadistic? Makes you want to watch and spit? Su Luowei and Yen Shuoxin looked at each other and both clicked in with some curiosity. They usually read novels to pass the time when they are resting. Su Luowei, in particular, still has to read scripts occasionally, so she's not resistant to things like novels. The corner of Su Jingchu's mouth twitched as she watched both of them seem to be ready to start reading, and she originally wanted to say something, but after thinking for a moment, she sighed and gave up. Forget it. It's pointless to talk about such things. Perhaps clicking on the book without knowing it at all is the most proper way for it to open. Only then can you appreciate the essence of this book. Chapter 53, Zhang Lang is a genius. Author, Zhang Lang Talent. Book message, are you ready for this? This is going to be a whole new way to open a love story. Go to the homepage and the screen displays basic information about the book. Su Luowei looked at it then looked up curiously. Hubby, this author's pen name is Zhang Lang Talent Exhaustion. Very similar to your pen name, Salted Fish in the River. Ugh. Have you read this book? Zhang Chen couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. I thought you gong ee. Nothing to mention his pen name for what? This matter he is not ready to talk to Su Luowei. Sure enough, everything gets complicated when it comes to this woman. Of course he has read this book. Not only has he read it, but he has even published it in the Huaxia Literature Forum. Originally, he had planned to use the book to prove his writing ability to Su Lo as a way to excuse himself from his position as music director. However, now that Shanwei Entertainment has been targeted by Qingqing Entertainment, the company's artists are being bullied, and the little ninny is sad and upset. He has no choice but to postpone this matter for the time being. After completely resolving this trouble with Tilting City Entertainment, he would choose an opportunity to announce his identity and cut the chains of the entertainment industry in the process. This time, naturally, it is better to pretend not to know first. Thinking of this, he waved his hand with some disdain. I'm not interested in watching this kind of mindless writing contest. It's not interesting at all. I'll just write a random book, Pleasant Goat Loves Red Wolf, and enter it, and I'll probably get first place. Listening to Zhang Chen's somewhat arrogant remarks, the corners of the women's mouths in the box all twitched at once, somewhat speechless. This writing competition of others is organized by the Huaxia Literature Forum, which belongs to the semi-official level of the national competition, and in the field of writing, it is already the highest level of competition. Rankings, certificates, all of which can go straight on your resume, and you, a jerk writer, can't even look at them? And what sheep, wolf, if you did bring this animal love book to the competition, would you not be laughed at by everyone? Su Jingchu directly rolled her eyes, and Su Luowei also blushed slightly. Zhang Chen really didn't have any talent in this aspect of writing, and what he said also made people laugh and cry from time to time. Gong Yi snorted coldly, her face contemptuous. How can this guy call himself a writer when he doesn't have a clue? Box. The women decided not to bother with Zhang Chen anymore, but continued to flip through their cell phones. Scratch down the book cover page to the body of this novel. Chapter 1, That Year of White Paper. My grandfather's name was Hu Huka. Time passes by. Several women were engrossed in the story, waiting for the waiter to push in the door with the food. Su Luowei couldn't help but shiver. Snapping back from the text on the screen, she raised her head and similarly saw the unbelieving gleam in Yen Shuoxin and Su Mengyao's eyes. This romance novel, how could it be so scary? And even if it was scary, there seemed to be a different kind of magic that kept drawing them down. What the hell is going on here? Several people had never read this kind of love story related to grave robbing and exploration, and they immediately felt that the plot, although horrible, was very original. And this Zhang Lang is so well written that every episode seems to hide a hook that keeps hooking their curiosity to keep scrolling down. So even though the horror is getting stronger, there's still no control at all over the finger that's swiping down the screen. Indeed, it's a good book, and so on. It took a few people to react. Why is such a horrible novel on the popularity list of the Women's Literature Writing Contest? And it's still a love-themed writing contest. This is too outrageous. The women couldn't help but look strange. They felt that after reading this book, even if they were sitting in this brightly lit box at the moment, they could feel that there seemed to be a cold air slowly coming out from behind them, and they were a little afraid to look behind them. So what if? What about a girl who clicked on this novel alone, on a big night? You're not too scared to come out from under the covers, are you? The three of them looked at the book on the screen of their cell phones that was like a bully, dominating the first place of the 4 lists of the Women's Literature Writing Competition, and at this moment suddenly understood why this book could not only dominate the popularity list, but also lead the top spot of the troll list, because it's a totally off-the-wall novel. What Gong Yi had just said, they could gradually understand. It really is an asshole novel. This jangler is also an asshole. How bad does one have to be to think of writing such a horrible love story in a women's literature writing contest? Is this going to scare all the ladies to tears? Su Luowei took a deep breath and looked at Gong Yi with some disbelief. How can such a book that doesn't fit the theme of the competition keep dominating the popularity list? Don't the organizers care? Humph. Organizers? Speaking of this matter, Gong Yi seemed to be angry as well. I can't tell you how many readers have complained about this book in the meantime, but the uniform response has been that it contains romance elements, fits the theme of the contest, and doesn't violate any rules. Ha! At that, several of the women were in a bit of disbelief. It's a total horror novel, and that's not a violation? Gong Yi sighed and continued. After all, in the organizers' competition rules, it doesn't say that romance novels can't incorporate other elements. Technically, the book, and really, sort of fits the entry theme. Speaking of which, she was disgruntled. This Jiang Lang is also equivalent to playing a game, so that the organizers can't do anything with him either. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions were a bit strange. It's really a forest of new things. This was the first time they had heard of such an outrageous thing, and this Jiang Lang talent is indeed a ghostwriter, blatantly writing horror novels in a love-themed writing competition, surprisingly making the organizers unable to do anything about him. The jungle is really bad. Su Mengyao huffed. No, I should say smart. Yan Shuexin frowned slightly in contemplation for a moment, but then shook her head. This journeyman, I'm afraid he's a marketing genius. The crowd froze and looked at her with some curiosity. Even Jiang Chen was stunned by what he heard. All the women in this room were accusing the jungle of evil, making him a little embarrassed himself. He just wanted to write a good book in the first place. He really didn't want to toss so many girls in the middle of the night. But Yan Shuexin actually thought he was a marketing genius? Why? Chapter 54. Do you know any great musicians? In the box, everyone looked towards Yan Shuexin, waiting for her explanation. Existence is reason, and the fact that this book still managed to take the #1 spot on the popularity list despite being a little out of line with the theme of the contest is obviously not something that can be achieved entirely by gimmickry either. Yan Shuexin continued. I just read it and realized that it has a very original plot, written in a never-before-seen grave-robbing related story. Very well written, with a great sense of realism and suspense shaped in the right way. That's why it's a very empathetic and scary read. So I think if you put this book in the category of horror fiction, it would be a classic as well. At those words, the crowd couldn't help but nod. Obviously all very much agreed with what Yan Shuexin had said. Jiang Chen took a sip of tea from the cup in front of him, and nodded secretly in his heart. Yan Shuexin's analysis was not wrong at all. How hot this book was in the beginning, only he knew in this box. This was the first novel that pioneered the tomb raiding genre. If it wasn't hot, how could it lead to many authors scrambling to imitate it? But this journeyman has chosen to post it in a women's literary writing contest. Yan Shuexin shook her head and continued. That's why I think this Jiang Lang talent is most likely still a genius who knows how to market. At those words, the crowd was a bit puzzled. Have you ever thought that when the readers clicked on the book, they kept thinking that what they were about to read was a sweet romance novel, so they were not fully prepared psychologically, and reading the book under such circumstances, the horror feelings would be even more profound. That's why it could scare many girls to sleep at night. Yan Shuexin continued. I think the odds are that Jiang Lang is deliberately releasing this book in a love-themed women's literature writing contest. Counterintuitive maneuvering will not only make the book a deeper experience, it will also garner more buzz and retweets for the book. But this kind of thing simply can't be done without enough gumption and confidence. So not only is Jiang Lang a talented author, but he must also be a genius who knows a great deal about marketing. After hearing Yan Shuexin's analysis, the few women in the box reacted. The jungle is so powerful? Su Mengyao said with wide eyes. Hard to believe. She just felt bad for the jungle just now. Gong Yi gritted her teeth, originally wanting to say something to retort, but after careful thought, she remained silent with some helplessness. She knew that Yan Shuexin and Su Jingchu were right, although Jiang Lang Kai Dai was bold enough to use this way to gain attention, but without a little bit of strength, who would dare to operate like this? This book, besides, is really well written. Jiang Chen's expression on the side was a bit strange. The teacup in his hand just picked up and involuntarily put down. His mind silently recalled that afternoon the other day when he had chosen to release Those Years We Blow the Lights Out Together. The man of that time had given so much thought to it in just a few minutes. Could he really be the legendary genius? In the box, none of the women spoke again, but nodded silently. The race theme aside, this book is truly a rare masterpiece, with excellent writing and plot content, and a great sense of immersion and realism. It's like this author has actually robbed graves, and it's great at catching the eye and creating conversation. No wonder it's done so hot in just a few days. Only Jiang Chen was a bit upset. The continuous compliments had soothed him a lot, and he was about to listen to more. So why did he suddenly stop? He coughed lightly. In my opinion, this John Lang talent is not a marketing genius at all, but is just a person who clamors for attention and fame. How can such a person be a writer? It's simply an insult to the word writer. And this book of his, I just took a look at it. The writing is simply bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Nonsense. This book can actually take the first place in the popularity list? That means this writing contest is nothing more than that. As soon as the words left his mouth, he was immediately slammed by everyone. Su Mengyao, humph. Senior brother-in-law. You can't write yourself and you still have the nerve to talk about others? I see that other people's John Lang talent is well written. It's horrible but it just makes people want to read on. Su Jingchu nodded her head. Indeed. This John Lang talent posted his teen rating novel on a female romance novel platform, but still managed to take the #1 spot on the popularity list. From this perspective, one has to admit that he really is a genius at writing and marketing. Honey, you're rambling again. The Jungle is really quite well written. Su Luowei also cried and laughed a little, although Gong Yi somewhat didn't want to speak in John Lang's favor. Zhang Chen was clearly even more annoying. Senior sister Yan is right. This John Lang talent is a bit of an asshole, but he is indeed a genius at marketing and has a high level of writing. This book was released in just 3 or 4 days, and it was able to create several topics on the internet, easily taking the #1 spot on all the major lists, and even the organizers couldn't do anything about him. There's simply no other author who can do that, and there are a lot of people in our contest authors group who marvel at what he does. Humph, low-eyed and arrogant. Yan Shuoxin was even more direct, commenting directly after glancing at Zhang Chen. However, the words of several people fell on Zhang Chen's ears, but they were as lethal as scratching an itch. I am the jungle. The jungle is me. The more you guys brag about the jungle, the better I feel. Zhang Chen secretly sighed. Sure enough, he really is a rare marketing genius. In the end, the several women couldn't help but sigh in their hearts when they saw that Zhang Chen was still looking like he didn't care about oil and salt, and didn't care at all. This guy, he's really thick-skinned. For the next few moments, everyone began to eat in earnest, during which time they occasionally chatted about other topics. But this guy, Zhang Chen, didn't know what was going on. Whenever a couple of women talked about other topics, he didn't say a word and focused on eating his vegetables and dried rice. But as soon as someone brings up John Lang, it's as if he's been touched by some scales, and he immediately goes into a fighting stance, spewing John Lang in those years we blow the lights out together into oblivion. In a nutshell, you've run out of talent? Nothing. Those were the years we blow the lights out? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. This made the hearts of the few women in the box furious, with all sorts of intense language, refuting Zhang Chen's words. But by this time, Zhang Chen was as if a dead pig wasn't afraid of boiling water, just listening with his eyes slightly narrowed and a smile. It seemed unconcerned, neither retorting nor chiming in. This attitude of his made everyone feel like they had punched their fists on cotton. Finally, the meal gradually came to an end. Zhang Chen patted himself on the back after eating and drinking his fill, picking up his cigarette case with the intention of going outside for a bit of fresh air. He had just had a great meal and couldn't help but eat a little bit more, causing his stomach to swell, so he had to take a walk in the yard to kill his appetite. When he lazily left the box, Su Mengyao directly grunted twice. Zhang Chen's senior brother-in-law is really shameless. He actually keeps saying that people's John Lang talent is bull asterisk 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 asterisk, when in fact, he himself is the one who is the most bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It's the same surname Zhang. Why is there such a big difference? Su Jingchu also shook her head, somewhat helpless. He's a salted fish in a river. A big salted fish. Of course he's worse. Su Mengyao made a face. Ever since she was cheated by Zhang Chen with the advertisement sheet, she had a very strong opinion of him. I've decided. From today onwards I'm a fan of Jiang Lang Zhaizhan, and I'm going to read every chapter Jiang Lang Zhaizhan updates from now on. The more Sifu hates the jungle, the more I have to support it. She held up her hand and grunted. Su Jingchu nodded. In fact, she felt the same. Zhang Chen might still have some talent in the area of songwriting, but as a writer, he really couldn't. Do you guys think he's jealous of the jungle? She suddenly thought of something and looked to the others and said. At that, the women in the box froze. Hasn't Zhang Chen's dream always been to become a great writer? Su Jingchu continued to analyze. Nowadays, when he sees that other writers have suddenly achieved such good results and their pen names are so similar to his, do you think he will have thoughts in his heart? No wonder as soon as Jiang Long's talent is mentioned, senior sister husband's reaction is so great. So it's envious and jealous? Su Mengyao had a look of sudden realization. Definitely. This guy hasn't written anything in 3 years. How could he not have a little idea in his mind? Gong Yi also analyzed. Since ancient times, the literati have been the most contemptuous of each other. Zhang Chen shouts all day long about writing heirloom masterpieces, and his heart is more prone to cynicism. Speaking here, she shook her head. Originally thought that this guy was uninspired all day long, and that wanting to be a writer was nothing more than just talk. But I didn't expect that the heart actually cared so much, to the point that he couldn't help but be jealous of others. What's the use of just being jealous of others? Su Jingchu bristled. Luo Wei. Jiang Chen is in this situation. You need to persuade him more as well. She looked at Su Lo. If you don't have a talent for writing, why must you still waste your time in that direction? I think we need to think of a way to make Jiang Chen completely recognize that he's actually not a piece of writing material at all, and with this time he might as well put more on Shenwei Entertainment. Upon hearing this, a trace of worry also appeared on Su Luowei's small face. Although Jiang Chen used to be lazy every day, his mentality had always been very good. He wasn't in a hurry, and he wouldn't deliberately disparage other people. Why is it so abnormal today? Is it really because of jealousy? Was it a gradual change of heart due to a momentary rush because he hadn't written anything in 3 years and he himself had made him the music director? Thinking of this, Su Luowei couldn't help but feel a little nervous in her heart. Jiang Chen wasn't without talent. He was just simply unsuited to writing. He writes great songs and is a strong singer. He's actually a genius. A musical genius, who just chose the wrong target. Such amazing talent should be placed in the field of music so that it doesn't get buried. If you continue to go deeper in the writing field, will it lead to a big change in mindset altogether? I'll ask him later. The meal drew to a close with the women gossiping. Sister Yi, did you come to Magic City this time just to participate in the activities of the Huaxia Literature Forum? As he was about to leave, Su Mengyao suddenly asked. She realized that she was attracted to this valiant senior sister and wanted to get closer to Gong Yi. Unexpectedly, Gong Yi shook her head. It's not all about participating. She rummaged through her own bag and pulled out a small compact notebook. I came to Magic City this time, and I also wanted to ask Luo Wei to help me find a musician. Her expression was a little haughty. The rights to my sister's novel have been eyed by an investor for adaptation into a drama. But when it comes to the drama's interludes, the investor said it would be better if there were songs that fit the book's romantic plot. So I wrote the lyrics to a song and tried to find the right musician to compose it and try it out. Su Luowei took the delicate notebook and found that Gong Yi had indeed written the lyrics. Parting love. The scent of coffee on the corner still smells like you. Our shadows, so long and drawn. Every step is heavy. Every step looks back. The lights of the city can't illuminate the confusion of the heart. It's obvious that this is a love song with a parting theme. Gong Yi's writing is also very good, so it's no wonder she was able to get a top ranking in the writing contest. Lovey, you know a lot of people. Can you help me find an awesome musician to arrange the song? Gong Yi took Su Luowei's hand and asked pleadingly. At those words, the box was suddenly quiet. A few women looked at me. I looked at you, and their expressions were suddenly all a bit strange. Awesome musicians. They seem to have seen one today. We were just trolling together. Chapter 55, Help Gong Yi compose a song? 5 minutes later, a few women walked out of the box, but found Jiang Chen was sitting alone on a stone bench in the courtyard, slightly tilting his head to look at the moon in the sky, a cigarette clamped in his hand, silent and silent, the smoke lingering. His back looked as if he was a bit lonely and depressed. The women all stopped in their tracks and looked at each other with some surprise in their eyes. In their impression, Jiang Chen had always been a cynical, go-with-the-flow scoundrel. It was the first time they had seen such a state full of depth and gravity. This guy, it's actually kind of pathetic. It must be hard to be a writer for 3 years and not have anything written in your heart. Usually it's just a matter of pretending not to care. Su Jingchu leisurely sighed and said. At that, the women nodded silently. The current Jiang Chen's back did look a little faintly sad. It was also the first time Su Luowei had seen Jiang Chen exude such a depressed state. With some heartache, she walked forward and slowly hugged Jiang Chen from behind, saying softly, Hubby, let's give up writing, okay? From now on we'll stay in Shenwei Entertainment and write songs well. I'll always be with you and we'll develop in the entertainment industry together. She didn't want Jiang Chen to have a hard time because of the writing thing anymore. And she didn't want Jiang Chen to be questioned by others because of the lack of writing talent thing. As long as Jiang Chen was willing to give up writing and write songs properly, with his talent, he would soon be famous in the music industry. No one will be able to question him again then. Jiang Chen froze for a moment. He had just taken a few steps in the courtyard and felt that his stomach was really propped up a bit, so he sat down to slow down for a while and smoked a cigarette in the meantime. But why was Neisan suddenly telling him this? Make him give up writing? Stay with Morning Vista Entertainment? Develop a career in the entertainment industry? The feeling of a faster heartbeat, a tingling scalp, and goosebumps rising all over his body instantly surged through his mind. Showbiz phobia is back. It's pretty much the limit for him to be the music director at the moment. Aha! Jiang Chen's forehead was sweating, and he turned around somewhat stiffly, his face full of puzzlement. Wife, I have no grudges against you. Why do you want to inflict harm on me? Jiang Chen. Su Luowei stood in place, looking at Jiang Chen with an exasperated sigh. because Jiang Chen not only broke free of her arm, he also pinched her cheeks hard. Woman, a strong melon isn't sweet. I advise you to die of this. This guy. Su Luowei's willow eyebrows rose. Clearly she was now talking to him seriously about writing. However, Jiang Chen had already resumed his seat on the stone bench and continued to look up at the sky in sorrow. Damn, my stomach is too full. I can't even walk if I want to. Next time I'll specify that I can't eat so full. In the courtyard, a few women looked at the angry foot-stomping Su Luowei, and the oil and salt-less Jiang Chen. This asshole doesn't know the slightest thing about empathizing with the woman behind the scenes. Sister Jing, Luowei wouldn't really be planning to let this guy compose music for me, right? At the door of the box, Gong Yi looked at Su Jingxu with disbelief. The group of people only left the box after Su Luowei had just said that they could get Jiang Chen to try out this song Parting Love. She thought it was a joke at first, but looking at the crowd's reaction it seemed otherwise, because not only Su Jingxu or Yin Shuoxin seemed to have no particular reaction to this matter. At this moment, she was still standing here, waiting for Su Luowei to talk to Jiang Chen about composing the song. It's true. Su Jingxu stroked her forehead helplessly and didn't know how to explain to Gong Yi about the fact that Jiang Chen could indeed write and sing songs. Is he okay? Gong Yi's eyes widened and her tone was full of questions. I thought to myself that my best friend Lovey must have been brainwashed by a man to think of having a jerk writer compose a song. Luowei, it's my sister's fault for not persuading you to run away from the marriage in the first place. Beside the stone bench, Su Luowei and Jiang Chen finally stepped into the main topic after fooling around for a few moments. Honey, there's something I want to ask you for. She took out the compact notebook and handed it to Jiang Chen. Yi's novel is ready to be adapted for a TV series, but it's still missing a suitable song. Husband, can you help her look at the lyrics for this and compose a tune? Jiang Chen froze. Composing a song? He glanced at Gong Yi, who was not far away, before taking the notebook. Parting Love. The scent of coffee on the corner still smells like you. Our shadows, so long and drawn. Every step is heavy. Every step looks back. The lights of the city can't illuminate the confusion of the heart. Su Luowei waited for Jiang Chen to finish reading and then explained the whole story to him. It turns out that Gong Yi's novel is going to be adapted by a TV series, and she wants to find a reliable musician to compose the music. But most of the musicians in the scene who make songs make the tunes before they write the lyrics. Instead, Gong Yi's approach was the complete opposite, composing the lyrics first and then hiring someone to compose the music, making it significantly more difficult. It's a song about falling in love and parting. I just looked at it. Gong Yi's lyrics are actually quite well written. If we can compose a suitable tune, the quality of the song should be good. Can you help Yi think of a way? Husband? Su Luowei helped Gong Yi with her words, big pretty eyes blinking with a hint of petulant pleading. She knew that the two had never been on good terms, and that composing for the lyrics was difficult, but Gong Yi was her best friend during college, so she still wanted to try if she could help. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, weighing the notebook in his hand. Although Gong Yi, the stupid woman, usually always with their own fault, but is the little NIZ college period best friend, or two people's wedding bridesmaid. Now that the little ninja was speaking specifically for her and asking for his help, it was not easy to push back himself. However, when he was about to agree, he raised his head but then realized that Gong Yi was muttering something to Su Jingxu with a suspicious look on her face. Sister Jing, this salty fish can really write songs? Has Lo been brainwashed by him? We can't just stand by and watch Lo fall into it. I had a hard time writing these lyrics. Can he read them? Su Jingxu had a difficult face and didn't know how to explain. Jiang Chen was a jerk, yes, but he was really good at writing songs. Today's songs alone had refreshed her 3 views several times, and now she was even more afraid to make random comments. Jiang Chen was furious when he saw that Gong Yi wanted to ask for his help and actually dared to cricket himself behind his back. I thought to myself, asterisk 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 you, Gong Yi, do you really think you can be arrogant just because you have a little girl to help you speak? He pretended to ponder for a long time under the gazes of several women, then patted the notebook on his hand. It's okay, but there are some parts of these lyrics that need to be modified. What is to be modified? Su Luowei asked. These could be the lyrics that Gong Yi had carefully written. Of course it's modified according to the melody. There are some not so well written lyrics that don't match the tune, so naturally they have to be removed, Jiang Chen said. At those words, all eyes looked towards Gong Yi. She wrote the lyrics, so of course it's better to ask her opinion first if you want to change them. Gong Yi was obviously a bit unhappy. Jiang Chen's not so well written lyrics had somewhat irritated her, and she had racked her brain for days to come up with these lyrics. The words and the mood were great and very close to the feeling she wanted. How dare Jiang Chen, a jerk of a writer who hasn't written a single book, say her lyrics aren't well written? Jiang Chen, these lyrics are all polished by my sister for a long time. Don't change them, she said with dissatisfaction. She was a bit older than both Su Luowei and Jiang Chen, and was perhaps a bit more honest in front of Yan Shuoxin and Su Jingchu. However, in front of Jiang Chen, it was directly referring to herself as a big sister. Don't worry, I'll only modify the unsuitable lyrics, and leave all the suitable ones for you, Jiang Chen said with a cold smile in his heart. Let Jiang Chen try. Seeing that Jiang Chen was willing to help, Su Luowei hurriedly reminded her. She knew Jiang Chen's songwriting ability and would definitely not mess around. Gong Yi, however, skimmed her mouth, thinking, stupid girlfriend, you are also too deep in it. Why always believe what this bastard said? She pulled Su Mengyao, trying to get everyone to follow suit and persuade her. However, she realized that everyone was actually nodding silently, as if they all wanted her to agree with Jiang Chen's statement. Even when she looked at senior sister Yen, she gently nodded her head, meaning that this matter was feasible. Gong Yi wasn't stupid. Seeing this scene, her heart immediately sensed something different. Could it be that Jiang Chen really know how to write songs? After hesitating for a long time, she finally nodded with approval and looked at Jiang Chen. Okay, then you can try it. Chapter 56 Clouds and Smoke Become Rain. I'll get my guitar from the car. Su Mengyao raised her hand very positively. She was most curious and wanted to see what kind of tune Jiang Chen would write. A group of women, also interested, took seats in the courtyard. Soon, Su Mengyao fetched the guitar from Yan Shuoxin's car. Jiang Chen took it and realized that this guitar was more compact and feminine compared to the one Su Luowei had given him, presumably for Yan Shuoxin's usual practice. Thump, 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 tested the pitch a couple times. Jiang Chen secretly nodded in his heart. Yan Tianho was really professional. The tuning of this guitar was spot on. On the side, Yan Shuoxin was expressionless as she watched Jiang Chen test his guitar. The guitar was indeed hers exclusively and hadn't been used by anyone but her. Jiang Chen was the first outsider. If it wasn't for those songs today, if it wasn't for that song Red Bean, she probably wouldn't have let Jiang Chen touch her guitar. But now she was also a bit curious about how Jiang Chen's musical talent really was. What kind of tune was he going to compose for Gong Yi? This time, the theme and lyrics were provided by Gong Yi on the spot, and it wasn't easy to write a good song. On the side, Gong Yi's gaze, on the other hand, remained somewhat skeptical. This guy, can he write songs or not? Don't be fooling yourself. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Chen finally finished testing the guitar and didn't let the crowd wait much longer. His fingers directly plucked the strings. The guitar melody with a light melancholy feeling suddenly flowed out slowly from his hands. This song, Parting Love by Yi Gong, is a song that focuses on sad partings. He had already thought about what kind of tune he would compose for. The 5 women at the scene, all silently savored the melody. This light melancholy feeling really fits those lyrics of Gong Yi. Afterward, Jiang Chen opened his mouth indifferently. Your good night is subconsciously compassionate. I stayed late into the night to cure my insomnia. The handwritten letter was left at the bottom of the suitcase. Too late to give meaning to the journey. A faintly husky voice, singing with a sense of parting sorrow, resounded in this small courtyard. All the women in the yard, however, all froze, because the lyrics Jiang Chen was singing at this moment didn't even match up with the ones on Gong Yi's notebook. What's going on? And they quickly realized that the few lyrics Jiang Chen had written were surprisingly of very good quality as well. The melody is ear-catching and melodic, with a faint sense of melancholy, matching words such as good night, insomnia, suitcase, journey and so on, with words like good night, insomnia, suitcase, and journey. The song directly expresses the feeling of impending parting. Gong Yi's eyes directly widened as she looked at Jiang Chen with disbelief. This guy, can he really write and sing songs? At this moment, Jiang Chen looked like a professional singer as he held his guitar and played. Is it still the impression of that asshole Jiang Chen who has nothing to do all day? If everything has turned to rain, can I turn into sludge? Once again, I'm staining you. If life is a passing movie, oh let me wake up in a sweet dream again. Jiang Chen's song continued to ring out. Instead, the women's faces grew progressively more grotesque. This was because Jiang Chen still hadn't adopted a single line of Gong Yi's lyrics up to this point in his singing. Did this guy accidentally forgot? What should we do? Should we remind him? Su Luowei's gaze was a little tangled, and she was hesitating whether or not to go forward. The chorus has arrived. How I want to see you again. Even if it's just a quick glance. A dimly lit silhouette under a streetlight. The longer you go, the longer the trail goes. Su Luowei froze. Everyone on the scene froze. Jiang Chen's melodic lyrics never fluctuate much, but they are sung directly with a knife-like sense of parting, accompanied by his somewhat raspy voice. It brought a special touch to everyone in the audience. How I want to see you again. Even if it's just a quick glance before I part. This is the longing of many parting lovers in their helplessness. But in real life, how many people or even a glance belongs to the luxury? Without realizing it, we've parted ways with many of them, never to meet again. The women listened attentively to Jiang Chen's song. no longer thinking of reminding Jiang Chen in their minds, nor did they want to do so. They wanted to keep listening. For some reason, the song was bland but really pleasant to listen to. Everyone has regrets in their youth, and there is someone they can never see again. And Jiang Chen sang the regret out. How I'd like to see you again. At least the joke's still on. Autumnal equinox of the street's first leaf fall. We're drifting away. Gong Yi completely froze. The plot scenes designed in her book constantly floating in her mind. The hero and heroine part under a streetlight. The girl turned around, unable to keep the tears from falling, but could only walk further and further away. The boy also stood frozen in place, silent for a long, long time. She realized that Jiang Chen's song was almost a perfect fit for her. Both the lyrics and the melody are perfect as an episode soundtrack. If everything has turned to rain, do I turn to sludge? Again, you're stained. If life is a passing movie, yes, that's what it feels like. This song is what she wants. Gong Yi's mouth was wide open, her face full of shock. On the side, Yan Shuoxin also took a deep breath and looked at Jiang Chen with a complicated expression. She had guessed Jiang Chen's thoughts at this point and knew why Jiang Chen would not adopt the lyrics on Gong Yi's book. But it was because of this that she was even more shocked in her mind, because trying to do that is only going to get harder. But Jiang Chen still did it. So, Gong Yi is finished. The station whistle blows. Misses your voice. We carry our past into the crowd, looking for a place to put myself. How I want to see you again. Even if it's just a quick glance. Jiang Chen's song gradually fell. 2 final flicks of the guitar strings ended his set. The courtyard was silent. All the women froze and stared at him. Jiang Chen didn't say anything either. And with a snap, he lit his cigarette, then looked at the sky in some silence, as if he was thinking about something, feeling something. In the middle of the day, Su Luowei was finally unable to hold back and went up to ask, "Hubby, why is it that none of the lyrics in your song are the same as the ones in Gong Yi's book?" Her eyes were filled with puzzlement. Hadn't she agreed to help compose Gong Yi's lyrics? How come the lyrics are different? Oh, Jiang Chen flicked his cigarette ash lightly. I've changed it all. Changed? Su Lo froze. Didn't I just say that I'll change the lyrics that aren't written very well? Jiang Chen explained indifferently. I read it, and there wasn't a single word written in that book that was good, so I deleted it all. Hear this. Only then did Su Luowei open her mouth wide and react for a long time before she finally understood what Jiang Chen meant. Originally, she had wondered why this guy was so nice today, actually directly agreeing to help Gong Yi write a song. Didn't realize it was waiting here. You're not revising. You're completely deleting all the lyrics that Gong Yi wrote and rewriting a new song. The corners of the crowd's mouths twitched as they cursed Jiang Chen in their hearts for being really bad, and then their gazes couldn't help but look towards Gong Yi. Jiang Chen's meaning is very clear. The lyrics written by Gong Yi are too bad, so they can't be used. They all have to be changed. Not a single word left. However, if this was done just to taunt Gong Yi, they wouldn't feel too bad for Jiang Chen. This guy clearly had other intentions, and that was to eat Gong Yi with this song. Trying to do that is not easy. Neither can we adopt Gong Yi's lyrics, but we also have to make the song appeal to Gong Yi, and we can only write a better one out, which will be much more difficult than composing a song to the lyrics. But Jiang Chen still did it. When Gong Yi felt the gazes of the crowd, her face suddenly blushed slightly. What does Jiang Chen mean by this? That all the lyrics she writes are crap? Jiang Chen, what do you mean? She gasped through clenched teeth. It doesn't mean anything. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Your lyrics are too poorly written, so you can only change them to this. If you're not satisfied you can find someone else to try again. Crickets behind my back and you want me to write a song? Don't look pretty and think pretty. Gong Yi wanted to say something else, but she realized that Jiang Chen had already lazily stood up and walked in the direction of the car. A few women looked at Jiang Chen's back and stood in the courtyard looking at each other. Jiang Chen's maneuver was completely out of their expectation. No one expected that he would use this way to teach Gong Yi a lesson. This guy, also too careful. Just because Gong Yi just muttered a few words behind his back, he intentionally deleted all of Yi Gong's lyrics and wrote a completely different song? After the crowd gradually figured out what happened, they all looked at Gong Yi with some sympathy. Think and know. Unless Gong Yi took the initiative to admit her mistake and compromise next, Jiang Chen would definitely not give this song for nothing. The fact that I just changed the entire lyrics of Yui Miyagi's song is a lesson learned. The lyrics aren't yours. The melody isn't yours. So the song has nothing to do with you. Come and beg if you want. Jiang Chen had already eaten this silly girl. They were sure that if Gong Yi dared to mutter to Jiang Chen's face again, she would never get this song in her life. And it's probably hard for Gong Yi to find other musicians even if she takes the lyrics with her. After all, after listening to Jiang Chen's song, I'm afraid I won't be satisfied with any other tunes. Unless one could find a musician in this world who was much better than Jiang Chen to write a tune that surpassed. But do such people really exist in the world? This was something that Yan Shuoxin might have been sure of in the past. But now, even she was a little unclear. 1. Fear 96. Chapter 57 Young Writers Exchange? The women guessed correctly. Jiang Chen was just so bad. He promised to write a song for Gong Yi, but he didn't intend to let Gong Yi get it so easily. If you want a song, you should have a better attitude. Honestly admit your mistake, and promise that you can't be arrogant in front of yourself in the future. Otherwise crickets old man while still wanting songs? There are such good things in the world. The evening breeze gently brushed the camphor trees in the yard, and the leaves touched each other, making a rustling sound. Gong Yi stood under the tree, her slightly curled hair blown up by the breeze, but her face was a shade of green and white. As smart as she was, she naturally understood Jiang Chen's meaning very quickly. This guy just does it on purpose. Want to compromise with him yourself? No way. She wanted to yell at Jiang Chen's back. Bastard. I don't want the lyrics you changed. However, the melody that was full of sadness and parting just now kept surfacing in his mind very indisputably. Jiang Chen's song is really good and fits her perfectly. The lyrics are different, but none of that seems to matter. The song, indeed, is what she wants. Su Luowei was at the side, also looking at her with a helpless face. The duel between Jiang Chen and Gong Yi is not the first or second time, and she does not know how to intervene. It was already hard enough to persuade Jiang Chen to write a song for Gong Yi. The rest can only rely on Gong Yi's own efforts. Several women stood in the courtyard for a while, and ultimately could only shake their heads in love. The song is in the hands of others, not using your words, not using your song. If you want a song, you have to keep your head down. They pulled Gong Yi and walked in the direction of the car together. There were 2 cars in total, and Su Mengyao happened to be all the way with Yan Shuoxin, so after she bid farewell to the crowd, she directly got into Yan Shuoxin's car. The other one was Jiang Chen and Su Luowei's nanny car. Su Jingchu was in charge of driving, and she naturally opened the driver's door and sat up. In a nanny car like this one, the 2 center seats are generally the most comfortable. Usually when Su Luowei and Jiang Chen went out together, they would sit here. However, at this moment, Su Luowei looked at Jiang Chen, who was lazily lying on the seat, and after hesitating for a moment, she directly opened the passenger door and sat on it as well. The matter between Jiang Chen and Gong Yi hadn't been resolved yet, and she intended to create an opportunity for Gong Yi to open her mouth appropriately. In the courtyard, only Gong Yi was left alone. She was also going to sit in Jiang Chen's car, but at this moment, she looked at Jiang Chen in the back seat, but she couldn't help but cross her arms, because Jiang Chen's posture was languidly reclining on the chair against the door, with both feet occupying the aisle. It wasn't good for her to get on the car at all. Hey, she was tempted to say, as she always did, in a loud voice, stinky salty, put your feet back, you're blocking your sister from getting on the bus. But when the words came out of his mouth, they couldn't help but turn into, Jiang Chen, can you put your feet back a bit? Gong Yi, are you mistaken? This isn't a kindergarten-bound car. We're going home. Jiang Chen's expression was strange when he saw Gong Yi. What's this woman doing in her car if she doesn't go to a hotel herself? Gong Yi sniffed and her delicate face involuntarily blushed slightly. She knew this was Jiang Chen mocking her for just getting lost. I've just made a deal with Lo that we haven't seen each other in a while and we have a lot to talk about, so we're going to sleep together for the next few days, she said through clenched teeth. Jiang Chen froze. You guys sleep together? What about me? How would I know? Gong Yi snorted coldly. Jiang Chen glanced toward Su Luowei with some doubt, but at this time, the little ninny was talking to Su Jingchu, so he could only helplessly tuck his feet inward and let Gong Yi get into the car. The car drove slowly, but the atmosphere in the car was a little weird. Su Luowei wanted Gong Yi to find an opportunity to initiate a conversation with Jiang Chen about the song. However, Gong Yi was originally an extremely facetious woman, and having her take the initiative to apologize to Jiang Chen was simply worse than killing her. Red-faced several times along the way, after fighting with Jiang Chen for 3 years straight, it was a bit humiliating and difficult to suddenly admit defeat and apologize, and open his mouth to beg. The car's backseat space was a bit silent the whole way. Of course Jiang Chen's side wasn't idle either. He suddenly remembered that his novel, it seems, has not been updated today. It's almost 8 p.m. Now, so we have to hurry. More than half an hour later, the car slowly stopped under the villa. Jiang Chen was the first one to get out of the car, and after greeting Su Luowei, he walked in the direction of the villa's gate without looking back. In the courtyard, Su Luowei looked at Jiang Chen having a hurried back, and was instantly somewhat helpless. Jiang Chen told her that he had to go to the studio to write something and might be busy until quite late. Could it be that? Has this guy still not given up on the writing thing since taking office? She remembered everyone's discussion at the dinner table today, and remembered the scene of Jiang Chen singing in the courtyard, and her heart became even more worried. Jiang Chen obviously possessed such a powerful talent for writing songs, but he was always obsessed with the whole writing thing, to the point that his mindset had shifted. She just wanted Jiang Chen to shift his focus to writing songs, but she always failed to get an understanding. How on earth can we get Jiang Chen to give up writing? Jiang Chen seems to be reluctant to give up writing at all. You know a lot of people in the writing world, do you have any good ideas? She looked to Gong Yi and said with some sorrow. Gong Yi is also a writer and knows more about the circle, so she might be able to do something about it. Gong Yi sniffed, but her gaze was complicated as she glanced in Jiang Chen's direction. Jiang Chen's performance today had given her too much shock. Who would have thought that the usually lazy asshole would write such a good song? And he even deleted all the lyrics he worked so hard to write. She gritted her teeth again in defiance at the thought. This guy obviously doesn't know how to write, and he keeps pushing through, with no self-awareness at all. I do have an idea. Can make him give up writing. What way? Su Lo asked. Gong Yi snorted coldly. Just make this guy realize that he really doesn't have any talent in the area of writing. After a while, it seems that this side of the Magic City is going to organize a national young writers exchange, so we'll bring him along to participate then as well. Sister, I'll arrange for some young and outstanding authors to have a good chat with Jiang Chen in advance, so that he'll realize the gap between himself and other authors, and naturally he'll be able to disabuse him of the idea of trying to stick to writing. She knows that the bar for a career as a writer isn't really that high. However, it is not easy to become a qualified writer. One of the biggest obstacles is persistence. Many people will encounter various difficulties in the process of writing and choose to give up. When Gong Yi first started writing novels, there was a time when she especially wanted to give up. Especially seeing girls younger than herself casually writing novels with better grades makes her skeptical. If it weren't for the help of some friends she met later in the day, there's no way she wouldn't have been able to hold out. So she also planned to do the same to Jiang Chen, letting him feel the perils of society. Writers exchange? Does this work? Sullyway froze for a moment. Of course. Gong Yi snorted coldly and pinched her cheek. That's because you're not a writer. That's why you don't have the ability to realize how talented these writers are nowadays. This Young Writers Exchange Conference invites all the literary high achievers who have graduated from major universities. To be honest, if it wasn't for the organizer's invitation, my sister, I kind of didn't want to go. Staying with that group of civilized and proud people of the sky is just a bit too much pressure. Jiang Chen in front of them? That's even more pressure. By then he'll definitely realize that he's still far from being a qualified writer if he wants to become one, and naturally he'll think about giving up. Okay, right. Su Luowei hesitated for a long time before she nodded. It's okay to try if it works. Chapter 58, Jiang Chen. Don't. You can't. Jiang Chen didn't know that he had been missed by a group of women, and returned to his studio, directly opening his computer. I haven't logged on to the WASL forum all day today to check the numbers. If Gong Yi hadn't suddenly mentioned it during dinner, he wouldn't have known that his book had taken first place on the popularity list. Realizing that only 4 days have passed since he released the book, the rate of increase is indeed a bit outrageous. Do women in this world not like to sleep in the middle of the night? When he clicked on the back end of the Writers Center, that's when he realized. The number of readers of all those years we blow the lights out together has risen to 390,000, while the number of people who have added it to their bookshelves is up to a whopping 140,000. He's been on all 4 lists of the writing contest, and he's been on the top one, especially the popularity list. In the morning, Blind Date goes to the wrong table. Bully's Vest Can't Be Hidden was still able to hold on to the number 1 position, but as soon as the lunch hour passed, it was pushed right off the top of the list by itself, and the gap between the 2 books' popularity values is still widening at the moment. Jiang Chen clicked on the homepage of Blind Date Goes to the Wrong Table. Overlord Vest Can't Hide and found that it was a female romance novel that had been updated for more than 40 days and was very popular. The pen name at first glance is that of Gong Yi, Gong Zhongiren. If we hadn't run into him, the book might have held the number 1 spot. But now can only be ravaged by him? For the next few moments, Jiang Chen didn't look at the data, but instead flipped up the comment section. The book is thoroughly up on all fronts, and it's almost a sure thing that it will explode. He had just even been on Weibo, and saw a hot search related to this book, sharing horror romance novels in the middle of the night. Can you still have such a best friend? He couldn't help but be a bit speechless in his heart. The ladies of this world really seem to have found a special way to open this book. The comment section is still full of curses. As the word count of the update increased, though, so did the number of favorable reviews, many of them related to the content of the book. There were a lot of people who actually took it seriously after realizing that it was actually a grave-robbing stream novel that they had never read before. There was even a heated discussion about the plot in the comments section. All in all, it's a total hodgepodge of readership for this book right now. Some are normal female readers who come in through the contest entrance. Some of them are just eaters who run from social media sites to see what's going on. Others are superbly wrong seeds who have been tricked into experiencing a horror romance novel by their best friend. Judging by the swath of cursing in the comments section, the last type of reader seems to have the highest percentage. Jiang Chen could only shake his head speechlessly at this. He guessed that his book would never be obscure, but he didn't expect it to be so weird and bizarre. If this keeps up, won't he become the public enemy of women all over the internet? This nifty. It won't be dangerous to go out from now on, will it? Just as he sighed and wanted to close the website and continue to start today's coding task, he realized that in the background of his account, he received a text message. The message was from the forum official, and when you clicked on it, it was a picture-style invitation. Dear Jiang Lang Talent, hello, thank you for your support of this women's literature writing competition. As your entry those years, We Blow the Lights Together has achieved very excellent results in the contest. You are especially invited to participate in the live broadcasting event 3 days later, when a reporter will conduct an interview. Live streaming the event? Jiang Chen didn't even think about it and directly clicked no. Are you kidding? How come there are always unruly people who want to harm me? There are now hundreds of thousands of ladies on the internet who can't sleep at night after reading his books and want to rip him apart immediately. If he went to a live event under such circumstances, in case he was recognized, he would not be knifed alive by these female readers on the spot. Other than that, in the future, the family will probably simply not be able to finish unpacking the razor blade delivery alone that comes in the mail every day. It's a good thing that the only information he has registered on the site right now is a pen name. None of his real identity information has been uploaded. Now in this situation, he felt it was better to play it safe and never announce his true identity. He didn't need to make money from his writing for a while anyway, and as long as he didn't sign a contract or attend a live event, no one would recognize him for who he really was. As for copyright, as long as the novels are published on the Huaxia Literature Forum website, the copyright issue doesn't have to be much of a concern. After all, it's a semi-official platform, and the copyright aspect is very well protected. The thought settled him. Close the site, open the document, and begin to continue coding. 11:30 at night. It was only then that Zhang Qinnan dragged her somewhat tired body back home. Jiang Lang is such an asshole. It's past 11 and I can't believe he's not updating. It caused her to wait at the office until after 11 o'clock, and she was finally a little disheartened before she left work and went home. She sighed and was about to rest on the couch for a while when her cell phone in her bag suddenly rang. It was her assistant calling. She had just pressed the answer button when her assistant's excited voice came on the other end of the line. Sister Nan, the jungle is updated. What? Zhang Qinnan immediately sat up straight from the sofa. He updated? How many words were updated? 60,000 words. 2. The young assistant said. The word count for those were the years we blow the lights out is now up to 247,000. At those words, Zhang Qinnan froze for a moment, her eyes widening in some disbelief. 60,000 again? She thought that Jiang Longcai's burst of updates a few days ago had depleted the stock of manuscripts, but she didn't expect to see another surge of 60,000 words of updates today. This guy, how many articles does he have in his hand? Did he leave a message for his readers after the update? Zhang Qinnan suddenly asked. She wondered why Django was updating so late today. Just a moment, I'll take a look. The young assistant's voice paused, and after a moment, she continued. Yes, he said. Her voice suddenly became a little odd. He said, sorry, he went out to work during the day and just got back now. At those words, Zhang Qinnan froze for a moment. What the hell? Going to work? You have to work during the day? Doesn't he work full-time? How does this guy manage to work and still update a steady 60,000 words a day? Is he a tentacle monster? Zhang Qinnan was filled with shock. However, now doesn't seem to be the time to dwell on that. She commanded in a slightly agitated tone. Immediately notify your colleagues in the technical department on the night shift to make some material out of it and start promoting those years we blow the lights together across all channels. This book, it's going to be fire. Yes, the little assistant agreed in a hurry. Right, about to hang up the phone, Zhang Qinnan remembered something and asked, did he reply to the invitation to the live event that he sent to Jiang Lang Talent this morning? Back to, the little assistant's voice, however, was a little hesitant, but he refused and said, boys must learn to protect themselves when they go out. What? Zhang Qinnan was dumbfounded. What kind of refusal is that? Ding dong. That night, I don't know how many girls' cell phones suddenly popped up with a message. Your subscription to Those Were the Years We Blow the Lights Out Together has been updated. Click here to read it. Gong Yi was in her room packing her bags. By now she was out of the shower and wearing a slightly loose silk robe. The curves of her beautiful body and her white, soft skin were hidden, but she didn't care. She was the only one in the room anyway. Tonight she decided not to sleep in the same room as Su Luowei after a long time of agonizing. It wasn't that she was worried that Zhang Chen didn't have a place to sleep, but she really didn't want to sleep in the spot where salty fish had once laid down. Smack! especially after Jiang Chen deliberately deleted her lyrics. This feeling of dislike became even heavier. Asshole. Django was updated again. As she took her laptop out of her suitcase and set it on the table, the message from the Women Writers chat group in the lower right corner suddenly blinked on. This group is a spontaneous chat group set up by all the participating female authors, who usually talk about anything and everything from all over the world. But ever since JLT started posting books, the main topic of conversation in the group seems to be how to crusade against this asshole JLT. As expected, there were hundreds of chats in the group at this point. Another 60,000 words. This asshole. He's deliberately stuck updating in the wee hours of the morning. It must be on purpose. Updating at this time of day could scare more ladies. It's so hateful. And I don't know how many more girls won't be able to sleep tonight. We've been complaining for so long. What did the organizers say on their end? There's no effect at all. I just saw that the front page of the Huaxia Literature Forum are replaced with the cover page of this book. Damn it. Not only are they not dealing with it, they're even starting to help publicize it. The organizers are also a bunch of assholes. They even lied to us that they were also victims. I think they are enjoying themselves now. Alas, it can't be helped. Who made the book fire? And the organizers want to rub people's nose in it. No more fire. This is a matter of principle. This John Lang talent has a bad heart, clowning around and scaring hundreds of thousands of girls. We can't let him off like this. Guys, I have an idea. My sister is the president of the Magic City Women's Writers Association, and this is something that I've already told her about. She replied to me that in 3 days, we can launch a complaint against Jiang Langji on the internet in the name of the Women Writers Association to safeguard the rights and interests of female readers in general. This guy has offended so many female readers. There's bound to be a lot of people who will be on our side when the time comes. Support! We must do justice to so many sleepless female readers. As long as there are enough complaints, even the organizers won't dare to deliberately favor him anymore. Yes, John Lang is not writing a book properly, but even using this kind of crooked means to gain eyeballs and traffic. It's totally provoking all of us female writers. I think we can also challenge Django to take the book off the shelves if he loses. If he's afraid to respond, it means he's weak-minded, and we're going to take the book off the shelves regarding him. 2. It's been a long time coming for everyone. The female authors in the group were in a group discussion about how to deal with the jungle. There is something really nasty about this asshole's behavior. Not only does it cause distress for many of our female readers, but it also makes many of them sleep less soundly at night. After all, by that book, The Lights We Blow Together, they basically couldn't hold back their curiosity and flipped through. So much so that female authors, who would have loved to code at night, couldn't find any form for days on end, always feeling a pair of glasses staring eerily at them from behind. And since those were the years We Blow Out the Lights caught fire, there's not a lot of people reading the hegemonic romance stories they write. This guy, he's everyone's public enemy. Gotta stick together and teach this asshole a lesson. Gong Yi also nodded with great approval after looking through the chat logs. She would have loved to teach this jungle a lesson if it were possible. And her eyes rolled, now that her book was at the number 2 spot on the popularity list. If John Lang Jie, a tomb raiding novel that played on the wrong side of the law, was taken off the shelves, wouldn't her novel be number 1? And it's really time for this asshole to be fixed. Thinking about it, she sent a message to the group as well. Izzy in the palace, this sister also supports it. By the time Jiang Chen came out of the studio, the time had already passed 12. Gong Yi was finally a bit self-aware and didn't hog his bed. Little Neisan was perhaps a bit tired, and after taking a bath, she directly laid down in the bed and fell asleep. Jiang Chen gently got into bed and hugged the little ninja from behind. Originally he still wanted to chat with the little ninja about having a doll, but seeing this tired state of the little ninja, he didn't open his mouth. At this time, however, the little ninny subconsciously turned around and snuggled into his arms, her little mouth murmuring dreamily, "Jiang Chen, don't, you can't." The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth twitched, and his expression stiffened directly on his face. What the hell? Who are you saying can't? Fear 96. Chapter 59, Su Mengyao's Plea. The next day was still sunny. The sun climbed halfway up the sky and the morning fall breeze was both cool and soothing. When Jiang Chen woke up from his bed, Su Luowei had already left the house early with Su Jingchu. Looking at the empty spot on the side, Jiang Chen scratched his head. Perhaps because yesterday's protests had paid off, Nikki didn't wake him up early today, but went to the office herself first. Originally, he wanted to find a chance to ask Su Luowei about her opinion on having a baby, but he didn't find a chance. Guess we'll just have to find time to ask afterward. There's a lot more to come for Sulliway. Yesterday was just a simple studio recording of a demo of the song, and later on, not only did we have to arrange the arrangement for Wind Up, but we also had to re-record a version that could be officially released. The process would last for several days, so Sulliway would be busy all this time. Jiang Chen sat on his bed and thought about it, realizing that he didn't seem to have much to do today. There was already a plan in place to deal with Tipping City Entertainment, but as long as it was done in a step-by-step manner, it would ensure the peaceful development of Chenwei Entertainment. However, how to completely solve the rivalry of Tilting City Entertainment was a thought that needed to be made. 100-footed insect dies but never falls down. Although Qingcheng Entertainment was not big, it was definitely not small either. And if one wanted to completely eliminate this entertainment company, one would definitely need some more thorough means. At that thought, he yawned and walked out the bedroom door. Quiet and elegant cafe. Two imposing women sat together at a window table on the second floor. Downstairs, someone was playing beautiful piano music. Perhaps it was due to the fact that it had already arrived at work time. There weren't too many people in the cafe. Otherwise there would definitely be someone who would have realized that the two women sitting here by the window were both singing divas with the highest status in the singing world today. In the entertainment industry, it takes a lot more than hard singing prowess to earn the title of diva. Popularity, connections, works, qualifications, and even face value. Every aspect needs to stand at the top of the entertainment industry to qualify for this title. The two in front of them, one was Yan Shuixin, the newest diva in the singing world this year, and the other was the veteran diva who had already been in the singing world for more than a decade, Wang Lin. Both of them are singing diva-level characters, and I never thought that they would make an appointment to meet in this cafe so early in the morning today. Shui Xin, how about you stop meddling in the affairs of Chenwei Entertainment? Wang Lin gently shook the spoon in her hand, looked at Yan Shuixin and said, on the side of Qingcheng Entertainment, they don't want you to meddle in this matter anymore. You should know that Luo Wei is my senior sister. Yan Shuixin's face could not be seen as she said indifferently, of course I know, but you can't help much, can you? Wang Lin smiled slightly. Chenwei Entertainment can't fight against Qingcheng Entertainment no matter what. Why do you need to get involved? Why don't you just let it go and give me face? Yan Shuixin furrowed her brows slightly, seeming somewhat puzzled. With your status, when were you willing to speak for Qingcheng Entertainment? When she received a call from Wang Lin this morning, she was also vaguely shocked and incomprehensible. With Wang Lin's seniority in the entertainment industry, even she has to call out a teacher in private. I didn't expect Qingcheng Entertainment to invite her out. Don't worry, I'm just stepping in to help Tilting City Entertainment with a word. It doesn't matter if you don't agree. Wang Lin shook her head, elegantly picking up the coffee in front of her and taking a sip. A few years ago, once I owed them a favor. If you promise, today I'll count it as repaying this favor. At those words, Yan Shuixin did not relax at all, but instead her brows became even more furrowed. Although Wang Lin spoke lightly, she knew that at the other party's level of seniority, casually saying a word in the entertainment industry, there were tons of people who would compete to give face. If she didn't agree to Wang Lin's request today, it might not seem like much, but in fact, it had already been considered dismissing the other party's face and offending them. For that, she could care less. But Chenwei Entertainment was different. Wang Lin hadn't returned the favor of Qingcheng Entertainment this time, so would she directly target Chenwei Entertainment next time? Chenwei Entertainment was currently in a time of internal and external troubles, and it was already difficult just to deal with the deliberate targeting of Pouring City Entertainment. And if they added Wang Lin, a veteran diva, to the mix, that's almost no flip-flop. Of course, I'm not unreasonable. Wang Lin also seemed to see Yan Shuixin's difficulty inside as she continued. I know that this matter will be very difficult for you, so if you have any requests, I can also promise you, I could get those old guys to step up and write a song just for you. You just got the title of diva this year and are in need of a good song to establish your position. You know, my songs are basically written by those old guys. The songs they write are of guaranteed quality, and I don't think you can hire these guys yet with your current connections, right? Why don't you just think of it as making a deal with me? How about that? She smiled and looked at Yan Shuixin. At that, Yan Shuixin was frozen for a moment. She didn't expect that Wang Lin actually made such a request. The few old-timers in the music industry that Wang Lin had mentioned had indeed written very powerful songs, and some of them had even retired from the music industry, and it was almost unlikely that singers in the entertainment industry would want to get songs from them. As it turns out, Wang Lin was confident that she could convince herself of the bottom line, is a good song that can establish a diva position. Words to write a song. A figure suddenly surfaced in her mind. Isn't that what this guy does best? Can he fix this? And the paper covered in creases. No surprise. Reddit. Should just be a good song. She was silent for a long time. Her mind kept quiet in thought. Wang Lin also didn't say anything, patiently waiting for her reply. She believed that the conditions she gave were tempting enough, and she also believed that the other party would definitely choose to compromise in the end. A few more minutes passed. Yan Shuixin suddenly took a deep breath, but shook her head, making a decision with a helpless look in her eyes. Sister Lin, why don't Let's make a bet. Wang Lin didn't expect Yan Shuoxin to suddenly talk about this and looked at her suspiciously. What's the bet? I'll take you to meet someone, and if nothing else, I should have no problem asking him to write a great song. Yan Shuoxin looked at her. If he can also write songs that don't lose out to those old guys, I hope that today's matter can just be put to rest, and I also ask you to follow up by not targeting Chunwei Entertainment anymore. Oh, Wang Lin suddenly became interested. Which old man did you invite? Yan Shuoxin shook her head, the look in her eyes somewhat complicated. He's not an old man. He's just a young man, only 24 years old this year. Wang Lin froze, then looked at Yan Shuoxin with some disbelief. A 24-year-old writing songs that don't lose out to those old guys? Is it possible? Then what if he can't write it? Wang Lin shook her head and smiled, clearly not believing Yan Shuoxin when she spoke. Then I'll agree to your request and stop meddling in the affairs of Chunwei Entertainment. Yan Shuoxin took a deep breath. It was the best choice she could make after much deliberation. In any case, no matter what, Wang Lin couldn't be allowed to stand against Chunwei Entertainment. The veteran diva was well aware of how influential she was. With just one word from the other party, Chunwei Entertainment would risk being left out in the cold by the entire entertainment industry. In this circle, there are too many people who want to sell Wang Lin's diva face. If Jiang Chen can't do it either, then she could only temporarily give up meddling in Chunwei Entertainment's affairs in exchange for Wang Lin's non-interference. Okay, it's a deal. Wang Lin raised the coffee in her hand and said softly, Villa. When Jiang Chen walked to the stairway, he realized that the sound of two women conversing was actually faintly coming from downstairs. Sister, why hasn't he gotten up yet? Senior brother-in-law? How should I know? Isn't it normal for that guy to sleep in? But it's almost 11 o'clock. You've said that 3 times already. If you need to see him about something, just go upstairs and yell for him. I'm not going. Jiang Chen was a bit puzzled as he headed downstairs. He knew about Gong Yi staying at the house last night, but that little girl Su Mengyao, how come she also appeared in the villa in the morning? When he appeared in the living room in his home casual clothes with a lazy pace, he really saw 2 women sitting on the sofa in the living room. Gong Yi was still dressed in a sexy royalty outfit, and was sitting on the sofa holding her laptop to code words. Seeing his figure, he directly snorted coldly and shifted his gaze to the other side. Apparently, the woman was still mad at him about things, but it was already a lot more honest than the usual mocking attitude when they met. Otherwise at this time it is estimated to have begun to sneer. Yo, this is not a salted fish in the river? How not to sleep until the night and then get up, so you can continue the next day's share of sleep together. Su Mengyao, on the other hand, sat up straight and seemed to be holding a cup of water. However, Jiang Chen realized that there was no water in the little girl's cup at all, because not only did she not make any movement to swallow, but her eyes were also surreptitiously glancing in her direction through the rim of her cup every now and then. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. What is this stupid girl up to again? On the dining table, Su Luowei had already prepared breakfast. He deliberately ignored Su Mengyao and directly took a seat on the dining table and began to enjoy his breakfast. After 2 minutes, Su Mengyao suddenly stood up from the sofa and walked towards his direction with a cup in her hand. Yoo-hoo, it's sinking in and you're planning a straight showdown? Jiang Chen laughed in his heart, pretending not to see it as he continued to eat his breakfast. He wanted to see what the little girl was planning to do. What he was a little surprised by, though, was this. Su Mengyao actually didn't speak to him, instead carrying her cup and passing directly by him, only when he passed the table, obviously with his face facing straight ahead. A pair of eyes glanced over to sneak a peek at him. There was a drinking fountain in the position behind Jiang Chen, and the little girl pretended to be in the position of the drinking fountain, catching a cup of water, standing up again, and slowly drinking the water. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes in his heart. This stupid woman was so blatantly peeking at herself. She really thought she couldn't find out at all? He took a sip of his milk without a good grace, still intent on pretending he didn't see the stupid girl, and buried his head to continue eating his breakfast. However, after only a few moments, he realized that the light in front of him seemed to be blocked for a moment. Puzzled, he looked up. However, he realized that Su Mengyao had run to the spot in front of his dining table to drink water at some unknown time. After 2 sips, there was a deliberate cough, as if he was afraid he wouldn't notice. Jiang Chen was finally a bit speechless as he put down his chopsticks. Xiao Su, is there something you want to find me? Who knew that Su Mengyao shook her head, not admitting it at all, her expression innocent. Nope, I'm just standing here drinking water. The air is good here. Jiang Chen thought to himself, you're pretending to be too fake. If you don't have anything to find me today, I'll eat all the bowl in front of me. He didn't bother to rub it in with this little girl and directly waved his hand nonchalantly. Then get out of the way. Don't stand here scaring all the fresh air out of me. I'll die if I don't get fresh air in the morning. Su Mengyao stared at the words, then stomped her foot, looking as if she was a bit angry. She grunted heavily. carrying her cup and huffing in the direction of Gong Yi. Oh, small sample. Jiang Chen sneered, shooing away the little silly girl. He then slowly continued to gather the bread in front of him. After breakfast, as per usual, he planned to lie leisurely on the roof for a while and take a nap before going to the office. But just as he was just slumping in his chair, it was also discovered that Su Mengyao's figure had also appeared on the balcony at some unknown time. Still holding her glass, she pretended to be looking out over the balcony. Then little by little, he moved himself around and finally blocked himself from the sun. Jiang Chen was really a bit speechless. What the hell is this stupid girl up to? He simply pretended not to see it and closed his eyes. However, it was soon realized that something seemed wrong, as it suddenly darkened in front of them, as if someone was blocking the sunlight. He snapped his eyes open, only to find Su Mengyao's body coming up to his face at some unknown time. It seemed to be trying to observe if he was really sleeping. When his eyes snapped open, she then stood up in a bit of a panic as if she had been caught red-handed doing something bad and forced an explanation with her hands behind her back. It seems like a mosquito just flew past and I was trying to help you chase it away. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. Where are the mosquitoes in the middle of the day? Why don't you make up a decent excuse? He said somewhat in a bad mood. Su Mengyao, if you're fine, hurry back to school and don't always hang around in front of my eyes. There's nothing wrong with me. I just thought the sunlight here was nice and wanted to come up for a walk. Su Mengyao's eyes rolled twice, still refusing to admit it. Jiang Chen was on the verge of laughing at this stupid girl. He yawned and said indifferently, really, it occurs to me that I seem to be allergic to sunlight, so I'd better go back to my room and sleep. With that, he stood up, intending to head in the direction of the room. Seifu. Seeing this, Su Mengyao was in a hurry and hastily pulled on his sleeve. This asshole senior brother-in-law. It's 11 o'clock. I've only just woken up, and I can't believe I'm thinking of going back to bed after breakfast. What kind of lazy person is that? But she came early this morning and waited until now. If Jiang Chen went back to sleep again, how long would she have to wait? She looked toward Jiang Chen, a pleading look on her small face. Oh, finally pressed it. Jiang Chen snorted coldly and resumed his chair with an expressionless face. 5 more minutes, tops. Su Mengyao stood on the side with a pitiful expression, her 2 fingers very tangled in front of her body pointing at each other. Jiang Chen didn't say anything either, lazily lying on the chair. Anyway, he'd figured out that as soon as the 5 minutes were up he'd go straight to his room and go to bed. No more dilly-dallying with this stupid girl. Su Mengyao stammered for a long time before she swallowed and opened her mouth. Master, sister, husband. Will you write me a song too? Chapter 60, The Materia Medica. Jiang Chen was on the verge of laughing. He knew the silly girl was here for the song. Xiao Su, aren't you still studying at school? It's not like you've officially debuted. What's the rush for a song? He waved his hand. Although this little girl also wanted to ask him to write a song yesterday, she didn't seem to be as eager as today. Su Mengyao stammered and said with an aggrieved face, in a few days, our school's 80th anniversary party, our class is going to rehearse a program. There will be many leaders who will come to see it. The class next door is also rehearsing a program. In order to win the ranking, they actually invited their own senior sister over, who has been in the business for several years and is very popular. I've also asked senior sister Yen, but she seems to be a judge. Sister Luo Wei hasn't had much time lately either. The little girl spoke in a broken voice, but Jiang Chen still understood. In short, it was Su Mengyao's class that wanted to line up a program to get a place at the school gala. But the next class doesn't talk about martial arts, and actually parachuted in a debutante big sister straight away. In that case Su Mengyao's class was not confident that it could take the ranking. After turning to Su Luowei and Yen Shuixin both to no avail, the little girl finally had to find herself. Is it the 80th anniversary of the Magic City Conservatory of Music? Jiang Chen pondered for a moment. If he remembered correctly, this year seemed to be quite special. The 60th anniversary of the lifting of the nation's pomp and circumstance seems to be this year as well. Magic City Conservatory of Music is worthy of being one of the oldest conservatories in the country, and the history of its establishment is surprisingly 20 years earlier than the day it was founded by Shangshi. With the 2 dates running into each other, it's no wonder that so many leaders will be visiting this 80th year school anniversary. And he also knew that this Magic City Music Academy that Su Luowei graduated from had a great influence in the Chinese music industry, and many of the teachers inside were famous music professors in China. Nikki's teacher was one of them. Su Mengyao would undoubtedly gain the extra attention of many leaders and old professors if she could take a place at this 80th year school celebration party. No wonder the little girl took it so seriously and came to the house early in the morning to beg him to write a song. However, Jiang Chen pulled out his ears, still not very interested. I haven't had much inspiration lately to write songs. Are you kidding? His songs aren't like cabbages. You can have them if you want them. Everyone else who takes a song is going to have to change their contract. Who are you, Su Mengyao, to take the song? Just because you're Su Lo's little sister? Seifu, I'm also willing to sign a trainee base contract, so just write one for me, okay? Su Mengyao bit her lip and ran to Jiang Chen's side, gently shaking his arm and pampering him. She had promised her classmates that she would figure it out today. If you don't get a new song, how will you establish yourself as a big sister then? No. Jiang Chen still refused with an expressionless face. Su Mengyao hadn't officially made her debut yet, and with her relationship with little Nasan, the contract she signed didn't even count. By then, not only would his song be gone, but the little girl might even be scooped up by another company at a high price. Wouldn't he have lost his wife and his army then? Humph. Su Mengyao gritted her teeth and stood up with a huff. If you don't write for me, I'll follow you all the way, eat after you, drink after you, and sleep after you. Oh, I'm going to go to the bathroom then. Jiang Chen yawned and headed directly in the direction of the restroom. However, Su Mengyao seemed as if she had made up her mind and kept following behind him. Even if he closed the restroom door behind her, she'd still have to cover her nose and stay outside the door. For crying out loud, elder brother-in-law, I won't give up, just count on staying inside for an hour. I'll keep waiting. Jiang Chen stayed in the restroom for a long time, and half the time he didn't have any urge to urinate, so he couldn't help but sigh in a dark leisurely manner. It's kinda awkward to go to the bathroom with a pretty woman guarding the door, as if someone is deliberately eavesdropping outside. If he let this little silly girl keep following him, how could he still be dashing today? 2 minutes later, seeing that Su Mengyao at the door didn't seem to have left, the corners of Jiang Chen's mouth twitched, and he opened the door somewhat angrily, intending to give this silly girl a little lesson. Is it true that as long as I help you get the party ranking, I won't bother me anymore? Su Mengyao thought that Jiang Chen had compromised, so she hastily nodded her head as her eyes lit up. Senior brother-in-law, I wouldn't have come to you if I had any other way, so just help me. Jiang Chen sneered in his heart. I can help you, but writing you a song won't work for a while, at least not until after your official debut. He pretended to sigh and said, Ha? Su Mengyao froze for a moment. How else are you going to help us get a ranking if you don't write songs? It's not that simple. I'll just come up with a program for you guys that you don't have to sing to get a ranking. Su Mengyao was a bit puzzled. You don't have to sing to get a ranking. There's a show like that? How many people are you going to arrange to be on this program of yours? Jiang Chen asked, counting me. There are a total of 8. All girls. We were going to form a girl group and rehearse a singing and dancing program. Su Mengyao broke her fingers. Jiang Chen nodded, a very bad idea slowly surfacing in his mind. You girls, I assume you all have a foundation in dance? Yes. Can you do calisthenics? Also, skip a little too. Well, good. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. I just happened to remember a program where calisthenics with music jumped out at me. If you guys want to take places at the school gala, you could try this. Calisthenics? Su Mengyao mouth opened wide when she heard this. Master's sister husband, are you sure? What kind of person performs calisthenics on a party program? Wouldn't that be weird? Sure. Jiang Chen nodded, then turned around and from the room, fetched the computer. When he was idle and bored, he happened to have recorded the tune of Materia Medica in his computer, and he didn't expect it to come in handy at this time. Su Mengyao followed behind him, her expression still entangled in doubt and disbelief. Aerobics at the school gala? Will it really work? Teacher, what's the name of the calisthenics you're talking about? Sifu? Most of the calisthenics she's done. She always thought it would be weird to do calisthenics on stage. Is this really not going to be a joke? Shuttlecock drill. Ever heard of it? Jiang Chen's faint voice came from the room. Nope, never heard of it. Su Mengyao thought for a moment, then shook her head somewhat blankly. Oh, that's a relief. Su Mengyao froze, full of doubts as she was about to ask something. Soon, though, a light melody was blaring from the computer. If Hua Tuo were to live again, all the foreigners have been cured. Chapter 61. You don't understand the intricacies of shuttlecock ing. Su Mengyao's expression gradually froze. This is a new song by your senior's husband? Both men in the room stood quietly, with only the stereo by the computer blaring music over and over. 2 minutes later, the song, is it satisfactory? Jiang Chen asked indifferently. Full, satisfied. It took Su Mengyao a long time to come back to her senses, and then she looked at Jiang Chen with starry eyes. Seifu, are you going to bring this song to us? Of course not. Jiang Chen, however, shook his head. This is just background music. You guys just need to take care of the calisthenics. Ah, calisthenics again. Su Mengyao immediately showed a flash of disappointment. This calisthenics move is simple. I'll show you. Jiang Chen ignored Su Mengyao's expression and led her towards the balcony. Oh, the hole has been dug, and you still want to run? He set the computer on the balcony table, then pressed play on the music again. This calisthenics is just a few moves. Watch it. First one, the shuttlecock move. Touch your right ankle with your left hand and your left ankle with your right hand. Su Mengyao blinked her big eyes and watched Jiang Chen's movements very carefully. She realized that the calisthenics looked a little strange, but with this fast-paced music, it seemed to have a rhythm to it. It's like dancing. Second action. Lift your leg back and touch your ankle too. Jiang Chen once again changed his movements, still very rhythmic. Su Mengyao herself had a foundation in dance, and seeing the hunt, she felt that all these movements were very simple, so she quickly followed along. She had a good foundation in dance and learned it in just a couple of looks. Third move, touch the back foot. Jiang Chen continued. For the fourth maneuver, raise the right and left leg and touch the knee. 2 minutes later, Jiang Chen paused. How's it going? Did you learn? Is this calisthenics just these 4 movements? Su Mengyao asked with wide eyes and curiosity. What? It's not enough? Jiang Chen nodded and smiled. Enough is enough, Su Mengyao said hurriedly, her eyes somewhat incredulous. After some practice just now, she realized that although these 4 movements were simple, they danced beautifully, with rhyming and rhythmic movements. It's really quite a bandwagon with that musical melody from Sifu. She could imagine how eye-catching the picture would be if at the party, all 8 of them girls were on stage together neatly dancing this shuttlecock drill. This master's brother-in-law. It seems he has invented an awesome calisthenics. A meaningful smile flickered across Jiang Chen's eyes. If that's enough, get back to practicing. Remember, you have to practice at least 8 hours or more every day. Otherwise it will be hard to get a place in the varsity competition. Good. Su Mengyao nodded stupidly. But soon there were some concerns. But, would it be a bit too monotonous to just dance these few maneuvers? And can we really take the rankings? Don't worry. Jiang Chen waved his hand. These few moves coupled with this song, as long as you guys practice diligently, it's no problem at all to help you get a ranking. With that, he pointed to the audio file on his computer. It was only then that Su Mengyao realized the name of the song on the screen, Materia Medica. Her eyes lit up for a moment, and she suddenly remembered that this senior brother-in-law of hers not only wrote great songs, but also had great singing skills. So she hurriedly said, "Senior sister husband, why don't you come and help us then too? We'll dance calisthenics and you'll sing." What a great stage effect that would be. Jiang Chen had long wanted to get rid of the little girl and snubbed her. We'll see, if you guys can get these moves down in the meantime, I'll make one appearance. But, he was deliberately irritating. These movements look simple, but it's actually quite difficult to practice them well. You are dancing in unison, so it's very important to have a sense of power and neatness in your movements. It's hard to do if you can't keep training for more than 8 hours a day. Can you guys really do it? Su Mengyao immediately grunted. Of course. You're also looking down on us too much. We've all danced before. Practicing 8 hours a day is nothing at all. This shuttlecock drill, the movements are so simple. We won't get tired even if we practice from morning to night. She waved her fist, confident. Good. Then get practicing. I'll be checking on your results from time to time. If I find you guys slacking off, then this is a favor I'm not going to do. Seeing Su Mengyao take the bait, Jiang Chen smiled faintly and waved his hand, saying, "All right, senior brother-in-law, don't worry. I promise to practice for more than 8 hours every day. I won't let you down." Su Mengyao nodded her head vigorously. Looking at the silly girl twisting her small waist, full of energy, she left her back. Jiang Chen laughed in his heart, then gradually slumped down on the chair. Twist it, 2 more days and you won't be able to twist it. Shuttlecock drills, 8 hours a day? Lu Qinghong didn't even dare to say such things. Oh, little silly girl, you'll soon realize just how complicated the world of calisthenics can be. Morning Vista Entertainment, Artist Lounge. Due to Jiang Chen stopping all the artists' notices, all the artists of Chenwei Entertainment didn't go out today and all gathered here. Did Director Jiang come to work today? Not yet. It seems. It's almost noon. Why isn't he here yet? It was Chu Youfei who was bullied by Qingqing Entertainment, not us. So what gives him the right to stop our announcements? What should we do? We can't just keep waiting around like this, can we? Alas, I heard that our announcements were stopped. Probably because Director Jiang wanted to help Chu Youfei out and planned to find trouble with Qingqing Entertainment. Is he crazy? That's Tilting City Entertainment. You guys, do you think he's got his eye on Chu Youfei? The little girl is so good looking and young. No wonder. It's simply a mess. Such a small matter. Thinking of fighting hard with Tilting City Entertainment. We can't just sit here and wait for death. Why don't we go find Sister Jing? That's right. If I don't get a statement today, I'm going to file for termination. And I'm already there anyway. In the lounge, a girl in her mid-20s spoke, but suddenly stopped her voice. However, everyone understood what she meant. Anyway, I'm already connected to Tilting City Entertainment, and with that fallback, she's nothing to be afraid of at all. Hearing her words, the minds of the artists in the lounge gradually became active. In the past, they might not have been in a position to make demands on the company, but it was different now. The situation of Chenwei Entertainment was not optimistic, and Tilting City Entertainment had not sent them a lot of messages behind their backs, so they all felt that now was the time when the company needed to pay attention to them. They can't let that director Jiang mess around anymore. I'm going to go talk to Sister Jing, the 20-year-old girl who had just spoken suddenly said, then looked to the other girl on the side. Ji1, want to come along? At those words, the entire lounge looked toward them. It was because these two girls were the two most popular artists of Morning Vista Entertainment. They were also the two people that Su Jingchu had always planned to focus on cultivating. If even they are thinking of terminating their contracts with the company, what's left of Chenwei Entertainment? Outside the door, Yan Shuexin and a woman wearing a hat and large sunglasses were slowly walking down the corridor of the company. The conversations coming from the lounge all fell into the ears of the two. The sunglasses woman took a leisurely pace and surveyed the internal layout of Morning Vista Entertainment with interest. I heard that Luo Wei, that girl, actually asked her writer husband to be the company's music director. Is this true? It's true. Yan Shuexin nodded with a blank face, but the sunglasses woman was stunned, a hint of disbelief showing in her eyes. Has the situation of Chenwei Entertainment now been messed up to such an extent? In her opinion, that jerk of a husband of Su Luowei's was not suitable to be a music director at all. Yan Shuexin didn't say anything. To be honest, when she first heard the news, she also thought that Jiang Chen wasn't suitable to be the music director of Chenwei Entertainment at all. Shuexin, aren't you giving up yet? The sunglasses woman smiled slightly. In this situation, even if you stand on the side of Chenwei Entertainment, what can you do to help? That girl Su Luowei was only overwhelmed by love that she trusted her husband unconditionally and ended up making such an absurd decision. Are you going to be as irrational as her? Yan Shuexin suddenly stopped and looked at her. What? Am I wrong? Yan Shuexin shook her head and took a deep breath. You are quite right. However, there is one thing that is wrong. Wang Lin froze for a moment. Which bit? A hint of shock and complexity gradually appeared in Yan Shuexin's eyes. I actually kind of believe that guy. And it's still, out of sanity kind of thing. Wang Lin froze for a moment, somewhat not understanding Yan Shuexin's meaning. You believe him too? Yan Shuexin nodded with a complicated expression. She only believes what she sees. She saw that Jiang Chen could write songs, and was still a very good kind. Just the few songs he saw yesterday were enough to shock the entire music scene. The guy's talent in the field of music was definitely one of the best out of everyone she'd ever met. So she chose to trust Jiang Chen, even though the guy didn't seem very reliable. But at this point, there was no choice but to trust him. This person I want to bring you to meet is the new director of Chenwei Entertainment, Jiang Chen. She pointed to the office in front of her, her tone a little complicated. Wang Lin froze again, then her expression was a bit surprised. Chapter 62, Director Jiang, don't mess around. Jiang Chen, Su Luo's husband? The young man you say is a great songwriter is him? Wang Lin asked in surprise. Yan Shuexin nodded. Wang Lin stood still a bit unresponsive. And so on. Shui Xin. You're not trying to tell me that the songs written by this Jiang Chen can rival those old guys, are you? Are you kidding me? However, Yan Shuexin didn't answer her doubts as she took the lead and pushed open the door to Jiang Chen's office and walked in. The office was empty. That guy really hasn't shown up for work yet. Yan Shuexin shook her head somewhat helplessly, and just as she was thinking about whether or not to call Jiang Chen, Wang Lin also walked into this office belonging to the music director with a somewhat odd expression on her face. At this point, she had gradually begun to be convinced that the person Yan Shuexin wanted to bring her to see was Su Luowei's mixed-up husband, and instead, she wasn't so anxious in her heart. Su Luowei was overwhelmed by love. What about Yan Shuexin? She was also mesmerized by Jiang Chen. In short, the end of the bet was almost certain to be a win for her. Even she had heard of Jiang Chen's name. How can a third-rate writer, the representative of a mongrel softy, write a good song? Her demeanor gradually became lighter as she slowly surveyed the empty office and smiled. It's okay, I've heard of Superintendent Zhang's habits, and anyway, I've freed up my time today, so it can wait. In the lounge, the two most popular artist girls of Chenwei Entertainment met up and walked together towards Su Jingchu's office. As they passed the doorway, though, they noticed a female artist in the lounge who was a few years older than them. Sister Ling, do you want to come along? Ezra Moon asked in passing. Never mind. Yang Ling froze at her words, but shook her head. She was the earliest female singer signed by Morning Vista Entertainment. When she was still just a street singer, she could only take some small supermarket business opening activities, and her income was very unstable. Later on, it was still Su Jingchu who discovered her and felt that she had the potential to become a professional singer before signing her into Chenwei Entertainment. Yang Ling can still clearly remember that when she first learned that Chenwei Entertainment was the company founded by the national goddess Su Luowei, she was really taken aback. Su Luowei is a first-tier actress in China. How could you sign yourself to her company? Although she was a bit older than Su Luowei though, but was very much admiring this girl who had become a big star at a young age. She also knew about the recent situation of Manhwa Entertainment, but at this critical moment, she had no intention of changing companies. Morning Vivian Entertainment, she kind of liked it and stayed used to it. Okay. Seeing this, Ji-won didn't force herself to do so, and pushed the door straight open, heading out, but wait for the lounge door to close. Yang Ling, however, could faintly hear them talking. Ugh, do you think she didn't receive a message from Tilting City Entertainment? I think so. The name is also too earthy. What's her name? Yang Ling. Tilting City Entertainment shouldn't like her type of artist, right? No wonder she refuses to go to Sister Jing. I guess she's worried that there's no way back. Alas, if Morning Vista Entertainment is gone by then, where else is she going to go? Guess it's back to singing on the streets. That's too bad. Ha ha. Listening to the murmurs, Yang Ling secretly sighed in her heart. In fact, she had received a text message from Tilted City Entertainment. Yao Si-chun, likewise, offered her a better deal than Manhwa Entertainment. Only she still remembered her delight and excitement when Sister Jing had placed the contract in front of her more than a year ago. She had always been grateful for Morning Violet Entertainment signing herself up. So even though Morning Violet Entertainment was now in crisis, she hadn't entertained the idea that she would have to leave right away. At this time now, Mr. Su was probably already having a headache, and she didn't want to cause trouble for Mr. Su. The corner of the lounge. Chu Yofei's expression gradually became somewhat complicated and tangled. By now her face was covered in a large bandage, though some redness was still faintly visible through the edges. She had heard all the words discussed by Zhang Yaji and Ji-won in the lounge just now. Director Jiang. It can't be true that it's for his own sake. It's because of me that I've stopped all the other people's announcements, isn't it? Was he really planning to go after Tilting City Entertainment just to help himself out? Just now they were saying, Director Jiang is doing this because he has a crush on himself. That's why he did it. It can't be true, can it? Oh my god. For a while, Chu Yofei only felt that her heart was in turmoil. She felt that if it was really because of such a reason that the artists of Manhwa Entertainment had a big opinion, then she was too sorry for Sister Lovey. How could one face Sister Lovey in the future? She bit her lip and hesitated for a long time before finally making the decision that she would go find Sister Jing and ask her properly. As embarrassing as this whole thing is, but it's better to ask. If Superintendent Zhang really intends to do this, then he must be advised not to mess around. I want out of my contract. In Su Jingchu's office, Lin Leiron condescendingly placed the file on her desk. Application for separation. Su Jingchu looked at the document, but her expression did not fluctuate in any way. She learned yesterday that Lin Leiron would terminate her contract. This little wave of hooves has long been on the same page with Tilting City Entertainment, and it's only a matter of time before the contract is terminated. Nevertheless, she followed the process of picking up that application for separation and briefly looked at it and asked, "Sure you want it?" In the column of reasons for leaving, it was written that he was not feeling well. She was a bit speechless. This Lin Leiron was really quite capable of making things up. This reason, it should have been thought up for her by the side of Tilting City Entertainment, right? Use the reason of unwellness to terminate the contract, and when the time comes, you can still wrestle with the company on the responsibility of breach of contract. Lin Leiron's expression was full of arrogance. Originally, she had wanted to wait for Su Jingchu to be shocked and retain herself before she made some sarcastic remarks to properly discuss this old woman. However, Su Jingchu's face had been calm, as if she had anticipated that she would come to terminate her contract. This made Lin Leiron more or less disappointed. She felt that Su Jingchu might not have reacted yet and deliberately emphasized again, "I've already thought about it. Today is the day I must terminate my contract. Even if the company retains it, it's useless." Oh, however, Su Jingchu remained in a bland manner. Taking a pen directly from the table, he signed the application for separation. No need to hold back. I approve. Chapter 63, Sister Jing, does Director Zhang like me? Seeing this, Lin Leiron couldn't help but freeze for a moment, a bit surprised. This is agreeable? She's got a lot of things she's prepared to say that haven't been said yet. What's with this punch in cotton feeling? She fumed a little, but continued. I know there's a liquidated damages clause in the contract, but I've arranged for an attorney to come and interface with you afterward. The lawyer was of course arranged for her by Tilting City Entertainment. Like this case, although the contract signed the liquidated damages, but not necessarily have to follow the contract completely, there are a lot of content can be pulled. For example, whether the liquidated damages are set unreasonably, whether the breach of contract is true, and how much damage the breach of contract actually caused to the original company are all criteria for the final determination of liquidated damages. In short, it's all what lawyers do best, and it's guaranteed that you can rip them off for a year and a half without having to pay out a dime. She figured this time, the old woman should always be able to sink her teeth into it. But who knows? Su Jingchu directly shook her head. Don't worry, Morning Vista Entertainment doesn't intend to pull any punches with you in terms of breach of contract responsibilities. As long as you can do one thing, I can even not pursue your breach of contract responsibilities. Ha! Lin Lelong froze again. No recourse? Without her having to pay for the breach of contract? What's going on here? Really? Really? She asked with some disbelief. Of course it's true, but you also have to follow my requirements. Su Jingqiu shrugged and nodded. The liquidated damages signed on the contract is only $500,000, and Lin Lorong has Qingcheng Entertainment as a backer behind her. Lawyers on both sides of the tug-of-war not only cannot collect the money not to say, but also waste a lot of manpower and resources. In the end, after a year or two of stalemate, we may only receive $100,000 or $200,000. They, Shenwei Entertainment, were after all not the kind of entertainment company that was open specifically to make money from breach of contract fees. Liquidated damages are created simply to prevent artists from defaulting on their contracts within the timeframe and costing the company money. But after figuring out Jiang Chan's thoughts yesterday, she now had a better way in mind to deal with these artists who betrayed and also helped to poach the company. Thinking of this, she didn't immediately hand the signed application for separation back to Lin Lorong, but put it into her drawer. What? What do you mean? What am I going to do? Lin Lorong felt as if she had fallen into the middle of Su Jingqiu's rhythm. However, at this point, her head was just a little bit unable to respond. Before coming to Su Jingqiu's office, she had envisioned many other possibilities and conversations in her mind. However, the situation in front of him was not expected in any way. It's simple. I want you to stay in Shenwei Entertainment for 1 more month. After 1 month, you can just leave Shenwei Entertainment, and it's not even a breach of contract for you, Su Jingqiu said faintly. Just, that's it? Lin Lorong gradually widened her eyes, her face filled with disbelief. That's too easy an offer, isn't it? As long as you stay at Shenwei Entertainment for another month, you can just cancel your contract without any problems? Really? This is much better than Tilting City Entertainment arranging for a lawyer to handle the breach of contract situation for her. After all, she is an entertainer and it would be best if she could minimize unnecessary negative press by not getting caught up in cases of financial disputes. It's only a month, and she's not missing that time at all. Okay, no problem. As if she was afraid that Su Jingqiu would back out, she said in a hurry. Good, if there's nothing else, you may leave. Su Jingqiu waved her hand and said in a flat tone. When Lin Lorong walked out of the office, her expression was still a bit incredulous. Dismissal, and that's how it went down? There was no talking, no arguing, not even the lawyers that were already on hand. As long as she stayed in Shenwei Entertainment for 1 more month, she could successfully terminate her contract. What's going on here? When did the company become so nice? She walked in the direction of the outside of the building with a puzzled look on her face. Yaji, look, isn't that Lin Lorong? In the distance, the two of them, Zhang Yaji and Yi Jiwen, who were preparing to talk to Sister Jing about something, happened to see Lin Leirong, who had already walked out of the office building, through the window. It seems like she just came out of Sister Jing's office. Yesterday she was talking about finding Sister Jing to terminate her contract. I wonder how she's doing with Sister Jing. Why don't we go to her and ask her first? The two of them looked at each other with some curiosity and gossip in their gazes. How do companies deal with the problem of artists terminating their contracts? Blocking plus liquidated damages? Or something else? Good. Then we'll talk to Sister Jing this afternoon. Zhang Yaji nodded. She also felt that it would be better to ask Lin Lorong first. The two of them made an instant decision to turn around and head in the direction of the outside of the building as well. Su Jingqiu sat in her office and exhaled deeply. After Jiang Chen instructed her not to let a single person go yesterday, she came up with this not-so-successful solution. Although it was able to keep all the artists in the company for the time being, at the same time, it gave up the liability for breach of contract. It would be fine if everything went well on Jiang Chen's side, but in the end, all these artists would have to pay for their betrayal. But what if things don't go well on Jiang Chen's side either? Tumblr Entertainment is not that good. After dealing with Lin Lorong's termination of contract, she couldn't help but worry in her heart. The thing she was most afraid of at this point was that after Lin Lorong terminated her contract, other artists would scramble to follow suit. What will we do then? Even if she gave up pursuing the breach of contract, the most she could do was to keep the artists in the company for 1 more month. In a month's time, her year's worth of hard work could go down the drain. When she thought of this, the color of worry in her heart intensified. Jiang Chen, is he sure? As he was thinking, a thump knock suddenly sounded at the door. Is someone trying to get out of their contract again? Su Jingqiu frowned and said in a somewhat icy tone, come in. However, when the door was opened, it was a somewhat unexpected figure that entered. Young princess? Su Jingqiu froze for a moment. What are you looking for me for? Sister Jing. Shu Youfei's petite body walked into the office with an expression that looked as if it was somewhat torn. It's okay, if something comes up. Facing this delicate little girl, Su Jingchu's tone also slowed down a lot and said gently. However, Chu Yofei's expression was still full of tangles, because she was simply too embarrassed to ask directly if Superintendent Jiang liked herself enough to stand up for herself. It's just too awkward to ask. She hesitated for a long moment before she stammered a bit. Sister Jing, I want to ask Director Jiang, why did he suddenly stop everyone's announcements? That text message, did he accidentally send it by mistake? Chapter 64 Jiang Chen, I want it now. Chu Yofei asked the question in a different way. However, Su Jingchu misunderstood her and asked in a soft tone, why are you asking all of a sudden? Did you hear something in the restroom? She knew that after that text message from Jiang Chen was sent out yesterday, the artists were sure to have no small amount of opinions. Chu Yofei hesitated for a moment, then nodded her head and said truthfully, everyone doesn't quite understand Superintendent Jiang's decision, and some people say that Superintendent Jiang is trying to give me a head start before. Her voice faded and her face flushed slightly in embarrassment. Unexpectedly, Su Jingchu nodded her head. They're right. Superintendent Jiang made that decision yesterday because he wanted to give you a break. At those words, Chu Yofei immediately widened her eyes. It can't be. Is Director Jiang really doing this for her? Actually, yesterday, I was a bit disagreeable. Su Jingchu sighed again and said, but Superintendent Jiang has always insisted, and even Mr. Su supports him, so, alas, there's nothing I can do? Chu Yofei's small mouth stared greatly. Even Sister Luo Wei supports? But, Chu Yofei had a tangled face. She felt as if her brain was even more messed up now. What the hell is going on here? You don't think that's very nice, do you? Su Jingchu asked. Chu Yofei subconsciously nodded. So that when? Of course it's not very good. Ugh, I don't think it's too good either. This will obviously make the company's artists more unstable. Su Jingchu shook her head and muttered. But that guy Jiang Chen is bent on having his own way. Even Diva Yen supports him. I can't do anything about it. She looked at Chu Yofei, who was filled with nervousness, and felt a trace of comfort in her heart. There were still people in this company who understood her and were willing to stand by her. I happen to be going to ask him something. Why don't you come with me and ask him about it? She put away the worried look in her eyes, stood up, and patted Chu Yofei's little head. She had to find Jiang Chen and ask him whether he had the certainty to deal with Pouring City Entertainment or not. And when the time came, she wouldn't let all the artists in the company get away and still not be able to do anything about Pouring City Entertainment, right? Then the joke's on you. Chu Yofei nodded with a somewhat dull expression. At this moment, her mind was a little messy. She wanted to find Director Jiang and tell him not to sacrifice the entire Chenwei Entertainment for herself, but I don't know how to say it. No way. Gotta work up the courage, even if it's for the sake of Sister Luo Wei. He definitely can't let Superintendent Jiang mess up. She took a deep breath, silently cheering herself up in her mind. When I see Superintendent Jiang later, I must muster up the courage to tell him to stop fooling around. Because of that text message, both Sister Yaji and Sister Shiwen seemed to want to terminate their contracts with the company. They were the two most popular artists in the company, and Sister Jing had invested so many resources in them. If this goes on, Chenwei Entertainment will really collapse. By the time Jiang Chen arrived at the company, the time had already come to a little past 1 in the afternoon. After Su Mengyao left, he originally wanted to take a nap on the balcony, but he was worried that this girl would return home to look for him when she went back and realized something was wrong. So simply came straight to the office, where he was quite comfortable taking a nap anyway, and no one was bothering him. He yawned and walked into his office, only to suddenly realize that there were actually 2 women already sitting on the couch in his office. One was Yan Shuexin, and the other woman wore a sun hat and large sunglasses, making it impossible to tell what she looked like. By the looks of it, it should be Yan Shuexin's friend. Yo, old face, good morning. He raised his hand in greeting, then sat down in front of his desk. Lovey seems to have gone to record a song. Didn't you tag along? He thought that Yan Shuexin had come to look for Su Luo Wei, but Yan Shuexin acted as if she hadn't heard him. The beautiful eyes glanced at him with a slight frown. Early? What time is it? Beside Yan Shuexin, Wang Lin sized up Jiang Chen with interest through her sunglasses. This young man, he should be the Jiang Chen that Yan Shuexin was talking about, right? Su Luo's asshole writer husband? As rumor has it, it looks lazy and not up for anything. Can't seem to find anything else to like about it other than being a little bit better looking. Yan Shuexin actually believed that he could write a song comparable to those old guys, so she wouldn't have been overwhelmed by Jiang Chen's face value, just like Su Luo Wei, right? Although there were various doubts in her heart, she didn't say anything at this time. Anyway, Yan Shuexin's bet with her had already been established. Later on, as long as Yan Shuexin was willing to admit defeat, it would be fine. Jiang Chen had already opened his computer at this moment, and he planned to look at today's novel data first. However, Yan Shuexin stood up from the sofa and walked straight to his desk. her gaze still clear and cold, but her tone was serious. I'm not looking for Lo. I'm here for you. Jiang Chen froze for a moment, then raised his head and looked at Yan Shuoxin with some confusion. Looking for him? What is it? In his impression, it seemed that he didn't seem to have any interactions with this Yan diva, did he? Ever since the last time we chatted online, the woman didn't seem too keen on herself. What could he want with himself? I'd like you to write a song. Yan Shuoxin didn't beat around the bush, but said directly. Time waits for no one. Wang Lin is still waiting here. There has to be an outcome to this matter today. You want me to write a song? Jiang Chen sniffed, but the corners of his mouth twitched in a way that was hard to place. I thought to myself, what the hell is going on with these two sisters today? One ran to his house begging for a song and the other ran to his company asking for a song. Does he think he's spelling yuzu? And anyone who wants to come over and take a slash? I'm not inspired today. Sometime later, he waved his hand, somewhat helplessly. I really don't want to write any more songs today. Yan Shuoxin's song, in fact, had another arrangement on his side. Even if she didn't mention it today, he was planning to write a song for the rising diva after a while. After all, you want to fight with Tilting City Entertainment. Nikki alone would be a bit too much of a force to be reckoned with. The best way was to hide Yan Shuoxin's trump card first, and then throw it out at a critical moment, which could definitely blow up a large circle of people. However, Yan Tianho's status and position was after all unusual, and there were relatively few songs that could match her singing style, so he hadn't thought about what kind of song he wanted to write yet. Red Bean or Legend? Later or Meat? I can't wait that long. I want it today. However, Yan Shuoxin shook her head and said in a firm tone. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows, thinking to myself, damn, you're in too much of a hurry, aren't you? Want it today? But I'm not in good shape today, and how can I give it to you now when I'm sleepy and low on energy, uninspired, out of shape, bad weather? Next time. He still waved his hand. The couch. Wang Lin looked at the scene with great interest. Originally, she had thought that in the face of Yan Shuoxin's request, this Jiang Chen would surely agree to it with alacrity. How many musicians dream of being able to write a song for a diva? Any song that a diva is willing to sing is a huge boost in fame for any musician. What he didn't expect, however, was that Jiang Chen had rejected it outright. Yan Shuoxin's expression gradually became icy cold, and she seemed to be somewhat angry. She also didn't expect that this fellow, Jiang Chen, was the one who directly rejected her request. This asshole. Do you know how many people out there are dying to write a song for her? Well, if you don't write, I'll stay here the whole time and watch you work, she said icily. She had her own way of facing assholes like Jiang Chen. At those words, Jiang Chen was instantly enraged. I thought to myself, your mom Yan Shuoxin, you and Su Mengyao didn't receive training at the same rogue school, did you? How come the trickery is exactly the same? What a day. If he's not in shape today, does this woman still plan to force her way in? He slapped the table and stood up, ready to emphasize the rules with Yan Shuoxin. However, Yan Shuoxin was not afraid in the slightest and kept standing in front of his desk without leaving. She didn't believe Jiang Chen would dare to do anything to her, just when the atmosphere in the office was a bit tense. Thump, thump, thump. Instead, there was a sudden knock at the door. Fear 96. Chapter 65. Songs that can establish the position of a diva. Jiang Chen. Su Jingchu pushed the door in with Chu Youfei, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she realized that the atmosphere in the office seemed a bit off, and then saw the two women in the office. Why is Queen Yan Tian here too? And who's the guy with the sunglasses? Oh, you guys talk first, our business will come later. Su Jingchu didn't care and shrugged her shoulders, pulling Chu Youfei to the side. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes somewhat breathlessly. Why did he feel that the scene was getting more and more chaotic? Yan Shuoxin was still standing in front of his desk at this time, with an air of I'll force myself if you don't want to. Jiang Chen's heart only felt as if 10,000 grass mud horses were running wild. I can't believe I didn't read the calendar when I woke up today. How can you even encounter this kind of trickery twice in a row? How can you take a nap when you're being watched by a bunch of people in your office? What to do with the draft of those years? He wasn't ready to expose the fact that he was just a journeyman. Half a day later, Jiang Chen sat down in the chair somewhat helplessly. Yan Shuoxin was a diva and Su Luowei's senior sister. Neither can beat nor scold. The brain is still smarter than Su Mengyao. In front of the face to play a rogue. He really cannot take her nothing to do. Couldn't just pick her up and throw her out? Forget it, forget it. Good men don't fight women. This group of sisters and teachers are harder to handle one by one. If you really bother with them, you'll only exhaust yourself. Yan Shuoxin wasn't an outsider, so she gave her the song in advance and forgot about it. He looked at Yan Shuoxin and said irritably, yes, but you should know my rules. The singer only has the right to sing, and there's a contract to split the profits 91%. Yes, Yan Shuoxin immediately said. At those words, Chu Youfei, who was on the side, immediately widened her eyes. What do you mean? Diva Yen actually asked director Jiang for a song? Or is it a 91% split? Even Su Jingchu was a bit surprised. Could it be that even Queen Yen Tian is going to start helping this asshole writer make money? What the hell did this guy do in his last life? How can he have so many wonderful women all around him, constantly making money for him? What song do you want? In front of his desk, Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and asked. He hadn't thought of a song for Yen Shuexin yet, so he wanted to hear her ideas first. He had originally thought that Yen Shuexin would say whatever, both, or something like that in response, but surprisingly, this senior sister was not polite at all. I've just been promoted to diva now. My reputation is still a bit shaky, and I want a song that will help me establish my position. Jiang Chen froze for a moment. He then looked at Yen Shuexin with some disbelief. What? What did you say? The song that helped you set the stage? Brother, do you know you're a diva? If you can't even secure your position in the singing world, who else can? What the more do you want a song that's going to set you up as a diva? Why don't you fly up to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? Sending you to heaven is a little easier than this thing, right? Jiang Chen rolled his eyes somewhat breathlessly. Yen Shuexin looked at Jiang Chen and frowned slightly, seemingly a bit angry. What does this expression mean? She also knew that what she was asking seemed a bit much, but it was a bet between her and Wang Lin. What could be done? She gritted her silver teeth, but still didn't budge. Anyway, do your best. I just want a song like this, she said in a somewhat stiff tone, then sat down on the chair opposite Jiang Chen. Apparently, it was planning to wait here for Jiang Chen's new song. Jiang Chen's eyes were somewhat speechless. How come a diva always likes to be a scoundrel? However, after greeting Yen Shuexin's entire family in his heart, his fingers still tapped lightly on the desktop, his mind slowly pondering. The song that would help set the stage for a diva? Which one is better? In the office, everyone was quiet as they looked at Jiang Chen, who was deep in thought. Only Wang Lin's expression was a bit unimpressed. She didn't think Jiang Chen could write such a song. Chu Youfei's gaze was filled with curiosity. She had never seen this director Jiang write a song, so her heart was puzzled. With Yen Tianho's identity, why would she want to find this director Jiang to write a song? There should be a lot of people in the entertainment industry who want to help Queen Yen write songs. Su Jingchu and Yen Shuexin were both a bit expectant and nervous in their hearts. They knew that Jiang Chen could write songs and that the songs he wrote were of high quality, but the request Yen Shuexin had just made was unprecedentedly high. Can Jiang Chen write a song like this? Time passes by. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Chen's fingers tapping on the desktop slowly stopped. He looked up with a slight frown. To be honest, at this time in his heart, he had really come up with a song that not only satisfied Yen Shuexin's request, but also found an answer to the thing that had been troubling him. Originally, he was still pondering on how exactly to completely solve Tilting City Entertainment. Now that Yen Shuexin suddenly brought it up, he had some ideas. But the only problem is that the song seems to pick on people a bit. I don't know if Yen Shuexin is suitable either. With her current fame and status, singing the song seems a little less interesting. After all, Yen Shuexin had only just been promoted to Heavenly Empress not long ago, and her fame and seniority had not yet sunk in enough. This song, is it suitable for her to sing? Seeing that Jiang Chen's expression was a bit strange, Yen Shuexin and Su Jingchu both looked at him with some suspicion. Never mind. Half a day later, Jiang Chen sighed slowly. Just this song, can't think of anything better than it for now. Solving the dumpster is the most important thing at the moment. He grabbed a pen and paper from the table and prepared to write the song down. The people in the office were a little surprised to see this. Got a thought so soon? Wang Lin's brows furrowed slightly. Could this Jiang Chen really write songs? Wait, doesn't he need to gestate? He's writing so soon? She had seen hundreds of musicians in China, to say the least, and it seemed that no one was writing songs like this, right? She sat up slightly straighter with a grave expression. Yen Shuexin also stood up, her gaze fixed on Jiang Chen's pen tip. What song would he write? It took so little time to come up with it. Could it be the song, Red Bean? She looked at the tip of Jiang Chen's pen, and in her heart, she also secretly pinched a sweat. Jiang Chen, have you really thought about it? This song has to be right up my alley. If this bet was lost, Chenwei Entertainment's situation would be even worse. Under the gaze of the crowd, Jiang Chen's fingers, however, slowly came to a halt, the tip of the pen hanging over the surface of the paper, hesitant to fall. Seeing the situation, the crowd was a bit strange. Why did you suddenly stop writing? Especially Yen Shuexin and Su Jingchu, who had both seen Jiang Chen write songs. The guy is usually pretty unreliable, but when he writes songs, he's like a different person. Fast and good. Songs written off the cuff are enough to shock the music world. Why does it seem like your mind is stuck today? Wang Lin smiled faintly, her body relaxing slightly. Where is the song that can help the diva to establish her position so well written? This kind of classic and good song. she has only accumulated a handful of songs after so many years in the entertainment industry. It's not unusual to be unable to put pen to paper on such short notice. Yan Shuexin and Su Jingqiu both looked toward Jiang Chen with some confusion, only to see that Jiang Chen, who was usually a bit cynical and lethargic, looked a bit grave in his expression at this moment. He looked at the paper in front of him and froze. His expression seemed to be a bit grave, and he didn't make any movements for a long time. What the hell is going on? Yan Shuexin frowned slightly and was about to speak. Jiang Chen at this time, however, slowly put down his pen hair and sighed softly. Forget it, this song, I'd better sing it directly to you guys for a bit. The crowd froze. Straight, singing straight? Jiang Chen nodded, but didn't explain. In his mind, this was a song that needed to be taken seriously. It would be a little too monotonous to simply put it on paper. There's no way to express the complexity of the emotions involved. You want to sing? I'll get the guitar? Su Jingqiu stood up and asked. No need. Jiang Chen, however, waved his hand and stopped her. After a pause, he said, for this song, use the piano. Su Jingqiu froze for a moment. It was the first time she had seen Jiang Chen take a song so seriously. The last time Jiang Chen played and sang silence in front of all the trainees. His expression was also much more casual than now. There's also a piano downstairs in the music theory classroom, closer to us, but the practicing students seem to be in class right now, she offered. Then go to the classroom. Jiang Chen nodded. Since we're singing, let's make it official. Okay, I'll take you guys. After Su Jingqiu thought for a moment, she also nodded and didn't say anything more. It wasn't the first time Jiang Chen had sung in front of the trainee students anyway. He's the music director, and it's only right that he shows the process of making music in front of the trainees once in a while. When Jiang Chen and Su Jingqiu walked out of the office together, Xu Youfei was a bit flustered as she bowed to Yan Shuexin and Wang Lin before following closely behind the two as well. Only Yan Shuexin and Wang Lin remained in the office, and the two of them glanced at each other. Regrets? It's not too late if you want to change. I still have plenty of time today. Wang Lin stood up and flashed a smile. For Jiang Chen as a person, she felt that she had won a little too easily. It's even a bit of bullying, winning the bet so easily. Yan Shuexin wouldn't be unconvinced by then, would she? However, Yan Shuexin took a deep breath and shook her head. No, I believe him. And now, could only choose to believe it, hoping that Jiang Chen wouldn't let her down. She added silently in her mind. After all, other than Jiang Chen, she couldn't really think of anyone who had written a song that could compare to the few old guys behind Wang Lin. Those teachers have disciples and students from almost the entire music scene. Fine, as long as you don't regret it. Wang Lin was naturally happy to take it easy and stood up, heading in the direction of the office door. Yan Shuexin took a deep breath and followed her. Chapter 66 As You Like It. The corridors were empty at 2 o'clock in the afternoon at Morning Vista Recreation. Somewhat alone in the quiet of the afternoon, the trainees are in the classroom, and most of the artists have nothing to do but go back to their dormitories to rest. From time to time, a warm breeze with the temperature of the afternoon sun pours in from the corridor window, bringing the slightest soothing tiredness, but none of the party in the hallway at the moment had the time to feel the pleasant afternoon breeze. Approaching the trainee classroom, a burst of the teacher's lecturing voice came out from inside. When people sing, they must be careful to substitute their emotions. Emotions can help us express songs better. When Su Jingqiu pushed open the door of the classroom, the teacher happened to be teaching the girls a lesson. Noticing the rattling of the door opening, the girls all looked in their direction. Su Jingqiu was a little embarrassed as she looked at the music theory teacher sitting at the piano. See, can you pause the lesson for a while? We have something we want to use the piano for. The music theory teacher sniffed, but her brows furrowed slightly. She is the special music theory teacher for Morning Vista Entertainment. If it wasn't something particularly important, she didn't really want anyone interrupting her lessons. Even Su Jingqiu couldn't. She opened her mouth and was about to refuse. However, at that moment, the door to the classroom was once again pushed open. Yan Shuexin and Wang Lin walked into the classroom. The classroom erupted in gasps. Oh my god, it's Queen Yan Tian. Why is she here? Is it something important? Superintendent Jiang is also here. The trainee girls were talking. Su Jingqiu once again looked at Zhang Cici in embarrassment and explained. Director Jiang is going to write a song for Yan Tianho. This matter is quite important. Zhang Cici is a schoolmate specially recruited by Su Luowei from the Magic City Conservatory of Music, and her knowledge of music theory is very solid, so she has to be as polite as possible when she talks. At those words, Zhang Cici froze for a moment. Superintendent Jiang is going to write a song for Diva Yan? Jiang Chen? She didn't come to the office yesterday. However, he had also heard about the fact that Chinwei Entertainment's new music director was Su Luowei's schoolmate's husband. Originally, she had wanted to ask the girls about Jiang Chen after class, and yet, I didn't expect it. This rumored jerk of a writer had come straight to the classroom and was going to write a song for Diva Yin? No kidding? There was some doubt in her mind, but she nodded calmly and got up from her chair. Even if she didn't trust Jiang Chen, she couldn't not give face to senior sister Yen. Su Jingchu then breathed a sigh of relief, looked at the practicing students in the classroom, and clapped her hands. Girls, excuse me, let's take a break while Director Zhang temporarily uses the piano. Zhang Cece also nodded her head at the side and commanded, everyone take your seats on the side, our lesson will continue later. In this type of music theory classroom, there are no tables, chairs or benches set up, and the girls mostly sit cross-legged on the floor. Yan Shuaxin was a diva, so it was obviously not appropriate to have her sit on the ground like the trainees. Luckily, in the corner, there were a couple of small benches. Su Jingxu served a few over. Wang Lin wasn't polite, she just took it and sat down. She was usually in her practice room, and when she got tired of practicing her songs, she would just sit on the floor. However, even sitting on a small bench, her aura was still strong. Her posture was elegant and not at all unruly, causing the gazes of the girls in the classroom to be unable to resist looking towards her. Even Su Jingxu was a bit surprised. Who was this woman wearing sunglasses? Yan Shuaxin's friend? Why is her aura so strong? Yan Shuaxin didn't say anything, brought over a small bench and sat down beside Wang Lin. The bet between the two was not told to anyone, and naturally there was no need to reveal Wang Lin's identity. And next, it's time to get to the point where the winners and losers will see the light of day. Yan Shuaxin clenched her fingers tightly and raised her head toward Jiang Chen. This guy, is it going to work or not? At this point, there was something odd about the picture in the classroom. Jiang Chen walked alone to the seat of the piano and slowly sat down. The others were either sitting cross-legged on the floor or on small benches. This appearance, on the contrary, was as if everyone was listening to Jiang Chen's lecture. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen's demeanor appeared somewhat extraordinarily solemn, as if he was preparing for something very important. He slowly adjusted his sitting position and took a few more deep breaths. It was only then that he dropped his fingers to the piano keys and slowly closed his eyes. This is looking for emotion? Zhang Cece, who was at the side, froze for a moment, and then was a bit surprised in her heart. She had just taught a lesson about how music requires emotion, and how singing must incorporate your own emotions so that the song will be more moving. I didn't expect this director Zhang to come straight to a live demonstration. Does he know music too? In her seat, Wang Lin couldn't help but nod when she saw Jiang Chen in this state. This Jiang Chen, other than that, his posture and appearance looked pretty much like this. And that's about it. She still didn't feel that she was going to lose her bet. She hadn't seen a musician who could outshine those old guys in all her years. What's more, Jiang Chen was still just a young man who was only 24 years old. Half a day later, Jiang Chen finally opened his eyes somewhat complicated, and slowly said, "This song, called As You Wish, goes out to all the fathers and mothers." At those words, everyone froze for a moment, a little confused. As you like it? What's this song? Is it, again, a new song written by director Jiang? Almost all of the trainee girls had heard Jiang Chan's live performance of Silence, and Yi Muning even knew that this director Jiang had also written the songs Breathing Pain and Maybe. So, their eyes were filled with anticipation. Will this song, As Good As It Gets, be as good as Breathing Pain? Only Wang Lin and Yan Shuaxin frowned slightly. As You Like It, a song for the fathers? What do you mean? Did Jiang Chen write this song for his father? Jiang Chen didn't explain, nor did he say anything more. Fingers then landed on the piano and pressed gently. Ding, 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 ding. The sound of a melodic piano melody with a hint of sadness resounded in the classroom. Wang Lin's eyebrows shot up. This Jiang Chen's piano skills seems pretty good. As the saying goes, I'm an outsider looking in, but an insider looking out. As soon as Jiang Chen's piano sounded, she sensed something unusual. It was because Jiang Chen played the piano with a good grasp of rhythm, moving freely and with a smooth melody. This level of playing was surprisingly not at all inferior to the few piano masters she knew. Even Yan Shuaxin couldn't help but be surprised again. Last time Jiang Chen played and sang Silence, her attention hadn't been focused on Jiang Chen's playing level. Now a careful feeling, but immediately found it different. Jiang Chen's piano level was surprisingly no worse than his singing. Noticing this, a strange thought suddenly came to her mind. This guy, how come it seems like he knows a little bit about everything except he can't write? Chapter 67, A Song for All the Fathers. Soon the piano intro melody came to an end. Jiang Chen slowly opened his mouth. You're a long way off. Lights in the mountain fog. I'm a child, walking in your eyes. The voice was slightly muffled. The melody also carries a faint sense of melancholy. Yan Shuaxin and Wang Lin were both listening carefully, savoring the melody and lyrics, especially Wang Lin. A flash of shock gradually passed through her eyes. Because of this song by Jiang Chen, as of now, there have been no problems. The melody and lyrics are well written. It does count as a good song if it lasts all the way through. You're the bright moon and clear wind. I'm the dream that you've been taking care of. I'll be with you all my life, whether I see you or not, and I will love the earth as you love it, the smile you wish for, your hand I'm hobbling on, please take me to tomorrow. As Jiang Chen sang, the melody seemed to rise a bit, and his eyes, unbeknownst to him, fluctuated a bit. It's a sign of being completely immersed in your emotions. Classroom. The trainee girls were a little surprised. It was because the last time in the large practice room, the singing style that this director Jiang had shown was completely different. Last time it was deep emotion, an outburst of emotion after reaching the breaking point. But now, they could hear a faint touch of nostalgia in Jiang Chen's song. The girls who noticed this were secretly surprised. The singing strength of this director Jiang is really unfathomable. A little different from the trainees, the two divas, Wang Lin and Yan Shuexin, were listening carefully to the lyrics Jiang Chen was singing. At their level, appreciate a song beyond simply listening to the melody. It's more about the mood and emotion of the whole song. A good song is bound to bring a special mood and emotional resonance to the listener. It's also the only song that has the potential to become an enduring classic. When Jiang Chen sang Your Hand I Hobbled in Holding, both of them couldn't help but nod. Jiang Chen's song in honor of his father seems to have been written quite well. The melody and lyrics are handled well, sang with a sense of longing and gratitude. It's already considered a good song if the back isn't too much of a problem. But, the corner of Wang Lin's mouth gradually hooked into a faint smile. To help Yan Shuexin establish her position as a diva with just a song like this seemed to fall a little short. A song in honor of my father? This selection of songs makes a lot of sense though, but unfortunately, the same type of song has never done very well in the market. After all, a father's love is like a mountain. Themes involving fatherhood generally seem heavy, and with the exception of a few special days, there's basically very little use for this kind of song. To summarize in one sentence, that is, the selection is popular, but the application scenario is very niche. A song like this is hardly going to help a diva sink her reputation in a short period of time. To be honest, the fact that Jiang Chen, the legendary soft rice man, could write such a song had surprised her. She was before today. It was absolutely unimaginable that this notorious Jiang Chen would still have this kind of ability. But, alas, the balance of victory in this bet was still tilted toward her side. Trying to write a song for a diva is still a bit too difficult for this young man. Maybe, in another couple decades, he'll have that kind of power. Wang Lin smiled slightly. Yan Shuexin didn't say anything. Her beautiful eyes kept looking in Jiang Chen's direction. However, a closer look would have revealed that her fingers, without realizing it, had been clenched tightly together. This bet, is it really going to be lost? Jiang Chen's song continued. The lyrics, however, seemed to gradually change a bit. If ever you were bitter over my sweetness, I will live as you wish. May it not be in vain, may it be courageous. Every day of this feast. When you hear this sentence, both Wang Lin and Yan Shuexin's expressions froze for a moment, and then their faces looked a bit puzzled. This blooming every day? What does that mean? Isn't this song in honor of your father? What's with the lyrics all of a sudden? Did Jiang Chen write it wrong? Both of them furrowed their brows slightly as they continued to listen. You are the ages, the sky where the stars are burning. I'll sing you a song if I'm an admirer. You are what I came for, and where my heart is. All the roads of the world will meet you. One line of lyrics, as if still singing the praises of his father. However, the mood displayed had already changed in a quiet manner. Wang Lin and Yan Shuexin's brows grew tighter and tighter. At that moment they both realized something was wrong. Jiang Chen seems to be singing about more than just his father. But what is he singing about? And what is he missing? What is he thankful for? As you wish? What exactly does that mean? The mountains and rivers are unharmed, and the fireworks are ordinary. But you look out as you wish. Oh children, sleep in peace and dream, like you love so much. Right at this moment, Jiang Chen's tone suddenly rose much higher, and his eyes, which had always been a little red, finally failed to hold back at this moment. 2 hot tears rolled down his cheeks. Memories of my childhood slowly came back to me. At one time his grandfather, too, had been one of these forefathers. Growing up he grew up listening to his grandfather's stories of those hard times. At that time, they were full of enthusiasm, conquered the battlefield, overcame the enemy, and created one miracle after another. Bullets flew and artillery fire roared. The punchline sounded, all soldiers will fight their way forward, blocking bullets with their bodies and building bridges for their comrades. The blood-soaked figure charged the enemy again and again, until victory. Jiang Chen sometimes heard half of the story and used to be curious. Grandpa, war is scary, aren't you afraid to die? Grandpa smiled and rubbed his head. Who's not afraid of death? Even the King of Heaven is afraid of death when he comes. It's just that, we all know, if we don't fight this battle, then it will be fought by our dolls in the future. At that time, your father had just learned to crawl, and when I thought that this doll was going to go to the battlefield in the future, ha ha, I wasn't afraid even if there were more bullets in front of me. Jiang Chen was only 8 years old at that time, and his grandfather's tone was flat, but he froze for a long time without speaking. At the time, he couldn't understand the full meaning of his grandfather's words, but he could imagine if he had a family and children later on. So would one be willing to block out all the dangers for the sake of the child? Will. Definitely. Jiang Chen could give an immediate answer in his mind almost without having to think about it. If Su Luowei really gave birth to a baby for him, he would definitely protect their safety even if he gave everything. It's a choice that every father is bound to make, just as his grandfather did back then. So, the fathers and mothers of those days went to war with such a simple idea, merely wishing, for their descendants, a good life of peace and tranquility. Nowadays, many of them have aged, and many of them died back in the day, but they were rewarded for their efforts. This mountain and river are in full bloom. That's miles and miles of rivers and mountains. This prosperity, it has been as they wished. This song is for all the fathers and mothers. Without their dedication back then, there would not be a nation in full bloom today. Wang Lin and Yan Shuoxin's expressions gradually froze in disbelief as they looked at Jiang Chen in front of the piano. A thought popped into his mind uncharacteristically. No way. No way. Could it be that what Jiang Chen just said about as expected turned out to be this meaning? Dedicated to all the fathers also refers to a feeling of scalp numbness instantly struck the hearts of the two. If that's true, then this song, the meaning of. The two men looked at each other. Both saw the disbelief and shock in the other's eyes. 1. Fear value 95. Chapter 68. This pomp and circumstance has been as they wished. Neither of the two divas were expecting it. What Jiang Chen really meant by the fathers in his mouth was surprisingly like this. At this time in the classroom, Jiang Chen's exorbitant singing was still continuing. The emotions that had been brewing and suppressed within his heart finally came out completely at this moment. And I will dream of the reunion you dreamed of. May it be forever as you wish. Take the long road you've traveled. Love you like this. The song melody kept going up and up as if there was no end to it. Yan Shuoxin and Wang Lin's gazes were filled with shock and disbelief. The two didn't even realize that they had subconsciously stood up. At this moment, they finally understood what Jiang Chen was really trying to express with this song. And it is by understanding that the hearts of the two people were just like a huge wave surging up, unable to calm down for a long time. What's the date this year? They know better than anyone. The country is in full bloom and is celebrating its 60th anniversary. This song, if it were to appear on top of the stage, it's enough to blow the nation away. They never dreamed of it. What Jiang Chen had just said about as expected turned out to mean this. It is indeed a song dedicated to the fathers. It is a song dedicated to the fathers by all the Shangshi children and grandchildren of Huaxia. The meaning of this song, incredibly heavy, yet incredibly precious. Behind the two, the trainee girls were looking at them with puzzled and confused faces. They didn't understand why Yan Tianho suddenly stood up and had a shocked look on her face. The song didn't sound like much at their level for a while. It just feels so good, and there's something about it that makes you want to cry. But what were they doing standing up all of a sudden? Queen Yan? Even Su Jingchu was a bit surprised. Her mind was also a bit uncluttered. Did Jiang Chen write another awesome song? There may be one other person in this classroom who can understand the shock in the hearts of the two divas. That would be Ginger Sissy. As a talented musician who had graduated from the Magic City Conservatory, she quickly heard the deeper meaning in Jiang Chen's song as well. She stared at Jiang Chen, who was sitting in front of the piano, with wide eyes and some disbelief. Can this guy really write songs? And so awesome to have written such a touching song. A full half hour later, it was only then that she came back to her senses and gave Yan Shuoxin another shock-filled look. This song should be for Sister Yan, right? Sister Yan's luck. It's also too good. Such a great song to go with this special day. She was almost certain that as long as senior Sister Yan could sing this song, then her position as a diva in the entertainment industry would be completely solidified. In a short period of time, there was simply no one who could shake her position. And she's only just stepped into the diva position. Write your unwritten psalms. The moon in the sky and the thoughts in my heart. You are always by my side. With you for a lifetime of clarity. Like your young face. Finally, Jiang Chen's song slowly stopped. The lilting piano also slowed to a halt as the song came to a close. His fingers rested on the piano keys for a long time. Half a day later, the emotion subsided before he slowly withdrew his own hand. Exhaled deeply. Sitting in his seat, he didn't speak for a long time. Su Jingchu looked with a somewhat complicated expression at this somewhat grave figure in front of the piano. To be honest, she had never seen Jiang Chen in this state before. What the hell does this song mean? Why did even the usually cynical Jiang Chen take it so seriously? Xu Youfei stared with big eyes. Today was the first time she saw Jiang Chen sing, only to find that the young director Jiang was not at all as cynical and unorthodox as the rumors had suggested. The way he plays the piano and sings at the same time is really serious and awesome. His vocals hit home and he writes songs. This song, it's really good. However, why did he go to war with Tilting City Entertainment despite the fact that he was obviously so powerful? Clearly right now, stabilizing the interior of Morning Vista Entertainment was the most important thing. If all the artists in the company run out, then even if he's good, there's no use for him. A full half hour later, it was only then that Jiang Chen stood up from his seat and turned to look at Yan Shuoxin. The complex emotions in his eyes seemed to have not completely dissipated, and he asked with a calm face, "This song, should that be enough?" Trying to help Yan Shuoxin establish her position as a diva wasn't difficult for him, but it wasn't that easy to completely solve the Tilted City Entertainment at the same time. That's why he chose to come up with this song. This year is the 60th anniversary of Centurion, and this is the perfect time to release the song. Yan Shuoxin's mouth was slightly open, her eyes filled with complexity as she looked at Jiang Chen. Before walking into this classroom, she would have never imagined that Jiang Chen would have written such a song. This song is more than enough. Simply, beyond imagination. In her heart she understood beyond measure the special significance of the song. In this particular year, the impact of whoever can stand on stage and belt out this song is absolutely huge. It's a song that resonates with all the children and grandchildren of China, because all of them, under the patronage of those fathers, were able to create today's prosperity. And it's a song that can raise more than just awareness for the singer altogether. Status and influence will be able to get a huge boost because of this song. Even the diva, no exception. So, what does this song As You Wish really mean? She asked with a very complex expression, although she had already vaguely guessed the answer in her mind. For some reason, she still wanted to confirm it to Jiang Chen in person, with her eyes watching closely. Jiang Chen nodded gently and said in a very certain tone, "Now this mountain and river are as prosperous as they want them to be, isn't it?" Yan Shuoxin opened her mouth, but found herself completely speechless. There was nothing but shock and disbelief in his eyes. She knew that what Jiang Chen said was not wrong at all. This present-day prosperity was indeed put together bit by the forefathers of those years with their bodies and blood, without them fighting a battle without fear of sacrifice. How could we have peace and well-being today? But how on earth did he? How did he come up with this idea? Wang Lin beside Yan Shuoxin. The expression on his face when he looked at Jiang Chen was also extremely complicated. Compared to Yan Shuoxin, she was more than dreaming that the answer Jiang Chen gave would be such a song. Chapter 69, this song, can I sing it? Could those old guys have written a song like that in such a short period of time? A question slowly surfaced in Wang Lin's mind, and then she silently shook her head in her mind. Even they. It won't work, will it? Such a clever angle of entry. The kind of song that resonates with millions. How could it have been written without divine inspiration? And this Jiang Chen, it seems, is only 24 years old. She took a deep breath. The song. It was completely beyond her imagination. If Yan Shuoxin could sing this song, it would be enough to establish her position as a diva. However, after carefully feeling and pondering in her heart, she slowly shook her head with some regret in her heart. This song, in fact, is not suitable for Yan Shuoxin. It's not that Yan Shuoxin's vocals aren't enough, but it means that with her current popularity and credentials, she's not able to fully handle the song. This song picks the singer, even if she's a diva. Not just anyone can, because the kind of implication and resonance behind what it represents is just too heavy. It's more about composure and experience to get the song right. As for Yan Shuoxin's age, she was still a little young, and such a young diva standing on the stage simply couldn't sing with that sense of composure. Under Jiang Chen's gaze, Yan Shuoxin also pondered for a long time. She had a very complicated expression, sometimes frowning, sometimes pursing her lips, sometimes torn, sometimes regretting, as if she was making a difficult decision. Eventually, several minutes later, she sighed deeply with a regretful look on her face. Then he smiled somewhat helplessly and shook his head. "I'm sorry, Jiang Chen, I can't sing this song well." The thoughts in her mind were exactly the same as Wang Lin's. As I Wish gave her a tingling sensation as a professional singer. She could sing the song flawlessly, but as a junior with little seniority, she was simply unable to manage the sense of precipitation in it. Even if she herself is now a diva, it's still the same. This song represents so much. It needs to carry the emotions and resonance in the hearts of countless people, and there is no way for an average singer to convey the emotions involved. This song, it's just too provocative, and she, for the time being, is not qualified for it. Maybe in 20 years, it's still possible to try. At those words, Jiang Chen couldn't help but freeze for a moment. What the hell? Weren't you the one who wanted the song in the first place? Why don't you sing now, playing with me? Besides, this song was what he was going to use against Tilting City Entertainment. Can't you just take it if you want it and not sing it if you want to? He frowned slightly, opened his mouth, and was about to say something when he saw Yan Shuoxin suddenly turn her head and look at the woman next to her who had been wearing a hat and large sunglasses. Her face was very complicated, and a hint of envy vaguely showed in her eyes. "Sister Lin, what do you think?" there shouldn't be anyone better than you to sing this song." At those words, everyone in the classroom froze. The gazes then swept in unison toward Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin didn't say anything for a long time, and her expression was very complicated, as if she was pondering something. Jiang Chen's song had completely disrupted her plans and thoughts. It was only after a long while that she raised her head and looked at Jiang Chen. "Jiang Chen, is there still a possibility of peace talks between you and Tilting City Entertainment?" She also wanted to fight again for what she had come for today. Jiang Chen froze for a moment and couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled in his heart. Who is this woman? Why did she suddenly ask about Tilting City Entertainment? Could it be an undercover agent sent by the other side to unplug the network cable? "Tilting Entertainment made my woman cry, don't you think?" he said nonchalantly. Ever since the moment Su Luoi's tears fell on the ground, Tilting City Entertainment was on top of his list of people he had to get killed. It's useless for anyone to come and say anything. No one noticed that after hearing his words, the body of Chu Youfei, who was on the outermost part of the crowd, suddenly trembled a bit, and her white and red face was filled with a stunned expression. "This bet is mine to lose." Wang Lin was silent for a moment, then leisurely sighed and smiled helplessly. With that, she slowly took off her sun hat and her sunglasses. A head of long, beautiful hair slowly fell from the brim of her hat, while her face was revealed to the crowd. "Oh my god!" The classroom erupted in gasps. "It's Wang Lin! It's Wang Lin diva! Oh my god, I love her so much! Holy, I can't believe I'm seeing two divas. No wonder the aura is so powerful. Wait, how did Queen Wang Tian appear here?" For a moment, everyone in the classroom was a bit dumbfounded. Su Jingchu and Xu Youfei also looked at Wang Lin with shocked faces. None of them had expected that the person who had just stayed in an office with them and sat on a small bench in the practice room together would be this Wang Tiandao who had reigned over the entertainment industry for many years. Compared to Yan Shuexin, the newest diva, she was the one who could be said to be the woman who stood completely at the very pinnacle of the entertainment industry. Jiang Chen also froze for a moment. When the woman took off her sunglasses, he always felt that the woman in front of him seemed somewhat familiar. The other girls were heard exclaiming later. It took him a moment to realize that the woman was also a diva. Wang Lin gave a slight smile to the crowd as a response to the gasps of surprise. His eyes then looked toward Jiang Chen and he took a deep breath. When the song "As Good as It Gets" came out, she knew she had lost, and not only had she lost, but she had lost badly. You even end up losing your own kind. This is a real loss. After all, even she had to be moved by the significance that this song represented, and compared to it, the favor from Tilting City Entertainment was simply insignificant. Chen Yuman has also kicked the real iron plate this time. She let out a bitter smile, then said to Jiang Chen in a somewhat helpless tone, "Superintendent Jiang, this song of yours, As You Wish, can I sing it?" After saying this, a trace of incredulity also spread across her face. "Ming Ming, the purpose of her coming here today is to persuade Yan Shuexin to let go of Chunwei Entertainment. But now, she had to give up her initial idea, and even had to take the initiative to ask this director Jiang for a song, just because. The significance of this song is just too important. Yes, as Yan Shuexin just said, upon listening to the song, she knew that it was an incredibly fitting song for her. In the entire entertainment industry, there were definitely no more than 3 people who could be more suitable and qualified than her to sing this song, and even if she did sing, she definitely took advantage of the situation. This song will take her status and influence to another level. And this influence is not just as simple as mass popularity, but on another level altogether. Her words fell. The entire classroom was silent. Everyone froze and looked in the direction of Wang Lin and Jiang Chen. What does this mean? Wang Lin, the diva, is asking director Jiang for a song? Chapter 70, The Shocked Girls. Su Jingchu's mouth was wide open, with a face of disbelief. She wasn't a singer, and so far she hadn't understood the deeper meaning among Jiang Chen's songs, so she was puzzled in her mind. Was this song so powerful? Everyone subconsciously looked at Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen's brows frowned slightly. This song, his initial idea was for Yan Shuexin. In the next confrontation with Tilting City Entertainment, throwing Yan Shuexin and this song out is definitely considered a king bomb. However, Yan Shuexin nodded towards him somewhat eagerly at this moment, signaling him to agree immediately. It's a song that she's really uncomfortable with the chorus, otherwise how could she have given it up? However, she was also thinking clearly. Even if he couldn't sing it himself, as long as he could get Wang Lin to sing it, it would be the same as finding a huge boost for Chunwei Entertainment. Wang Lin's status in the entertainment industry was far from comparable to what she had now. If Wang Lin could appear on stage with Jiang Chen's song, then the significance for the current Morning Vista Entertainment is absolutely huge. In the entertainment industry, no one dares to belittle Chunwei Entertainment anymore. I can bid $5 million for this song, and I don't want a penny of the subsequent copyright share. Seeing that Jiang Chen still seemed to be a bit hesitant, Wang Lin was very quick to add another sentence. At this stage of her life, money is completely unimportant, and what she values more is the meaning that the song can bring. Su Jingchu desperately blinked at Jiang Chen. Brother, she's Wang Lin, singing's top divas. She sings your songs and not only pays, but doesn't take a cut. Where to find such a good thing? Seeing Su Jingchu and Yan Shuaxin both nodding at themselves, how could Jiang Chen not understand what they meant in his heart? However, compared to Su Jingchu's few people, he was more aware of the meaning that the song represented. Having Wang Lin sing this song definitely helped her as well. So after a long hesitation, he shook his head. Money or no money, I don't really care that much. I have another role to play with this song, so if you insist, then let's talk more about it in the office. Wang Lin took a deep breath and didn't expect Jiang Chen to agree so easily. She nodded, agreeing to Jiang Chen's proposal, and the few of them turned around and walked towards the door in unison. But before he could walk out of the doorway, he heard Jiang Chen behind him whispering orders to Su Jingchu. Go prepare a contract for $8 million, and additionally state that we will only accept a one-time payment. No installments are allowed. Hearing this voice, Wang Lin's footsteps stalled and became a bit disorganized, and her face looked extraordinarily strange with it. This guy, didn't he say, doesn't care about money? And, even if you want to discuss such things, can you not do it in front of the rightful owner? Is it really good to discuss how to rip yourself off in front of yourself so recklessly? She hasn't agreed to the $8 million thing yet. She turned her head to look at Yan Shuaxin, but realized that at this moment, although the young diva's face was also a bit strange, she was doing her best to remain calm, as if she hadn't heard Jiang Chen's words at all. Not bad for a new diva. Great acting skills. She sighed softly in her heart and also pretended not to hear Jiang Chen's words, her footsteps returning to normal as she slowly walked forward. The group slowly walked out of the classroom under the staring eyes of all the trainee girls. All the girls' eyes froze a little. No one had expected that the woman who had just been with them, sitting in the same practice room, would be Wang Lin Diva. And what shocked them even more was that even someone on the level of Wang Lin Diva had actually come specifically to ask Director Jiang for a song. Not only do you not want any cut, you have to pay an extra $5 million in cash. They didn't know about the bet between Wang Lin and Yan Shuaxin, and only thought that Wang Lin had specifically come to Chunwei Entertainment to beg for a song. But the truth, while a little different from what they thought, wasn't far off. Regardless of what Wang Lin had shown up at Chunwei Entertainment with in the first place, the only thing she had in mind right now was to fight for the right to sing As You Wish from Jiang Chen. And the thing that shocked the girls the most, then it was Jiang Chen's words before he walked out of the classroom. Not only did Director Jiang not agree to Wang Lin's request for a song in person, but he actually wanted to raise the price to $8 million? This can be really. At this moment, Jiang Chen, the new director, was rapidly climbing up the ranks among the girls. Suddenly, the girls in the silence looked like they remembered something. Their gazes were all somewhat complicated as they looked towards the direction of Yi Muning. The girls all knew about Yi Mun's even going so far as to change her contract yesterday in order to get a song from the company. There were still some trainees who didn't know the inside story, and in their hearts, they secretly laughed at her for being too stupid as well. But now it seems, Yi Muning seems to be taking advantage of the Skya, Director Zhang Son, but even Wang Lin Diva have to contribute $8 million to ask for. Yi Muning simply changed the contract split and got it. What's this if not taking advantage of the situation? Even Yin Yun's heart was very shocked. The gratitude towards Jiang Chen in his heart was once again much higher. Everyone, pay attention. No one is allowed to spread the word about what happened today. Before Su Jingchu left the classroom, she sternly admonished all the trainees. Wang Lin Diva negotiated with Chunwei Entertainment about cooperation. It's still classified and absolutely no one should know about it. At this time she was overwhelmed. The depression brought on by Lin Lerong talking to her about terminating her contract in the morning was directly swept away. Jokingly, even Queen Wang Lin Heavenly Empress is going to carry out cooperation with Chunwei Entertainment. What does a small, unimpressive artist in the district count for? Is there any impact on the company? Morning Vale Entertainment, dormitory building. Laron, how's it going? Did you just talk to Sister Jing about getting out of the contract? What did Sister Jing say? Zhang Yaji and Yi Jiwen came together in Lin Lerong's dormitory and asked curiously. The artists who have already made their debut in Chunwei Entertainment have their own separate dormitories with a small living room and bedroom of their own. Lin Lerong took out 2 bottles of juice from the small refrigerator and handed them to the two. But her expression was a bit odd. Talks were made, but she didn't say anything. She just signed off on it. Ha! Zhang Yaji and Yi Jiwen were both a bit surprised. Straight away you agreed? No retention? Lin Lerong shook her head, and she also said that as long as I'm willing to stay at Chunwei Entertainment for an extra month, she won't pursue me for breach of contract. This time, Zhang Yaji and Yi Jiwen were truly shocked. Not even a breach of contract? When has the company ever been so nice? Originally, They thought that with the current situation of Manhwa Entertainment, they would definitely use all kinds of methods to stop the loss of artists. What the hell is going on here? Zhang Yaji frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, and suddenly said, "You guys, do you think Sister Jing could be trying to slow down the situation first by doing this?" At those words, Lin Lorong and Yi Jiwen both looked at her. Zhang Yaji continued, "After all, now that the entire entertainment industry is not so good news for Manhwa Entertainment, if in the next few hours, Manhwa Entertainment spreads the news of artists terminating their contracts, won't that add insult to injury? I think Sister Jing is trying to stabilize the situation first by making this concession. That way, at least it won't confuse the company too much internally. And a month's time, the company is probably thinking that by that time Tilting City Entertainment should have given up too, and then offer other better conditions to keep us." After hearing her out, Yi Jiwen and Lin Lorong both couldn't help but nod their heads, thinking that what she said made sense. Lin Lorong, on the other hand, had a dazed look on her face. No wonder Su Jingqiu was so nice today. It turns out that she was trying to make the company's situation look a little better through this way. She bristled, a little unimpressed in her mind. Su Jingqiu thought too well. Director Yao had already told her that Qingcheng Entertainment was serious this time, and definitely wanted to bring down Manhwa Entertainment, and wouldn't just give up. After 2 months, it was inevitable that only one would remain between the two companies. The one that fell was naturally Manhwa Entertainment, and no matter how Su Jingqiu stabilized the situation now, it was useless, and then we may have to face an even more serious situation than we are facing now. In that case, that's a relief. Izzyman patted her small chest. "Why don't we go talk to Sister Jing this afternoon too? Tell her to resume our announcements or else we'll have to mention the termination of our contract as well." She looked towards Zhang Yaji and said in a somewhat haughty tone. As the most popular female artist of Manhwa Entertainment, she felt she had the capital to make a deal with the company. Zhang Yaji nodded. "Okay, we'll go over together in the afternoon. Sister Jing will definitely compromise. Are you really going to sing this song? What about the favor ode to Tilted City Entertainment?" Walking down the classroom hallway, Yan Shuexin suddenly looked at Wang Lin and asked curiously. At this time, her expression had gradually become relaxed. No matter what Wang Lin chose, this bet was hers to win. With Wang Lin's status in the circle, a promise given would never be easily reversed. For the rest of the time, Wang Lin would at least not be on the opposite side of Manhwa Entertainment. Wang Lin's face was still a bit complicated as she sighed somewhat helplessly. "I've already tried my best, only that Tilting City Entertainment kicked the iron plate by itself this time. It shouldn't have anything to do with me, right? I don't know if it's because the heart is gradually letting go." Her tone also became slightly more playful, winking at Yan Shuexin. "And, do you think, compared to this song, the favor of Dump City Entertainment is still important?" Yan Shuexin froze for a moment. It was the first time she had seen such a Wang Tianho, obviously almost 40 years old, but seems to have maintained the innocence and fun that belongs to a little girl. No wonder. Back then, she was able to take the whole of China by storm and charmed so many men. However, she knew that the veteran diva was not wrong at all. When Dump City Entertainment found themselves up against this song, they'll know exactly what they're dealing with. She was even now kind of vaguely looking forward to that time. No wonder that guy Jiangchen wasn't nervous at all. Did he anticipate all this? "Chu, is there something you want to see me about?" When Jiang Chen returned to his office, he found Chu Yofei still following behind him with a somewhat dull expression and couldn't help but ask. Just now he had seen this little girl following Su Jingqiu all the way to her side, as if she had something to tell herself. He was also really rather impressed with this little girl when she showed up in the office yesterday. Originally, the idea of completely getting Qingcheng Entertainment killed hadn't arisen in his mind, but it was accompanied by Chu Yofei having a small face slapped red and swollen by the other artists. The helpless aggrieved in tears of the little ninja, Tilting City Entertainment in his heart also step by step on the death penalty table. At those words, Chu Yofei froze for a moment, only then realizing that she had just left the classroom one step ahead of Sister Jing under her loss of concentration. Cluelessly, he followed Jiang Chen back into the office. Facing Jiang Chen's gaze, she hastily shook her hand and said in a somewhat flustered manner, "No, Jiang, Superintendent Jiang, there's nothing wrong with me, just..." Seeing the gazes of the two divas on the side seemed to be looking over with some curiosity, Chu Yofei's face turned red, hating to immediately dig a hole in the ground to hide in, her heart regretting immensely. "If I had known, I wouldn't have followed him. Who knew that Director Jiang would be so powerful that even Diva Wang Lin didn't get a cut for begging for a song with him, and had to pay a few million in cash? What are these trivial matters in the company in front of him? Even if all of them small artists were added up, there's no way they could compare to half of Wang Lin's divas, right? Moreover, just now, Wang Lin diva had already asked for herself. Director Jiang seems to have made up his mind to go to war with Leaning City Entertainment. There is still no way to negotiate with the kind of. What more could she say? Oh, Jiang Chen nodded indifferently and didn't care, gently waving his hand. Since it's fine, just help pour the tea here. It just so happens that there's a shortage of a small assistant. Yes, yes. Chu Youfei froze for a moment, then fiercely appreciated it. That's two divas sitting in this office. It's usually an honor to speak to them for a moment or two. A little more communication would have definitely helped her. She knew that Director Jiang was giving herself a chance to make a little more impression in front of the two divas, so she nodded her head very gratefully. Thank you, Director Jiang. I will definitely do a good job. After a few minutes, Jiang Chen looked at the little girl who was enthusiastically making tea for Yan Shuoxin and Wang Lin not far away. The three women didn't know what they were chatting about, but in any case, Chu Youfei's face suddenly became red and flushed with shyness and embarrassment. The corners of his mouth twitched in disbelief. He clearly meant to serve himself tea. What's going on over there? Fear Value 95. Chapter 71, Queen Yan Tian's Messy State of Mind. 10 minutes later, as Su Jingchu walked into the office with the contract, a negotiation that could decide the fate of the two companies was quietly opened in this office. But rather than negotiating, it was more like Jiang Chen was unilaterally making conditions. Regarding the song As You Wish, he had considered it carefully in the time he had just had. This song taken to Yan Shuoxin to sing is indeed reluctant, and compared to Wang Lin, Yan Shuoxin's biggest advantage is the identity of the little ninja's senior sister. This status puts her naturally on the side of Su Luowei and Chenwei Entertainment. So although reluctantly, Jiang Chen was more than willing to give her the song to sing, but Wang Lin was different. This veteran diva far surpassed Yan Shuoxin in terms of seniority, influence and popularity though. However, the attitude between Chenwei Entertainment and Qingcheng Entertainment was vague, and even vaguely favored Qingcheng Entertainment's side. From the questioning in the practice room just now, it was clear that Wang Lin still hoped to reconcile the relationship between them and Qingcheng Entertainment, and if at the critical moment, this diva played another hand to backpedal, it would undoubtedly put Chenwei Entertainment in a great passive position. This was a situation Jiang Chen would never allow to occur, so his conditions were simple. $8 million in licensing fees aside, the song must also be released at my discretion. If the song is not released within the stipulated time, then the contract is voided and the song is taken back by me unconditionally before claiming liquidated damages. Hearing this very harsh condition, Wang Lin also frowned slightly. In fact, she understands Jiang Chen's meaning, which is nothing more than wanting to take the song out at the critical moment and catch Pouring City Entertainment off guard. But in doing so, it was equivalent to putting her completely on the opposite side of Tilting City Entertainment. It even became a hitman for Morning Vista Entertainment. It was a little different than what she had in mind. However, although she could not take Pouring City Entertainment's favor to heart, she also did not want to make an enemy out of it for no reason. If Queen Wang Tian doesn't agree, she can just go back. I think even if this song is not suitable for Yan Shuoxin, there should still be quite a few heavenly kings and queens in the entertainment industry who are interested in it. Seeing that Wang Lin seemed a bit hesitant, Jiang Chen didn't spoil it and said directly, if it wasn't for the fact that Yan Shuoxin and Su Jingchu both pushed for this Wang Lin diva, he might not have wanted to give her this song to sing. Hearing this, Wang Lin raised her head somewhat helplessly and glanced at Jiang Chen. Though over the years it had been years since anyone had dared to speak to her in such a raw tone, but at this time the song in the hands of others, but had to bow down. The value of the song, simply incalculable. Thinking of this, she finally shook her head in her mind and gave up holding on. I'm now finally convinced that Tilting City Entertainment has really messed with someone they simply can't afford to mess with, so I hope you guys don't make too big a deal out of it. Wang Lin looked deeply at Jiang Chen before nodding her head and agreeing to the conditions he had set out. $8 million and $5 million is not much of a difference to her. As for Jiang Chen's request to take control of the release time, they should be able to understand their choice when the song was shown in front of Poor City Entertainment. She can't be blamed for this. 10 minutes later, Wang Lin signed the contract and at the same time transferred $8 million to Jiang Chen's account. She then got the full lyrics and sheet music for As You Wish as well. Things settled down and the atmosphere in the office all lightened up a little. However, Wang Lin was still trying to persuade Jiang Chen. If it's possible, I still hope you won't go too far. You should understand the reasoning behind the gun. The entertainment industry is actually very small and the relationships within the circle are intricate. A lot of people are going to be looking up and down later. If Chenwei Entertainment still wants to be at ease in the entertainment industry in the future, it might be the best option to put things to rest after thwarting City Entertainment. Oh, it's not certain who's the bird and who's the gun. Jiang Chen, however, bristled with disinterest. Who cares so much when you're being bullied to your doorstep? If he dares to reach out to Chenwei Entertainment, he will choose to cut off his hand. But if he dared to bully his woman, then he could only rip the other's head off and kick it as a ball. Ugh, forget it. Wang Lin saw Jiang Chen's face of oil and salt and knew that the other party hadn't listened to her words at all. Unable to help himself, he sighed and stood up, ready to leave. However, when she walked to the door, she suddenly remembered something as if she turned her head to look at Jiang Chen with a somewhat complicated gaze. Director Jiang, at the end of the month, a large-scale girl group talent show I'm involved in investing in will start recording in Kyoto. Are you interested in coming as a mentor? On this trip to Chunwei Entertainment today, she saw Jiang Chen's talent. This guy is not a jerk writer, but a musical genius. If he was put on a bigger platform, it would surely shock more people. A girl group talent show? At those words, Su Jingchu's eyes immediately lit up. The program Wang Lin was involved in, which she had also heard of, was called the Strongest Female Group. It is the first large-scale female group talent show in China. The investment is very big and the pre-promotion started 2 months ago on all channels. The entertainment companies involved in the recording are all close to 3 dozen. And it is said that it took the program team more than a month just to sift through the tens of thousands of trainees to find the girls who met the requirements. It can be said to be truly one in a million and very eye-catching. But Jiang Chen shook his head bluntly. Not interested. Are you kidding? It's hard enough for him to sit here as music director and you want him to record a variety show? What's the difference between that and going straight to stardom? Not to mention, the end of the month. He reckons he's also all done with the Tilting City entertainment thing once and for all. And then he's home to do some good grad school stuff with Su Luowei, who has the guts to participate in some girl group talent show. Wang Lin sniffed in silence for a moment, nodded her head, didn't speak again, and turned around to leave Chunwei Entertainment. Su Jingchu instantly froze in place, holding the contract and looking at Jiang Chen, her face red with anger. This, such a good opportunity. Why don't you say yes? Do you know that if you can participate in this program, your popularity can skyrocket in a short period of time, even comparable to a first-tier star? And you can make money even if you're lying down at that time. And those who can serve as mentors in this program are the top singers in the music industry. Many people are eager to be on the same stage with them, and you even directly refused? Su Jingchu had a look of hatred on her face. Jiang Chen thought to himself that no wonder he always felt very difficult in the past few days. The original is around you, this kind of unruly people want to harm themselves. He disliked it back with no trace of politeness. It's not like I'm a female porn star who needs to lie down and make money, much less be so highly visible. Speaking of which, I'm going to have to criticize you a few times. Old first. In one's life, just make enough money. Don't always be lustful and greedy and sexless. That way you'll never be satisfied and you'll never experience true happiness. He tapped the table for emphasis. Look at me. I gave up a chance to be famous, but I gained happiness. The reasoning behind this is too small for you to comprehend right now, but as soon as you're a little older, you'll understand my good intentions. Su Jingchu rolled her eyes in anger and turned around. You're the old animal. You're the one who wants it all. You're the one who's greedy. You're the one who can't get enough. Is it wrong that she just wants to make her business bigger and make more money? You're the one who's not big enough. After Su Jingchu left, Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders and looked at the time. It was already past 2 in the afternoon. After being tossed around so much, he also lost his interest in taking a nap, so he just turned on his computer and prepared to finish today's coding task. But on the side, Yan Shuexin and Xu Youfei seemed to be staying in the office. He waved his hand. If you guys don't have anything to do, go back. I'm going to start working on my literature. At those words, Xu Youfei then remembered. This Superintendent Jiang, it seems, is also a writer, but the rumor is that it is headed with jerk. Yes. She stood up with a slightly odd expression on her face. After a slight bow, he exited the office with a light hand. Yan Shuexin also stood up from the sofa. However, she didn't leave immediately, but instead gave Jiang Chen a somewhat complicated look. It was because her mind suddenly recalled what the guy had once said when she first came into contact with Jiang Chen. My dream is to become a writer who will live on in the world, so I'll solve the trouble with Morning Vista Entertainment in 2 months' time. Then it will be time to quit singing, step down as music director and continue my work as a writer. At the time, she still thought the guy was completely delusional and arrogant, but only for 2 days. This guy just turned everyone's imagination upside down. Simply, like a miracle. Such horrible musical talent had simply never been seen in all the years she had been in the business. Even the Magic City Conservatory of Music was founded 80 years ago, and it had never been heard of that anyone could do such a thing. The college's sizzling seniors from every class can't. Not her teachers, not those old guys, but Jiang Chen can. But he is clearly a jerk, and it's still the kind that does nothing all day. How the hell did that happen? Could he really planning to quit singing in 2 months? Thinking of this, an inexplicable taste suddenly surfaced in Yan Shuexin's heart. She took a deep breath and after giving Jiang Chen a deep look, she turned around and slowly left the office. Originally, she had always had an unwavering attitude towards her musical path. and over the years, she's made a name for herself. But for some reason, the heart was a little messed up at this moment. What has always been held and cherished, it seems to count for nothing in front of others. This feeling, it's kinda weird. Chapter 72, The Different Paths of Artists. Sister Jing, we hope that the company can resume our announcements immediately. Just after 4 in the afternoon, Zhang Yaji and Yi Jiwen knocked on Su Jingchu's office door at the same time. After the two of them came out of Lin Lerong's dormitory, their bottom line was much stronger, and they directly opened the door to Su Jingchu to make their request. Yeah, there would have been a lot less announcements this time of year. After being tossed around like that again by Superintendent Zhang, all of our development has been greatly affected, Yi Jiwen said with great dissatisfaction. Su Jingchu looked at the two girls in front of her. They are two of the most popular female artists in Morning Vista Entertainment at the moment. Also the two people that Tilting City Entertainment wanted to poach the most. In fact, she knew that both had long been thinking of breaking their contracts. After all, Tilting City Entertainment was a big company and gave better treatment, and the two might have been hesitant before. But now that Zhang Chen suddenly stopped all the artists' work, it made all these restless artists unable to hold back. She pondered silently in her mind, the expression on her face unchanged. If the two had come to him this morning to mention this, she might have been a little concerned. After all, Morning Violet Entertainment had trained a total of just a few artists in a little over a year. If all of them were poached, Shenwei Entertainment would really become an empty shell. However, after looking for Zhang Chen, her heart was completely relaxed. Even Diva Wang Lin wanted to work with them, Shenwei Entertainment. Even if the entire Shenwei Entertainment's artists were to make a fuss about terminating their contracts, so what? With the case of Wang Lin's Diva, are you still afraid of not being able to recruit artists? Of course, the normal process still has to be followed. After thinking about it, she still maintained her patience and said, "Ya Ji1, you should also be aware of the company's current situation. Stopping the announcements at this time, firstly to better deal with poor city entertainment, and secondly to protect our artists. This is not just Director Zhang's decision alone, but also the company's decision. Mr. Su and Director Jiang are now trying to figure out how to solve the trouble brought about by Tilting City Entertainment. As long as they can solve Tilting City Entertainment, the announcements will naturally be restored. By then, your development will not be affected in any way, and you will even go further." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yaji and Yi Jiwen were both somewhat unimpressed in their hearts. What Su Jingchu said was obviously perfunctory platitudes. What does it have to do with them if the company is going to deal with Pouring City Entertainment? Besides, they had long since received private text messages from Tilting City Entertainment pulling them in, so they weren't afraid of being targeted at all. And you say you can't resume your announcements until after you settle the dumpster? How long will that take? Just with Mr. Su alone, plus that asshole Director Jiang, you want to fight against Pouring City Entertainment? Isn't this a fool's errand? The company wants to tie them to the same battleship, but they're not stupid. Sister Jing, Zhang Yaji shook her head with a resolute gaze. What you're talking about is corporate level stuff that we don't really understand. All I know is that if the company isn't willing to resume our announcements, then we'll have no choice but to file for termination of our contract. Jiwen and I are just small artists who don't want to completely tie our future to the company. I hope you can understand. Su Jingchu couldn't help but silently sigh in her heart. Looking at the situation, there's no use in further persuasion. She didn't say anything, but simply took out 2 applications for separation from service from the drawer. The company's decision is not going to change, so you can go back and think it over again. And if you still want to terminate your contract in the end, fill out this form and hand it in to me. Su Jingchu placed the form in front of the two. This was the last chance she could give. And if in the end the two still chose to terminate their contract, there was nothing she could do about it. Zhang Yaji and Yi Jiwen looked at each other's eyes for a moment. They were both a bit surprised. They originally thought Su Jingchu would compromise with them. After all, they were two of the most popular artists in Shenwei Entertainment. Is the company really not afraid of them being poached? Even if you guys have offered to terminate your contracts, I would still like you to stay at Shenwei Entertainment for 1 more month. After both of them had picked up the documents, Su Jingchu seemed to have remembered something else and slowly continued. At that time, the company will not pursue you for breach of contract. Both of them looked at Su Jingchu with some confusion. She added with a slight smile, "It's Director Zhang's decision." When Zhang Yaji and Yi Jiwen came out of the office, their expressions were both a bit confused. They originally just wanted Sister Jing to resume their announcements, but Su Jingchu seemed like she wasn't even afraid that they would jump ship. After a brief explanation, it was straightforward to give each person an application to leave, and it was also very thoughtful to tell them that as long as they stayed in Shenwei Entertainment for a full month, they would not be held accountable for breach of contract. It's as if she's not an agent, but a staff member specializing in terminations. What the hell is the company up to? Aren't they worried about losing artists at all? There was a hint of dissatisfaction in Zhang Yaji's tone. The two of us are the most popular in the company. If we leave, what's left of Chenwei Entertainment? That's, as I see it, there is no need for Chenwei Entertainment to stay. So go back and fill out this application, and leave in a month. By then, Morning Vista Entertainment is probably going to go down as well. Ezra Moon also seemed a bit angry. However, she stopped her voice in mid-sentence, because at this time, Chu Yofei's figure also appeared in the middle of the corridor. Jiwen snorted coldly and rolled her eyes, pretending not to see her as she walked straight ahead. After Chu Yofei was beaten up, asshole writer Jiang Chen suspended all the artists in the company, so if it wasn't for this pest, none of their announcements would have been affected. Chu Yofei stood in place, looking at the backs of the two gradually leaving without speaking. She had heard everything the two had just said. In fact, in the past, she was quite envious of both Sister Yaji and Sister Jiwen. The two were not much older than her and were much more popular. But now, the two seem to have gone down a completely different path. Will Morning Vista Entertainment collapse in a month? It's not. Superintendent Jiang is so great. Even Wang Lin diva. She shook her head, took a deep breath, and continued on ahead. Su Jingchu sat at her desk, carefully organizing the information. Although the artist's termination has come to an end, but that guy Jiang Chen wrote another song out and wants to register the copyright immediately. Also Jiang Chen as a music director has a lot of things to take care of, but this guy is lazy every day. It's simply impossible to deal with the chores. So, she was also responsible for recruiting an assistant for Jiang Chen to help with these things. Buzzing. Just then, the cell phone on her desktop suddenly rang. It's Yan Shuexin calling. Hello, Shuexin? She pressed the answer button with some curiosity. Yan Tianho just seemed to have gone to find Luo Wei, right? Why are you calling her all of a sudden? The phone connected and Yan Shuexin's voice came from the receiver. Jing Chu, Tilting City Entertainment is starting to make a move. Su Jingchu froze for a moment. What? Chapter 73 Rivals with a Heart of Gold. 10 minutes later, Su Jingchu appeared in Jiang Chen's office with an anxious look on her face, sending a message on her cell phone to Jiang Chen. 80% of announcements were lost in a month. Who did Chenwei Entertainment offend? The release of Su Lo's new song has been delayed again, and the reason behind it is mind-boggling. Can you start a company just because you're popular? A list of artists' companies that have closed down in recent years. Vigilance. Chenwei Entertainment is in trouble on all sides. Partners are evacuating urgently. 3 years after bursting into flames, the former national goddess started to go downhill after breaking away from the company? Jiang Chen sat in front of his computer, slowly reviewing these media articles. Tilting City Entertainment must have started preparing for these things a long time ago. Otherwise how could it have contacted so many media outlets overnight? Su Jingchu gritted her teeth. After receiving Yan Tianho's reminder, she immediately logged on to Weibo, only to find that the amount of negative topics on the internet about Chenwei Entertainment and Su Luowei had suddenly doubled dozens of times and was still increasing. The pushers behind this are known by their toes. Jiang Chen looked at these articles on the screen, but his expression was a bit strange, because just before Su Jingchu came in, he happened to have also seen several hot searches about himself on the internet, deliberately scaring millions of young ladies to tears. How odious is the writer's jungle? How dare you provoke all the women on the internet? Zhanglong's talent is gone. Please take your book off the shelf immediately. The Magic City Women Writers Association issued a statement strongly condemning all malicious behavior that disrupts the market for women's literature. Listed as most unwelcome author in women's literature and jaded. What the hell did he do? Because I clicked on this book, it gave me insomnia for almost a week. Jiang Lang, you give me back my sleep. At the same time, a surprising number of voices decrying Jiang Lang's lack of talent popped up on the Weibo hot list. Jiang Chen looked at these articles that called himself a big, unforgiving asshole. The corners of his mouth twitched in disbelief. Who the hell was behind this? What the hell is this? Did both sides agree to drop their cups as a sign to strike at the same time? He hasn't even broken 1 million reads on his novel yet. How is it that you're scaring millions of ladies to tears? Slander. That's an abject slur. He shook his head, somewhat breathlessly, and turned the pages of these articles off. With a twist of his head, he realized that Su Jingchu was still beside him, looking at him with an anxious expression, as if waiting for his answer. When is Lo coming back? I've just spoken to her on the phone and should be on her way back now, Su Jingchu said with some concern. Then let's wait for her to come back first. Tilting City Entertainment has finally made a move, which saves me a lot of work. Jiang Chen nodded, not panicking in the slightest. Tilting City Entertainment's action had been expected by him, since the other party wanted to target Chenwei Entertainment. How could they not take the initiative to make something happen? And this overwhelming negative news on the internet is clearly an attempt to deliberately discredit Chenwei Entertainment and build momentum for the follow-up. This kind of malicious hype is considered one of the most common in the entertainment industry. After all, The most important thing in this circle is reputation. If the reputation is ruined, both the company and the individual will suffer tremendously. At those words, Su Jingchu froze for a moment. What do you mean? You finally did it? Have you been waiting for Tilting City Entertainment to make a move? Jiang Chen didn't explain any further and opened the writers backstage. Compared to Tilting City Entertainment's expected initiative, he was more curious as to who was behind the deliberate targeting of the Jianlang talent account. To realize that it had only been a few days since he had released the novel, it was surprising that it had caused such a huge backlash. This kind of sudden outbreak of hot topics. If he said that there was no organization behind it that was deliberately promoting it, he would not believe it. Female readers' tweets alone obviously don't generate this much negative conversation. He checked his backstage information and found that while the internet was abuzz with public opinion about Jianlang talent these days, the Huaxia Literature Forum didn't seem to have sent him any messages. It also seems that the organizers were a bit ambiguous about the matter and didn't take down his book right away. So after Jiang Chen thought about it, he simply uploaded all the 60,000 words of the manuscript he had just finished, as a powerful retort to these gossips. And he was somewhat oddly surprised to find that under this gradual fermentation of online opinion, the reading volume of his book, Those Years, We Blow the Lights Together, not only did not suffer any impact, but also began to rise wildly as if it had been installed with a data booster. The votes on the popularity charts are already on the verge of leaving the second place far behind. It shows the amount of conversation on Twitter, which is also bringing a lot of new attention to his book. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen's heart was also filled with some inexplicable emotions. I'm also not sure if the overwhelmingly negative conversation is a blessing or a curse for his book. Sister Nan, public opinion on the internet has erupted, and it seems that the Magic City Women's Writers Association is behind the push. Huaxia Forum headquarters. In the conference room, an emergency meeting was held, with the staff reporting the situation to Zhang Nanqin. The Magic City Women Writers Association? Zhang Qinnan sniffed and frowned slightly. If I remember correctly, this seems to be an unofficial organization, right? That's right, I've already investigated. This association was co-founded by a few female writers, and it was started for a very short period of time, only 1 year. A middle-aged man on the left-hand side of the conference room nodded, and according to our analysis, the reason why the Magic City Women's Writers Association is willing to push for this public opinion to fester is probably to rub it in. Rubbing it in? All eyes in the office turned toward him. I just went to the official website of this Women's Writers Association, and in just this half-day's time, there are more than 100 more female authors who have registered as members on their website, and most of them, they are also female authors who are participating in our contest. The middle-aged man explained as he faced his laptop toward the crowd. At those words, the crowd's gazes were a bit strange. According to the strategy that Nan had laid down earlier, the reason why their organizer had been willing to stand on the side of Jianlang talent, it was also mainly for the sake of rubbing in the heat. I didn't realize that now that Those Years We Blow the Lights Out Together is on fire. A fellow traveler has popped up in the opposite direction. Sister Nan, the number of complaint letters we received in our back office has fully doubled today. Someone with a worried face stood up and reported. The public opinion on the internet is now somewhat pointing at our organizers, and many people are accusing us of not vetting carefully and putting this kind of horror novel into the middle of a romance writing contest. Upon hearing this, before Zhang Qinnan could speak, the middle-aged man from earlier continued. Based on my analysis, I think the ultimate goal of this Female Writers Association may be to put pressure on us in this way. If we are forced by this public pressure to take Those Years We Blow the Lights Out Together off the shelves, then it will certainly be a successful battle for this Women's Writers Association to defend their rights. In time, more women writers will choose to join their association. Zhang Qinnan quietly listened to the returns of the crowd and did not speak immediately, but fell into silence. These hot search phrases that popped up out of nowhere were really a bit unexpected for her. Half a day later, she asked, tapping the table, "Has there been any response from the jungle?" A staff member reported, "There's been no response yet, but, just now, he updated another 60,000 words. All the numbers for Those Were the Years We Blow the Lights Out now. They're skyrocketing. The number of views on our contest page is skyrocketing as well. More and more people are following us as a race." Upon hearing this, the people in the office glanced at each other, all of them somewhat excited. Whatever the final outcome of this public opinion will turn out to be, their purpose had been realized, and the splash of traffic had finally fallen on their heads as a semi-official platform. Whatever the end result, they don't lose out. The Chinese Literature Forum has gotten a huge exposure that can't be bought with money. Zhang Qinnan mused for a long time, and the rise in the numbers of those years, the lights we blow together, made her heart a little excited as well. If this trend continues, this book will surely become an internet hit novel, and they, the Chinese Literature Forum, will have a huge opportunity to grow because of this book. Finally she stopped thinking, tapped her fingers lightly on the desk, and began to announce her decision. In any case, the opportunity has come. We can no longer be afraid of this conflict of public opinion. We have to deal with it with a lot of spirit. The operations department is always on the lookout for any developments in Gangnam Style. The PR department is prepared and ready to respond to public opinion on the internet. We want to tell all netizens that the contests organized by our forum are always fair, just and open. There's no violation of the rules for Django, and he's gotten to where he is solely because of how well he writes. Let's all go our separate ways and work as fast as we can to silence online opinion, while teaching this female writer a lesson in what it means to be professional. Zhang Qinnan's powerful voice rang out in the conference room. Yes, the crowd responded in unison, and half an hour later, Su Luowei and Yan Shuexin were also one after the other, both returning to the company. Chapter 74, Zhang Chen's Super Doubles. What's the situation now? Su Luowei asked with a tight little face as soon as she entered the office. She was originally in the recording studio working on the arrangement and immediately rushed back after receiving Su Jingshu's phone call notification. Not so good. Su Jingshu shook her head, her face filled with worry. Several endorsement brands have already called me and asked me what's going on. And now there are as many as 3 or 4 negative hot searches about us on the internet. More than a dozen media outlets are involved in the story. And the bottom line is that if this trend continues, more and more people are expected to follow suit and repost it. Tilting City Entertainment must have been preparing for quite some time with such a big move all of a sudden. Upon hearing this, Su Luowei and Yan Shuexin's brows both frowned slightly. Although Tilting City Entertainment had been targeting Chenwei Entertainment during this period of time, the tricks used were nothing more than some small moves behind the scenes. And the fight between the two companies was limited to the entertainment circle. And now Tilting City Entertainment is obviously have the intention to make this matter known to everyone. They're probably coming toward you, Yan Shuexin said as she looked at Su Luowei with a deep look. You are the core of Chenwei Entertainment. If you want to bring down Chenwei Entertainment, you have to divest the brand parties that work with you. Without the financial support of these partners, Chenwei Entertainment is the equivalent of a kite with broken strings. And it's only a matter of time before it hits the ground. That's why they're making such a big noise to affect the confidence of the various partners in Chenwei Entertainment. At those words Su Jingshu's face was a bit ugly, and Su Luowei's little face was also tight, biting her lips before looking at Zhang Chen. Hubby, what should we do next? Zhang Chen had always advocated a head-on confrontation with Pouring City Entertainment, and it was times like this that she wanted to hear what Zhang Chen had to say. However, somewhat to her surprise, Zhang Chen looked as if he also had a bit of a headache at this moment, his brows knitted tightly and his fingers constantly tapping on the table in an agonizingly thoughtful manner. When Su Jingshu saw him like this, her heart became even more anxious. This guy won't fall off the chain at the critical moment, right? You're the one who said you wanted to deal with Leaning City Entertainment. Have you lost your mind now? I think we should release a statement on the company's account to respond to the questions on the internet. She couldn't help but say. Then contact some of the media and write some positive report articles out, in an effort to de-escalate the situation. No matter what, it's important to stabilize a few of our co-branders first. That's where the foundation of our Chenwei Entertainment lies. Yan Shuexin and Su Luowei both nodded their heads. Although Su Jingshu's method of handling this was a bit moderate, it was the best method that could be thought of at the moment. Dumping City Entertainment is really bullying people too much. 10 minutes ago, I even received a call from one of the media involved in the report, saying that they would come to our company for an interview. When Su Jingshu said this, she seemed to remember something and said through gritted teeth, it's obviously arranged by Pouring City Entertainment, and when the time comes, it's sure to be all sharp and tricky questions. No matter how we answer, they'll end up adding fuel to the story. Su Luowei shook her head somewhat helplessly. This kind of media, directly reject. Wait. However, just as she was in the middle of her sentence, she was interrupted by Zhang Chen's voice. A press is coming for an interview? How did you reply to them? Su Jingshu was startled by his action. I'm not stupid. Of course I refused. What? Zhang Chen's eyes widened. What's wrong? Su Jingshu was a bit puzzled. Of course it's wrong. Call them back and tell them we're willing to do an interview as soon as possible, preferably set for tomorrow morning. At that, several people in the office froze in disbelief. Why? Su Jingshu's eyes were wide with disbelief. This media is a bad influence. What's the point of giving them an interview? To amplify the sound. Of course. Zhang Chen sighed with hatred. I counted 1,000 times, but I didn't count. Qingcheng Entertainment's pattern is so small, tossing for more than a month to make a fart movement. Let a person's headache. Several people froze and looked at him. What do you mean by a little bit of a fuss? They've been on several hotspots. The eyes of the entire internet have gathered. And this is still a load of commotion? Cood, was that what you were thinking about when you just looked like you had a headache? As expected, Zhang Chen's tone was filled with disappointment and contempt. Qingcheng Entertainment is too stingy. How much attention can this few hot searches attract? I think we still need to add fuel to the fire for him. With that, he looked at Su Jingchu. Our company's response statement shouldn't be issued for the time being. Everyone remains silent during this period of time. But the media side still needs to be contacted and try to get as many as possible. At those words, Su Jingchu nodded her head even though she hadn't come back to her senses yet. She thought that as long as she found some more media to speak for Chenwei Entertainment, the situation could be more or less salvaged. But then he heard Jiang Chen continue. You prepare more red packets and send them to these media outlets, telling them to step up their efforts to keep up with Tilting City Entertainment's tempo, and create a smear campaign together to discredit Wei Entertainment. Ha! Su Jingchu almost thought she had heard wrong. Smear Morning Vista Entertainment? Exactly. Jiang Chen nodded. I want news about Chenwei Entertainment to hang on the hot search list for at least 3 days, so that it can trigger the attention of the entire network. You want such a high level of attention for what? Su Jingchu felt that her mind was a bit spinning. What kind of person pays an army of sailors to hack themselves? Su Luowei also looked at Jiang Chen with some incomprehension. Only Yan Shuexin didn't say anything. She gave Jiang Chen a deep look, although she still didn't quite understand what Jiang Chen was trying to do. But at this time, the first thing that came to her mind was that song called As You Wish. When the guy sits down at the piano and sings Wish for the eternity you wish for, take the long way you go. She knew that this guy, as unreliable as he looked, had the ability to work miracles. Forget it, don't ask, just listen to him. She shook her head, suddenly, and said. Su Luowei and Su Jingchu both looked towards her with some confusion. Don't forget what a contract he just signed, Yan Shuexin said with a faint expression. At those words, Su Jingchu came back to her senses. Yeah, Chenwei Entertainment still has Wang Lin as an ace in their hand. No matter how much these media outlets sing the praises of Morning Vista Entertainment now, but once this card is used, all rumors will naturally be dispelled. Only Su Luowei didn't know what was happening and had a somewhat blank expression. She'd been out recording songs today and hadn't had time to catch up on what was happening at the office. Yan Shuexin glanced at her, then briefly told her about the morning when Wang Lin approached her and asked her to give up meddling in Chenwei Entertainment, to the bet between the two, to the two of them going to Chenwei Entertainment together to find Jiang Chen to write a song. In the end, Jiang Chen sang As I Wish in the classroom, and Wang Lin lost. Wang Lin offered $8 million to be able to sing this song and gave up all her cut. Yan Shuexin finished speaking. Several people in the office were a little surprised, including Su Jingchu. It was also the first time she had heard about the bet from Yan Tianho's mouth. So, Diva Wang Lin, now she's also signed with Chenwei Entertainment? Su Luowei's face was filled with disbelief after hearing this. Yan Shuexin shrugged her shoulders and didn't retort. That's right, Wang Lin is now considered a contracted singer of our Chenwei Entertainment. As long as Wang Lin Diva can step in, these negative news will naturally not break. Su Jingchu nodded her head excitedly. Then, I'm relieved then. Su Luowei was instantly relieved. The beautiful eyes then glanced at Jiang Chen, a gleam of fascinating luster in them. Jiang Chen's performance had once again exceeded her expectations. It was a very good decision to make this guy the music director. Only Jiang Chen in front of the desk rolled his eyes, somewhat speechless. Where is this coming from? You guys are just about ready to play the Wang Lin card? This was the last resort he had prepared, and he definitely had to leave it for the most critical moment before throwing it out. Tilting City Entertainment is now a bit of an operation, if he had to describe it. That's when the landlord has just started the game and the other team is the first to throw a pair of threes. What's there to panic about? In this matchup, he wanted more than just to break bread with Tilting City Entertainment and split the winners and losers. What he wants is to drive Dump City Entertainment off the poker table. So, this round, instead of choosing to play his cards, he, super doubles, plus 100 times, I just don't know. Is Tilting City Entertainment ready for this? In the office, only Yan Shuexin's gaze was somewhat complicated. What Jiang Chen had done in the past 2 days had proven once again that he was a qualified music director. But the more she did so, the more the words Jiang Chen had said to her that day would come to her mind. In 2 months, I'll be out of show business. This guy, is he really not going to sit down all the way at the music director position? Think about it. For some reason, her mind, which had always been as calm as water, couldn't help but be faintly fluctuating at this time. Fear Value 95. Chapter 75. This is not the bus to kindergarten. For the rest of the day, several people were basically listening to Jiang Chen talk about work arrangements. After initially despising Pouring City Entertainment for some time because of its small-mindedness, Jiang Chen also adjusted his thoughts, and one task after another was sent down in an organized manner. In his arrangement, Su Jingchu's most important job was to stay in the company to maintain its normal operation, in addition to the task of helping Pouring City Entertainment add more fire to the company. Instead, Su Luowei was leaving Mordor on a business trip, but of course her main task at the moment was to prepare her new song. After all, Tilted City Entertainment was currently focusing all the firepower of their public opinion offensive on her new song. In a few days, it would be the release time of the new song that Su Luo-wei had agreed with her fans, and if there was another delay, she would undoubtedly fall into the trap of Tilting City Entertainment. Public opinion on the internet would also erupt again, moving in an unfavorable direction towards Chenwei Entertainment. Come but not come is not a gift. Xingcheng Entertainment, since he did it, he is not prepared to hide, directly flinging the other party to let the other party wake up a bit. Nearly 20 minutes or so into the meeting, a few women walked out of Jiang Chen's office with different expressions on their faces. They were both in a much more relaxed state at the moment, compared to the worry and nervousness of half an hour ago. However, the expressions on their faces were still a bit odd, as the tasks Jiang Chen had arranged for each of them were all very abnormal. Su Jingchu, in particular, not only had to contact the media and fire shots at herself during this time, she also had to keep an eye on the status of the artists within the company. In short, there was so much going on that Sulawei had asked her to recruit herself an assistant or two, but Su Jingchu seemed to be enjoying the busyness, with a radiant look on her face. Luo Wei, Shu Eshin, I'll go and get busy first. Jiang Chen emphasized several times that we can't let go of that media that wants to interview us. I still have to contact them quickly. Su Jingchu pulled out her cell phone and said somewhat helplessly. Yan Shueshi nodded and didn't say anything. Su Luo-wei hesitated, but called out to her, Sister Jing, wait. Su Jingchu stopped in her tracks, somewhat puzzled. Su Luo-wei's face was somewhat hesitant and torn, looking at her and then at Yan Shueshin. What's wrong, Luo-wei? What else? Yan Shueshin also asked. Sister Shui Xin, Sister Jing, I have something related to Jiang Chen that I don't know what to do. Can you guys help me think of a solution? Su Luo-wei dwelled on it for a long time before saying. At those words, Yan Shueshin and Su Jingchu both froze for a moment. What is it? It's like this. I'm going to leave Magic City soon, but Jiang Chen he. Su Luo-wei took a deep breath, lowered her voice, and came to the two men's ears and said quietly. 10 minutes later, Su Jingchu returned to her office with a calm demeanor. Started calling this media outlet called Starlight Entertainment newspaper. Hello, this is Su Jingchu from Chunwei Entertainment. We spoke on the phone half an hour ago. It's like this. Our director Jiang, Starlight Entertainment News, Miao Baiqiu, who was the editor-in-chief, was discussing the next entertainment news to be released with the staff. Editor Miao, I just had Xiao Chen call Chunwei Entertainment. However, they rejected our interview request. In the office, a boy wearing glasses stood and walked over to report. Expectedly, Morning Vista Entertainment is definitely not going to give an interview under these circumstances. Miao Bai nodded faintly. Did you record the phone call? Recorded. Okay, later on, send out a circular, attach this recording, and say that we have contacted Chunwei Entertainment, but the other party refused to be interviewed, and the netizens will think that Chunwei Entertainment is too weak-minded to accept the interview. Miao Bai commanded. Understood. The boy grinned and gave an okay sign. Like this kind of circular? He has written many times, the bends and turns of which are clear. Naturally understand what Miao Bai means. The same thing can be read completely differently with a little bit of writing. For example, female college students attend college during the day and work as escorts in bars at night. That's a news headline that would make one think that college girls are shameless. But if it was changed to, bar escorts work at night and use their free time during the day to study at the university, it will make a big difference to the impression of the girl. Now that he has the recording of the call with Chunwei Entertainment that refused the interview in his hand, it is even easier for him to try to write a piece that will make the netizens feel that Chunwei Entertainment is weak-minded. Just as he turned on his computer and was about to start writing today's article, another colleague in the office, Xiao Chen, hurriedly pushed the door in. Editor Miao, Su Jingchu from Chunwei Entertainment called and said they're willing to be interviewed tomorrow. The office froze at the sound of his voice. They're willing to be interviewed? Miao Bai also froze for a moment, then frowned slightly. The man with the glasses raised his head suspiciously. He knew that his previous request for an interview with Chunwei Entertainment was just a trap. The main purpose was still to obtain this recording in his hand. I didn't realize that Chunwei Entertainment really agreed. What did they say? Miao Bai asked. Xiao Chen scratched his head. This Su Jingchu said that their director Jiang wants to have a chat with us. Director Jiang? Miao Bai's gaze was a bit odd. Could it be referring to that legendary Jiang Chen? Su Luowei's mixed-up writer husband? She and the boy with the glasses looked at each other, both feeling a bit puzzled. Editor Miao, so am I still sending this manuscript? The man with the glasses pointed to the document on the computer and smiled helplessly. Don't send it yet. Miao Bai's eyes were full of curiosity as she stood up. Tomorrow, after interviewing this soft food director, let's see what the other side really wants to say. Good. At night, it was still Su Jingchu who drove and sent Jiang Chen and Su Luowei home. What was a little strange, though, was that Sulliway had been asking strange questions along the way. Honey, would you be mad if one day I didn't have as much time for you? No way. Ah, why aren't you angry? Oh, that would piss me off. That doesn't work either. I can't be with you because I have something to do. How can you be mad? I'll ask it another way. Sulliway grunted and went on to ask again. Would you be mad if one day you got up in the morning and realized I didn't have breakfast for you? No, I can get it myself. No, you can't get it yourself. You're still asleep. Su Luowei waved her hand hastily. Only I or someone else can make breakfast now. In any case, you can't make breakfast. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. Let's start over. Sulliway paused and rejoined. So if I didn't make breakfast today, and now there's someone else's breakfast on the table, would you be mad? Jiang Chen thought carefully this time before saying, no, I won't. Just have something to eat. I'm not picky. Who knows? After hearing his words, Su Luowei seemed a little unhappy. How can you not be angry? Don't you feel bad that you didn't get the breakfast I made this morning? I'm pissed. That doesn't work either. How can you be mad when I haven't made breakfast but have gotten someone else to make you breakfast? Jiang Chen, old primary, isn't the kindergarten coming up ahead? Let me off. Sulliway, Su Jingchu. The group returned home in this noisy atmosphere. Although Su Luowei was still not too satisfied with Jiang Chen's answer, she didn't ask similar strange questions again. Of course, a woman's dissatisfaction always comes right to the surface. After returning home, Su Luowei gave Jiang Chen a not-so-gentle cold snort before heading upstairs. Jiang Chen looked at the little niece's light and colorful back with a little bit of arrogance. Also do not care. After changing slippers, suddenly remembered what Chen Huifang said that day. Married for 3 years, he and Su Luowei had never discussed the matter of having children, nor had they ever been to Su Luowei's home. It was also true that this large house of several hundred square meters was a bit bland with only 2 people living in it all the time. Maybe it's time to add another tiny figure. Jiang Chen's mind couldn't help but float slowly when he thought of this. Why don't we work on it with Nikki tonight? Chapter 76, Little Girl, Dare You Threaten Me? Magic City Music Academy. Just after 9 o'clock at night, the school building was dark, and the students who were studying at night had already dispersed from the building one after another. The security guard held up a flashlight and began inspecting the classrooms one by one. However, when he walked to the door of a dance practice classroom, he found that the lights were actually still on. A rhythmic melody came out of the classroom, and faintly the girls could be heard shouting the beat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. These girl dolls, dancing at this late hour. The security guard shook his head somewhat helplessly. The teaching building can be open to students until 12 o'clock. If there are students still practicing, he doesn't kick them out, but rather strolls through all the teaching buildings before coming back here to check. He skimmed his eyes over this classroom and continued on with his flashlight up. In the classroom, the melody finally slowed to a halt. The girls heaved a sigh of relief, and their legs went limp, and they all fell to the ground at once, their chests rising and falling violently as they gasped for petulant breath. Mengyao, this shuttlecock drill you made us learn. How come it's so tiring? Yes, yeah, I feel like I can't feel my legs anymore, but we've only been dancing for 2 hours, and this calisthenics, is it really decent? I don't know. The senior sister's husband told me, as long as you practice enough for 8 hours every day, this shuttlecock drill will definitely get a ranking. Su Mengyao cried out. She was also tired and panting at this time. At that, the girls froze. 8 hours? Wait, elder sister, husband? A girl suddenly rolled over and stared at Su Mengyao with big beautiful eyes. Didn't you tell us to go get help from senior sister? How did you turn into senior sister's husband? At first, I did look for senior sister Luowei and senior sister Shui Xian, but both of them were unavailable. So, in the end, we had to look for senior sister husband. Su Mengyao said bitterly. This shuttlecock drill, he's the one who taught me. Wait, the girls suddenly reacted. The senior brother-in-law you're talking about, shouldn't it be the one of Luowei's senior sister? Jerk writer husband, right? The girl didn't say the words out loud, but everyone could understand the meaning. Yeah, that's him. The girl was instantly shocked and pounced on her, ruthlessly choking her. Su Mengyao, I'm going to choke you to death. Wasting my time all night. If he dares to teach, you dare to learn? Yeah, what does he know? He's a jerk writer. Why did you ask him for help? I thought Lovey Senpai taught you that. It's over. My leg is ruined. What's going to happen with less than 2 weeks to go until the school gala? The girls wailed. In fact, even Su Mengyao noticed a hint of something wrong at this time. She always felt as if she was being punked by Jiang Chen, because this shuttlecock drill was so tiring to dance. Just over an hour. She was so tired that she was paralyzed on the floor and didn't even want to move a bit. You should know that she is not in poor physical condition, and she usually works out and runs even more consistently in order to practice dancing. No way. Looking at the wailing faces of the crowd, Su Mengyao's face was somewhat torn and hesitant. Jiang Chen master brother-in-law seems to be quite powerful. Shouldn't be able to trap her, right? She thought it was really very graphic and rhythmic when a few of them had just danced this shuttlecock drill together and looked at it in the mirror. There doesn't seem to be any other problems other than being a little tired of jumping up and down. If one could really dance with a sense of power and neatness as Jiang Chen's senior brother-in-law had said, then the effect presented on stage would be very good. 2. Why don't we practice tomorrow? I think we just danced pretty good. She hesitated for a moment and said, if that's not possible, I'll go back to him and ask him again. As team captain, she is responsible for deciding the team's performance program, so the girls could only wail at her words and continue to limp on the floor. Tired. Destroy. The twilight is deep. After the day's exertions, the villa gradually quieted down. Su Luowei finished her bath and also climbed onto the bed like a kitten, using Jiang Chen's thigh as a pillow and cozying up to the mask. After the two of them took their relationship a step further, the little girl seemed to be even more attached to herself than before. However, since she had to get up early tomorrow, she made it a point to not allow Jiang Chen to bully her like he did last time tonight. Jiang Chen agreed, but instead, he gently rubbed her hair and initiated the conversation. My mom called me the other day and brought up us. Mom, what did she say? Su Luowei immediately became a little nervous and perked up her little ears to ask. Having been married for 3 years, she has always been careful to maintain the mother-in-law-daughter-in-law relationship between herself and Chen Huifang. Although Chen Huifang wasn't a difficult woman to get along with, whenever Jiang Chen's parents were involved, Su Luowei would always pay some extra attention. This was something that even Jiang Chen couldn't help but admire. It was said that mother-in-law-daughter-in-law relationship was a difficult scripture, but this kind of problem didn't seem to happen to Su Luowei. Every time I go home, the little ninny always put down the identity of the big star. Like a good daughter, like the two old people coaxed happy. Ahem. She asked when we were planning on having kids. Jiang Chen lightly coughed and said, speaking of this topic, the old man's hand also began to be less honest, quietly through the little niece's pajamas, exploring inside. He did promise Nikki that he wouldn't mess around tonight, but his hands didn't promise that. What does the agreement signed by the brain have to do with our hands? We can't compromise our bodies and our hands at the same time, can we? Ever since he found out about Su Luowei's allergy to romance during this period of time, he had become more curious about how the little girl behaved in various situations. What happens if you romance at a critical moment? Su Luowei didn't know for a moment if she should answer Jiang Chen's question or block Jiang Chen's big, dishonest hand. Apparently she hadn't thought about this carefully either, and it was a long time before she said in a bit of a panic, what do you think? I think having more than one little one in the house seems to be just fine. Jiang Chen thought seriously. You don't need to worry about the company. After solving the Pouring City Entertainment, Chunwei Entertainment can almost get a foothold in the entertainment industry, and cultivate a few artists in the back to make $1 billion or $2 billion a year on the line. When the time comes, you'll have no problem if you want to stay home and be the boss lady or keep appearing on stage. Trying to get Nikki to have a baby is certainly not that simple. Su Luowei was after all a national goddess and a big star. In this part of the entertainment industry, people start families and have children later, mainly because of their careers. Star is to eat young meal. Career fighting period, peak period are often in the young. If rashly into a family or have children, will certainly cause a great impact on the career. But since he wanted to create his own family, he definitely wouldn't let Su Luowei suffer. Career-wise, he would arrange the best path for the little ninny, and would never let Su Luowei sacrifice her career. At those words, Su Luowei froze. Currently the main profit point of Morning Vista Entertainment is still on her. He could only earn more than $20 million a year. But Jiang Chen had directly doubled this goal hundreds of times. Can such a small company really make a profit of $1 billion or $2 billion a year? However, her mind no longer had the energy to think about this at this point, because Jiang Chen's big hand was actually getting more and more unruly. Her delicate body trembled lightly for a moment, her face turned red, and a complex look flickered across her gaze. Little baby? I don't think I'm ready. The body couldn't help struggling. Su Luowei turned around, but a trace of imperceptible loss flashed in her eyes. She really wants a little baby too. But Jiang Chen couldn't help but stop his movements and looked at the little girl's back. Doesn't it seem a little too soon? Come to think of it, it's a little too soon for two people to be discussing having a baby not long after taking that step. As is normal, one should also enjoy life as a duo a little more. Su Lo is still just a 24 girl in the end and definitely doesn't want to be a mom so early. Anyway, it's just not ready. Su Luowei's expression twisted up and turned her head. How about, let's talk about this matter after a while. After saying that, she scrambled up. It's mask time, I'll go wash my face. Jiang Chen looked at Su Luowei's back as she walked toward the restroom in a panic, and was puzzled. He could sense that Ni didn't seem to want to talk about it. But if it's mentally unprepared, what can't you say? Could it really be the same as what Empress Dowager Chen had said? That it was because of what happened at home that caused the little ninny to have some concerns? After 3 years of marriage, he had yet to make a trip to Su's house, and in that respect it was indeed a bit negligent of the little ninny's feelings. It seems that after finishing this burst of busyness, no matter what, we must also go to the Su family to walk up a trip, so that the little niece to let go of the concerns of the heart. Early the next morning, Jiang Chen was tossed awake by Su Luowei in his arms. He also needed to get to the office early today since the interview he had arranged with Starlight Entertainment newspaper was in the morning. I should have known to make an afternoon appointment. Jiang Chen rubbed his head and yawned heavily. Get up, you big lazy pig. Luowei heard his complaint and covered her mouth to laugh a little before nudging him to get up in a hurry. However, after Jiang Chen's gaze glowered for a moment, it suddenly rested on Su Luowei's chest. Little Nikki did not wear pajamas today. A silk camisole. The fabric of the clothes is a little thin. Sticking on the body to the delicate body curves are outlined. It looks very seductive. Last night the two of them, each with their own preoccupations, didn't have time to think about anything else after lights out, and soon fell asleep. At this moment, Jiang Chen had just gotten up. His qi and blood were at their peak, and his gaze towards Su Luowei gradually became fiery. You, what are you looking at me for? Su Luowei sensed that Jiang Chen's state was a bit off, and her body instantly and subconsciously stepped back. Horse, it's almost time to go to work. This bad guy wouldn't be trying to. Last time, it was because of Jiang Chen's delay of over an hour that he was almost discovered by Su Jingchu. This time it can't be. No thinking, you need to get to work early today. The little girl waved her fist a little threateningly. Jiang Chen, however, wasn't afraid at all, and with a laugh in his heart, he directly got up and forced Su Luowei into the wall fall. Honey, you have something on your face. What? Stuff? Su Luo was puzzled and touched her face. A little. Nice. Jiang Chen was dying of laughter in his heart. There hadn't been an earthy love story in this world, and there was no telling how Su Luowei would react after hearing it. Su Luowei's expression froze directly as she looked at Jiang Chen with disbelief. She felt, Jiang Chen seems a bit strange today. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen frowned again and asked, why do you look weird? Suliwei was again puzzled. Me? She daintily touched her face. Where is weird? Oddly cute. Su Luowei was dumbfounded. Her pretty face instantly turned red as she felt that Jiang Chen had been teasing her. The breeze brings up the snow-white veil, and the aroma of the early morning refreshes your heart with the taste of manna. The sun was blocked out by clouds today, and the room wasn't very bright, but Suliwei felt the feeling of a racing heart coming back. How come, husband? You, today, why? The speech gradually became unclear and the strength seemed to be drained away. Jiang Chen looked at the girl in front of him whose face gradually turned from rosy to red apple, as if it was bubbling with silk steam. Her delicate body half lying in his arms was soft, her eyelashes were trembling slightly, and in the end, she could only use her hand to grab the clothes in front of his chest, looking at him pitifully. Oh, and dare to threaten yourself with your fist? Husband. Su Luowei couldn't use her strength, and her gaze was begging for mercy. Jiang Chen lightly coughed. Cough. Wife, I dreamt of an English text last night. It's very interesting. Here, let me tell you what that text is all about. You lied. An hour later, Jiang Chen appeared in the middle of the living room in high spirits, but Su Luowei's face was a little scarlet, and she had been secretly pinching Jiang Chen's back, venting her dissatisfaction. It's a good thing no one else in the villa noticed anything unusual. Su Jingchu thought that Jiang Chen, the asshole, was sleeping again. That's why he came down so late, and her nose coldly snorted with some contempt. Gong Yi's gaze towards Jiang Chen was still very complicated. She was hesitating whether to give up the insistence in her heart and take the initiative to admit her weakness to Jiang Chen so that she could get the right to use clouds and smoke become rain. However, the grudge between the two had been building up for 3 years, and it was difficult to put down their faces for a while, so they could only be at a standstill at the moment. The good thing was that she was also busy for the past 2 days, so she could not face this for a while. Of course, she didn't dare to mock Jiang Chen freely when she saw him now, for fear of angering him and making things worse. The jungle is over. That asshole. The emotions of the heart always need to find a place to vent. Big sister model full of Gong Yi soon looked at the lotus eggs in front of the eyes, some dissatisfaction with its departure. Indignantly, he poked a couple holes in the plate of hush puppies with his knife and fork, finding a new object to spit at, clearly on several hot topics. As a result, not only were there no sanctions, the book seems to have gotten even hotter. Su Luowei didn't hear what she said and was a little curious. What are you talking about? What else to say? Gong Yi skimmed her mouth. John Lang is a talented person. That asshole author that I mentioned to you guys last time. What's wrong with him? Su Jingchu also asked curiously. These days, she also reads a little bit of The Lights We Blow Together before she takes a night off, so she's still quite concerned about this book thing. The female authors in our authors group have been unhappy with the jungle for a long time. Gong Yi sighed. That's why they organized some activities yesterday, launching an accusation against Jian Lang talent on the internet, and also pulled in many female readers to participate with them, with the original idea of getting the organizers to take down Jian Lang talent's books through public opinion pressure. But who knew that after being on several hot searches, his book Those Years, The Lights We Blow Together not only wasn't sanctioned, but its popularity got even higher, and the numbers have been skyrocketing. Right now the organizers are also completely on Jian Lang talent's side, refusing to take the book off the shelves no matter what. So even though everyone is furious, they can't do anything with Jian Lang talent for the time being. Su Luowei was a little surprised at what she heard and wanted to comfort Gong Yi with a few words, but she had never encountered this kind of thing before and didn't know how to speak. Honey, do you have any ideas? She remembered that Zhang Chen seemed to have a strong opinion about Jiang Lang's talent as well, so she looked over at him. Zhang Chen was also stunned. He had seen the hot search related to Jiang Lang talent yesterday and was curious about who was targeting him. It was only now that I realized that it was the group of female authors in Gong Yi's group that made it happen. Thinking about it, he said directly, of course I have. I've long been displeased with this Jiang Lang, so I'll find a way to sanction him today. Che, big talk. Gong Yi bristled, not believing what he said at all. Su Luowei also pushed him as if she was pouting, thinking he was joking. Zhang Chen smiled and didn't say anything more. Regarding the matter of Jiang Lang talent and Chen Wei entertainment, an idea had actually arisen in his mind a long time ago. After a quick breakfast, the three of them drove out in 2 cars. When Jiang Chen arrived at the company, a staff member came over to inform him that an interviewer from Starlight Entertainment newspaper was already waiting for him in the office. Jiang Chen knew it was time for him to perform on the stage. Nodding his head, he straightened his collar and walked towards the office with a proper face. Fear Value 95, Chapter 77, Is Jiang Chen Crazy? Niao Qiubai sat in Jiang Chen's office, somewhat curiously sizing up the legendary asshole writer in front of him. As the editor-in-chief, she originally didn't need to participate in the live interview, but she was really a bit curious about Jiang Chen, so she personally led the team over. She wondered why this director Jiang still dared to give an interview in this current situation. Aren't you afraid of saying something you shouldn't and then sparking a worse public opinion? But when Jiang Chen walked into the office with a straight face, she suddenly realized that the other party didn't seem to be as bad as the internet said. At least the look is really quite handsome, and it looks proper, not lazy and casual like the rumors. Hello Director Jiang, I'm a reporter from Starlight Entertainment newspaper. Meow. She held up the microphone and walked over to Jiang Chen's desk with a professional smile on her face. Excuse me, are we conducting an interview here? Instead of revealing his identity as editor-in-chief, Niao Qiubai took on the interview assignment himself. Right here. Jiang Chen nodded and glanced at the camera next to him. Has it started recording already? Yes, it has started. Good. Jiang Chen cleared his throat with a straight face. Then, before the interview begins, I would like to say one thing first. What is it? Niao Qiubai looked at Jiang Chen with some curiosity. As far as she knew, this should be Jiang Chen's first interview, but this new director of Chunwei Entertainment didn't seem nervous at all, facing the camera with ease as if he had been interviewed often. Jiang Chen's expression was very serious. As a writer, I'm going to criticize someone by name today. Critique. Who do you want to criticize? Niao Qiubai froze for a moment. Could it be that Jiang Chen was planning to angrily spray pouring City Entertainment at the camera? Her eyes lit up. If that was the case, then today's interview was going to be interesting. The jungle has run out of talent. Jiang Chen's answer was completely unexpected. This asshole doesn't deserve to be a writer at all. At his words, everyone in the office froze. Who? Niao Qiubai thought he had heard wrong. Who is Jian Lang's talent? Her gaze was a little confused. As editor-in-chief of the entertainment paper, she wasn't too familiar with the writers' community. A staff member came aside and whispered something in her ear, briefly explaining the situation of the jungle. It was only then that Niao Qiubai gradually realized that Jiang Lang Kaijun turned out to be an author who participated in a women's literature writing competition, and had nothing to do with Qingcheng Entertainment at all. Why did Jiang Chen criticize him? Jiang Lang deliberately writes horror stories at women's literature contests, scares millions of young ladies to cry, and uses such cheap tactics to gain gimmicks and popularity. Asshole, shameless. As a writer, I resolutely resist and protest this shameless behavior. Today I want to speak up for all female readers and defend the rights and interests of the majority of female readers. His book Those Years, The Lights We Blow Together, although it is quite well written, is not worth reading at all. I advise all female readers to never click on this book, or you will surely regret it. This book has already kept thousands of young ladies awake, so I suggest, let's all boycott the jungle, and boycott all those years, blowing the lights out together. Jiang Chen mouthed off for a full 2 minutes before stopping himself. The office became silent for a while, and the people from Starlight Entertainment newspaper were all a bit dumbfounded. They felt like their brains were having trouble turning the corner for a while. Today, didn't we agree to interview something related to Morning Vista Entertainment? Why is this director Jiang suddenly cursing Jiang Lang's talent? Miao Qiubai also reacted only after a long time, and she looked at Jiang Chen with a puzzled face. Jiang, Superintendent Jiang, we've recorded your real name critique. Do you have anything to say? No more. Sorry for the delay. Let's start the interview. Jiang Chen waved his hand, and his tone seemed a bit embarrassed as well. Only then did Miao Qiubai breathe a sigh of relief, nodding his head and taking out the manuscript he had prepared long ago, his face reverting back to that smile. Then we'll officially start the interview now. The first question. During this period of time, many voices on the internet have been saying that Shenwei Entertainment's business situation doesn't seem to be too good. Director Jiang, may I ask if this is true? Of course it's a rumor. The netizens are purely fooling around. Jiang Chen shook his head. During this time I have taken over the position of music director of Shenwei Entertainment, and I can tell you very responsibly that under my leadership, Shenwei Entertainment will definitely be able to go farther in the future. You know, I'm a writer by trade, and the last thing we writers need is talent. So managing Morning Vista Entertainment isn't that hard for me. But of course when it comes to writers, there's another person I have to bring up. Gangster. I emphasize once again that this man is absolutely shameless, and I advise everyone never to read his books, especially little girls. Once they click on this book, it's over. There may be some of you who don't know the name of the book, so let me introduce you to it. Those were the years we blow the lights out. This is absolutely the worst book I've read in years. Another 2 minutes of output. The office was once again silent for a long time. The corner of Miao Qiubai's mouth twitched, even forgetting what question he had just asked. She looked at her hand card and had to ask the next question. I heard that national goddess Su Luowei's new song will be delayed again. May I ask if this is true? How can that be? Another rumor. Jiang Chen once again vetoed. I can tell you all responsibly that I've long since written several songs for Su Luowei, and I can release them at any time. At those words Miao Qiubai froze for a moment. You write songs? You still write songs? It's not blowing awesome, is it? As has just been said, the last thing we writers need is talent. Jiang Chen took it for granted. The whole songwriting thing isn't really that hard. After all, the word count is so small. It's a lot easier than writing. But when I think of writing, I have to think of the asshole that is Jiang Lang. People trust me and make sure you don't go see his Those Were the Years We Blow the Lights Out. This is a book I would call the worst ever. It's a piece of, it's better than this book. In short, whoever reads it regrets it. If Jiang Lang Kaijun dares to appear in front of me at this time, I will definitely give him 2 slaps on the face. In the office, the expressions of the people gradually became dull. This interview lasted a full hour long, during which at least 50 minutes or so, Jiang Chen kept outputting Jiang Lang's talent. More than an hour later, Miao Qiubai walked out of Jiang Chen's office with a colleague and a very strange expression. Jiang Chen's interview was nothing like they had imagined. In the face of their carefully prepared Shenwei Entertainment-related questions, Jiang Chen didn't seem to care much at all, and every question would be pulled to Jiang Lang's favor, and his point can basically be summarized in 2 sentences. First, JLT is shameless, shameless, scum, assholes, and the scum of the writer's earth. Secondly, people should never read the book Those Years We Blow the Lights Out Together. Whoever reads it will regret it. Even more outrageous, after the interview, Jiang Chen even stuffed red envelopes into each of them, solemnly explaining, "Tough luck everyone," and reporter Miao, "Today's interview, I hope you must report it well, expose the shameless behavior of Jiang Lang talent. This, and safeguard the interests of the majority of female readers. It's something that's incumbent on me as an author, you all as media people. When it's done, there will be another thank you. Sister Miao, this interview, how are we going to report it when we go back?" After getting in the car, the colleague in charge of organizing the interview was baffled. He knew that the company had taken money from Tilting City Entertainment, and that the report was going to try to discredit Morning Vista Entertainment as much as possible. I didn't realize that Jiang Chen had just stuffed them with red envelopes as well, and they seemed to be quite thick as well, which could be a bit difficult to deal with. Miao Qiubai's face was very complicated. Before she left this morning, she had envisioned many possibilities. Jiang Chen would be angry, patient, explaining, defending, pleading. The only thing I didn't expect was this situation today. This guy actually ranted and raved about Gangnam Style for almost an hour during the interview. even if he ended up stuffing them with red envelopes, all to get them to report more on Gangnam Style's shameless behavior. This guy, he just hates the jungle so much? Obviously everyone's name is Jung. Now Chiobai pondered for a long time, sighed, shook his head and said, report it truthfully. Tilting City Entertainment's claims and Jiang Chen's claims don't seem to be in conflict, and today's interviews are all enough to put Shenwei Entertainment on several more hot searches. Being a music director but not caring about Morning Vista Entertainment. The interview process is bullish and wildly critical of irrelevant jungle talent. With a report like this, I'm sure the Tilting City Entertainment side will be satisfied. Yes, the co-worker nodded with a very bright eye. After the crowd from Starlight Entertainment newspaper left, Jiang Chen sat down at his desk and quietly pondered for a moment before pulling out his cell phone. Sure, book your flights. You guys are due for a business trip. 10 o'clock in the morning. Starlight Entertainment News was among the first to tweet about it. The reason for the stormy weather of Chunwei Entertainment has finally been found, and the music director Jiang Chen only has Jianlong's talent in his eyes? The article generated a lot of attention when it was published. Chunwei Entertainment has been a hot topic itself for the past 2 days. Plus there's some kind of unknown force behind it that's silently pushing it. In just 10 minutes, dozens of well-known bloggers retweeted the post, and half an hour later, the images of Jiang Chen's interview appeared one after another on major video sites. Whenever the beautiful Mao reporter mentions Chunwei Entertainment in the video, Jiang Chen dismisses it with a few sentences. But as soon as he mentions the jungle, he's like chicken blood, and he can't stop until he's been spewing wildly for a few minutes. Starlight Entertainment newspaper's editor is also a talent. After he edited the serious interview clip, he still seems to feel a little bit not addictive. And then Jiang Chen wildly sprayed Jiang Lang talent clip are specially extracted, cut into a semi-ghost video, with music and subtitles, looking very sensational. As soon as this video was uploaded, it set the internet ablaze straight away. In just an hour's time, the strange matter of asshole writer Jiang Chen angrily spewing asshole writer Jiang Lang's talent had managed to make it onto the hot search. Even Gong Yi, who was in closed coding at home, saw the news in the writers group. She stared blankly at Jiang Chen, who was spraying Jiang Lang's talent with all sorts of frenzy in the video, and her expression went straight into a daze. This guy, is he crazy? Chapter 78 The Backstory. Gong Yi scrolled through the bottom of the video, fans angrily scolding Jiang Chen's comments. Her beautiful eyes froze and froze. Jiang Chen, give me back Su Luo Wei. Ah, I'll kill you. Jiang Chen, hello, a dog's head store? Do you have Jiang Chen's head for sale? I'll pay $100,000. Hello Mr. Jiang, here's a delivery for you. Please come to People's Square quickly to sign for it. Okay. People's Square, right? I'll be right there. Everyone, excuse me, do I have to go through a security check to enter People's Square? I'm on a construction team and I'm carrying a bit too much stuff. Jiang Chen, what the hell is going on? Why would you say something like that during an interview? Is it possible that he's jealous of the journeyman to the point where he has absolutely no control over it? Otherwise, People's reporters are obviously asking about things related to Chunwei Entertainment. He always pulls to Jiang Lang talent to do what? This is not intentionally looking for scolding? To be honest at this time, not to mention Gong Yi was a bit confused. Even the netizens who were surfing were a bit puzzled. Jiang Chen angrily sprayed Jian Long's talent? Who was Jiang Langkai? They weren't quite sure, but the name Jiang Chen was really familiar to them. The dog thing Jiang Chen, the shameless man who hugged away the national goddess Su Luo way back then, the creator of the wife-taking hate. Thinking of the grudge between Jiang Chen back then, the various netizens became agitated. No matter what, they all flooded into the comments section and cursed angrily, vowing to take Jiang Chen's dog's head. And that's just the beginning. Soon after, the Water Army, which was jointly funded and sponsored by Qingcheng Entertainment and Chunwei Entertainment, also entered the battlefield. Chunwei Entertainment is really going to fail. Actually letting someone like this be the music director. It's outrageous that he would say that writing songs is easier than writing. Is there any mistake? Morning Vista Entertainment has encountered such a big problem, and the music director actually only cares about the jungle? Su Luo Wei is really unlucky to have married such a husband. He also said he wrote a couple of songs for Su Luo Wei. Laugh out loud. Chunwei Entertainment will be cool. Stand this post as proof. Not cool in March I live eat. The water armies were frantically swiping all kinds of negative news related to Chunwei Entertainment. There were some bloggers and small media outlets that received money and started reposting these videos and articles, analyzing the bad situation of Chunwei Entertainment from all angles. In a nutshell, it's all about one thing. No surprise, Morning Vista Entertainment is about to be carried away. But Jiang Chen's appearance made that accident happen unexpectedly. Therefore, there are no surprises in Morning Vista Entertainment and it will definitely be carried away. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The Magic City Women's Writers Association also finally reacted. Originally they were still suffering from the fact that the public opinion on the internet was not violent enough, but he didn't expect Jiang Chen to deliver a divine assist right away. So a large number of female authors and female victims have been posting and blaming the jungle on the internet. Jiang Lang, are you a human being? I can't believe you're writing a horror novel on a women's fiction platform. I haven't slept well for a week. Jiang Lang, you come out and we'll talk it over. What's wrong with not being able to sleep? I spent my paycheck this month on a new mattress. Woohoo! Jiang Lang is exhausted. Do you dare to expose your vest? I'll send you razor blades every day. Defend the rights and interests of female readers and resolutely resist the jungle. Get out of women's literature. You're not welcome here. With the woman's frantic attack, the netizens are gradually figuring out what's going on. It turns out that this jungle is not a good thing either. Actually writing horror novels on women's romance novel contests, scaring hundreds of thousands of ladies to sleep badly at night. It's just too much of an asshole. Such asshole writers should be sanctioned as well. The large force that reacted the slowest was the Jiang Lang talent fan group led by the organizers of the Huaxia Literature Forum. After all, it is a semi-official organization that is slightly slower to deal with events. When Zhang Qinnan heard his assistant report to him that a mongrel writer named Jiang Chen had frantically and angrily sprayed Jiang Lang talent on the internet and managed to put Jiang Lang talent on the hot search, he didn't react for a long time. Jiang Chen is who? It wasn't until the forum staff then placed Jiang Chen's information on her desk that the corner of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. How dare a shameless asshole writer like Jiang Chen accuse Jiang Lang of being out of talent? Simply didn't put their Huaxia Literature Forum in their eyes. So the various departments of the forum, after some deliberation, also acted swiftly. The PR and operations departments, working in tandem, organized a large group of readers and fans and began to fight back on the internet. Jiang Chen, do you still have a face? How can you criticize Jiang Lang's talent? Jiang Lang's talent is abominable. But Jiang Chen, you're not qualified to scold him. You're a soft-boiled writer and you dare to say that people have run out of talent? Chen Wei Entertainment is like this. You don't know how to help, and you're still mixing it up every day? You're the one who should get out of the literary world. Asshole writer Jiang Chen. Even if I'm not as talented as you are, I'm 10,000 times better than you. Jiang Chen, you're so shameless. People, Jiang Lang's book is only 1 million reads. How dare you say 10 million? Zhang Qinnan also sent out a tweet herself. Hello everyone, I'm Zhang Qinnan from the Huaxia Literature Forum. I've just seen some heated remarks about our platform's authors on the internet, and I think it's ridiculous. Writers should fight with words and talent, not with their mouths. Jiang Lang is the best genius I've ever seen, and he's already proven himself with his talent. And Jiang Chen? Oh, just a jumper. Never heard of him. For a time, the entire network was like a chaotic battlefield, directly disorganized into a pot of porridge. The four parties were mixing it up like crazy. It's straight up dumbfounding to the uninformed eaters of the internet. Holy, what a day. What's going on? Softaman Jiang Chen yells at asshole writer Jiang Lang. What kind of operation is this? It can't be. Is Chen Wei Entertainment really going out of business? Is it really that hard to read a book by Django? Suddenly kind of want to find out what's going on? Eat melon. Eat melon. I had a feeling something big was going to happen when I woke up this morning. And it was. After reading the article, Jiang Chen is indeed an asshole. Su Luowei is so poor. Can I carry her away? You guys fight first. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The hot searches on the hot search list related to the keywords Jiang Chen, Jiang Lang talent, Chen Wei Entertainment. Those years, the lights we blow together, and Su Luowei directly dominated 7 or 8 hot searches, and Jiang Chen angrily sprayed Jiang Lang's talent. This hot search phrase, moreover, directly topped the list, with a crimson explosion word attached to it. The heat is rising. Any netizen who opens his cell phone today will more or less be swept away by this incident. High ceilings with delicate soft headlights. The bar at the entrance is stocked with a selection of champagne, wine, fresh juices and a variety of upscale snacks. Rows of wide and comfortable recliners and sofas are distributed amongst different exquisite compartments. Just as the internet was buzzing, no one knew that Jiang Chen, the instigator of the whole thing, had unknowingly appeared at the airport at that moment. In the private VIP lounge, a couple of people chose a quiet cubicle. Su Jingchu looked at the hot search list in her cell phone screen with a dumbfounded expression. Jiang Chen the bastard. What the hell did he do? Did he drop a bomb on the internet? Since just a few moments ago, her cell phone suddenly started receiving all kinds of messages and calls. Various media outlets and partners have seen the internet buzz. Unable to contact Su Luowei and Jiang Chen, they both called over to ask her for specifics. Is it true that Morning Vista Entertainment is having huge operational problems? Will there be another delay in the new song of national goddess Surovi? What exactly is the relationship between Jiang Chen and Jiang Lang talent? Su Jingchu hung up 5 or 6 consecutive phone calls, logged into the microblogging to see only to find that the entire network has changed. The entire network is angry, scolding Jiang Chen and Jiang Lang talent. What the hell did you do? She raised her head and looked at Jiang Chen with disbelief. It's nothing. It's just that they cursed Jiang Lang a few times during the interview. Jiang Chen shrugged. I don't know why they were so agitated. At those words, the corner of Su Jingchu's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Just a few curses? If it wasn't for the fact that she had just seen Jiang Chen angrily spewing a 40-minute video compilation of Jiang Lang's talent, she would have really believed it. What did I do to offend you? Why did you spam him for more than 40 minutes? Men's jealousy, is it really that strong? Luo Wei and I are going to be traveling for the next few days. You're not going to break up the company, are you? Su Jing expressed great concern about Jiang Chen's operation. You know, it was also Jiang Chen who arranged the business trip today. She now even wondered if the guy had deliberately found a reason to sideline himself and low so that he could engage in some crazy maneuver to do whatever he wanted in the company. What? Old primitive. We've known each other for so long, can't you trust my character? Jiang Chen frowned slightly. Su Jingchu skimmed her mouth and said with a look of disgust, can't believe it. You have no character at all with me. Su Luowei on the side covered her mouth and snickered as she watched the two dislike each other. Every time Jiang Chen and Su Jingchu met, the two of them were somewhat incompatible, and not to damage each other a few times was simply not painful. Just when she wanted to say something, the airport's radio suddenly rang out. Attention passengers traveling on Flight XX, boarding has now begun. Please bring your carry-on luggage and prepare to board. It was almost time to board the plane, so Su Jingchu sighed and stood up in a very sensible manner. She knew the two little mouths would have something to say in the next few moments of goodbye, so she wouldn't be here to be a light bulb and cause offense. However, she had just taken 2 steps away when she heard Jiang Chen call out to her from behind. Old Primrose, wait, what else? She looked back with a slight frown. It suddenly occurred to me that there wasn't much to eat on the airplane. Jiang Chen stood up with a calm demeanor and looked at her. Just stand here and don't move. I'll buy a few oranges to go. With that, he turned and headed out the door. Su Jingchu and Su Luowei both froze for a moment. Su Jingchu was a bit speechless. This guy, what's he up to again? This is an airport. Where do you get oranges for sale? But a few minutes later Jiang Chen walked back, and was literally carrying 2 bottles of orange water in his hands, which he shoved towards Su Jingchu's handbag. I didn't find any oranges, but 2 bottles of orange water is about right. And the water on the plane wasn't good, so take it to quench your thirst. Su Jingchu froze for a moment. This was the first time she had seen such a polite Jiang Chen. Could it be that he had really taken to heart what he had just said? Trying to redeem yourself in your own mind this way? She glanced at the orange water, which seemed to be just the flavor she liked. Okay. In a stiff tone, she returned, thanks. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and waved his hand. You're welcome, it's what I'm supposed to do. On the side, Su Luowei's gaze gradually became a bit strange. Chapter 79 Jiang Lang's talent is now present. Honey, she shouted, not knowing why. She always felt that Jiang Chen's gaze toward Su Jingchu was a bit strange. It doesn't take much thought to realize that this guy is probably up to no good again. Thus, she somewhat angrily pinched Jiang Chen's waist. Su Jingchu's character has always been more monotonous, usually do not like jokes. All the mind all pounced on the work above. Career-minded, on the means of these trick people. She absolutely play not Jiang Chen. With the orange juice just now, Su Jingchu must have gotten the short end of the stick somewhere. Otherwise where would Jiang Chen have been so nice to talk to? Hey! Seeing that Su Jingchu seemed to be satisfied with the orange water she bought, Jiang Chen then withdrew his gaze with satisfaction and pinched Su Luowei's small face. Send me a message when you arrive. Aha! A feeling of reluctance is gradually revealed as we are about to leave. Su Luowei used to travel a lot before, but for some reason, this time she seemed to have extra reluctance and longing for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen allowed the little girl to gently hug herself, then buried her head in his arms, feeling his heartbeat. Honey, will you be mad that you can't eat my breakfast while I'm gone? Of course I will. So how can I tell? You're angry? Su Luowei blinked and tilted her head back to look at him. The original answer her mind was expecting was, I'll call you right away and tell you I'm angry. As a result, Jiang Chen said, I'll buy the headlines and have them print a whole side of Su Luowei. I'm pissed off so that whoever it is will know that I'm pissed off. Su Luowei immediately pinched him with some tears and laughter. Oomph, ignore you. On the way out, though, she still turned back with some fondness and hugged Jiang Chen before heading towards the boarding ticket check. The stewardesses on the side looked at the two with eyes full of envy. It's rare to see such a sweet couple. But, why do you always think that girl looks a bit pretty and familiar? By the time Jiang Chen got out of the airport and drove himself back to the villa, it was already after 7 in the evening. There was no sign of Gong Yi in the living room, presumably hiding in her room to code words. Jiang Chen yawned and also headed for his studio. He hadn't coded today's manuscript yet. Meng Yao, I now have a strong suspicion that you must have been screwed over by that Jiang Chen's senior brother-in-law. Magic City Music Academy, dance practice classroom. The girls cried out and sat on the floor stretching their legs hard. This morning when all of them got up, they realized that their legs felt as if they were filled with lead, and it hurt like hell to move them, especially going up and down the stairs. If you don't hold on to the stair railing, it's as painful as pins and needles. Yeah, Mengyao. I even saw your senior sister's husband on the hot list this afternoon. He doesn't seem to have a good reputation right now. Is it really okay for him to teach you this shuttlecock drill? A girl asked questioningly. That's just it. I read those hot searches too. I heard that even Sister Luo Wei's company is on the verge of being ruined by him. He can't write himself and calls people jaded. It always seems like this master-sister husband is very pitiful. The girls murmured as Su Mengyao braced her long legs on the handrail of the dance practice room and stretched through clenched teeth. She had a frustrated expression. She originally thought that she had gotten a good fitness drill from Jiang Chen, but who would have thought that this shuttlecock drill looked simple? But jumping up was so tiring. Now she can't move her legs a bit either and walks with a limp. Walking down the road, many students cast strange glances, making one want to find a hole in the ground. It's a real shuttlecocker. The internet buzz, however, is something she doesn't really believe in. She knew that the situation at Morning Vista Entertainment wasn't really as bad as she thought. Master Jiang Chen's brother-in-law wasn't as chestless and incapable of anything as everyone said. He can write songs, and he's still the good kind. This shuttlecock is just a little too pitiful. Just because he can write songs doesn't mean he knows calisthenics. 2 days in a row I've been tortured by this shuttlecock. Now that she recalled the scene of the day she had approached Jiang Chen for the song, she also had to start wondering if she had really been punked. This gym workout is just too painful. She looked back at her screaming teammates on the ground with great guilt. There wasn't much time left until the party, and now everyone's legs are still hurting. Tomorrow, I'd better go to him tomorrow and ask him about it. Su Mengyao gritted her teeth, and her heart was also a bit torn. Had she known that she wouldn't learn this shuttlecock drill, it might even be better to directly ask senior sister Yan to help them choose a song. I'll go with you or you'll be fooled again. On the ground, a girl named Lin Shanshan hurriedly raised her hand and said, she felt that her captain was good at everything, just a bit of a fool, and if she went to Jiang Chen alone, she would definitely be fooled again. Well, tomorrow night, we'll go to him together. Su Mengyao gritted her teeth. She now also felt that she was probably falling into the trap Jiang Chen had prepared. The mind grew exasperated. If she really let her find out that she was being punked by Jiang Chen's senior brother-in-law, then she would definitely let him know how powerful he was. In the studio, there was the constant sound of crackling keyboard tapping. After more than 4 hours, Jiang Chen finally finished coding 60,000 words. After uploading the manuscript, he clicked on the page again to see today's numbers. However, what made him all a bit surprised was that after a day of fermentation, all the data of those years, the lights we blow together had actually come to a steep rise, perhaps due to the influence of online public opinion. Many passerby netizens held the idea of curiosity and clicked on the page of Women's Literature Writing Contest to see what the book was actually written about. How could it make Jiang Chen spray angrily for more than 40 minutes? In this case, the number of readers of those years is skyrocketing. Originally, the book's popularity has risen very quickly, and now it is even more like a runaway wild horse, riding away. On the list, it had become a one-of-a-kind presence, and all the people from 2nd to 10th place combined were not as popular as it, and the rate at which this figure is rising is still increasing rapidly. Perhaps it's because of this time of year that more and more internet users are getting off work. Jiang Chen angrily sprayed Jiang Lang's talent. The heat of this matter also really began to ferment. What Jiang Chen was a bit happy about at this point was that fortunately he hadn't authenticated his Jiang Chen name when he first registered his microblog. Otherwise one's Twitter feed must have fallen by now. However, after thinking about it, he suddenly slid his finger and found the registration page to register an account for Jiang Lang Talent. Hello, everyone, this is Jiang Lang. After sending a tweet, it was followed by a screenshot of his writer's backend. Only after doing all this was Jiang Chen contentedly closing his computer. This splash of traffic can't be wasted, and it's perfectly fine to have Django next. At 12:30 in the middle of the night, when Jiang Chen had already finished talking to Su Luowei on the phone and got under the covers to sleep, several new phrases have crept back onto the hit list. Django is now on Twitter. Chapter 80, Su Luowei's family. Jiang Chen didn't pay any more attention to the hustle and bustle of the night. Early the next morning, some rare drizzle fell from the sky, and the wind filaments blowing in at the window lowered the temperature considerably. This is the time of year when the weather is turning cooler as fall turns to winter. Jiang Chen woke up, felt the emptiness around him, and first sent a message to Su Luowei to pay attention to adding clothes before he clicked on the microblog. In one night's time, the Jiang Lang Talent microblogging account, surprisingly, rose more than 100,000 powder. The comments section is full of all sorts of voices. How dare you come out? Believe it or not, I'll knock your dog's head off. I've read all 60,000 words of yesterday's update. Hurry up and update it. What the hell is going on back there? Brother, the bacon from my side of the family is especially delicious. I'd like to send you some. Can you send me the address? I curse you to eat instant noodles without seasoning packets forever. Of course, the most voices. Still, at Jiang Lang Talent, Jiang Chen scolded you for more than half an hour yesterday. Do you know that? After all, yesterday's phrase, Jiang Chen angrily sprayed Jiang Lang's talent, was on the first place of the Weibo hot search list. Most of the fans who follow him came from this hotspot as well. Jiang Chen looked over the comments section page and realized that the netizens seemed to be up in arms to get in to respond to mixer writer Jiang Chen's angry spew. However, he laughed and ignored the remarks for the time being. After all, the netizens are basically holding the attitude of watching the fun, and can't wait for him to poke a hole in the sky, and they will then eat melons in a beautiful way. One certainly wouldn't fall for it so easily. However, when he saw that on the microblogging hot search list, the hot search ranking of Jiang Chen angrily spraying Jiang Lang's talent had slipped to the 5th place. His eyebrows then slightly knitted. Apparently, after a night's time, most of the netizens watching this incident have dispersed. The heat of the event will only get less and less if there is no follow-up. This is also in line with the law of the internet, where netizens never stay on one thing for more than 3 days unless there is an update on the matter. To be honest, the kind of attention from all over the internet yesterday had achieved the effect he was looking for, but it would naturally be better if he could add more fire to it. No one is too hot to handle in the entertainment industry. After thinking about it, he suddenly clicked on the main page of Jiang Lang Talent's microblog, edited a microblog, and sent it out. Frowny face Jiang Chen? Jumping clown, come and fight if you don't want to. Half an hour later, Jiang Lang Talent domineeringly responds to Jiang Chen's words, once again rushed to the first position on the hot search list. The netizens of the melon eaters were excited after reading the tweets sent by Jiang Lang. Sure enough, the jungle responded. They love this kind of chaos-only thing. Hundreds of thousands of melon-eating netizens have run to leave messages under the Jiang Lang Talent microblogging account. Jiang Lang is out of his league. Come on, I'm with you. Everyone is responsible for defeating the morning dogs, and the revenge for taking my wife should be avenged today. Good job. Scold that shameless softy guy for me. Ha ha ha. I think Jiang Chen should definitely wimp out this time. What else can he do if he doesn't wimp out? He's a guy with no talent in his chest, and he dares to call the shots with Jiang Lang? Actually, don't you guys see it? Yesterday when Jiang Chen angrily sprayed Jiang Lang's mouth, he was obviously jealous. Jiang Lang is a genius, and is certainly susceptible to the envy of the mediocre. With the addition of the new hot search, the heat of Jiang Chen angrily spraying Jiang Lang's talent is once again rising rapidly, quickly rising back to the number 1 position. Originally has been some to lay down the 4 sides of the battlefield, but also once again returned to the fierce scene. Jiang Chen was once again mobbed by millions of netizens. This Jiang Chen, he really is a success but a failure. Tilted City Entertainment conference room. A light white smoke filled the room, giving off a faint sandalwood odor. Mahogany-colored long table with dark wood-layered leather boss chair. The middle-aged man listened to his subordinate's report and smiled mockingly. Tomorrow is the time Su Lo has agreed with her fans to release her new song. Originally, he had only bought off a portion of the media to first create the topic of Morning Vista Entertainment experiencing a crisis. When Su Luowei's new song was delayed, he would be able to use this topic to expand the scope of public opinion once again, launching an attack on Shenwei Entertainment from all angles. After a long time, even if it doesn't affect the brands that have already signed a contract with Shenwei Entertainment, it will definitely discourage those businessmen who are ready to cooperate with Shenwei Entertainment. After all, we are all open for business. Looking for artists to endorse and shoot advertisements is just to sell products better. If Shenwei Entertainment is already in crisis, then the number of brands willing to follow Shenwei Entertainment is very limited. But what he never expected was that he had only just made his move when Jiang Chen, the asshole writer, had stirred up such a big basket. Now the whole internet is furiously spraying Jiang Chen, and the decadence of Shenwei Entertainment's hiring of Jiang Chen as its music director has become more apparent. He didn't even have to bother pushing public opinion any further, as netizens spontaneously began to question the prospects of Shenwei Entertainment. What a mess, the middle-aged man sighed. Sometimes, it's a pity when the opponent is too weak. Tomorrow is the time for the release of the new song that Su Luowei promised her fans. If she can't come up with a song again, then how should she explain to her fans? Jiang Chen, as the music director, actually doesn't even consider such things? Yao Sichun was also in the conference room, nothing more than a loser, but he can actually serve as a music director? Simply ridiculous. He coldly snorted with some disdain. I've long said that Su Luowei will definitely regret letting him be the music director. Ha ha, it's still brother Yao who sees clearly. The middle-aged man laughed. If we had known that Morning Vista Entertainment was so unbearable, why did we have to make so many preparations in the first place? Mr. Lang, Su Luowei is not easy to deal with. Yao Si-chun, however, shook her head. As a national goddess, she has come this far in just a few years, relying on more than just her face value and her own hard work. The division behind her is also a huge force. Don't forget that Yan Shuexin still supports her all the time. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man nodded, then frowned slightly. On Yan Shuexin's side, I've already asked someone to beg Wang Lin to act as a lobbyist, but I haven't gotten a message back yet, and I don't know what the outcome is so far. It doesn't matter if it didn't work out. Shenwei Entertainment's current situation is a little bit worse than what was envisioned at first. Yao Si-chun let out a cold smile, a gust of coldness flickering in her gaze. This time, even if Yan Shuexin is on their side, it will be very difficult to turn the tide again. The middle-aged man sneered. In that case, let's all look forward to what Su Luowei's next move will be, and hopefully this game will become a bit more interesting. The internet clamor continued for hours more. Jiang Lang talent bubbled up, but netizens still couldn't find Zhang Chen's microblogging, so they had to run to Su Luowei's microblogging below to comment. So much so that the national goddess's Twitter has been in a state of decline since yesterday. Luowei, fire Jiang Chen quickly. Don't let him plague Chunwei Entertainment anymore. Goddess, leave him, I can give you a happier life. Wake up, Luowei. Jiang Chen really isn't right for you. He'll only ruin you. It's not too late to get a divorce. I asked and the Civil Affairs Bureau is working for the next 3 days. The netizens, as the old saying goes, continue to advise Su Luowei and Jiang Chen to divorce as soon as possible. This asshole writer is really not worthy of their goddess Su Luowei. But Su Lo never came forward to reply. It wasn't until 3 o'clock in the afternoon that Su Luowei's Weibo suddenly updated with a dynamic video. In the video, Su Luowei didn't show up at Chunwei Entertainment as netizens imagined, but appeared in a Hope Elementary School in a remote mountainous area, playing games with the children and seemingly taking part in some kind of public service activity. And according to the voiceover, this Hope Primary School was rebuilt on the address of a former disaster area, and many of the children in the school are single-parent families or even orphans. In the video, Su Lo, wearing a ponytail and a plain t-shirt and jeans, attends a donation event to donate $3 million to local education to support more children in the affected areas to go to school. Finally, she also called for more attention to the children in the disaster area. I hope that those who are able to do so can provide more help to the children over here. Unfortunately, though, the video went out without much response. The focus of the melon-eating netizens continued to be on top of her and Jiang Chen's relationship matters. Fans continued to urge Su Luowei to hurry up and divorce Jiang Chen and stop being victimized by him. But no one knew that the donor of this Hope Primary School was actually Su Luowei as well. Since her debut 6 years ago, she has been quietly donating all kinds of supplies and funds to children in disaster areas over here. After earning money, he contributed another $5 million to build this Hope Elementary School called Morning Glory. But this information she did not publish anywhere. So people don't realize that the national goddess has been quietly sponsoring children in disaster areas over here all these years. Kyoto, spacious, bright and solemn office. The middle-aged man frowned slightly after listening to his subordinate's report. Are you saying that Lo doesn't need us to get involved in this? Yes, leader, the subordinate seriously reported. I've asked her what she means, but Miss Su said that she can solve the trouble on her own this time and doesn't need any help. The middle-aged man pondered slightly for a moment. Recently, the matter of Chunwei Entertainment is a hot topic on the internet. The whole internet is discussing and questioning such a situation. Su Luowei really have the ability to be able to solve it? After a moment's thought, though, he sighed and waved his hand. Then let's listen to her first. This girl has always had her own ideas since she was a child. We can't control them even if we want to. It's good not to intervene. Her identity cannot be released to the public at this time. Speaking here, he sighed once again, his tone filled with the slightest hint of helplessness and heartache. At a young age, letting her carry out the Heaven's Eye program, it's really bitter for her. Leader, MS. Su's performance was excellent. With a hint of admiration in his eyes, the subordinate said, my daughter, of course she's excellent. Mentioning his daughter, the middle-aged man's face couldn't help but show a touch of pride and softness. However, he immediately seemed to have remembered something. His expression once again cold, the color of majesty in his eyes biting. It's just a bit cheap for that asshole kid surnamed Zhang. Sooner or later, I'll make him pay it back with interest. Fear Value 95. Chapter 81, Yan Shuexin's sister? Ha ha ha, trying to use the charity event to help Jiang Chen change the subject? Tilting City Entertainment, still bubbling with the slightest hint of sandalwood incense in the office. The middle-aged man sat at the tea table and laughed. Su Luowei is also too naive. It's simply impossible for netizens to buy into this old routine. He picked up the tea and took a sip with a cold smile. then instructed the assistant beside him, contact our media and ask them to step up their efforts. In addition, tomorrow was the time for Su Luowei's new song to be released. She ran to the mountainous region to do charity at this time, and I guess she also has the intention of using this as a shield. We can't let her get away with this. Let the media put out the circulars. It's time to wrap up this drama. Yes, I'm on it. The assistant nodded quickly and pushed his way out of the office. Chen Yuman was still sitting at the main seat on the tea table, but at this time, she was skimming her lips, seemingly somewhat less satisfied. Originally, he had thought of letting Chunwei Entertainment struggle for a while longer, so that he could also enjoy the thrill of conquering the national goddess for a while longer. I didn't expect Chunwei Entertainment to be directly beaten without a fight. It's no fun. Chen Yuman's tone carried a faint displeasure. It's already not bad. After all, the other party is just a little girl in her 20s. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. You don't look at how long we've been plotting, how many resources we've utilized. And in order to invite this great god Wang Lin, we even borrowed the family's connections. You should know what I'm doing all this for. Chen Yuman let out a petite laugh, her beautiful eyes flowing, charmingly glancing at him. Of course I know. Haven't people already promised you to play this one last time? After Su Luowei obediently submits, I'll call it quits and go home with you to properly raise my children. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's countenance then eased, slowly putting down the teacup in his hand. Don't worry, Su Luowei won't be able to escape. Although my Long family isn't a prestigious family, but it's not hard to pin down a national goddess who just debuted a few years ago. Then I'll wait. Chen Yuman daintily covered her mouth, picked up the teapot again, smiling and winking, and poured a cup of tea for the middle-aged man, lifting her hands and throwing her feet in a winking manner frequently, and somewhat playful. The middle-aged man looked at Chen Yuman, who had suddenly become well-behaved, and sighed softly in his heart. All these years he had been living a paper-drunk life, and for the first time, he wanted to marry a woman home. But he didn't expect that the other party's mind was not on him at all. The thing about fate is that it's so hard to tell. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Chunwei Entertainment is in crisis. Su Luowei's new song may be delayed again. The microblogging hot search, suddenly airborne in the 3rd position. And many entertainment bloggers also popped up on the internet and began to analyze what kind of underlying reasons were behind Su Luowei's charitable gesture. Each of these bloggers, each with a different analytical process, came to a surprisingly consistent conclusion. That is, this charity event is nothing more than a tactic used by the national goddess to divert the conversation, and her new song is absolutely unavailable at this point in time. The former music director Yao Si-chun had already left from Chunwei Entertainment a month ago, and the current music director Jiang Chen is a mixed-up writer. What kind of songs can this guy write? This irresponsible attitude of Morning Vista Entertainment is a complete joke on the trust of the fans. For a while, there were more and more people on the internet who questioned Chunwei Entertainment and Su Luowei. Even some fans couldn't sit still and ran to the bottom of Su Luowei's Weibo to leave messages asking about the exact situation. There was even a sound circulating on the internet that the departure of the former music director of Chunwei Entertainment was squeezed out by the asshole writer Jiang Chen. This asshole wrecked the marriage of the national goddess back then, and now he wants to wreck the career of the national goddess. What a crime! The melon netizens are talking about it, and the comments under the charity video are increasing. But until 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Luowei did not come forward to make any response, as if she had already acquiesced to the claims on the network. Fans waited for hours, disappointed. He then scolded Jiang Chen underneath the videos of various bloggers. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Chen, who was being furiously sprayed all over the internet at the moment, was leisurely lying on the sofa in his own workroom, watching TV. Nikki's on a business trip. He simply didn't go to the company today. Anyway, what he could arrange, he had already arranged. The next thing to do was just to quietly wait for the results. Buzz buzz. Just then, his cell phone suddenly rang with an unfamiliar number. Jiang Chen was puzzled and clicked on it. Who was calling him at this time? Hello, is this Jiang Chen? Pressing the answer button, a young man's voice came through the receiver. Which one? Jiang Chen, I'm Chen Charan. Ah, your class president. Jiang Chen froze for a moment at his words. Class monitor? Chen Charan? In his mind, the face of a boy from his high school days slowly emerged. It seems like there really was a class president in high school called Chen Charan. But, Jiang Chen frowned slightly. He didn't seem to know this guy very well, did he? The two even technically have a somewhat less than stellar relationship. When he was in school, Chen Charan was not only the class president, but also had the title of a rich second generation, and it was said that his family conditions were very favorable. But unfortunately, high school girls are more simple-minded. Only look at the face, does not look at the money. You Chen Charan family conditions are no better than others. Jiang Chen handsome. Jiang Chen at that time is not an unknown person. High school 3 years have been topped with the title of school grass. Very attractive to the attention of the girls. A pretty girl that Chen Charan liked and secretly slipped him a confession letter. It is because of this incident, the relationship between the two of the off has not been very deal with. Although Jiang Chen hadn't taken this to heart at all, Chen Charan had been on pins and needles, always wanting to find a chance to overpower Jiang Chen and prove her charm and womanhood. Originally, this guy was still thinking that Jiang Chen's face advantage could at most only be maintained in the school to keep it up, and when he got out of the campus, what else could he compare with him? As a result, as soon as the two graduated from college, before Chen Chusheng found an opportunity to power, Jiang Chen then directly married the national goddess Su Lu away as a little petite wife, and from then on embarked on the road of enviable mixed-up life. Chen Charan was also suddenly silent for a long time after that time. After bubbling up again, he also completely caved in, never mentioning anything related to Jiang Chen again. What's all the fuss about today? Jiang Chen, you're a big celebrity now. Tonight our class reunion. Are you free to attend? Chen Charan's smiling voice came from the other end of the phone. If you are in a bad mood, we as classmates can also drink with you. Jiang Chen laughed in his heart. This son of a, it can't be that he thinks he can do it again after seeing himself being furiously sprayed all over the internet on the hot list, right? Planning on stepping on your own ass at the reunion? Boredom. He was too lazy to go along with this old routine. Not available tonight. Finished faintly and hung up directly. Having been a man for 2 lifetimes, he was too lazy to bother with these brats. Even if you find an opportunity to backload a hand during a class reunion, it's pretty pointless. After all, the opponent is really too weak. Not only does it not reflect its own realm, but it is also easy to cause a chicken feather, and it is not a good idea. Wait for the screen on that cell phone to fade out. He yawned and prepared for a nap. This time, however, the phone rang again. Buzz buzz. Jiang Chen picked up his cell phone. Damn you, didn't I say I wasn't available tonight? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, followed by a cold, icy voice. I don't have a sister. Hearing this voice, Jiang Chen froze, taking his phone down to take a look at it before twitching the corners of his mouth. Yan Shuexin? On the other end of the phone, Yan Shuexin's voice seemed to have cleared a few more points. Come to the Moon Feast house tonight. I have something to find you. What is it? It's about Wang Lin. She thinks there's something wrong with the contract and wants to talk to you again. Oh, hearing that it was a serious matter, Jiang Chen nodded somewhat helplessly. Okay, go over there later. Hanging up the phone, a few girls in the exclusive box of the Moon Feast house quietly sighed in relief. Senior sister Shui Xian, did senior sister husband fall for it? Su Mengyao limped up and asked nervously. Yan Shuexi nodded, then her brows furrowed in curiosity as she looked towards Su Mengyao's stiff walking movements. What's wrong with you? It's not because of that asshole senior brother-in-law. Mentioning this matter, Su Mengyao gritted her teeth. It's just as well that I tricked him over tonight. I'll make sure he looks good. Chapter 82 Surprise prepared by the girls. It was 6 p.m. and already a bit dark. The sky was no longer drizzling, though the temperature had dropped considerably. Jiang Chen changed into a jacket, looked at the time, and touched his somewhat hungry belly, sat up from the sofa and prepared to go out. However, when he passed by the living room, he found that Gong Yi, who had just been knocking on the keyboard here, had run off somewhere at this moment, and seemed to have gone out for something as well. He shook his head, giving up on the idea of asking the stupid woman if she wanted to bring food. Grabbing his car keys from the foyer, he walked to the garage. Jiang Chen's own ride was an SUV, not particularly expensive, just over $1 million, carefully selected for him by the little ninja, but it was a car he usually drove less, only occasionally when he went out fishing. He opened the door, tossed the keys aside, and started the car as 2 lampposts lit up, accompanied by the faint roar of the engine as it slowly drove out of the parking garage. The location of the Moon Feast house wasn't far from his neighborhood, but it was a little closer to the outskirts. When Jiang Chen drove to the entrance of the Moon Feast house's box courtyard, he found that the courtyard's gate was closed for some reason. The yard was dark and it didn't look like anyone was there. He honked the horn twice in a row and no one opened the door. What's the name of the game? He muttered with a slight frown. Could it be that Yan Shuexin hadn't arrived yet? It's a good thing that the yard is across the street from a farmhouse restaurant, and there happens to be a parking lot there. He simply turned the car around directly and drove towards that parking lot, and the security guard at the gate took one look at his decal and let him go straight away, and even gave a standard salute. Jiang Chen parked his car, picked up his cell phone, and headed out. He was ready to go to the courtyard gate to give Yan Shuexin a call. However, when he reached the intersection, he vaguely heard someone shouting his name not far away. Jiang Chen? Alas, if it isn't Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen turned his head in confusion, only to find that on the open space next to the parking lot, there were actually a dozen young men and women standing, all with somewhat familiar faces. Jiang Chen, didn't you say you wouldn't come? Someone said aloud, sounding a little excited. Are you? Jiang Chen froze for a moment, then suddenly reacted. These people, nyet, They can't all be their high school classmates, can they? He was a bit surprised and speechless. Could it be that the place Chen Charan had mentioned for the class reunion was this farm? This Nima. What's with the coincidence? TV shows don't even dare to shoot like this. But looking at the group of people in front of him, he recalled in his mind and didn't recall much of the story. 3 years ago, when he came to this world, Jiang Chen had already graduated from college, and he had never even experienced college life, let alone high school. So these people in front of him were both familiar and unfamiliar to him. There were also memories in my mind of spending time with everyone, but it would take quite a bit of effort to actually recall them. Hello guys. But since they had met, Jiang Chen didn't mind saying hello. Jiang Chen, are you here for the party too? A male student looked at the $1 million SUV behind Jiang Chen, his gaze filled with envy. Among their classmates, Jiang Chen was probably the one who had the most comfortable life. Not only had he married a national goddess as his wife, but he was also leisurely every day and didn't have to do anything. Since he had met his classmates, Jiang Chen was in no hurry to leave, and took down the cigarette case from the car, and after casually scattering a few cigarettes to a few of his classmates who knew how to smoke, he accompanied them and lit one himself. The atmosphere of the reunion seemed to become slightly warmer under the smoke. Jiang Chen, however, shook his head. I'm not here for a class reunion. All the students froze. Just happened to be going over there for dinner. Stopped here on the way. Didn't expect to run into you guys. Jiang Chen pointed to the opposite side and said. The crowd seemed a little disappointed, and a rather beautifully dressed female classmate flirted. Jiang Chen, tonight's old classmates gathering. You don't even support the show. Is it that you don't look up to us now that you're living a good life? Jiang Chen glanced towards the girl. Memories slowly surfaced in his mind, and he realized that this girl seemed to be the female classmate who secretly slipped him a love letter back then. I heard that Chen Charan chased her for 3 whole years in high school without success, and I don't know how it is now. No matter, I really have serious business today. We'll get together some other time. He chuckled, his tone flat. The right and wrong of that year even the original owner didn't care anymore, so how could he put it in his heart? Jiang Chen, everyone knows that you are idle at home as a salted fish every day. What kind of serious business can you have? Just then, a somewhat piercing voice rang out. The crowd gazed over, only to see Chen Charan dressed in an exquisite suit and tie, dressed in an urban elite look, walking over from the other direction of the parking lot. The car he drove over today was also at the $1 million level, no worse than Jiang Chen's. Jiang Chen, we've all heard about you. Look at you. You have a sad face. When you encountered such a big thing, you didn't say anything to our old classmate. Chen Charan walked up to the crowd and looked at Jiang Chen, frowning slightly, saying with a hypocritical yet sincere face, just said on the phone that he didn't have time. But this is still out? Do you want to drink alone? Although we as classmates can't help much, we can still drink together and relieve our boredom. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. Chen Charan seemed to be caring about himself with these words, but inside and outside of the words, they actually revealed a meaning that was pointing out that he didn't seem to be having a very good time right now. A female classmate, not hearing his intentionality, agreed. Yes, Jiang Chen, what's the point of drinking alone? We've seen all the Weibo hot searches in the past 2 days. You're in such big trouble, and now Su Luo Wei is out of town. Why don't you have a chat with us and be in a better mood? Yes, Jiang Chen, don't feel bad. Let's not get drunk tonight. Other students chimed in. We know what you're going through. We don't know how to help you, but you have to move on. Eating soft food is comfortable, but the pressure is really bad. What's the point of talking so much? Get drunk, cry, and everything will be fine. It must have been a pretty rough time for you, too. Jiang Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes in his mind as he looked at the chattering crowd, thinking to myself, where is the sad face? Wasn't it just a flashback to high school and a slight frown? Hook 8 of Chen Charan grabbed a little detail and dared to talk nonsense. UING so able to make up. Why do not you go to work in the UC browsing department? Forget it, I really have something today. I'll get together with you guys next time. He waved his hand and said indifferently. Although he understood Chen Charan's ruse in his heart, with his life experience, he was really too lazy to bother with the group of brats in front of him. Even if we explain things clearly, what can we do? There's no sense of accomplishment in pretending at all, and it's a waste of time. The gap between the two sides of the experience, leveled to a certain degree, sometimes pretend to be a bully or pulling down their own pussy. Moreover, these people were all Jiang Chen's old classmates in this world, and he didn't want to pull too much of a fast one, sort of giving a face to his own past in this world. After a cigarette, he waved at the crowd and headed in the direction of the parking lot beyond. After delaying this half a day, his stomach seemed to be even hungrier, and for him, solving the problem of eating first was the proper thing to do. Chen Charan looked at Jiang Chen's back, but suddenly said, "It's been so long, let's get you there and we can talk some more on the way." This guy felt that it was so hard to see Jiang Chen, How could he let go so easily? And planned to take advantage of the opportunity again to find a chance of some kind to continue to dig at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't bother to take care of him and walked straight forward. The other male and female students glanced at each other and followed along. It was hard to see Jiang Chen for once, and they wanted to see what this campus sensation from back then was busy with. The group crossed the road and arrived at the periphery of the Moon Feast House's courtyard of boxes. However, the courtyard was still dark at this time, and Jiang Chen walked to the door and was about to give Yan Shuoxin a call so that she could arrange for someone to open the door. Chen Charan, who was on the side, looked towards the courtyard and continued with "I'm sure it's like this" face. "Jiang Chen, we're all old classmates. I think you should stop pretending. It's this time of day and the yard is still dark. Where does it look like an appointment? Wouldn't you rather drink by yourself than get together with us old school friends?" Other students agreed. "That's right, Jiang Chen, this is no fun. We all really want to relieve you of your boredom and have a drink with you. What can you mean when you're all alone with a hard heart and all alone? Drinking is the kind of thing that's meant to be crowded." The crowd was talking about you and me, but the courtyard gates slowly opened at this time. Bang, bang, bang. This was followed by several loud bangs, and everyone was startled by the sudden loud bangs and looked forward in shock. But he saw that the bright lights in the courtyard were all lit up at some unknown time. Inside the door, gift flowers roamed in midair. Through the fence of the yard, one could faintly hear there were girls arguing inside. "I told you to wait for Director Zhang to walk in before setting off the fireworks. Why did you guys set them off ahead of time?" "Oops, I was so nervous when the door opened I forgot. I'm sorry." Me too. What now? Forget it, hurry up with the next step. Where's the cake?" The crowd didn't react. Again, he saw two pretty girls, carrying cakes, walking towards Jiang Chen with a smile on their faces. "Director Jiang, happy birthday." All the students froze. Jiang Chen was also filled with doubt and was about to say something. Yan Shuoxin's figure unexpectedly appeared at the door as well. She glanced at Jiang Chen lightly. "Come in, it's your birthday today. Everyone prepared a birthday party especially for you. So today is your birthday?" Jiang Chen froze for a long time before reacting. He had been busy with messy things in the past few days, and actually even forgot about this matter. Behind him, his high school classmates all opened their mouths wide. This person, it seems to be Queen Yan Tian, right? I think so. I've only seen it on TV. I didn't expect to look better in person. The aura is so powerful. Wait, today is Jiang Chen's birthday? There seem to be a lot of girls in the yard. All seem to be quite pretty. All here to celebrate Jiang Chen's birthday? Day? What's with the sudden bit of envy? Jiang Chen mother her. What kind of days do you usually have? I can't believe I just comforted this asshole. If I call out to brother Chen now, can I follow them in? The atmosphere at the entrance to the courtyard was a little silent and eerie for a while. Chapter 83. We've been tricked by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen also reacted only after a while. No wonder he could only see the courtyard in darkness just now. So the girls were preparing a surprise for him. Usually it was Su Luowei who was preparing these things, and he didn't care much about the time of his birthday. Anyway, usually as long as he didn't forget the little ninny's birthday, there was basically no problem. I didn't realize that little ninja had already left the Magic City, and there were actually so many people in the courtyard preparing for his birthday party. The girls holding the cake at the door were Yinyun and Chu Yofei. Both of them were not very old, completely young, looking like they were still in school, and they were still at the schoolgirl level. The delicate and soft youthful appearance made many male students at the scene secretly gulp. Jiang Chen touched his nose, because he found that the gazes of the group of high school classmates around him looking at him suddenly became a bit strange. A thought couldn't help but pop up in the hearts of the students. This guy couldn't have taken advantage of Su Luowei's absence from the Magic City and purposely run here to steal fish, right? Damn. Jiang Chen was speechless in his heart. Why are you looking at me like that? What's going on today? He's completely in the dark, too. At this time, Yinyun and Chu Yofei looked towards the doorway, their expressions also a little dazed, because they didn't expect that so many people would appear around Superintendent Jiang. Both of them looked at Jiang Chen with a puzzled look on their faces, seemingly hesitating to go forward. Jiang Chen turned back and looked at his high school classmates around him. You all saw it. I do have serious business. Today seems to be my birthday. If you don't have anywhere to go, do you want to have a few drinks together? It was only then that the group gradually came back to their senses, and then their gazes towards Jiang Chen were all a bit complicated. Serious business? Bull ****** serious. Your serious business is to spend the night with a dozen pretty girls? The male students looked at Jiang Chen with gazes that were both odd and full of envy. They don't dare to say it explicitly, but who in their heart of hearts doesn't want this kind of life? Where is this guy drinking alone? Have you ever seen a group of beautiful women drinking with you? Jiang Chen, this day, life is also too dashing some. No wonder people don't come to class reunions at all. In this situation, no one would choose to drink with a dozen big old men. It's a real people pleaser. It's amazing that this asshole is enjoying himself so much when he's clearly being called out all over the internet. Compared to him, they are living a life that is worse than a dog's. Chen Charon's mouth was wide open, and his expression had long been completely frozen. He never expected that this serious matter Jiang Chen spoke of would be something like this. For a random birthday, there are more than a dozen girls to accompany them, and one of them looks prettier than the school flower of their school. Compared to Jiang Chen, he hadn't caught up with a girl in 3 years of high school, so he could simply go jump in the river. Count. Forget it, Jiang Chen, we'd better leave you alone, a female student said, her tone slightly unnatural, compared to the envy of the male students. The female students here felt a completely huge pressure. The girls in the courtyard were also bright and shiny, one more beautiful than the other, and they all had a feeling of being ashamed of themselves as they stood here at the moment. If you walk in again, there's literally no presence. The few pretty female classmates who were usually the most active in the class were silent and didn't say anything at this time, obviously agreeing with that girl's statement. Yes, Jiang Chen, the box on our side is already booked, so I won't bother you. Seeing that none of the female students had any intention of staying, the male students weren't good enough to shamelessly join Jiang Chen's birthday party, and one by one, they all refused with regret. Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't say anything more about this. Waving his hand towards the crowd as a farewell, the group silently turned around and walked back, but Chen Charon was still standing in place with a dull gaze. A male student went up and gave him a hand, and he then reacted, schlepping back along with the crowd, obviously having been dealt quite a blow by the scene he had just witnessed. A group of people crossed the road, and compared to the laughter on the way in, everyone had become much quieter at this point. Jiang Chen looked at the backs of the crowd and silently sighed. He really didn't intend to pretend today. Who would have guessed that the diva Yin Shuaxin would actually cheat? The old master Jin Yong was right. The prettier the woman, the less she can be trusted. Starlight Entertainment News. In the office, Niao Qiubai's brows were slightly knitted. On the computer screen in front of her, today's hot list was displayed. The number of hot search phrases related to Chunwei Entertainment, Jiang Chen, and Jianlang talent was a full 7 or 8. And all this buzz was sparked by their video interview yesterday. The co-workers in the office were filled with excitement. Their Starlight Entertainment newspaper had never gained such a huge amount of attention since its inception. This kind of feeling that triggers vibrations all over the internet is a dream quest for every media person. Besides, Tilted City Entertainment had just called over a considerable amount of money as a reward. The other party assured that there would be an even more generous thank you fee when they finished off Chunwei Entertainment, and they hoped that they would continue to cooperate with them and target Chunwei Entertainment together in the meantime. Colleagues discussed where to go to celebrate tonight. Only Niao Qiubai's brows stayed furrowed. For some reason, she always felt something was wrong, as if one had fallen into a carefully laid trap. It's a strange feeling, and there's no solid basis for it. Maybe it was just a woman's sixth sense, but it haunted her. Any response so far from Morning Vista Entertainment? She took a deep breath and looked to her colleague beside her. No. The male colleague wearing glasses shook his head and asked curiously, Sister Meow, what are you doing frowning all afternoon? Did Tilting City Entertainment pay less money? Nothing, it's just that I feel that things are going too smoothly. Rather something is wrong. Niao Qiubai shook his head. The male colleague with glasses laughed directly. Sister Meow, isn't it nice to have it go smoothly? We're just collecting money to do a job. Now that things are done and the money from Tilting City Entertainment has been called, what's the point of thinking so much? Niao Qiubai sighed and didn't say anything, but that inexplicable feeling of something being wrong in his heart grew stronger. She carefully recalled the entire process of interviewing Jiang Chen, but realized that Jiang Chen's behavior was just too abnormal. This guy doesn't look stupid, so why would he want to give himself an interview at this time of day? And that Su Jingshu clearly knew she was coming from a bad place at the beginning, and then suddenly agreed to her interview later on. It's even stranger that Jiang Chen didn't follow the norm during the interview either, spouting off angrily about Jian Lang's talent for over an hour. Was that someone completely unrelated to him? Simply out of jealousy of the other's talent? But even if Jiang Chen didn't understand the job of a music director, he wouldn't have done such a thing, right? On the side of Chunwei Entertainment, surprisingly, not a single person has stepped forward to block the all kinds of details don't make sense. Finally, there are so many voices targeting and questioning Chunwei Entertainment on the internet right now, but Su Luowei hasn't made any response so far, only releasing a charity video. Niao Qiubai slowly analyzed the irrationality of an entry in his mind, his brows becoming more and more furrowed. Finally taking a deep breath, he looked at his colleague. Did Jiang Chen go to the office today? The male colleague of the glasses man shook his head. No. Outside of Chunwei Entertainment's company, there were paparazzi squatting, but there has been no sign of Jiang Chen's car. Just then, a co-worker hammed and hawed. Editor Meow. I just received news that Jiang Chen's car left the villa at around 6 o'clock in the evening and then stopped near a private kitchen restaurant called Moon Feast House. Moon Feast House? Miao Bai froze. She remembered that this restaurant seemed to have some relationship with diva Yan Shuoxin, and Yan Shuoxin was Su Luowei's senior sister. A woman's sixth sense made her instantly stand up as if she had caught something. Come on, let's go there as well. I'd like to see this Jiang Chen. What the hell is he up to? Everyone in the office froze. It's come to this, to find Jiang Chen? Fear Value 95. Chapter 84 A Song for Yourself. It was only when Jiang Chen walked into the courtyard that he gradually learned that today's birthday surprise was actually the little ninja who had asked Yan Shuoxin and Su Jingshu to prepare it specifically for him. Since Su Luowei was very busy these days and had to go on a business trip, in order not to delay her birthday to Jiang Chen, she had to entrust Yan Shuoxin and Su Jingshu to help her prepare a birthday party to give Jiang Chen a surprise. And although Su Jingshu took this on, she didn't have a lot of time, so she had to find a few more impressive trainees in the company and then call Chu Youfei. Let them organize a birthday party for Director Jiang in the name of the company. In the past 2 days, Chu Youfei and Yi Muniai and a few other trainee girls were busy with this matter. In the courtyard, Su Mengyao and Gong Yi were both there, apparently having also received Su Jingshu's notice. Besides Su Mengyao, there was another girl she didn't recognize, who seemed to be her classmate and followed along to join in the fun. Jiang Chen looked at the girls running around all over the yard. After coming to this world for several years, he had always spent his birthday with the two of them, and it was the first time he had attended a large, all-women birthday party like this, although a large part of the reason is because they, Morning Vista Entertainment, are basically all women. So naturally, the company organizes events that are all about women. He had originally thought that he, as the main character of the birthday party as well as the music director of Morning Violet Entertainment, should make a speech or something, but then I realized that I was completely overthinking it. In the arrangement of these unseen girls, isn't a birthday all about blowing out the cake and eating the candles? A couple of salutes at most would have been very grand, so when Jiang Chen blew out the candles on the cake before entering, there was no other activity. This birthday party, too, gradually turned into a casual event for the girls to chat and party. The yard was exquisitely and beautifully decorated, with lots of pretty lights and cute dolls fully reflecting the girls' childlike spirit. From a distance, it looked instead like it was some girl's birthday. Dinner was served in a buffet format, with 2 food trucks filled with an assortment of high-end eats, drinks, and even wine. You can take whatever you want to eat, and the women, with their delicate little dinner trays, come together in 2s and 3s, chatting animatedly about all sorts of gossip. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, was sitting alone on a stone bench, sullenly drinking red wine. Damn, this birthday looks dashing, but it's actually quite suffocating. Even if he hadn't received a single gift, he didn't even have someone beside him to help pinch the food and pour the wine, and Neisan wasn't here either. What a day. He sighed and silently forked up a steak into his own mouth before taking a large sip of red wine. In his heart, he could not help but sigh. Why, surrounded by so many girls, did he still have the feeling of being alone and drinking mulled wine? If I had known, I would have gone next door to a high school reunion. At least I could have bragged with my female classmates. Jiang Chen shook his head and took another big sip from his red wine glass. This red wine was said to be prepared by Yan Shuoxin. It was very expensive. A bottle would cost nearly $100,000. The taste and flavor was nothing to write home about, and he had already downed a few glasses in a row, which had vaguely produced some drunkenness with his drinking capacity. The girls in the yard were also very curious about the 2 bottles of red wine and quietly took glasses to taste some. However, their alcohol consumption was obviously not as good as Jiang Chen's, and after just a few sips, they were all flushed. Just like that, Jiang Chen listened to the giggling and playful sounds of the girls and sat alone under the moonlight, drinking mulled wine in solitude. This feels, generically, like some bull *******. It was past 9 in the evening. Perhaps it was because today was a good day for drinking, or perhaps this red wine prepared by Yan Shuoxin was really good. In any case, he drank more without realizing it, waiting for the red wine in his cup to be drained once more. Jiang Chen exhaled softly, sat down at the stone table, and silently lit a cigarette. Looking at the pretty night sky and the girls frolicking in the yard, he mentally estimated the time. After a while, this birthday party should almost be over. Go back to take a hot bath, sleep beautifully, but also be considered to give this birthday a perfect end. However, just at this time, Xia listening Qing was not drunk, and suddenly raised her cup, blushing slightly and said loudly, "Director Jiang, it's your birthday today. Why don't you sing a song for everyone?" Upon hearing this, the group of girls froze for a moment before they all looked toward Jiang Chen with anticipation. Yeah. Sing a song. We'd all love to hear it. It's your birthday, ugh. Some of them had heard Jiang Chen sing before, while others had never heard of him. Anyway, It's Jiang Chen's birthday and it's always good to hear him sing a song. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes when he felt the gazes of the crowd. Who's the birthday girl anyway? Obviously the one having a birthday is himself. These women don't perform a few shows for him even if it's not enough, but they want him to sing for the crowd? But the drunken women, who didn't know any better, applauded in an uproar. Sing, sing, Su Mengyao. This silly girl even watched the fun and fetched the guitar. Jiang Chen sighed helplessly, but on today's special day, he wasn't pretentious. After exhaling a soft puff of smoke, he took the guitar. Who? The girls let out an excited cheer and gathered together, ready to watch director Jiang sing. What's the song to sing? Jiang Chen hugged his guitar and sat down on the stone bench, but he had no idea in his mind for a while. Is it hard to sing a song called Happy Birthday to Yourself? That's a little too dismal. He tilted his head back and looked up at the starry night sky, and the half-curved moon. The heart suddenly felt some emotion. Coming to this world for so long, it seemed that he had not yet seriously sang a song to himself. How about, give yourself a song? An idea gradually emerged in his mind. Yeah, send yourself a song, and it's a nice goodbye to your old self. He looked at the guitar in his arms and was silent for a long time before he said, this song, for myself. The girls sniffed and all applauded. A song for yourself? What does director Jiang plan to sing? Chapter 85 Old Boy. The yard grew quiet. The girls applauded spontaneously, and even Yan Shuexin, who had always been high and mighty, clapped her hands a few times. She had seen Jiang Chen sing more than once, and knew that this guy's singing skill was actually no worse than that of a professional singer. She just didn't know what kind of song he would sing next. Mengyao, this senior brother-in-law of yours can really sing? Lin Xianxian looked around at the enthusiastic girls and asked curiously. She followed Su Mengyao over today, originally wanting to find Jiang Chen trouble. The shuttlecock drill that this asshole senior brother-in-law taught them was just too pitiful, practicing them so much that they couldn't even lift their legs, and she didn't expect to just run into Jiang Chen's birthday party. The two of them combined their thoughts for a moment, and planned that it would be better to be polite first, and wait until the birthday party had dispersed before having a proper talk with their senior sister's husband. It will be. Sister Luo Wei has always said that master sister husband is a great singer. Su Mengyao nodded, although she had only heard Jiang Chen casually sing a song called Clouds and Smoke Become Rain. But looking at it from a point of view, Jiang Chen's singing skills were all very strong, and in this regard even Su Luo Wei and Yan Shuexin were not stingy with their compliments. Lovey senpai? Lin Xianxian, however, bristled with disbelief. Who doesn't know that Sister Lovey is known to be good to her husband? What she said was definitely biased. Lin Xianxian propped her chin on her hands and looked at Jiang Chen in the arena with some amusement. Forget it, we'll get him after he sings. She felt sure that this silly captain of hers had been fooled again. They are attending the 80th anniversary party of the Magic City Conservatory of Music. Such a grand occasion. If you make a joke because of this shuttlecock drill, then you won't have the face to meet people in the future. Sister Meow, Jiang Chen seems to be in here, but this is a private kitchen courtyard. We can't get in. Outside the yard, Miao Choubai and a few male colleagues looked at the brightly lit small yard and the closed gate at a loss, listening to the sounds of girls frolicking in the yard from time to time. The people were all looking at each other a little bit in disbelief. Now that the whole internet was talking about Jiang Chen, this guy was actually still enjoying his life here? And by the sound of it, there must be at least a dozen girls in there. This is also, it's too extravagant. Can it be eaten? Dogs, they really deserve to be scolded. A few of the male co-workers cursed, but their gazes were filled with envy. We don't have to go in, we just have to be able to see what they're doing. Miao Choubai waved his hand and ignored the male colleagues whining. After arriving here, for some reason, that sixth sense in her heart that belonged uniquely to women also grew stronger. Distance to the truth. It doesn't seem to be far off. What was Jiang Chen, this asshole, hiding? She took a deep breath and was determined to dig up the truth of the matter. Sister Meow, there seems to be a small gap in the fence over there, so you can see the scene inside the courtyard. A colleague responsible for scouting came back and reported. Okay, you guys get the cameras ready and we'll go over there. Miao Choubai nodded and walked over, with the male co-worker leading the way. Several people soon came to a more secluded corner. There was indeed a gaping hole in the fence, but it was in a lower position, only 30 centimeters high. Even more outrageous was the fact that there was actually a man lying next to a flower bed, drunk and murmuring something in a low voice. The spectacled male colleague covered his nose and gave the drunk a somewhat disgusted look, waving his hand as if trying to get rid of the booze-scented air in front of him. Before turning his head to survey the gaping hole at the fence, he only took one look at it, though, and couldn't help but stiffen his expression for a moment as he looked over at the male co-worker. Is this the gap you were talking about? This is not a gaping hole, it's a dog hole. But after a big turn, this is the biggest gap. The male co-worker's expression was also aggravated. You guys cut the crap and take off your clothes. Miao Chobai, however, didn't care and waved his hand to command. The man with the glasses froze for a moment, not understanding what she meant. Miao Chobai pointed to the ground again. Take off your clothes. At this time, just after a light rain, the ground on the grass and leaves with drops of dew, directly so lying up, will certainly get wet clothes. The man with the glasses reacted to this, but he gave a dry laugh and hesitated a bit. But, Sister Meow, I just wore one on. He pointed to the plaid shirt he was wearing, indicating that he didn't fit. Go back and reimburse you. Double, Miao Chobai said with an unquestionable tone. A male coworker off to the side covered his mouth and seemed to want to laugh. Miao Chobai glared at him again. One piece isn't enough. There's yours, too. Ha! 2 minutes later, two large men, bare-chested and crying, blocked their chests with their hands and silently crouched to the side. A cool breeze blew gently across the clearing, causing both of them to shiver. On the floor, the drunken man suddenly felt as if the light around him was blocked for a moment. He opened his eyes in a daze, but suddenly realized that there were two big, shirtless men, surrounding his body, with a somewhat pouty expression, as if they were preparing to do something unseemly. His expression stiffened violently for a moment, then his eyes widened as he struggled. What little sanity remained made him want to detect the slightest hint of danger. I don't like men. You guys go away. The two male colleagues of the Starlight Entertainment newspaper were startled when they looked at the drunken man who suddenly struggled to his feet. It would be bad if the guy's voice caught the attention of those in the yard. They looked at each other and suddenly stepped forward together, one covering the drunkard's mouth with his hand and the other pressing down hard on him. Hush, be quiet, just bear with us, we'll be quick, it'll be over in a minute. At those words, the drunk's body stiffened even more. Very soon, the end? No, don't. His eyes became more frightened and he struggled more and more desperately. To the side, Miao Chobai spread two pieces of clothing on the ground, then slowly plopped down in front of that hole. The hole was low, but it was just big enough to accommodate a head, and through it, the scene inside the courtyard was clearly visible. She fixed her eyes forward, but she saw that at that moment Jiang Chen was holding a guitar, sitting in front of a stone table in the courtyard, gently strumming it as if he was auditioning, and all the girls in the courtyard gathered across from him, waiting with anticipation. Even Yan Shuexin, a diva-level female singer, stood by with a glass of red wine, silently watching Jiang Chen's every move. Miao Chobai couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Soon, Jiang Chen in the yard tuned the strings of his guitar. He looked at the moon in midair and said slowly and rather emotionally, "After this birthday, another year older, this song, old boy, give it to yourself." The girls in the yard looked at each other. Old boy? What's this song? Superintendent Zhang has just turned 24 even after his birthday. How did he get old? Jiang Chen didn't say anything else. It was actually a song he really liked. When he celebrated his 39th birthday, he put off all the announcements, sat alone on the roof of a high-rise building with his guitar in his arms, blowing the night breeze and looking at the brightly lit bustling night scene, and sang over it to himself. Now that time has changed. All the bits and pieces, people and events of those days have disappeared. He was once again celebrating his 24th birthday, and it was surprising that it was the same song that suddenly came back to him in his mind. Just say goodbye to the past with this song. Fingers gently strummed the guitar strings, and a melody with a faint sense of nostalgia resounded in the courtyard. The girls all quieted down and looked at him earnestly, and Jiang Chen's somewhat drunken and hoarse voice, driven by the melody, slowly opened its mouth. "That's the one I've been thinking about all day and night, the one I love so much. How the hell am I supposed to say this? Will she accept me? Maybe never say the words to her. I'm destined to be a wanderer. How can you be attached? Listen to the magnetic voice." And then there's the song with a faint sadness that's never been heard before. Outside the courtyard, Miao Chobai's incredulous eyes gradually widened. Chapter 86 Solo in the Moonlight. The cold wind kept blowing across this open space, and the colored lights in the yard reflected Miao Chobai's face into different colors. However, a flash of shock passed through Miao Chobai's eyes. Jiang Chen can actually sing? And the raspy voice and singing voice was nothing like the folk singers she knew. How is it possible? This guy isn't jerk writer? How can he sing at such a professional level? In the courtyard, the girls who were listening to Jiang Chen sing for the first time were all filled with astonishment, especially Lin Qianqian, whose previous impression of this Luo Wei's senior sister's husband was just 2 words. That is, asshole writer. I didn't realize that the other person could sing so well. Why doesn't he go be a singer? Gong Yi looked at Jiang Chen and was also filled with complexity. She had seen Jiang Chen sing, and the song Clouds and Smoke Become Rain had haunted her after she sang it. So much so that now when he sees Jiang Chen he can't help but think of that melody with a hint of sadness. Obviously, when he was with Luo Wei in the past, he could not see that he had any talent at all, and he did not expect to be able to write such a good song in the twinkling of an eye. This guy, is he hiding something all the time? Gong Yi took a deep breath. The emotions in her heart were complicated. It's pretty hard to tell what it feels like when your best friend's husband, who you've been looking down on for 3 years, is actually a genius. Compared to the two, Su Mengyao's eyes were wide open, looking somewhat adorable and shocked, because she suddenly realized that what Zhang Chen was singing right now was yet another song she had never heard before. Old boy? But the last time she went to beg for a song, this asshole senior brother-in-law clearly said he was uninspired. Could it be that yourself cheated again? Dreams are always out of reach. Shouldn't we just give up? Blossoms and blossoms for another season. Spring, where are you? The courtyard was extraordinarily quiet, as if only Zhang Chen singing alone could be heard. The trainee girls all looked attentively at this director Jiang, who wasn't a few years older than them. I don't know why, but this song was obviously sung by Zhang Chen facing all of them, but all of them couldn't help but have a feeling in their hearts that they were loneliness. It was as if this world belonged to Zhang Chen alone. The bright white moonlight reflects the figure playing and singing alone. He is both performer and listener, expresser and listener. He sings a song that is only his own. An inexplicable sense of loneliness was born in this courtyard. The girls looked at the guitar in Zhang Chen's hands and all slowly fell silent. Although the courtyard was filled with people, they could sense that no one here understood Zhang Chen. No one in the world understands him either. Youth is like a running river, too late to say goodbye. All that's left is numbness, and I don't have the same fervor I had back then. Look at the flowers floating in the sky, fading at the most beautiful moment. Who remembers the world she came to? Yan Shuexin launched herself into a rare daze. She had been carefully savoring Zhang Chen's lyrics and melody, and without realizing it, she found her own thoughts being brought into it. This song really does give off an inexplicable feeling. The old boy seems to be writing about himself, but he is actually writing about youth. Old represents now represents loneliness. The boy represents the past represents nostalgia and that remaining shred of fantasy and romance. So, Zhang Chen seems to have written another great classic song? She silently took a sip of red wine, her mind gradually becoming convinced that this song would surely resonate with many people as soon as it was released. After all, everyone has youth, and everyone's youth is full of nostalgia and regret. Yan Shuexin's gaze was once again complicated as she looked at the solo figure under the moonlight. Where does this guy's talent end? Anyway, how many years have passed and how many sorrows? Once upon a time, a young man envied the geese flying south. The figures of those who have gone their separate ways are hurrying away. Where is the future ordinary who give me the answer? The courtyard gradually became silent. At this time, everyone felt the meaning of Zhang Chen's song, Nostalgia for Youth. This is the song that director Jiang sings to himself. He's nostalgic for his youth and his past. But their minds, too, kept coming back to bits and pieces of their own youth. Once ignorant, once green, once simple pleasures, once regrets, and the guy who used to secretly like. The trainee girls, looking at Zhang Chen, had long been filled with admiration. It wasn't the first time they had seen Zhang Chen sing. It was thought that the new music director was just a jerk writer who didn't know anything. I didn't realize it was a super treasure that had never been opened yet. With him as the music director, how could Shenwei Entertainment collapse? Their future, do they even need to think about it? Compared to this director Jiang, the previous director Yao simply didn't even have the qualifications to graduate from school. All they have to do is just keep up with Morning Vista Entertainment. If you are eliminated because you didn't work hard enough, you will surely regret it for the rest of your life. The one who was there for me. Where are you now? Someone I once loved. What does it look like now? Did you get your wish? Is this the only way to pay tribute? Meng Yao, this song was written by your senior brother-in-law himself? Lin Shanshan's gaze had long since become dull, turning her head and looking at Su Mengyao with some disbelief. This song, it's really good. If a thought couldn't help but pop up in her mind. If they could perform this song at the school gala, they would definitely get a ranking. Don't even think about it. This song Zhang Chen's senior brother-in-law definitely won't sing it for us. Su Mengyao seemed to have seen her thoughts and directly sighed, shaking her head. Ah, why? Lin Shanshan froze for a moment, somewhat confused. It's just that it shouldn't matter if you sing it once at the school gala. You can still promote the song. You don't even realize how expensive his songs are. Su Mengyao, however, was exasperated. She had seen Zhang Chen use one song to get a dozen or so of Chunwei Entertainment's trainees all lined up to change their contracts. Going to beg for songs on your own gets you nowhere. What? You have to sign a 91% split contract to sing his songs? Lin Shanshan's eyes kept increasing in size. This is too. She was about to say it was outrageous, but quickly realized she was a little speechless, because it suddenly occurred to her that if she was faced with such a multiple-choice question, what would be the choice? Would she refuse? Although the 91% split sounded excessive, what was left of her sanity told her that she would definitely choose to sign that 91% split contract, because this kind of song is of treasure level. Just one song can establish her position in the entertainment industry. Thinking about this, Her mood gradually became a little complicated at this moment. Morning Vale Entertainment. It seems like we have welcomed a musical director who is not to be trifled with. 1. Fear Value 94, Chapter 87, Horny Girls. At the hole outside the courtyard, Miao Qiubai's expression had been completely dumbfounded, his eyes wide open, his face full of unbelief. Perhaps it was because the night sky was relatively silent. She could hear every word of Zhang Chen's lyrics clearly. Let the years dry up your ideals. I'll never get the real me back. Looking up at a sky full of stars, the one that accompanied me in those days. Do you remember the stories here? What the hell kind of song is that? But why had she never heard of it? Old boy, is there such a thing as a song in the world? This is a song written by Zhang Chen himself? Question after question haunted Miao Qiubai's mind. Zhang Chen doesn't seem to be like what the internet says. A jerk writer who only does nothing. He can sing and write songs, and both the songs he writes and sings are very good. Does it mean he's been hiding himself? Miao Qiubai only felt a thud in his head and seemed to have suddenly figured out many things. Yeah, that's the only way Morning Vista Entertainment would recognize him as the music director. Only then will he give it about internet gossip. Everything that doesn't make sense is hidden underneath the reasonable truth. So, the rumors on the internet are all wrong. Zhang Chen, he's not a jerk writer. He's very talented and knows music. Life is like a merciless carving knife. Change the way we look. Will it wither before it blooms? I had a dream. Miao Qiubai's complexion was very complicated. Although she had already surmised some facts, more doubts bubbled up in her mind immediately afterward. Since Zhang Chen wasn't as much of a wimp as the internet made him out to be, then why did he accept their interview that day? And why the intentional angry spewing of jadedness in the middle of an interview? Doesn't he realize that this will spark a whole internet debate? Why is he doing this? What's he up to? Miao Qiubai felt his brain start to become confused again, as if he had fallen into the middle of a huge vortex trap, and the creator of this vortex was Zhang Chen. The song in the courtyard fell slowly, and there was a silence for a long time before the applause started again. The girls' eyes were all slightly reddened, and their gazes toward Zhang Chen were both shocked and complicated. The song Old Boy was really emotional to listen to, and they didn't realize how much it had sunk in. I just don't know why director Zhang didn't just debut as a singer when he obviously sings so well and is so talented. With his face and ability, he could definitely become a bigger star than Sister Lovey. Unfortunately, no one could answer their doubts, and by now Zhang Chen had slowly stood up and put his guitar away. This special birthday party, and it's getting close to the end. Lin Qianqian, however, suddenly became nervous and pulled Su Mengyau's hand. How to do? Mengyao, this senior brother-in-law seems to be very powerful. Do we still have to go find him? Su Mengyao froze for a moment. Wasn't it you who kept saying you wanted to settle the score with him? Shu, keep it down. Lin Qianqian quickly waved her hand. A tangled face. I didn't. Originally, she had always been justified. But at this moment, she suddenly became unsure of herself, because she suddenly realized that Zhang Chen seemed to be completely at odds with the image of a jerk writer she had imagined. A guy like that shouldn't just screw them over, right? Su Mengyao was also a bit hesitant. She knew that Zhang Chen couldn't speak very well. Sometimes even senior sister Luo Wei had to be reprimanded. If they really made him angry later, no one would be able to speak up for them then. 2. Why don't we go to senior sister Shui Xian and ask her first? She said hesitantly. Lin Qianqian's eyes instantly lit up, and she nodded her head in a hurry. Right, we can ask senior sister Yan to help us with our ideas. While the two were discussing, Xia Listening Qing in the front row suddenly turned her head. Sister Mengyao, what are you guys talking about? It's been so secretive. The other trainee girls also turned around, having just been hearing Su Mengyao and the two of them muttering and not knowing what they were talking about. Is there some kind of gossip? Tell us about it too. Xia Listening Qing was already a bit drunk, flushed and smiling. Su Mengyao, somewhat speechless, stroked his forehead. This silly girl looks like really drunk. Yes, Sister Mengyao, is there any inside information? Can you share that with us as well? Does Director Jiang have any new arrangements? We are not afraid to ask, so you will disclose it to us. The trainee girls, thinking there was really some gossip, gathered around and said. The corner of Su Mengyao's mouth twitched. However, being looked at by so many girls' pleading eyes, she couldn't refuse, and hesitated for half a day before saying, "Gee, it's not really much of a gossip." She briefly told him about the other day when she approached Zhang Chen to beg for a song, but Zhang Chen taught him to dance shuttlecock drills. The trainee girl's eyes widened. Director Zhang's original fitness exercises with a song called Materia Medica? Sister Mengyao, did Superintendent Zhang say that this shuttlecock drill can take a place at the school gala? Xiao Listening Harvest's expression was also a bit dumbfounded as she swallowed a bit of saliva before asking tightly. Su Mengyao nodded, but was soon filled with bitterness again. That's what he said, but this calisthenics is really tiring to dance, and I'm kind of torn between believing him or not. She sighed softly as she finished. but realized that there seemed to be some silence around her. Puzzled, she raised her head, only to find that all the girls were actually looking at her with a very strange look. The look was odd, as if there was a hint of longing in the midst of envy and shock. Eventually it gets complicated again, but it's as if you're looking at a little cutie. Like, you. What's wrong with you guys? What are you looking at me like that for? Su Mengyao asked blankly. Chapter 88, Pretending is the way of the saints. Sister Mengyao, this shuttlecock drill, can you teach us how to dance? Xia listening Ching suddenly asked with bleary eyes. Yeah, we want to learn too. The other girl's eyes were filled with anticipation. Yes, but this shuttlecock drill is very tiring to dance. I don't even want to dance anymore. Do you guys really want to learn? Su Mengyao was a bit skeptical. This shuttlecock drill is so tiring. Why do they all want to learn it? At that, however, the girls seemed to get even more excited. Think, Sister Mengyao, if you're too tired, why don't you let us dance? We're not afraid to get tired. I can learn now. Me too. Su Mengyao froze. She was really a bit confused by the scene in front of her. What was this group of girls suddenly becoming so active? Mu Ning, has something happened recently? She quietly looked at Yi Myun. Of this group of trainee girls, she was the only one who was familiar with Yi Myun. Yi Mu Ning sighed helplessly, then came to her and Lin Shanshan's ears and whispered softly. After a long time, Su Mengyao and Lin Shanshan both stared in disbelief. What? You mean, even Wang Lin Diva? Lin Shanshan was filled with shock. Even when Queen Wang Lin asked Zhang Chen for a song, she had to pay $8 million up front, and she didn't want a share? No way. What's going on here? Is this master's sister husband that good? Ahem. Right at this moment, Xia listening Harvest looked at them with a face full of anticipation. Sister Mengyao, are you guys not too happy with this shuttlecock drill? Why don't you let us learn? We're not afraid of hard work, and we're not afraid to get tired. Yeah, we're willing to learn. This shuttlecock drill is too tiring. It's a little more appropriate for us. The other trainee girls gathered around. That's something that Director Jiang taught, and there are actually people who don't want to learn it? They couldn't pass up such a great opportunity. Seeing the girls each with a longing gaze, Su Mengyao and Lin Shanshan immediately felt some sense of crisis. Who said that? Of course we have to learn. We've all been practicing for days. There's no way we're giving up. That is, it's been eating all the pain for so long, so I'm going to stick with it no matter what. After hearing what Yi Myun had just said, they also suddenly realized the importance of Zhang Chen. Immediately, I resolved to practice this shuttlecock drill no matter how tired I was. Even Diva Wang Lin personally approached Zhang Chen to ask for a song. What else would they dare to pick? At that, the trainee girls were a bit disappointed. A chance to get to your mouth, and then it flew away. Miao Qiubai no longer remembered how she got back to the car. At this time there was only one voice in her mind. That is, she was cheated. The interview that day was a setup. Zhang Chen did it on purpose. But why did he do it? Miao Qiubai was puzzled. What good does it really do to Zhang Chen to angrily dislike Zhang Lang during an interview? Sparking questions and targeting all over the internet? Sister Miao, Shenwei Entertainment is on the hot search again. In the car, the man with the glasses had redressed. A blogger analyzed that Su Luowei's sudden appearance at the Hope Primary School in the disaster area and her participation in the charity event was entirely to divert the topic for Zhang Chen. Now the fans are very angry, gathered under Su Luowei's microblog, scolding Zhang Chen. And there are also fans who told Su Luowei to stop helping Zhang Chen and go to the Civil Affairs Bureau as soon as possible to go through the divorce procedure. He held up his cell phone, his voice full of gloating. This Zhang Chen guy is also too stupid. Why did he curse Jiang Lang during the interview? He's on the verge of becoming a public enemy across the net now. Sister Miao, did you record all the videos of Zhang Chen partying with so many girls in the courtyard just now? Shenwei Entertainment is now in a moment of stormy times. This asshole is actually still enjoying his life here. I can guarantee that just this video, as long as it's released online, will definitely be able to trigger another hot search. And when the time comes, we can still ask for a fortune from Tilting City Entertainment. The glasses man said excitedly, but Miao Qiubai glanced at him with somewhat complicated eyes. The video she recorded, but it was a video of Zhang Chen singing. That song Old Boy could indeed attract a huge wave of eyeballs if it were released online right now. But it wasn't because of Zhang Chen's greed that everyone would be shocked as to why Zhang Chen sang so well. Forget this video. I'm not going to post it just yet. She mused for a long moment, but shook her head. Why? The man with the glasses froze. Miao Qiubai looked out the window with a complicated gaze. She knew that both Tilting City Entertainment and herself seemed to have fallen into a trap carefully set by Zhang Chen. What exactly was Zhang Chen's purpose? And why did Su Lo run to the mountains for charity at this critical time? In here, what secrets were hidden? There were too many questions in her mind, and at this moment, she was eager to dig out the truth. She had a hunch that this might be an opportunity for their Starlight Entertainment newspaper to gain higher exposure. Go back to the company and start a detailed investigation into Jiang Chen tomorrow, she suddenly said. Okay, good. Although he didn't understand why Mao Qiubai had suddenly changed his mind. But the man with the glasses hesitated for a moment before nodding his head in agreement, then slowly started the car and slowly drove away from the night. Is Lo's side ready? Aha. So, this is your plan to deal with Tilting City Entertainment? Get everyone's attention first, then put on a big show? In the yard, the birthday party was completely over. The girls also left the yard one after another in groups, and the originally lively venue actually seemed a bit cold for a while. After nightfall, the temperature dropped considerably and a cool breeze swept across the yard. Jiang Chen had drunk a lot of wine, but he didn't feel cold. He only felt that the wind blowing on his face had taken away a lot of the dry heat from the wine. Yan Shuoxin had to wait for her assistant to come over and drive, so she didn't leave either, gently shaking her red wine glass, her petite body leaning against a stone table, her gaze complex as she looked at Jiang Chen. Or what? Compared to Yan Shuoxin's elegance, Jiang Chen's posture was much ruder and more casual. He directly sat on a stone bench with his legs forked out on all fours, his back leaning against the edge of the table as he tilted his head back to look at the moonlit sky and gently exhaled a mouthful of wine breath. The bigger the audience, the better, of course, for something like pretending. He was also waiting for his valet. Drinking a car does not drive a car. Driving a car does not drink a car. He drank almost a whole bottle of red wine tonight. His head is dizzy. The steering wheel is definitely not to be touched. Crude. Yan Shuoxin's gaze seemed a bit disgusted, but Jiang Chen grinned. You don't understand the world of cultured people. The thing of pretending. Can that be called vulgarity? That's the way of the saints. Yan Shuoxin shook her head breathlessly, but after she was silent for a while, she suddenly asked again, was what you said the other day true? What? After 2 months, you're going to quit singing? Oh, you mean this thing. Jiang Chen then remembered that he had once revealed his thoughts to the senior sister Yan on the chat software. Speaking of which, if it wasn't for all this messy trouble that Morning Vista Entertainment was suddenly experiencing, he probably would have proved his writing ability to the little ninny by now, and then be in the middle of a faster and faster pendulum swing around the house. This whole showbiz phobia thing, it's as if it's like a side effect of crossing over, and you can't shake it off. He didn't know when it would take him to get over this feeling completely. Of course it's true. That's my dream. Your dream is to become a writer? Yan Shuoxin frowned slightly. Aha, but you're not fit to be a writer at all. You don't have the talent to write. Yan Shuoxin didn't know why this guy was always so obsessed with the career of a writer. She felt that Jiang Chen was a musical genius, but writing was a real no-no, and that it was a waste of time to waste her talent by spending all her time writing all the time. Who said that? Dare to bet? Jiang Chen, however, said indifferently, he's going to be a great writer. What? Dare to bet? Jiang Chen glanced at her and said again, block what? Yan Shuoxin frowned slightly. If I can be a real writer, then I want you. Join Morning Vista Entertainment. Fear Value 94, Chapter 89 Give you 500 to sleep with my brother. Let me join Morning Vista Entertainment? Why? Yan Shuoxin froze for a moment. Jiang Chen shrugged. Sooner or later, I'll have to step down from the music director position, and when that time comes, Chenwei Entertainment is short of a music director. You think I'm suitable? Sure. Jiang Chen nodded. It doesn't really matter who's the music director with him, but it's obviously more convincing if it's a music diva. At least it can subdue a lot of people and reduce a lot of unnecessary trouble. How about a bet? With a grin, he goaded. You've got a good chance of winning. If I lose, I'll write you a song for free. You should know my songs aren't that bad. Sounds like it's good. Yan Shuoxin's eyes moved slightly, and the lyrics of the song called Red Beans slowly surfaced in her mind again. For some reason, she always thought it was a good song. There was only her and Jiang Chen in the courtyard at this time, so perhaps if asked, Jiang Chen wouldn't evade. Good, then it's a deal. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. But I don't gamble. Yan Shuoxin, however, smiled and shook her head. What? Jiang Chen froze for a moment and looked at Yan Shuoxin. What did it mean? No bet? So what are you doing here? Playing with me? Buzz buzz. Just at this time, Yan Shuoxin's cell phone suddenly vibrated. It was the little assistant who called. The person who helped her drive had arrived. She picked up her cell phone, and without explaining anything, she simply waved her hand in a dashing manner. Gone. Hey, really not betting? Jiang Chen froze for a moment, looking at her back and asking. No bet. Bet on it. A bike to a motorcycle. Don't even think about it. You're dead in the water. Yan Shuoxin didn't even look back. You're not fit to be a writer. Do your job as a music director. She sighed in her mind as she felt the cool breeze that greeted her. Forget it. Ask about the red beans another time. She wanted to see how long Jiang Chen could keep the song Red Beans under wraps. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth twitched as he looked at Yan Shuoxin, who had left in style. and was somewhat speechless. Why are you talking so much if you don't bet? After a long time, he sighed helplessly. A woman's heart is like a needle in the bottom of the sea, and she won't even gamble on a good thing like this delivered to her door. So I don't know what this diva is really thinking. Waiting for Yan Shuoxin's figure to completely disappear in front of the courtyard, he too shook his head and stood up, also taking a somewhat wobbly step toward the door. Birthday's over, go home. His car was parked in the parking lot of the farmhouse across the street, so it went in the opposite direction from Yan Shuoxin, but as he passed a clearing, he suddenly heard a moaning sound. There was also a dark mass lying on the ground, struggling hard to creep forward, startling him. What the hell is? Now that it's almost New Year's Eve, I've heard that a lot of messed up Jianghu people will pop up and make money by using the side door, so he shouldn't fall into someone else's way. Jiang Chen picked up the bottle of wine by the roadside with some vigilance and walked up to observe carefully for a long time before realizing that the black shadow was actually a big man. Only the expression looked as if it was in some pain, and the drunken, lifeless-looking man was struggling on the ground. Where did the drunk come from to scare me? Jiang Chen was a bit speechless. It turned out to be a drunkard. He threw the bottle in his hand aside, but the drunkard heard him and actually struggled even more vigorously in his direction. Woohoo! Woo! It's me, Jiang Chen. It's me. Jiang Chen froze when he heard his name. This drunkard knew him? Who are you? Do I know you? The drunkard seemed a little angry. Dog day. Jiang Chen, see color and forget righteousness. I am Zhang Pong Yu. We've known each other since middle school. We even snuck into the girls' dormitory together in high school. Jiang Chen remembered only after a long time that he seemed to really have a high school classmate called Zhang Pingyu, and the two of them had always had a pretty good relationship. Been getting together a lot since middle school to steal chickens and, no, study hard. It wasn't until they went to college that contact between the two dwindled, and now it's been years since they've seen each other again. The appearance of Zhang Pingyu in his memory gradually overlapped with the appearance of the drunkard in front of him. Jiang Chen froze for a long time before reacting. My day. What are you doing lying here in the middle of the night? Zhang Pingyu? Enjoying the moon? Reward AF** King month. Can't you see that I'm drunk? Zhang Pingyu heavily exhaled a mouthful of wine breath, his face covered with tear tracks. I heard them say, you are eating over here. Originally wanted to come over to find you. Who knows? Zhang Pingyu suddenly cried out in pain. I didn't expect to get drunk halfway through, and by two shirtless men. Oh, too damn unlucky. At a class reunion, confessing to Yalin was rejected. I went out and met a homosexual again. Whoops. Zhang Pingyu was crying very sadly, but Jiang Chen was a bit disgusted. This guy was crying with a handful of snot and tears, and he couldn't hear what exactly he was talking about. Can only vaguely hear homosexuality, confessions and whatnot. Damn, this guy hasn't seen me in years. He's not going to start liking men, is he? Seeing a big man crying like this at night is really a bit disgusting, as if he had just been overpowered by someone. What is a good big man doing so pretentious? Jingle bells. Just then, his cell phone rang and it was the valet calling. Hello? Jiang Chen pressed the answer button. Boss, I'm already in your neighborhood. May I ask where you are? A man's voice came over the receiver. Jiang Chen looked at the whimpering Zhang Pingyu on the ground and sighed, hesitating for a while before saying, Dude, here's $500. Can you sleep with my brother? What? The caller was startled. Jiang Chen pinched between his eyebrows as he planned to have someone send Zhang Pingyu to the hotel. The guy was a drunken mess, and it was really hard to settle him down on his own, and a hangover also required someone beside him at all times to keep him from vomiting in the middle of the night and causing suffocation. Something he definitely didn't want to do and had to find someone else to do instead. Old boss, I'm a serious chauffeur, does not provide other services. The chauffeur boy's tone was a bit flustered. Jiang Chen thought to himself, damn, I didn't let you provide other immodest services. Two big men sleeping together. What can happen? But at this time his head is also a little dizzy. That hook ate red wine when drinking nothing to feel. I did not expect such a strong aftertaste. He controlled his dizzy head and said a little impatiently, I'll add another $1,000. You come over first. My brother can't wait that long. There was a pause on the other end of the line, as if hesitating. Jiang Chen took 2 shaky steps, sat down on a road tooth, lit a cigarette, and finally felt his head clear a little. He heard the silence on the other end of the line and was about to say it again, knowing that there might be something wrong with his delivery. Instead, the voice of the valet boy suddenly came from the other end of the phone with some gnashing of teeth. Okay, boss, I'll take it. Old me doesn't like women anyway, so I'll give it a go today. Jiang Chen froze. What? Mean? He twisted his head to look at Zhang Pingyu, who was on the ground with a tear-stained face and was groaning in distress, and his mind was a bit turned around. What kind of demons and ghosts did he run into this night? Here's the thing. This friend of mine doesn't know what's going on. Anyway, overly sad. drunk and in need of care, that's why I let you. He knew that the other party was misunderstanding what he meant and patiently explained, but the words were only in mid-sentence when the valet boy simply interrupted. Don't worry, boss, I understand all of this. I've been through this kind of thing before, and I'll take good care of your brother and make sure he's satisfied. Jiang Chen's fingers rubbed hard between his eyebrows. Ugh, so tired. Vomit. Just at this time, Zhang Pingyu seems to be stimulated by alcohol again. Lying on the side of the road to dry heave, his face reddened, looks very difficult. Jiang Chen sighed and said into the phone, never mind, you come over here. Chapter 90, tonight at 9 o'clock, post the song. 20 minutes later, a tall chauffeur boy directly picked up Zhang Pingyu from the ground horizontally and got into a cab. Jiang Chen was not petty, and added another $500 to the originally negotiated price, allowing him to find a good hotel and take good care of Zhang Pingyu. A total of $2,000 was transferred to the valet boy's cell phone. After the two left, he sat on the curb staring at the taillights of the cab's car, silent for a long time. He waited for a cigarette to finish before silently opening his cell phone and calling himself another valet. This time, however, he specifically checked female on the gender requirement box. It's an extra $20, but it's always worth the money. By the time Jiang Chen returned home, it was already nearly 11 o'clock at night. Gong Yi had already gone to bed long ago, but there was a glass of milk on the table, seemingly prepared for him. Of course, Jiang Chen knew that this woman was definitely not that kind. It was probably Nasan's arrangement. Taking 2 steps closer, I realized that there was also a note pressed under the cup. The sister poured milk for you, and Lovey asked you to drink the milk before going to bed. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. In the past, every time he had finished drinking, little niece would prepare a cup of hot pure milk for him. Drinking it would make my stomach feel better, and I didn't think that Nikki could remember this even now that she wasn't in the house. He didn't think much of it and just picked up the milk on the table and took a big gulp. Immediately afterward, though, his expression froze, almost spit milk out of his mouth. Damn, Gong Yi, have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? Ever seen a calcium AD milk used to warm up your stomach? The next day, when Jiang Chen rose from his bed with the dizziness of a hangover, noticed that I had actually received several missed calls on my cell phone. Among them, Su Jingchu's phone number alone appeared 3 times, and there was also an unrecognizable number that was called twice. What do you want with me in the morning? Jiang Chen yawned. Tapping his cell phone, he found that Su Jingchu had not only called him, but also sent several text messages. Jiang Chen, why can't you get through on the phone? Isn't he up yet? Hurry up and get up. Today is the day Luo Wei releases her song. Tilting City Entertainment has made another move. Lowe's on the hot seat. Seeing this information, Jiang Chen also sobered up a little. Is Tilting City Entertainment up to something again? He opened his microblog, and on the hot search list, the hot search phrases related to Jiang Chen and Zhang Lang talent had all lost a lot of heat. But a new phrase reappeared at the top of the list. Su Luowei's new song has been confirmed delayed. The buzz around this phrase is largely brought about by articles published by several well-known bloggers. Don't wait, the national goddess is still in the mountains, and a new song has been confirmed delayed. Charity is just an excuse? What exactly is the problem with the national goddess? Listen to Dawn's detailed analysis. Donating more money can't cover up the damage done by the soft-boiled man Jiang Chen, and the national woman still doesn't wake up? Several of the articles appeared at a relatively uniform time, all of them popping up out of nowhere at 7 or 8 o'clock this morning. The traces of human control are very obvious, presumably to rush the netizens before they go to work, and directly push up the heat. And on the hot search list, a not very eye-catching phrase actually climbed to the 6th position. Chenwei Entertainment's former music director, Yao Sichun's new song released. Jiang Chen looked at this hot search. His heart laughed coldly. Qingcheng Entertainment really played a good hand, releasing a song on the same day as Nasan? This operation is something that no one would probably believe if they said it wasn't intentional. Is this a case of being sure that Nikki can't come up with a song? So she's trying to hold Morning Vista Entertainment up to the fire? He skimmed his lips with some disdain, then exited the hot search page to tap on Nasan's personal tweets. Sure enough, Su Luowei's microblogging was once again felled at this time. That charity video posted last night has over 1 million comments. However, the concern is not charity related. Lo, is it true that there will be a delay in today's new song? Then there's no need to ask. Director Yao has left Chenwei Entertainment. Ah, no way. He used to do all of Lo's songs. Now the music director of Chenwei Entertainment is Jiang Chen. Do you expect that asshole to write songs for Lo? The dog thing Jiang Chen. It's causing a lot of harm. Goddess, wake up. Face value can't be a meal. Talent is the most important thing. Jiang Chen is a flower vase. It is highly recommended that he be kicked out of Chenwei Entertainment. Alas, Chenwei Entertainment is finished. Director Yao has now run off to Tilting City Entertainment to make songs. Lo, I've been waiting for this song for a month. Can you step in and respond to whether or not the song will be released today? There were all sorts of remarks, but of course the most were still words cursing Jiang Chen. There is also a large portion of Sulliway's fans who want Sulliway to come out and respond to the questions on the internet. After all, they've been waiting for this song, and even if they can't release it today, they want a statement. However, Sulliway's microblog seems to have fallen into silence, and has been slow to give a response. After brushing the comments section for a while, Jiang Chen probably understood the dynamics of the matter. He closed the microblog and slowly returned a message to Su Jingchu. What are you panicking about? There's no mole. Keep trading. 2 minutes later, he received a reply from Su Jingchu. What do you mean, Jiang Chen? Half an hour later, Sulliway's microblogging finally updated its dynamics. Fans who received the news were thrilled to click through to Twitter. However, it was found that this dynamic updated by Sulliway was still a video related to a charity event, and the video had a brief interview with all the dozen or so children in the Hope Primary School. All of these children have lost most of their loved ones, but still seem to have a vision and hope for the future. One by one, they faced the camera with innocent and simple smiles. At the end of the video, Sulliway's figure appeared in the picture, once again calling for more attention to the children in the disaster area, and then bowed deeply to everyone. This video of hers, however, was not at all understood by the netizens, as fans left disappointed messages in the comment section. Lovey, are you really not releasing a new song today? Why do you always post these irrelevant videos? I'm fine with another delay, but don't put me through this. Luo Wei, speak up. I've been fanning you for 5 years. Can you respond to the online queries? In 10 minutes, the video had over 50,000 comments, and the national goddess Su Luo never gave any reply again. On the other side, Jiang Chen had already hung up the call with Su Jingchu explaining, tonight at 9 o'clock, post the song. Fear Value 94, Chapter 91, The Release of Regret. Sister Jing, Jiwen and I have already put the application for separation on your desk. Shenwei Entertainment, Yaji Zhang and Jiwen finally made a decision. Offer to terminate the contract with the company. However, both Su Jingchu and Su Luo were not in the company at this time. So after Zhang Yaji put the application for separation on Su Jingchu's desk, she also sent a text message as a reminder. In fact, no one else in the company knew that the two of them had secretly met with the manager of Tilting City Entertainment yesterday. Tilting City Entertainment promised the girls that they would arrange more notices and resources for them. In a month's time, they would completely break away from Chenwei Entertainment and sign with Qingcheng Entertainment. So by submitting the application to leave earlier, you can also detach yourself from Chenwei Entertainment earlier. Anyway, Su Jingchu had also said that as long as she stayed at Chenwei Entertainment for another month, she wouldn't pursue any breach of contract. After the text message was sent, Su Jingchu did not respond for a long time. Zhang Yaji shrugged her shoulders, thinking that Su Jingchu might have been in a hurry at the moment, and her own application to leave the company had undoubtedly made the current situation much worse, and it was normal for Su Jingchu to be angry and not want to give herself a reply for a while. In fact, what she didn't know was that Su Jingchu was indeed a bit frazzled at the moment, but it had nothing to do with her. Jiang Chen had agreed to the release of the new song with great difficulty, but she had been excited for a while and had hurriedly thrown herself into the preparations. After holding her tongue for so long, she was finally going to respond positively to Tilting City Entertainment for once, and she had to do it perfectly, without a single mistake. At 6 p.m. Tilting City Entertainment's official microblog was the first to update a dynamic. Director Yao's new song, Regret, has been released, performed by White Peach. Welcome to download and collect. Once the tweet was sent out, it once again set the internet ablaze. Regret? With that song title, Director Yao means business. I just listened to it. It's not bad. It's Yao Sichun's usual style. Alas, it's a pity that the person who sings is Bai Tao and not Luo Wei. In the past, Director Yao's songs were all for Luo Wei. White Peach's style is quite close to Lo's. It's just not as popular as Lo's. Director Yao and Su Luo Wei releasing songs on the same day? This is to fight with Chenwei Entertainment? There must have been resentment in his heart when he left in the first place. What's the fight about? Didn't you see the hot search? Su Luo Wei's new song is delayed. Chenwei Entertainment should indeed regret not even keeping such a musical talent. No wonder everyone is now saying that Chenwei Entertainment is about to fail, and the national goddess is starting to go downhill. Netizens have gathered under this microblogging dynamic to express their views and opinions. There were even some good people who ran to the official microblogs of Su Luo Wei and Chenwei Entertainment to make war-inducing remarks. At Su Luo Wei, Director Yao wrote a song called Regret and asked if you regretted it. Ousting Director Yao for Jiang Chen? Now that someone else is releasing songs, you can only watch. Confused. Goddess, hurry up and invite Director Yao back. Jiang Chen, that asshole director, can compare to Director Yao a hair? 8:30 in the evening. In the Morning Vista Entertainment Lounge, the artists were gathered in a slightly somber atmosphere, because just now, everyone had heard that Zhang Yizhi and Yi Jiwen had already asked the company to terminate their contracts. Shenwei Entertainment's artists themselves weren't many, and with the departure of these two most popular ones, plus Lin Lorong, it was directly equivalent to half of the artists choosing to break away from the company. This is certainly a huge change for Morning Vista Entertainment. Several artists gathered here this evening. Originally we'll be waiting to see if Mr. Su's new song will be released, but I didn't expect to wait for such a news. In the past 2 days, there were just too many voices on the internet against Shenwei Entertainment. But Mr. Su didn't make any statements within the company to appease the people, and after simply explaining his work, he went to the mountains with Su Jingchu. It is said to have participated in a charity event in the disaster area in order to divert the conversation on the internet, and also donated $3 million to local education. Unfortunately, though, this approach didn't achieve much. As soon as Yao Sichun's new song Regret was released, the internet was once again abuzz with talk against Shenwei Entertainment. There were countless netizens who mocked and watched the show, and it was hard for Mr. Su's fans to refute. After all, today was originally the day Mr. Su promised his fans that a new song would be released, but now it's already more than 8 o'clock in the evening, and Mr. Su's microblogging still hasn't made any movement, not even a word of explanation. This song Regret is so hot. In the lounge, one of the young assistants suddenly marveled, and the crowd looked toward her. I was just looking at the data, and I realized that the song Regret, released just under 2 hours ago, has surpassed 50,000 plays. The little assistant spat out her tongue in some embarrassment and held up her cell phone. It's now in the top 10 positions of the eNetCloud New Songs chart. Go. At the words of the crowd are a little surprised, and then everyone has pulled out in their own cell phones, clicked on the software of the eNetwork Cloud Music. Sure enough, on the New Songs chart, the song Regret had killed its way into the 8th position, with the number of plays and downloads soaring. After all, Yao Sichun had worked with Mr. Su for many years and had gained some fame in his own right, coupled with the heat brought about by various hot topics in the past 2 days. It made the song Regret a direct hit. The front page of Easy Cloud Music even has a banner page poster for the song. Today, do you regret? Music talent Yao Sichun's new work Regret is released. Regret has over 5,000 reviews. Countless netizens who are looking for a good time have been at Su Luowei. Goddess, do you regret today? If director Yao hadn't left, this song would be Mr. Su's, right? In the lounge, someone suddenly said. The crowd was a little silent as they heard the words. Yeah, director Yao used to do all of Mr. Su's songs. If director Yao hasn't left yet, then this song, now, should be Mr. Su's, right? I said long ago that after director Yao left, Shenwei Entertainment would collapse sooner or later, and you still don't believe me? Lin Lorong coldly snorted with some disdain. See what I mean now? With Shenwei Entertainment's strength, it simply can't compete with Qingqing Entertainment. I advise you all to wake up a little bit, don't follow the ship, Shenwei Entertainment, and sink into the water together by then. The crowd was silent and didn't say anything. Zhang Yaji and Yi Jiwen looked at each other with a somewhat thankful and relieved look on their faces. Fortunately, they had signed a contract with Tilting City Entertainment a long time ago. Even if the ship of Shenwei Entertainment capsized at this point in time, it would have nothing to do with them. Anyway, they were already holding the life preservers distributed by Tilting City Entertainment in their hands. Let's go. No point in staying here. Back to the dorm. Lin Lorong bristled a bit and stood up. Zhang Yaji and Yi Jiwen also nodded and got up to pack up their things. Just then, however, a sea of cell phones suddenly rang in the lounge. Tink, buzz, knock knock. The crowd pulled out their cell phones to take a look. Ha, it's Mr. Su's Twitter update. Chapter 92 Invisible Wings released. Lin Lorong froze for a moment and also took out her own cell phone and opened Weibo. However, she couldn't help but skim her lips after just one glance. This latest microblog posted by Su Luowei was again a topic related to charity. Hashtag disaster area reconstruction hashtag. Hashtag Hope Primary School hashtag. Hashtag fundraising ambassador Sulliway hashtag. Below the topic is a charity video. The title is called, Everyone Has a Pair of Invisible Wings That Protect Us and Take Us Flying Ahead. Lin Lorong looked at the title with an expression full of disdain. You don't need to see this kind of video to know that it must be filled with all kinds of forced emotional and moving content. It is nothing more than conducting some interviews with children in the disaster area to highlight the pitifulness and gain sympathy. Either that or it's just touting Sulliway's dedication to charity events to gain favor with fans. Nothing new at all. Su Jingchu and Su Luowei wouldn't think that they could quell the netizens' comments just with such a charity video, would they? That's so naive. She slid her finger and casually clicked on the video. The video begins with an image of a group of children from the affected area laughing and playing in a school. What's a little different from the previous video, though? is that this one actually comes with a light background melody that seems to have more of a feel to it, which is a nice improvement. And that's about it. Lin Larong snorted coldly. Such a video would not serve any purpose at all. Fans want new songs, not charity videos. She was about to turn off the video, but the picture on her cell phone suddenly shifted, switching from a playground where kids are frolicking to the roof of a building. Holding her guitar, Suliwei sat at a concrete raised platform on the roof of the building. It wasn't a tall building, and it was supposed to be the only school building in the school. Downstairs, there was the playground where the children were somewhat boisterous, and in the distance in the sky, the setting sun that was already almost touching the horizon. The afterglow of the setting sun fell on the playground, stretching the children's silhouettes all the way to a long time, and also on Su Luowei's body on the roof of the building. She wore a simple ponytail, no makeup, her collar was a white neck, and her hair at her temples was gently carried by the breeze. She looked at the sunset in the distance, her fingers gently strumming the guitar strings, as if the somewhat faintly melancholic background music in the video just now was played by the guitar in her arms. Seeing this image, Lin Larong couldn't help but freeze for a moment. What does it mean? On top of the concrete raised platform, Suliwei's guitar melody slowly came to an end and gently opened her mouth. Every time, all strong and wandering loneliness. Every time, even if it hurts, and no flash of tears. Listening to Su Luowei's soft and beautiful singing voice, Lin Larong froze for a moment, her eyes gradually widening. No way. Could it be that the video is a song? As if hearing the question in her mind, below the video, a caption shows up. A new song, Invisible Wings, for all the kids growing up in the face of adversity. May the invisible wings take you out of your predicament to a new hope. I know, I've always had invisible wings. Take me flying through despair. Su Luowei's singing voice, very gentle, but with a bit of faint sadness and melancholy. And the melody, very catchy. Lin Larong's gaze gradually turned shocked and dumbfounded. The melody of this song, quite catchy, but how is this possible? Didn't director Yao personally guarantee that it was impossible for Su Luowei to come up with a new song at this time? Unfortunately, no one could answer her questions. The video, at this point, suddenly changed. The camera panned again, and the images of the disaster area reports that appeared on the news that year were shown in front of everyone, paragraph by paragraph. The video, which had been serene, suddenly shook violently. This was followed by the collapse of a house. The camera suddenly plunges into darkness. So long. When the screen lit up again, the scene was in ruins. A broken body, dug out of the rubble. There was no clamor, not even much crying to be heard, whether it's the doctors and nurses, or the soldiers who rescue them. Everyone's expressions were a bit numb, as they hadn't had a good night's sleep in days. There was just one voice in the mind. Hurry up, faster, just a little faster and we can save another one. And the children hiding in the gap between the rubble, after being pulled out from it by a pair of big strong hands. There was also no surprise or relief on his face after getting out of the trap, only a face full of mute and dull, because the scene before them was just too subversive and hard to accept for them. Homes that have always been inhabited are in ruins, and once accompanied by relatives. In this moment, also all unknown. Don't think about it. They have a beautiful son. I saw. Everyday sunset. There will be changes, too. Su Luowei's eyes were slightly red when he first saw Jiang Chen writing this song. On paper, for the first time, she kinda didn't get the real meaning of it yet. She just thought the melody was nice. Until Jiang Chen was in his office, arranging for her to travel to the mountains. It was only when she came to this whole primary school named after morning that she finally realized that there was such a deep meaning behind the song. It's a song that would be more appropriate to release there. Jiang Chen said indifferently, if it's done well, not only will it slap tipping city entertainment, but it will also raise some donations for the children in the disaster area. I know, I have invisible wings. Take me flying. Give me hope. The song continues, and at this point the artists in the lounge, basically, they've all tapped on this video and are looking at a scene on their cell phones with shock on their faces, listening to Su Lo's softly sung voice with a hint of soothing and inspiring power. I finally see all dreams bloom, chasing the young. How loud and clear the song is. The video shifts frames one last time, from ruins to the school in front of us. The children were laughing and playing on the playground, an innocent smile on a simple little face. In the distance the setting sun rested quietly in mid-air, reflecting all faces in reddish colors, a quiet and peaceful atmosphere. The disaster is over, and the invisible wings have flown them past despair. I finally, soaring, gaze with your heart and not be afraid, where there will be wind, just fly as far as you can. Lin Larong only felt a wave of scalp numbness suddenly surging to the top of her head. The song, so that's what it means. Even her eyes reddened slightly when the video was seen. Damn, what the hell is going on? She clearly didn't want this. Invisible wings. Let the dream last longer than the sky. Keep one. Wishes. Let yourself imagine. Chapter 93 Reactions of the Parties. On the wall, the second hand ticked and ticked. The video played, but the lounge was silent. There were 7 or 8 people sitting in this room, but no one made a sound. It was a long time before someone raised their head and asked incredulously, "This is Mr. Su's new song? Should it? It's so nice to hear. This song, my eyes are red. But didn't director Yao leave? When exactly did Mr. Su prepared this song?" In everyone's mind, a question arose involuntarily. Who the hell wrote this song for Mr. Su, and it's actually so good? Yao Sichun has left Shenwei Entertainment and has written a song called Regret to fight with Mr. Su, so he definitely didn't write it. So who else could have written the song for Mr. Su? The artists in the lounge looked at each other with no answers in their minds. Only Chu Yofei clenched her fingers tightly, because she knew that this song must have been written by director Jiang. Only he could write such great songs in such a short time. As the songs As I Wish and Old Boy touch the heart. Obviously the lyrics don't seem too complicated either, but with one listen, it hits the heart and leaves you unsettled for a long time. When she just watched the video, her eyes also turned red completely uncontrollably, not just because the images in the video were enough to touch her heart, but more importantly, she thought of herself after listening to the song. How many times had she watched her grandmother's hunched back and secretly wiped tears from her eyes in the house? How many times has she been in the film city, facing rejection from crew after crew? Go back to your dorm room, red-eyed, and tell yourself in the mirror that you must be strong, must persevere. She wants to make money, enough money to get her grandmother out of the mountains and have a good life. Finally she bumped into Mr. Su and her job gradually became stable. The first time I heard the lyrics Invisible Wings, she then felt an inexplicable touch in her heart. Yes, she has invisible wings too, though her wings were smaller and could only carry her in slow flight. But eventually, despair will fly. How is this possible? Compared to the doubts of the others, Zhang Yaji and Yi Jiwen were completely in shock and stupefaction. They didn't expect that Su Luowei could actually release her new song today. That's not possible. When he met with the agent of Tilting City Entertainment yesterday, the other party had clearly said so. There were several musicians who could potentially work with Morning Vista Entertainment during this time, and they found a way to intercept them. It's simply impossible for Su Lo to come up with a passable new song in a short period of time. So Chenwei Entertainment is simply unable to fight against Qingqing Entertainment. In the time to come, Chenwei Entertainment was bound to keep going downhill until it disappeared from the entertainment industry. And that's just the beginning, as Tilting City Entertainment's manager also secretly revealed to them. In fact, the person that Tilting City Entertainment really wanted to target was Su Luowei, not Chenwei Entertainment. This national goddess is also bound to gradually lose her popularity under the constant targeting of Tilting City Entertainment until she compromises with Tilting City Entertainment. By then even Su Luowei would be a member of Qingqing Entertainment. How could Chenwei Entertainment continue to exist? So taking advantage of this opportunity to join Tilted City Entertainment is the best choice. The agent of Tilted City Entertainment said it all. Neither Zhang Yaji nor Yi Jiwen created any doubt in their hearts, and even felt it was very reasonable. Yes. How can Chenwei Entertainment fight against Tilting City Entertainment? Available at. Now what's with this Invisible Wing song? Zhang Yaji and Yi Jiwen looked at each other, their gazes filled with shock and disbelief. Look guys, the song has been uploaded to eNet Music. Suddenly someone said. The crowd froze for a moment and hurriedly clicked on the EasyNet Cloud software. Type Invisible Wings in the search box. Sure enough, what showed up on the page was Su Luowei's latest uploaded new song, Solovi Invisible Wings. Lyrics, Jiang Chen. Composer, Jiang Chen. Arrangement, Jiang Chen. Looking at the series of Jiang Chen names at the information column of the work, the lounge, suddenly silent for a moment. Everyone's mouths open. The song is, that asshole writer wrote it? How is that possible? Beside the blackened grand piano sat a tall, elegant figure. The soaring ceilings are studded with exquisite crystal chandeliers that emit a soft, cool glow that illuminates the entire space. The floor is covered with a soft and thick wool carpet, an exquisite coffee table, and a soft leather sofa with a warm color. A whole side of wine cabinets displaying a wide variety of famous wines and vintages. Yan Shuoxin looked at the video on her phone with a complicated gaze. On the small table next to it, delicate goblets of crystal clear red wine glowed with a faint soft color. She loved to taste and collect wine, and had thousands of bottles of wine in her wine cabinet at home. At this time of day, she drinks a little bit of it to help her sleep as well as to nourish her face. However, today was the day of Su Lo's new song release, and she planned to watch the release of the song before going to bed. Although there were rumors all over the internet that Su Luowei's new song would be delayed, she was aware that Jiang Chen had once written a song for Su Luowei called The Wind is Rising, which was of high quality. I was expecting this one to be released today, but I didn't realize that when I clicked on the video, it was an unheard song called Invisible Wings. I heard that this was a song that Luo Wei had inadvertently coaxed out of Jiang Chen at home, and if it wasn't for her little sister's resourcefulness, perhaps the song wouldn't have been released until now. That guy Jiang Chen, he always likes to hide. You should have written a lot of songs in 3 years, right? How many songs are there? Yan Shuoxin took a deep breath, a hint of complexity and shock flashing vaguely in her eyes. Every time I think Jiang Chen's songs are already shocking enough, but then he always pulls out another one without a care in the world. Where exactly are his limits? Yan Shuoxin took a light sip of red wine, and her cheeks flushed some redness with it. What Jiang Chen had said earlier surfaced in her mind. Quit singing after 2 months? May. With his talent, I'm afraid his name will soon be ringing throughout the music industry. How can you leave so easily when the time comes? I'm afraid it would be a loss for the entire Chinese music scene if they really let him go. Why do you have to be a writer when you're obviously a musical genius? Looking at the figure of Luo Wei playing and singing in the video, Yan Shuoxin silently shook her head in her heart. Meanwhile, somewhere in a quiet cafe, Wang Lin is looking through a copy of Solitude. Lately she's been a bit obsessed with reading books, and with each book she can feel as if she's becoming a bit more fulfilled. In her hand she was almost finished with this book, Solitude. I've heard that there's been quite a buzz on the internet lately about a book called Those Were the Years We Blow the Lights Out Together. She was planning on checking it out, but just as she turned the page to the last chapter of Solitude, instead, the assistant handed over a cell phone. Su Luo Wei has released a new song. You said before that you would be the first to be notified. At those words, Wang Lin froze for a moment, then took the cell phone. Somewhat curiously, he tapped on the on-screen video. The video begins with an image of children playing in a Hope Elementary School. Then, Su Luo Wei appeared on top of the high platform on the roof of the building. 3 minutes later, the video playback ended. Wang Lin stared blankly at the gradually darkening screen, silent for a long time without speaking, until the assistant reminded gently. Only then did she put her phone down and let out a long, languid sigh. Xingcheng Entertainment has indeed kicked the iron plate this time. That kid from the Long family. The plans against Shenwei Entertainment are considered to have all fallen through. I just don't know how much bigger it will get next. That Jiang Chen doesn't seem like a nice person to talk to. Alas. Chapter 94. The whole internet is abuzz. Oh my god, what's with the charity video again? Are we really not releasing a new song today? Is it so hard to give the fans a response? I declare that from now on I'm off the hook. After many netizens realized that Su Luo Wei's latest microblog was still a charity video, they didn't look at it carefully and directly launched a whine in the comments section. Drop, drop, drop. Somewhat secluded room. The middle-aged woman flipped through the comments and messages on her cell phone that were full of questions one after another, and a look of anxiety and disappointment couldn't help but show in her eyes. Mom, did Sister Lo post a tweet? On the bed, the young girl's face was slightly pale. 2 thin tubes were inserted in the mouth and nose, and the instrument beside the bed, every 2 or 3 seconds, would heart a drop sound, signaling the girl's physical condition. With the vial of medicine dangling high above the bed, the drops falling drop by drop to the syringe on the back of the young girl's hand. This was surprisingly a hospital room. Not yet. No. The middle-aged woman hastily put away the disappointment in her eyes and said with a faint smile, "Someone just texted Mom and I read it." At those words, a glint of disappointment suddenly appeared in the young girl's eyes. Boy, don't wait. The middle-aged woman looked at her daughter's pale face with some heartache and advised, "Your sister Lubby's new song may have been delayed by something. It probably won't be released until tomorrow. Let's do the surgery first. The doctor said we have to start preparing for it tonight." She couldn't bear to let her daughter know the truth. In fact, just now, on her cell phone, she had received the message that national goddess Su Luo Wei had released her latest microblogging updates. But that wasn't the new song my daughter had been waiting for. It's just a charity video. And now the internet is full of skeptical voices against Su Luo Wei. Even many fans have expressed their disappointment that the national goddess Su Luo Wei is the idol that her daughter has loved since middle school. Now that she was about to go into surgery, she didn't want her daughter to see the comments and be upset. The daughter, however, did not speak, and a long time passed, just when the middle-aged woman thought that her daughter should give up. My daughter, however, suddenly asked gently, "Mom, what are the chances that this surgery, my surgery, will work?" The woman froze for a long moment before forcing a smile. "What's the point of asking? The doctor said he was very confident it would work. No more than 30%. Yes?" the girl asked. The middle-aged woman's expression gradually stiffened on her face, looking at her daughter with some disbelief. "I heard your conversation outside the door the other day," the girl said softly. "You silly boy, what are you babbling about?" The middle-aged woman squeezed out a smile, but it was a bit of a holdover just as the words came out. Turning away, his eyes reddened and his throat grew choked. "Mom, don't cry. I'm not afraid. The young girl bit her lip and shook her head. I've prepared, and I know that when I go into the operating room, I may never come out, but I really not afraid. Don't you worry, kid. Stop it. The woman finally relented and whimpered. Tears fell like broken beads. All this time, she had been suppressing her emotions for fear that her daughter would see the signs. At this point it was finally taught. Mom, thank you for all these years. The middle-aged woman whimpered and shook her head without speaking. Can I have my cell phone? The girl's eyes also gradually became a little red. What kind of person isn't afraid to die? She just doesn't want to make it hard for her mom. Before I go to the operating room, I want to send a tweet to Sister Lo. I've been listening to her when I've been sad for the past couple of years, and I wanted to say thank you to her as well, she said, biting her pale lip. And, of course, farewell. Good. Faced with her daughter's last request, the woman simply couldn't say no. She handed the girl her cell phone. The girl took the phone and slowly tapped on Twitter, but a moment later, she suddenly let out a soft eep. Sister Lovey posted a new dynamic. The middle-aged woman wiped the tears from her face. That was just a charity video, not a new song. By this time, the girl had clicked on the video. She hadn't watched any of the recent internet sensations, wanting to see the world again in her final moments. Video point and click. It's the playground of a hopeful elementary school. The children were frolicking and playing. Then Su Luo Wei suddenly appeared on top of the high platform on the roof of the building. Every time, all strong in their lonely wandering. Every time, the girl froze. Is this video a song? It's a song she's never heard before. Could it be Sister Lo's new song? In the hospital room, the middle-aged woman froze as well. Su Lo's new song was released? She didn't seem to notice just now. Below the video, 2 lines of caption slowly emerged. Invisible wings, for all children growing up in the face of adversity. I hope that the invisible wings will take you out of your difficulties to a new hope. I know, I've always had invisible wings. Take me flying, give me hope. The room was very quiet. There was only the video on my cell phone. A constant stream of gentle and encouraging songs. The girl's eyes kept widening. The doctor outside the door gently pushed his way in. But when he saw this scene, he couldn't help but slowly stop in his tracks. Invisible wings. Let the dream last longer than the sky. Keep one. Wishes. Let yourself imagine. After a few minutes, the song slowly dropped, and in the hospital room, a pin dropped. The girl's gaze was a bit dumbfounded, and the middle-aged woman's expression was shocked. Daughter, that video just now, is that your Sister Lo's new song? The girl nodded, but there was still an incredulous gleam in her eyes. This song is really good, better than any of Sister Lovey's previous songs, and the song really touches the heart, as if it could give a special power. After listening to this song, she really doesn't seem to be so afraid of facing the next surgery. Everyone has invisible wings that would fly her out of despair. She lifted her head gently and saw the doctor who was waiting at the door. The other party is supposed to be here to take her to surgery. At this time, she inexplicably had a little more courage in her heart. She took a deep breath and squeezed out a smile to cheer herself up. Mom, I'm not afraid. I'm ready. We're together. Cheer up. Okay, go for it. Make sure you hang in there. Mommy's waiting for you outside. And at this point, there were also more and more netizens on the internet, clicking on this charity video. Half an hour later, Su Luo Wei's new song, Invisible Wings, was released. Of hot search phrases, directly to the top of the Hot 100 list. The whole internet is abuzz. Chapter 95, I found out Jiang Chen's new song. Oh my god, this video is actually a song. Invisible Wings, Sister Lovey's new song is released. I'm sorry, goddess. I'm not human. I misunderstood you. Sister Luo Wei, I shouldn't have questioned you today. Please forgive me. God, I'm so mad. What have I been doing for the past 2 days? I finally understand why the goddess this keeps posting charity videos. I really want to slap myself twice. I'm not human, aha. Big night, watching the video and then listening to the song with tears in my eyes. I'm sorry, I decided to take out half of my salary this month and donate it to Hope Elementary School. Weibo, the number of hits on Su Luo Wei's charity video is climbing rapidly. Ever since netizens realized that this charity video was a song, they went straight into a daze. And when they finished watching the video, they were silent for a long time without speaking. It turns out that the national goddess hasn't been delaying her new song, and she hasn't been posting charity videos to distract the internet. She didn't let her fans off the hook and stayed in the mountainous region for the past 2 days. In addition to raising money for the local Hope Primary School, she also wanted to give the song to the local children. So what the hell have they been doing for the past 2 days? Questioning? Mockery? A little coaxing? Threats? Are they still human beings when they do such things compared to the goddess's charitable gestures? For a while, countless netizens felt incomparably hard and guilty in their hearts, and they couldn't wait to ruthlessly smack themselves. I decided that I'm going to eat instant noodles tonight and save a meal and donate. My girlfriend yelled at me to buy her a bag and I tied her up and smoked her. And that's money I decided to donate. Upstairs, is the hospital's Wi-Fi any good? It's so hard on the heart. $30,000 a month. $3,000 donation. Paid in full. No installments. Support the goddess. Student parties can't get much money. They can only donate for a meal. It's such a great song. I'm going to donate a little bit even for the song. In the comments section, netizens infected by the song expressed their guilt and determination. The song Invisible Wings by national goddess Su Luowei, although written for local children in the disaster area, sings into the hearts of everyone who, although they have not experienced the kind of horrific disaster shown in the video, the vast majority of them have had their own difficulties and adversities. When they heard the song, they just felt a special power inspiring their hearts. Hold on, hope lies ahead, hang in there a while longer, and surely you can fly out of despair. It's a song that inspires. The heat of the charity video released by Su Luowei is rising rapidly. Netizens spontaneously reposted the charity videos with apologetic texts. I'm sorry, goddess. I shouldn't have questioned you. Here's my money for beef this month. I'm donating it. For the first time in 3 years, I shed tears and felt immense regret over a song. It's a song that touches the heart. I don't have much money. I'll donate $200 for a peace of mind. For a while, the whole of Twitter was filled with various apologies and donations. And at this time, the somewhat humble office of the Ho Primary School Charitable Foundation in the disaster area was also completely in shock, because just now, their charitable foundation's account has been receiving a steady stream of various donations. 1,000, 200, 50, 3,000. There are more and less, but the numbers are extremely large and are climbing rapidly. It wasn't until the head of the foundation clicked on the microblogging site that he realized that it was the new song by the national goddess Su Luowei that had helped publicize their charitable foundation. The middle-aged man slapped his head heavily and snapped to attention. 2 days ago, when Su Luowei donated $3 million to them, she seemed to have mentioned a word that she would help publicize with her new song in the next 2 days. But he didn't put much stock in it at the time and just thanked the national goddess for her contribution to charity. Unexpectedly, it seems like the entire internet is about to go into paralysis when a new song is released today. This influence is also too terrifying. The middle-aged man's eyes were wide and full of incredulity. The entire Twitter feed is almost paralyzed. The news of the national goddess's new song has sparked a buzz across the internet and has instantly swept across the entertainment world. Before that, everyone was waiting to see how good Shenwei Entertainment was, and no one was optimistic about the competition between Shenwei Entertainment and Tilting City Entertainment. I didn't expect Su Luowei to be able to come up with a song straight out of the box within the allotted time and blow up the entire internet. Matsu, did you listen to that song? Listening to it, the quality is very good indeed. No wonder it's generated so much buzz. Strange, Yao Sichun has left the company, and many musicians have been pulled in by Tilting City Entertainment. Where did Shenwei Entertainment go to find out the song this time? Did you ask her teacher to write it? It's unlikely. That teacher hasn't written a song in a long time. Didn't you read the song information? The composer is Su Luowei's husband, Jiang Chen. What? No way? In the entertainment industry? Singers are talking about and marveling at the new song of the national goddess. eNet Cloud Operations also received an emergency overtime notice. Huaxia is such a big market that new songs are released almost every day. It's not uncommon to see songs posted on eNet Cloud, and generally speaking, you don't even have to adjust your work hours for a song to be released. But the heat of Invisible Wings was so high that it was neither publicized in advance nor did it fail to contact the operations department to purchase publicity and promotion resources. Just over an hour after it was posted, it set off an avalanche of crazy chain effects across the internet. A dozen hot searches, plus 2 topics with the word explosive in crimson, were enough to prove the impact it had on netizens. As of this writing, the heat of the various topics is still rising rapidly. eNetCloud, even as the largest music platform in China, had to pay attention to such heat. Within a few days there are bound to be tons of netizens who are going to access the music platform and download and play the song. eNetCloud is going to make itself the best choice for netizens, so overtime became the only option. The operation department must make a publicity page, a promotion page in the shortest possible time, and cooperate with the promotion of Invisible Wings in all aspects. At night, 10 o'clock, the Starlight Entertainment newspaper's offices were similarly brightly lit. The new song by the national goddess has sparked multiple hits in a row, and it's big news for the entire entertainment industry. In the past 2 days, the entire network has been frantically singing the praises of Shenwei Entertainment. I didn't realize that in just an hour's time, the situation had turned upside down. The entertainment media naturally can't let go of such hotspots, even if they have to work overtime to keep up with what's happening on the internet. If we wait until tomorrow to send out a circular, we won't even get soup. Miao Qiubai sat in front of his desk with a complicated expression. After coming back last night, she had been having a strong premonition that Morning Vista Entertainment must be hiding something that had been kept from everyone. The fact that these guys are retreating under the attack of Tilted City Entertainment is just an illusion. Sure enough, at this critical moment, a new song by Chunwei Entertainment's Su Luowei was released. All the questioning and targeting of the Tilted City Entertainment arrangement all converted into a boost for the song. A new song was released just an hour ago and it set the internet on fire. It's a sight that doesn't seem to be seen anywhere except for that one gala at the end of the year that does it. Miao Qiubai took a deep breath, his eyes vaguely flickering with deep shock. After carefully thinking about Chunwei Entertainment's operations during this period of time in her mind, she couldn't help but feel a trace of fear in her heart. This tactic of marketing an online topic by Morning Vista Entertainment is just brilliant, staying stalwart in the midst of all the talk and public opinion, waiting for the situation to fester to a hot enough level before instantly reversing the situation. Even they at Starlight Entertainment newspaper were taken advantage of. She now strongly suspected that Jiang Chen's behavior in accepting her interview that day was completely intentional. For the sake of the interview, he angrily disliked the jungle and got the attention of the entire internet once again. And both yourself and the jungle have fallen into the middle of the trap. This operation is really audacious, Miao Qiubai was thinking. Sister Miao, the Jiang Chen information you asked me to check, I found something. Just then, a tall, thin man in the office came up to her, a tablet held up in his hand. I found out that some time ago, national goddess Su Luowei seemed to have opened a live broadcast at her home. In that live broadcast, Jiang Chen sang a song that even caused quite a shock and sensation in the live broadcast room at that time. At those words, Miao Qiubai froze for a moment. Then why hasn't this video been circulated on the internet? Fear Value 94, Chapter 96 Exposing Jiang Chen. I don't know. The tall, thin man shook his head, his expression odd. After that live broadcast, although it also sparked some hot topics on the internet, they were all curses directed at Jiang Chen. There were even many netizens who said that they wanted to die with Jiang Chen, not knowing what was going on. This video was also obtained by contacting a netizen who had recorded the screen at the time, based on clues on the internet. Then did you ask her why this video wasn't released at that time? Miao Qiubai wondered. I asked. The tall and thin man nodded. He seemed a bit angry, saying that Jiang Chen was just too pretentious and was spreading dog food in the live broadcast, a video that he wouldn't have sent even if he'd killed himself. Speaking of this, he was also a bit speechless. This person seems to be a die-hard fan of Su Luowei, and doesn't quite want others to see Jiang Chen acting like a pussy. The corner of Miao Qiubai's mouth twitched. What the hell kind of reason is that? Other than that, there's something else that's very strange. The tall, thin man continued. What? I realized that some netizens also uploaded the video to Weibo at the time, but it didn't seem to take long for the platform to block it. I specifically looked for some netizens and asked, and the reason given by the platform for the ban was that Jiang Chen was smoking in the live broadcast room, which is a violation and will not be disseminated. I think that would be the main reason why you can't find this video on the internet. Miao Qiubai froze for a moment. Smoking in the live room so he was banned? When did Weibo become so tightly controlled? Even the videos posted by netizens are not allowed to show smoking? This may seem like a normal reason, but as a member of the media she knew that microblogging in general was not so tightly regulated. What the hell is going on? She couldn't think of anything for a while and had to give up. Never mind. Let's not think about that for now. She sighed and waved her hand. Show me the video. The tall, thin man placed his tablet on the desktop and tapped on the video in the screen. Jiang Chen in the video really looks a bit arrogant, holding his guitar and biting his cigarette, with a very beguiling look. Even the corner of Miao Qiubai's mouth couldn't help but twitch. This guy really needs a beating. No wonder the fans are pissed off and don't want to post this video. But soon her expression froze on her face. It's your fault for falling in love with me so easily. Let me unconsciously fulfill the vanity of being loved. It's all your fault, the way you favor people. It's a temptation. The video showed Jiang Chen holding a guitar and singing to Su Luowei. The singing voice is clear, powerful and magnetic, just like a professional male singer. Most importantly, it was a song she had never heard before. And on the video pop-up, she saw the name of the song, The Moon Causes Trouble, a love song. 3 minutes later the video playback ended, and Miao Qiubai froze looking at the screen with a face full of disbelief. Such a great love song. Was it really written by Jiang Chen in 5 minutes? Sure enough, this guy can write songs. After all, she was outside the courtyard that day and was not quite sure in her mind. Now it is something that can be actualized. Jiang Chen, this asshole, has been hiding himself all along. He's not even the jerk writer the internet makes him out to be. He's a better than professional singer. Everyone was fooled by him. Miao Qiubai squeezed her fingers tightly as she felt that she had discovered a huge secret. Sister Miao, currently on the hot search list, there are already 5 hot searches related to Su Luowei's new song. At this time, a colleague in the office asked loudly, "This is the best time to rub it in. What should we post?" Miao Bai opened the computer in front of him. As expected, at this time, on the hot search list, the hottest topic was still Su Luowei's new song, Invisible Wings, released. But right after that, several topics squeezed into the top 10 of the Hot 100. I'm sorry, I owe the national goddess an apology. Forwarding charity, please pay more attention to the children in the disaster area. Hanging on to regret, a song that touches the heart. I admit I cried. Miao Bai looked at these hot searches and couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Just over an hour after Su Luowei's song was released, it created several top 10 hot topics, which was simply horrible. And the second topic on the hot search list was shocking. Invisible Wings was written by Jiang Chen? There's a fiery red pop next to this topic. Obviously, as time progresses, netizens listening to the song are gradually realizing that the lyrics and compositions of Invisible Wings are actually composed by Jiang Chen alone. Straight away, it shocked the entire internet. Jiang Chen? Isn't he a mixed-up writer who actually writes songs? 2 days ago people were calling this guy out for his lack of talent. Why is he suddenly a musician? Miao Bai clicked into this hotspot and found that the comment section was full of hard-to-believe voices. No way. Jiang Chen wrote this song? Really? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. If this song was really written by Jiang Chen, I'll eat live. How could that asshole write such a great song? Isn't he a writer? And write songs? Writer's hammer. 3 years the grass could grow in his grave and he hasn't written a hair. Sister Meow. If we release this video of Jiang Chen singing on our hands now, it'll definitely set off the internet again. The tall and thin man beside him looked at the comments on the internet and said excitedly, "This is an exclusive. There is no similar report on the internet for the time being." Miao Bai couldn't help but be a little moved. They are in the media and any information that can blast the internet new is priceless. She now had 2 videos of Jiang Chen singing Old Boy and The Moon Causes Trouble in her hands, so there was no reason not to release them. If you miss the hot spots because of hesitation, you'll have all these videos on your hands. They, Starlight Entertainment News, are just a small online media outlet in the entertainment industry. The company had been losing money in the past 2 years due to poor management, and if it wasn't for that, she wouldn't have had to bring her colleagues in the company to eat the lousy money given by Tilted City Entertainment. This is the kind of money that the big media companies don't give a damn about. Although the last interview with Jiang Chen was exploited, it also really made their Starlight Entertainment newspaper show some good face on the internet, and also made a lot of money from the side of Qingqing Entertainment as well. It would be nice to create a wave of heat by utilizing the 2 videos on hand again. The Starlight Entertainment newspaper will have a much easier time operating this year. As Miao Bai thought of this, the idea in her heart grew stronger, though she hadn't yet figured out if Jiang Chen was hiding something even more shocking. But keeping the company running is what matters now. She stood up and was about to arrange her tasks, but just then, a colleague suddenly stood up with a somewhat shocked expression. "Sister Meow, someone called over to look for you." He covered a microphone with his hand. Miao Bai frowned slightly. "Who's looking for me at this late hour?" "Not important things first. There's work to organize now." The co-worker froze for a moment, then said in a rather odd tone, But, he said, "His name is Jiang Chen." Words. The office grew quiet. Chapter 97, Reporter Meow. "Are you selling? Jiang Chen?" Miao Bai froze. What was he doing calling so late at night? She didn't hesitate for long, and after just a few moments, she walked over and picked up the phone. No matter what purpose Jiang Chen was calling with, she had to listen. After all, the other party had also been interviewed by them, and we belonged to a cooperative relationship. "Hello? Hello, how are you? Reporter Meow." A man's voice came from the other end of the line. Miao Bai immediately confirmed that the person on the other end of the phone was indeed Jiang Chen without a doubt. The guy's voice was not only lazy, it had a hint of cynicism to it, and there was simply no one else who could replicate that kind of underdog voice. "Superintendent Jiang, what's the reason for calling me at this late hour?" she asked, full of doubts. "It's nothing special, just a matter of counseling." "What is it?" "I've recently wanted to acquire a media company, and I was wondering if your Starlight Entertainment newspaper has a company for sale as a business." At those words, Miao Bai, however, froze for a moment. "You say? Oh, Reporter Meow, don't need to be surprised. I just recently wanted to acquire a media outlet." Jiang Chen's voice continued to ring through the phone. 10 minutes later, Miao Bai hung up the phone with a somewhat dull expression. Seeing this, the others in the office were filled with curiosity. "Sister Meow, what did he say about Jiang Chen?" The man with the glasses stood right beside her and asked suspiciously. "He asked me, our company, sell or not." Miao Bai's eyes flashed with shock. "What?" Everyone in the office exploded at the news. They all thought that this was Jiang Chen's way of humiliating him, and they couldn't help but curse and be righteously indignant. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Humiliation. This is abject humiliation. Sister Meow, don't pay any attention to him. The soft rice man has nothing to do when he's full. It's so boring. It must be revenge for the last time we reported that he cursed Jiang Lang's talent and made him get scolded by the netizens for several days. Outrageous. Who does he think he is? Thinks he's rich? And don't take a piss and look at yourself. If I had to answer the phone, I would have cursed the hell out of him. Sister Meow, don't take it to heart. This kind of asshole just rejects it directly. The man with the glasses was also furious and advised Miao Choubai. He felt that Miao Choubai must have been infuriated by this incident. However, just at this time, the door of the finance office suddenly opened, and a slightly chubby woman stepped out of the office in a hurry, her face full of shock and excitement. Just now the company's account received a transfer of $1 million from a person named Jiang. What's going on? Did either of you negotiate a big order? Slightly chubby woman excitedly looked at the crowd. She is the company's accountant. This evening it happens to work overtime to organize the end-of-the-month financial information. I didn't expect to just suddenly receive a text message notification from the bank that someone had transferred $1 million to Starlight Entertainment newspaper's account. However, after hearing her words, the entire office was slowly quieting down. 1 million? What's going on here? Everyone didn't say anything and looked towards Miao Choubai in unison. Sister Meow, you sold it to him? The glasses man's mouth dropped open in shock. He knew that Miao Choubai owned a large portion of Starlight Entertainment newspaper, both as the company's editor-in-chief and as a major shareholder. Have every right to sell their shares in the company. Of course not. Then the money is. He looked puzzled. Miao Choubai's expression gradually became odd as he looked at the crowd. Zhang Chen said it's okay if we don't sell the company. This 1 million, $500,000 is our salary for these 2 months. And he's going to contract our company for 2 months. What? What? Everyone froze for a moment. Then their mouths dropped open. Contracting Starlight Entertainment News for 2 months for $500,000? What kind of operation is this? It was important to know that when they had helped Pouring City Entertainment before, the other party had paid them only about $100,000. The slightly chubby woman's mouth also opened, her eyes full of shock. $500,000 for 2 months' pay? She was an accountant. Naturally she knew better than anyone else. Starlight Entertainment newspaper had a total of more than 20 people, and each month's actual salary was actually only $200,000. This Jiang Chen, however, directly called $500,000. What does it mean? $250,000 a month? That's 0.25% raise for the whole group. Someone who was making $10,000 a month will get $12,500 straight away. In the office, there was a sudden gulping sound. Obviously this result has been projected by a number of people. A 25% salary increase. Who's going to top that? And what about the other $500,000? The spectacled man pushed up his glasses and muttered a question. He was also dumbfounded by Zhang Chen's sudden transfer of $1 million. Miao Choubai took in the changes in everyone's faces and sighed quietly in his heart. This $500,000 is a bonus. Zhang Chen said that if we perform well, this $500,000 will be paid out as a year-end bonus. She had also felt that Zhang Chen's idea might not be supported by everyone before, but now it seemed that it might just be her own wishful thinking. Once again the office fell silent, and every now and then a gulp could be heard. It hardly takes much thinking for everyone to come to a conclusion. A year-end bonus of $500,000 is equivalent to 2.5 months' salary for everyone, which is higher than many large companies. Someone suddenly coughed. Sister Meow, this Jiang Chen, ahem. No, what does Mr. Jiang want us to do? Everyone raised their heads, their gazes somewhat blazing towards Miao Choubai. Yes, Jiang Chen, no, what does Mr. Jiang intend for them to do? Although they had just heard that Jiang Chen wanted to buy the company, which made them angry. But if the other side must do that and raise their salaries, then they will have to compromise. I'm sorry, Sister Meow, it's not that we don't love the company. Rather, Jiang Chen, Mr. Jiang is giving too much. The glasses man's mouth also opened, full of stagnation, unable to say anything else. At this moment, everyone felt the evil power of capital. Jiang Chen, asshole, jerk writer. I can't believe you can't move and hit people with money. Being rich is a big deal. Ha, ahem. Yes, Sister Meow, what does Mr. Jiang intend for us to do? We can't afford to slack off on Mr. Jiang's orders. It's only 10 o'clock, I think, and we should have a meeting immediately to discuss it. Oh, I have a leak in my house this month, and I don't want to go home. It's quite comfortable to stay at the office. Everyone stopped what they were doing and gazed blearily at Miao Choubai. Miao Choubai felt the sudden change in the group's mouths and rolled his eyes somewhat breathlessly in his heart. It's all in the eye of the beholder. Could you guys be any more shameless? Is it true that your house is leaking? You that is figure people Jiang Chen's salary and bonus. However, after she took a deep breath, she raised her hand and pointed somewhat helplessly at the conference room next to her. Meeting in the conference room in 5 minutes. Although Jiang Chen's use of money to hit people was infuriating, there was simply no way for her to refuse. Starlight Entertainment newspaper needs this money for 2 months' pay plus year-end bonus. Could save the company too much cost. And the things that Jiang Chen had just commanded over the phone couldn't help but make her eyes flash with shock. Jiang Chen really wants to start dealing with Qingqing Entertainment. This guy even wants to. Blockade? Is he crazy? Chapter 98, Qingqing Entertainment's reaction. Heavy Nanmu long table, black seats, luxurious conference room, huge projection screen, displaying a variety of data tables. Tilted City Entertainment. A wrap-up meeting about the new song launch was also being held. The man in the middle, Long Fu Xian, sat on the main seat, looking at the data and information that his subordinates had compiled up, smilingly looking at the crowd. The song Regret has surpassed 50,000 plays in just 2 hours of release. It's currently at number 6 on the eNet Cloud New Songs chart, and I believe that if we invest some more resources tomorrow and vigorously publicize it, we'll be able to take the top spot straight away. White Peach, you're doing great. Beside the conference table, the very sexily dressed woman revealed a flirtatious smile and looked at Yao Sichun with a smiling face. It's not because Director Yao writes good songs. Otherwise, where can we get such results? Director Yao's talent is indeed admirable. Long Fu Xian nodded smilingly. This song, Regret. I don't know how many people's hearts have sung the regret of loving but not being able to do so, and there's a lyric in it that I really like. Once I was treated with love and disdain, today I'm going to leave you high and dry. Ha ha ha. Although the connotations of the lyrics are a bit vulgar, they are extraordinarily resonant. So it's no wonder that they have triggered so many netizens to resonate and respond. Yao Sichun was also sitting in the conference room. Hearing the compliments from the two, he didn't say anything, but he nodded rather conceitedly. The song, Regret, he started to prepare 3 months ago, and after many revisions and adjustments, he got the current version. This song was originally intended for Su Lo, but unfortunately, she doesn't know how to cherish it. He pondered for a long time and sighed slightly. Hearing this, Bai Taoying smiled. Why should Director Yao be troubled? That Su Luowei does not understand your talent, but Bai Tao understands ah. Saying that, she winks at Yao Sichun with her charming eyes, the ambiguous implication of which can be understood by any man. However, Yao Sichun's heart did not fluctuate in any way after he glanced at her, because he knew that this woman just looked sexy and alluring. But in fact, just like that Chenyu man, she was also a master who didn't like men and women. He shook his head and gave a mocking smile. But this song is still for Su Luowei. I just don't know. Will she feel regret after hearing this song? Marrying a loser like Jiang Chen will ruin everything for him. That's natural. Lung Fuxian laughed out loud. Right now the entire internet is full of voices questioning Su Luowei. The time for the release of a new song has come and gone. Not only can't she come up with a new song, but she keeps using charity events to annoy netizens and try to divert their attention. The fans aren't little cuties. I see that her position as a national goddess is coming to an end. Yao Sichun took a deep breath. Everything that had happened so far was within his expectations. Let's hope that through this incident, it will make her recognize Jiang Chen's true nature. A loser is just a loser, not worthy of her at all. Nice. Long Fu Xian nodded. I've already made arrangements on the media side. As long as tonight's time passes, immediately point the spearhead of the conversation at Jiang Chen, inciting the emotions of the fans, and letting Jiang Chen take the blame. If Su Luowei still wants to keep her popularity, and her position as a national goddess, she must give her fans an explanation on this matter, or else she's bound to shed her fans in large numbers. Let's move on to the next. A few people were discussing this when suddenly a staff member pushed the door and walked in, looking a bit flustered. Mr. Lang, Director Yao, we just received news that Su Luowei's new song has been released. At that, several people froze. What did you say? Lung Fu Xian asked. The staff wiped the sweat on his head and said again. Su Luowei released a charity tweet an hour ago, but when you click on the video, it's a new song. Now the whole internet is exploding. His expression was also a bit bitter. In fact, they didn't want to come to the briefing just now, but when they first saw Su Luowei's microblog, the people in the company didn't pay much attention to it, thinking it was just an ordinary charity microblog. After all, this kind of tweet has been sent by Su Luowei several times. Who knew that it was only after a sudden call from other media outlets that I suddenly realized that the video was a new song? And now more than an hour has passed, and Su Luowei's new song has completely ignited the entire internet. How can that be? Yao Sichun's brows furrowed in complete disbelief. He had already departed from Chenwei Entertainment, and several other musicians had also given up on starting cooperation with Chenwei Entertainment under the arrangement of Tilting City Entertainment. So where did Su Luowei's song come from? Did she write it herself? Put that video up and let's watch it. Lung Fu Xian, however, was still calm and waved his hand, saying he wasn't sure what was going on, but he wasn't very worried in his mind. The possibility of Su Luo-wei composing her own songs had occurred to him, but the national goddess has limited songwriting skills, so if she wrote the song herself, it shouldn't be of high enough quality to affect the big picture. It's just a matter of spending a little more money and getting a few more media outlets to bother talking. The staff saw that none of the company's executives seemed to care very much. Somewhat anxiously, he opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't know how. Forget it. There's no use just using talk. Better just watch the video. With a complicated look, he connected his computer to the conference room's projector and clicked on the video. In the conference room, the eyes of all the people looked in the direction of the curtain. The video opens with a clip of children playing in a school in the affected area. The background music is a melody with a hint of melancholy. Just by looking at the beginning of this, it totally looks like it's still some kind of video promoting a charity. However, after the staff's briefing, everyone knew that there was definitely something fishy in the video, and they all remained silent and continued to look down. Soon, Sulawei appeared in the picture holding her guitar. She sat alone on the roof of the building, looking at the sunset in the distance, and the children playing downstairs, and slowly opened her mouth. Every time, all strong in wandering loneliness. Every time, listening to Su Lo's song, everyone in the conference room froze for a moment, subsequently, gradually became speechless. I finally see all dreams bloom, chasing the young. How loud and clear the song is. 3 minutes later, the video ended. No one spoke for a long time in the conference room. Yao Sichun's gaze had become dull, with shock and disbelief in his eyes. As the music director, he could naturally judge the caliber of the song at first glance. Invisible Wings, a superb quality inspirational song, and very much in Sulawei's style. It's like it was completely tailored to her. What's more, the lyrics and melody of the song are very well written, very rare kind of good. After listening to the song, 2 words couldn't help but pop up in his mind: hope. Yes, what the song is really trying to say is hope. The thing that any person in the midst of adversity and desperation longs for most in his or her heart is hope, and this song that sings it out. Chapter 99, Blocking Lusiki Across the Internet. The conference room was silent. Only the teacups on the tabletop were steaming, but no one cared to drink tea at this time, and the executives finally couldn't help but cross their fingers after watching the video. While Yao Sichun's gaze remained dull, his mind was filled with all sorts of doubts. Everyone, all have invisible wings. I can fly you, fly out of despair. The lyrics are simple, but they really touch the heart and give the most immediate encouragement. Better than any song he's ever written. But, how is this possible? Who wrote this song for her, anyway? Who is it? Who could have such talent? Yao Sichun couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. Bai Tao's expression also froze for a long time. She and Su Luowei were singers who debuted at the same time, but for 5 or 6 years, no matter how hard she tried, her popularity and fans were completely outmatched by the other. Originally, she felt that with the support of the company and director Yao this time, she would finally have a chance to surpass Su Luowei for once. But when you see the images in the video, it cuts back in a flash from the scene of the disaster area back then to the serene and peaceful campus playground at sunset. She knew then that she had lost once again. And the loss was complete. This song, it's so well sung. For a moment just now, even she couldn't help her eyes reddening slightly for a moment, so it was obvious how infectious the song was. Now, what's going on with the internet? It was only after a long time that Lung Fu Xian gradually came back to his senses with an iron face. He didn't expect that Chinwei Entertainment would be able to come up with such a high-quality song despite the situation he had carefully set up. Mr. Lang, Weibo was just paralyzed for a minute, the staff member said with a bitter face. At those words, the conference room was once again briefly silent for a moment. Paralyzed? Paralyzed? What do you mean? According to the official statement given by Weibo, it seems like it's because too many people clicked to play this video in a short period of time, so even Weibo's server was a bit overwhelmed. After emergency maintenance by technicians, Weibo finally returned to normal after being paralyzed for more than a minute. The staff explained. Listened to him. Both Bai Tao and Yao Sichun were filled with surprise. A song that paralyzed Twitter? How is that possible? They hurriedly pulled out their cell phones and tapped on Twitter. Sure enough, the tweets have been able to open properly, but they still take a relatively long time to load. The stress on the servers doesn't seem to have completely eased up yet. It took a long time before the two men's cell phone screens gradually displayed the hot list. Among them, National Goddess Su Luowei's new song Invisible Wings is released. I'm sorry, Goddess, we owe you an apology. Charity Ambassador, Su Lo, calls for more attention to the children in the disaster area. 3 phrases, each in the top 3 on the Hot 100 list, and first, second place, with a deep red pop next to it. Even more outrageously, even the Weibo server is down. This hot search had climbed to the 6th position. Apparently the song, Invisible Wings, has completely exploded in popularity. Who wrote this song, anyway? Yao Sichun flipped through the microblogs with a complicated gaze, but the staff's careful voice came to his ears once again. Mr. Yao, Mr. Lang, this song has already been uploaded to the eCloud music platform, and in just 1 hour, it has gained 300,000 plays. What? White Peach's mouth dropped open. 1 hour, 300,000 times? This is outrageous, isn't it? Right now, the song is at number 2 on the new songs chart. The staff logged on to EasyNet Cloud Music on their computers and pulled up the information on the Invisible Wings production. The crowd looked on in unison. Sure enough, in the play count column on the screen, the number of 319,000 was clearly displayed. The number of commenters is also over 10,000 and rising. The crowd was silent as they watched the data on the projection. Compared to this song Invisible Wings, their song Regret with 50,000 plays in 2 hours is like a joke. What else is there to celebrate? Not even the slightest comparison. Damn, where the hell did this song come from? Which musician is working with Morning Vista Entertainment? Why don't they get any news? Several people looked toward the information section of the work. Soon, everyone's eyes froze. Singing, Sulaway. Lyrics, Zhang Chen. Composer, Zhang Chen. Arrangement, Zhang Chen. This song, was it written by Zhang Chen? This can't be right. Yao Sichun's eyes widened and she was the first to blurt out. How can this loser possibly write a song? And of this, quality song? His eyes were full of disbelief. Though his heart desperately hated to admit it, he knew that the song Invisible Wings was better written than he was. And it's much better. In the conference room, the other two looked toward him. Only then did Yao Sichun realize that he was a bit out of line. However, after taking a deep breath and settling his mind, he still said in a deep voice, "There's absolutely no way that this song was written by Zhang Chen. I've seen that guy several times, and aside from being a little bit more handsome, he doesn't have any merits at all. How can a total slimeball who can't hold up a wall write a song?" Lung Fu Xian's brows were also slightly knitted. Now the development of things had completely exceeded his expectations. Whoever wrote this song, all of which means that Morning Vista Entertainment has been able, in this embargoed situation, to come up with new works. Most of their previous schemes had fallen through. If you want to continue targeting Morning Vista Entertainment, you'll have to start laying out the groundwork again. Things, on the contrary, are getting a little interesting. He actually smiled after a long moment of gaze contemplation. Yao Sichun and Bai Tao both looked toward him. No one could have imagined that Morning Vista Entertainment could react like this. What should we do next? There's no need to rush. Lung Fu Xian waved his hand. I have to admit that we lost this encounter with Chenwei Entertainment. But, it's more fun that way, isn't it? He smiled slightly. Morning Violet Entertainment is just a startup company and doesn't have enough influence in the circle. So no matter what happens next, they can only be passive and defensive. And we're always going to be the ones on offense. And after a while, there comes a time when we can't hold out. I'm curious to know how much longer Chenwei Entertainment can hold out under these circumstances. Upon hearing this, Yao Sichun and Bai Tao both breathed a sigh of relief. Lung Fu Xian was right. After all, Chenwei Entertainment was only a small studio. Even if they succeeded in releasing a new song this time, what could they do? Will they be so lucky next time? Yao Sichun was about to speak, but just then, another staff member pushed the door in. Mr. Lang, a cooperative media outlet just called and said something very strange. What is it? Lung Fu Xian took a sip of tea and asked lightly. Chenwei Entertainment's resistance made him feel interesting, and he was conceptualizing his next plan against Chenwei Entertainment in his mind. That media outlet said that there are now some fluff pieces related to our company's artists that have suddenly appeared on the internet. Take a look. The staff member hands over a tablet. Lung Fu Xian took the tablet, and on the screen was the content of the circular that the staff had already organized. Chenwei Entertainment speaks out, block tilting city entertainment Lu Siki across the net. Revealed, the feud between Chenwei Entertainment and Lu Siki. By slapping the girl in public, actor Lu Siki has completely offended Morning Vista Entertainment. See these headlines. Lung Fu Xian couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Morning Vista Entertainment is going to block Lu Siki all over the internet? Are you kidding me? Fear Value 94, Chapter 100 Zhang Chen's Great Handsomeness. The word blocking has always possessed a special meaning in the entertainment industry. Whenever the word comes up, it signifies the need for a powerful force to intervene. When an artist is blocked, either the big elders behind them have sent a message, or they have offended a giant company or figure in the entertainment industry. Whatever the case may be, having the ability to be able to do the whole blocking thing means power and status in the entertainment industry. But Morning Vista Entertainment is just a small studio. Do they have what it takes? And blocked all over the internet? Don't be ridiculous. Think you're a showbiz giant? This kind of words, even they, Tilted City Entertainment, didn't dare to say it casually. Lung Fu Xian shook his head and handed the tablet back to the staff. I don't know what it's about. No need to bother. He was more convinced that it was a rumor put out by the boring media to attract attention. Shenwei Entertainment, if he really had such a stupid idea, what's the difference between that and looking for death? And why would he need to spend so much energy to deal with it? Mr. Lang, what should we do next? Yao Sichun looked at Lung Fu Xian with a complicated face. He didn't pay attention to the small episode that just happened. Things like blocking artists from other companies across the internet are just too outrageous. The entertainment industry is not the one word of a certain company. Even those few giants in the industry want to completely block an artist. It's still hard to do so. No need to panic. Lung Fu Xian waved his hand. Su Luowei's song Invisible Wings has something to do with the topic of charity, so it's not too good to make a move. And it's the time when her momentum is at its peak, so clashing with her head-on will surely lead to a fire. We can only wait for the network to completely calm down before we continue to look for a breakthrough. But Su Luowei is no longer on fire, and it has nothing to do with Jiang Chen. So this time, why don't we change our mindset and go after Jiang Chen? Anyway, that guy is covered in flaws. Su Luowei will definitely have her hands full trying to defend him, and then it will be easier to turn back to Shenwei Entertainment instead. Yao Sichun and Bai Tao both nodded. That's all that's left for now. At 11 o'clock in the evening, the arrival hall of the Magic City Airport was crowded. It was only because there was a sudden rumor circulating on the internet that national goddess Su Luowei would be taking a flight back to Magic City tonight. Media and fans who received the news instantly surrounded the airport. National goddess, Su Luowei, and Invisible Wings are the hottest topics on the internet right now. If one is lucky enough to interview this popular little diva, any media outlet will instantly get a huge amount of exposure. Fortunately, the Magic City Airport was not surprised by this kind of thing, and as soon as they saw that the situation was not right, they immediately arranged for dozens of security guards to set up a protective fence at the scene, and at the same time arranged for a dozen or so people to form a human wall, waiting for Su Luowei to come out from the airport. Though every time a celebrity shows up at an airport, it creates a certain amount of order on the scene, but the airport is not averse to such things, and even vaguely cooperative. After all, every media shoot and exposure is also disguised as an advertisement for the airport, which gets tons of exposure every once in a while. It was nearing midnight, but the airport's A3 arrival gate was still very noisy. Some of the people traveling on the same flights were startled to see this scene at the exit. Only after finding someone to ask did they realize that the national goddess Su Luowei was on the same flight as them. Several of Su Luowei's fans opened their mouths wide on the spot, immediately dragging their own suitcases and joining the group waiting together on the spot as well. Finally, after 10 minutes, the regular passengers had pretty much dispersed. The figures of Su Luowei and Su Jingchu, a pedestrian, also slowly appeared at the exit of the flight. The media immediately raised their hands of cameras, crackling photos, dense flash, directly to this place into the daytime general. However, what made everyone a bit surprised was that Jiang Chen's figure actually appeared beside Su Luowei. I do not know how this guy is mixed in, obviously big nighttime, but also very tart wearing a pair of sunglasses, strutting in the exit of the main road. Flash hit his face, not the slightest impact. National goddess Su Luowei, on the other hand, was a bit shy as she wrapped her arms around Jiang Chen and tenderly followed beside him. All the media who saw this scene couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Damn, tart. Then there was a pang of sourness in his heart. How did the national goddess, this immortal flower, get stuck on this piece of cow dung? Jiang Chen? God has no eyes. But even if there is resentment in your heart, the work must go on. The media pushed against the guardrail and surged forward. Su Lo, can I ask you a question? Luowei. Invisible Wings has already exceeded 350,000 plays on EasyNet Cloud Music. May I ask what you have to say? Luowei. I heard that Yao Sichun's regret was written especially for you. May I ask if this is true? Goddess. Can I get an autograph? May I ask, how did Yao Sichun leave from Shenwei Entertainment in the first place? Is it convenient to disclose? Did Jiang Chen really write the song Invisible Wings? Dense questions poured in. Everyone asked their top concerns out loud. Although there are many peers on the scene and competition is fierce, but with any luck, you might get a reply. But unfortunately, Su Luowei never answered any questions and only smiled politely towards the crowd. No words were said along the way, other than signing autographs for a few fans. By the looks of it, I'm not going to answer questions today. The media were all filled with regret, but they could understand. After all, the amount of talk about the national diva on the internet was too much right now. Su Luowei's every word and action was in the spotlight, and no artist would have accepted an interview at this time if it wasn't a situation that she couldn't refuse. But right at this moment, a male reporter suddenly shouted, Jiang Chen, you're so handsome, can I ask you a few questions? His voice was loud, It instantly attracted everyone's attention, and there was even laughter. Jiang Chen, so handsome? Even Jiang Chen looked towards him with some curiosity. Jiang Chen, big handsome guy, please, I just have a few questions. It'll be quick. Seeing that he had attracted Jiang Chen's attention, the man hurriedly shouted even louder. The crowd of media outlets all looked contemptuous. This guy is shameless too. To ask a question and lose your face and actually yell out that morning dog is a big handsome guy? Is there any justice in this world? Is there any law in this world? Aren't you afraid that you'll be beaten alive by Sulo's fans when you go out later? Jiang Chen, however, seemed to be satisfied with this title, and after giving him an interested look, he actually did slowly stop his steps. Not bad, you have a good eye, but time is limited, so let's ask 2 questions, Jiang Chen said smilingly. Hearing his words, everyone at the scene's expression froze for a moment. That's okay? Chapter 101. What Hook 8 question was asked. The airport, which was crowded with people, was a little silent for a while, and the journalists were holding up their long guns with a dumbfounded look on their faces. Just call out that Jiang Chen is a big handsome guy and you can answer the question? What the is this operation? Beside Jiang Chen, Su Luowei stopped along with him. She glared at Jiang Chen with some helplessness and amusement, but didn't raise any objections. It was only after seeing this scene that the crowd of media suddenly reacted. How did I forget about that one? I had long heard that Su Luowei was a famously virtuous wife, and that she was definitely obedient to Jiang Chen when she was out and about. At this time, as long as Jiang Chen is taken care of, it's equivalent to taking care of Su Luowei. The crowd that figured this out really wanted to slap themselves. Such a simple thing. How did they not think of it just now? Giving away such a good opportunity for nothing. So the entire group slowed to a halt, with a human wall of security guards very dutifully surrounding them to prevent irrational fans and media from suddenly approaching. The security chief had explained in advance that as long as the night went well, each person would get a big red packet. The big red packet, naturally, was all provided by Chunwei Entertainment's Mr. Jiang, with the prerequisite of safely escorting the crowd to the car. Faced with such a good thing, the security brothers naturally had no reason to refuse. Each and every one of them were eyeing the wolf-like media reporters intently, fearing that there would be an ungrateful reporter who would run into their honorable Mr. Jiang. Director Jiang. First question. The reporter who had gotten a reply from Jiang Chen earlier was so excited that he hurriedly raised his microphone. All the media cameras were hastily raised at this time, although they didn't get to grab the chance to ask questions. In fact, the questions prepared by each media outlet were similar, and it didn't matter who asked the questions, as long as the footage was captured and broadcast anyway. With everyone's eyes on him, the reporter said loudly, Director Jiang, right now the internet is saying that Lu Siki of Qingqing Entertainment once intentionally slapped a female artist from Chunwei Entertainment on set. May I ask if this is true? Upon hearing this question, everyone in the room couldn't help but freeze. What the hell? When did a topic like this pop up on the internet now? Why don't they know? Not to mention the reporter's dumbfounded expressions. At this time even Jiang Chen was very stunned, as if he did not expect the reporters to ask such a question. He gave the male reporter a half-hearted look before nodding with a grave expression on his face. I don't know where you guys heard about this, but unfortunately, it's true. Once again, the reporters on the scene froze. How could there really be such a thing? And Jiang Chen even admitted it in front of everyone? Then, as the music director of Chunwei Entertainment, do you have anything you want to say to Lu Siki? The male reporter seemed to be even more excited and asked in a hurry. The camera's flashes crackled and flashed at Jiang Chen. Warning: Vista Entertainment is against any and all workplace violence. Jiang Chen faced the camera and said seriously, therefore, I hope that Lu Siki can immediately apologize to our artists and guarantee that similar things will not happen again. Otherwise our company will always reserve the right to pursue their responsibilities. Obviously not satisfied with this official answer, the male reporter continued to pursue. Director Jiang, there are rumors on the internet now that Chunwei Entertainment is planning to block Lu Siki across the board. May I ask if this is true? The surrounding reporters were once again startled. Morning Vista Entertainment wants to block Siki Lu? Where the hell did all this information come from? Why didn't they receive any of it? Jiang Chen, faced with this question, clearly opened his mouth to say something, but seemed to remember something and quickly stopped, finally only returning a polite smile to the crowd. I'm sorry, this is the third question, and as promised, I can't answer it. Please ask another time. Saying that, he took Su Luo away and continued to walk forward. It's already very late, so everyone quickly go back to sleep. At that, the crowd of media outlets became anxious. They haven't asked a single question yet. What the hell are the 2 questions this Hook 8 asked? None of which they cared about. Wait, don't go. Answer another question. Lovey, when is the next song release date? Please, can you give a response about the voices singing the praises of Chunwei Entertainment on the internet 2 days ago? Big handsome Jiang Chen, is the last question okay? Jiang Chen, you're so handsome. No matter how many more questions the crowd asks, Jiang Chen didn't even make any more responses. Under the protection of the security guards, they smoothly got into the nanny car at the entrance of the airport with Su Luowei. The car doors closed and slowly drove forward, and the media on the scene sighed darkly at that. I'm sorry, today's trip was a waste of time. I can't believe I didn't get a single question. Blame it on that dog just now. Which media? I think it's called Stars Entertainment. What a awful name. Where did it go? A group of journalists turned back in anger, looking for someone to take out. But after half a day of searching, I didn't see anyone. In the blink of an eye, that dog thing actually ran out of sight, and I don't know if it was anticipating what was going to happen next. That was a fast run. A group of reporters cursed and put away their equipment and returned to their cars to prepare their fluff piece. There's nothing to write about, but it's better than writing nothing at all. What the hell is going on between that Lusiki and Morning Vista Entertainment? Why is this suddenly circulating on the internet? Is there something else on the inside that they don't know about? Various doubts lingered in the minds of the crowd. In a van, the male reporter who had just asked the question, with his big camera, was sweating as he got into the car, holding several kilograms of equipment. He ran more than 200 meters. Both of them were a bit out of breath, but neither of them dared to stop. At times like this it was entirely up to who ran fast. Even if you can't outrun the guy behind you, you have to outrun your teammates. Otherwise whoever gets caught will be beaten. In the car, Miao Choubai and the other two colleagues in the company looked at the two people who ran up like crazy, panting like a cow. Mission accomplished? Miao Choubai handed over a bottle of water and asked with concern. Finished, done. The male reporter gasped violently, and it was a long time before he found the opportunity to fill his mouth with a large mouthful of water. Luckily I ran fast, or I would have probably gotten a couple kicks. This mission arranged by Mr. Jiang is also too dangerous. It can't be helped. Who makes people pay more money? The other big camera machine was also tired, but looked quite excited. After completing the tasks arranged down by Mr. Jiang, the bonus at the end of the year should not run away, right? You guys, what exactly does Mr. Jiang intend to do when he asks us to ask these questions? The male reporter in charge of the interview was a little puzzled. When I asked my question, it was obvious that the other reporters were looking at me a little differently. Who knows? What the hell? Maybe it's a rich man's quirk. The male co-worker in the driver's seat responsible for driving shrugged. Just pay anyway. At that, several people in the car nodded silently. Yeah, what the hell? Just pay up. The car drove slowly. Miao Choubai's gaze, however, was somewhat complicated. When Jiang Chen finished arranging these tasks over the phone, she could vaguely guess the other party's plan. But, is this really possible? Blocking Lucci across the net? That's a female artist from Pouring City Entertainment, while Chanwei Entertainment is just a startup entertainment studio. What the hell is Jiang Chen thinking? Chapter 102, Beijing Circle, Gu Shimeng, Sister Jen. I'm going to sleep first. Variety set, outdoor camping tent. Gu Shimeng yawned and said to her agent, she is participating in a live outdoor variety show to play songs for her new album. Currently, her new song is at #1 on the new song charts on Easy Web Cloud Music. As a professional female singer who graduated from the Huaxia Conservatory of Music, although she had only been on the scene for 3 years, she had already gained the title of the singing world's newest young flower. This new song is one she wrote herself, and it gained a lot of heat just after it was released. The company also invested a lot of promotional resources into the song, and in just 3 days, it pushed the song to the #1 spot on the new songs chart. She knew that when she finished participating in this outdoor variety show, more people would learn about her new song. So for the next half a month, her song would stay at the top of the charts. Gu Shimeng was very confident in her own songs. When she was studying at the Huaxia Conservatory of Music, she had always had the title of Music Genius Girl. Since her debut, she has written all of her own songs, all of which have done well, so her popularity has risen very quickly. Brokers have even analyzed it. At her current rate of rise, in 2 more years, it might be able to break the record set by national goddess Su Luo way back then. Although I have never met this national goddess who is as beautiful as a heavenly fairy. However, Gu Shimeng was confident that she could surpass the other party to become the new singing goddess. I heard that Su Luo's popularity has been greatly affected over the years because of her marriage to Jiang Chen, and the number of her fans has dropped a lot, and her development has been stagnant. This was her best chance to outdo each other. Shimeng, outside the tent. However, the agent's face was a bit strange, looking at Gu Shimeng with a look of desire to speak. What's wrong, Sister Jiang? Gu Shimeng was curious. I just received news that your #1 position on the new song chart has been reversed, Kang Xiui said with a sigh. She hesitated for a long time whether to tell Gu Shimeng the news at this time, But this kind of thing couldn't be hidden. It was better to say it later than earlier. What? Gu Shiming froze for a moment. Overtaken by second place. What did she do? The closest thing to her stats on the entire list is second place. Kong Su-yi, however, shook her head. Gu Shiming was confused. Who is that? Yes, Su Lo. Jiang Shui's tone was tinged with a hint of surprise. She knew that Gu Shiming had always regarded Su Luowei as a target to surpass, and she wouldn't have wanted to say anything if it wasn't for the fact that this news couldn't be hidden from the public. What? How is this possible? Gu Shiming didn't believe it at all. A few hours ago, Su Lo's name hadn't appeared on the list, and she had always been in the first place. Could the other party surpass her to become the first place with these few short hours? She took the cell phone from Kong Su-yi with a face full of disbelief. On the screen, a song called Invisible Wings was playing. 3 minutes later, the video on the phone played. Gu Shiming stared blankly at the cell phone screen, her expression a little dumbfounded. Invisible Wings? It's a great song. Is it sung by Su Lo? But haven't her songs always been lukewarm? She had heard all the songs written by that Yao Si-chun. The man had a little talent but not much. In comparison, she felt she had written better songs. Otherwise her popularity wouldn't have risen so quickly. Moreover, she had recently heard that Yao Si-chun had left Shenwei Entertainment. Who the hell is the writer of this song? Could it be that some old-timer in the circle wrote a song for Su Luowei? She clicked on the information page of her work with some impatience, but her expression froze even more. Singer, Su Lo. Lyrics Jiang Chen. Composer Jiang Chen. Arrangement Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen? Looking at the series of Jiang Chen's names, Gu Shiming couldn't help but rub her eyes. Isn't that the rumored asshole writer who also writes songs? Shimeng, don't take this matter to heart. Victory and defeat are commonplace. Kang Xiu-yi advised. This time Su Luowei's work took a great advantage of the heat. That's why it was able to obtain such a result. Let's try harder next time. She knew that Gu Shiming had spent a lot of effort for this one, just so she could surpass Su Luowei in one fell swoop. I didn't realize that national goddess could actually come up with a new song at the last crucial moment and achieve such a good result. Gu Shiming stared tightly at the phone without saying anything, but some unwillingness could clearly be seen in those beautiful eyes. She also didn't expect that a song she had carefully created would still be overtaken by Su Luowei after getting the first place in the new song chart, and the data between both sides was still rapidly widening. She had always thought that her talent was even better than Su Luowei and Yao Si-chun, and it was only a matter of time before she surpassed the other. Sister Jiang, I'm fine. They, Shenwei Entertainment, are just lucky and happened to create a good piece. After a long time, she took a deep breath and handed the phone back to Kong Su-yi. Shenwei Entertainment's shortcoming has always been its creative ability. I don't believe they can still create works of the same quality it will next, and when the time comes, I'll invest more resources to overtake them in one fell swoop. It's best if you think so. Jiang Shui looked at Gu Shiming's determined expression and slowly sighed in relief. Gu Shiming's grandfather is an old music professor who was quite famous in Kyoto's entertainment circle, and her father is also the boss of an old entertainment company in Kyoto. In this respect, Gu Shiming was the proper Beijing Circle Gige, the national goddess. However, since Su Luowei's debut, she had quickly taken the title of national goddess by virtue of her stunning beauty and sweet personality, which made Gu Shiming very unconvinced in her heart, and had always taken Su Luowei as a target to surpass. It's good to have competition, so Kang Su-yi didn't stand in the way of that. Gu Shiming's personal conditions were very good, and then with the resources of the Beijing Circle behind her, she had every possibility of surpassing Su Luowei. But if she was struck down and lost her fighting spirit, there would be no hope at all. Go to sleep. When the recording here is over, we'll go back to Kyoto and study how to deal with Chunwei Entertainment. She patted Gu Shiming's back and said softly. In the face of this little gidge that she had watched grow up, she was also very patient, completely different from the rumored image of a strict and thunderous agent. Jiang Chen, that reporter just now, you arranged it, right? I can't believe I'm calling you a handsome. Handsome then? So shameless. Nanny Van. Su Jingshu sat on the co-pilot and asked with a face full of contempt. Chapter 103 The Strongest Female Troupe. The question asked by that reporter on the scene was just too strange, and it didn't even look like a question that would be asked by a normal media outlet. Most importantly, but any normal person wouldn't call Jiang Chen a big handsome guy in public. Right, it was too shameful. Outside the car window, the buildings and trees lining the road were sweeping backward at a rapid pace, but the ride in this $1 million nanny car has always been steady. Old first, your pattern is just too small. Jiang Chen sat on the wide and comfortable seat, a little irritated. Aren't you allowed to shout like that because people genuinely think I'm handsome? Che, do you think it's possible? Su Jingshu snorted coldly. Despite her mutual dislike with Jiang Chen, she seemed to be in a good mood. After all, Shenwei Entertainment has been holding back for so long this time, but it has finally raised its eyebrows for once. As soon as Invisible Wings was released, it directly lit up the internet, slapping all those who were previously not optimistic about Shenwei Entertainment in the face, and ruthlessly pulling back around. Just now she used her cell phone to check the data again. Currently Invisible Wings had successfully squeezed out the first place and took the top spot on the new songs chart. Even eNetCloud Music had worked overtime to produce a poster and hung the song in the most conspicuous position on the homepage. As Su Luowei's manager, she was naturally aware that in the 6 years since Su Luowei's debut, she hadn't even managed to make a song so hot when it was released. I have to say, this Jiang Chen guy usually looks a bit unreliable, but the songs he writes are truly amazing. Sure. The reason for this achievement was also related to Jiang Chen's arrangement. Interview process wildly dislikes jungle, buys water army to spray himself. She had been in the brokerage industry for more than 10 years and it was the first time she had seen such an operation. Lovey, I've just been messaged by several of the program directors already. She collected her shock as if remembering something and pulled out her phone to organize the messages she had just received. All of them invited you to sing, and specified that they wanted to sing the song Invisible Wings, and the opening price was basically around $6 million. At those words, Su Luowei was also a bit surprised. Her previous appearance fee for a song was basically hovering around $1 million, but she didn't think that this song would directly rise to $6 million, which is not even close to a price with the top kings of the entertainment industry. It seems that with the release of her new song, her popularity in the scene has increased. Sister Jing, you see to the arrangements. I'll be in Magic City during this time, Su Luowei said softly. Before, work matters were all arranged for her by Su Jingchu, and it was certainly the same now. Su Jingchu nodded, and compared to Su Luowei's surprise, she appeared much more subdued. The directors of these programs are actually not stupid, and the reason why they are willing to offer such a high price is entirely because they are running for the heat on the internet right now. Invisible Wings is only just being released now, and it's managed to have this kind of buzz. If any program could invite Su Luowei over to create a stage version of Invisible Wings, it would surely ignite the internet again. The value of this can be far more than $6 million. There's one more thing, is related to Jiang Chen. Su Jingchu suddenly looked at Jiang Chen again. Just now, Wang Lin sent a message that as long as you're willing to serve as the mentor of the strongest female group, the program group can bid up to $8 million. At those words, Jiang Chen also froze for a moment. Wang Lin offered him $8 million to be on the strongest girl group? This variety show Wang Lin had mentioned it once the last time he came to the company, and at that time he had outright refused. There was no way he could take on a showbiz job other than music director. I didn't expect Wang Lin to bring it up again after a period of time, and also directly opened the price to $8 million. It seems that the other side really wants to get themselves on this show. Compared to Su Luowei's $6 million for a single song, his participation in an entire variety show for only $8 million might seem like a small amount, but it wasn't. Jiang Chen wasn't considered a debut star and didn't have any influence or fans in the music scene. Wang Lin, entirely because of the talent he showed, directly let the program group open the price to $8 million, which is already considered a sky-high price. I heard that the program team side originally had a lot of opinions, but Wang Lin Diva forcefully argued for it, and in the end, she even took out her status as an investor to force the issue, and only then did the team agree to it. Su Jingchu said with some shock. She had carefully studied the information of The Strongest Girl Group, which was a very rare variety show with an investment of more than $500 million. Once it airs, the impact can be unprecedented. And this girl group talent show has also boldly adopted many innovative program designs. For example, there is a mentor position on the show, and each girl on the show has to choose her own mentor and battle team in order to participate in the competition. This talent show is not only a test for the girls, but also a big challenge for the mentors. After all, the strength of the tutor's personal strength does not mean that you can create a good girl group. The tutor's ability to teach and stage shaping ability are very eye-catching to watch. This unique format of the competition is sure to gain a lot of popularity and viewers. Su Luowei's eyes suddenly lit up, and looked at Jiang Chen hopefully. Hubby, you go and participate. With your ability, you can definitely lead the women's group to get a place. She just didn't want to see Jiang Chen keep wasting his time in the field of writing, which he wasn't good at. And she also hoped that Jiang Chen could make further progress in the entertainment industry. Unexpectedly, the corners of Jiang Chen's mouth twitched, and a wave of cool air rose behind him. We haven't seen each other for a few days. Why do you want to harm me as soon as we meet? He waved his hand directly. Participating in this kind of program takes at least 2 months of recording time. Not only can't earn much money but also delay writing. There is no need. Su Luowei instantly puffed up her mouth in anger. Jiang Chen still hadn't given up on the writing thing. What do you mean you can't make any money? That's $8 million and you can't even be hired? Su Jingchu snorted coldly. Jiang Chen raised his eyes and glanced at her faintly. $8 million is a lot? It's more than $8 million if I lie at home for 2 days. At those words, Su Jingchu immediately tried to retort, but the brain worked for a moment before shutting its mouth quite helplessly. After all, back then, Jiang Chen had spent just under 10 minutes in front of her to sell a song called As You Wish for $8 million, and Queen Wang Lin didn't want a share of it later. And the current internet sensation Invisible Wings is also from him. $8 million in 2 days may sound like a bit of an exaggeration, but if you think about it, it seems about right. She exhaled heavily and turned away, no longer bothering with Jiang Chen, and Su Luowei also looked at Jiang Chen with a gentle gaze and some tears and laughter. When Jiang Chen and Su Jingchu came together, they would always exasperate each other to the point of being unable to speak. This time, however, she was in favor of Su Jingchu's idea. The investment in the strongest girl group was very huge, and it was also led by Penguin Entertainment, one of the three giants in the entertainment industry. If Jiang Chen could serve as a mentor on the strongest female group and take a ranking, the boost to his fame would be absolutely huge. Not only would it establish him in the entertainment industry, but it would also allow his musical talent to be seen by a wider audience, which was something she very much wanted to see happen. With both Su Jingchu and Jiang Chen no longer speaking, the car was somewhat quiet for a while. However, Su Luowei couldn't help but recall that last night, Yan Shuoxin very rarely gave her a call in the wee hours of the morning. On the phone, Yan Shuoxin was a bit tipsy, but she slowly told her about Jiang Chen singing at the Moon Feast house. Old boy is high quality, he's a true musical genius. It's just that, doesn't seem to care much about his talent. I admit I was a bit prejudiced against him before, but at the moment I'm even more certain that he's not fit to be a writer. Gotta find a way to put him on the right track. In Su Luowei's impression, senior sister Yan had always been a very pure and simple person. She was beautiful and never rumored. After graduating from college, he has been delving into music and never thought of any other path. Intoxicated general research coupled with her already exceptional talent is what allowed her to reach the achievement of being the youngest diva in such a short period of time. However, this time, senior sister Yan had very rarely instructed her on many things. Could it be that Jiang Chen's talent made even senior sister Yan attach great importance to it? Sister Yan has never treated anyone else this way before, Su Luowei thought secretly. In fact, she also strongly agreed with senior sister Yan's statement. Jiang Chen is so musically gifted that he shouldn't be indulging in the unproductive field of writing. I don't know what's so great about being a writer that it can make Jiang Chen so obsessed. Su Luowei sighed softly in her heart, and in her heart she suddenly remembered what Gong Yi had once said to her. Just make him realize that he doesn't actually have the talent to write, and after a while, there's a National Young Writers Exchange in Mordor, so you can bring him along. I'll find some young writers and talk to him about it so he realizes the gap in talent between himself and others, and he won't always be so obsessed with writing. Why don't you ask Gong Yi about this matter when we get back? Su Luowei thought silently in her heart. 10 minutes later, reports about national goddess Su Luowei's return to Magic City appeared on the internet one after another, but to the dismay of a whole bunch of netizens, the videos released by the various media outlets didn't have much information to look at, and the goddess Luowei didn't answer any questions at all before returning to her car. Several of the fans' biggest concerns went unanswered. Only that tart Jiang Chen was interviewed, and that dog reporter, asking the same garbled questions. Shouldn't we ask Jiang Chen when he's going to be more conscious and leave the goddess? What's the point of asking all these questions? Who's that Lusky? Have you ever bullied any of Morning Vista Entertainment's artists on set? Should Morning Vista Entertainment block Siki Lu? Who cares about such things? However, since there really wasn't much to report on the footage reported at the airport today, the media outlets still released Jiang Chen's answers to the interview questions in their entirety in order to attract more views. It's just that the title is a bit of a euphemism. Jiang Chen and Su Luowei both appeared at the airport and faced with sharp questions. He even said so. Shocked, Jiang Chen is interviewed for the first time, yet he mentions another woman in front of Su Luowei. Jiang Chen Su Luowei shows up at the airport, and a reporter's sentence stops everyone in their tracks. This kind of hangman's headline, it left many netizens full of curiosity to click in and leave cursing. Certainly the media coverage of this has been relevant, and it still raises some eyebrows. Chapter 104, a little goodbye is better than a new wedding. No wonder Luowei, this girl, won't let us intervene. It turns out that she had prepared for this spacious, solemn office. The middle-aged man was also a bit surprised and shocked when he received the report from his subordinates. Originally, he was still thinking about how Chunwei Entertainment would get through this online public opinion, but he didn't expect it to be such an operation. With the song Invisible Wings completely overturned the situation, turning passive into active. This move is really beautiful. Let him also cannot help but be a little surprised. Only, the middle-aged man looked at Jiang Chen's name in the report and frowned slightly. The composer of Invisible Wings is Jiang Chen? This message is confirmed, correct? No. The subordinate shook his head, and there was some surprise in his tone. I was also taken aback when I first saw this news, but but after multiple verifications, the song was indeed written by Mr. Jiang Chen. It seems that Miss Su was indeed ingenious back then, choosing to marry Mr. Jiang Chen, and it's also a good story of a talented man and a beautiful woman. The subordinate gave a small pat on the back, knowing that his leader had been placing a big stone in his heart because of Su Luowei's flash marriage to Mr. Jiang Chen. It's just a song. The middle-aged man, however, silently shook his head. That kid is not even close to being worthy of Luowei. However, if you looked closely, you could also notice that the gaze in the other party's eyes seemed to have a slight hint of relief in it. Obviously, Jiang Chen's performance was completely out of the middle-aged man's expectations, and he had originally imagined that his son-in-law, who had done nothing at all, would finally be able to say that he had some talent. He was more open-minded, and as long as his daughter was happy he could not care less about the other's family history. But he did not want his daughter to marry a jerk who did nothing. Leader, one more thing. The subordinate was a bit puzzled. Tonight, there are suddenly more rumors on the internet that Chunwei Entertainment wants to block Lusiki all over the internet. This matter is very strange. Oh, tell me about it. The middle-aged man looked at him. The subordinate continued to report. According to the information I got, these rumors don't seem to be coming from the side of Pouring City Entertainment, but a group of media outlets are saying the same thing. Obviously there are people behind the scenes who are pushing. But apart from Pouring City Entertainment, only Miss Su's Chunwei Entertainment can do this thing. I really can't figure out why Chunwei Entertainment would release such news. Are they really planning to block Lusiki? The subordinates were full of doubts, and the middle-aged man gradually frowned. Chunwei Entertainment had just fought a turnaround battle with invisible wings, and the best thing to do at the moment was to adjust itself, get rid of the entanglements of Tilting City Entertainment, and develop properly. So how could it be thinking of blocking Lusiki? With the influence of Morning Vista Entertainment, this is obviously somewhat unlikely. He didn't have any clue after thinking for a while. Keep focusing on it. Luowei's entertainment business is considered to be one of the best developed amongst all the Heaven's Eye executives. We need to help at the critical moment. It will play a huge role in the future. I understand. The subordinate nodded, and then flipped up another report. According to the documents reported over from the Security Bureau, in recent times, there has been a large amount of foreign capital turning to our domestic entertainment market, and they believe that the next war without smoke will most likely take place in our entertainment field. Softly lit large living room with luxurious and sophisticated carpeting. Yan Shuexin sat alone on the wide, soft leather sofa, watching the interview video that was playing in her cell phone. Superintendent Jiang, do you have anything you want to say to Lusiki? I hope that Lusiki can immediately apologize to our artists and guarantee that similar things will not happen again. Otherwise our company will always reserve the right to pursue their responsibilities. Now there are rumors on the internet that Chunwei Entertainment is planning to block Lusiki all over the internet. May I ask if this is true? Sorry, this is the third question. Yan Shuexin watched the video with a slight frown. Although Jiang Chen hadn't answered the last question positively during the interview, she knew that must be Jiang Chen's real purpose. Blocking Luchi all over the internet? Can it really be done? Jiang Chen, what exactly are you going to do? In the meantime, in the bedroom of another villa, however, a particular battle was taking place. Honey, you definitely can't do what you did last time this time. Su Luowei crossed her arms and took the lead in launching a warning to Jiang Chen. Which was last time? That is, say strange things and do strange things. After not seeing her for a few days, Su Luowei actually missed Jiang Chen a bit. But when she thought about how Jiang Chen always refused to give up writing, she was a little angry again. So when you get into bed, you just close your eyes and cover your ears too. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth twitched as he looked at Su Luowei, who was wearing a small nightgown, lying on the bed, refusing to move and starting to play tricks, and thought to himself that women just like to find things to do over nothing. You didn't learn enough last time, did you? He didn't say anything for half a day. Su Luowei instead opened her eyes with a bit of curiosity. She wanted to see what Jiang Chen was doing, but just as soon as the pretty eyes squeezed open a slit, they felt a blackness in both eyes, followed by a lightness in her body. Ah, what are you doing? It was too gentle last time. I'm going to do it differently. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he directly raised his palm and slapped Su Luowei's delicate buttocks in a not so gentle and not so heavy manner. Ah, well, it hurts. Su Luowei tried to struggle, but she was grabbed by Jiang Chen's hand. Another crunch. Ah, no, what's wrong? Husband. Snap. Su Luowei was on the verge of crying out. I know I'm wrong. Day 2. Jiang Chen slept until noon. A little goodbye. Last night the two tossed and turned hard until 2 o'clock. During that time, the little nymph didn't know how many times she had begged for mercy, but Jiang Chen had already made up his mind to teach the little girl a lesson. It went on for a long time longer before the ruckus ended. When it was over, Su Luowei was already paralyzed on the bed, unable to move. looking at him with an angry face. Jiang Chen, however, stroked the little girl's smooth back and soothed her for a long time. It was only with some emotion that I mentioned it. Nei-san, why don't you take a trip to your house this New Year's Eve? It's time for me to meet my own old man. He felt that Su Luowei had been married to himself for 3 years and must have endured a lot of pressure from her family. If you want to go further next, you naturally have to personally step in and solve the worries for the little ninja. Su Luowei obviously did not expect Jiang Chen would suddenly mention this matter. Froze for a long time before asking, how? Why did you suddenly bring up this matter? We've been married for 3 years and we haven't even seen our old man once. That's more or less inappropriate. What? Think your father would be unhappy with me? Don't worry, as long as we meet, I'll make sure to make him happy and urge for grandchildren every day. Jiang Chen laughed and said with confidence, as a top heavenly king in 2 lifetimes, he was confident that he could solve whatever situation Su Luowei's family was in. He's not as immodest as you. Su Luowei, however, cried and laughed a little, her body snuggling a little towards Jiang Chen's side. However, after coming into contact with Jiang Chen's somewhat determined gaze, she couldn't help but feel a beat in her heart again. Jiang Chen's serious demeanor clearly didn't seem like he was joking. Own things. Trying to hide it any longer seems unlikely. If I don't see the top again this year, Jiang Chen will definitely get suspicious. Su Luowei sighed softly in her heart, gently wrapped her arms around Jiang Chen's neck, and said gently, good my dad is also always chattering about wanting to meet you. Oh, tell me more. He seems to have a lot to say to you. By the time Jiang Chen and Su Luowei came to the company together after lunch, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Su Jingchu had long been impatient to organize the current situation on the internet for him. Jiang Chen first asked about the situation on Weibo and learned that at this time, Su Luowei's new song Invisible Wings was released. Hot search phrase was actually still occupying the top spot on the list. After a night of this, it seems like the heat of the song is really starting to fester. And there are a couple of new hits on the Hot 100 list. 12 hours, over 80 million donations. The charity foundation of the disaster area sends a message to thank the national goddess. The mother tearfully thanks Su Lo that Invisible Wings gave her daughter great encouragement and the surgery was a great success. What happened between Shenwei Entertainment and Lu Siki? These hits, in turn, have once again pushed the Invisible Wings heat up. And many netizens who hadn't had time to click on Weibo yesterday have followed the song out of curiosity. Even Su Luowei's microblogging account had gained more than 2 million fans in one night's time, showing the influence of this new song. And that's obviously just the beginning. As time continues to progress, Invisible Wings will bring more attention and fans to Suraway. As for the song Regret released by Yao Si-chun, at this moment, I guess he was really a bit regretful of appearing on the list of new songs. Just 2 hours after its release, the heat was all stolen by Invisible Wings. The comments section was also filled with all sorts of cynical and mocking voices. Che, it was originally a king coming down, but I didn't expect it to be scum. Ha ha, Yao Si-chun's song Regret, it's not sung to herself, is it? How dare you release a song at the same time as the national goddess? You don't know what you're doing? Director Yao, why does Su Luowei's song sound better after you left? Damn, this son of a should have left a long time ago, delaying Lo's development. In fact, all the new songs last night got a lot of heat, but Yao Si-chun's Regret was clearly the one that got hurt the most. Who let this dog have a bad heart and had to release a song on the same day as Invisible Wings? Originally, he wanted to step on Shenwei Entertainment and pretend to be a bully, but he didn't expect to lift a stone and hit his own foot. Luowei, if this trend continues, your fan base will soon exceed 100 million. Su Jingchu's voice was excited. Among the artists in the same age group as you, no one else has this amount of fans yet, and as long as you build up for another year or two, you can become a new diva as well. Looking at the agitated Su Jingchu, Su Luowei was a bit teary-eyed. She was originally known as the little national diva in the entertainment industry, and it was obviously not very likely that she would want to be promoted to become a diva in a short period of time. This kind of title requires not only popularity, but also a long period of popularity accumulation and precipitation. As long as we can ensure that our popularity never wanes, when the time comes, we can naturally become a diva. So she wasn't in a hurry. Compared to that, she was more concerned about Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen could put more of his mind on the path of music, then in a decade or so, a real music heavenly king might appear in the entertainment circle. And that was the thing she wanted to see the most. This road of showbiz, she really wanted to find someone to walk with her. Alright, enough of the small talk. Notify everyone that a work meeting will be held in 10 minutes. We're going to discuss the next work schedule. Jiang Chen, however, waved his hand and directly interrupted. Now Su Luowei's new song is released, is considered to completely solve the Shenwei Entertainment's biggest predicament. The network sung down Shenwei Entertainment's various claims are not broken, and as all the various calculations of Tilting City Entertainment had fallen through, It was necessary for them to hold another meeting to study the subsequent work to be carried out. Okay, I'll set it up. Su Jingchu glanced at Jiang Chen. In fact, she had many questions in her mind. She's also been following some of the rumors on the internet since yesterday, coupled with the surprising reporter interview online yesterday. A thought bubbled up in her mind. Could it be that Jiang Chen really intend to block Lu Siki on a network-wide basis? Thinking about it, she didn't dare to slack off. Hastily, he turned and went out the door to make arrangements for the meeting. If Jiang Chen really thinks so, that would be too outrageous. The other party is an artist of Qingqing Entertainment. Fear Value 94, Chapter 105, Jiang Chen's Reverse Operation. What everyone doesn't know is this. Meanwhile, the gossip about Chenwei Entertainment will block Lu Siki across the net in the entertainment circle is spreading more and more. The reason also sounds outrageous. Starting at 8 o'clock in the morning, every company, artist, and agent in the entertainment industry that had worked with Lu Siki began to receive a strange phone call. Hello, I'm a reporter from Star Entertainment newspaper. There's a hot topic related to you. Can I have an interview? Oh, what's the problem? I'm on the hot seat? Not. This question is related to Lu Siki. I heard that Chenwei Entertainment is planning to block Lu Siki all over the internet recently. You and Lu Siki co-starred in the same TV series. May I ask, what do you think about this matter? Will the blocking of Morning Vista Entertainment affect you? I'm sorry, this is something that I'm not quite sure about. Then may I ask if you are aware of the between Lu Siki and Chenwei Entertainment? Toot. The phone was hung up hastily. In the course of one morning, however, dozens of entertainment companies and artists received calls for such interviews. What was even more outrageous was that even a few of the brands that worked with Lu Siki were bombarded with similar calls. What's going on? Chenwei Entertainment is going to block Lu Siki? In the actors' lounge on one of the sets, an actress put down the phone and looked at the others with a puzzled expression. Morning Vista Entertainment? Are you kidding me? The bystander pondered for a moment before waving his hand. It must be a rumor. Chenwei Entertainment is just a small studio. How could it think of blocking someone? Fair enough, but the founder of Chenwei Entertainment seems to be the national goddess Su Luowei. She's been on fire these past 2 days. Indeed. Her song Invisible Wings I listened to last night. It's quite good. Then the blocking thing is even more of a rumor. Su Luowei must not be able to finish taking all the announcements alone right now. How would she have the time to block someone else? Makes sense. Rumor. Pure rumor. Tilted City Entertainment. Luo Yuzhen patiently explained into the phone. Think about it, Mr. Jean. Chenwei Entertainment is just a small studio. How could it think of blocking other companies' artists? This is simply impossible. Even if Su Luowei is even hotter now, it's still impossible. So you don't have to worry. There won't be any problems with asking Lu Siki to endorse your product. It's normal to have a bit of conflict on set. That's just a means of hype. It was only after a good talk that Jean on the other side of the phone finally relaxed some of his heart. Jean, always the owner of a mineral water company. The brand has just been established not long ago. Urgent need to invest in advertising to enhance market awareness. That's why the other party intends to ask Lu Siki to shoot the advertisement and act as the image spokesperson. Lu Siki is not very famous but has appeared in quite a few dramas, and is one of those actors who is instantly recognizable but can't be named. Printing her on the packaging boosts the brand's affinity quite a bit. Okay, then our cooperation continues. However, you also need to eliminate this negative impact as soon as possible. I see that this seems to be on the hot seat. If our brand image is affected because of this incident, then I can only unilaterally stop the cooperation and pursue you for breach of contract. Mr. King was nonchalant on the phone. Don't worry, we have just received such news, Luo Yuzhen assured. We will immediately release a statement to resolve this matter, as soon as possible. The phone hung up and Luo Yuzhen heaved a sigh of relief. How many calls has this been today? Lu Siki's collaborators themselves were few and far between, and he didn't expect all of them to call with questions. These assholes from Chenwei Entertainment, they actually used this way to disgust us. Think that's going to have an effect on us? Luo Yuzhen gritted her teeth and threw the phone onto the desktop with an exasperated sigh. Sitting across from her was the operations director of Leaning City Entertainment, Su Wenxiang. No need to be nervous, it's just a little trick. He grinned. There's absolutely no way that Chenwei Entertainment would ever think of blocking Lu Siki, and they don't have that kind of strength. Then what are they doing this for? Luo Yuzhen gasped. Of course it's to get us into trouble. Su Wenxiang shrugged his shoulders. There's a back and forth. A while ago they robbed a lot of circulars, so I guess they're using this way to get back at us. Luo Yuzhen gritted her teeth. What did General Manager Leng say? At present, there is some confusion within Qingqing Entertainment because Su Luowei's new song was released on time, and many of the previously set plans and steps have all been disrupted, requiring the top to give the latest arrangements again. Mr. Lang also didn't expect Su Luowei to actually be able to come up with a new song within the time limit. Su Wenxiang sighed. But it's okay, Mr. Lang has already made the latest arrangements. Don't forget that behind Mr. Lang stands the Lang family. The reason why our Tilting City Entertainment has been able to develop smoothly all these years can't be dissociated from the support of the Lang family's capital. All these contradictions and conflicts within the circle are nothing more than petty fights in front of capital, and they can't make any waves at all. That's a relief. Luo Yuzhen gently exhaled a breath. With the big mountain of Lang family's capital in place, the pressure on her heart was reduced by a lot. The entertainment industry itself is the world of capital. Shenwei Entertainment can bounce again, cannot escape the suppression of capital. Half an hour later, Tilting City Entertainment's official microblog directly released a statement document regarding the recent false statements circulating on the internet related to our artist Siki Lu. We would like to make a solemn statement once again. After investigation, our artist Lu Siki did not have any bad behavior during the filming of the drama, and the conflict between the artist and Shenwei Entertainment is purely a rumor and nonsense. The actor enters the theater group. The set, all the work, are arranged by the director. The artist can only choose to cooperate with or not. Our artist is only one of the thousands of actors in the crew, and has been working in strict compliance with the rules and regulations of the crew, without any overstepping of the rules. Therefore, all media are requested to stop spreading false statements immediately. Otherwise our company will pursue the responsibility of infringement in accordance with the law. Also, please move to the Dakong Dynasty crew for inquiries about work arrangements on the set. As soon as the statement was released, it drew the attention of various forces in the entertainment industry. Someone is actually rumoring about Lu Siki, an artist under Tilting City Entertainment? What the hell happened? The fermentation of several consecutive things also made the gossip. Shenwei Entertainment wants to block Lu Siki all over the internet, completely circulate in the entertainment circle. Of course most people laughed at the news. Morning Vista Entertainment wants to block Lu Siki all over the internet? This is really a bit whimsical. Who the hell is spreading rumors and why are they so outrageous? In fact, a lot of people have been paying attention to the exchange between Tilting City Entertainment and Shenwei Entertainment during this period of time. Yesterday, Su Luowei suddenly released Invisible Wings when everyone was not looking forward to it, and directly chopped down the top 3 positions on the hot search list. Many people in the circle were taken aback, not expecting Su Luowei to be able to smoothly come up with a new song under the deliberate suppression of Qingqing Entertainment, completely turning the tide against the wind. The song had completely exploded on the internet, but it was a bit of a pipe dream to say that they wanted to block the artists of Tilting City Entertainment based on that. Although the scale of Tilting City Entertainment was only medium, it was considered a veteran entertainment company in the circle, plus it had the support of the Lung family's capital behind it. The resources, connections and influence at hand were beyond the reach of the current Shenwei Entertainment. Shenwei Entertainment had won a battle, and the most important thing to do at this time should be to consolidate its strength and prevent Tilting City Entertainment from targeting its artists again. Nowadays, the media talks like farts and can't be trusted half the time. In the lounge of the set, a well-known male actor shook his head. Su Luowei is smart enough to have made it to the position of national goddess. How could she do something so stupid? Yeah, to be able to pull off a beautiful win like Invisible Wings, it means that Morning Violet Entertainment still has people in high places who wouldn't do something so irrational. Do you guys think someone is trying to target Morning Vista Entertainment on purpose? Trying to set up another conflict between the two companies? Muddy waters? That one is quite possible. Maybe it was in response to rumors on the internet, or maybe it was actually accurate by the showbiz crowd. Just 20 minutes later, the official microblog of Shenwei Entertainment also released an announcement regarding the recent rumor that appeared on the internet. Shenwei Entertainment wants to block Qingqing Entertainment artist Lu Siki. We hereby issue a statement that such statements are untrue. Shenwei Entertainment is a law-abiding company, founded in the beginning, in line with the principle of common development, hand-in-hand operation to date. Such remarks have had a great impact on our normal business activities. Please spread the remarks of all media. Immediately stop irresponsible behavior. Otherwise, we will have the right to pursue their legal responsibilities. The announcement was made. All parties in the entertainment industry had a "I knew it" look on their faces. See, I told you it was a rumor. Morning Vista Entertainment have personally come out to dispel the rumors. Only the crowd of management, including Su Jingchu, in the conference room of Shenwei Entertainment looked at Jiang Chen with a dumbfounded look on their faces. Just now, under everyone's dumbfounded gaze, Jiang Chen had someone release such a statement. Chapter 106, The Difficulty of Blocking Lu Siki. Why are you doing this? Do you not going to continue blocking Lu Siki? The conference room of Shenwei Entertainment was decorated in a rather minimalist way, with long white tables with some rather designed transparent backrest seats, very much in line with the style of a modern company. However, at this time, Su Jingchu was looking at Jiang Chen with a puzzled expression. She didn't understand why Jiang Chen had clearly put out the news that he was going to block Lu Siki. but why he was trying to dispel the rumors on the company's official Weibo account. Isn't that a contradiction? What? Even you know that I'm going to block Lu Siki? Is my mind that obvious? Jiang Chen, however, froze for a moment. Since Su Jingqiu and Su Luowei had been traveling out of town some time ago, this was something that he had never told the two of them. Originally planning to mention his plan at today's meeting, he didn't expect it to be directly seen by Su Jingqiu. More than obvious. Su Jingqiu, however, bristled. We've long seen it. That reporter last night was arranged by you, wasn't it? He was singing along with you, acting quite well, but it's impossible to hide it from us. Now I guess it's just the Tilting City Entertainment group of cuties. Don't know anymore. She also snorted coldly when she finished speaking, expressing her disdain for Tilting City Entertainment. Okay. Jiang Chen shrugged indifferently. You guys guessed it. Then why did you still release such a disclaimer announcement? Su Jingqiu was filled with puzzlement. She felt like she had guessed some of Jiang Chen's thought process. No matter what this guy did, it seemed like he liked to make a scene first, letting the whole internet know about it before reversing and reaping the rewards. 2 days ago, Jiang Chen deliberately let that reporter create so many hot topics on the network just to hype up the related topics, but he didn't expect to actually splash a pot of cold water directly, because our Chunwei Entertainment isn't strong enough. Jiang Chen sighed and said slowly, What do you mean? Su Jingqiu was still puzzled. Literally. Jiang Chen shook his head. The doorway to this kind of thing was so deep that even if it was told, Su Jingqiu's brain would probably find it hard to understand. He did want to block Tilting City Entertainment's Lu Siki, and he also wanted everyone to know that he was the one who blocked Lu Siki. But after all, Chunwei Entertainment was only a small studio, and if it really succeeded in blocking, such an approach would be a bit of a stonewall for a small studio, and it would be too much of a publicity stunt. That's why things like blocking should never be brought to the table, or else it will easily cause other forces in the entertainment industry to recoil. He wanted to make this gesture to tell everyone that they, Morning Vista Entertainment, had power, but were not just rash people who didn't know any rules. They were willing to abide by the rules of the game within the entertainment industry, and only then could they continue to thrive in the circle after bringing down Tilting City Entertainment in a cordial manner. But such deep considerations, obviously it's hard to explain to a barfly type like Su Jingqiu. Do you have all the information I asked you to gather? He changed the subject directly. Collected. Su Jingqiu saw that Jiang Chen didn't really want to talk about it, so she immediately bristled in anger. However, Jiang Chen's operations during this period of time had proven that his thought process was indeed very effective, so she didn't dare to continue singing the opposite tune. Honestly, he pulled out a piece of information from the file bag and laid it in front of Jiang Chen. This is all of Lu Siki's information, and it has information on all of the businesses she works with. Jiang Chen took it and carefully flipped through it. Now that the layout he had envisioned had basically been completed, whether or not he could bring down Tilting City Entertainment was still short of the most crucial link. Although Wang Lin, a veteran diva, had become a member of their Chunwei Entertainment camp by mistake because of As I Wish, but it wasn't that easy to completely block an artist from Tilting City Entertainment. Wang Lin was sort of the last card, and wasn't going to help him with this kind of offending and unappealing thing. Tilting City Entertainment wasn't a bunch of cuties either. They wouldn't just sit back and wait, and the entertainment companies and businessmen surrounding Tilting City Entertainment were even less likely to give him face. Su Luowei was also in the conference room. She glanced at Jiang Chen, who was carefully looking over the information, and didn't say anything. As long as Jiang Chen was willing to stay in the position of music director, she was willing to support whatever decision he made. The thoughts in Su Jingqiu's mind were rather complicated. She knew that Jiang Chen wanted to block Lu Siki, and she was certainly happy to see such a thing if possible. But the rational thoughts in her mind kept telling her, it couldn't be. It's too hard to block an artist from another company. It was hard enough for them, Chunwei Entertainment, to turn the tide against the suppression of Tilting City Entertainment. Blocking an artist is really a bit whimsical. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's ability and musical talent that he had continuously demonstrated during this period of time, she would have been the first to stand up against it. But at this moment, everyone was expecting that Jiang Chen would come up with something special. This guy, after all, has performed a miracle. Can he continue to perform more miracles? Currently, Lu Siki has only taken on one drama, the ancient costume drama Great Kong Dynasty. In addition, she has also filmed 3 commercials, and 1 endorsement. It is said that there is also a variety program next month that has invited her as well. Su Jingqiu took a deep breath, and when she saw that Jiang Chen was slowly flipping through the information in his hands, she stepped forward to help Jiang Chen organize all the key information on it. If we want to target Lu Siki, I suggest that we can start with those few collaborators. They are not from the entertainment industry. I believe that as long as they offer a more favorable price, they will all be willing to break their contracts with Lu Siki. This was the information she had immediately compiled after guessing that Jiang Chen wanted to block Lu Siki. Of course her idea was that she could mainly target those advertising partners. After all, that's how Pouring City Entertainment had targeted them in the first place. Jiang Chen looked at those advertisers' information she pointed out, thinking for a long time but then shaking his head. There's no point in having a price war. We can offer a more favorable price. And of course so can Tilting City Entertainment. And they're even better off in that regard. Then what do you mean? Su Jingchu was filled with confusion. How else can we target each other if we don't rob Lu Siki's advertisers? Lu Siki is an actress. And if you want to completely block her, you have to start here. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment before slowly circling the words the Great Kang Dynasty on the information. Su Jingchu's eyes widened immediately. You want the Great Kang Dynasty crew to terminate their contract with Lu Siki? How is this possible? Lu Siki has been in the group for more than a week, and she's also one of the female lead actors. Although this drama isn't a big female drama, it's not like you can just change people. Things are made by people. How do you know if you don't try? Jiang Chen said seriously. His idea was indeed to take a shot at Lu Siki in the play. It's hard to try to do that, though. I'm afraid that one of the hardest hurdles in the plan to bring down Dump City Entertainment has come and gone. Show me the details of the Great Kang Dynasty crew. He didn't say much and faintly ordered. No one spoke in the conference room as everyone looked at Jiang Chen, wanting to see how this new music director planned to target Lu Siki. Su Jingchu drew out a document and placed it in front of him, her tone full of regret. I know what you're thinking, but the investment in Kang Dynasty is huge. The actors in it are basically all veteran actors, and the director is also one of the more famous costume drama directors in the circle, so I'm afraid it's unlikely to be possible to try to talk to them about this. Jiang Chen picked up the document and scrutinized it for a while, and his brows couldn't help but furrow. Sure enough, just like Su Jingchu said, things were a little worse than he had imagined. The Kang Dynasty is a large theater group, and the actors in it may not be as famous as those traffic stars, but they have a very heavy voice in the circle, and the show has been shooting for over a week now. It was very difficult to get them to voluntarily terminate their contract with Lu Siki. After all, once the contract is terminated, it means that many of the actors will have to reshoot their scenes, and the crew simply won't do something so thankless. Who are the producers of the show? Jiang Chen continued to ask. He didn't believe that this crew couldn't drill any loopholes at all. Chapter 107, asking for Wang Lin's help. Seeing that he still seemed to refuse to give up, Su Jingchu sighed and said, the producer's name is Han Shuer, a woman in her 30s with a very high status, belonging to the veteran Shenzhen of Kyoto's capital circle. There are a lot of ancient historical TV dramas that are invested by her Snowflag Film and Television Company. In addition, the Han family's business is doing great, not just in the entertainment industry. The bigger industry is in the real estate field and electronics. The family's assets are as high as tens of billions of dollars, so she's going to be a lot harder to talk to than the cast of the Great Kang Dynasty, and she probably won't even be tempted by any offer we can come up with. At those words, Jiang Chen once again fell into deep thought. He didn't realize that the producer of this TV series actually had such a big name. The $1,000 lady of Kyoto's capital circle? Honey, why don't? Let's just forget about it. Su Luowei also saw Jiang Chen's difficulty and comforted. Now that Qingqing Entertainment has no way to target us again for the time being, we just need to develop peacefully for another 2 years. We can definitely surpass Qingqing Entertainment, and then look for trouble from them at that time. She didn't want to make things too difficult for Jiang Chen. If it's not possible, it's perfectly fine to wait a little longer. Su Jingchu nodded. She also felt that this approach was clearly more stable. Jiang Chen, however, skimmed his lips in his heart. What a loser. He only intended to solve the trouble of Leaning City Entertainment within 2 months. If it really took 2 years, how much time would be delayed? Little babies can make two. No matter what, let's try it first. He took a light breath and made a final decision. Is there any way to contact this Han Shuer? Su Jingchu seemed to have guessed that he would say this inside. I've already investigated. Han Shuer is very low-key in the entertainment industry and rarely participates in activities, but with only a few appearances. It seems that they all had a good conversation with Wang Lin Diva, so it's no surprise that the two should know each other. And there's also recent news that Han Shuer's people are in Mordor, so if you want to get in touch with her, you can probably ask Wang Lin Diva. At those words, Jiang Chen suddenly smiled and put down the information in his hands. Aren't things just fine? Then hurry up and call Wang Lin. She took a song from me for only $8 million last time and left me heartbroken for 2 nights, so it shouldn't be too much to call for her to hold the line, right? Su Jingchu. 10 minutes later, the meeting was over. Su Jingchu walked out of the door of the conference room with her task. She had a lot of work to do. Jiang Chen returned to his office, and after drinking a cup of coffee, he didn't stay idle, turned on the computer and looked at the fictional data for a while. He was on several hotspots the other day when he angrily spouted off about Jiang Lang's talent. Bringing tons of traffic to those were the years we blow the lights out together. In just 3 days, All of his fictional stats had multiplied by as much as 2 or 3 times. The number of readers also passed the 5 million mark, with over 1,900,000 bookshelves in progress. Definitely counts as a real scare a million ladies. I'm guessing that by the end of this year, the jungle will be listed as one of the most unwelcome objects for women. And after the release of Invisible Wings, most of the netizens were diverted by the new topic. The internet is also much less vocal in response to the jungle. Although the Magic City Women's Writers Association is still calling for more people to join the team of accusers of Jiang Lang's talent, the impact it can create is already very limited. The Huaxia Literature Forum seems to have made up its mind to stand completely on Jiang Lang Saijian's side, and has been vigorously defending Jiang Lang Saijian's image on the internet. The publicity posters for those years, The Lights We Blow Together, can also be seen everywhere throughout the Huaxia Forum's website. Of course, the Huaxia Literature Forum is, after all, a semi-official organization. Doing things is still very much about the rules and regulations. In full support of the Jiang Lang talent, at the same time did not forget to appease other authors. When he opened his background messages, he found a sudden additional message in his inbox. Dear authors, as the women's literature writing competition recently organized by the forum has attracted a great deal of attention on the internet, in order to encourage more authors to join the competition and create works, and at the same time to protect the prizes and incomes of the existing authors, the organizers of the forum have decided to increase the prize pool for this competition from 1 million to 3 million. Among them, the first place won $2 million in prize money, the second place won $600,000 in prize money, the third place won $200,000 in prize money, the 4th to 11th place, the prize money are $30,000. Please participate in the authors. Continue to adhere to the code word. Create a future together. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh when he saw this. It seemed that this time, the organizers of Huaxia Literature hadn't put in a lot of blood in order to stabilize all the female authors. Took an extra 2 million straight out as a bonus. But after careful thought, he realized something was wrong again. Because the remaining 10 authors could only share $1 million when all of them were added up. Isn't this equivalent to the additional $2 million, all of which will be given to the first person? What's the difference between that and just giving him money? After all, even if Django doesn't show up, those authors will only get a share of $1 million. Now Jiang Lang has taken the first place position strongly. The prize money they split is also still $1 million, seemingly unchanged. But Jiang Lang's All Those Years We Blow the Lights Out Together has brought a huge amount of traffic and attention to the whole competition. Of course, all the female authors who entered the contest felt the traffic to their work increased dramatically during this time. Especially those books at the top of the rankings are following the jungle and eating up a lot of traffic. The least number of readers and commenters have more than doubled, and some have even gotten a few calls from publishing companies. This situation is gradually waking up female authors. It turns out that the appearance of the jungle is still not a bad thing for you. This guy is annoying but has a real ability to attract traffic. The wave of anti-jungle talent that had previously been making a lot of noise had gradually subsided. Thinking about this, even Jiang Chen had to start admiring the methods of the Huaxia Literature Forum. A simple operation, but one that directly appeased everyone. Not only does it give him an increased bonus, but it also ensures that the interests of other authors are not lost, so that the interests of all parties are gradually harmonized. I really have to admire the person who came up with this scenario. It should be the top management of the Chinese Literature Forum taking a shot at it. Of course Jiang Chen also understands the main purpose of the organizers' sudden increase in the $2 million prize, to push for more work. Jiang Lang talent, you can take this $2 million bonus, but don't be affected by the public opinion on the internet. You can't break the shift. He gave a helpless smile and shook his head. This was the first time he had encountered this strange way of urging a shift. Thinking of this, he somewhat helplessly opened the software on his computer and continued today's coding task. When Su Jingqiu returned to her office, she sent a message to Wang Lin, telling her about wanting her to lead Jiang Chen's meeting with Han Shuer. It wasn't until after 5 in the afternoon that she received a reply from Wang Lin. She could do this favor, but Han Shuer's time wasn't good for making an appointment, and she would have to try it first. Wang Lin's willingness to help caused Su Jingqiu to let out a sigh of relief. Things seemed to be really gradually getting better, just like Jiang Chen said. But when she wanted to call to inform Jiang Chen of the news, only to find out that the other person's cell phone was always on hold, and they didn't know who they were talking to. Hello? In the office, Jiang Chen held up the phone and asked with a frown. From just beginning, there is an unfamiliar number has been constantly calling him. He originally thought it was a fraudulent phone call to sell tea, so he did not take care of it. I didn't realize that after a few minutes the call would come back again. Hey, Jiang Chen, it's me. On the other end of the phone, a somewhat naive man's voice came. Chapter 108, The Queen Wang Lin Who Messed Up the Game. Jiang Chen froze for a moment. He always felt that the voice was somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before, but he couldn't recall. Who are you? ********. You've just met me and you've forgotten me. I'm Zhang Pingyu. On the other end of the line, the voice seemed a little hurt. Zhang Pingyu? Oh, Zhang Chen then remembered. No wonder he always felt as if he had forgotten to do something in the past 2 days. That day, Zhang Pingyu drunk. His mind is also drowsy. Did not have time to leave a contact information. Did not expect the other party is the first to call. I got your phone number from the chauffeur boy. I called you several times yesterday but didn't answer. I was afraid that you had something to do, so I didn't call again. Zhang Pingyu reminded. Zhang Chen then remembered that when he woke up yesterday, he did receive a lot of missed calls, and originally thought it was a harassment call, but he didn't expect it to be from Zhang Pingyu. And Zhang Pingyu's sudden mention of the chauffeur boy also made him remember the somewhat ruinous conversation that night with a complicated expression. Pang, no, Pang, you there, not hurt, right? That day when parting, the chauffeur boy said to take good care of Zhang Pingyu. Also do not know what degree of development of the two. Zhang Pingyu sniffed, silent for a long time before he opened his mouth, his voice with a bit of crying, as if he had just experienced something hard to accept. It has already fine. A day or so has passed. It doesn't hurt that much. Zhang Chen froze. Could it be that the chauffeur boy was really inappropriate that night? Taking advantage of Zhang Pingyu's drunkenness, he forced Zhang Pingyu's ass to do that? Don't be too sad. After all, everyone has a first time, and this is also a special experience. He hastened to comfort. I didn't expect Zhang Pingyu to be even harder. How can you not be sad? It's the first time that hurts. Woo, that's easy for you to say. Can you understand the feeling of pain that comes after having your defenses broken? I do have a bit of trouble understanding it. The corner of Zhang Chen's mouth twitched. Of course you can't understand it. You've never tried it. Alright, don't get excited. Since things have happened we have to look forward. Don't worry, brother, I won't look down on you just because of this. Zhang Chen continued to comfort. Yeah, there's always time to move on. I've already thought about it. Zhang Pingyu took a deep breath. Isn't it just the first time you were rejected for confessing in public? I'll never chase after Xia Yalan again. Zhang Chen froze for a moment. You're talking about this? Or what? What do you think I'm talking about? The corner of Zhang Chen's mouth twitched. I don't know why, but when the misunderstanding is explained, some sense of inappropriate human disappointment arises in the heart again. That chauffeur boy. He wouldn't have taken the money and not done anything, would he? Zhang Chen, do you have time tonight? On the phone, Zhang Pingyu suddenly said with a bit of a twist. No, I'm not interested in men. Zhang Chen directly refused. I'm not interested in men either. Zhang Pingyu gasped. I just have to go on a blind date tonight, and I heard that the other party will come with 2 people, so I have to find a companion as well. A blind date? Zhang Chen froze for a moment. Did you just get dumped, and you're already looking for the next one? What do you mean by being dumped? Zhang Pingyu corrected unhappily. That was just a failed confession on my part. I'm not in love yet. Besides, this blind date was arranged by the family. It's not a good idea not to go. I've already figured it out. Yalan is pretty and her family is rich. She and I are really not suitable. Why not? Isn't it better to be rich and beautiful? Zhang Chen wondered. Zhang Pingyu shook his head and said seriously. I've thought about it carefully. When I was a child, the fortune teller said that I have a hard life. The reason why the rich women don't want to accept me is probably because my life is too hardcore. So I have to give up on giving up on Yalan. Find someone who isn't that rich. Put my feet on the ground and fight hard. And stop eating soft food. Zhang Chen was silent for a long time before he said with an exclamation. Pang, you're so shameless. Oh, thanks. Although Zhang Pingyu was shameless, Zhang Chen agreed to his request after hesitating for a moment. After all, he didn't have many friends in this world, and Zhang Pingyu counted as one. The two have been hanging out together since middle school and have not done a lot of bad things. Now that I've graduated from college and haven't seen much of you in years, I'd like to take this opportunity to get together. Moreover, Zhang Chen felt more or less guilty in his heart for what happened the night before. That chauffeur boy slept with Zhang Pingyu all night, and I don't know if he did anything strange. He intends to make amends by acting as a gatekeeper for his brother's love life. However, when he hung up Zhang Pingyu's call, he didn't have time to put down his cell phone before Su Jingchu's call came in again. Hey, Zhang Chen, Wang Lin has agreed to help, but the exact time is still to be arranged. I don't expect to be able to give an accurate response until tonight. Zhang Chen looked at the time. At this point, only a few hours had passed since the time of the morning's discussion, and he didn't think that Wang Lin's diva was quite efficient. Good. Things went a little smoother than expected. As long as Wang Lin was willing to pull the strings, the probability that this matter could be negotiated would be much higher. However, when he was about to say a couple of flirty words to play the part, Su Jingchu's side had already hung up the phone. Damn old Cho. Sooner or later I'll marry Zhang Pingyu to you. Jiang Chen cursed in his heart as he looked at the cell phone interface that already showed the end of the call. Magic City, the busiest street. Hundreds of skyscrapers stand in a row, and from a distance, it looks like a steel forest standing in the city. Busy roads and traffic are interspersed with them, forming a busy and vivid scene of a big city. Wang Lin stood on a 100-story high building, overlooking the pedestrians and cars that were as tiny as grains of rice downstairs, and couldn't help but sigh. Every time I come to your place, I can enjoy the busiest scene in Magic City. In the spacious, luxurious office that was more than 100 square feet, Han Shuer sat in front of her desk, signing several documents. Comrade Diva, why are you free to come to my place today? She looked up at Wang Lin and flirted slightly. It's not because of greed. Took someone else's stuff. So now you've been sent here as a lobbyist. Wang Lin held a coffee cup in her hand, gently shaking the small spoon. Han Shuer raised her head curiously. Who is it? Can you be invited? Shenwei Entertainment. Jiang Chen, ever heard of it? Han Shuer froze. It's the one that's been all over the internet lately. Su Luowei's asshole writer husband? Wang Lin nodded gently. What did he send you to me for? I don't think I've crossed paths with him, right? Han Shuer became even more curious. Who knows? Wang Lin shrugged. I guess it's to block an actress. That actress, who happens to be starring in the Great Kang Dynasty that you invested in. Han Shuer was dumbfounded. Just because of this kind of thing, you were invited out? It seems like I've become the jack of all trades in the entertainment industry now. Anyone who encounters something can think of me. Wang Lin sighed slightly. Doesn't this just prove that you, the singing diva, have your hands full? Han Shuer smiled faintly and said cheerfully, tell me, what's the name of that actress that Jiang Chen wants to target? If I'm not mistaken, it should be called Lu Siki. Lu Siki? Doesn't have much of an impression. The part she appeared in shouldn't be too much. Han Shuer thought back to the actors who had signed up for the Great Kang Dynasty, and it seemed like there was such a person. This is a good idea. I'll give the crew a call, and tell them to just terminate Lu Siki's contract directly. So easy? Wang Lin seemed a bit surprised. What can I do if it's not easy? You, a diva, have personally come to me, so I can't not give you face. Han Shuer smiled helplessly. And we've known each other since high school, girlfriends for so many years. You probably won't scold me for not helping. It sure feels good to have you, Missy, as a BFF. Wang Lin laughed a little and took a sip of her coffee. However, I purposely made this trip, but not to ask you for this favor. So what are you here for? Han Cheryl froze for a moment. Wang Lin winked. Of course, it's to make trouble. I hope you'll try not to agree to Jiang Chen. She suddenly smiled, looking at Han Shuer somewhat wryly. Ha? Han Cheryl froze. You aren't here to be a lobbyist? Wang Lin shrugged. Jiang Chen only asked me to pull strings. He didn't ask me to do anything else. Fear Value 94, Chapter 109, Curious Women. Wang Lin's statement obviously left Han Shuer somewhat unresponsive. She froze for a long time before saying, but I'm going back to Kyoto tomorrow. How can I have time to see him? You know that I came to Mordor this time, mainly to find a teacher for Yuer. That girl has been a bit rebellious lately. A few old professors in Kyoto have been pissed off by her. And a few professors on this side of Mordor can't find the time, so I'm having a headache. I know, it's precisely because of this that I feel that it's even more necessary for you to meet Jiang Chen. Wang Lin sat down on the sofa in her office and smiled slightly. Doesn't Yuer hate older teachers? That guy happens to be not too old. Han Shuer froze for a moment. You mean, letting Jiang Chen give it to teacher Yuer? After saying this, she was a bit dumbfounded herself. How is this possible? Isn't he a mixed-up writer? How can he be Moon's music teacher? I think it's better to forget about the meeting. Just help me reject him directly. You're not here to be a lobbyist anyway. There's no need to give you this face. Really not? Wang Lin smiled slightly. What if I say that he's actually a musical genius? Genius? Han Shuer froze, but quickly shook her head. So what if it's a genius? Which of the music teachers that Yuer had around her since she was a child were not well-known professors in the country? He's a mixed-up writer. No matter how talented he is, can he still compare to those professors? That's really hard to say. Wang Lin looked a little complicated. I used to think he was just a jerk, but then I realized, he is indeed a jerk, but a jerk with great musical talent, and I'm afraid no one in the younger generation in the field of music can compare to him. Oh, is it even better than you? Han Shuer still didn't take it too seriously. She was originally just trying to make a joke, but I didn't expect Wang Lin to actually nod her head seriously. It is indeed better than me. Really? False? Han Shuer looked at Wang Lin, who didn't look like she was joking, and was finally a little surprised. Well, Wang Lin smiled at her. See you? If I can get him to be a teacher for Moon, I promise it won't be any worse than any professor. Hearing Wang Lin say this, Han Shuer also detected a hint of difference. After all, Wang Lin would rarely praise someone so much, and it was still a young man. If you say so, it's not impossible to meet. She seemed a little heartened, but then again, she always felt as if she had fallen into a pit. Wait a minute, if you think so highly of him, why do you want me to try to reject him? Well, Wang Lin revealed a bad smile. Maybe it's because I'm a person who holds grudges. Who made him reject my invitation once? Also, I want to see what this guy's reaction will be when he's in a desperate situation. Anyway, this whole thing is interesting, isn't it? You're not thinking of using this to blackmail him so that he'll accept your invitation to the show, are you? Han Shuer gave her a blank look. Wang Lin turned her head and sipped her coffee as if she hadn't heard Han Shuer's words. It's so convincing. Han Shuer rubbed her forehead and sighed helplessly. So you're here to ask me to be the bad guy just to satisfy your bad taste? Not mine. Ours. Shenwei Entertainment. Zhang Chen uploaded all 30,000 words of the manuscript to the platform. At this point, the word count of those years, we blow the lights together has accumulated to more than 600,000, and the heat is very high. He was going to slow down the updates a bit to let the book absorb more traffic. By the time he finished dealing with the updates, the time came to exactly 6 o'clock, and he had an appointment with Zhang Pengyu for dinner tonight, so he packed up his things and prepared to go out. But at this time, it happened that Neisan's phone call also came in, asking him if he wanted to go to dinner together. Zhang Chen told him about the fact that he already had an appointment tonight, originally thinking that the little ninny would give up. She didn't expect that she seemed to be very curious about Zhang Pengyu. After 3 years of marriage, she hadn't even heard Zhang Chen mention the name much. Zhang Pengyu is my high school classmate, and a while ago, he was just hurt by a man. Zhang Chen explained. Ugh, when I ran into him the other night, he was so drunk that he kept mentioning 2 men's names on his lips. Now that he has finally come out of his heart and intends to reform, he begs me to take him to find a new love. The little niece estimated that she had never heard this kind of gossip story between men. Her eyes were wide open, and her face was full of disbelief. Really? Really? He's really being given to another man, too? How can this be fake? Zhang Chen's tone was very sure. That night, I saw him being carried to the car by a fierce man with my own eyes, and it was said that he went to a nice hotel later, and the room charge was 500. Ah, Su Luowei let out another gasp of surprise, as if she was shocked at such a scene. Well, I'm off, so help yourselves to dinner. Zhang Chen waved his hand. Tonight, it's the first day of his reformation. I'd better go and support him. On the other side of the phone, the little ninja but suddenly said with great curiosity, Old hubby, can we also follow along? We'd also love to meet the classmate. The blind date process. The woman's gossipy curiosity was hooked straight away, and she wanted to follow along to see what was going on. You, them? Su Luowei seemed to be with Yan Shuoxin's few people, and Zhang Chen couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Take a bunch of people with you, okay? It's okay to be okay. He hesitated a bit, but it wouldn't be good if he found out. Surely you don't want people to know about this kind of thing, or else it could easily hurt your pride. Hubby, don't worry, we will definitely stay far away and definitely not let him find out. Su Luowei immediately assured. Okay, hubby, please. Actually pouting. Zhang Chen nodded helplessly. Then, okay. As it turns out, women's curiosity may be a little more robust than expected. By the time Zhang Chen pulled the car out of the parking lot, it was found that a few women had actually gotten together and were muttering about something in a heated discussion. It seems that all these women are interested in what goes on between men. And what made Zhang Chen a little surprised was that besides Su Luowei and Yan Shuoxin, that little girl Su Mengyao was actually there as well. Her eyes lit up when she saw her car pull up and she waved. Say fu. Chapter 110 The Schoolmarm of a Blind Date. Zhang Chen curiously pulled the car up and rolled down the window. Su Mengyao immediately came forward and said joyfully, Senior sister husband, we've been training for the shuttlecock drill for the past few days, and we've already danced very neatly. When are you coming to check? You said before that if we can dance the shuttlecock drill well, you'll help us sing. Zhang Chen froze for a moment, then remembered that he seemed to have actually promised this little girl some time ago. If they can do the shuttlecock drill well, they get one free appearance at their school party. Originally just a casual and perfunctory pretext. I did not expect the little girl to take it seriously. You guys have really been practicing? He was a little disbelieving. He knew how tiring shuttlecock drills were. Of course, we've been training for hours every day, and now we've finally gotten some results, Su Mengyao said with some complacency. The corners of Zhang Chen's mouth suddenly twitched, thinking that you guys were also able to carry on, and actually did stick around. No wonder he hadn't seen Su Mengyao come to trouble him during this recent period. Have you gotten enough rest for your brains after training for so long every day? If you want to dance the shuttlecock drill well, you can't do it without a lot of energy. Su Mengyao froze for a moment. Rested enough? I'm not sleepy at all. Really? Zhang Chen questioned. If your brain is fine, take a couple steps and I'll take a look. Su Mengyao subconsciously took a few steps forward, but it was with a limp. Apparently, The after effects of daily shuttlecock drills haven't completely worn off. You can't even walk. And you say your brain is fine? No, not like this. Su Mengyao was a bit anxious. There's nothing wrong with my brain. It's just my legs. Did you hurt your leg? No. Then how do you prove that the problem with your leg wasn't caused by your brain? Su Mengyao was dumbfounded. She didn't expect Jiang Chen to ask such a question. Honey, Su Luowei on the side was also about to be exasperated and laughed, and really looked a bit down before she stepped forward to pull Su Mengyao aside. Every time Jiang Chen saw Su Mengyao's face, he had to bully her a little. But this silly senior sister always fell for it. You guys will follow my car later. Don't get caught, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Aha. Su Luowei nodded. In order not to be discovered, they would take Yan Shuexin's car over later. Jiang Chen honked the horn and drove the car out of the parking lot first. A few minutes later, Yan Shuexin's sedan also slowly drove out of the parking lot and followed Jiang Chen's SUV. Zhang Pingyu and other women about the blind date location. Located in Magic City, a relatively upscale music grill bar. Jiang Chen had been there once with Su Luowei. This store and Yan Shuexin's Moon Feast building is also a single building, located in the suburbs near the riverside. The scenery is quite good. The internal decoration environment is quite elegant. The location layout is also more spacious, not crowded, belong to the mood of the petite bourgeoisie restaurant. It's quite appropriate as a location for a first blind date meeting. By the time Jiang Chen parked his car in the parking lot, the night was already completely dark, and Zhang Panyu, dressed in a suit, was waiting for him at the front door of the grill bar. But when he saw that Jiang Chen was just in a normal t-shirt and shorts, he couldn't help but spit out. Asterisk. Why are you dressed so casually? Damn, it's not like I'm on a blind date. What's the point of dressing so formally? Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. Zhang Pingyu smiled foolishly. It's also true that you are so handsome. If you also wear formal wear, you can steal all the limelight from me. Let's go. Let me see. What's coming from the opposite side? Jiang Chen waved his hand. After Zhang Pingyu bumped shoulders with him, the two of them walked towards the restaurant with a smile on their faces. Men's friendship is sometimes very strange. The two have not formally met for more than 3 years. A lot of words have not been said, but when they get together can be particularly familiar, as if they used to sneak together to meet on the internet cafe. But on the verge of entering the restaurant, Jiang Chen purposely glanced back. Su Luowei and Yan Shuexin both had already put on masks and hats at this time, and by the color of the night, it was actually hard to see what the two really looked like for a while. Su Luowei also waved her hand at him somewhat mischievously, seeing that none of the several people should be at risk of being discovered. Jiang Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If Yan Shuexin and Su Luowei were recognized here, this meal would probably not be eaten. Enter the grill bar, which is also dimly lit. Because it's a music grill bar, there's a stage set up right in the middle of the restaurant, and there's a resident singer singing on the stage at the moment. Zhang Pingyu suddenly became a little nervous, took out his cell phone and carefully looked at the woman's photo, and checked the table number, before he took Jiang Chen and walked in a direction. He's got a date with someone for table 9, and there were already 2 girls sitting at that table. One of them should be Zhang Pingyu's blind date. Hello, is this Fang Xiaoqing? Zhang Pingyu walked up and asked. The girl sitting on the left side of the table blushed slightly. It's me. So you're the Zhang Pingyu that Aunt Li introduced, right? Yes. Zhang Pingyu laughed. Luckily, under his nervousness, the guy didn't forget to introduce Jiang Chen. He is my good brother. Jiang evening. Going out with a trumpet. Jiang Chen specially explained Zhang Pingyu's. After all, the name of the bastard writer Jiang Chen was too loud, and he didn't want to be recognized. Both girls looked over towards Jiang Chen, who faintly greeted them before sizing them up. The girl called Fang Xiaoqing was not bad looking. Her skin was fair, although compared to the little ninny, she was less delicate and soft, and didn't have Yan Shuexin's stunning in temperament. But amongst the mass of girls, she was already considered to be a good face. If she could be with Zhang Pingyu, it would be quite a good match. After briefly taking a look at the gate, Jiang Chen took a seat in his place. The protagonist of this meal was Zhang Pingyu, whose role was only to play the auxiliary. Strangely enough, girls nowadays like to bring a BFF military with them when they go out on blind dates, but most of the time these girlfriends play the opposite role, pointing fingers and making all kinds of nitpicking comments, which makes the blind date a headache for the guy. That's why Jiang Chen's position for himself was clear: to take care of the girlfriends that the other party had brought with them, and to make room for Zhang Pingyu to give him free rein. If in this case, Zhang Pingyu can't even take the other side down, then don't come out on a blind date, and just live with the chauffeur boy on that day. Fang Xiaoqing obviously also did not expect that the friend that Zhang Pingyu brought would be so handsome. After freezing for a moment, he also scrambled to introduce his companion. She's Dong Yuhan, my roommate. Both girls must have only just graduated from college a short time ago. the look and temperament are on the youthful side. However, compared to Feng Xiaoqing, the one called Dong Yuhan was obviously even more beautiful, with fair skin, a tall and small nose, and rosy lips. Just by looking at her face value, she was able to score more than 9 points. Jiang Chen silently estimated in his heart that this kind of face value was probably considered to be at the school flower level in the school. However, the little girl seemed to have some hostility towards him, probably because we all belonged to the same military division, and as soon as Dong Yuhan came up, she wanted to compete with Jiang Chen. Mr. Jiang, evening, how old are you? 24. Did you go to grad school? Jiang Chen shook his head. No. So join the workforce? Jiang Chen shook his head again. The little girl was a little confused. So what have you been doing for the past few years? Jiang Chen honestly said, mainly lying at home, relying on others to support. Dong Yuhan's gaze immediately became contemptuous. Turned out to be a nibbler. Chapter 111. Once and for all. You're so young. Don't you have goals and dreams of your own? There is. So what's your dream? The doctor said I don't have a very good stomach and I can only eat soft food. So I'd like to find a little rich girl and then lie around and eat soft food every day. The little girl froze. She did not expect this face value of the boy's idea is so shameless, and with such a straight face, so much so that Sangguan was shocked and did not react for a long time. You are so shameless. To be honest, she had originally been quite favorable towards Jiang Chen, but now she was infuriated. So you don't feel guilty lying around the house every day while your wife goes out and makes money? No, I gave myself to her. Isn't it right to be nice to me? But, doesn't the wife have a problem with you being like this? What woman can accept a husband like that? She can take it if she really loves me, otherwise she doesn't. In the next few moments, Jiang Chen answered the little girl's questions with one sentence, but his answer always made the opposite party jump straight up and down in anger. Finally, Dong Yuhan couldn't stand it anymore and directly snorted coldly. You're doomed to never find a girlfriend in your life with this look. That's not necessarily true. I'm surrounded by beautiful women, Jiang Chen said indifferently. Che, bragging. Dong Yuhan decided not to bother with Jiang Chen anymore, obviously too enraged to even speak. On the other hand, Zhang Pingyu seemed to be chatting quite well with his blind date. The dog made a great effort to think of several jokes that made the little girl giggle. By the looks of it, 9 times out of 10, tonight's blind date will work out. Soon an hour or so passed. The orders and skewers were pretty much gone, and it was time for dinner to come to an end. Zhang Pingyu was planning to get up and behave and settle the bill. Instead, the music in the restaurant stopped abruptly, the light dimmed, and the spotlight above the stage came on immediately afterward. Everyone froze at the sudden change and looked towards the stage, only to see that on the stage, a boy with a somewhat youthful face appeared at an unknown time. He held up the microphone, clutching his guitar, looking a little nervous. Hello everyone, today is my 3rd anniversary with my girlfriend. This song, I love you so much. I want to give it to my girlfriend. I want to say to her, I really love you so much. Please marry me. This is a singing proposal? There was a brief moment of silence in the restaurant before a woo of uproar erupted. Everyone loves to watch the fun. Seeing this scene, Zhang Pingyu was not in a hurry to pay the bill and resumed his seat on the chair, looking towards the direction of the stage with interest. On stage, the music played slowly and the boys slowly opened their mouths. Dear girl, since I saw you the other night, his vocals are slightly more youthful. From the singer's point of view, to see of course is not professional enough. But in this kind of occasion, singing is the most important thing, is an atmosphere. As long as it is not too difficult to sing, there will be people to support the scene. Sure enough, 3 minutes passed. The boys' song ended slowly, and the restaurant erupted in applause, and the boys took advantage of the situation, dropping to one knee and opening the box in their hands slowly. Inside the box was a sparkling diamond ring. Ximing, marry me, okay? He gathered his courage and spoke up. Marry him, marry him. The restaurant erupted in a chorus of uproarious voices. At the table where the boys were looking, a girl stood up in great surprise, and then covered her face at some length. After a moment of shock, she finally nodded with a tear-stained face. The doggerel of rejecting the proposal and leaving on the spot didn't happen, and it's clear that the two are in a committed relationship. The guy was so excited to come off the stage and put a ring on the girl's finger. Who? The restaurant erupted in cheers once again, and the girl snuggled a little shyly into the boy's arms, a little embarrassed by a proposal that had sparked so much attention from so many people. The boys were a bit thicker-skinned, but after giggling, they also felt that this was not the place to stay for long. With the day going so well, it's important to grab some time to find a more romantic place to talk about love and solidify the relationship. He arched his hand toward the surrounding area in thanks before he somewhat nervously swept the girl out of the restaurant with him. The fervor gradually dissipated. How romantic. Both girls across the table were a little emotional. Dong Yuhan propped up her chin and looked in the direction of the stage with a longing face. If any boy could stand on stage and sing me a song, I would be moved to tears. Yeah, That boy looks like the kind of guy who is both responsible and loves his wife. Women seem to be naturally drawn to this romantic sense of ceremony. Jiang Chen listened to the conversation between the two girls, and with a sudden movement in his heart, he looked in Su Luowei's direction. Su Luo is allergic to romance. Would she like the ritualistic aspect too? However, when his gaze landed on Su Luowei, he froze for a moment. The table where Su Luowei was located was not far from here, only to see that she was also propping up her chin like Dong Yuhan at this moment, her eyes shining brightly as she looked in the direction of the stage. Apparently, even if she is allergic to romance, as a girl she still looks forward to romantic scenes. When he and Su Luo got married not long after they met, so there was no romantic proposal process, which he knew had always been a regret in Nikki's heart. Although her mouth had never said anything to Jiang Chen knew that the little ninja definitely wanted a romantic confession as well. Even if you can be allergic, it's the same. The live proposal she just made must have made her a little envious. Thinking of this, he was silent in his mind for a long while, then looked back at the few people. "Excuse me, I'm going to the restroom." With that he stood up and walked in the direction of the back of the stage. Only after he left did Dong Yuhan look at Zhang Pengyu with a cold snort. "Zhang Pengyu, this friend of yours is really shameless in his thinking too. He actually keeps thinking of evening a rich woman and eating soft rice. You're not going to be like him, are you?" "Of course not." Zhang Pengyu immediately waved his hand, selling Harry a clean break. "His name is Zhang Evening. I actually don't know him very well. If he hadn't been clamoring to follow him over tonight, I wouldn't have wanted to bring him. And the fortune teller said long ago that I have a hard life, and that the whole soft food thing doesn't suit me at all." His somewhat naive words once again made Fang Xiaoqing giggle. "That's more like it." Only then did Dong Yuhan nod in satisfaction. However, as the female party's military advisor, it was obvious that she still wouldn't let Zhang Pengyu off so easily, just as she wanted to say a few more words. Instead, a somewhat familiar voice suddenly came from the stage. "Ahem. Here's a song for the prettiest girl on the scene." Several people froze and their eyes went toward the stage, only to see that Jiang Chen, who had just been eating together, did not know when he also ran above the stage, following the example of the boy who had just been there, holding a guitar in his arms and a microphone in his hand. The only thing that was a little strange was that he also wore a mask on his face, making it impossible to see what he looked like. Only the clothes on his body hadn't changed much, so Zhang Pengyu's few people recognized him at a glance. "It's Jiang Chen." "No, Jiang Evening." Snap. The restaurant erupted in applause. This music grill bar has people singing on stage all the time, and we've all seen it before. Not far away, Su Luowei and Yan Shuexin's few people all cast their gazes over curiously, and they recognized Jiang Chen at a glance. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Yan Shuexin and Su Jingchu's gazes couldn't help but look toward Su Luowei. They naturally knew that the prettiest girl on the scene in Jiang Chen's words referred to Su Luowei. What's this guy up to? Do you also want to follow the example of the boy just now and have a live confession in song? Su Luowei also covered her mouth in surprise, but very quickly understood Jiang Chen's meaning, and a touch of tenderness flickered in her eyes. After 3 years of sharing a bed, there was always some tacit understanding that no one else could detect. This guy probably remembered the proposal. She obviously never said that. Su Luowei's eyes were bright, both touched and looking forward to Jiang Chen on the stage, wanting to see what he would do. Soon the restaurant was quiet. Jiang Chen strummed the guitar strings in his hand, said softly, "Once upon a time." Chapter 112. Jiang Chen's confession object? Yuhan, that girl he was talking about. It couldn't be you, could it? At table 9, Fang Xiaoqing covered her mouth in surprise and looked at her roommate. Just now Dong Yuhan had said that if a boy could stand on the stage and sing a song for himself, he would be very moved. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen appeared on top of the stage a few minutes later, and at their table, Dong Yuhan happened to be the prettiest as well. Dong Yuhan herself was the school flower. It shouldn't be too much to say that she was the prettiest girl in the entire restaurant, right? So Jiang Chen's song is for Dong Yuhan? Is he planning to confess to Dong Yuhan? What did you all just talk about? That's all it took to take someone down? Fang Xiaoqing looked at Dong Yuhan with some disbelief. Dong Yuhan was also flabbergasted by the scene in front of her. Jiang Chen's song was for her? But why did he suddenly do this? Also, didn't talk about anything either? Just told him to get his ass in gear or it'll be hard to find a girlfriend, she said in a somewhat stunned voice. Then this song must be for you. Fang Xiaoqing had a look of sudden realization. He must have thought you were pretty and wanted to chase you. Yes? Dong Yuhan's face blushed slightly. In fact, she had such a suspicion in her mind, but was not quite ready to admit it. He had just finished speaking. Jiang Chen ran onto the stage. Where in the world is there such a coincidence? Actually, her first impression of Jiang Chen was quite good. Tall, good-looking and handsome. The only downside is that the mind is a bit shameless. It would be nice if that aspect could be changed. At this point, the guests in the restaurant were all a bit puzzled. Just once? What's this song? However, the few people at Su Luoi's table all had their eyes lit up. They knew that this must be another new song written by Jiang Chen. This guy writes songs. It's like there's no bottleneck. Always coming up with a shocking song without even realizing it. Su Mengyao pulled out her cell phone with some excitement, intending to record the image of Jiang Chen singing. Since the release of Invisible Wings, several students in the dormitory had almost become Jiang Chen's fans. Everyone was curious to know what kind of work Jiang Chen's senior brother-in-law's next song would be. The last time Jiang Chen sang Old Boy and forgot to record the video, they were all counted several times when they went back. This time, she was sure not to forget. He's Jiang Chen? An inconspicuous corner. Tang Moya was curiously surveying the masked boy on the stage. Auntie, is this the guy who wants to buy our company? If Jiang Chen were here, one must be able to immediately recognize that the one sitting across from this girl at this moment was the beautiful reporter of Starlight Entertainment newspaper, Miao Choubai. It's him. Miao Choubai looked in the direction of the stage with a somewhat complicated gaze. 2 hours ago, she was informed that Jiang Chen's car had left the company, destined for a music grill bar. She hesitated for a long time before deciding to make the trip over, and for some reason, she was now very interested in anything about Jiang Chen, especially after Jiang Chen proposed to buy Starlight Entertainment newspaper last time. Her heart, which had always been firm in wanting to run Starlight Entertainment newspaper well, became a bit messy for the first time. In fact, she was very resistant to this matter at first. The Starlight Entertainment newspaper was her heart and soul. How could she just sell it to other people? However, the words Jiang Chen had said on the phone back then always bubbled up in his mind uncontrollably. I can make Starlight Entertainment the biggest entertainment media in the country. How is this possible? I'm sorry, Director Jiang. I'm a bit busy right now and don't want to listen to your jokes. Might as well try it first then. What? How about I contract your company for 2 months, and after that, we'll discuss the matter again? Further on, Jiang Chen directly called over $1 million. That guy actually wants to make Starlight Entertainment News the biggest entertainment media in the country? Is it possible? Miao Choubai took a deep breath and looked in the direction of the stage. Tang Mengya is another shareholder of Starlight Entertainment newspaper, also her niece. Starlight Entertainment newspaper itself was a company she started with her own sister, Miao Chou Shui. But 2 years ago, Miao Chou Shui died because of an accident, so the part of the shares belonging to Miao Chou Shui were all transferred to Tang Mengya's name. This June, Don Moya graduated from school just in time. Originally, Miao Choubai had planned to arrange for her to familiarize herself with the company for a period of time, but she didn't expect to run into Jiang Chen's desire to buy the company. So, tonight, he simply brought Tang Mengya along. If the company was really going to be sold to Jiang Chen, there was also an obligation to tell Tang Mengya. Auntie, are you really planning to sell the company to him? Tang Mengya asked with some doubt after carefully sizing up Jiang Chen for several moments. I don't know. Miao Choubai shook his head, his tone complex. The Starlight Entertainment newspaper has not been doing so well these past 2 years, and is already in a state where it can't make ends meet and can't hold on, and the savings in her hand are dwindling. If it was really like what Jiang Chen said, that he had the ability to bring new development opportunities to Starlight Entertainment newspaper, she actually didn't mind working with the other party for once. Tang Moya nodded thoughtfully. She didn't know much about what was going on in the company, but she just felt that it wasn't a bit too rash to just sell the company to someone casually. Did this guy named Jiang Chen really have the ability to make Starlight Entertainment newspaper better? Above the stage, Jiang Chen slowly opened his mouth under everyone's gaze. I want to see you smile. Trying to mess with you. I want to take you in my arms. 1 second red-faced in an argument. Turn around in the next second and make up. Some magnetic husky voice, with some faint sadness, resounded in this restaurant. After the guests at the table froze for a moment, they all wore surprised expressions, because this masked boy on the stage seemed to be a pretty good singer. And he sings songs that he's actually never heard before. What the hell kind of song is that? The resident female singer on the side also covered her mouth in surprise. Just now, before Jiang Chen wanted to go on stage, he stated that he didn't want any accompaniment, and she was still a bit skeptical. I didn't expect this boy, who was about his own age, to show a very professional singing voice as soon as he opened his mouth. You should know that the more you clear your vocals, the more likely you are to reveal problems on top of your vocals. But Jiang Chen's clean singing is great, with a gripping and magnetic voice. The melody of the guitar strumming in his hands also gives a faintly melancholic feeling. The restaurant grew quiet. The crowd was attracted by Jiang Chen's song and looked in the direction of the stage. Chapter 113, Confessions that belong to only 2 people. I'm not afraid of you crying. I'm not afraid of you screaming, because you're my pride and joy. A pair of eyes chasing you around. A heart that's been ready for a long time. Peng Yu, this friend of yours is a great singer. Fang Xiaoqing looked at Jiang Chen on the stage and covered her mouth in gradual surprise. She hadn't realized that the friend she had just had dinner with had such a talented side. His voice is so good, it doesn't even seem to be worse than a professional singer. But, how come I've never heard this song before? Once upon a time? What song is that? Dong Yuhan also froze and asked. Zhang Pingyu scratched his head. I haven't heard of it either. Maybe he wrote it himself. He remembered that Jiang Chen seemed to be the music director of Chenwei Entertainment now. Should be able to write songs, right? Upon hearing this, both girls couldn't help but widen their eyes. He still writes his own songs? Singing well and writing well are two completely different things. In fact, Zhang Pingyu was somewhat uncertain in his own mind, but at this time, of course, he was unconditionally on his brother's side, and he nodded his head affirmatively. Yeah, he'll write songs. The two girls looked to the stage in surprise once again. This time, however, their gazes were filled with shock, especially Dong Yuhan. She didn't realize that the boy she had just been despising was actually such a good singer and could write songs. If he's so good, why is he always thinking of taking soft food? Was it a deliberate attempt to amuse himself? Just once I'll show you the end of days. Laughing on a sunny day. Making a racket in the free air. Do you know the only thing I want? The melody of the song gradually rose. Sulliway's side of the table. Yan Shuexin and Su Jingchu's gazes toward Jiang Chen both flickered with complexity. The song just once is a love song, right? It's pretty good. And great for confessions. Jiang Chen, when did this guy write such a song again? On the side, Su Luowei's eyes had long since become bright. She had been listening carefully to the lyrics of the song. Just once. I'll show you the end of days. It's really romantic. Is this Jiang Chen's promise to her? And in front of so many people. When she first got flash married to Jiang Chen, there were a lot of things that were simplified except for the wedding, which had always been a regret in her heart. What girl doesn't like romance? Unexpectedly, tonight, Jiang Chen was using this special way to make up for the regrets he had at first. The dim lighting, the roses dotting the table, the restaurant bubbling with the slightest hint of fireworks. The favorite person in your heart sings for you on stage. Su Luowei only felt that her cheeks seemed to redden again without her realizing it. But for some reason, listening to Jiang Chen's gentle song, his heart, which had been somewhat tempted to poof, 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 and poof, gradually calmed down. It was as if there was a special power in Jiang Chen's singing voice that could soothe her nervousness and shyness. Touched, or the happiness of being loved? She doesn't know either. But she remembered that the last time she heard Jiang Chen sing, "The Moon Causes Trouble," she seemed to have the same feeling in her heart. Really love the vibe. Su Mengyao looked at Jiang Chen in the cell phone screen with a very excited expression. This time, she recorded the whole song in its entirety. When you go back, you'll be sure to leave all the other girls speechless. This time, no one will dare question the captain's wit, right? In the restaurant, the guests looked more and more surprised. The more this boy sings, the more he listens. The song is supposed to be original, right? Never heard of it before. Someone had already pulled their cell phone out of their pocket and started recording the scene in front of them. It's a small world. I'll go with you to the ends of the earth. Stop looking in the corner where there's no worry. Growing old in carefree time. Tang Moya's expression also became dull. She hadn't realized that this jerk of a writer could sing so well. She looked to her sister-in-law with a slightly shocked and puzzled expression. He's not. She had read Jiang Chen's profile. This guy, isn't he a jerk writer? 3 years of hanging out at home and not writing anything. A while ago, due to the angry spewing of Jiang Lang's talent, he was scolded on the hot list for a day or two before slowly dropping down. He actually sings so well? Miao Qiubai sighed softly. She had known for a long time that Jiang Chen wasn't as simple as it appeared on the surface. Now that it seems to be true, the various operations of Chenwei Entertainment during this period of time should all be planned by him, right? The entire network was fooled by him. And now, he seemed to be preparing to take on Lu Siki of Qingcheng Entertainment. Come on, I'll tell you about him slowly. She took a deep breath, grabbed her hat from the table and put it on. Then he led Tang Moya out of the restaurant. Do you know my whole heartbeat? Dance as you wish. 2 minutes later, Jiang Chen's song slowly fell. In the grill bar, there was thunderous applause. Good to hear. One more song. Handsome. Do you have a girlfriend? Sing it again. Haven't heard it enough. Someone shouted at him in a loud voice. There was even a girl who paid for a bouquet of flowers at the front desk and went up to the stage to give them to him. However, the girl is about to want to give him a hug. Jiang Chen, however, politely refused. He smiled slightly and said into the microphone, "Sorry, everyone, I already have someone I like. She's right here in this restaurant, and this song, just now, is for her." Upon hearing this, the girl immediately ran off stage with a blush of embarrassment. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, laughed, then stretched out his finger and compared it to the shape of a love heart. It was a gesture he had taught Neisan once, and it meant love you. What others have, you will have, he said softly into the microphone. Su Luowei had already been moved to a slightly reddened eye at this point, and also stretched out her pretty fingers, comparing the same gesture to Jiang Chen. I love you too. A silent confession was accomplished without anyone being aware of it. The meaning of it was only understood by Jiang Chen and Su Luowei. Su Jingqiu looked at the two people's mutual confession. Her heart was mixed. Jiang Chen, this bastard, coaxing women is really good at it. No wonder Su Luowei had to marry him in the first place. Originally, everyone thought that Su Luowei would regret it sooner or later. But in fact, this silly ninny had long ago given everything to Jiang Chen. She didn't regret it at all. And now Jiang Chen is gradually revealing his shocking talent. Table 9. Fang Xiaoqing's gaze looked towards Dong Yuhan's direction in surprise. Yuhan, he said the girl he likes is in the restaurant. Isn't it confessing to you? I don't know. Dong Yuhan had a dumbfounded expression and was still a little nervous. Jiang Chen's confession came so suddenly that she didn't have time to think more. How? What to do? This is too sudden. I'm not prepared at all. Thinking about the deep scene of Jiang Chen singing on the stage just now, she felt another sudden blush, and it was as if a deer was thrashing around in her chest. It turned out that this Jiang evening was so powerful, and what he said before about eating soft food was just teasing himself. How is it possible to be a soft touch when you have such a brilliant talent? He seems to be coming down. But what do I do? Seeing Jiang Chen walk off the stage, Dong Yuhan's expression became even more flustered and nervous. It's okay, take it easy, Fang Xiaoqing comforted. In my opinion you should not agree so quickly first later. Zhang Pengyu watched the two girls muttering. His face changed several times, his expression a million times more torn. He was aware of the fact that Jiang Chen was already married. The guy's wife was a national goddess. So, what exactly are these two women discussing? 1. Fear Value 93, Chapter 114, The Women Around Jiang Chen. When Jiang Chen stepped down from the stage, he didn't choose to go back to Zhang Pengyu's table again, but instead went straight out of the restaurant. The blind dates meal has been almost eaten. Zhang Pengyu the dog thing 3 times to tease people's flowers. Always do not need him to help cover up again, right? By the river, under the moon, the evening breeze, the water sparkling, the roadside willow tree branches gently waving, like a woman waving long sleeves in the dance. Jiang Chen lit a cigarette rather leisurely and quietly waited for a few women to come out. The river flowed slowly in front of him. It had been a long time since he had sung in front of a large crowd, and for a moment it brought back a lot of memories of the time when he hadn't yet made his debut, and when he had taken up residency with his guitar on his back in some music restaurant like this. It was only $50 a day, barely just enough to eat, but he never gave up and enjoyed it. It is these little bits and pieces of experience that have given him a lot of stage experience. It gave him a lot less to go on in his later journey to fame, but his goal in life was to eat soft food, and something like that was unlikely to happen again. He had quite a good time singing this song today, and I guess it made Neisan happy too. As long as he settled Tilting City Entertainment next, Neisan shouldn't have any reason to make him the music director anymore, right? Then he'll be able to lie at home again, free to eat soft food. Wait. Jiang Chen recalled the earlier scene of Su Luowei looking at someone else's proposal site with some longing and envy, and suddenly his heart stirred. Women are obviously longing for romance. Su Luowei has not wanted to talk about having a baby before. It could not be because regret, right? Due to their work, the two would have had little time to spend with each other before, and many of the things that lovers would do, and the romance that lovers should have, had not been attempted much. It is not easy to have time. Su Luowei is still allergic to romance, will definitely subconsciously avoid this kind of scene in daily life. So 3 years on, the two, despite their status as husband and wife, have always lived a very plain and quiet life, rarely arranging surprises or anything. Su Lo longs for romance and is surely envious of other couples in her heart. Even the common way of falling in love was a reach for her. A touch of gentleness and tenderness suddenly surfaced in Jiang Chen's heart. Because of the allergy to romance thing, Su Luowei should have never experienced romance since she was a child, right? It's no wonder she's so envious. Ugh, this guy wrote another song. Looks like we're going to have to work late again tonight to organize the copyrighted material. In the restaurant, Su Jingqiu sighed leisurely, her tone seeming somewhat helpless. However, Su Luowei, who was familiar with her, knew that Su Jingqiu was actually very happy at this time. After all, the better Jiang Chen, the music director, performed, the better the prospects for Chunwei Entertainment. It's a shame that this guy is just so addicted to writing that Queen Wang Lin declined all invitations to appear on the show. Su Jingqiu seemed to have remembered something and sighed leisurely again, wasting such a good opportunity for nothing. You guys say where there is such a stupid person. Yan Shuoxin was silent and didn't say anything. Jiang Chen's songs always made her fall into deep thought. This guy was truly the most brilliant musical genius she had ever seen, and after a long moment of contemplation, She shook her head with some regret. He is wasting his talent. His songs should be on a higher stage, not in a place like this. At that, several of the women at the table nodded deeply. Jiang Chen's musical talent is truly beyond words, but is just too immersed in his profession as a writer. We have to figure out a way to get him back on the right path. Su Jingchu said. He's the music director of Chenwei Entertainment, so he can't keep hanging around like this. Che, senior sister husband is just a stubborn donkey. In this world, besides senior sister Luo Wei, who else can convince him? Su Mengyao grunted. Speaking of this, several people's gazes were directed towards Su Luo Wei. The national goddess blushed slightly. Her eyes were still slightly red at this point, and she gently wiped the corners of her eyes before saying, "Actually, I have a way that might make Jiang Chen voluntarily give up writing." What method? Su Jingchu asked. She hoped most of all that Jiang Chen would devote himself single-mindedly to Chenwei Entertainment. Told me that in a while, there will be a young writers' exchange in Magic City. If Jiang Chen is made to realize that he doesn't have the talent to write, it should make him give up writing altogether. Su Jingchu pondered for a long time before instantly expressing her approval. Good, I think that's a good idea. I'll definitely bring him to it when the time comes, so that he'll give up writing. He can't be allowed to misrepresent himself any longer. This guy's writing is a complete waste of time. That's right, Peng Yu, why isn't your friend back yet? At table 9, Dong Yuhan and the others waited for several minutes without seeing Jiang Chen return. Couldn't help but feel a little strange, especially Dong Yuhan, who was both nervous and flustered in her mind at this time. It was only the first time they met, and this Jiang evening confessed to her in public. How should this be? She hasn't thought about a relationship yet, but that guy is really handsome and sings well. He probably went out for a smoke. Zhang Pengyu scratched his head and immediately digressed. Let's just leave him alone for now and continue eating. This barbecue meat tastes pretty good. He had just received a text message from Jiang Chen saying that he was going out for a smoke. Although he wasn't sure why Jiang Chen suddenly ran onto the stage to sing a confession song, he knew it must have nothing to do with this Dong Yuhan. Jiang Chen was a man with a daughter-in-law, and the national goddess Su Luowei was also much prettier than Dong Yuhan, but somewhat surprisingly, he had obviously digressed. Dong Yuhan, after hesitating for a long time, actually still said, "Why don't we go find him? The wind is quite strong at the riverside now, and if he goes outside to smoke just after he has had his fill, he will definitely catch a cold." "Okay, I'm already full. Let's go find him." Of course Fang Xiaoqing understood what her best friend meant. She knew that her best friend was probably moved by that Jiang evening, so she cooperated and nodded her head. Zhang Pengyu was a bit dumbfounded, but the two girls had already made their decision, so there was no way he could stop them. One could only honestly go and pay the bill and then follow the two girls out of the restaurant. Achoo! Jiang Chen stood by the river and suddenly felt his nose itching a bit, and sneezed a big sneeze. Damn! Who's counting on me behind my back again? He rubbed his nose and muttered. He was really smoking there. After Dong Yuhan walked out of the restaurant, she caught a glimpse of Jiang Chen who was sneezing by the river. I've told you, if you're out in the wind at this time of day, you're bound to catch a cold, and it just so happens that I brought a shawl with me today. She hurriedly took out an exquisite shawl from her bag and hesitated for a long time, but blushed slightly as she handed it to Zhang Pengyu. Peng Yu, still, it's better if you take it over for me. Just say it's from me. Don't let your friend catch a cold. Okay, fine. Zhang Pengyu stiffly took it. Several people walked together in Jiang Chen's direction, but after just a moment, Dong Yuhan's step slowly came to a halt, because she realized that there was already a pair of pretty little hands beside Jiang Chen, slowly draping a jacket over his body. She is. Dong Yuhan froze. Under the moonlight, Jiang Chen stood at the riverside silently smoking a cigarette, and he didn't know when, but at his side, there were several more women with stunning looks. One with eyes full of anger and tenderness was saying something to Jiang Chen, and seemed to be complaining that he shouldn't have run out to smoke at this time. One with a cool expression and a powerful aura, looking like a 10,000-year-old iceberg, but also standing quietly on the side, waiting for Jiang Chen to finish the cigarette in his hand. The last one, on the other hand, seemed much more playful and cute, sticking her tongue out at Jiang Chen and following behind the gentle girl, foxing and pointing a bit from time to time. What made it a little strange, though, was that she walked with a limp. It's crippled? Only Jiang Chen had a smiling look on his face, seemingly completely unconcerned. Ugh, isn't that the national goddess Su Luo Wei? Suddenly, a drunken man staggered out the door of the restaurant. When he saw this scene, he also froze for a long time. He thought that he was hallucinating from drinking too much, and rubbed his eyes with some disbelief. Chapter 115, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. But the scene in front of me remained clear. He then slowly opened his mouth wide. It really seems to be Su Lo. Soon, more and more people realized something was wrong. it's really a national goddess. The one standing next to her is Yen Tian Ho, right? There was another girl who was pretty too. What was her name again? Why are you walking with a limp? It's a shame that such a pretty girl is a cripple. In that case, that man would be Gang Dog, right? It's really Jiang Chen. I've seen his interviews. The entrance to the restaurant gradually became noisy, and soon caught the attention of Jiang Chen and the others as well. Let's go. Identities exposed. Stop the deal. Seeing that Jiang Chen still seemed ready to make a mess, Su Luowei somewhat helplessly went up and took the cigarette from his hand, extinguished it and threw it into the garbage can, and then pushed him. Let's go. However, when Jiang Chen left, he also waved his hand at Zhang Panyu in a very flirty manner. Bye. Soon, the two cars slowly drove away from the place, surrounded by the crowd. At the entrance of the restaurant, bursts of clamor came from all around, but the place where Zhang Pingyu's few people were was somewhat silent. Dong Yuhan stood in place, her eyes a little dull, and she didn't say anything for a long time. An hour later, Jiang Chen returned home. Earlier in the riverside blowing a burst of evening breeze, he felt very comfortable, so at this time still some intention of lying down in the balcony reclining chair. Let the evening breeze serve his body. Su Luowei was also in a good mood tonight, and she wasn't angry when she saw this lazy look of his, and even prepared 2 bottles of beer and a plate of small dishes for him. But just as Jiang Chen wanted to take her into his arms and enjoy the starry sky and night scenery together, instead, the little ninny escaped, saying that she had something to go and chat with Gong Yi. Jiang Chen didn't force himself to do so, drinking a small wine alone and enjoying the cozy time. When he finished a bottle of beer, Zhang Pingyu's phone call came this time. This guy probably sent Fang Xiaoqing home and tossed around until so late. Jiang Chen, you're also too ruthless. Dong Yuhan didn't say a word along the way. She's a little girl whose love life has just begun, and you're pouring cement into it. It's still your days that are comfortable. Zhang Pingyu sighed as soon as he answered the phone. Even after picking on you and saying that you want to eat soft food, those pretty girls still can't help but like you. It took Jiang Chen a long time before he could probably figure out what he meant, hoping that Dong Yuhan thought that the song just once was sung to her, so she couldn't help but be moved? Ugh, sometimes acting too good is also a kind of trouble. He sighed leisurely. Ah, Pang, you, convey a message for me to the girls. Don't be too addicted to brother. Brother is a man they can't get. On the other end of the phone, there was silence for a long time before Zhang Pingyu's voice came out. Vomit. But after a moment's pause, he added with a sudden great emotion. Jiang Chen, I've decided. I'm going to make money, get a good career, and then marry Xiaoqing home. What? That's the right look? Not continuing to chase after your Xiao Yalan? Jiang Chen teased. No more chasing. Compared to Xiao Chang, Xiao Yalan doesn't suit me at all. Xiao Chang is the kind of woman who can get down to business. One day I'm going to make a name for myself and make the women who once looked down on me regret it for the rest of their lives. Jiang Chen nodded, rather sighing. Not bad. Seeing as you're so ambitious, I suddenly want to send you a message. What's the word? 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. Don't kid yourself. There was a sudden silence on the other end of the line for a long time. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Jiang Chen, where did you get those 2 sentences from? They're too fierce. I now feel like I'm covered in inexhaustible strength, full of hot blood and vigor. Oh, that's for sure. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Anyone who read that back then felt the same as you. So what happened to all of them? Did they make any achievements? Zhang Pingyu asked immediately afterward. It's not that easy, and most people can only return to mediocrity after their fervor dissipates. Zhang Pingyu was a bit anxious. Don't Jiang Chen. I prepared 2 entrepreneurial projects, tomorrow to meet the investors. Now is in need of hot blood. You say 2 more hot blood. Let me feel a bit. A couple more words? Could be. Jiang Chen yawned. There's nothing difficult in the world. Aha! Just be willing to give up. Ha! All things come to an end. Yes, it's hard in the middle, and it's hard at the end, and it's hard as hell. Ah, Born to Run. Great poem. Thousands of dollars are scattered to dig holes. Ha! After a few words, Zhang Pingyu directly cried. Let me teach you one more move. I guarantee that after you do it, your qi and blood will surge and you'll have endless strength. Really? Really? So you say. Here, make a fist with both hands, then stick your middle finger out into space. But, I have no sky here. Then to the ceiling. This, what kind of action is this? An action that borrows power from the heavens. Jiang Chen, I'm holding my 2 middle fingers up. Keep it up and shout as hard as you can. Shout what? My life is up to me. I want to be a living god. At hashtag. There was a ghostly sound on the other end of the phone, which seemed to be connected to a sliver of vague cursing. Zhang Pingyu's voice was somewhat excited. Well, seems like it could really work. I felt energized after the shout. This move is also amazing and so good when it's done. Jiang Chen laughed. Well, that's all the encouragement for now. You do well tomorrow. Jiang Chen. Zhang Pengyu seemed to want to say something else, but Jiang Chen had already silently hung up the phone. There was no talk all night. The next day, Jiang Chen was again woken up early by Su Luowei. Last night Su Jingqiu finally received a reply from Wang Lin, and at 10 o'clock this morning, Han Shuer could spare time to meet with Jiang Chen, so Jiang Chen had to go to the company early again today. Good thing Su Jingqiu had already prepared the details related to Han Shuer and the company to help Jiang Chen go forward to negotiate. As he yawned and pushed his way into the office, Su Jingqiu handed him another cell phone. Look at Weibo. Tilting City Entertainment has started messing things up again. Jiang Chen was a little puzzled as he took over the phone and tapped on the Weibo hotlist. It was found that after a day's time, all the hot search rankings about Invisible Wings had plummeted a lot, but at the third position of the hot search list, just a new hot search appeared on the Weibo hot search list. Jiang Chen suspected of plagiarizing others' achievements? The author of Invisible Wings is someone else? In this hot search, there was a blogger named Night Shift Bear who unflinchingly scolded Jiang Chen for thousands of words. How could Jiang Chen, a softie, write a song like Invisible Wings? I'll bet he got someone else to write the song and shamelessly put his name on it. If someone else didn't write it, I'll wash my hair upside down live. Invisible Wings is a good song and should be honored. I'm here to appeal to the entire internet to find the real author of Invisible Wings. Jiang Chen flipped through several more articles in succession. The articles were found to say pretty much the same thing, and there was even one that threatened to say that it had found the real author of Invisible Wings. It's a college student who's still in school. I had just finished writing this song when Jiang Chen shamelessly bought it for $20,000 and put his name on it. He told me at the time that a crappy song wasn't even worth that much. That $20,000 would be nice, so I sold it. He also said that if I was willing to give up the right of authorship, he could add another $5,000 to me, and I didn't think too much about it at the time, and thought that an extra $5,000 would be nice, so I agreed, but I didn't expect the song to be so hot, and Jiang Chen even said he wrote it himself. I felt at once as if I had been cheated. The article actually did have an illustration in the middle of it, a photo of a male college student being interviewed, a look of resignation and regret. It took me half a year to write a song like this, but I was cajoled and tricked by Jiang Chen into buying the copyrights, and now that Invisible Wings has exploded all over the internet, I really regret it very much. Underneath the article are the voices of various netizens who are righteously indignant. Damn, Jiang Chen is really too shameless to put someone else's song under his name. I knew this guy would never be able to write a song like this. It's so hateful to take advantage of college students who don't know any better and rip off people's songs. Strongly condemn Jiang Chen and demand that the song copyrights be returned. Jiang Chen was somewhat speechless in his heart as he looked at these comments and this article. It's true that he wasn't the original writer of the song Invisible Wings, but it's definitely not this mother ******** ing college kid, either. Tilting City Entertainment is the real can make up. I can't believe I found an actor. Damn. You're so good. Why didn't you get invited to the gala at the end of this year? Jiang Chen, what should we do now? Su Jingqiu looked a little anxious. The heat of Invisible Wings had only just solidified, and she didn't expect to run into something like this. Qingqing Entertainment's purpose was obvious. Su Luowei's heat was too high to target now, so they turned to Jiang Chen. Compared to Su Luowei, Jiang Chen's reputation on the internet itself wasn't very good. The hatred of taking his wife could be more than just a segment. Many netizens were itching to knife Jiang Chen offline. That's why these articles, although they are all made up and have no substantial evidence, are still all over the internet. Netizens sometimes don't even care about the truth anyway, as long as they get a kick out of cursing. What else can we do? Jiang Chen waved his hand. Respond, of course. Damn. Even if the doggone Tilting City Entertainment says that I plagiarized, the object being plagiarized is actually a male college student, which is a bit too much. Su Jingqiu froze for a moment. How to respond? Did you get that Twitter number I asked you to sign up for the other day? It's already registered. Su Jingqiu hurriedly rummaged out a brand new cell phone from her bag and handed it to him. Registered with the name Jiang Chen. The official authentication identity is the music director of Chunwei Entertainment. Jiang Chen took the phone with a bland expression. 10 minutes later, a Jiang Chen account with a V sent out a microblog. I didn't expect to be found out after all. I really didn't write the song myself. I apologize to all the netizens. Su Jingqiu's eyes widened at the side, looking at Jiang Chen with disbelief. This is what you call a response. Chapter 116, Miao Bai who was hoard out for nothing. Or what? Jiang Chen's gaze was full of dislike and contempt. Qingqing Entertainment is really too small and petty to become big. Tossing around for half a day to come up with a third place on the hot search list. Letting the foreigners next door see it and think we can't afford to be on the hot search. I'm going to help him add fire directly and teach him what it means to be hot. Su Jingqiu's face was filled with stupefaction, and she opened her mouth to say something, but she didn't know what to say, because last time, Jiang Chen had used this kind of reverse heat manipulation to push Invisible Wings to the #1 spot on the Hot 100 list. The network storm and public opinion that other entertainment companies are talking about. In front of Jiang Chen, it seems to be an interesting game that can be manipulated any way you want. It's a bit outrageous. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen's microblogging rushed to the first place on the hot search list. Explosion. Jiang Chen himself has admitted that Invisible Wings is written by someone else. The entire entertainment industry was shocked by the sudden news. Did Jiang Chen find someone to write that song for Su Luowei? No way. That outrageous? I have personally admitted it. How can it be false? Jiang Chen is just a jerk writer. I heard it was dug up by Tilting City Entertainment. That was quick. Can't help it if you've offended a big company. In a group of 5 called Crazy Squad, several singers are discussing the latest topics that have popped up on Weibo. Invisible Wings was released and it was wildly popular across the internet and the entertainment world. Everyone was shocked at the explosion of the national goddess's new song, but they didn't expect the blackmail to explode in a flash. Actually, it's normal to get someone to buy a song, so why impersonate a songwriter? It's not like there's nothing to do. Who knows? Maybe it's to help hype up Jiang Chen. It's said that the national goddess has her heart set on her husband. It's a shame such a great song has gone wrong at this juncture. The heat is back up after being made so much noise, but it's all black heat. This is what happens when you use crooked hype. It's better to release songs on the ground, one step at a time. If things go on like this, I'm afraid the national goddess's reputation will be affected to some extent. Alas, a flower stuck in cow dung. In the meantime, Jiang Chen's newly registered microblog also blew up directly. The first time his official authenticated account showed up on Weibo, netizens were instantly interested and flocked to his comment section in a frenzy. Shameless, following you just to come over here and scold you all over again every day. To actually use despicable means to cheat a college student out of a song. You're really too shameless. Dog thief. You still dare to show yourself? When will you come out to die? Still have the face to admit it? Thicker than a city wall. Netizens continue to drive the heat of the conversation. However, Jiang Chen didn't seem too satisfied with the current heat of the topic, and his operation wasn't over yet. 10 minutes later, an online media outlet called Star Entertainment Newspaper released another recording on the internet. Actual hammer. Jiang Chen bought the song Process Dialogue recording exposure. The recording has the entire conversation of Jiang Chen buying a song from a college student for $20,000. But what makes netizens a bit strange is that the college student in the recording is not the male college student being interviewed, but a girl with a sweet voice. Of course, that voice that paid for the song, after careful comparison by netizens, found that it was indeed Jiang Chen without a doubt. The guy had just participated in an interview 2 days before, and his voice, which many could hear, was almost identical to the man on the recording. So this recording quickly rushed up the Weibo Hot 100 list to the second place, next to the same with a crimson color explosion word. The recording, in turn, has been played over 300,000 times in just half an hour's time. Netizens have praised the Starlight Entertainment newspaper for its quick action. The only slight complaint is that there are actually 2 commercials inserted into this recording, which is annoying. Starlight Entertainment News. You said, how much advertising money can I make on this order? In the office, the man with the glasses looked at his colleague with a somewhat dull gaze and asked in disbelief. $500,000. 2 ads, 1 for $250,000. Across from him, the male colleague in charge of interfacing with advertisers said in a stuttering tone. And the other party also said, if the broadcast volume can eventually break through 10 million, that price could be doubled. How much airplay is it getting now? The man with the glasses asked in a hurry. $400,000. Not far away, an excited voice came. Asterisk. It's only been a little over half an hour. If this momentum continues, it will only take a day to break through 10 million plays. The heat on the internet hasn't completely fermented yet, and many netizens haven't clicked on the tweets. The rate of growth in playback has been increasing. At those words, the glasses man's gaze froze a bit. So, they're going to make $1 million in advertising with just this recording? Their entire company? Over 2 months' salary? This, Nima. It's a money grab, right? Not far away. Tang Mengya's expression was also one of shock and disbelief, because this recording is what Jiang Chen just passed over. The advertisement was still inserted in by her own hand. $1 million in just a few minutes? Niao Choubai looked at the excitement and discussion of his colleagues in the company, and was very complicated in his shocked gaze. Just how long had it taken for that guy Jiang Chen to earn back all the wages he paid them? If you do the math, Jiang Chen hasn't been whoring them for 2 months for nothing? What did you say? Jiang Chen admitted it? Inside the conference room of Tilting City Entertainment, Lung Fuxian frowned tightly and took the cell phone handed up by the staff. On both sides of the conference table, the executives of Tilting City Entertainment were basically present. Hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but have some odd expressions. Jiang Chen admitted on Weibo that Invisible Wings wasn't written by himself. What is the operation? How? A little hard to read? Chen Yuman sat in the main seat in the very center of the conference room, and her brows were also slightly furrowed. Originally, the crowd was discussing how to continue to deal with Chenwei Entertainment and Jiang Chen. I didn't realize that the meeting had just gone on for 10 minutes when I received a piece of news that took everyone by surprise. Jiang Chen, faced with the public opinion on the internet, directly tweeted to admit that he had found someone to write his song for him. Giving up Su Luowei and starting from Jiang Chen's point of view was a strategy that Lung Fuxian had formulated yesterday. This guy is all cursed on the internet. Finding topics of conversation from him is half the battle. They didn't expect that the circular to throw dirty water on Jiang Chen would only be issued for more than 2 hours, and the evolution of things would be completely out of their control. How could Jiang Chen admit it? Is he crazy? What the hell is he planning to do? Lung Fuxian frowned. What else could it be because of? Yao Sichun snorted disdainfully after reading the information on the Weibo hotlist. I'm guessing that the song itself was written by someone he had ghostwritten, only it just happened to be crooked and poked by us. That Star Entertainment newspaper? Didn't it all come out with the recordings? He can't even admit it if he doesn't want to. The college girl on the recording is supposed to be the original author of Invisible Wings. We just need to contact her to get more evidence of Jiang Chen's song buying. Upon hearing this, the executives in the office actually nodded their heads after careful contemplation. They felt that this explanation given by Yao Sichun was reasonable. Fear Value 93, Chapter 117, Meeting the Capital Circle Missy. Someone suggested, since the Star Entertainment newspaper was able to get the recording, it must have gotten in touch with the college girl. I suggest that we can commission this Star Entertainment newspaper to help us continuously expose Jiang Chen. But as soon as his words left his mouth, someone else soon questioned, but will they just help us? Just give the money. $1 million should be about right for this level of exposure. Makes sense. Those doggies are known for their information. Wait, this asshole Jiang Chen isn't short of money either. Do you guys think he'll pay to buy the news against him as well? It's possible. If it were me, I'd definitely buy it. Public opinion on the internet is very unfavorable to Invisible Wings right now. I think we have to raise the price. We can't let Jiang Chen have his way. Make a direct bid of $3 million. Take it in one fell swoop. Don't delay by negotiating or pulling with the other party. The conference room was buzzing with discussion, but Lung Fuxian kept frowning tightly. He always felt that something was wrong. It was as if he had always been led by the nose, a feeling he had never felt before, and it made him very uncomfortable. However, he had carefully considered Yao Sichun's words, and from the information he had so far, it was already the most reasonable speculation. That song Invisible Wings he had asked a lot of veteran musicians about and they all raved about it. It's really hard to believe that asshole writer Jiang Chen could write such a song. And with Invisible Wings being such a hot topic on the internet nowadays, how could Jiang Chen have taken the initiative to admit that he bought the song if he wasn't forced to do so? This kind of thing is very bad for Invisible Wings. Unless he's a cutie. Perhaps. The people from Star Entertainment newspaper had already contacted Jiang Chen privately, offering a high price to get Jiang Chen to buy the recordings they had. The price, however, was not negotiated, so Star's Entertainment newspaper, in a fit of ruthlessness, exposed the recordings, and Jiang Chen simply also broke the can. Admit it directly. This kind of thing is not illegal anyway. At most, netizens can only morally condemn him for a while, and naturally they will slowly forget after a while. The mind slowly surmised what was going on. Lung Fuxian took a deep breath and said slowly, let's contact Star Entertainment News first. If the other party really has more evidence of Jiang Chen buying songs, pay for it. Any amount of money will do. Good. The meeting was adjourned. In the conference room, only Chen Yuman and Lung Fuxian remained. What? Starting to get a headache? Chen Yuman looked at the frowning Lung Fuxian and suddenly smiled delicately. Lung Fuxian rubbed his brow and laughed. How can that be? These things in the entertainment industry are nothing more than a game to me. So what if we let Chenwei Entertainment temporarily pull off a win first? In front of capital, they're all just jumping clowns. I can lose countless times in this kind of game, but my opponent always has only one chance. So no matter how long the game lasts, the ultimate winner can only be me. Chen Yuman, however, seemed a bit unconvinced and bristled. Talking so much, how come you haven't taken down Chenwei Entertainment yet? Humph. Lung Fuxian was a bit annoyed. What's the hurry? Sooner or later. Chen Yuman blinked and didn't try to provoke him any further, but instead turned to ask, I've heard that there's a rumor on the internet lately that Chenwei Entertainment is going to block Lusiki? It's just smoke and mirrors. Lung Fuxian laughed coldly and shook his head. With the strength of Chenwei Entertainment, how could it possibly do such a thing? It's just trying to use this kind of small trick to nauseate us a bit. It's really boring. Morning Vista Entertainment is acting like a drunk right now, punching left and kicking right with no semblance of discipline. And I'm kind of curious as to what's going on in their heads. Now that the entire internet is targeting Jiang Chen's public opinion, the release of Invisible Wings must have also been affected by a considerable amount of influence. And how do they plan to break this? The internet clamor continues, but the protagonists in the conversation don't care. At this moment, Jiang Chen's car was slowly parked at the entrance of an upscale cafe, which was the place where the Beijing Circle's Miss Han Shuer had an appointment with him. Falling Moon, a cafe that was once reported by the media as the most expensive in the Magic City. It is said that the coffee in this store is basically priced at more than $3,000 or $4,000 per cup, and some expensive coffee beans can even be sold for tens of thousands of dollars a cup. And the investor behind this store is the Han Group. The cafe is large and the interior is both luxurious and elegant. If you are willing to spend $5,000 to order a cup of coffee here, you will be somewhat surprised to find that each set of tables and chairs here are not quite the same shape, actually all individually designed. Each set of tables and chairs has its own theme and design concept, just like a delicate work of art, seated around the cafe, both independent and not incompatible. Looks very beautiful. There was also an expensive-looking piano in the middle of the cafe. Perhaps it was the early hour, but no one was playing on it at this time. The cafe wasn't too crowded, with only a handful of tables. Of course, anyone who can still sit here leisurely drinking coffee at this time of the day is obviously of an unusual status. The cafe was filled with a light, refreshing scent. Jiang Chen didn't take a few steps before a pretty waitress girl took the initiative to walk up and gently inform him. Mr. Jiang, Mr. Han is already waiting for you on the second floor. Jiang Chen sized up the waitress girl in front of him, and realized that the other party's clothes and attire and temperament were exquisite, and she was obviously a professionally trained waitress, completely different from those ordinary coffee shop waitresses. Okay, lead the way. He nodded, then slowly walked up the stairs, led by the waitress girl. When he arrived at the second floor, he was somewhat surprised to find that the layout and scenery of this floor was actually completely different again, because it's not too much to say that this place is a garden in the sky. Both sides of the road were lined with fresh flowers, with dewdrops visible on top of the petals, all of which should have been picked fresh off the bouquet that day. The sunlight shines through the floor-to-ceiling glass and shines above these flowers and green leaves in a colorful glow. Jiang Chen even saw a delicate and compact swing not far away. In his heart, he could not help but lament that these rich people, damn it, really know how to enjoy themselves. A place this big, just for coffee? In the middle of the garden, there was only one table. As for Diva Wang Lin, she was already sitting at the table, savoring a cup of coffee with an elegant posture. Chapter 118 The Kangxi Dynasty. Welcome, Director Jiang. Han Cheryl was using a water bottle at the moment, slowly misting a cluster of flowers. Although Miss Capital Circle is already in her 30s, she still looks charming and her looks and figure are well maintained. Seeing Jiang Chen walk over, she lifted her head and shot a glance before smiling and greeting him with an introduction. This place doesn't usually host other guests. It's for my own use. Looking good. Jiang Chen nodded and said. It was originally just a polite remark, but Han Shuer put down the kettle and looked at him with interest. Oh, what exactly is good about it? Jiang Chen froze. The question was odd. It's as if you made a casual, polite comment, it's fine. Others ask in return, how good is it? That would be more or less rude. What's the point of being so serious about something you just mentioned? Of course this kind of question was not difficult for him, and he pointed to the garden right in the center. It's a nice sunny spot, and it would be nice to remove the table and move these flowers and set up a lounge chair for napping. At those words Han Shuer and Wang Lin both froze for a moment. Remove the flowers and remove the table? Then what's the difference between this place being empty and a balcony? And, such a nice place, and you only think of using it for naps? The corner of Wang Lin's mouth twitched slightly, thinking that this answer was very much in line with Jiang Chen's style. After all, this guy is a mixed-up writer who lays around the house every day and doesn't have to think about anything. Han Shuer's brows, on the other hand, knitted slightly. The reason why she was willing to agree to meet with Jiang Chen today was because of her best friend's request, and the second was to examine whether Jiang Chen was suitable to be her daughter's teacher or not. It was only a moment's work before she sensed that Jiang Chen didn't seem to be a very good talker and had a mixed personality. How can such a person be his daughter's teacher? Director Jiang really does think differently. No wonder the internet says you're the best at eating soft food and being a jerk. She looked at Jiang Chen and said nonchalantly. Jiang Chen shrugged. It's just jealousy. Who minds if their wife is rich and beautiful? Ha! Han Shuer, however, shook her head, clearly not agreeing with Jiang Chen's statement. She's the kind of woman who is both rich and beautiful, but doesn't want her husband to be a jerk who spends his days moping around. Most women are mustrong after all, and a man who's too much of a wimp will just be no fun at all for her. So 10 years earlier, she had gotten a divorce from her own husband. The muscatel coffee here is good. You can try it. I'm afraid the rest of the day is just business-like politeness. She sat down on a chair and directly asked the waiter to show Jiang Chen the coffee list here. Remember to add more sugar. It's too bitter to drink without sugar. Jiang Chen reminded. Han Shuer once again a gasp. More sugar? Does this guy know how much a cup of coffee costs here? What about drinking it as sugar water? Han Shuer was a coffee lover. Otherwise she wouldn't have opened such a cafe in a place like Mordor, where there was so much land. The cafe is an investment of more than $200 million and she likes to meet up with her friends for coffee often. However, Jiang Chen's performance made her realize that the two sides were not on the same page. This made Han Shuer's impression of Jiang Chen in her heart uncontrollably much worse. The visitor is a guest. She didn't say anything, and waved for the waitress to get ready. Only when Wang Lin's inquiring gaze came over did she silently shake her head. This guy, it doesn't fit. Seeing this, Wang Lin sighed slightly in her heart, some disappointment in her eyes, but she didn't say anything more. Jiang Chen is actually very talented, but just a little too casual and lethargic. She had originally thought that Jiang Chen would more or less restrain himself and pay attention to his attitude since he was begging Han Shuer today, but she didn't expect that this guy was really not polite at all. Who is Cheryl Han? There is no room for sand in your eyes. This meeting today is not expected to turn out too well. Sure enough, wait for the coffee to be served. Jiang Chen just took a shallow sip. Han Shuer then picked up her cup and said with a clear and cold gaze, Director Jiang can just go back if he only came to me for the matter of Tilting City Entertainment's Lu Siki. Great Kong Dynasty has already begun filming, and Lu Siki is one of the female leads. It's not possible for the crew to change the actors. At those words, Jiang Chen couldn't help but freeze for a moment. He didn't expect Han Shuer to reject his intentions before he even opened his mouth. Could it be that? He looked at Wang Lin next to him. The only person here who could break the news to Han Cheryl was Wang Lin, a veteran diva. However, Wang Lin was as unconcerned at the moment, her eyes slightly looking in the direction of the ceiling, her fingers shaking the spoon in her cup, as if she didn't even notice Jiang Chen's gaze. Jiang Chen cursed in his heart. Damn you, doggone divas like to talk gossip behind their backs too. But while things were a little unexpected, he didn't panic. He didn't come here today to beg. Oh, Mr. Han misunderstood. He smiled and withdrew his gaze. That's not why I'm here today. Han Shuer frowned. It's not about Lu Siki? Then why are you looking for yourself? I heard that Mr. Han is a producer, and his Snowflag Entertainment has invested in many costume dramas. Jiang Chen didn't beat around the bush. Directly from the bag he was carrying, he took out a document. It just so happens that I also have a script here, and I would like to ask Mr. Han if there is any value in investing in it? At those words, both Han Shuer and Wang Lin froze for a moment. Script, please? What kind of operation is this? The two gazes were full of doubts, especially Wang Lin, who had thought that Jiang Chen had come here for Lu Siki's matter, but who knew that Jiang Chen hadn't mentioned a word about it. This guy was the music director of Chenwei Entertainment, so if he came up with one or even two songs, she wouldn't find it unusual. But what was with the script? Han Cheryl directly picked up the copy of the script on the table. She wanted to see what Jiang Chen was planning to do, but when she opened and flipped through the first page of the script, her gaze couldn't help but change slightly, because the title of this script was familiar to her. The Cornucopia. It's only a word away from the one she invested in, The Great Kong Dynasty. Chapter 119. I'll buy this script. Director Jiang, what do you mean by that? There was a slight chill in Han Shuer's gaze. Don't worry, Mr. Han. This script doesn't have anything to do with the Great Kong Dynasty. It just has a similar name, so you can take a closer look. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Only then did Han Shuer frown and continue to look down. Soon enough, she noticed something out of the ordinary, because she realized that the script was thick, but it didn't contain much, probably only a few episodes of the plot, written in great detail. The script is divided by shots, and actually spells out the sets, actors' lines, changes in demeanor, and psychological activities for each shot, and in some places even draws out the subplots, which is meticulous to the extreme. It's safe to say that any director could take this script, cast the actors and go straight to shooting. Of course, the most important thing in determining whether a script is worthwhile is the plot. Perhaps it was because the name of this script was very close to the Great Kong Dynasty. Han Shuer also gradually immersed her mind and began to carefully read the contents of the script. As the helmsman of Snowflag Entertainment, she had read many scripts for historical costume dramas, but it's the first time I've seen a script like this one, which is written according to camera divisions. When she focused on the story, though, it was the more she read, the more alarmed she became. The beginning of just a few episodes lays out the changing of the empire, the ascension of the young emperor to the throne, and the plots of the powerful ministers against the throne. The Emperor Kangxi, in the play, was only 8 years old when he ascended the throne, and the entire affairs of the court were supported by an old woman, Empress Dowager Shozhuang. The play is called the Kangxi Dynasty, So the young emperor in the play must be building his own dynasty. How on earth did the emperor, who was only 8 years old, slowly reclaim his power from the game of the 4 most powerful ministers, and then create a strong empire of his own? This kind of thing, really, can it be done? Without realizing it, 20 minutes passed. Han Shuer didn't say a word, flipping through the script page by page, seemingly completely immersed in the plot. Wang Lin beside her was a bit surprised. Han Shuer had invested in more than a dozen costume dramas over the years. What scripts hadn't she read? Why are you so interested in this script of Jiang Chen's? Jiang Chen didn't say anything, savoring the coffee in his cup, and had the waiter refill it when he was done. This script, of course, was what he had written down after slightly adapting it from the Kangxi Dynasty TV series in his mind. Although the history of the two worlds is slightly different, it is largely similar. As far as he knew, the last dynasty of this world also had such a young emperor, who succeeded to the throne when he was only 8 or 9 years old, and reigned for as long as 50 or 60 years. The only thing that is a bit unfortunate is that due to various historical reasons a couple hundred years ago, the current world of Chinese history and culture has been very badly damaged. Many of the historical documents stored in the repository were burned to the ground, causing great difficulties for historians in their research. Today, while historians know what probably happened in each dynasty, the details of it are impossible to extrapolate without enough historical documents to provide information. So the one that Han Shuer invested in, the Great Kong Dynasty, although it's a historical costume drama, it's really not that different from making it up. When Jiang Chen read this script yesterday, he felt very awkward. This kind of purely made up by the author of the historical story. Perhaps there is a little unique, but the storytelling and historical background, compared with the Kangxi Dynasty, but it is too much worse, simply does not belong to a level. After all, one's fantasies and historical events that actually happened, that's a completely different thing. It was only after another 10 minutes that Han Shuer slowly looked up from the script in front of her. With a vague glint of shock in her eyes, the script in her hands had turned to the last page before she had to stop, or she felt afraid that she might be able to continue reading. Jiang Chen took out this script. The writing is really outstanding. Every detail, set, and character portrayed in it is very real and vivid. Each character in the play has their own interests and aspirations, as well as their own personality and way of thinking. Emperors, ministers, empress dowagers, and even palace concubines and eunuchs. The destinies of hundreds of people are intertwined, not at all messy, and together they form this huge story. This story structure is so awesome, it's almost like it actually happened. It is important to realize that many of China's current dynasties have gaps in their historical examination that desperately need to be filled. And most of the costume dramas they're making now are really just fantastically created stories based on the larger vein of history. Compared to Jiang Chen's script, the vividness of the characters alone is much worse, not to mention all the courtroom rivalries, and the backgrounds and settings of each character. Where on earth did Jiang Chen get such a script? Wang Lin, who was on the side, also took the script over, but after just a few glances, she exuded the same look of surprise as Han Shuer. This script, it's really well written, and some of the handwriting on this script, it's actually, Director Jiang, where did you buy this script from? Han Shuer looked toward Jiang Chen. She'd been entrenched in film and television for over a decade and hadn't touched a single script like this one. She knew basically all those authors who liked to write historical dramas, and she didn't seem to have heard of anyone writing such a script. What? My handwriting? Mr. Han can't see it. Even Diva Wang Lin can't see it? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows and laughed. Han Shuer froze for a moment and looked at Wang Lin. Only then did Wang Lin raise her head with shock in her gaze. It is indeed his handwriting. She had just gotten the lyrics and melody of As You Wish from Jiang Chen a few days ago, so she naturally recognized Jiang Chen's handwriting. Just got out of my head and realized exactly that. Why is it Jiang Chen's handwriting? Could it be that Jiang Chen usually created scripts in addition to writing songs? Han Shuer also looked at Jiang Chen with some incredulity. So, this script was written by Director Jiang? Only slightly. Everyone knows I'm a writer, so it shouldn't be anything unusual for me to be able to write scripts, right? Jiang Chen smiled carelessly. Han Shuer then remembered. That's it. The guy still seems to be a writer. But the rumor, hasn't he been unable to write anything for 3 years and is just a jerk of a writer? Jerk writers. Can you write a script like that? Chapter 120, Theme Song of the Kangxi Dynasty. Han Shuer was secretly surprised in her heart. The script of the Great Kong Dynasty was bought from a well-known old writer in Kyoto, and the movie and TV rights alone cost her more than $1 million. That old writer was in his 50s, had written several historical costume dramas, and had a wealth of writing and experience. He wrote the Great Kong Dynasty compared to Jiang Chen's Kangxi Dynasty, but completely a heaven and a hell. There is no comparison. Just now, Director Jiang was going to ask about the investment value, right? I've read this script and it has investment value. She thought for a moment. Name your price. I'll buy the script. Wang Lin on the side was a bit surprised and couldn't help but look at Han Shuer. It's only been a few minutes? You've decided to buy? She doesn't understand the current market of costume historical dramas, but Han Shuer is certain in her heart that after this script is aired, it will definitely become a classic among historical costume dramas. Currently in China, there is really too much of a shortage of such high-quality historical costume dramas. Jiang Chen, however, smiled faintly. Mr. Han misunderstood. I'm not here to sell scripts. Just to briefly ask if there is any value in investing in a script of this quality. A script that I was planning to keep for my own filming. After all, we at Shenwei Entertainment haven't produced a TV series yet, so we're afraid we'll lose a lot of money if we invest hastily. Mr. Han wouldn't even do this kind of favor, would he? Han Cheryl froze. Not here to sell scripts? Are you kidding me? There were so many people in the entertainment industry who made dramas, so if they just wanted to inquire about the value of the investment, why make a big deal of contacting themselves through Wang Lin? In addition, the investment value of the Kangxi dynasty still need to be considered? Anyone who knows a little bit about the market understands the power of this script. However, after a little bit of mental contemplation, she realized what Jiang Chen meant. I'm afraid the key point of this matter is still on Lu Siki. Jiang Chen's aim was still Lu Siki. He just didn't want to take the initiative to talk, so he used the script as a front. Oh, trying to get yourself to give in? Nice try. She smiled gracefully, her demeanor quickly returning to normal. Shenwei Entertainment is also starting to plan to move towards film and television dramas. Director Jiang wants to switch to being a producer? It's not impossible to try. Jiang Chen said. I wrote the script for the Kangxi dynasty in great detail, and every single shot was considered. I think if we pull together a temporary crew now, we should be able to make it to December as well. In this way, counting the time for publicity and promotion, it shouldn't be difficult to grab a prime New Year's slot. Han Shuer's face suddenly changed. She invested in Great Kong Dynasty. The expected airing time happened to be the New Year's slot. In those days families loved to watch TV and could reap a wave of high ratings. But if Kangxi Dynasty also airs in that time slot, it will clash with her drama. With the two competing against each other, she thought the Great Kong Dynasty didn't seem very competitive. Is Director Jiang threatening me? Han Shuer's gaze carried a hint of coldness. Jiang Chen froze, not knowing at all. What? Could it be that the airing period of Great Kong Dynasty is also in the New Year's slot? Han Shuer's face was expressionless as she quietly watched Jiang Chen's performance. The expected airing time of the Great Kong Dynasty had long been officially announced on Weibo, and she didn't believe that Jiang Chen didn't know. That's just a bit of a coincidence. Forget it. How about this? Jiang Chen's face didn't change, and he hesitated for a long time before seeming to make up his mind. I'll put in more effort, let the crew work extra hours, and save a little bit of time on publicity, and try to air it a month before the year. That way the timing is staggered with the Great Kong Dynasty, and there's no competition between our two families. At those words, Han Shuer's two eyes almost didn't go black, and her face became even more ugly. Even Wang Lin raised her head in surprise and glanced at Jiang Chen. She had just looked over the script and realized that if Jiang Chen's Kangxi Dynasty was aired a month earlier, then the ratings of Dekong Dynasty would definitely be minimized. It's a toss-up whether it will even get airtime on TV. After all, TV stations aren't stupid enough to waste a short period of prime time on such a drama that is both similar and completely uncompetitive. The stories of the two scripts are just too different, no matter which way you look at it. Jiang Chen's Kangxi Dynasty is in a state of complete victory. Han Shuer really hated to take the kettle aside at this point and nourish Jiang Chen's face. This asshole is clearly threatening, and he's even acting like it's such a big deal. But as the helmsman of Snow Flag Entertainment, what scenes had she not seen before? At that moment, he also did not change his face and said coldly, Director Jiang said it so easily. It's a bit too easy to imagine shooting a TV series. Director, actors, sets, props. I won't talk about these problems of the crew. What resources can Shenwei Entertainment take out just for publicity? On the TV station side, how many people do you know? Which leaders do you know? We, Snow Flag Entertainment, have been developing in the field of TV dramas for so many years, and we rely on more than just money, even if the quality of the scripts is not as good as yours, Shenwei Entertainment. But I can guarantee that even if you do get the Kangxi Dynasty made, it's still not clear who will end up surviving on the TV screen. Hearing her words, Jiang Chen but laughed, not caring at all. To be honest, he really does not worry about the problem of filming. His mind has all the memories of watching the Kangxi Dynasty back then. What a one-by-one against the filming of the Kangxi Dynasty is not difficult at all. When the time comes to find a random director, as long as it is not a little cute, will always be able to shoot the effect he wants. The only problem is publicity and contacts on the TV station side. The sky was the limit, and when that time came, he would naturally have other ways to be able to solve it. Publicity is an area where we really aren't as good as Snowflake Entertainment, he mused, but I have my own way. Big deal. I'll just write another song to promote this drama. Mr. Han should know that my songs aren't too hot on the internet. In terms of filming, although I've never been a director, I'm sure what comes out isn't any worse than anyone else's. Han Schwer let out a cold laugh. Jiang Chen really thought this director thing was too simple. A crew of hundreds and thousands of people, actors, sets, props, camera positions, even logistics. Any slip-up in any area can cause big problems for the crew. How can an inexperienced director take control of the whole situation? I guess the scene was already a mess before the scene was finished. She looked at Jiang Chen and said coldly, "Director Jiang, there's no need to say big words. Not to mention you have the nerve to mention the song you wrote? Have you forgotten that the internet is still hanging on the list of hot buttons for cursing you out? You're not thinking about which college girl you're going to fool into writing you a song again, are you? Or are you planning to copy someone's song? I'll admit, your songs are hot on the internet, but it seems like they're all curses that don't help with the promotion." Han Schwer's tone carried the slightest hint of mockery, clearly meaning to go toe-to-toe with Jiang Chen. The netizens nowadays, they really like to make things happen. How can we call it copying when it's our cultural people? Jiang Chen also sighed slightly. Talent has actually always existed quietly in this world, and doesn't belong to you nor to me. I'm just lucky enough to be the mover of talent. Han Schwer let out a cold laugh. What? Superintendent Jiang is already babbling after being poked and prodded? Jiang Chen didn't explain, directly taking out a data disk from his bag and placing it faintly on the desktop. To tell you the truth, I got college students to write the songs for this TV show 2 years ago. I wonder if Mr. Han would be interested in helping me see if this song can be used as the theme song for the Kangxi dynasty? Does it have any publicity value? At those words, both Han Schwer and Wang Lin froze. Jiang Chen's tone was sincere, but their brains were a bit turned around. Jiang Chen had the theme song already 2 years ago? Chapter 121 Borrowing Another 500 Years from Heaven. Han Schwer looked at the data disk on the desktop with some uncertainty. To be honest, she wanted to reject Jiang Chen right now and have him leave immediately. However, the curiosity in her heart made her press down her impatience and beckoned the store's employee over. Bring over a computer. She was curious to know where exactly Jiang Chen's bottom line came from. How dare you go against yourself when you're obviously asking for something? What makes him think that a theme song alone can compare to Snowflake Entertainment's promotional channels and resources? Soon, a laptop was fetched and Han Schwer inserted the data disk into the computer, only to see that only an audio file was displayed on the screen. Borrowing another 500 years from heaven. Borrow another 500 years from the sky? What's this song? Han Schwer furrowed her brows slightly. Now the promotional song for the Kang Dynasty was called 1,000 Miles of Rivers and Mountains, which she had personally asked a senior musician in the circle to write, mainly highlighting the vastness and expanse of the empire. The melody was stirring and rhythmic, and she felt satisfied after listening to it, so she simply didn't believe that the song Jiang Chen took out would be even better. With that thought, she dragged her mouse and clicked on the audio file on her computer. As soon as the music plays, it's a jangly, full-bodied introductory melody, with the sound made by traditional instruments such as horns, drums, gongs and other percussive instruments. The atmosphere is magnificent. It was like a generation of legendary emperors who had conquered the 4 directions and were sitting on the dragon chair high above, accepting the pilgrimage of 10,000 people, and as far as he could see, tens of thousands of dingo iron horsemen stood solemnly, flags fluttering, overflowing murderous atmosphere, warhorse neighing frequently. It was as if something big was about to happen. Han Schwer's gaze flickered with a shocked color. The melodic aura was even more majestic than 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains, somewhat out of her expectation. Afterward, Jiang Chen's voice slowly sounded, along the gentle curves of the rivers and mountains that rise and fall. Let the horse love the middle kingdom, love the north and the south. In the face of icy knives and snowy swords and stormy amorous company, cherish the golden years that God has given me. His voice also seemed to sound not quite the same as usual, very thick, giving off a sense of calmness and depth. I don't know how he did it. These opening lines sound fairly calm, but soon the melody begins to rise. To be a man with a liver and guts, and to be a man with no fear of hardship, the spirit remains the same year after year. There is a bitter and a sweet side to being a human being, and good and evil are separated on both sides, all for the dream of tomorrow. The lyrics were subtitled at the bottom of the screen, and Han Cheryl listened carefully to the lyrics. She didn't know as much about sound as a musician, but as a producer she had her own perspective. For example, does the song match the theme of the script? Does the theme song sound good? Does it have promotional value? So far, Jiang Chen's songs have all been very good, with catchy melodies and well-written lyrics. However, she, who was familiar with the plot of the Great Kang Dynasty, was quietly relieved in her heart, because she realized that something seemed to be missing from Jiang Chen's song, and it didn't quite match the theme. The Kangxi dynasty tells the story of an emperor, but the song doesn't sing about the emperor. It's a nice melody, but the theme doesn't match and the publicity will be much less effective, so she's not worried. Soon enough, though, the chorus of the song comes out. See the hooves of iron clanking across the miles of rivers and mountains. I stand on the cusp of the wind and hold tightly to the spinning sun and moon. May there be peace and prosperity in the land of smoke and fire. I really want to live another 500 years. When Han Shuer heard this, her expression changed violently for a moment. It's amazing how these few lyrics changed the whole mood of the song a bit. The 4 lines of lyrics were all depicted from the emperor's point of view, but the line "I really want to live for another 500 years" was directly sung to bring out the eloquence and grandeur of a generation of legendary emperors. It was then that she realized why the title of Jiang Chen's song was called "Borrow Another 500 Years from the Sky." Yes, what exactly is the thing that a generation of legendary emperors crave the most? Is it power? The rebellious and powerful ministers in the court have been taken down one by one, and the power has been regained to the imperial power. Is the world at peace? All the wars in the 4 seas have been pacified, and the whole of China is a peaceful and happy world. Is it expanding your territory? All around the empire, it's been actively subjugated. All under the sky is the king's land, and all under the land are the king's subjects. A generation of legendary emperors? What kind of bravado and dominance is this? What in heaven's name is there to stop yourself? All of the goals that were set at the time of his ascension to the throne have been realized. When I look at the world, I can't believe that there are no more enemies that I can fight. I really want to live another 500 years. See the hooves of iron clanking across the miles of rivers and mountains. I stand on the edge of the wind and hold the sun and moon tightly as they spin. May there be peace and prosperity in the land of smoke and fire. I really want to live another 500 years. I really want to live another 500 years. I really want to live another 500 years. The music ended slowly. Han Shuer and Wang Lin glanced at each other, and neither of them spoke for a long time in their eyes. Han Shuer looked very complicated. She knew that Jiang Chen wasn't wrong. The song was majestic. The melody was stirring and heroic. And from the perspective of an emperor, it was written about the prosperity of the empire, which was perfect for the theme song of a dynastic historical drama like Kangxi Dynasty. If this guy actually released this song "Borrow Another 500 Years from the Sky" on the internet, it would be a sensation. After all, this guy is hot on the internet right now. The whole internet is currently buzzing about Jiang Chen looking for college students to buy songs, and even Jiang Chen himself tweeted to admit the truth. But Han Shuer took a deep breath. Oh, jokes. How could borrowing from the gods for another 500 years be a buy? Which little cutie can sell a song like that to just anyone? If she couldn't surmise what was going on by now, she was a little too stupid. Jiang Chen was presumably creating hot topics on purpose, and the entire internet was fooled by him. He wrote all the songs himself. He couldn't have gotten someone to buy them. How can anyone approach a college student to buy 2 songs of such high quality in such a short period of time in a row? Do you really think that a song of this quality is a cabbage that you can find everywhere? She's been investing in TV shows for years and hasn't seen many good songs. Han Shuer's gaze gradually became complicated, her heart secretly calculating. She invested more than $30 million in the Great Kang Dynasty, and according to forecasts, if this TV series can be aired properly at the end of the year, the revenue should be more than $50 million. But if Jiang Chen really rushes Kangxi Dynasty before the end of the year, then she will lose her money. $30 million all down the drain. Although $30 million was nothing to her, in business, losing tens of millions of dollars for no reason was not a happy thing. Wang Lin didn't say anything on the side. She knew that both sides had currently entered a critical moment of negotiation. The conditions Jiang Chen offered were completely different from what she had envisioned. She thought Jiang Chen would at most take out a song as a bargaining chip. I didn't expect this guy to threaten Han Shuer with filming a TV series. Now things are a little difficult. Fear Value 93, Chapter 122, Collaborative Shooting? None of the 3 spoke again for the rest of the day. The cafe seemed to be gradually filling up with customers. There are still a lot of rich people in Magic City, and there are actually people who come to drink a cup of coffee that costs thousands or tens of thousands of dollars. The aroma of coffee beans and bread baking gradually wafted up, and the oversized floor-to-ceiling windows, unobstructed, poured sunlight onto the ground. Jiang Chen quietly admired the decoration and design of this cafe. The store is decorated in different styles, with a vintage section, radios and typewriters from the last era in the corners, and the warmth of the wooden tables and chairs creates a sense of age-old sedimentation. Some are more modern, with a wide range of sophisticated and luxurious artwork. It's really like walking into an art gallery. Han Shuer pondered for a long time before raising her head. Jiang Chen, I don't want to beat around the bush with you either. I admit that what you've brought out has impressed me. I can offer you $10 million for this script and the theme song, in addition to giving you a certain percentage share. What do you think? Han Shuer knew that if Jiang Chen took the script out in front of her, he must have meant to make it a condition. That's why her opening price was high. $10 million was enough to buy a script and theme song for a historical costume drama, which was already sky high. It cost just over $1 million to buy the script for The Great Kong Dynasty in the first place, but the quality of this script by Jiang Chen was far above that of The Great Kong Dynasty, and as a producer, she didn't want to let go of such a high-quality script, so she was willing to pay a little more. Han's group wasn't short of money, and neither was she, so as long as she could pick up an excellent script, spending a little more money wasn't much of a problem. However, Jiang Chen shook his head. Mr. Han still misunderstood. I'm not here to sell scripts. If Mr. Han is really interested in the Kangxi dynasty, we at Chunwei Entertainment are not cheap. We are all friends and can totally share the script together. What does director Zhang mean? Co-shooting. With Morning Vista Entertainment taking just over half, Jiang Chen stretched out a finger. Han Shuer was a smart person, and at this point, he wasn't going to hide it anymore. The script is certainly a lead-in. When he came to find Han Shuer today, Lu Siqi's matter was just incidental. What he hoped for more was to borrow Snowflag Entertainment's influence in the field of TV dramas to help Chunwei Entertainment rapidly develop its market. At present, Chunwei Entertainment can only develop in the field of music at the moment, and there are no connections or resources at all in the field of film and television dramas. Snowflag Entertainment, on the other hand, has been rooted in the field of TV dramas for more than 10 years, and if the two sides work together on a TV drama, Chunwei Entertainment will be able to take this opportunity to completely cross over into the field of film and TV dramas. Jiang Chen does not have a lot of good scripts on hand. As long as there are enough contacts, resources and influence in the film and television industry, all of these can ensure that Chunwei Entertainment will steadily develop in the future. As for Luscious, if the two sides could reach a cooperation, Chunwei Entertainment would also become one of the producers of Kangxi Dynasty. So what resistance would there be to the incidental termination of Lu Siqi's contract at that time? Han Shuer sniffed, but her brows furrowed slightly. Co-shooting? Jiang Chen actually had this idea? It will cost about $30 million to film Kangxi Dynasty, with both of us, Chunwei Entertainment and Snowflag Entertainment, contributing $15 million each, while I will then provide the script and theme song, and Snowflag Entertainment's side will be in charge of the filming and publicity. Chunwei Entertainment holds a 70% share of the profits from this TV series, Jiang Chen said. Han Shuer didn't take Jiang Chen's words about her shares seriously at all, but instead silently pondered the matter of collaborative filming. The idea of collaborative filming is not uncommon in the current entertainment industry. After all, the script is someone else's. Chunwei Entertainment, if she does not sell her still want to share a piece of the cake, can only take the mode of co-shooting. After reading the script of the Kangxi Dynasty, she was confident in her heart that, without any surprises, this was definitely a production that could make money. The Huaxia market currently has a huge demand for ancient historical dramas, and the TV series will not only gain a large audience after its release, but will also receive support from the state. However, Jiang Chen's proposed split was a bit of a lion's share. Although the script and theme song were provided by Jiang Chen, Snowflag Entertainment's resources, experience and connections in the field of movies and dramas were also a huge hidden asset. There is no way to accurately calculate these resources into money, but they can make a huge difference in many cases. Morning Vista Entertainment, however, is a complete amateur. It is a bit unrealistic to work with such a layman and ask for a 70% share. In her opinion, even if they cooperated, Snowflag Entertainment should at least take over 60%. Director Jiang, if your first request after we start working together, shouldn't it be for the crew to terminate their contract with Lu Siqi? Han Shuer looked at Jiang Chen with a smile on her face. She hadn't forgotten what exactly Jiang Chen had come to see her for today. Although Lu Siqi was only a minor character, she was still keenly grasped by her. She can't have too many bargaining chips. As long as Jiang Chen wanted to settle Lu Siqi, he would have to make concessions. Jiang Chen smiled and didn't deny it. If we start working together, and Chunwei Entertainment is one of the producers, it shouldn't be too much to ask for such a small request, right? Of course it's not excessive. Han Cheryl shook her head. But, the Lung family behind Tilting City Entertainment is also a big family in Kyoto, and I don't really want to get involved inside the conflict between you and Tilting City Entertainment, so I can't agree to this condition. Script plus theme song, $12 million. If Director Jiang is willing to sell it, I can also give you an additional 10% profit share. But the co-production thing, forget it. Han Shuer is well versed in the way of negotiation. Her tone is very dry, but there is room for maneuver. As the heir to a business family, she was in no hurry to make money. Instead, Jiang Chen has already put the word out about blocking Lu Siqi. She could take her time to talk to Jiang Chen. There was absolutely no need to talk about a result today. As long as she could grab Lu Siqi's card, she wasn't in a hurry at all. Jiang Chen's brows furrowed slightly. 12 million plus a 10% share? It seemed high. But if he remembered correctly, The Kangxi dynasty, in his world, generated hundreds of millions of dollars in profits from an investment of a mere $20 million. If it wasn't for the sake of blocking Lu Siki, who would want to work with Snowflake Entertainment? It seems that there is still a lot of disagreement between our ideas. Han Shuer directly resorted to delaying tactics. I think it's better for Director Jiang to go back and think about it first, and it's fine to talk about the cooperation later. When she finished, she smiled slightly and took a gentle sip of the coffee she had in front of her. She enjoyed this negotiation situation because the situation would only be in her hands. Everything will go in your favor. Of course she could work with Jiang Chen, or she could terminate Lu Siki's contract. It's just a small actor. Would the Lung family still turn their backs on themselves over this kind of thing? Instead, she's going to maximize the value of this bargaining chip. Co-shooting is fine, but there's no need for Manhwa Entertainment to take up so many shares, right? 40% is what she feels is the right price point. Now that the two companies, Manhwa Entertainment and Qingcheng Entertainment, were fighting it out, and she had all the time in the world to wait for Jiang Chen to make more compromises. Jiang Chen looked at Han Shuer expressionlessly, his brows slightly furrowed. To be honest, the situation was a bit different from what he had first envisioned. I didn't realize that both the Kangxi dynasty and Borrow another 500 years from the sky were taken out, but neither of them were able to take down Han Shuer. The profits from these two works had far exceeded the losses caused by Han Shuer's termination of Lu Siki's contract. His heart some annoyed cursed. With this kind of business family dealings, it is really difficult to take advantage of. For the next few moments, Jiang Chen didn't speak again, silently savoring the coffee in front of him. He needed some time to organize his subsequent thoughts. Han Shuer, on the other hand, and Wang Lin glanced at each other, and a hint of a smile passed through their eyes. Jiang Chen, let's see what you do this time. Be a good boy and compromise. For the rest of the time, both women very tacitly did not talk about anything related to the Great Kang dynasty, but instead chatted about some dispensable trivialities. Han Shuer even asked Jiang Chen a few questions about Su Luowei, and took out an exquisite gift box for Jiang Chen to pass on to Su Luowei as a small gift between women. Placed in the gift box was an exquisite diamond necklace, which looked like it should be worth at least tens of thousands of dollars. Surface courtesy done can't pick the slightest problem. Also is considered to add some wiggle room for the negotiation between the two. Han Shuer knows this very well, and will never talk herself to death at the negotiating table, and will never show her vulnerable side. The combination of rigidity and flexibility is the key to negotiation. Jiang Chen didn't have much heart to appreciate the necklace, so he casually accepted it and glanced at Wang Lin before preparing to get up and say goodbye. There was something fishy about today's incident inside and out, and he always felt that someone was behind it. Han Shuer's refusal was euphemistic, but it still provoked a wave of displeasure in his heart. I came here specifically to give you money, and I'm still leonizing conditions to make things difficult for myself? To be able to go from an ordinary trainee to a top heavenly king, he had never relied on compromises, and being taken down. Life and death is not a matter of concern. Hell, it didn't matter if Han Shuer and Wang Lin really didn't give face this time. Then he'll make the Kangxi dynasty himself and release it together then and see who laughs last, sparingly offending the Han group. He would make this woman's investment in 2 years go down the drain. Jiang Chen was about to open his mouth to say goodbye. Just then, however, there was a sudden burst of elegant piano sounds from downstairs. Han Shuer and Wang Lin's gazes were both attracted by the sound of the piano, and they looked towards the downstairs, only to see that in front of the piano in the center of the hall, there was a beautiful girl who didn't know when, and was elegantly playing the piano. She looked to be about 15 or 16 years old, but her piano playing was not bad. It already compares to many professional pianists who are just starting out. Chapter 123, a piano piece. The girl was playing a more muted tune, very much in keeping with the laid-back and artistic feel of the cafe at this time. The guests in the cafe obviously possessed a certain level of music appreciation, and while savoring their coffee, they closed their eyes and enjoyed the piano music of the young girl. Compared to this group of people, Jiang Chen naturally wasn't in much of a mood to enjoy piano music. He planned to gather his staff when he got back and study the filming of the Kangxi dynasty. Whether Han Shuer fought or not, he was prepared for the worst. Of course, since both Han Shuer and Wang Lin's gazes were attracted to the girl at this time, he didn't rush to get up and say goodbye, but had the waiter bring in another fresh cup of coffee. 12,000 for a cup of coffee. Have a couple more drinks and let the woman bleed out. Finally, a few minutes later, the young girl's piano piece was played. The cafe erupted in applause. At the mere age of 15 or 16, the girl showed a very professional level of piano playing, much to the admiration of the audience in the cafe. Her piano talent is really good. Wang Lin smiled faintly. Wait a few more years and she'll become a famous female pianist in China. Han Shuer's gaze was also permeated with a hint of satisfaction. As a mother, of course she liked to hear others praise her daughter. She turned her head back and was about to say something when she saw Jiang Chen across the table savoring his coffee without seeming to care much. I had long heard Wang Lin say that Jiang Chen was very suitable to be her daughter's teacher, and that Invisible Wings and Borrow Another 500 Years from the Sky were all high-quality songs. Han Shuer thought that since Jiang Chen could write songs, he should also know how to play the piano, right? Director Jiang, what do you think of the piano piece just now? She was suddenly curious to hear Jiang Chen's opinion of her daughter. Sloppy, it's still listenable. Jiang Chen's mind wasn't actually on that piano piece, thinking that the girl was just the employee in charge of playing the piano in the store, waving his hand and saying casually. At those words, Han Shuer's face changed. Yu's piano talent and level of proficiency is one that many of the country's leading music professors are not shy about praising, but in Jiang Chen's eyes, it was actually just sloppy, barely audible. Even if this guy knows a little bit about music, he shouldn't be so cocky. Director Jiang really is a musical talent with such a high vision. She snorted coldly and directly mocked. This piece was specially written by Professor Du Sangyun for Xiaoyu to prepare her to participate in the Huaxia Youth Piano Competition. Superintendent Jiang wouldn't know anything about the piano at all, so he couldn't hear it, right, Luna? Jiang Chen raised his head and glanced at Han Shuer, listening to the other man address the girl. He then noticed a hint of something wrong. Remembering Han Shuer's profile, it seemed that there was an only daughter named Han Luyu, the future sole heir of the Han Group, who had been very favored since childhood, only rarely appears in public, so there is no photo above his profile. So that girl is Han Luyu, Han Shuer's daughter? It dawned on Jiang Chen that no wonder Han Shuer's face looked so ugly after hearing his words. Han Luyu was the jewel of the entire Han clan, and since she was young, she had hired various famous teachers to train her, and was much better than her peers. Thinking about it that way, the sloppy and listenable comment I just made did sting a bit. However, he wasn't a good-tempered person either, and at this moment was upset over Han Shuer using Lu Siki as a bargaining chip. What's wrong with sloppy? What's wrong with barely listening? Don't you want your daughter to be an idiot? At that thought, he shook his head and stood straight up. What? Superintendent Jiang is angry and plans to just leave? Of course not. It's just something that came to mind. Jiang Chen looked down at Han Shuer. I'd like to borrow the piano for a while. This kind of small thing, MS. Han shouldn't mind, right? Han Shuer froze for a moment. Jiang Chen wanted to use the piano? Be my guest. After a long moment, she nodded expressionlessly. It's a small thing, and she really isn't too proud to give it a miss. But no matter what Jiang Chen did, it couldn't affect the decision in her heart. It was impossible to want to easily enter into a partnership with one's own snowflag entertainment. Jiang Chen slowly walked towards the downstairs. I'd like to see what he's planning to do. Han Shuer looked at Jiang Chen's back and said in a cold voice. Jiang Chen took one step at a time on the steps of the staircase, the emotions in his heart gradually calming down. The piano has always seemed to him to be more of a ceremonial instrument, elegant, dignified, and with a little romantic mystery. There is no musician who doesn't like the piano, so he has rarely played it since he came into this world, because this instrument seems to have a kind of magic, can attract people to continue to explore. He is always afraid that he will not be able to control to play a few more songs. Once addicted to it is very difficult to pull themselves out, but on the present occasion, he was a bit unable to resist. The negotiations with Han Shuer were a bit unexpected. Wang Lin must have flirted with something behind her back for Han Shuer to be so difficult to talk to. In that case, then let the two eat their own. You're not the only one with a bargaining chip. Han Luyu, the jewel of the Han Group, preparing for the youth piano competition? Oh well, maybe it's time to show this group what real piano music is. May I play a song? Jiang Chen's voice rang out in the cafe, somewhat abruptly, but maintaining the most basic of manners. Although he wanted to teach Han Shuer a lesson, since no one was tearing their skin apart right now, he needed to maintain the surface. Han Luyue's piano sound came to an abrupt end, and she turned back to Jiang Chen with some shock. No one in this cafe had ever bothered her while she was playing the piano. Jiang Chen realized that Han Luyue looked a lot like her mother. Up close, I realized that although the girl was only 16 years old, her appearance was very standard. Her skin was delicate and white, and her dress was beautiful and expensive. However, at this moment, Han Luyue's brows furrowed slightly. The piano, a birthday gift from her grandfather on her 12th birthday, was worth over $3 million. Although it is placed in this cafe, it is not at all going to be played by just any other guest. I'm sorry, this piano. She shook her head, and a quick waiter rushed by. But just at that moment, Han Shuer's voice came down from the second floor. Moon, let him play. Han Luyue raised her head and realized that her mother was standing on the second floor looking at her. I can't help but stare. Mom knows this guy? She suddenly remembered that her mom seemed to be meeting a guest at the cafe today. Even Auntie Lin had come. Could it be the man in front of her? Little girls in the end. Curiosity quickly overcame the displeasure in her heart as she glanced at Jiang Chen. hesitated for a moment, then nodded and stood up from the piano chair. Jiang Chen looked around, and his sudden interruption caused the guests in the entire cafe at that moment to look this way. With his experience, he was naturally accustomed to this kind of public gaze without any tension. Still, in deference to the music, he adjusted himself before walking slowly to the piano and taking a seat in the chair. Wang Lin had also stood up from her chair by now, curiously coming to Han Shuer's side. She was also curious to know what exactly Jiang Chen was planning to do. Does a piano piece change anything? Chapter 124 The Canon. Han Luyue was also sizing up Jiang Chen. She remembered that her mom and Aunt Lin always mentioned the words musical genius when they left the house this morning. Could it be the guy in casual clothes in front of her? But this guy looked like he wasn't much older than he was. So how was he a musical genius? Han Luyue was a bit unconvinced in her heart. She was recognized as a piano genius, and at the age of a teenager, her level was already almost comparable to many professional pianists. She didn't think that this young guy could surpass herself. With everyone watching, Jiang Chen seemed to have finally adjusted himself. He reached out his fingers and gently tapped the piano keys. Ding! The piano made a crisp sound. The sound quality is excellent, very pleasing to the ear, and it's a great piano. He also owned a multi-million-dollar piano in his last life, but the tone of that piano sounded a little different than this one when you listen closely. Good pianos are unique, and each one has its own character that deserves to be savored. For a moment he saw the hunt, and he pressed a few more keys at random. Ding! 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 The unstructured sound of a piano is a constant refrain in this cafe. Jiang Chen felt the timbre of the piano, and a faint surprise gradually appeared in his eyes. The performance of the piano was even better than he had imagined, showing that the piano must have come from a world-class master, and that the usual maintenance had been done very well. This behavior of his, however, looked a bit strange in the eyes of the onlookers. The crowd had originally thought that Jiang Chen was going up to play the piano, but what is he doing now? Does this guy not know how to play the piano? Just want to get up there and try? On the side of the cafe, a few foreigners in suits shook their heads regretfully. Originally, they felt that the Chinese girl's piano playing was very good, and they were planning to enjoy it more carefully, but they didn't expect to be interrupted by this oriental man. Han Shuer's brows were also slightly furrowed. Jiang Chen's somewhat amateurish behavior at this point made her have to start doubting Wang Lin's judgment a bit. This guy, he really knows piano? She took a deep breath and turned around with a bit of disappointment, not intending to waste any more time on Jiang Chen. However, things quickly changed a bit. The sound of the piano suddenly intensified. Jiang Chen seemed to have finally found his form, and the fingers that landed on the piano keys gradually became more numerous. From the very first finger, gradually it becomes 2, 3 roots, 1 hand, 2 hands. The piano sound, which was originally incredibly messy, gradually became regular. A beautiful melody then flowed out from his hands, soothing the impatience in everyone's hearts. Han Shuer felt the change in melody and froze directly, turning to look downstairs. The customers in the cafe also gradually realized that some messy piano sounds seemed to be gradually connecting the dots into lines, turning into a complete piano melody. This melody, it's very nice, and they never seemed to hear about it. Jiang Chen's 10 fingers flexibly roamed around the piano keys, like an experienced pianist who was feeling the timbre of the piano in front of him, and then expressing his thoughts as he pleased. Ding, 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 ding 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 ding. The piano is getting denser, while the tempo is picking up. The toddler has learned to walk, and then walks faster and faster, and in the end even runs. Han Luyue froze, her eyes gradually widening as she looked at Jiang Chen with disbelief. Very nice tune, but surprisingly she had never heard it before. And this way of playing, it's also very novel. On the second floor, Wang Lin's eyes also gradually widened, a hint of shock flashing in her gaze. The last time she saw Jiang Chen play the piano was when she had a bet with Yan Shuoxin. Jiang Chen sang the song As I Wish with piano accompaniment in front of her. She had originally thought that Jiang Chen had borrowed the piano piece because he wanted to come up with another song as a bargaining chip, but at this moment, Jiang Chen wasn't doing that. He was playing a real piano piece. As a singer, she certainly means something. It's hard to write songs, but it's even harder to compose piano music. Songs are able to express emotion through all aspects of lyrics, accompaniment and singing, and where the melody fails, the accompaniment, lyrics and singing make up for it, but not piano music. A good piano song can only express the emotions in it through the melody. The melody is what the listener feels most directly. In this case, the ability to write a great piano piece inevitably requires that one has studied the meter to the nth degree. At present, there are not many excellent pianists in the whole of China. But there are even fewer musicians who can compose excellent piano music. Ding 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 ding. The cafe grew quiet. The guests were gradually discovering the unusual nature of the piano piece, and they put down the coffee cups in their hands and savored it. And the piano melody, too, grew rich and continuous. Before one melody has completely dropped, another one catches up. It was like two children chasing and playing with each other. If you listen carefully, you will find that there are many different emotions in this melody. At times it gives a feeling of serenity, and at other times it is cheerful and sad. The guests all slowly closed their eyes and felt the elegant piano piece, letting their emotions wander completely in time with the melody of the piano piece. The few blonde foreigners on the table to the left had all stood up, their gazes exaggerated as they looked toward Zhang Chen. Some even covered their mouths in shock. Looking at the mouth, one could vaguely discern that it was saying something like "My God." Han Shuer and Wang Lin didn't speak, and both of them glanced at each other, seeing the incredulous gazes in each other's eyes. This tune by Zhang Chen, it does sound good. Ding 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 ding. Zhang Chen's fingers flew up and down, his eyes slightly closed. It was as if he was completely immersed in the piano music. Ding 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 ding. 3 minutes later, the sound of the piano slowly dropped. The cafe was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly burst into applause. Zhang Chen stood up from his chair after exhaling deeply. It's been a while since I've played a classic piano piece like this, and my technique is still slightly rusty. It seemed to work well though, as the guests around him applauded, and he gave a slight salute to those around him in response to the applause. Han Shuer and Wang Lin stood on the second floor, and after a long moment of silence, they also applauded. It's a great piano piece that deserves their applause. Whatever the final outcome of the negotiations, there's no point in resisting such a great show. Zhang Chen straightened up and saw the two upstairs as well. However, he didn't choose to go up the stairs again, but instead, after glancing at Han Luyue next to him, he beckoned for a waiter. Tell your Mr. Han that I still have some things to do, so I'll leave first. We'll talk about the cooperation when we have time. The waitress girl froze. What do you mean? This is going away? She opened her mouth as if to say something, but Zhang Chen had already straightened his clothes and walked towards the cafe door. The piano piece has been played. Han Lakyu's piano music is really sloppy. It was enough that he proved what he had just said. I was going to say goodbye, and since I'd already been downstairs, there was no point in making another trip up. If Han Shuer still doesn't agree to work together in the end, then we'll each shoot to see what we can do and see who can stand in the end. He walked to the entrance of the cafe, and the luxuriously thick glass doors slowly opened automatically. The glass reflection, however, showed the completely frozen expression of a young ant. 1. Fear Value 92, Chapter 125 Wimpy Negotiations. There was silence in the cafe. The crowd seemed to be still immersed in the sound of the zither just now. When Han Luyue on the second floor learned from the waitress that Zhang Chen had left first, she really wanted to shout him back immediately and throw the coffee in her hand in his face. This guy really isn't polite at all. After all that coffee, a casual hello and go? That's his attitude when he wants to cooperate? She gritted her teeth and looked at Wang Lin. It was also the first time she had encountered someone like Zhang Chen who was not at all polite, but it was also unlikely to want her to directly bow down to Zhang Chen. Time was on her side anyway. She wasn't in a hurry at all, and she could keep stalling. People fight for a breath. Buddha fights for an incense burner. The big deal was that she wasn't going to make any more money from the Kong dynasty, and she wasn't going to let her voluntarily compromise with Zhang Chen. I think he must not have gotten far by now, so we'd better hurry up and have someone chase him back. Wang Lin, however, shrugged her shoulders and said in a calm tone, What? Han Cheryl raised her eyebrows and looked at her best friend. What's with this silly BFF? Helping out an outsider? Don't fold. We've already lost. Wang Lin shook her head and sighed darkly. How did you lose? Han Shuer frowned and was about to say something else when she was interrupted. Look at the moon. Han Shuer froze, then looked toward the stairs. Only the usually smart and lively Han Luyue's expression at this moment appeared very dull, her eyes staring blankly at the piano in the center of the cafe. There seemed to be some disbelief and some inability to accept it in the pretty eyes. Still recalling the piano piece that had just been played, her heart is in turmoil. Wang Lin sighed leisurely and said, Han Luyu knows more about the piano than any of them, and this girl has been surrounded by all kinds of famous teachers since she was little. No one in her age group was better than her. That's why Zhang Chen's performance just now gave her a big shock. Zhang Chen wasn't very old, and looked like he was only in his early 20s, not much older than her. A young man, however, played a tune that was beyond her imagination. Does this mean that she's actually poorly endowed? Because she also couldn't imagine that she could have played such a tune in her 20s. You know that the people who taught her were all well-known professors in the country, so how could she lose to someone else under such conditions? That piano piece just now, is it really that powerful? Han Shuer showed a look of surprise and looked at Wang Lin with some difficulty in placing it. She doesn't know much about the piano. He just thought that Zhang Chen's piece was very good, not like something an average person could play, but he didn't think that it would disturb Han Luyue's state of mind. Wang Lin's gaze was a bit complicated as she nodded before taking a deep breath. Very impressive. She wasn't a pianist, yet she could still tell that the piano piece she had just played was awesome. The melody was very beautiful and played in a completely different way. The kind of piano music she couldn't play, much less write. Han Luyue was more specialized in piano than she was, so naturally she felt it more deeply. That, I'm afraid, is the realm of true genius. Wang Lin sighed softly in her heart. Originally thought that Jiang Chen's musical talent was already surprising enough, but I didn't expect this guy to actually. That asshole Jiang Chen. He must have done it on purpose. Han Shuer clenched her fists, her expression suddenly furious. He purposely played such a piano piece in front of Han Luyue to blow his own daughter's self-confidence. He must have been ready a long time ago. Han Shuer straightened her teeth, but after being angry for a long time and changing his color several times, he didn't think there was any better way. She eventually had to sigh helplessly and take a seat in her chair. Call him, Lin, he shouldn't be far. In this round, they did lose. Who would have thought that just now she was thinking about how to use Lu Siki to squeeze Jiang Chen, but as soon as she turned her head, her home was stolen. This feels so suffocating. Jiang Chen came out of the cafe, went straight back to his car and slowly lit a cigarette. He thought about it. If Han Shuer didn't change her mind after smoking this cigarette, he would just drive away, and he wouldn't choose to work with Han Shuer again for the Kanxi dynasty. He'll make his own version of the Kanxi dynasty and make sure it's aired before the end of the year so that the great Kanxi dynasty loses airtime. Same can be said for blocking Lu Siki, only this road time to be much slower. Things are also much more complicated. At the same time will also cause new trouble. If possible, can let the Snowflag Entertainment with Chenwei Entertainment in the field of film and television drama development is the best. But success is in the hands of man, and planning is in the hands of God. If things are not possible, there is no need to force them. We're all out here. Whoever wimped out is a stickler. When the cigarette in his hand was almost burned out, Jiang Chen started the car with an expressionless face and prepared to go back to the company to study the filming of Kangxi Dynasty. At this time, the phone next to him suddenly rang. Hello? Jiang Chen picked up the phone, and a cold voice came directly from the other end. On your terms, Yuki agrees. It's Wang Lin. Oh, is that right? Jiang Chen sneered in his heart and was about to say something, but the opposite party had already hung up the phone directly. Obviously, this diva didn't want to give Jiang Chen the chance to act like a pussy. Jiang Chen didn't care, laughed, put away his cell phone, extinguished his cigarette, and walked towards the cafe. When Jiang Chen re-entered the second floor, he found that Han Luyue, the little girl, had run up at some point and was sitting beside Han Shuer. She didn't say anything, but her gaze had been surreptitiously sizing up Jiang Chen. Oh, Mr. Han, my car was started. Why did you suddenly call me back again? Jiang Chen looked at Han Shuer in front of him and asked smilingly. From this point on, the situation was once again in his control. Han Shuer's face was ugly. Why did I call you back, isn't it clear? Playing this knowing trick again. She didn't mention the piano piece just now, and with a cold face, she said straight to the point. Director Jiang, let's not beat around the bush. I agree to the matter of terminating the contract with Lu Siki. In addition, I'll offer another $12 million to buy the script of the Kanxi Dynasty, and the copyright of borrowing another 500 years from the sky. And after the TV series starts broadcasting, I'll also give you an additional 10% share. If you promise we can sign the contract now. Jiang Chen didn't rush to speak. He knew that the real negotiations were finally about to begin. Unperturbed, he slowly sat down in his chair and raised his hand to beckon the waiter. A cup of coffee, the kind that costs 12,000, with extra sugar. Okay, Mr. Jiang, wait a moment. The waitress' little sister hurriedly agreed and turned around to get ready. Han Shuer had been coldly watching Jiang Chen's performance, and the light in her eyes grew icier and icier. It was the first time she had ever experienced such a fossilized negotiation. Chapter 126. I also want to keep a low profile, but my strength doesn't allow it. Mr. Han, I've said many times that I won't sell the copyrights of the script and songs. Jiang Chen looked straight into Han Shuer's gaze. The only way of cooperation that I can accept is to co-produce this drama, with me providing the script and theme song, and both parties co-financing it, with Chenwei Entertainment owning a 70% share. That's never going to happen. Han Shuer flatly refused, and both sides, after a lot of ranting and raving, began to sit on the ground and argue reasonably. Snowflag Entertainment has been rooted in the field of costume dramas for more than 10 years, and its resources and connections are not comparable to those of Chenwei Entertainment. Morning Vista Entertainment is only contributing a little bit of money, and they want to share 70% of the profits? Director Zhang's appetite is a bit too big. Oh, Mr. Han, don't forget, I also provided the script and theme song. Even if we start working together, I'm afraid the copyright is still in Director Zhang's hands, right? Why care about these details? The authorized use does not affect our cooperation. I can allow Morning Vista Entertainment to contribute, but not more than 20%. Oh, why doesn't Mr. Han open up the pattern a bit? Isn't it good for us to work together and reach a win-win situation? It's also a win-win for me to win twice outright. After 20 minutes of discussion and argument, the two actually still did not reach a consensus, but the profit share is from the beginning of the 7-3, gradually to the direction of 50-50 began to advance. After all, 73 cents was just a sky-high price that Jiang Chen had casually shouted out. He also knew that this split ratio was absolutely unacceptable to Han Shuer, but negotiation is like this, asking for a price in the sky, sitting on the ground to return the money. As long as the final can be negotiated into a 50-50 split, it is also considered that Chenwei Entertainment took advantage of the bargain. After all, Chenwei Entertainment really does not have any resources in the field of film and television drama. In addition to the money, basically when the hands off, the hard work is done by Snowflake Entertainment, and they have to accumulate Snowflake Entertainment's connections and resources in the process. Although Jiang Chen is currently trying to loosen the 50-50 split, Han Shuer still thinks that it's too much of a loss for Snowflake Entertainment to be in charge of both the crew and the publicity channels, and that it's too much of a loss to only get half of the profits. If possible, she prefers to just buy the script and theme song and shoot it herself. Both sides addressed this issue for another half day. In the end, Jiang Chen only agreed to invest an additional $2 million, but the two sides could only split the money 50-50ths. Anyway, this drama is sure to make money. He doesn't care if Chenwei Entertainment throws in an extra million or two, but the script is definitely not for sale. Snowflake Entertainment now has only one option, and that is to work with them. To be honest, if it wasn't for Lu Siqi's matter, he wouldn't have wanted to work with Han Shuer. There were plenty of companies in the country that could make TV dramas. Negotiations were at an impasse for a while. Han Shuer's face was a little red with anger. Director Zhang, negotiating like this is simply no sincerity at all. I don't see any need to talk anymore today. Lu Siqi, I won't terminate my contract. Jiang Chen wasn't polite at all either, slapping the table and shouting. If I remember correctly, it was Mr. Han who called me back, right? Do you really think that Snowflake Entertainment's resources and connections can be of much use? If I wasn't trying to save trouble, Chenwei Entertainment is fully capable of filming the Kangxi Dynasty on its own, so we can compare then and see whose ratings are higher. You, aside, Han Luyue and Wang Lin were both a bit dumbfounded. It was the first time Han Luyue had seen her mother so defeated, and Wang Lin had never seen her best friend get this angry. Knowing that Han Shuer was a great lady of the capital circle, there weren't many people around who dared to be angry with her. Just when both thought they would continue to argue, Han Shuer, however, suddenly took a deep breath and calmed down to look at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, I can agree to all of your conditions, but I also have a request that I hope you'll agree to. Promise you. Jiang Chen cursed in his heart. This woman was really too difficult to deal with. All talked about this time, actually still refused to let go at all. However, on his face, he didn't show it at all. Say, what is the request? Han Shuer mused for a moment, but her gaze looked in Han Luyue's direction. Falling Moon is going to participate in the Huaxia Youth Piano Competition in 2 months, but her music teacher is currently unavailable for the time being, and I hope that during this time, Superintendent Jiang will be able to serve as the youngest daughter's music teacher. Jiang Chen froze at his words. What the hell? A teacher? He looked towards Han Luyue, only to see that the little girl also seemed to be startled by her mother's words at this moment, and noticing Jiang Chen's gaze looking over, she instantly cast her head aside in a bit of a panic, but the two fingers in front of her body were unconsciously tangled together. No way. Mom wants this guy to be my teacher. This guy doesn't look much older than himself, so why should he be his teacher? Jiang Chen frowned. He had always thought that Han Shuer was willing to compromise because she wanted Han Luyu to play the piano piece she had just played in the competition. That was the main purpose of his sudden choice to play canon here. One was to prove that his words were right, and the other was also to throw out new bargaining chips to make Han Shuer compromise. But to his surprise, what Han Shuer eventually proposed was such an odd request. As long as you say yes. Han Shuer took a deep breath. Whether it's terminating Lu Siqi's contract or co-investing in the filming of Kangxi Dynasty, I can promise you that, and you don't have to budge on the investment money. We'll each take half. Han Shuer's tone was somewhat helpless. Although in business, whatever is going on is not as important as her daughter. The reason she was willing to work with Jiang Chen was also for Han Luyue. If it wasn't for the piano piece that had just made Han Luyue feel as if she had lost her soul, how could she have been willing to compromise so easily? Now that the Huaxia Youth Piano Competition was approaching, how could Han Luyue prepare for the competition when her state of mind suffered such a great impact? If he was easily eliminated down the line in the tournament, I'm afraid it would have an even greater impact on Han Luyue's state of mind. Han Luyue has put a lot of effort into this competition and she hopes her daughter will get a good result. The only person who could help Han Luyue untie her heart now was Jiang Chen, so she had to compromise with Jiang Chen. Even if Jiang Chen made it clear that he wanted her to pave the way for Chenwei Entertainment, she still had to accept it. Sure, Jiang Chen on the opposite side of the table didn't know the twists and turns in this, and didn't know that one of his piano songs had already made Han Luyue lose her mind, but instead felt that Han Shuer was putting the cart before the horse. He thought that if it was just to win the piano competition, it wouldn't be better to just teach Han Luyue the canons and have her play it when she competed. Why should you have to travel so far to study after him and lose time? He raised his eyes and glanced at Han Luyue. No, I don't have a lot of time. Teaching her like this is too much of a delay. Han Luyue sniffed and immediately widened her eyes, unable to believe what she heard. What do you mean? It's too much of a delay to teach her this? Did you know I'm a piano prodigy? Every teacher praises her for her intelligence, and you're reluctant to teach her? Han Shuer, however, took a deep breath and said in a firm tone, Director Jiang, this is the basis of our cooperation. You should know that I only have one daughter. Everything about her is of the utmost importance to me. If Superintendent Jiang doesn't agree, there's no way for our cooperation to continue. Lu Siki, I will definitely not terminate her contract. Of course, if Superintendent Jiang agrees, the tuition will be paid by me at the highest standard, as long as Superintendent Jiang can teach her with all his heart. This, Jiang Chen frowned, hesitating once again. The negotiations had reached this point, and he could also feel the final firmness in Han Shuer's tone. If the two sides want to work together, then this is the condition that must be reached. While he was hesitating, Han Luyue on the side was clenching her teeth in anger. This guy, what the hell does that difficult look mean? Other teachers are dying to teach themselves. Mom had already said so, and this guy was actually so hesitant to say yes? It's really pissing me off. After hesitating for a long while, Jiang Chen finally sighed and chose to agree to Han Shuer's request. It's the best possible outcome for the two companies to reach a partnership. Although it was a bit troublesome to teach Han Luyue, it wouldn't take much time if he casually gave some pointers, so it would be considered an after-dinner digestive exercise. Okay, but it's extra, and for 2 months at the most. This sentence, again, made Han Luyue, who was on the side, furious. Good. Han Shuer didn't care much and immediately agreed. 2 months was more than enough time for my daughter to adjust back to her mindset. Any longer than that, she didn't feel comfortable with her daughter following Jiang Chen, the asshole, all the time and learning the hard way. Let's sign the contract then. There's no need for the Great Kong Dynasty to continue filming. Let's work together directly on the basis of the Great Kong Dynasty crew and change the script to the Kangxi Dynasty. The venue props and actors are pretty much the same, with a few tweaks. Han Shuer waved and called out to the staff to prepare the contract. Jiang Chen naturally had no problem with any of these things. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen and Han Shuer jointly pressed their handprints on the contract. The two sides reached an agreement to jointly invest $15 million in the Kangxi Dynasty TV series, and each occupies a 50% share of the ratio. Snowflag Entertainment is responsible for filming and publicity and promotion, while Chanwei Entertainment is responsible for providing scripts and promotional songs. However, Han Shuer, in order to allow Jiang Chen to properly teach Han Luyue, directly stated that she would allow Chanwei Entertainment to only contribute $10 million when she finally signed the contract. The extra $5 million was paid by her as a tuition fee for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen stood up and the two shook hands. Happy cooperation, but I hope Mr. Han won't announce to the public for the time being that I wrote this script for the Kangxi Dynasty. Why? Han Shuer's gaze was a bit puzzled. The Kangxi Dynasty was written so well. Shouldn't Jiang Chen want the more people to know about it the better? Alas, every family has a hard lesson to learn. Jiang Chen sighed helplessly. My family doesn't approve of my dream of becoming a writer, so it's not good for me to announce these things now. Authorship is the sharp edge he's going to use to cut the chains of showbiz, and he's not about to announce it at this point. As you know, I am a person who has always been very low-key despite my empty talent. I'm too lazy to talk back when other people misunderstand me, and only recently there have been a few more hot searches on the internet, all of which are slander against me, and I didn't say anything, so I still hope that the two of you will keep this matter a secret for me. At those words, the corner of Han Shuer's mouth but twitched, her gaze oddly glancing at Jiang Chen. Just you, still low profile? What the hell do you have to do with that word? However, the two had just talked about cooperation, and there was no reason for her to refuse such a small matter, so after thinking about it, she directly nodded her head and agreed. What about the termination of Lu Siki's contract? When does Director Jiang want me to announce it? The sooner the better. Of course. Jiang Chen was indignant. Damn. One more day that woman stays in my crew. One more day I feel bad. And that group of mother ********* ing black fans from Tilting City Entertainment cursing me on the internet every day. I've long wanted to smack them in the face. You aren't trying to keep a low profile? Han Shuer felt like she was a bit unable to keep up with the rhythm of Jiang Chen's thinking. I do want to lay low. Jiang Chen sighed, but strength doesn't allow it. What can I do? Cheryl Han, Wang Lin, Fear Value 92, Chapter 127, The Diva's Bad Taste. The cooperation was concluded, and Han Shuer retained Jiang Chen for 2 more cups of coffee out of politeness. However, Jiang Chen was on the verge of vomiting, so he still got up to say goodbye. 5 minutes later, Jiang Chen left the Falling Moon Cafe with the contract. Han Shuer stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling glass, looking on as Jiang Chen's car slowly drove out of the parking lot. I thought you were going to put him on your show and just let him go? She suddenly looked at Wang Lin and asked with some confusion. She had originally thought that Wang Lin would take the opportunity to bring up that strongest female group thing. Wang Lin sighed slightly and shrugged again. Forget it, he definitely won't agree. This guy is a real music genius. The value of that piano piece just now is incalculable. How could he put a mere $8 million of notice fee in his eyes? You're going to give up? Of course not. Wang Lin immediately shook her head, then revealed a somewhat mischievous smile. This morning, I suddenly heard something even more interesting from Yan Shuoxin. Oh, Han Shuer froze slightly. What is it? Wang Lin blinked. National Young Writers Exchange. Ever heard of it? Han Cheryl shook her head. A few of the women around Jiang Chen seem to be planning to make him go to this exchange meeting. Wang Lin explained. Because they feel that Jiang Chen doesn't have any writing talent, so they want to take advantage of the exchange meeting to let the outstanding young writers blow Jiang Chen, so that he'll completely give up writing. At those words, the corner of Han Shuer's mouth twitched. Jiang Chen has no writing talent? How can someone without writing talent write a script like the Kangxi dynasty? Not to mention young writers. I'm afraid even that group of older writers can't write it, right? Who else could blow his self-confidence? And so on. She suddenly realized why Jiang Chen wanted her to help him hide the script. Couldn't it be just so that you can act like a pussy on this occasion, right? She knew that men had a bad taste for pretending, and an even more boring interest in pretending to be a pig in a poke. She shook her head at the thought and couldn't help but feel a little speechless. Really? It's so boring. Don't you think it's interesting? Wang Lin, however, was very interested. When I think of those young writers arrogantly showing off in front of Jiang Chen at that time, I find it very interesting. How about it? Do you have the time to accompany me to this exchange meeting? I've already asked my assistant to get the invitation. I'm not as boring as you guys. Han Shuer shook her head expressionlessly. This afternoon, I'm going back to Kyoto. Falling Moon will stay in Magic City during this period of time and study with Jiang Chen. She's been a bit rebellious lately, so help me look after her. Don't let her learn from Jiang Chen. No problem. Wang Lin nodded. Han Luyue, this girl is also she watched grow up with their own children is not much different. To help take care of it naturally no problem. But after she took a sip of her coffee, she brought up the incident that had just happened. Are you really not going to the exchange meeting? Don't you want to see that group of young writers showing off and fooling around in front of Jiang Chen? It's fun just thinking about it. The corner of Han Shuer's mouth twitched. Then, I'll just fly over and take a look then. Good. You sure do like this boring stuff too. When Jiang Chen returned to the company with the contract, several people from Su Jingshu had long been waiting in her office. Snowflag Entertainment actually really agreed? Su Jingshu asked with some excitement. Regarding the final outcome of this negotiation, she could not believe it when she received the news. She really couldn't even dream that Jiang Chen had actually convinced Snowflag Entertainment to terminate Lu Siki's contract? How on earth did he do that? Su Luowei and Yan Shuoxin were both in the office, and both of them looked at Jiang Chen with great surprise and curiosity. Han Shuer, as the big miss of the $10 billion group, was neither short of money nor good at talking, so what exactly did Jiang Chen use to convince the other party? Old Primrose, open up the pattern a bit. Jiang Chen sat very leisurely in his own chair and said slowly, I merely wrote a theme song for the Great Kang Dynasty. Who knew that Han Shuer would actually keep begging me to take Han Luyue as a student? Even begged us Chanwei Entertainment to co-invest in the filming of Great Kang Dynasty. Originally I wanted to refuse, but she was really sincere. Back and forth mentioned several times. I also had to reluctantly agree. This is the contract. With that, he took the contract documents out and put them on the desktop. We need to contribute $10 million. 50% of the shares. Call it in these days when you have the money ready. At that, the few women in the office froze outright. Snowflake Entertainment invites Chanwei Entertainment to co-finance the Kang Dynasty? And they only need to contribute $10 million to get 50% of the shares? What the hell is going on here? Is Cheryl Han crazy? Su Jingshu picked up the contract with a face full of disbelief and carefully flipped through it. It wasn't until her eyes landed on the lower right corner, where Snowflag Entertainment's Han Shuer's signature and the company's official seal, that she was convinced that what Jiang Chen said wasn't wrong at all. Snowflake Entertainment really agreed to work with them and also take care of filming, promotion and publicity. Most importantly, they only have 50% of the shares. A few of the women looked at each other, all a bit unable to believe it. How the hell did you do that? Su Jingshu froze for a long time before looking at Jiang Chen and asking, how do I know? Jiang Chen waved his hand. Maybe rich people's thinking is different from ours. When I first met Han Shuer, she was holding a water pistol to nourish water on roses, and she didn't feel very smart about it either. The corner of Su Jingchu's mouth twitched. The Beijing Circle's eldest lady playing with water guns in broad daylight and nourishing water on roses? Really? It should be for Han Luyu, right? Just as several people were all looking at each other, Yan Shuoxin suddenly said. Su Jingchu and Su Luowei both looked toward her. Yan Shuoxin continued. Han Luyue is the only heir of the Han clan and has been very favored since she was a child. So if it's for the purpose of letting Han Luyue study under Jiang Chen, then this amount of money from filming the Great Kong Dynasty is really nothing to the Han clan. Only then did Su Jingchu come to a realization. I'm telling you, Han Shuer is the founder of Snow Flag Entertainment. How could she be so stupid? Han Luyu was the jewel of the entire Han group and the only daughter of Han Shuer. It was not surprising that Han Shuer made these concessions for her daughter. After all, these big capitals were not short of money themselves. A diva is a diva. Really is a great ice and snow smart. Jiang Chen didn't mince his words of praise. Originally, I wanted to hide it for a bit, but I didn't expect you to guess everything straight away. Yan Shuoxin hummed softly and didn't say anything. In the office, Su Luowei's expression was however a bit odd. Here she knew Jiang Chen best. Where would this guy take the initiative to compliment others? It's good that he didn't sneer at you a few times. So what he just said must have been another intentional taunt from this guy. Just that the others couldn't hear it. She looked at Jiang Chen helplessly and angrily. This guy was being weird again. Chapter 128, Dismissing Lu Siki. Well, the extra questions will come later. Jiang Chen waved his hand. There are still a lot of things to be done now. If you want to completely block Lu Siki, it's not enough to rely on Snow Flag Entertainment to help. Bring over all the advertisers' information that work with Lu Siki later. I'll study it. In addition, the voice cursing me on the internet now is just too small. The dog days of Tilting City Entertainment doesn't even bother to spend this amount of money on the water army, and he still needs me to help him think of a way to do it. Old Primordial, later on, you also buy some water armies and fire up the heat. Su Jingchu couldn't help but be a bit speechless. Again buying water army to scold himself. Can this guy arrange a bit of normal task or not? However, the various things that had happened during this period of time had proved that Jiang Chen's operations, although strange, were very effective. There was no way for her to refute anything further. So she could only honestly take the task and go back to prepare. You guys have nothing to do but go about your business too. I'm ready to do a little literary work. After Su Jingchu left, Jiang Chen waved his hand again and reminded Su Luowei and Yan Shuoxin. He planned to point out from time to time that he hadn't given up writing yet, so that Nikki could prepare herself mentally. But he does have a bit of a lot on his plate these days, not only writing scripts, but also updating all those years we blow the lights out together on a daily basis. Inexplicably taking on the job of teaching little girls again. It's a ing in human day. It's imperative that you address Dumping City Entertainment immediately to get your life back to being leisurely. Su Luowei and Yan Shuoxin glanced at each other, stood up, and walked towards the door. But just as they stepped out of the gate, a strange light flashed in the eyes of the two men. Because just now, they had all received a file from Diva that was a video of Jiang Chen playing the piano in a cafe. According to Wang Lin, it was because of this piano piece that Han Shuer chose to work with Chenwei Entertainment, and at the same time allowed Han Luyu to study under Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen hadn't said any of these things, but that piano piece, they had secretly listened to it. This guy, he always likes to hide. Yan Shuoxin took a deep breath. The young writers' exchange. Wang Lin said she'd be there. I've got the invitation. It'll be held at the Magic City 100 Books building in 3 days. Su Luowei took a deep breath and nodded her head. This was the plan they had discussed between the women. 3 days later must make Jiang Chen collect his thoughts and give up writing. Spend all your time on music. The cast of The Great Kong Dynasty. It was already time for a noon break. The crew paused to film and start putting out the meal. Next to the filming location was a makeshift tent set up where the cast members who were wrapping up could take a break. Perhaps it was because it was a Saturday. The lunchboxes handed out by the crew included 2 extra chicken thighs. The actors gathered in 2s and 3s with their boxed lunches and chatted as they ate their boxed lunches. There are several actors and actresses from Tilting City Entertainment in the Great Kong Dynasty, but with the exception of Lu Siki, they are all in drag queen roles. At this point several people were gathered and chatting. Ugh, have you guys seen the hot search in the past 2 days? You mean about that asshole writer Jiang Chen? Yeah, it's been all news related to him the last few days. He even mentioned Sister Siki during his interview the day before yesterday. An actress playing a courtesan suddenly looked at Lu Siki. Sister Siki, there are rumors on the internet right now that Chenwei Entertainment is planning to block you all over the internet. You slapped that girl from Chenwei Entertainment a few times on the spot that day. Nothing will happen, right? Oh, it's all just rumors. Lu Siki gave a somewhat disdainful sneer. How large is Chenwei Entertainment? A small studio. What can it do to block me? Do you guys think it's possible? Unless that Jiang Chen is crazy and thinks the entire entertainment industry is run by his family. At that, several of the actors laughed. Fair enough, how is that possible? Humph, just a few slaps. Who made that smelly girl disobey? That's right, I haven't seen her for the past few days, so I guess she's gone home to cry. He. I don't think Shenwei Entertainment will dare to send actors over again. But, Su Luowei's Invisible Wings released in the past 2 days seems to be very hot. Is it really okay? Afraid of what? The previous courtesan actress bristled. Didn't you see the hot search this morning? That song was written by Jiang Chen, who found someone to write it for him. It's already been solidified. Even the recording has been released. He cajoles college students into selling songs and shamelessly puts his name on them. Now that the entire internet is full of voices cursing Jiang Chen, where's the time to care about anything else? That's true. Even if Shenwei Entertainment wants to do something, the company will step in to defend us. The crowd was talking in tongues. At that moment, however, someone pulled open the door of the tent and poked halfway in. Lu Siki, Director Wang is looking for you. Go there. Lu Siki froze for a moment. Director Wang Zongkai? That was the general director of Dekong Dynasty. What was he doing looking for himself all of a sudden? Is there something wrong with the scene that was shot in the morning? Okay, I'll be there now. She put down her boxed lunch and stood up in a hurry. The other actors were all looking at Lu Siki's back with some envy. Ugh, it's just nice to be the lead actor. There are directors looking for it all the time at dinner. We usually can't even get a word in with the director if we want to. By the time we're done with this movie, we should have some footage as well. The rest tent for the director's crew wasn't in the same place as the actors, but it wasn't far from this place either. Luscious found the place after only 2 minutes of walking. However, when she pulled open the tent door, she realized that inside the tent door, besides Wang Zongkai, there were actually a few people she hadn't seen at all. Looking at that dress, it seemed to be a staff member on the producer's side. Director Wang, you're looking for me? Luscious smiled slightly at a few people before asking. She had long inquired about the producer of Dekong Dynasty, which was invested by Han's Group, Snow Flag Entertainment. Snow Flag Entertainment is also definitely considered a big name in the field of TV dramas, and many well-known TV dramas are invested by them. As a drama actress herself, such a company could never be offended, so she put herself in a low position as soon as she entered. However, the atmosphere inside the tent seemed a bit odd. In the face of her smiling face, everyone did not show any expression, including Wang Zongkai. All of them remained silent. The atmosphere was slightly cold, and Wang Zongkai sighed slightly before speaking. Siki, this time, I've asked you to come here because I have something to inform you. What? What is it? Lu Siki sensed something was wrong and looked at a few people, asking with a dry smile. The cast and crew of the Great Kong Dynasty are planning to terminate your contract. Wang Zongkai took out a document and set it in front of her. Here's the termination letter. Take a look at it and sign it if there's nothing wrong with it. At those words, Lu Siki directly froze. Chapter 129 Borrow Another 500 Years from the Sky is released. Unwind. Dismissed? She looked at Wang Zongkai with a little bit of disbelief. Director Wang, I've been in the group for more than a week. Why did I suddenly terminate my contract? Is there some kind of misunderstanding here? Or did I not perform well somewhere? I can change anything that's wrong. Wang Zongkai waved his hand, his tone somewhat indifferent. This is the final decision of the director's team after discussion, and there's no particular reason. It's just that suddenly you don't feel that you're suitable for the current role, and we're planning to replace you. Lu Siki was a bit flustered. It was her first time to act in such a big production as Dekong Dynasty, and she was also the female lead. How could she give up so easily? Director Wang, please give me another chance. Wherever you think I didn't act well enough, I can change it. I've been reading the script of the Great Kong Dynasty every day and my understanding of the character has been strengthening. I can definitely perform better. Okay, stop it. Wang Zongkai directly interrupted her. The role you are playing now will be played by an artist from Chunwei Entertainment. You should understand what I mean. Upon hearing the words Morning Vista Entertainment, Lu Siki just couldn't help but freeze. Her role would be played by an artist from Chunwei Entertainment? What's going on here? You'll sign the termination letter, and the crew will compensate your company for the breach of contract as agreed in the contract for delaying your time. Wang Zongkai set the document in front of Lu Siki. Lu Siki's expression, on the other hand, was a bit dull. She looked at Wang Zongkai and then at the others in the room, her mind in turmoil. So, it was Chunwei Entertainment that stole her role? How is that possible? How did they do it? The cast and the producers behind the Great Kong Dynasty are very powerful. It's simply not something that a small company like Morning Vista Entertainment can sway. The producers? Lu Siki suddenly remembered the strangers in the room. They should be the staff of Snow Flag Entertainment. Did they do it? They're the only ones who can change the crew's decision at this point. But, Why would Snowflag Entertainment do this? Lou Siki walked out of the tent with the termination contract in hand and a somewhat dull expression. The cell phone suddenly rang. It was the agent calling. Apparently, by this time the company had also received news that the crew had offered to terminate their contract. She opened her mouth and was about to say something when the agent on the phone suddenly sounded a little exasperated. Siki, come back first. The Great Kong Dynasty has cancelled its contract with all the artists of Qingqing Entertainment. Lou Siki couldn't help but open her mouth wide. They're all out of contract? What the hell is going on? 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The Jiang Chen song ghostwriting fiasco has intensified on the internet. After the water army Su Jingxu arranged entered the scene, it directly topped the hot search to the #1 position. Jiang Chen's microblog also received more than 400,000 comments plus 100,000 black fan followers in just a few hours. All of these people are here to berate him. Of course, although Invisible Wings fever has climbed with the addition of these topics, but the internet has brought a lot of publicity to the song. In particular, the fact that Jiang Chen voluntarily admitted to ghostwriting and the revelation of the song buying recordings made the online public opinion more and more serious. Netizens have demanded that Jiang Chen come forward to give a statement and immediately return the song's autograph to the female college student, as well as compensate enough royalties. However, Jiang Chen's microblogging has never given a positive response, as if it is oblivious to the internet buzz. Such an attitude obviously did not satisfy the netizens, and more people gathered in the comment section of Jiang Chen's microblog. Just as the entire singing world and various media outlets are gradually focusing their attention on this topic, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the cast and crew of the Great Kong Dynasty suddenly released a message. Unfortunately, due to the actors' personal reasons, the crew has completed the termination of the contract with Tilting City Entertainment Lou Siki this afternoon. There will be recasting and additional footage of the actors' role in the show. The message went out and didn't attract much attention from the netizens. But there are a lot of people in the entertainment industry who are puzzled by the fact that the Kong Dynasty has already started shooting for a week. So why would it suddenly terminate the contract with the actors? Is there something wrong with Lou Siki's body? Many agents called the crew with doubts, hoping to take advantage of this opportunity to secure the role of Lou Siki for their artists. However, all calls to the crew did not connect, and it was as if the crew and producers of the Kong Dynasty had completely disappeared. 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the official microblog of the cast and crew of the Kong Dynasty once again released a message. The theme song of the Kong Dynasty is released. Borrow Another 500 Years from the Sky. Sung by Jiang Chen. Lyrics by Jiang Chen. Music by Jiang Chen. Welcome to download and play. The message went straight to the attention of the entire internet. There was no other reason than the word Jiang Chen. Due to the impact of the ghostwriting fiasco, Jiang Chen's current attention on the internet could be said to be higher than that of many traffic stars. It's mostly cursing, but heat is heat. As the helmsman of Snowflag Entertainment, Han Shuer was very precise in her grasp of the big picture of the situation. After 2 minutes of swiping the microblogging, they just shot off and asked the staff to release the theme song this afternoon, in order to rub off on Jiang Chen's traffic. Other people didn't know that Jiang Chen wrote his own songs, but she did. The Great Kong Dynasty is still very far from publicizing its theme song, but this opportunity to rub it in is a rare one. Han Shuer, based on the principle of watching the fun, directly asked the staff to highlight Jiang Chen's name in the published information. Singer, Jiang Chen. Lyrics, Jiang Chen. Composer, Jiang Chen. Arrangement, Jiang Chen. A series of Jiang Chen directly triggered a hot debate. Jiang Chen's new song Borrow Another 500 Years from Heaven released. Countless netizens who were furiously cursing Jiang Chen in the comments section just exited Jiang Chen's microblogging and saw this hot search, and were instantly stupefied. What's going on? Jiang Chen wrote another song? Borrow Another 500 Years from the Sky, or the theme song to the Great Kong Dynasty? Entertainment singing. The group of singers were also confused by the maneuver. Didn't you say that Jiang Chen got someone to write his songs for him? What's with the whole drama theme song all of a sudden? The crowd was puzzled and clicked into the song. A resonant, full-bodied, bold introductory melody suddenly began to play. Along the gentle curves of the rivers and mountains that rise and fall, let the horse love the Middle Kingdom, love the North and the South. In the face of icy blades and snowy swords and wind and snowy amorous company, cherish the golden years God has given me. Chapter 130. Lin Lurong's shock. Jiang Chen's voice rang out. It's like 1,000 armies, swallowing mountains and rivers. See the hooves of iron clanking across the miles of rivers and mountains. I stand on the edge of the wind and hold the sun and moon tightly as they spin. May there be peace and prosperity in the land of smoke and fire. I really want to live another 500 years. The group of singers froze, and the netizens all froze. This song, was it written by Jiang Chen? You don't think so? That sounds like it's okay. After listening to the song, they only felt a rush of hot blood to their hearts. It was as if he was already clad in armor at the moment, in a battlefield of swords and daggers. Wherever the war flag pointed, the brazen iron horsemen swarmed up, 10,000 horses galloping, unstoppable. Artillery roared in the distance, a blackened shell slamming into the enemy's rear. The once unbeatable enemy army showed horror and retreated underneath this offensive. And you are standing on top of a mountain not far away, silently watching the scene. After this battle, the world is at peace. There is no more rival in the world. The only regret you have before you is not being able to live a few more years. If I could borrow another 500 years from heaven, how far will my empire prosper? Netizens have been exuding shocked expressions. ****** The song. It sounds a little uptempo. As soon as the melody started, I felt like I was enthroned. So this is how it feels to be an emperor. So cool. After listening to the song, I instantly felt like I could do it and was ready to do it again in 5 minutes. Is this song really sung by Jiang Chen? Why am I so unconvinced? Singers and netizens clicked on the song's information in disbelief, only to find that the song's lyrics and compositions, including the singing, were really only by Jiang Chen. This sent the entire internet into a frenzy. How is this possible? Such a nice song. Was it written and sung by Jiang Chen? But isn't that guy a jerk writer? Not looking for someone to buy a song? For a while, the crowd was in a daze. This guy Jiang Chen, can you write songs or not? 2 hours later, borrow another 500 years from the sky shot to #1 on the Hot 100 charts. Meanwhile, a new dark horse has also broken into the EZNet Cloud New Songs chart, with both airplay, retweets and downloads rising rapidly. The netizens' previous doubts were all turned into promotional boosters for the song at this moment. Holy, Jiang Chen is on fire again? The insane squad group of 5 people, seeing the hot topic on the internet, were immediately thrown into a daze. The sudden reversal made their brains spin a bit. Didn't you say that Jiang Chen's songs were ghost-written? What's with the sudden appearance of another song? Matsu, what do you think of this song? It sounds like it might be okay, but, Matsu paused for a moment before wondering. Normally, it shouldn't be this hot. The person who asked the question shook his head helplessly. It's not because of all the maliciously hyped traffic earlier. This song, compared to Invisible Wings, lacks in topicality and popularity. But with all the hype surrounding the topic over the past few days, the attention has naturally risen several levels. No way. I'm still planning to hit the singer influence charts this month, and it's going to be time to post them soon. Matsu sounded a bit resigned. In China, every singer and musician is ranked. Several of China's oldest entertainment media outlets jointly release a nationally oriented ranking every month. The Chinese Music Ranking, CWR. The musicians and singers who make it to the list are the best in the entire music scene, gaining a significant rise in attention and traffic. What Song wanted to achieve was the most influential artist of the month, for which he prepared 3 songs at the beginning of the month, and they all did well. I didn't realize that once we entered the second half of the year, the whole situation shifted. Sulaway's Invisible Wings almost triggered a Twitter meltdown. Later, there was Jiang Chen's Borrow Another 500 Years from the Sky, which rampaged through the new song charts. Alas, if you didn't have these 2 songs from Jiang Chen, you might have been stable, and those 3 songs of yours were on the hit list at the time. Don't be discouraged. Chanwei Entertainment's situation is very uncertain right now, and their song release is short, so we'll see. I've also asked the company to look for various channel relations in the past few days to see if we can secure the election of the most influential singer of the month. I've been preparing for this opportunity for quite some time. Overtime. In the meantime, once again, the EZNet Cloud Operations Department has been notified of emergency overtime. Colleagues, overtime tonight. The promotional pages and posters for Borrow Another 500 Years from the Sky must be rushed out by 12 o'clock. The operations team also needs to keep someone on board to follow up on the heat on the internet. Borrow Another 500 Years from the Sky is going to be so hot that you can't let the internet find a place to listen to the song. At that, there was a wave of resentment from the operations staff. Overtime again? How long has it been since the last time Invisible Wings temporarily worked overtime? Why is Jiang Chen's song on fire again? Asterisk. Can't you give someone a break? Last time I worked until 3 in the morning, and I don't know what time I'll have to add this time. Doggone Chanwei Entertainment. If it weren't for overtime pay, I'd leave my job. Alas, forget it, cut the crap, do a good job. This month's bonus should be less. For what Jiang Chen had gotten up to on the internet, the entire EZNet Cloud platform is both shocked and sighing, but the arm cannot twist the thigh. The shift should be added or have to be added. Despite all the grumbling, everyone went off to get ready for work honestly and with their heads hanging down. Editor-in-Chief Chen, check out this song. The title sound in Windward Magazine office building was as brightly lit as the EZNet Cloud. Chen Zhijian received the data reported over by his subordinates in a hurry. This song Borrow Another 500 Years from the Sky has been on several Hot 100s in a row. Chen Zhijian took the report and flipped through the 2 pages, but his brows furrowed slightly. He is the editor-in-chief of Tidal Winds magazine, and his main job is usually to recommend songs to people. Every week, Tidal Sound Winds will recommend the most noteworthy and listenable songs of the week for netizens and fans through various data comparisons, screening and ratings. As the fastest rising music recommendation media in China in recent years, Tidal Wind has already gained tens of millions of fans, and is also the music weather vane for many radio stations, music bloggers, and even KTVs. The songs they recommend every week are well received by netizens, which is an important reason why Tide Windward has been able to quickly accumulate a large number of fans. One of the most common slogans within the company is that the market determines everything, so the goal of their work is to recommend the most marketable songs to the netizens. This song is sung by Zhang Chen? Chen Zhijian looked at the report in his hands and pondered slightly. Generally speaking, those who can generate a lot of attention and heat right after releasing a song are bound to be well-known singers. The release of the new song by the national goddess 2 days ago was the result of a huge fan base that has generated huge buzz and continues to come out of the woodwork. But Zhang Chen isn't a well-known singer. How can it be so hot? Zhang Chen, Su Luowei's husband, the composer for the release of Invisible Wings, is him, the subordinate explained. During this period of time on the internet because of the Invisible Wings song buying fiasco, many fans and netizens have paid attention to Zhang Chen. Originally everyone thought that Zhang Chen must have impersonated the original college student author, but after the release of the song Borrow from the Sky for another 500 years, things have become a bit confusing again. That means the song grafted on a lot of Invisible Wings heat, which is why it got such high airplay. The subordinate nodded. Yes, and the questions and hot debates about Zhang Chen on the internet are boosters. This guy has actually been quite famous. Chen Zhijian nodded. When national goddess Su Luowei announced that she was getting married 3 years ago, she had already put Zhang Chen on the spot. But what Zhang Chen had reaped over the past 3 years had always been curses, and he didn't expect to actually enter the music industry now as well. What the rating team means is that the quality of this song can be placed among the list of recommended new songs for this week. Chen Zhijian looked at the comments on the report and couldn't help but stare. Highly recommended for its heat, lyrical quality, novel theme, and professional singing. Tidal Wind suggests new songs to the internet every week, sometimes 1, sometimes 2 or 3. It depends largely on the current market song to decide. This week's slot was already set for Invisible Wings, and I didn't realize that the rating panel had nominated another song, and the reviews seemed to be pretty good. He looked at the heat on the internet related to Borrow another 500 years from the sky. To recommend a song, you need to go through all the aspects of heat, quality, theme, rating, singing, and passing potential. Zhang Chen's song just took on a lot of heat from Invisible Wings to have this kind of buzz. Why did the rating team give such a rating? He took the cell phone handed to him by his subordinate and tapped the play button. Along the gentle curves of the rivers and mountains that rise and fall, let the horse love the Middle Kingdom, love the North and the South. As the song rang out, Chen Zhijian raised his eyebrows. Songs of this style, full of imperial grandeur, are indeed rare in the current pop music scene. The melodies are catchy and the lyrics are gorgeously atmospheric. A rare and good song indeed. As the music played, a faint color of surprise flashed in his gaze. This was the first time he had heard Zhang Chen sing, and he hadn't expected it to be far better than he had imagined. In fact, this kind of grandiose song is not suitable for young people in their 20s. But Zhang Chen should have been drinking some wine. His voice seemed more rough in vicissitudes, and his style blended well. This week's new song recommendation, add this song. Chen Zhijian immediately clapped his hands and made a decision. As the editor-in-chief of Music Recommendations who has delved into tens of thousands of songs, there are many songs that he just has to hear to know if they'll work. But the subordinates seem to have something else to report. There are still some concerns over at the evaluation team, and that's the recent rumors of Zhang Chen buying songs. It's okay. Chen Zhijian shook his head, some excitement vaguely flowing in his eyes. He is an avid fan of music and can't help but get excited when he hears a good song. Regardless of how the song came about, there's no denying that it's a good song, and we're only pushing the song. It's not like we're pushing the person. Also, I'm afraid you've all been mesmerized by Zhang Chen. The subordinate was a bit confused. Chen Zhijian, however, smiled slightly. In Zhang Chen's singing voice, he could hear a kind of calmness and confidence, which was a feeling that could only be born after having sufficient control and precipitation over the music. How can a professional singer who is only in his 20s and can sing with such a feeling of grandeur and vicissitude be a generalist? Buy a song, buy the rights to the byline, help make yourself famous? Combined with the fact that Zhang Chen had taken the initiative to admit the fact of buying the song on Weibo, he quickly deduced what had happened. I'm afraid we've all been fooled by this guy. Morning Vale Entertainment. There was silence in the trainee lounge. Chu Yofei looked at the other people with different expressions. Her heart was mixed. and she couldn't help but recall what had happened in this tiny practice room a few hours ago. At that time, Borrow Another 500 Years from the Sky had not yet been released, and a group of artists gathered in the practice room, waiting for the latest announcement from the company to be announced. I heard that. It's director Jiang who's ready to resume their normal work. Although there is currently an increasing amount of talk on the internet about Morning Vista Entertainment, Invisible Wings also suffered from some online opinions, but anyone with eyes could see that Shenwei Entertainment could no longer be easily suppressed by Qingqing Entertainment. So after careful consideration, director Jiang intends to resume the artists' work early. All artists who have not asked the company to terminate their contracts before today can start resuming their normal work one after another. The artists who received the news gathered in the big lounge, ready to communicate with their agents later on about what to follow up. Ever since the release of the company's Mr. Su's new song, the depressing atmosphere in the company seemed to have instantly improved a lot. It turns out the company isn't struggling under the dumpster entertainment crackdown. As soon as Mr. Su's new song was released, it directly triggered the entire Weibo, and even set several new song chart records in a row. Now Invisible Wings not only is the first place on the new song list of eNetCloud Music, but also directly appeared on the soaring list and top 500 list. The rising speed is very fast, and will soon be able to be among the top 10 positions. In the past 2 days, there have been some more public opinion storms on the internet related to Superintendent Jiang, but everyone's confidence in the company has grown a lot. Finding someone to buy a song is not a big fatal problem. There are many people who buy songs in the entertainment industry. Director Jiang is just impersonating the original author. At most, he will be morally condemned, and will not be able to affect the development of Shenwei Entertainment. Lin Lorong, Zhang Yizhi and a few others were also sitting in the lounge at this moment, but their expressions were a bit unnatural. It's a good thing that the artists of Morning Vista Entertainment are back to work, but it has nothing to do with them, because they had already submitted their contract termination applications to the company. In a month's time, they would completely break away from Shenwei Entertainment and sign with Qingqing Entertainment instead. Originally thought that Shenwei Entertainment was on the verge of closing down. I didn't realize that a song called Invisible Wings had turned the whole situation around. The company was once again revitalized, which made them all feel a little hard in their hearts, as if they had chosen the wrong path and missed some great opportunity. Humph. So Invisible Wings was bought. I told you how a jerk like Zhongchen could possibly write a song. Lin Lorong skimmed her mouth and looked at the various messages on her cell phone contemptuously. The night before, the sudden release of Invisible Wings kept her up all night, although Tilting City Entertainment's side had replied multiple times, saying that it didn't affect the big picture. She always felt that something wasn't right. It wasn't until this morning when she swiped to the top of the microblog about Jiang Chen's hot search for buying a song, that her mood was much better. No wonder Jiang Chen was able to come up with a song in such a short period of time. So it turned out that this song was one that he had long ago swindled from someone else's female college student. It's really shameless. He actually has the face to admit it. How can he be so thick-skinned? She said with some indignation. Hearing her words, the other artists in the office didn't say anything, although they didn't really want to believe that Invisible Wings was written by director Jiang by someone else. They didn't have any evidence. Most importantly, Jiang Chen himself has admitted on the internet that Invisible Wings was indeed not written by him. What else is there to say? However, in the lounge, Chu Youfei, who usually didn't talk much, shook her head at this time and said firmly, Invisible Wings was written by director Jiang himself. Director Jiang is very good at writing songs. The crowd looked toward her. Chu Youfei, you don't really think he's going to help you out just because of what Jiang Chen said in his interview 2 days ago, do you? Lin Lorong coldly grunted. Just with Shenwei Entertainment also wanting to block Lusiki all over the internet, do you think it's possible? At those words, Chu Youfei gently bit her lips and did not speak again. She knew that Jiang Chen could sing and write songs, but it was indeed a bit unrealistic to want to block Lusiki all over the internet. Besides, if he really wrote the song, why did he admit it on Weibo? Does he have nothing to do after eating his fill? Seeing that Chu Youfei was stopped by her own question, Lin Lorong let out a somewhat smug sneer. What are you fantasizing about now that even the recordings are out on the internet? No, not like this. Chu Youfei's small face was red with anger. Forget it, young consort, don't argue with them. Tao Wanrong, who was on the side, gently pulled her arm. In fact, even she felt that in all probability, that song was something Jiang Chen had found someone to buy. After all, there is so much information and evidence coming out on the internet now. When Lin Lorong saw that Chu Youfei stopped talking, she suddenly let out a cold snort, and like a general who won a fight, she sat down in her own position. You guys watch, Jiang Chen won't be able to be complacent for long. It's useless even if Invisible Wings is hot. Now that there are more and more questioning voices on the internet, he will definitely be sanctioned. You guys look at the tweets. But right at this moment, someone suddenly exclaimed, the Great Kong Dynasty crew. released a notice. At that, everyone froze for a moment and opened up the tweets on their phones. Sure enough, the cast of the Great Kong Dynasty, 2 minutes ago, made an announcement. Unfortunately, due to the actor's personal reasons, the crew has completed the termination of the contract with Tilting City Entertainment Lusiki this afternoon. There will be recasting and additional footage of the actor's role in the show. Seeing this message, everyone was a bit puzzled. Kong Dynasty is a large-scale drama program with an investment of tens of millions of dollars, and the cast is up to thousands of people. How did you suddenly terminate your contract with Lusiki? Young concubine, Sister Jing is calling for you to come over to her place. The site of the Great Kong Dynasty has given a few roles and asked you to audition for them tomorrow. At this time, someone suddenly pushed the door in and said to Chu Yofei. For a moment, everyone froze. Chapter 131, continuing to block Lusiki. Ruthie was released from her contract? The person who replaced her was Chu Yofei. How is this possible? Lin Larone looked at the message on her cell phone and her face instantly turned pale. She knew that there was only one possibility for this to happen, and that was that there were people from Chenwei Entertainment behind this matter. Available. How in the world does Morning Vista Entertainment do it? By what right do you steal announcements from Tilting City Entertainment? And that too after the recording has already begun? What unseemly tactics did Morning Vista Entertainment use? She was tempted to open her mouth to retort something, but realized she couldn't get a word out, because soon, Jiang Chen's second song was released, borrowing another 500 years from heaven. It ignited the internet in just 2 hours, storming to the top of the Hot 100. As more and more netizens clicked on borrow another 500 years from the sky, the topic about Jiang Chen buying the song was once again subject to more discussion and attention. Is Invisible Wings bought by Jiang Chen or not? What's the deal with borrow from the sky for 500 years? Can Jiang Chen write songs or not? Numerous questions have been placed in front of the netizens, triggering a variety of speculations and discussions. The Snowflake Entertainment banner, on the other hand, is making a fortune in this situation. Han Shuer looked through the microblogs and smiled the most mouthful of smiles. At 6 p.m., Snowflake Entertainment once again announced the news that the ongoing filming of the Great Kong Dynasty would be changed to the Kongxi Dynasty. Borrow 500 Years from Heaven will also be used as the theme song of the Kongxi Dynasty in the TV series. This change has sparked a lot of debate among netizens. The theme is so good, so the drama shouldn't be too bad, right? Fans who enjoy watching costume dramas have been following the official microblog of the cast and crew of the Kongxi Dynasty. Netizens who don't watch many TV shows have learned that there is such a TV show that will be aired at the end of the year. In just these few hours, Snowflake Entertainment had directly saved nearly tens of millions of dollars in publicity and promotion fees by virtue of the two microblogs and Jiang Chen's heat. It made even Jiang Chen sigh and admire. For so many days, the only person who could see the business opportunity in the online public opinion and accurately grasp it was this woman. In the entertainment industry, there are also more and more people who notice that something is wrong. The Kong Dynasty dismissed Lusiki and then chose to work with Jiang Chen? What's going on here? Could it be that? Is Chenwei Entertainment really planning to block Lusiki? You don't think so? The gap between the two companies, Tilting City Entertainment and Chenwei Entertainment, could not be said to be like a rift valley, but it was definitely not small either. What was Morningvale Entertainment thinking? Lusiki, even if this drama is dismissed, there are still many other resources. How can she be blocked? Blocking Lusiki? This is absolutely impossible. Chenwei Entertainment. Su Jingchu held up the phone and explained loudly. Director Ku, aren't you clear about what's going on with our Chenwei Entertainment? Those on the internet are all rumors. Our cooperation with Snowflake Entertainment? That's really just a coincidence. Mr. Han of Snowflake Entertainment looked at the song written by our director Zhang and took the initiative to contact us. Yes. We're just a small studio. How could we even think about blocking someone? Lusiki did have a bit of a problem with our company. She beat up our artist on the set at the time. A pretty well-behaved little girl. Our superintendent Zhang means to let her apologize and forget about it. It's impossible to block something like that. Don't you know my character? Never tell a lie. Good. Lovey's work would appreciate your support. Good. Bye. Putting down the phone, Su Jingchu heaved a sigh of relief, then raised her head somewhat helplessly. Why do I feel like I've learned the hard way as well? This is already the 17th call today. Since it just started, she has been getting calls from people in the entertainment industry, poking around. She responded to all of them as Jiang Chen had instructed. Lusiki does have a bit of a problem with our Chenwei Entertainment, but blocking Lusiki is absolutely impossible. It's definitely a rumor. You're not learning, you're growing, no matter what the outside world thinks. Let's not admit to blocking Lusiki. Jiang Chen, who was in front of the desk, said indifferently. Su Jingchu nodded. Before she didn't understand why Jiang Chen was doing this, but now it was a sudden and somewhat understandable. No matter what circle is not welcome to the rash. no matter whether you have strength or not. You must follow the rules of the circle to make it easy for everyone to accept. So even if Jiang Chen wanted to block Lu Siki, he would never admit it in the open. This way, even if people know the facts, they can't do anything about Manhwa Entertainment. Shouldn't we go after Lu Siki's collaborators next? Su Jingchu put away her cell phone and excitedly placed a stack of information in front of Jiang Chen. These are the profiles of the businesses she works with. Are you going to contact them all? Perhaps the blocking of Lu Siki has taken the first step, so that the gold medal agent felt a different kind of pleasure. The feeling of being chased by dozens of phone calls to ask questions is simply not too bashful. So, she couldn't wait to find out Jiang Chen's next step. I've read all these business profiles, and most of them are small brands. Jiang Chen, however, shook his head. If all of them were to contact each other once, I guess it wouldn't have much effect and would be a waste of time. Su Jingchu froze for a moment. What then? You're not going to continue? Of course not. Jiang Chen pointed to a business profile on the very first page of the profile. Strike the snake. The one with the most branding potential out of all the businesses is this one. As long as we can take down this merchant and do some more leading, we can block Lu Siki again. And the other merchants will soon realize that something is wrong as long as they aren't too stupid. Su Jingchu looked at the name of the merchant that Jiang Chen pointed to, Jinsha Mineral Water. This is a local mineral water company over in Sichuan, and the product sales are currently limited to the local area. Jiang Chen explained. I've looked at their mineral water products. They're doing quite well, and they're quite popular over in Sichuan. They are planning to enter the national market in the near future, and for this purpose they have launched a distilled water, and it is for this distilled water that they have partnered with Lu Siki to endorse. Lu Siki's popularity isn't that high. What's the point of asking her to endorse? Su Jingchu was a bit disdainful. Jiang Chen, however, shrugged. In fact, he could understand the idea of a small, local company like this. Hiring a top-tier traffic star for endorsement can certainly get you higher visibility, but the cost can't be low. How can a small, local company like this, which has just made money not long ago, be so bold as to gamble on something that has no visible results? Might as well hire a starlet and try a promotional wave first to see what the market feedback is. But, when he looked at this family's profile, he realized that Jinsha had designed a product with good packaging and pricing, and that it had every potential to be marketed nationally. What this mineral water company actually lacks the most is publicity. If we can establish cooperation with Jinsha Mineral Water Company in this regard, it might be a long-term and stable client for Manhwa Entertainment. When we take this company, let Luo Wei make an endorsement ad for them. Su Jingchu was a bit surprised. The ones Luo Wei is currently endorsing are all big brands. Do you really want her to endorse such a small company that sells water? Don't underestimate these water-selling companies. It's possible to become the richest man in China by selling water. Jiang Chen casually explained and didn't go into detail on the issue, but instead turned to ask, the person I asked you to find yesterday, have you found him yet? Found it. You asked me to look for Netflix female singers yesterday. Su Jingchu nodded. Xia listening Ching in the practice group happens to no one, so I had her invite someone over today. Jiang Chen nodded. When the person arrives, bring them directly to me. Understood. Chapter 132 Internet singer Ji Ruoshi. Mr. Feng, let me explain. Tilted City Entertainment. Luo Yuzhen held the phone and patiently explained. Instead, a mid-range man's voice came from the other end of the line. Don't talk about so many useless things. You just need to tell me why the Great Kong Dynasty suddenly terminated its contract with Lu Siki? Mr. Feng, it's a normal arrangement for the crew to change actors temporarily. You know, the roles in the drama are subject to strict screening, and even if you pass the audition, it's normal to find out that they don't fit during the filming process and replace them temporarily. Yeah? The middle-aged man was a bit unconvinced. Just a few days ago, someone said that Manhwa Entertainment was going to block Lu Siki. Today the Great Kong Dynasty terminated its contract with Lu Siki, and also turned to work with that Jiang Chen. Who can believe it when it is said that there isn't a little bit of something fishy here? Tell me honestly, is it true that Morning Violet Entertainment is planning to block Lu Siki all over the internet? Luo Yuzhen hurriedly said. I can assure you that this is impossible. You don't worry about working with Lu Siki. It's impossible for Manhwa Entertainment to block Lu Siki. I've been in the industry for over 20 years and I've never heard of such a thing. Forget it, it's better for me to change this advertisement. The middle-aged man, however, remained unconvinced. Our brand doesn't want to take this kind of inexplicable risk. Mr. Feng, listen to me, Luo Yuzhen continued, but there was already a busy signal on the other end of the line. Dodo dodo dodo. The phone was hung up. Luo Yuzhen put the phone down with a grimace, and sitting beside her was none other than Lu Siqi. Lu Siki heard all of the conversation between the two just now, and her face didn't look too good. Sister Luo, Mr. Feng is planning to terminate his contract? She looked to her agent. Luo Yuzhen nodded with an iron face. The brand had taken her almost half a month to negotiate in the first place. Almost $1 million in advertising. Signed for 3 years. Did not expect to be terminated directly. After the announcement that the Great Kong Dynasty terminated her contract with Lusiki, immediately attracted the attention of various brands working with Lusiki. Previously, Luo Yuzhen was still able to explain that it was impossible for Chenwei Entertainment to want to block Lusiki. It was purely a rumor. But now Lusiki has been kicked out of the cast, while Jiang Chen of Chenwei Entertainment has written a theme song for the Kong Dynasty, in which if you say that there is no Chenwei Entertainment in the operation, little cutie, wouldn't even believe it. Various brands immediately called, and these people don't know much about what's going on in the entertainment industry, so they don't know if Lusiki has been blocked or not. Anyway, they get artists to do commercials for the promotion of their own products, and if they let their advertising money go down the drain because of it, they can't even cry. No one has money in their pockets, so who would want to take such an inexplicable risk? Anyway, Lusiki is just a small actress, so the big deal is to get another person for the commercial. Sister Luo, what now? Lusiki said with a somewhat flustered expression. She hadn't taken Chenwei Entertainment seriously before, but after the crew of Great Kong Dynasty terminated their contract with her, she was really a bit flustered. What if Morning Vista Entertainment keeps biting itself in the ass? It shouldn't affect your career, should it? What's the point of panicking? Things haven't reached a serious point yet. Luo Yuzhen waved her hand. Isn't it just a drama? When the time comes, the company will just find you another role. Brand parties outside the circle don't understand. Can we in the entertainment industry still be fooled over by Chenwei Entertainment? You don't have to worry too much about these advertisers. They're all small businesses, although 2 were cancelled. But it doesn't affect anything. It's all just signed in the recent past. They haven't hit the money yet. There's no pressure to terminate the contract. I've held off on all the other merchants for a while, giving up a portion of the price, but it's better than nothing. Most importantly, the endorsement contract for Kinza Mineral Water, retained. The business consultants in the company have analyzed this company's market potential, and there are a lot of benefits if you can keep endorsing their products. After all, mineral water is a thing that's everywhere, and every bottle of water you sell is like raising your profile a little bit. At those words, Lusiki was slightly relieved. Luo Yuzhen put down her cell phone and also gritted her teeth a little. Damn Chenwei Entertainment, actually using such underhanded tactics. Do you really think that this can influence us? You wait here, I'll go communicate with General Manager Lang. With that, she stomped on her heels and headed for the office door. Luscious looked at her back and nodded. After Luo Yuzhen left, she then sighed softly, still looking at her cell phone with some sadness and some indignation. Damn you Morning Vista Entertainment, that's so hateful. Listen Haru, you said that the music director of Chenwei Entertainment wants to see me? Why do I always feel something is off? Chenwei Entertainment. Outside the company gate, the 3 girls walked through the spacious factory. While surveying the surroundings, he chatted a bit suspiciously. Ji Ruoshi looked at Xia Wanqing. I remember that Jiang Chen wasn't known as the asshole writer? What the hell does he want with me? I don't know. Xia listening Cheng shrugged. But it must be a good thing, or else I could call you over? I'm telling you, our superintendent Jiang is actually very powerful, and this is definitely a rare opportunity. Awesome what now the whole network is cursing the voice of your director Jiang. Ji Ruoshi, however, sighed somewhat helplessly and shook her head. I told you a long time ago, instead of signing up with a small entertainment company like this, why don't you do a live broadcast with me? I have 8 million fans now, not much better than you being a trainee. That's right, listen Haru, you haven't been in this company long enough to be brainwashed. Another short-haired girl also helped out. I came here today with Psyche specifically to advise you. We 3 sisters graduated from school together back in the day. Now you haven't moved a bit. My fan base isn't as high as Shirshir's, but it's still over 3 million. When are you going to focus on this? Ouch. Xia listening Ching pushed Ji Ruoshi forward. My dream is to be able to stand on a bigger stage. Anyway, trust me, Director Jiang must have summoned you for something good. Just go. Ji Ruoshi and the other girl glanced at each other, both of them somewhat speechless and helpless. Ji Ruoshi sighed. This sister of hers is really a bit stupid. Summon? What kind of word is that? This stupid girl won't be sold by others and count the money for others, right? Alright, I'll do as you say and meet this asshole. Director Jiang. She continued, but I wasn't there to see him. I wanted to see what he had used to fool you like that. I'll come back to rescue you silly girl when I reveal his true colors. The short-haired girl also said. That's right, sure. You're smarter, so make sure you don't get fooled by their fancy words later. Don't worry, I have it in mind. Soon, several people walked to the office door. Xia hearing Harvest went up and knocked on the door. Come in. In the office, Jiang Chen's voice came. Xia listening Ching spat out her tongue and opened the door, then pushed Ji Ruoshi inside. Chapter 133 The Love of You at 105 degrees Celsius. Your name is Sissy? In the office, Jiang Chen sized up the girl in front of him and asked. Ji Ruoshi, a Netroots female singer. Looks quite cute. Voice style tends to sweet system. Very popular with boys. With more than 8 million fans on the live streaming platform now, it's already considered a relatively big anchor. Ji Ruoshi nodded, but her gaze held a hint of skepticism as she looked at this hefty music director. Jiang Chen's name could be said to be hot on the internet during this period of time. When she was live streaming, she would occasionally joke about the hot stunt of asshole writer Jiang Chen. Didn't realize. Good sister Xia listening Shing actually called over to say that this director Jiang wanted to see herself. Should not be. Want to hold yourself accountable, right? A thought popped into Ji Ruoshi's mind, but quickly shook his head again. The other side should. Not so boring. Forget it, don't think too much. No matter what Jiang Chen was looking for himself to do, he couldn't forget the purpose of this trip, which was to reveal this guy's true colors, then rescued his good sister. Xia hearing Ching, be on your guard. Whatever the guy says later, it just falls on deaf ears. After all, back then, even the national goddess Su Luowei was fooled by him. Always be careful. Ji Ruoshi secretly cheered herself up. Very well, I'll call you Z from now on. Jiang Chen nodded, seemingly satisfied with her name, and then wrote the word sure in large letters on top of a piece of information. The corner of Ji Ruoshi's mouth twitched. What the hell kind of name is this? It's so hard to hear. She didn't say anything though. It was someone else's home turf after all. The little girl had already made up her mind in her mind that she wouldn't open her mouth first until the other party had stated their purpose. Otherwise she would easily fall into a trap. It's a fight. Be careful with every step you take yourself. On the side, Su Jingchu looked at Ji Ruoshi and was also curious. What did Jiang Chen call this little netizen over for? How on earth was he planning to snatch the endorsement advertisement of Jinsha Mineral Water Company from the hands of Tilting City Entertainment? Do we rely on this little internet sensation in front of us? After Ji Ruoshi encouraged herself a few times in her mind, she realized that in the office, it suddenly became a bit quiet. She looked up suspiciously and realized that this director Jiang was writing something on a piece of paper. She was a bit staggered. What was going on? I can't believe you're busy on your own and not saying a word? Waited for several more minutes. She saw that Jiang Chen didn't seem to have any intention of stopping yet. The heart was a little speechless. What the hell did the other guy want with himself? She looked at the time and realized that the situation wasn't getting any better. So she had to speak first. Director Jiang, if there's nothing else, can I? She wanted to say could she go back first? She had a live broadcast tonight. Since the other party didn't open their mouths, then this battle, it should be considered a win for themselves, right? However, just at this moment, Jiang Chen suddenly stopped his pen and handed her the piece of paper with all the words written on it. Take a look at this song, and if you can sing it, go to Agent Su and sign a contract for a 9-to-1 split. Ji Ruoshi froze for a moment as she sniffed. Signed the contract? What kind of contract? She wasn't about to sign a contract. Is it trying to fool me? She was instantly wary in her heart and hesitated for a while before taking the paper from Jiang Chen. Just see that the writing on the paper is slightly ugly. Gone with the wind. However, looking at the content, it looks like a song. Ji Ruoshi looked at the title above and realized it was a song she had never seen before. The Love of You at 105 degrees Celsius. Is this? Her gaze toward Jiang Chen was a bit puzzled. A jingle. Jiang Chen said lightly. I wonder if you're interested in making an advertisement for the Jinsha Mineral Water Company in Sichuan? 30 minutes later, Ji Ruoshi took the contract and walked out of the office with a somewhat dull gaze. And the two people outside the room had long been somewhat impatient. When he saw her walk out, he rushed up to her. What's taking so long? The short-haired girl hurriedly asked. Did that Jiang Chen snub you? Did you ruthlessly reject him and then expose his true colors? Ji Ruoshi's expression, however, was complicated, and she gave her a dumbfounded look and murmured, I signed with Morning Vista Entertainment. What? The short-haired girl was stunned and looked at her in disbelief. Why? Are you crazy? Did you get fooled by him too? What exactly did he tell you? Ji Ruoshi also looked at the contract in her hand with some tears in her eyes. He didn't say anything and just gave me a song, and then said I could write me a few more songs if I was willing to sign. I agreed to it on a whim. Ouch. The short-haired girl slapped her forehead. Why are you so stupid? How can he write songs when he's a douchebag writer? It's all over the internet that he bought Invisible Wings. What about the song he wrote for you? Let's see. It's at here. Ji Ruoshi hurriedly pulled out the piece of paper Jiang Chen had written from the contract documents and handed it to the two. The short-haired girl and Xia listening Ching took it and looked at it carefully together. The Love of You at 105 degrees Celsius? Super Idol's smile. Not as sweet as yours. August noon sun. Not as bright as you. 10 minutes later, the expressions of the two men also became completely dumbfounded. This song, It's quite catchy to sing. The melody and lyrics are simple, but it has a sweet feeling that suits your style. Xia listening Ching took a deep breath, her gaze shocked as she looked at Ji Ruoshi. Is this really a jingle? Yeah. Ji Ruoshi nodded dully. Director Jiang himself said that it was a commercial song written for a distilled water. That's nice. Xia listening Ching's tone instantly became very envious. We tried to find Director Jiang to write a song at that time, but not only were we not agreed to, but we were scolded instead. While you had a new song as soon as you arrived. The short-haired girl seemed to come back to her senses at this point, and froze as she looked at Ji Ruoshi. She didn't expect that the legendary asshole Jiang Chen was looking for her sisters for this kind of thing. That's a really well-written song. They, the internet celebrities, sing on the internet every day though, but there is not a single song of his own. If a company can write songs for them, the future development potential can be completely different. Jiang, did Director Jiang say if he still plans to sign other netizens? She gulped and looked at Ji Ruoshi. I can sing too. If he thinks my voice isn't sweet enough, I can also clip it a little more. Ji Rashi, Xia listening Ching. Chapter 134 Zhang Pengyu's trouble. Jiang Chen didn't let Ji Ruoshi leave. Half an hour later, he had Su Jingshu bring the person directly to the recording studio. Love You at 105 degrees Celsius was a jingle he had prepared especially for Kinsale distilled water and needed to record it as soon as possible. Just as Su Jingshu left the office and Jiang Chen was about to take a look at the latest situation on the internet, a somewhat unexpected call came through. Hey, Jiang Chen, do you have time now? The call was from Zhang Pengyu. The voice, however, sounded as if it was a bit down. What's the matter with you again? I accidentally broke someone's company vase and need to pay for it. Can you first lend me some? Zhang Pengyu stammered. Jiang Chen froze. Didn't you go to meet the investors today? How come you broke someone's vase? All I broke was the investment firm's vase. Jiang Chen was speechless. What are you doing smashing someone's vase for a good reason? Here I am, seeing Erin Shaw, and her fiancé. Zhang Pengyu was silent for a long time before he said. Jiang Chen frowned, vaguely sensing a hint of something wrong. Xiao Yalan is the girl that Zhang Pengyu failed to confess her love to at the last class reunion. Zhang Pengyu actually saw her in the investment company? She didn't have a run-in with her fiancé, did she? Where are you now? Mangrove Capital Building, 3rd floor. Damn, you're good. Just wait, I'll go over now. Jiang Chen cursed. Zhang Pengyu is his hair small. Encountered a little trouble. Do not help is really too good. I remember that at that time, after school at noon, he often did not go home to eat in order to be able to play a little bit more in the internet cafe near the school, but ran to Zhang Pengyu's home to dabble in food. The guy's house was near the school, and after eating, the two would then sneak off together to the computers in the little store nearby and surf the net for 2 hours. So this dog looking for his own help. It is really not good to sit back and do nothing. Otherwise in the future to meet Zhang Pengyu his parents are embarrassed to say hello. He sighed softly and called Su Lu away to explain the situation, drove straight out of the office. On the way, he hesitated and dialed Han Shuer's number again. Hey, Mr. Han. Why? Director Jiang, what else is going on? On the other side of the phone, Han Shuer seemed to have just gotten off the plane, and the sound of the airport radio could be faintly heard in the receiver. However, she sounded relaxed and seemed to be in a good mood. Apparently, by taking advantage of Jiang Chen's bad reputation, Kangxi Dynasty gained a high level of popularity on the internet. This operation saved her a great deal of money. The next step is to officially start shooting as soon as we receive the complete script of Kangxi Dynasty from Jiang Chen's side. At that time, she can also take the opportunity to announce the author of Kangxi Dynasty, and then rub a wave of Jiang Chen heat. It is simply a multi-touch. Han Group should have a branch in Mordor. I think I'd like to ask Mr. Han for a favor, Jiang Chen said. Oh, Han Shuer was a bit puzzled. What favor? Half an hour later, Jiang Chen rushed to Mangrove Capital's office building, only to find 2 police cars still parked in the parking lot, and had some bad feelings in his heart. Zhang Pengyu, this son of a, won't beat someone up, will he? He parked his car and walked quickly into the office building. Fortunately, the floor that Zhang Pengyu gave wasn't very high, and Jiang Chen didn't wait for the elevator in order to hurry up, but instead walked straight up the stairs. When he arrived at the offices on the 3rd floor, he found a number of employees standing outside the door of one of the offices, pointing and seemingly discussing something. He hurriedly pushed his way through the crowd and stepped into the office, where, thankfully, the imagined mess did not appear. In the office, it still kept tidy. Only a pile of vase shards was scattered on the floor in the corner. Zhang Pengyu's clothes also did not have traces of tearing with others, and he honestly sat on the chair with just a somewhat dejected expression. 2 policemen, who were standing in front of him, were questioning Zhang Pengyu about something, Trespassing into another person's company and intentionally destroying other people's property is punishable by detention for a period of not less than 5 days and not more than 10 days and a fine of $1,000. So you'll come with us. There was a younger policeman who sternly scolded a few times before reaching out to pull Zhang Pengyu. Wait! Zhang Chen rushed forward and stopped the policeman. Who are you? Why are you obstructing official business? The young policeman asked with a slight frown and a furrowed brow. Zhang Chen took a deep breath and pulled Zhang Pengyu up from his seat. I'm his friend, comrade police officer. It's not just breaking a vase. We'll just compensate for it as we should. There's no need for detention for this kind of civil dispute, is there? The young policeman seemed to be a bit upset with the sudden appearance of Zhang Chen, but after a pause, he said, the vase he broke belongs to the valuables. It's fine if you don't take away anyone, as long as you reach a settlement with the owner. When he finished, he gestured to the side. Zhang Chen looked in the direction, only to see a man and a woman still standing on one side of the office. All looked to be only 25 or 26 years old. The woman looked a little familiar. She should be her high school classmate, Xiao Yalan. That man is Li Hao, Xiao Yalan's fiancé and today's investment interviewer. And I just realized that both Xiao Yalan and him are employees of Mangrove Capital. Zhang Pengyu's voice came from behind. Zhang Chen instantly guessed the matter in his mind. Zhang Pengyu was presumed to have clashed with this Li Hao and broke the vase when he lost his hand. Damn! What a pure hook 8-dog blood plot. He was a little speechless in his mind. Li Hao also noticed the gazes of the two men at this moment, and immediately let out a cold smile. I will not agree to a settlement. Such a savage must be locked up. No matter who is called in. It is useless. Zhang Chen's brows furrowed. Things were indeed rather tricky. This is not a simple civil dispute. It's emotional plus civil. Whatever it is, when it comes to feelings there is no reasoning and negotiation is extremely difficult. But what goes around comes around, and you still have to try it first anyway. Chapter 135 Moles on a Lesbian's Body. He took a deep breath and didn't look at Li Hao, but instead looked directly toward Xiao Yalan. Of the two, it was clear that high school classmate Yalan Shaw would be a better speaker. Yalan, we're all old classmates. There's no need to go this far, right? How much is that vase of yours? I'll just pay for it out of my pocket. When Li Hao saw that Zhang Chen actually skipped over himself and communicated directly with his fiancée, he let out a cold laugh in his heart. Oh, pay out? Can you afford to pay for it? This vase is an antique I bought at an auction. It cost me over $1 million. Can you afford to take this money out? Xiao Yalan had also recognized Zhang Chen's identity. Her expression was a bit surprised. She didn't expect Zhang Chen to show up. Moreover, she knew that Zhang Chen's wife was the national goddess Su Luowei and didn't lack money. Over $1 million might be astronomical to Zhang Pengyu, but to Zhang Chen, it was really nothing. And back then, during his study period, Zhang Chen had always been the crush of the girls in his class. Even she was not an exception. When she found out that the university Zhang Chen had taken was not in the same city as her own, she was still disappointed in her heart for a long time. I didn't expect to see each other again after years of not seeing each other in such a way. She pulled her fiancé's arm before saying, Zhang Chen, why are you here? All are in the same class. Let's give up one step in this matter. I'll buy the vase. Zhang Chen waved his hand and didn't explain. Directly said, how much do you guys take out the bill? I'll compensate according to the price. At those words, Li Hao froze for a moment. He didn't expect Zhang Chen, who looked ordinary in his clothes, to actually take out more than $1 million in compensation. Even the two policemen on the sidelines were a bit surprised. This handsome young man, is he a rich kid? But Li Hao obviously didn't want this to end just yet. So what if you take the money? I don't lack this $1 million or so. This vase is a love token between Yalan and I. It means a lot. This Zhang purposely damaged my vase. I'll make sure he's in jail. Zhang Chen, don't pay attention to him. Squatting in the police station is just squatting in the police station. Isn't it just 10 days of detention? Zhang Pengyu also looked at him angrily, gritting his teeth. He said to Zhang Chen, if he dares to ask for a price, I won't pay him a penny. The big deal is to sit in jail for a few more years. Don't be impulsive. At your age, if you go in for a few years and then come out, your youth will be gone. Zhang Chen glared at him. Leave this matter to me. Zhang Pengyu froze for a moment. Deal with it? How else can this be handled? Li Hao, this son of a is dead set on not agreeing to a settlement. Can we still beg him on the spot? If that's the case, he'd really rather go to jail for 10 days. Zhang Chen took a deep breath. Losing money was a small matter. He could directly compensate for Zhang Pengyu. If a few kind words in peace and harmony could make Li Hao agree to a reconciliation, he wouldn't mind giving it a try. After all, it was indeed Zhang Pengyu who was at fault first, but he had already promised to pay the price, and the other party still bit the bullet, which was a bit of a deliberate attempt to pick a fight. Yalin, we're all classmates. Do you really want to see Zhang Pengyu squatting in the police station? He looked at Xiao Yalan with a furrowed brow. He shouldn't have done anything major wrong, right? the vase thing, can't we just pay for it as it is? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yalan's expression seemed to hesitate for a moment, glancing at Zhang Pengyu but still shaking her head insistently. I'm sorry, Jiang Chen, I can't take charge of this matter. The vase belongs to my fiancé, and Zhang Pengyu's behavior has seriously affected my work and life. I knew he liked me, but I didn't think he would actually chase me here. That night, I made it very clear that it was impossible with him. I hope he'll come to his senses and stop pestering me. Jiang Chen looked back at Zhang Pengyu again. Only Zhang Pengyu's face, although white, slowly shook his head. I'm really just here to talk about investment, and I didn't know that she worked here, but she told Li Hao that I came here specifically to harass her. It was only then that Jiang Chen gradually realized where things had started. The conflict between Zhang Pengyu and Li Hao was actually provoked by Xiao Yalan. He believed that Zhang Pengyu wasn't lying, because this guy had told him last night that he was coming to pull in investments. Surely he wasn't specifically looking for Xiao Yalan. I can assure you that Zhang Pengyu was only talking about the project, and he didn't know you were working here beforehand. He turned back and looked at Xiao Yalan once again. This matter is just a misunderstanding. There's no need to make it to this extent at all. To the side, Li Hao once again sneered. Misunderstanding? You call that a misunderstanding? Look at his poor appearance. My fiancé he is also worthy of pursuing? He doesn't even take a piss to see who he is. Yalan told me before that there are always a few boys who keep pestering and pursuing her and sending her harassing messages. At first I didn't believe it, but now I finally do. Jiang Chen, right? I advise you to stay out of this matter as well. I'll make sure to send him to the station today. Jiang Chen frowned. Xiao Yalan actually said this to her fiancé? He glanced at Xiao Yalan with some disbelief. Only this former female classmate, at this time, skimmed her head and did not say a word, as if she did not intend to make any explanation for this. Jiang Chen's heart sighed slightly. No one would have thought that the originator of this incident today was Xiao Yalan, the youthful female classmate of that year. How did she become what she is now? Zhang Pengyu, who has been pursuing her, has become a tool to bake and show off himself? Forget it, Jiang Chen, just leave this matter alone. Zhang Pengyu stood behind him, his face pale. What happened before? Let's just say I was blind and received retribution. Jiang Chen, you don't take so much money out. Let the police take me away. The vase is indeed broken by me. I don't have the money to pay for it. I always have to be punished. Jiang Chen, however, waved his hand, his gaze gradually turning cold. Zhang Pengyu was obviously also wrongly accused, although the vase was indeed broken by him. But there was a reason for the incident. If you don't help Zhang Pengyu in this matter today, I'm afraid this dog's future will be completely accounted for here. He pulled out his cell phone and glanced at it, picking up the conversation again. What's the matter, Arlene? After having a fiancé, you've forgotten about your former classmates? I remember when you were sneaking love letters into my drawer, and it's only been a few years since I've seen you, and you're flipping out? Xiao Yalan's face shifted violently. She did write a love letter to Jiang Chen in the beginning, but she never got a response. She thought that Jiang Chen had long forgotten about this matter, but she didn't expect that this guy actually remembered it and even said it in front of Li Hao. You, nonsense, I'm not. She looked flustered and subconsciously tried to retort, but Jiang Chen sneered and interrupted. I still have that love letter now. Do you want to fetch it and read it in front of this fiancé of yours? Li Hao's eyes widened in an instant, looking at Xiao Yalan in disbelief. He never thought that his fiancé had actually written love letters to this man who came out of nowhere? What the s going on? Isn't this guy here to help pay for it? Probably because Jiang Chen was more handsome. He immediately compared himself to Jiang Chen in his mind, and then his emotions couldn't help but hold back even more. Jiang Chen was indeed more handsome than him. Arlene, is he telling the truth? Xiao Yalan opened her mouth but couldn't say anything. At this moment she was really a bit flustered. She was afraid that Jiang Chen still had that love letter, the contents of which she could never let her fiancé see. At first, Jiang Chen was the most popular school bully in the school, and it was for this reason that she wanted Jiang Chen to be her boyfriend. This way, there will be enough bragging rights. In order to achieve this, she even wrote a lot of ambiguous words in her love letter. Only she didn't expect Jiang Chen to reply at all. Li Hao saw Xiao Yalan such a look. Where can not understand that Jiang Chen is indeed right. His fiancé did write love letters to this boy back then. His face immediately became incredibly ugly. 1 second he was arrogant in front of others, but he didn't expect to find out that his fiancé had actually written love letters to the other party in the next second. This kind of thing is no different than cuckolding. How? Let me explain. Xiao Yalan was a little flustered. I was still in high school at that time, 15 years old. I didn't know anything. I really didn't have anything with him. Li Hao took a few deep breaths and forcefully pressed down the anger in his heart. It's normal that teenage adolescents will always have some crush on the opposite sex. If the matter had not been uttered on this occasion, he would not have felt anything at all. but now it was as if he felt as if he had been slapped in the face, instantly dwarfing others. The feeling was getting to him. Jiang Chen didn't seem to notice his change in mood at all, and continued to hold in a cold smile as he added more fuel to the fire. Shoyalin, have you still forgotten about that night after study hall when we hid behind the stairwell and you hugged me and secretly kissed me? Even for the sake of this, you should take a step back, right? At those words, Li Hao once again stared wide-eyed. Even Zhang Pengyu looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. How come he hadn't heard about this? You, nonsense. I didn't. Shoulin blushed profusely and shook her head. Jiang Chen sneered. No? What about that last weekend at the end of the semester when you told me no one was home and asked me to come sit at your house? Forget that too? Your house is at No. 23, Zhongyun Road, Shihua Cloud Harbor Subdivision, Building 31, 902. This is always correct, right? Li Hao's face darkened to the extreme. Because this address is exactly where Xiao Yalan lives now, and then you showed me your room, and I took off my top, and at the crucial moment you got shy and got under the covers and said you had a mole on your ass and didn't want me to see it. Have you forgotten all these things? Jiang Chen threw his voice. Chapter 136, Crooked? Fried chicken restaurant? I'd like to order a fried chicken. Wait for him to finish. The whole office seemed suddenly silent for a moment. The crowd was all dumbfounded as they looked toward both Xiao Yalan and Jiang Chen. Who would have thought that there was such an ambiguous story between this young man who came out of nowhere and the woman in question? And Xiao Yalan's face had long since turned pale, looking at Jiang Chen in disbelief. No, your bull ***** ting me. I did ask you to come to my house that day, but you didn't even show up. She was halfway through her sentence when she suddenly realized something. Covering her mouth in a hurry, she looked at her fiancé, Pop. In response, she was met with a heavy slap. You actually had an affair with someone else a long time ago? Li Hao slapped hard on Xiao Yalan's face and said angrily. Shoyalin did have a tiny mole on her left buttock, and he had only found out about it a few days ago after her engagement. Is there actually someone in this world who knows more about his fiancé's body than he does? How does he put up with this? Xiao Yalan was directly struck dumb, covering her face and looking at her fiancé with disbelief. Jiang Chen heart is also cursed. Damn, this Li Hao in front of so many people also dared to do it. Really ing. He said these words, of course, to deliberately irritate Li Hao, who had long looked at this dog with displeasure. I didn't expect Li Hao to take the bait and go straight for it. Can't you see the police are still here? Li Hao's emotions were completely on top of him at this time, and he turned to Jiang Chen and Zhang Pengyu with his eyes a little red. Good, very good. It's useless for you guys to come up with any amount of money now. There's absolutely no way I'm going to accept mediation, and I'm going to sue you all and have you all jailed together. Jiang Chen sniffed, but shrugged indifferently. The one who broke the vase is Zhang Pengyu. He's the one who'll go to jail. It's none of my business. Do you really think I'm going to pay you back? Laozi was just waiting for someone. He just glanced at his cell phone. The person he was waiting for had already sent a reply, and he wasn't going to pretend anymore. He directly dialed the phone. Hey, I'm failing the negotiation here. All of you come up. I'm on the 3rd floor. Upon hearing his words, the people around him were a bit surprised as to who the young lad was calling. Did he even bring someone to cause trouble? Li Hao also froze for a moment, his emotions looking much calmer, his sinister eyes staring at Jiang Chen, but his feet didn't move as he leaned 2 steps closer to the 2 policemen. What are you calling people over for? The young policeman from earlier was also a bit nervous. He thought Jiang Chen was preparing to call out a group of people to come over and cause trouble. I'm warning you, mobbing is also against the law. Even Zhang Pengyu was nervous and pulled Jiang Chen. Brother, I'm already thankful that you're here to help me, but don't get yourself all caught up in this. Don't worry, comrade policeman. The people I called over are guaranteed to be good law-abiding citizens. Jiang Chen, however, waved his hand. Not long after his words fell, there was indeed a rush of people at the office entrance, and a dozen unfamiliar faces emerged. But it's a little different than everyone thought it would be. The group was all dressed in suits and had a straight face. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I'm Han Group's chief lawyer, Wan Guoli. Mr. Han asked us to assist you in solving your problem. The leader of the group stretched out his hand toward Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen shook his hand, then pointed at the broken vase on the ground under the somewhat shocked gazes of the crowd. Here's the thing. Seeing this scene, the faces of the surrounding people couldn't help but look a bit dumbfounded and strange. Where the hell did this guy come from? Is it necessary to call so many lawyers to come over for negotiating a broken vase? This, Nima, is a whole group of lawyers. Right, still talking about martial arts? The 2 policemen's gazes were also a bit dull. They had seen the process of Jiang Chen calling and shaking people, but what they also didn't expect was that instead of a rowdy crowd, this guy called out a team of lawyers? They are police officers from the nearby police station, which has jurisdiction over this area. Mangrove Capital is a big company, and the higher-ups have specially explained that they have to focus on maintaining it. That's why they were more inclined to defend the rights of Mangrove Capital staff when they received Li Hao's report. But it was not expected. That Zhang Pengyu shouted to the friend's head is obviously not small. Actually shook the whole lawyer group over. Now things can get a little complicated. Han's group of lawyers are all professionals. After listening to Zhang Chen's account, he didn't feel that Zhang Chen was making a big deal out of just breaking a vase and shouting so many of them over. As a matter of fact, they had already received a call from Han Shuer, telling them to try to fulfill Zhang Chen's request. As a group of lawyers specializing in serving the rich, Wang Woli naturally knew what to do. I understand, Mr. Jiang, please leave this matter to me. He politely nodded to Zhang Chen. Then he politely walked to the two police officers and showed his lawyer's ID. Comrade police officers, how are you? I am the lawyer representing Mr. Zhang Pengyu. Regarding my client's accidental breaking of a vase, could I ask you for some information first? The young policeman was a bit dumbfounded. To be honest, he had only been on the job for a little over 2 years, or he had never seen such a big battle. He knows that any case can become very difficult when lawyers are involved. This group of people simply won't spare any details, and anything that is out of line with the rules and laws will be plowed through. No matter how simple something is, it can be made extraordinarily complicated. The dozen or so lawyers in front of him were even less vegetarian, and one by one, after understanding the situation, they all began to take action. Some pulled out their cameras and took pictures of the vase pieces on the ground to collect evidence. Some of them started to contact the surveillance room of this office building, ready to get the surveillance data. Others pulled out their notebooks and consulted the surrounding onlookers about what had just happened. The young policeman opened his mouth, trying to stop these people's behavior. Just a simple civil dispute. Is it necessary to make it so complicated? But after he opened his mouth, he closed it again, because he doesn't have the right to cordon off the scene either. After all, this is only a civil dispute in the end, not a criminal case. Also, the young man's origins were still unclear, and if he made a complete mess of things, it would be even harder to end it. 5 minutes later, Wang Woli put away his notebook and nodded at the two policemen, expressing his gratitude. Comrade policeman, I have understood the situation. However, I now have good reason to suspect that the reporting party, Li Hao and Xiao Yalan, are guilty of using the vase to defraud my pawn client. According to my understanding, Mr. Zhang Pengyu's main purpose of coming to Mangrove Tree Capital today is to pull investment for his own venture. But Xiao Yalan and Li Hao deliberately misinterpreted his meaning and engaged in verbal insults and verbal guidance, which, ultimately, led to Mr. Zhang Pengyu breaking the vase. There are a lot of verbal details here that I think have a tendency to be deliberately leading. Also, according to my colleague's professional appraisal, the true value of this vase is not as exaggerated as Mr. Li Hao said. Its true value is around $300,000. But Mr. Li Hao has acted to deliberately inflate the value of the vase in the course of his claim. This is also a typical fraud. If possible, I would like Mr. Li Hao to show the purchase record of this vase, as well as the appraisal certificate. Of course, we will also ask a professional appraisal organization on our side to reappraise the vase fragments. The young policeman sniffed and felt a headache. These lawyers, sure enough, are the best at complicating simple things. Then using various articles and regulations, the dead things are said to be alive. In fact, this matter in his view is no more than simple. Nothing more than an emotional dispute plus verbal conflict. And ultimately Zhang Pengyu, in a fit of anger, broke the vase by mistake, either to pay compensation or squatting in the police station. But he couldn't say anything in the face of such a group of lawyers. After all, what they were doing was in line with the rules. If Li Hao is really fraudulent in his claim, then he can't help himself. The young policeman sighed slightly in his heart, then looked at Li Hao. Do you have the purchase record and identification certificate of the vase? Li Hao sniffed, but was somewhat speechless. This vase was indeed auctioned by him at the auction house for only $380,000, not more than $1 million as he said. At that time, he was in a moment of anger, so when he said it, he deliberately doubled it a few times, wanting to make things difficult for Zhang Pengyu. I didn't realize that now it had become a breakthrough for the other side instead, and if the other side sued him for extortion as a result, wouldn't he still have to suffer a lawsuit? Manuel, I got the surveillance video from the office. Just then, a lawyer ran back. Mr. Zhang Pengyu did break the vase by accident, but before that, he and Li Hao had already had a verbal conflict, and the video could prove that Li Hao's words had a tendency to lead, and the claim afterward far exceeded the actual price of the item. This video proves that Li Hao did commit fraud. At that, the young policeman sighed as the situation was reversed. He looked at Li Hao. I think it's better for you to settle this matter privately as soon as possible. Even if you insist on suing people, you won't be able to take advantage of them. It's purely a waste of time, and you might even be countersued by others for a fraud in time. He knew that in this kind of civil dispute, it was best to settle on the spot, otherwise no one could take advantage of it when it went to court. Li Hao's expression, however, remained a bit tangled, and he certainly wasn't willing to just swallow this breath so easily. It wasn't just money, he was thinking about hiring a couple of lawyers as well, to defend himself. Zhang Chen suddenly took out his cell phone. Hello, police station? I want to call the police. Someone just slapped my female classmate in public. Does this belong to provoking trouble? I've got the video. There are dozens of other witnesses here. Can we detain them? If he pleads not guilty, can I get a reporter to expose and defend my rights? Upon hearing this, the young policeman's face changed slightly. He was a policeman. The person was already here. Why report to the police? And this guy is going to contact the media to expose it? Such episodes of public beatings can often be big or small. To a lesser extent, it is a small civil dispute that can be settled with an apology and some money. But on a larger scale, it belongs to disturbing the public peace. Especially Li Hao hit a woman. Although the beaten is the fiancé, but the same is illegal. If people do call out reporters and expose the video to the Ask Network, it causes a confrontation between online opinion and the topic of men and women. Then Li Hao's behavior of hitting a woman can also be characterized as a bad influence on society. By then, they wouldn't be able to detain Li Hao even if they didn't want to. Seeing this, Li Hao was also a bit abashed. His handle had already fallen into other people's hands. You can't even think of denying it now. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and said hatefully, okay, I promise to reconcile. Compensation I also do not want. This vase is my own broken. Do not pursue Zhang Pingyu any responsibility, always okay. Instead of replying to him directly, Wan Guoli turned his gaze to Jiang Chen. How exactly this matter would end today was still up to Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen didn't agree, then they would just compile the evidence and launch a lawsuit against Li Hao. Jiang Chen saw that Li Hao had finally wimped out and didn't intend to make a big deal out of it, putting down his cell phone. However, he didn't know if he had accidentally touched the amplification button, and the voice on the other end of the cell phone came out all of a sudden. Hello? Hello? What's with the hitting and not hitting? I'm in a fried chicken restaurant. Are you going to order chicken or not? Just arrived fresh today. Chicken breasts, thighs, and asses all available. Guaranteed to be a blast to order once. In the office, everyone froze for a moment. The gazes that followed towards Jiang Chen all gradually became strange. The corner of the young policeman's mouth could not help but twitch. The whole half of the day, this son of a is actually in the false alarm? Ahem. Jiang Chen hung up the phone without moving. Order your ing chicken. I'm a decent man. He looked at Li Hao. Then let's reconcile. Chapter 137, Absolute Obsession. When Jiang Chen and Zhang Pingyu finished settling everything, it was completely dark when the two men signed a settlement and then left from Mangrove Capital after police mediation. The dim lights on the side of the road were lit up, and Jiang Chen drove his car slowly down the highway. The oncoming and offcoming vehicles swept past on both sides with a blinding light. Zhang Pingyu sat in the passenger seat and didn't say a word. The atmosphere was slightly dull, and today's events were probably a bigger blow to this guy. It's hard to put this kind of thing on anyone when the girl they've liked for so long doesn't actually take herself seriously at all. Cry out if you want to. I won't laugh at you. Jiang Chen handed over a cigarette and said indifferently. Zhang Pingyu froze, silently took the cigarette, but squeezed out a smile. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What are you crying about? I put it down a long time ago. Now that I have a girl I like, Shoya Lin is in the past with me, and it's not worth feeling bad for her at all. Che, mouthy lickspittle. Jiang Chen shook his head and didn't bother to dismantle Zhang Pingyu. Who hasn't had a poignant emotional experience when they were young? It's much more comfortable to cry it out. But this dog, Zhang Pingyu, seemed to really want to prove that he didn't take Xiao Yalan seriously. Starting to deliberately find some interesting topics, he chatted with Jiang Chen without a word, and foolishly squeezed out a smile, pretending to be unconcerned. During that time, Jiang Chen also advised him twice, telling him not to show off. Zhang Pingyu also mocked Jiang Chen for taking his feelings too seriously and not being a qualified scum at all. Gotta learn from him on that one. Can't take women seriously. If you can't catch it, you can't catch it. The next one is better. The next one is better behaved. The next one is more obedient. Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly. Never mind. The dead-licking dog was too facetious. He stubbed out his cigarette and didn't bother to advise anything else. But just as he turned the car into the entrance of the overpass, the cell phone on the side suddenly rang, and it was Han Schwerer calling. Hello? Mr. Han. Jiang Chen picked up the phone. Today's events were thanks to Han Schwerer's help, or else it hadn't gone so smoothly for Li Hao to agree to a settlement. Things work out? On the other end of the phone, Han Schwerer's faint voice came. Resolved. Jiang Chen thought that Han Schwerer was just asking casually and said, thank you for your help. And when you come to Mordor next time, I'll be sure to treat you to dinner. Han Schwerer, however, smiled faintly. Why wait for the next time? Since I've done you a favor, it would be good for Director Jiang to do me a favor as well. Jiang Chen froze for a moment. Next time I will definitely invite you to dinner means, I just casually said. You must not take it seriously. How Han Shuer still follow the pole to climb up it? Can this woman turn the pages of the book The World of Adults more often in her life or not? But at this time, he had just finished asking for help, so he couldn't just refuse. What favor? It's nothing much, it's just that I want to ask Director Jiang to write a song. Han Shuer's mood sounded as if it was quite good. What? The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth, however, twitched. I just borrowed the bar from you, not even 2 hours before and after, and you want to glean a song from me? That's a lot of money for a lawyer, isn't it? Li Hao fraud did not get on his head, but you came instead? He opened his mouth and was about to refuse, when the voice on the other end of the phone rang out again. Don't be in a hurry to refuse first. Director Jiang, I can pay $8 million for the pen fee, in addition to the song's later profits of 9-1. How about it? Jiang Chen froze for a moment, and the words that were just about to come out of his mouth were suddenly retracted. Borrowing a favor from the bar isn't worth a song yet, but if the other side is willing to pay for it, that's a different story. The bid of $8 million is similar to the last time Wang Lin did the same. Both make money and return the favor. He pondered in his mind for a long while, then retracted his words of greeting Han Shuer's parents. Knowing that Jiang Chen was talking about serious matters, Zhang Pingyu silently lit a cigarette and looked out of the window without speaking again. Mr. Han is out of line. Just helping to write a song. How could I refuse? It's too foreign to talk about money or not. Next time this kind of thing, just have someone communicate directly with my assistant. The corner of Han Shuer's mouth twitched and she shook her head somewhat helplessly. She knew that Jiang Chen didn't have an assistant, so none of these words could be taken seriously. Love songs? For the boys, okay? Love songs? Jiang Chen also lit a cigarette and said faintly, yes. There were plenty of love songs he knew and just happened to remember one that fit better. Okay, but I need it in a hurry. Can the song be out in a week? Han Shuer paused for a moment, then asked hesitantly. Writing a song usually takes a long time, and she does seem to be asking a bit much for a song to come out in a week. There's no need to wait that long. I can give it to you now. Jiang Chen glanced at Zhang Pingyu beside him, but shook his head. Now. On the other end of the phone, Han Shuer froze for a moment. So soon? You don't have to conceptualize it? Aren't you in a hurry? Now it happens to be a bit of inspiration. Simply sing a few lines. You can see if it fits. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Good. 20 minutes ago. Kyoto, the Han family compound. Han Shuer couldn't help but frown again as she looked at the cousin in front of her who had dyed his hair colorful. Ma Shanghua, you're 27 years old. Can you be decent? What's the point of making yourself look human all day? Ma Shanghua, however, waved his hand. Sister, you don't understand. This is called Rainbow Head. It's very popular now. When I have my next concert, it will definitely attract a lot of fans. Han Shuer sneered disdainfully. Just you. And a concert? You've got a total of 5 guys in that band. Can you get 10 fans together? Ma Shenghua's expression collapsed. That's because I haven't released my own album yet. When I get 10 songs together, I'm sure it'll be a fire. So how many songs do you have ready for the album now? The first song isn't written yet. Han Shuer instantly shook her head helplessly. This cousin of hers had been particularly obsessed with music since childhood. When I went to college, I didn't study hard. I organized a band with my own money and played for 5 or 6 years. But I didn't make a name for myself. The family has now strictly forbidden him to play music and wants him to return to work properly. Still, the guy was a 3-day wonder, sneaking around privately and touring with his own band. Not a city tour, of course, but various flyovers and plazas in Kyoto, with a fancy name for a concert. For this matter, his own sister-in-law almost didn't put herself in the hospital in anger. Sis, you run an entertainment company. Can you find someone to write me a song? Ma Shenghua's eyes looked at Han Shuer with some anticipation. Due to the pressure from the Ma and Han families, no one in the entire entertainment industry dared to write a song for him now. One could only turn their hopes to Han Shuer here. Han Shuer naturally refused. If Auntie knew, she wouldn't be looking for me to settle the score. Sis, please, I've loved music since I was a little girl and I just want to have a song of my own. I promise, as long as I can sing a fire song, I will honestly go back to work and never piss off my parents and my mom again. Ma Shenghua said seriously. Are you serious? Han Shuer frowned and also hesitated a bit when she saw his sincerity in what he said. Ma Shenghua gritted his teeth and nodded. Seriously, I've also figured out that it's going to be hard for me to become a big star in my life, so as long as I can fulfill my dream for once, I'll be satisfied. Sis, just help me out for once. Han Shuer pondered for a moment. Helping you? It's fine, but you have to promise me that you'll honestly go home and work after the song catches fire. Yes, Ma Shanghua. However, his eyes lit up. Sister, who are you going to find to write a song for me? How can you be sure that his song will be a hit? Just happened to meet a very interesting guy recently. Jiang Chen, ever heard of him? After thinking for a long time, Ma Shanghua suddenly widened his eyes. You shouldn't be talking about that asshole Jiang Chen, right? Anan, that's him. He, okay? Ma Shanghua's expression was suddenly tangled together. Letting this guy write the song was better than writing it himself. If you can't, forget it, find someone else. Sis, you're the only one who can help me now. Then cut the crap and listen to my arrangements. Okay. On the other end of the phone, Jiang Chen gently exhaled a mouthful of smoke and placed his cell phone on the dashboard cover in front of the steering wheel, looking at the dim streetlights that kept sweeping backward on both sides of the road. Fade said, the title of the song, Obsessed with the Absolute. Chapter 138, The World Has Another Sad Person. He said he didn't have to conceptualize it? At the Han family compound, Ma Shanghua looked at Han Shuer with a questioning face. I've said he's unreliable. I'm the one who offered $8 million. He actually doesn't even conceptualize it. It's too casual, isn't it? Just listen and see. To be honest, Han Shuer also felt that Jiang Chen was a bit perfunctory, but after thinking for a moment, she waved her hand. She had heard Jiang Chen borrow another 500 years from heaven and knew that this guy's musical talent was actually very outstanding, so he shouldn't just mess around. In the car, Zhang Pingyu heard what Jiang Chen said and also glanced back. He listened to the conversation between Jiang Chen and the others, knowing that Jiang Chen was probably going to write a song for someone else and was now going to sing it for them. Yesterday at the Music Grill bar, he realized that Jiang Chen could actually write songs and sing well. It was serious work stuff, so he didn't bother, just silently smoking his own cigarette and looking out the window at the bustling city night scene. To be honest, today was definitely a little hard on him. After all, Xiao Yalan was the girl he had liked for so long, from his ignorant high school days until now when he had stepped into the society for several years. This love has never stopped, only to end up being hurt so badly. After today, his relationship with Xiao Yalan was considered to be completely broken, when liking had become a habit and then suddenly interrupted. A feeling of loneliness and emptiness involuntarily surfaced in his heart. However, he didn't want his good brother Jiang Chen to see his jokes, so he could only keep forcibly suppressing the emotions in his heart, sullenly smoking a cigarette and looking at the cars and pedestrians that kept skimming past outside the window. Next to him, Jiang Chen's song slowly sounded, trying to get you drunk with a latte, so that you can love me more. You don't know what it's like to have a crush. You'll never have company. It's just clean singing though, no accompaniment. But Jiang Chen's voice was good, faintly magnetic, and sang along with the lyrics and melody with an inexplicable sadness. It's as if it's more emotionally touching in this quiet car. Zhang Pingyu looked at the scenery that kept passing by outside the window, and his thoughts seemed to be infected by the song, gradually becoming sad. In his mind, a lot of things from the past came to mind. A little bit of high school, college long-distance thoughts and sharing, pursuit and persistence after entering society. Saw you and him in front of me, to prove that my love is but foolishness. You don't understand those pines of mine, is something you'll never know? Jiang Chen's singing voice was soft, as if he was slowly narrating something. Listening to the sentence-by-sentence lyrics, Zhang Pingyu's eyes gradually turned red. He felt as if the song was written about himself, and when he saw Xiao Yalan and her fiancé at Mangrove Capital today, he did feel as if he had been whacked hard on the head. A blank slate. For Xiaoyalan, he had saved money during college just so he could scrape together enough fare to make one more trip to the city where her college was located. And all of these things, Xiaoyalan didn't even know about. You'll never understand the heartbreak of paying for you. Why should I force myself to love everything about you? You've pushed back my defenses hard again. Close the door quietly and count my tears. The melody begins to rise, while the biting sadness grows stronger. Zhang Pingyu felt his throat suddenly choked, and even breathing became a bit difficult. Her eyes grew red, and 2 lines of teardrops finally fell down the sides of her cheeks. After holding out for so long, I finally couldn't resist. Yes, he had just been pretending that he was actually having a hard time. Xiaoyalan's indifference, Xiaoyalan's attitude, and Xiaoyalan's choices all made it very difficult for him. It's been 10 years, since high school, exactly 10 years now. Every year for 10 years, Xiaoyalan celebrated her birthday. He would get stuck at 12 o'clock and wish each other happy birthdays. Sometimes Xiaoyalan has to be very late to reply, and sometimes you get to see a slightly surprised inquiry from Xiaoyalan. He just giggled and didn't fall asleep until late. More than once during his college years, he took a 5-hour train ride and snuck outside Xiaoyalan's school. Looking at the crowds coming and going, his cell phone was pulled out, but he didn't dare to call Xiao Yalan. Fear that she was in class, fear that she was rejecting herself. In the end, you can only silently take a picture of the school gate and return to your city. There are a dozen such photos in his cell phone. He hoped to show these pictures to Shoylin one day when he was with her, then laughingly tell her how much she used to stick around and pay for it. Finally, at this time of year, the wait was rewarded with love. But everything that has happened today has proven that it was all his obsession alone, and Xiao Yalan didn't take him seriously at all, knowing that getting you out of his world would be impossible. I'm still foolishly waiting for the day of the miracle, until the day you realize, the one who truly loves you guards his sorrows alone. Woohoo! Woohoo! In the car, a low whimper suddenly came to mind. Zhang Pingyu finally couldn't hold it together and gradually lost control of his emotions, covering his face with force, tears flowing down his entire face. 10 years of perseverance became worthless in an instant. He was nothing but a simple fool, and this feeling, it really tore at his heart. On the other end of the phone, both Han Shuer and Ma Shanghua's gazes were a bit dull. This song by Zhang Chen is so beautiful, very sad. Although on the phone, only Zhang Chen's singing voice could be heard, but for some reason, it was extraordinarily sad, especially since someone can be faintly heard whimpering in the earpiece, adding even more heartbreak to the song. Ma Shanghua raised his head and glanced at Han Shuehua with a somewhat dull gaze. The song, it's so well written. Did people really write it on the spot? Then Zhang Chen in the end, how did he do it? Or had he already written the song ahead of time and just happened to bring it out at this time? The shock in Han Shuer's eyes, however, was even more intense, because she had learned the whole story of the vase incident from Wang Wuli's mouth half an hour earlier, including the dogged emotional entanglements between Zhang Pingyu and Xiao Yalan and others, and Zhang Chen's song Infatuation Absolute, both the lyrics and the melody. All of them were almost as if they had been created specifically for Zhang Pingyu's experience. Zhang Chen's talent in the field of music is really astonishing. She took a deep breath and looked over at Ma Shanghua. Well, this song, is it appropriate? Is $8 million worth it? Ma Shanghua nodded dully. Worth it. Very worth it. He thought he could be on fire if he could sing the song well. A mere $6 million would fulfill his musical dreams. It's simply not a good deal. Saw you and him in front of me, to prove that my love is but foolishness. You don't understand those pines of mine, is something you'll never know? The second verse of the song, again, and for once, the car seemed extraordinarily quiet. Only Zhang Chen's singing could be heard, and Zhang Pingyu's low whimpering. There was a time when I thought I'd regret myself. I don't want to love too much and be too obsessed with it. The first tear for you, any change for you, nor can it bring back your firmness in me. The song slowly fell, but Zhang Pingyu's whimpering continued. Zhang Chen gently exhaled a mouthful of smoke and looked earnestly at the road ahead. Singing the song made him quite emotional as well. In his previous life when he was young, he also had girls he secretly liked but didn't dare to confess, and now he thinks about it with faint sadness and regret. Okay, that's the one. It was a long time before Han Shuer's voice came from the phone receiver. Zhang Chen smiled faintly and hung up the phone, while Zhang Pingyu seemed to have completely broken his defense at this point, crying and not being able to stop at all. Dog day. Zhang Chen, didn't mean to. Ooh-hoo. Singing songs like this. Want to see an old man cry. Want to see old man jokes. Woo-woo. So hard. So sad. Su. Now are you satisfied? Zhang Chen smiled slightly and shrugged. There are thousands of lickspittles in the world. What's the harm in having one more of you? It's just adding a sad person to the list. Give up the struggle. This song was written specifically for dog lickers. No, specifically for you. You've got it all wrong. Arpin. This song was requested by a woman named Han Sher. She just fell out of love, and her favorite kind of song is to hide in her room by herself, silently shedding tears. If I hurt you by mistake, it's none of my business. If you want to scold her. Whoa. -1. Fear value 91. Today is 525. 500 words and a small explosion. This song, Obsessed with Absolutely, is for you, and I wish you all a happy Goddess Day. Asking for a little free gift, support, and one more in the wee hours of the morning. Chapter 139 Short and Small Business Ventures. 20 minutes later, Zhang Chen's car slowly stopped in front of a large stall. Zhang Pingyu was already in much better shape after venting his emotions. The two picked a table near the curb and ordered a couple beers and downers. I also didn't realize that the investment officer who interviewed me was actually Arian Shaw and his fiancée. Zhang Pingyu slowly talked about what happened today. When Li Hao learned of my identity, he directly rejected my project, and threw a bottle of water on the floor, and he said he'd reconsider if I picked that up and put it back on the table. Zhang Chen silently listened to Zhang Pingyu's words without interrupting. He knew that Zhang Pingyu just needed a listener at this time. It's much better to get the words out of your heart. Zhang Pingyu mockingly smiled and continued. I picked up the water bottle and originally wanted to smash it on his face, but I didn't expect it to be dodged by this dog. Instead, it broke the vase behind it. Zhang Chen smiled and shook his head even as he smiled. It was indeed a dogged plot, but that's the way life is sometimes. There's dogma everywhere. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Pingyu stammered and looked at Jiang Chen again. Jiang Chen, have you really seen Xiao Yalan's? His expression was a bit tangled. Although he was no longer pursuing Xiao Yalan now, for some reason, his heart was still a bit twisted. If Jiang Chen really had a relationship with Xiao Yalan back then what does his 10 years of affection really count for? Jiang Chen waved his hand. Thinking about what? 7 out of 10 women have moles on their asses. I'm just saying it off the top of my head. Who knows if Sholan has it or not? Like this? Zhang Pingyu was relieved, but immediately after that, it was realized that something was wrong. Wait, why do you know that 7 out of 10 women have moles on their asses? Jiang Chen's expression froze for a moment. Then the corner of his mouth twitched as he kicked him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What do you care? Would you believe me if I said it was from a novel? Drinking or not? Drink drink drink. Only then did Zhang Pingyu sigh. He thought to himself that Jiang Chen had never liked women around him since he was a student. It's kind of normal to know that kind of thing. He raised the cup in his hand and clinked it with Jiang Chen after taking a large sip of beer. Another sentiment. I think I'll just get a job and settle down. I'm probably not really cut out for entrepreneurship. Jiang Chen picked up a lamb skewer and wondered, what kind of entrepreneurial program are you trying to get into? Speaking of which, Zhang Pingyu sighed deeply again. Actually, I have prepared a total of 2 business ventures. However, they were all denied by Li Hao. That the first project, which is my favorite, is what I call short little videos. At those words, Jiang Chen suddenly froze for a moment, raising his head and looking at Zhang Pingyu with some disbelief. What short little video? Seeing that Jiang Chen seemed to be interested, Zhang Pingyu also came energized, sitting up straight and telling him about his idea. Jiang Chen, have you noticed that the videos posted by those bloggers on the internet nowadays are all too long? It takes a lot of time to move more than 10 minutes to watch a video, so that's just too much of a delay. I think that a lot of videos, in fact, can be compressed a little bit to extract the essence of the content, so that users can watch a video in 10 seconds or so. How cool is this? No more tedious foreplay, straight to orgasm. So, I call this kind of video a short little video. It's short and small, but it's cool, and it's fast. 10 seconds or so to deliver the essence to the user. Much better than those big, long ones. And with the shorter video time, we'll be able to go and grab users' fragmented time with these short little videos. After all, nowadays, when people have nothing to do, they can only brush up on their tweets. And once this short micro video is online, people will be able to watch a couple of short micro videos while they're bored waiting for the bus. I think it can definitely be more enjoyable and definitely more attractive. Zhang Pingyu became more and more agitated. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, was completely frozen, looking at Zhang Pingyu with some surprise. Isn't that the concept of a short video? Goddamn short little video. What surprised him, though, was this. The concept of short videos had not yet appeared in this world, and Zhang Pingyu was able to think ahead. He knew that this project of Zhang Pingyu, as long as it took the right path, definitely had a great future. But this is not in line with his expectations of Zhang Pingyu. This doggone stupid and naive, and also recently possessed by the god of decay. Failure to confess to a girl is not to mention the fact that it is followed by being slept with by a man and being humiliated by the goddess's fiancé. It's almost exactly the same template as the opening of the male lead in the novel. Does it mean that this dog really took the lead script? Seems like a downer, but is actually a business genius? 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't kid yourself. Today you're ignoring me. Tomorrow I'm going to make you fall through the cracks? Zhang Pingyu was a little flustered by Jiang Chen's look. What's wrong? Is there a problem with what I said? Jiang Chen suddenly put down the meat skewer in his hand and looked seriously at Zhang Pingyu. Pang, there's something I want to ask you. You must be honest with me. What is it? Palace Jade Wine. What is the next sentence? Answer at once. Zhang Pingyu froze for a moment, looking at him full of confusion. What wine? What kind of drink do you want? Didn't I just ask? The big stall only has beer. Jiang Chen's eyes stared deathly at Zhang Pingyu as he continued. Wenzhou, Zhujiang, Wenzhou, Zhujiang, Jiangnan Leather Factory. What's the next sentence? Zhang Pingyu even more confused. How to pull to the leather factory again? I don't sell leather, so how would I know? Odd change even? What? Chicken? Zhang Pingyu froze for a long time, then widened his eyes and whispered. You really want to call it chicken? What about Sellaway? 5 words floating in the sky. What the hell are you talking about? Finally, Jiang Chen gradually put his heart down in his mind. This one is definitely different from his own situation. Otherwise the expression must not have come across so naturally after this round of testing. In his world, there was not a single Chinese person who could resist this temptation. Even if you forcefully held back the desire to blurt it out, the expression on your face must have changed. But Zhang Pingyu's look had always been blank, and the stupidity in his eyes didn't look like he was faking it. but rather, it was inherently self-contained. He breathed a soft sigh of relief, but his heart was a little emotional. Damn, what a surprise. This dog is actually a real business genius? What's your second venture? He continued to ask. Zhang Pingyu was relieved to see that Zhang Chen had finally stopped asking strange questions. Zhang Chen's mind had turned faster than his during his reading days. The jumps in thought were so great that one could not keep up with them at all. He scratched his head and continued. The second venture, I actually think, is rather generic. Chapter 140, Your Dream. I vote. It's just that I've noticed that there are more and more live videos on the internet now, and online shopping is also very advanced. Chen, you know, I used to be in sales, and I was thinking once when I had nothing else to do, if I could sell my products during a live broadcast, would it be a little better? After all, there are so many complex products these days that there's no way to understand them by just looking at pictures, and live video solves that problem. Although online stores nowadays have customer service, it's certainly not as intuitive as direct live demonstrations and presentations. Zhang Pingyu said nervously, so I think that if we can use live broadcasting to help online store merchants sell their products, there might be a market for it. Isn't this a ING live bandwagon? Zhang Chen was surprised once again, looking at Zhang Pingyu with disbelief. This was a money-grabbing industry. In his world, the rise of the industry brought a big shock to the entertainment industry. It used to be that entertainment stars made the most money shooting movies, taking commercials, and getting endorsements. And after the live bandwagon caught fire, many netroots a live broadcast down, more than the entertainment star a year to earn money. This has led to a large number of celebrities also joining the industry, using their popularity to help businesses sell their goods. It is also because of the ability to cash in on online bandwagons that the industry of Netflix is rapidly emerging. With the same popularity, netizens don't make less money than celebrities. Alas, there's no use talking so much. Zhang Pingyu sighed slightly. I'm already planning to give up. I'm just an ordinary person. It's better to find a job honestly and continue to do sales. We can also earn 100,000 or so each year. And in a couple years we'll marry Xiaocheng home and get down to business. Zhang Chen's gaze towards Zhang Pingyu had completely changed at this point. Is this mother asterisk really a business genius? It is just a little bit of bad luck. Not only as a 10-year licking dog, and at this time 2 gold mountains in front of, actually still thinking of giving up. He pondered for a long time, feeling that it was a bit of a shame to let Zhang Pingyu give up just like that. Since Zhang Pingyu could think of it, it meant that there must be people in this world who would come up with such ideas one after another. A genius is never alone if the world is big enough. How much investment are you going to pull in today at Mangrove Capital? Zhang Pingyu thought for a moment, then somewhat embarrassedly raised 2 fingers. 2 million. He scratched his head. I don't know if people see my project well enough to ask for too much. What I think is, if I can get the investment, I can earn more or less as a boss myself. As long as I earn $200,000 a year, it's also much better than me being a salesman. Damn, that's all there is to it. Zhang Chen was somewhat speechless. What's 2 million enough for? He thought for a moment, tapped the table, and said, I don't think you should give up. I'll invest in both projects. I'll put in $20 million first. I'll add more if it's not enough. Zhang Pingyu did not know that what was in front of him was 2 gold mountains, but he knew it would be a real pity to just throw it away, and he planned to let Zhang Pingyu develop a bit in these 2 directions. Zhang Pingyu directly froze at his words. $20 million? He looked at Zhang Chen with some disbelief. You want to invest in these 2 projects? Perhaps it was because the 2 were chatting rather loudly. Several men and women at the next table heard the words $20 million and immediately cast their eyes over. However, after seeing that Zhang Chen and Zhang Pingyu were just 2 young men in their 20s, they immediately shook their heads with some contempt. Nowadays, college students like to brag when they come out for a drink. Oh, not even graduated yet and you fantasize that you can change the world. In fact, when you graduate, you realize that you're going to make up to $300-500 a month. Ha, so is my cousin. Just a freshman and thinks he's going to make millions 3 years after graduation. Naive. I've been working for 10 years and now I'm $2 million in debt. Put. Zhang Pingyu heard their taunts. Glancing up at the group, he noticed that they were all wearing white shirts and pants and seemed to be white-collar workers from the surrounding companies. He looked at them for a while, but didn't bother with them, instead looking at Zhang Chen with a dull gaze. Chen, are you serious? Zhang Chen said indifferently. What's true or false? Do you need to joke about $20 million? He actually had his own considerations when he chose to invest in these 2 projects. Apart from not wanting to waste these 2 gold mountains for nothing, there was another purpose, which was to find a backing for Chenwei Entertainment. Nowadays, entertainment companies are moving around with all kinds of big capital behind them. I'm afraid that the resistance will be very high if Chenwei Entertainment wants to capture the market in the entertainment circle as a mere entertainment company. During this period of time, He had made almost tens of millions of dollars before and after. Together with the later copyright share, it is estimated that there are tens of millions of dollars coming in every year. But compared to those capitals, it still belongs to the small cat to see the big cat. If Morning Vista Entertainment encountered problems for 3 days in the future, how would he still be able to leisurely muddle through? Is it hard to go to the entertainment industry for 3 days? That's why he had been thinking about how to find a capital backing for Chenwei Entertainment, Zhang Pengyu's entrepreneurial project, but it gave him a thought. As long as we can make the live bandwagon in short videos, it will be the strongest backing for Chenwei Entertainment. There is no capital that can easily shake these two companies. But, that's $20 million. Ha! Zhang Pengyu swallowed his saliva, still feeling a bit unrealistic. Do you really intend to vote for me? These two projects. I don't have a bottom either. Jiang Chen waved his hand. What's $20 million? Money is a dream we have to honor. Your dream. I Jiang Duoyu. Ahem. I, Jiang Chen, voted. Zhang Pengyu saw that Jiang Chen didn't look like he was joking. After freezing for a long time, he suddenly picked up the beer in front of him and drank it all in one go with some excitement. Ah Chen, I'll do it just for your words, he said with a very complicated look. I've actually told a lot of people about these two programs, but they didn't think much of me, and even my parents talked me out of it. Only you respect my dream, and also invested money in me, a big favor. These two projects you can rest assured to me, I will do my best. Also, you don't have to invest this money in me. If you really fancy the two projects here, start your own company. You pay for it, I'll pay for it, I'll work for you. Jiang Chen froze for a moment at his words. He didn't expect Zhang Pengyu to say this. This was after all a project that Zhang Pengyu came up with himself. This, not so good, I guess. Nothing bad. Zhang Pengyu, however, waved his hand and looked very determined. I also just had an empty idea and no resources whatsoever. Besides Chen, you did me such a great favor today. I don't even know how to thank you. How can I still ask for your money? Chapter 141, Scoop up all the pretty girls for me. Jiang Chen frowned a bit and wanted to say something else. He really didn't actually think about starting his own company. After all, his goal was to find a backer for Chenwei Entertainment and then leisurely eat soft food. As long as Zhang Pengyu was willing to do it, he can become the major shareholder of the two companies. Just take the stocks and dividends every year. Starting a company or something is just too troublesome. Chen, I'm serious. Zhang Pengyu shook his head and continued. I actually know that I'm a long way from entrepreneurial success, and even if someone were to throw money at me, I wouldn't know how to spend it. There is a high probability of eventual failure. If your $20 million are invested in me and I end up losing all of it, how am I going to face you in the future? So, I think the company still has to be yours. I'll take orders from you. You've always been smarter in the head than me, and better at making money. It's definitely better to listen to you than to mess around on my own, and I'd like to follow you and learn as I go along. If the project is really successful in the future, I'm capable enough. You'll just support me in other endeavors. At those words, Jiang Chen was also silent for a long while. He could understand Zhang Pengyu's thoughts. As a person who has been there, he certainly knows that these two projects, as long as they go in the right direction, not only will they not lose money, but they can also make a lot of money. But Zhang Pengyu does not know. If he really shoved $20 million at him, he would instead tie his hands because he didn't dare to spend his brother's money indiscriminately. How can this business be carried out? It's only a matter of time before it fails. It would be better to let him do it first and then talk about the share dividend when the project is up and running. Okay, that's decided for now. Jiang Chen sighed. However, let's talk first. I'm only responsible for paying the money. Things are still yours to do. Zhang Pengyu was overjoyed. No problem. I will definitely try my best to get things done. You don't treat yourself poorly every month. During this period of time when you start your own business, you will receive a monthly salary of $20,000 every month, and then increase it when you make achievements. After Jiang Chen thought for a while, he added, I'll add another $10 million to the total investment, totaling $30 million. Give our dream a boost. It is very likely that he will not be able to earn money for a long time, and he does not want to affect Zhang Pengyu's normal life because of this. Okay, Chen, you believe in me so much, I won't let you down. Zhang Pengyu raised his glass, sweeping away his previous disillusionment, and said excitedly, I'll start preparations tomorrow, and form the company first. Which program do we do first? Jiang Chen also smiled slightly. With these two projects, Chenwei Entertainment's future route was also finally much clearer. Of course it's two projects together. He didn't even think about it, he just waved his hand. The mall is like a battlefield. We can't give our opponents a chance to react. I want to see the company framework in the shortest possible time. Ming, understood. Zhang Pengyu gritted his teeth. his eyes flashing with a bearish fighting spirit. The two men went on to discuss several issues, such as Jiang Chen's proposal after thinking about it for a while. In fact, both programs have quite a bit in common. Whether it's a short little video or a live sales pitch, they both require someone to make the video. So the Netflix crowd, which is needed for both programs. I think you should start by forming a Netflix company and signing up all kinds of potential newcomers for training. In the direction of live sales promotion, recruit some netizens, conduct eloquence training, especially professionals in the beauty industry and mother and baby industry, and dig a little over the short videos. On the other hand, mainly recruit young men and women who are good looking and can dance. Also, an hour or so later, a barbecue finally finished. The men and women at the next table had been interested in the two young men who had been bragging. A hint of disdain hooked at the corners of their mouths. They are all white-collar workers in large companies nearby, usually in contact with large projects in the company. The eyes and mind gradually began to float up. A recent college graduate is not only a turd, he's also uneducated. Especially these two guys in front of me, who can't move for millions and millions of dollars, are just too capable of blowing it. Seeing that the two seemed to be preparing to pay the bill and leave, a white-collar man whistled, intending to flirt with the two after getting their attention. However, Jiang Chen and Zhang Pingyu didn't pay any attention to him and only glanced at him lightly. Finishing up the bill, the two grabbed their cell phones and headed in the direction of the car. Jiang Chen pulled out his car keys, and the SU parked not far away flashed twice at once. Seeing this, everyone at this table couldn't help but freeze. They had all seen that SUV when they had just arrived, and one of them had sighed for a long time. A luxury car worth more than $1,800,000, and they didn't know how long it would take for them to be able to afford it. And this limousine, it's actually that young boy's? It turned out that people were really rich, and they just ignored themselves because they didn't put them in their eyes at all. On the table, there was a momentary silence. Everyone felt their faces burning as if they had been slapped. And after Jiang Chen got into the car, he didn't rush to leave, but rolled down the window and whistled at the few people at this table. Only when everyone's gazes were directed towards him did Jiang Chen smile and look towards one of the girls, pointing at her. "Pretty girl, you're so pretty, leave a contact?" The group of white-collar workers at the table all froze. That girl who was being looked at by Jiang Chen, but her face suddenly turned playfully red. Just now she thought the guy was quite handsome, just a little too fond of bragging. I didn't realize that people weren't bragging, but they were really rich. Did he just say that the 20 million to 30 million investment or whatever was real? She looked around at the somewhat unnatural expressions of her co-workers and hesitated a bit. But in the end, she didn't hold back the yearning and longing in her heart, and with a red face, she got up and walked over to Jiang Chen's car window. She didn't give the call directly, but politely took out a business card from her bag and handed it to Jiang Chen. "Hello, I'm Lin Yana from Earth Investment. If you are interested in investment, you can come to the company to find me, and I can explain to you a few investment products that have recently come online." It's a euphemism to make it seem like she's not being so forthcoming and making a good impression on others. And not only did he leave his phone number, he also briefly invited Jiang Chen, leaving enough space for subsequent contact. Good. Jiang Chen was also a bit surprised by the girl's emotional intelligence. Smilingly, he groped the other's small hand as he took the card. The girl blushed, though she didn't draw back. Jiang Chen fumbled about as much as he could before gesturing a follow-up call, then slowly drove the car and left the place. In front of the door of the stall, the girl was left alone, standing still, looking at the direction in which the car was slowly leaving, and the faces of the people at the table, where the atmosphere was originally very lively, were also very saddened and strange. Lin Yana is the receptionist of their company. She is very pretty and many white-collar workers in the company have ideas about her. But I didn't realize that the girl's hand hadn't even touched it for a moment before it seemed to have been soaked by someone else. Just by seeing the nearly $2 million car, the crowd knew that they were definitely out of luck. Rich people. For a moment, the atmosphere at the table became silent and eerie once again, and the male white guy who whistled earlier just kept drinking and never spoke again. "Jiang Chen, what do you want that girl's phone number for?" In the car, Zhang Pingyu asked with some curiosity. Although that girl was pretty, she was still far from the national goddess Sulu away. He didn't believe that Jiang Chen would really like her. "Ha!" Jiang Chen smiled, glancing lightly at the business card before tossing it to him. "To poach, of course. High-end business battles often require the most unpretentious tactics. In the future, if any company dares to mess with us, we'll poach the prettiest girl in their company for me, and piss them off. These beautiful girls we keep ourselves, hoarded in the company." To the direction of the net red training, even if you cannot become a net red, it does not matter. Usually stay in the company. The end of the tea handing water, but also eye-catching. Zhang Pingyu gradually opened his mouth wide. Asterisk. Or you're good. What? You don't want to? Think, I'm going to get my company up and out. Zhang Pengyu was also stimulated, and today's events were nothing short of ups and downs for him. He couldn't help but remember the way Jiang Chen had taught him yesterday. Whenever he encountered difficulties, he learned that he had to encourage himself. He raised his hands and put up his 2 middle fingers, pointing them at the top of his head. My destiny is mine, not God's. Asterisk 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 you goddess. Fear value 91. Chapter 142 Zhang Pengyu's real name exposure. After sending the somewhat frazzled Zhang Pengyu home, only then did Jiang Chen drive towards his house. Nikki was still awake and waiting for him at home. It was already a habit of the little girl that she had to talk to Jiang Chen a few times before going to bed every day before she could fall asleep more easily. Even when he was traveling, he would still call Jiang Chen every day. After the two of them took a shower, he told Su Luowei the story of Zhang Pengyu. He met his former crush at an investment firm, but they were engaged, and then he couldn't walk away after he missed and broke a vase. Yes? Su Luowei seemed to enjoy listening to this kind of story, listening intently and interjecting from time to time. That boy is because he wants to get engaged. That's why he rejected Zhang Pengyu at the last class reunion? The light in the room is not strong. Su Luowei has just removed the mask. Delicate skin, as if she can pinch out water. Her eyes are wide open, through the curious and gossipy light. Pretty much. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth twitched as he let out another sigh. Zhang Pengyu said last time that he wanted to change his ways, but in fact, he still can't forget people in his heart, and he just cried in my car, and he couldn't stop persuading me. It's pathetic. I don't know how to persuade him about this kind of thing. I can only rely on him to come out on his own. I can't really see him liking boys. Su Luowei burrowed into the quilt with a surprised face and waited for Jiang Chen to turn off the light. Yeah, I can't tell. The next day, the heat on Weibo about Jiang Chen buying a song had faded a lot. As the spread of Borrow Another 500 Years from the Sky grew, many netizens gradually noticed a hint of something wrong. Jiang Chen actually released another song. Did he buy this one too? It's a bit unlikely, isn't it? With a song of such high quality, you'd be lucky to get one. How can you get 2 in a row? Jiang Chen accompanied the little girl to the company, and found that although the netizens were a bit skeptical about the authenticity of his song purchase, they didn't seem to think in the direction of Jiang Chen can write songs. The title of jerk writer was too deeply rooted in the minds of the netizens to accept it for a while. More people felt that Jiang Chen had gotten a professional music producer to write the song and then overpaid to put his name on it. Originally, Jiang Chen had no intention of ignoring these netizens. Facts speak louder than words, and as more and more of his songs were released, more and more skepticism would be torn to shreds. However, when he put down his phone not long after, he received a call from Miao Qiubai with a complicated tone. Tilting City Entertainment's side is willing to spend $3 million to buy your black information. Should we take this order? Jiang Chen froze for a moment. Buy my black material? And, such a good thing? When someone brings money to your door, of course you take it. Since Qingcheng Entertainment was determined to spend money to comfort himself, how could he bear to refuse? 2 hours later, the Star Entertainment newspaper, which had gained a lot of attention yesterday by exposing Jiang Chen, once again released an article. How many songs did Jiang Chen actually buy? Borrow Another 500 Years from the Sky is suspected to be from the Magic City Media University. Dialogue recording exposed. The whole process of Jiang Chen fooling college students. In the article, Star's Entertainment newspaper once again revealed more information about Jiang Chen's song purchase. The heartless softie has bought more than one song. There's definitely more than one college student he's fooled. 2. In the video interview in the article, a male college student holds up his ID card and faces the camera with great indignation. Hello everyone, my name is Zhang Pengyu. This is my ID card in Magic City Media University student card. I'm a student of the 14th class of Media University. I want to report Jiang Chen in real name for cajoling me at a low price 2 years ago and selling the song to him. I've loved music since I was a kid, and Borrow Another 500 Years from the Sky was a collaboration I did with my classmates because it wasn't a pop song and I originally thought there wasn't much of a market for it. I didn't realize that it's actually so hot now, and at that time, it was also Jiang Chen who took the initiative to contact me, and he said that he offered $20,000 to buy my song. I didn't agree at first, but he kept raising the price, and when it got to $40,000, I got a little ticked off. After all, I was just a poor student at the time, and $40,000 was a lot for me. Most importantly, during that time, Jiang Chen kept brainwashing me, CPUing me, telling me that the song was poorly written and not worth the money. I was so devastated that I sold him the song along with the rights to the byline, for a total of $50,000. In the video, the building behind the male college student can be vaguely seen, which is the teaching building of the Magic City Media College. And this college student named Zhang Pengyu, after telling the whole story in detail, He even showed the camera some of his own manuscripts from when he first wrote Borrow Another 500 Years from the Sky, which are evidence enough to prove that he wrote the song. This article and video sparked a heated discussion among netizens straight away. So Borrow Another 500 Years from Heaven was also bought by Jiang Chen? How many songs did this guy buy? The netizens, who were still somewhat half-hearted after seeing Zhang Pingyu's ID card and manuscript, were instantly biased in favor of Jiang Chen buying the song. People have been exposed by real names. How can they be fake? Netizens who like to make things happen bombarded Jiang Chen's Weibo once again. Dog thing Jiang Chen, come out. I know you're looking at Weibo. I told my friend yesterday that you must have bought this song again. And it's true. Shame on you. Can't you write a song yourself? Have to cheat on someone else's song. Scum of the music industry. Shameless. A short half hour. Jiang Chen's comment section then had more than 100,000 comments, and the number of microblog followers was rapidly rising. And this time Jiang Chen didn't stay silent, and directly came out 20 minutes later and responded to the netizens' questions. I'm sorry, I apologize to the general public. I did buy 2 songs in the beginning. I didn't expect to be found out. I'm really sorry. Sure enough, he admitted it. The netizens were instantly in no doubt, immediately riding the wave of victory, pounding on their keyboards and angrily spraying Jiang Chen. The internet was once again abuzz with topics related to Jiang Chen's song purchase. With this amount of conversation, the heat of Borrow Another 500 Years from the Sky is back in the oven once more. Airplay is seeing a new wave of upticks. Kyoto. Han Shuer listened to her subordinate's report with a very strange expression. Zhang Pengyu? Isn't that the guy who broke the vase yesterday? Looks like Jiang Chen's classmate. Jiang Chen, what the hell kind of game is being played? Mr. Kim. The headquarters of Jinsha Mineral Water Company is a busy scene. The new product Kinsa distilled water is about to be launched on the market and there is a lot of preparation to be done. Kim Sancher had just finished a meeting and was about to return to his office. The assistant, however, ran over with a slightly nervous look on her face. Mr. Jin, our product spokesperson, Lu Siki, seems to have made a lot of remarks that don't have a good impact recently. The Great Kong Dynasty she starred in has terminated her contract, and rumors that Chunwei Entertainment intends to block her are circulating on the internet. Manager Zhang from the marketing department is worried that this will affect our new product release. It's fine. This matter has already been communicated with me by phone yesterday by Tilting City Entertainment. Gene Sancher waved his hand, not caring much. They promised that they would immediately conduct public relations to eliminate the negative remarks on the internet. And the matter of Chunwei Entertainment blocking Lu Siki is just a rumor. According to my understanding, Chunwei Entertainment is just a small company within the entertainment industry. The scale is still far from Pouring City Entertainment. It should be impossible to think of blocking Lu Siki. In the end, Pouring City Entertainment also promised to concede 5% on the endorsement fee, and I've agreed to them after comprehensive consideration. At that, the assistant froze for a moment, then looked at him with a bit of a tangle. But, just now, Mr. Zhang from Chunwei Entertainment called and said that he wants to talk to you about a cooperation. Morning Vista Entertainment? Gene Sancher froze for a moment. Our product will be released soon. What kind of cooperation do they want to talk about? He didn't say. He just sent over a file. The assistant shook his head, said that if we were willing to terminate Lu Siki's contract, we could also be given a free advertising slogan. Gene Sanchi's face changed slightly. Could it be that Morning Violet Entertainment is really planning to block Lu Siki? What documents did they send over? It seems like a song. Chapter 143, is this a commercial song? He mused for a long moment, then took a deep breath. Notify a few of the managers in the marketing department and we'll have a little meeting. If Chunwei Entertainment really intended to target Lu Siki, the risk they would have to take would be too high. Good. The assistant left in a hurry. 10 minutes later, an impromptu meeting was held in the conference room. The Kinsa Mineral Water Company is a more traditional producer, so the decor in the conference room is not like the modern style of those companies in the office building, and the conference table and seats are in the older mahogany style. Gene Sancher sat in the main seat. Let's open the file from Morning Vista Entertainment and see what he actually sent over. Yes. The assistant connects the computer to the projection screen and opens the file. Folder is an audio. The love of you at 105 degrees Celsius. Seeing this document, several executives and marketing managers in the conference room were a bit puzzled. This is a song? What is Morning Vista Entertainment doing sending a song over all of a sudden? Play it. Gene Sancher waved his hand. He didn't know why Chunwei Entertainment would suddenly send a song over, but just listen to it. The assistant drags the mouse and presses the play button. A sweet voice soon rang out in the conference room. Super Idol's smile. Not as sweet as yours. Sunshine at noon in August. Not as bright as you. Love 105 degrees of you. Drops of pure distilled water. You don't know how cute you are. When you fall down, you giggle and get up again. In the conference room, the expressions of the crowd gradually froze. Drops of pure distilled water. Those were the words they heard. So, this is a song promoting distilled water song? It sounds like it's not bad. Kind of like a little love song. Sweet feeling. I think a lot of young people will like it, right? A young manager in the marketing department suddenly stood up excitedly. It's a jingle written specifically for distilled water. His name is Chen Shirue. Was just recruited in this year, responsible for network promotion of the marketing department manager. Everyone in the conference room looked toward him. 105 degrees. Exactly the temperature at which our extraction distillation towers vaporize at high temperatures to extract pure distilled water. Chen Shirue said with some excitement. The distilled water extracted in this way is very pure, without any impurities. Our marketing department is planning to use this as a major promotional selling point to differentiate it from other mineral water and pure water on the market. I didn't realize that this song sent by Morning Vista Entertainment covered all of these selling points. The group of management in the office then came to their senses. It turns out that loving 105 degrees of you is what it means. And they just heard the words distilled water before they had time to mull over the rest of the lyrics. Even Kim Sancher had only just reacted to the fact that Shenwei Entertainment had even considered such details. This action is also, it's too fast, isn't it? Or is it? They are really determined to block Lu Siki. So they are prepared for it? He's a layman when it comes to the entertainment industry. So whether or not Shenwei Entertainment has the strength to block Lu Sijin or not, he can't figure it out. But if the other party was really planning to target Lu Siki, then their promotion program would have to take more risks along with it. It was never something he wanted to see. But the product is about to be released and the promotional program has been finalized. Is it too late to revise it if it's at this point in time? Is it really reliable to work with Shenwei Entertainment? Many questions swept through Jean Sanchi's mind, and he pondered for a moment before looking at the others in the conference room. Everyone has heard this song. Shenwei Entertainment wants to work with us, but the precondition is to terminate the contract with Lu Siki. What do you guys think? In the conference room, everyone furrowed their brows and pondered the pros and cons. There was a shake of the head and an objection. How can we terminate Lu Siki's contract at this time? Our promotion program is all set, just waiting for Lu Siki to come and shoot the advertisement. There's still a week to go before the new product launch, and invitations have been sent out to dealers all over the country. Lu Siki is coming to the launch party then, too, so this date definitely can't be moved. He was the marketing manager in charge of offline promotion, and he was the one who prepared things about the launch, so naturally he didn't want any changes to occur. The other marketing manager nodded. Yeah, this song by Shenwei Entertainment is good, but it's too rushed to work together on an ad hoc basis. And it seems that Shenwei Entertainment's reputation on the internet isn't too good lately. That Jiang Chen's 2 consecutive songs seem to have been written by someone else, and they've been boycotted by netizens. If we collaborate with them and use this song as the theme song of our product, will it affect the reputation of our brand? Jean Sancher nodded, but didn't say anything. These are exactly the same concerns he has, but he would like to hear more. At this time Chen Shirue stood up. Mr. Jean, I think it's perfectly fine to cooperate with Shenwei Entertainment. The song is a jingle, but it's high quality and fits our product positioning so well that I've been following the internet hotspots lately. I've found that although there are many voices on the internet against Shenwei Entertainment and Jiang Chen, they're all actually more like hype. You may not know that the cast of Kangxi Dynasty, yesterday, temporarily announced that they had terminated their contract with Lu Siki, and then switched to working with Jiang Chen to release the theme song, Borrow Another 500 Years from Heaven. In just one night's time, the number of fans of the cast of the Kangxi Dynasty has increased by 800,000, and the TV series The Kangxi Dynasty has also gained huge exposure on the internet. I'm the marketing manager for the web department, and I look at things from a web promotion perspective. Although the internet is now full of voices against Shenwei Entertainment and Jiang Chen, have you all ever thought about it? If at this time, we also learned from Dekong Dynasty and directly announced the termination of our contract with Lu Siki before releasing the song Love 105 Degrees of You, what effect will we achieve? I think it must be no less hot than the Great Kong Dynasty. Upon hearing this, everyone in the conference room frowned in contemplation. Something like mineral water doesn't really cost much. The main thing is the cost of marketing and promotion. Whoever can get the brand out there will have the market. That's why promotion and publicity are heavy in any mineral water company. Kinsale Mineral Water has always been a more traditional business. But unfortunately, those who can sit here are also middle-aged people who are older. They are better at dealing with dealers. Promotion and publicity also, more inclined to use the way of placing TV ads and signing product spokesmen. They don't really understand or have much of a concept of what's on the web. Soon after, another old-school salesperson Meta voiced an opposing opinion. In the conference room, there was a lot of talking and arguing. Jean Sancher also stayed silent and didn't say anything. To be honest, he was also very torn as to which way to promote it. He looked over to a girl at the end of the table, who was taking careful notes. It was his daughter, fresh out of college, and he'd put her in the marketing department to experience and learn. No one in the company knew who she was. At this time, she was acting as Chun Shiraway's assistant, and was seriously taking charge of the minutes of the meeting. Gene Sancher turned his attention to his daughter. Let's hear more from young people about the internet. Xiao Lu, you young people often go online. What do you think we should do better? Chapter 144, new song re-released. Sasha Lu, her alias in the company. When the initial entry information was personally handled by Gene Sancher, so no one knew that. In fact, this marketing department's follower little assistant was also surnamed Gene. In the conference room, everyone looked towards Gene Shasha with some confusion. It seemed strange why Kim would suddenly ask questions about such a small assistant. Gene Shasha raised her head under the crowd's gaze, and without any stage fright, she pondered for a while before saying, I think the two ways of promotion are actually not in conflict. Tell me more carefully, Gene Sancher said. Gene Shasha nodded. There is no conflict between hiring a celebrity for endorsement, filming an advertisement, and adopting this song Love 105 degrees Celsius You as a commercial song. One favors traditional advertising methods and the other favors online. I think we can totally try both together. It's just another promotional expense. We, the mineral water company, have to invest enough money in advertising and promotion every year itself. Since we're planning to expand our market, why don't we try to work with Chunway Entertainment in the online field? It's now the age of the internet, and it's an inevitable trend to take over the online market, and I think it's a great opportunity. As for the advertisement shooting and spokesperson, there are actually a lot of celebrities in the entertainment industry who can replace Lou Siki's people. We're just worried that the time is a bit too late. Then why don't we just throw that question directly to Morning Vista Entertainment? Since they want to squeeze out Lou Siki to try to work with us, they should always offer alternatives, right? The founder of Chunway Entertainment is the national goddess Su Luowei. It should still be easy for her to find us a spokesperson within the entertainment industry. At that, everyone in the office was a little surprised. I didn't expect this little assistant to actually be able to say such organized words, and when I thought about it carefully, I realized that it actually made sense. It's not like Lou Siki is irreplaceable. Giving up Lou Siki doesn't mean giving up the traditional way of advertising and promotion. Both working with Chunway Entertainment and doing the spokesperson's commercial at the same time is really the best solution at the moment. Even the marketing manager looked at his assistant in surprise. Kanayama smiled slightly. What Gene Shasha said was so organized and logical that it satisfied him. He pondered for a long time, and immediately clapped his hands and made a decision. Good. What Xiao Lu said is very good. Then let's do what Xiao Lu said first. Contact the Morning Vale Entertainment side and see what programs they have. Half an hour later, Kinsale Mineral Water then received a response from Morning Vista Entertainment. That legendary director Zhang personally called over and provided a whole package of promotion and publicity. The call was answered by Gene Sancher himself, and no one else in the office could hear what Zhang Chen was saying. However, it was possible to see Gene Sanchi's expression gradually become shocked before taking a deep breath. Good, good, good. Just do what Mr. Zhang said. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the official microblog of the Jinsha Mineral Water Company suddenly released a dynamic. Considering the impact of recent public opinion on the internet, our company has officially terminated the endorsement contract with Lou Siki today. Netizens who saw the tweet were first a little confused. Kinshasa Mineral Water? Is there such a brand? How come I've never drank it myself? BTW. Since when has Ruthie endorsed this brand? How come it doesn't ring a bell? Perhaps it was because Lou Siki's heat wasn't that high. Or perhaps it was because all the topics on the internet were now dominated by Jiang Chen. This tweet dynamic was sent out without much attention, but an hour later, the Jinsha Mineral Water Company once again released a dynamic, but it is directly caused by the internet hot debate. Jiang Chen's new song Love 105 degrees Celsius You is dedicated to you. Jinsha distilled water, drops of purity and the pursuit of perfection. As soon as this microblog was sent out, in just half an hour, it triggered a large number of retweets and comments, and quickly rushed up to the top 5 of the microblog hot search list. There was no other reason than the words Jiang Chen and new song. The netizens who saw this hot search blew up straight away. What the hell? Jiang Chen released another new song? Curious netizens clicked on the video file and realized that the song was actually sung by the cute girl netizen, Ji Ruoshi. And at the information column of the song, the lyrics and compositions are still clear as Jiang Chen. Super Idol's smile, not as sweet as yours. Sunshine at noon in August, not as bright as yours. Love 105 degrees Fahrenheit You, drops of pure distilled water. The songs are great and Ji Rashi's voice is sweet and beautiful. The lyrics are simple, but full of youthful joy. The netizens who had just been angrily cursing Jiang Chen gradually fell into a stupor. What's going on here? Why did Jiang Chen come up with a new song? Didn't you say you only bought 2 songs? And where did this song Love 105 Degrees Celsius You come from? Can someone please explain? And it seems that the Star Entertainment News, which has been in the spotlight for the past 2 days, is responding to the netizens' questions. 10 minutes later, another exposure video was posted. Real name report, the third song bought by Zhang Chen. The video shows a female college student with her face coated, holding her ID and showing it to the camera. Great. Hello everyone, my name is Don Tang Meng Meng. I want to report Zhang Chen in real name. Love 105 Degrees Celsius You is a song I wrote during college. Damn Zhang Chen, cheating me out of selling my song for $30,000 and depriving me of my autograph rights. I grew up in a poor family and my parents divorced, leaving me with my younger brother who was still in elementary school. Zhang Chen took away not just my byline, but my life's hope. Netizens who saw this video were even more confused. Again? Another real name report? Tang Mingming's video is summed up in one sentence: gambling dad, sick mom, school brother, and broken her. Of course, I'm afraid I'll have to add one last thing, the inhuman Zhang Chen. This time, though, the internet is a lot more level-headed. Something's not right. Zhang Chen buys a song, they believe. Zhang Chen bought 2 songs and they barely believe. But isn't it a bit too much for Zhang Chen to buy 3 songs in a row in just a few days? Nima, this exposure video can't be fake, can it? For the first time, the netizens felt their consciences and found themselves wondering if they had wronged Zhang Chen. Could it be that Zhang Chen wrote all these songs himself? 20 minutes later, Zhang Chen's personal microblog came out to respond again. I apologize to the general public. I actually bought 3 songs over the years. I thought no one would know, but I didn't think I'd be found out. I'm really sorry. The apology was very sincere. The netizens, however, are not buying it at all. And this time, even the dumbest of people realize that something is not right. What's with the feeling of being cheated? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Are we being played? This college girl's ID is all front to camera. No information is visible. Real name report a hook 8. That Zhang Pengyu's information was exposed. Is Zhang Chen's high school classmate? Fake. It's all fake. All these exposure videos are fake. We've all been lied to. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I just cursed for half an hour. The dog Zhang Chen is playing with us. The owner of Star Entertainment newspaper wouldn't be Zhang Chen, would it? It's abominable. Teasing us again and again. Damn. 2 days of cursing in a row and this guy is hiding behind a screen and snickering? Dog thing Zhang Chen. I don't share the same fate as him. The netizens who realized that they had been cheated all felt a fiery pain as if they had been slapped on the face. Turns out they've been getting ripped off for the last 2 days. Dog thing Zhang Chen has been treating them like monkeys. The internet is about to go crazy. It turns out Zhang Chen didn't buy the song. The hot topic is rising wildly, triggering more and more attention. The ads for Love 105 Degrees Celsius You and Kinsa distilled water were also clicked like crazy. It's only been 30 minutes and it's been played over 200,000 times. Jinsha Mineral Water Headquarters, Chen Shirue once again refreshed the microblogging page. After seeing the latest data displayed on the screen, he immediately waved his fist in excitement. And behind him, a crowd of management gathered around, each looking at the screen with newfound interest. Half an hour, 200,000 plays? Is Zhang Chen's song that hot? Chapter 145, Money-Grabbing Chenwei Entertainment. Jean Sancher is also in the office. He was also very excited to hear the news, but with it came sadness. This was because he suddenly remembered that in the morning, when he was negotiating with Chenwei Entertainment about the copyright fees for the advertisement songs, Zhang Chen had proposed a relatively novel way of billing. That is, instead of talking about a fixed royalty, it's based on the number of hits in the first 24 hours of the debut of Love 105 Degrees Celsius You. For one click, charge $1 for royalties. Originally, Jean Sancher thought that the official microblog of Jinsha Mineral Water was only 30,000 followers. There are some still spend money to buy. Usually send a microblogging dynamic. Can have 30,000 views are considered out of the circle. Even if Zhang Chen's song was hotter. On the day of its debut, there were only a few 100,000 hits. Wouldn't it be a great bargain to pick up a few $100,000 in royalties when the time comes? Therefore, he readily accepted Zhang Chen's statement. I didn't realize that it was only half an hour ago that the number of hits exceeded 200,000, and the growth rate is still increasing. Doing that math, by this time tomorrow, won't the airplay be over 10 million? That's $10 million. Jean Sancher felt his insides dripping blood. He only made $90 million last year. Okay, did this Zhang Chen intend to take away 1/9 of his annual profits with just one song? It's a ing money grab, isn't it? Behind the crowd, Jean Shasha's expression was also a bit tense. She was in favor of working with Chenwei Entertainment, but after just doing a simple calculation in my mind, I realized that the cost of working with the other party was really ridiculously expensive. Although the fee is based on the effectiveness of the promotion, it is a toss-up as to whether or not you can make a return on your investment. After all, they were only a small local brand, and trying to squeeze into the national market to get a piece of the pie would be much more difficult than expected. If this one fails, then they won't know how many years it will take for them to enter the national market again. Just when everyone was frowning and thinking, the office door was suddenly pushed open and a marketing clerk walked in. Mr. Jean, a distributor from Guangdong province, called and asked about our new product. At those words, Jean Sancher was a bit surprised. Their scheduled new product launch is in a week's time, and they've already invited dealers from all over the country to attend. But Kinshasa is not much of a name after all, and while invitations were sent out, there weren't many other dealers willing to give a response. He was fretting about it. So how come a dealer suddenly called today to ask about it? They said they saw our ad on the internet and were interested in ordering a batch of distilled water for a test sale. The marketing department employee continued. There were also several other distributors who called and said they would come to our new product launch. Jean Sancher sniffed. His expression moved, and he hurriedly stood up. Okay, leave the phone number. I'll go over right now. After saying that, he walked out of the office with hurried steps. When he left, everyone else in the office looked at each other. There was an incredible gleam in his eyes. The effect of this network promotion. It is too fierce, right? If the company's brand can be marketed nationally as a result, that $10 million in promotion fees isn't a bad deal at all. In the entertainment circle, looking at the Weibo hot search that was once again occupied by Jiang Chen's new song, various singers were once again confused. What's going on? How come Chunwei Entertainment Jiang Chen is on fire again? 3 new songs in a row? At this time, even the slowest singer realized that something was wrong. The whole internet has been ripped off by Chunwei Entertainment. This guy's apology on Twitter was completely self-directed, taking advantage of the heat and releasing 3 songs in a row. That's really good. I can't believe they're using this to generate heat. There's something about this Jiang Chen. Various singers have guessed that various topics from earlier. I'm afraid they were all hyped from Chunwei Entertainment taking advantage of the situation, in order to push several of Jiang Chen's songs on the hot search. It's a refreshingly hype approach that has various singers talking. And more people in the entertainment industry are noticing the news of the termination of the contract between Kinsa Mineral Water Company and Lu Siki. Again, he was working with Chunwei Entertainment, and again, he was terminating his contract with Lu Siki, Jinsha Mineral Water Company. This series of operations, to say that no one behind the promotion, the dog do not believe. Chunwei Entertainment is determined to target Lu Siki. Could that internet rumor of a blocking program be true? A number of people in the entertainment industry had called Su Jingchu, but the replies were all, no way. You can rest assured that Morning Vista Entertainment is an honest company and will not engage in such things. I didn't realize that only a day or two had passed and Lu Siki's advertising contract had been snatched again. The group of people couldn't help but secretly slander in their hearts. This Su Jingchu is really too bad. Just do it, and still refuse to admit it. Really shameless. Title sound winds toward the office building. Once again, Chen Zhijian received the report handed over by the evaluation team. Editor-in-Chief Chen. There are already nominations for this week's best recommended new song. That fast? Chen Zhijian raised his head with some surprise. A week just passed. Last week Tidal Winds released 2 recommended songs, Invisible Wings and Borrow Another 500 Years from the Sky, and the response has been great. The week has only just begun, and I didn't realize that the ratings team had dug up a new song. The evaluation team gave a pretty high critique score. As you can see, the subordinate handed him the report. Chen Zhijian had only just flipped through the first page when he couldn't help but frown. 105 Degrees of Love for You. A jingle? Well, it's the theme promotional song Jiang Chen wrote for the Jinsha Mineral Water Company, which was just released not long ago. We at Tidal Winds don't usually recommend commercial songs, but the song is so hot on the internet that it's been on several hot searches in a row. Chen Zhijian was a bit surprised. Several hits? How can a jingle generate this kind of heat? Jiang Chen is not a well-known singer. The current number of microblogging fans is only 1 million or so. How the new song will have such a high degree of heat? Still on the same topic as before, the subordinate's expression seemed a bit helpless. Jiang Chen bought the song fiasco for several consecutive hype, kept apologizing, and it wasn't until today that everyone realized that they were all fooled by him, and the network blew up. The corner of Chen Zhijian's mouth twitched. Since becoming the editor-in-chief of Tidal Winds, he's seen a lot of song hype go his way. But this is the first time I've seen Jiang Chen treating netizens like monkeys. Last time, he had guessed that Jiang Chen was probably cheating netizens, but he hadn't expected that Jiang Chen's operation was even more excessive than he had imagined. It's not enough to cheat once, but you actually have to cheat 3 times in a row. Knowing the truth of the netizens, shall not be directly angry cry I'll listen to the song first. He shook his head. Tidewinds generally does not recommend commercial-style jingles, and netizens don't like to listen to jingles with all kinds of sales pitches and amenities. He didn't know why the rating panel had nominated such a song. Soon the music started. Netflix singer Ji Ruoshi's song came out from the fancy stereo on his desk. Super Idol's Smile, Not As Sweet As Yours. 3 minutes later, Chen Zijian's gaze was surprised. The song is a jingle, but the lyrics are fresh and upbeat, with no ad-libbed sales pitch. On the contrary, he would have even thought it was a love song if no one had said it was a jingle. Ji Ruoshi's vocal characteristics are utilized to their fullest extent in this song, and the feeling of a young girl comes out. It's obviously sung about 105 degrees distilled water, but it gives the impression of youthful love. The stereo voice gradually dropped. Chen Zijian was both surprised and shocked in his heart. What a catchy melody for a jingle. And the lyrics are neutral and gentle enough not to make you feel bad about being marketed to. Clever pairings and surrogate metaphors turn a jingle right into a little internet love song. Indeed. Awesome. What do you think? The subordinate looked at his expression and asked curiously. At the time when the rating panel selected the song, he also mentioned that commercial songs are generally not involved in the nomination recommendations. However, the assessment team insisted that he should submit the report. I wonder how Editor-in-Chief Chan judged it. Chen Zijian nodded his head after a long time. This song has no problem. The lyrics, heat, theme, and melody are all very good. It can be nominated for recommendation. At that, the subordinate was a bit surprised. Even Boss Chen thinks it's recommendable? Is the song that good? He took the report and was about to head for the door. However, Chen Zijian called out to him again. In the future, all songs related to Zhang Chen will be submitted to me first. Okay, good. The subordinate walked out of the office with a touch of surprise and amazement. Dump City Entertainment. Lu Siki's eyes widened in some disbelief as she listened to the news her assistant informed her of. What did you say? Kinshasa Mineral Water also announced that they are terminating my contract? The assistant nodded bitterly. Lu Siki was still a bit disbelieving. Are they crazy? The commercial is going to be shot tomorrow? Aren't they releasing a new product soon? The assistant shook her head with a blank expression. She was also a bit confused about the situation. However, someone from the Kinshasa Mineral Water Company did just call. It says it's terminating the contract with Ruthie and choosing a new brand spokesperson. Seeing the assistant's expression that did not look like she was joking, Lu Siki's face suddenly paled a little. What's going on here? Hasn't the company already made a deal with Kinshasa Entertainment? How do you get out of a contract with a 5% concession? Siki, Mr. Lang is calling you to a meeting. Just then, someone pushed in the door and shouted. Upon hearing this, Lu Siki suddenly came back to her senses. Yes, she still had the support of the company. Scared of what? Okay, I'm on my way. She stood up in a hurry and walked quickly in the direction of the conference room. When she arrived at the conference room, however, she realized that the atmosphere in the room seemed a bit somber. Lang Fuxian sat on the main seat, with an icy cold face. With the release of Zhang Chen's new song Love 105 Degrees of You, he also gradually realized that he was afraid that he had been tricked by Zhang Chen. What song buying? It's totally a scene that Zhang Chen made up himself. That Star's Entertainment newspaper is also Zhang Chen's man. Hell, I can't believe I approved a $3 million hit in the morning itself. It's just plain stupid. Although $3 million was nothing to him, there was always a feeling of being inexplicably humiliated. The feeling was getting to him. In all these years of founding Tilted City Entertainment, it was the first time that this feeling of being teased arose. He took a deep breath, knowing that all along, he was afraid that he had underestimated Chenwei Entertainment too much, and that the other party was a character that needed to be dealt with seriously. Seeing Lu Siki walk in, he said in a deep voice, "Let's have the meeting." With that, his gaze went to a management. "Tell me the specifics." The management nodded, stood up, looked to the crowd, and said, "In the past few days, Morning Vista Entertainment has released 3 songs in a row. Invisible Wings, Borrow Another 500 Years from the Sky, and Love 105 Degrees Celsius U. What's certain at this point is that all of these songs were written by Zhang Chen, because I've asked basically every musician in the scene, and no one had heard anything related to these songs until they were released. And Chenwei Entertainment hasn't contacted any musicians recently. Su Luo Wei didn't even turn to her own teacher for help, so these songs can only come from Zhang Chen." At that, he sighed. "I'm afraid we've all been caught by Zhang Chen. All that information on the internet exposing him buying songs, other than the part we wrote. I'm afraid the rest is all fabricated by Chenwei Entertainment themselves by finding someone to fabricate it, in order to push the heat of the matter up and profit from it. And I'm afraid that the recent rumors about Chenwei Entertainment's intention to block our artists are true. They've been making small moves against Lu Siki, and in the past few days, not only the Great Kong Dynasty, but several advertising agencies have also proposed to terminate their contracts, and it's all being pushed by Chenwei Entertainment behind this." At those words, Yao Si-chun's expression was extremely complicated, her eyes full of disbelief. Those songs were actually written by Jiang Chen? How is that possible? Those songs are very high quality. It's better than any song he's ever written. How could Jiang Chen, a jerk writer, write songs? Is there a mistake somewhere? While Lu Siki's expression was a bit flustered and confused, was Chenwei Entertainment really planning to block her? This group, crazy? What the hell were they thinking? Didn't he just beat up a little girl with no name? What's all the fuss about? Isn't this kind of thing common in the entertainment industry? Chapter 146, Jin Sha, Call the Police. On either side of the conference room table, there was a disdainful sneer. Are the people of Morning Vista Entertainment's heads caught in a door? Just with them they want to block our artists? Don't take a piss to see how much you weigh. Just a few advertisers and a TV series. How much impact can it have on us? Someone nodded. We didn't take it seriously before, but I didn't expect this group to actually pop up. Since they're bent on seeking death, there's no reason for us to continue to give in to them. It's been a long time, and there's been a lot of small moves from Morning Vista Entertainment. The cast and crew of the Great Kong Dynasty and the Jinsha Mineral Water Company both announced on the internet that they had terminated their contracts with Lu Siki. Two things that have caused quite a stir on the internet. If this continues, people will really think that we can't do anything about Chenwei Entertainment. I suggest using resources immediately to fight back, or else it will have an impact on Tilting City Entertainment's reputation if time goes on. I agree. Use some resources. There are several TV shows that have recently started filming at the same time, and there are roles for both Stepmom Diaries and Family of Law. Let these crews make a high-profile official announcement with Lu Siki. It'll have to do for now. Seeing that the crowd has already discussed the results, Lung Fu Xian nodded after a moment of contemplation. Although Chenwei Entertainment had been making small moves recently, it was only a small company after all. Comparing resources with them is looking for death. Since the fight between the two companies had been completely taken to the stage, he didn't need to do any more layouts, just directly compete with the real thing. And Lu Siki was also a bit surprised. She did not expect, after the Chenwei Entertainment's toss, but also because of the misfortune, became the company's key training object. Normally, where would she get so many resources? After the meeting, a group of executives walked out of the conference room. Lu Siki finally let out a soft sigh of relief. With the company's support, Chenwei Entertainment shouldn't be able to do anything to her, right? That afternoon, Tilted Entertainment then received responses from the Stepmom Diaries and Family of Law, agreed to sign with Luscious and could make an official announcement the next day. However, Tilted City Entertainment would also have to promise to put in a relative amount of resources to help promote their drama. Dump City Entertainment naturally has no reason to refuse. The two sides quickly reached a consensus on cooperation. In the evening, there were already some relevant articles and reports circulating on Twitter to warm up. Is it a blessing or a curse? Lu Siki left the cast of the Dekong Dynasty to join two major TV dramas at the same time. These stories don't get much traffic though, but all the powers in the entertainment industry who saw the news in question knew it by heart. The battle between the two companies is finally starting to come to the forefront. By the next day, both crews made separate announcements. The official list of cast members after Ruthie joined the show. The topic about Lu Siki joining two TV dramas at the same time has also successfully made it to the hot search list with the resources invested by Tilting City Entertainment. The name Lu Siki was, once again, hot. However, many of the netizens who saw the hot search were a bit confused. Who the hell is Lucius? How come we keep seeing her lately? In the afternoon, Zhang Chen was listening to Su Jingchu's report when he also learned the news. He didn't make an immediate decision to respond, though. He's still waiting for news from the Kinza Mineral Water side. Finally, at 4:30 in the afternoon, he received a call from Kim Sanchur himself. As of 24 hours after the release of Love 105 degrees Celsius U, the video of the advertisement released by Jinsha Mineral Water has been broadcasted more than 10 million times. It eventually came to 2 million plays at 4 p.m. Therefore, Jin Sanchur had to pay Jiang Chen a total of $2 million in royalties. However, for this large expense, Jin Sanchi's voice sounded but didn't seem too frustrated. Laughter is very bright. Sounds like the mood is not bad. It seems that this day, Jinsha Mineral Water should also be quite rewarding. On the phone, he agreed to Jiang Chen's earlier proposal, which was to ask the national goddess Su Luowei to be the brand spokesperson for their Jinsha Mineral Water. The annual endorsement fee of $50 million, the first 3-year contract, and then decide to renew or not according to the results. Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't refuse this kind of money-giving thing. The two talked for another 10 minutes, agreeing on a time to sign the contract, before hanging up. However, at the last minute, Jiang Chen suddenly proposed a new promotion program that required a fee of $5 million. Jin Sanchur hesitated for a long time before agreeing as well. What did you say to him? Su Jingchu stared blankly at Jiang Chen. Why does it seem like you're charging people $5 million again? It's just a small test. I don't know if it's effective or not. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. With that, he pulled out his phone and dialed Miao Choubai's number. Half an hour later, a hot article suddenly hit the hot search list. Skyrocketing royalties. How much did Kinza Mineral Water pay in royalties for Love 105 degrees Celsius U? The article was written by a blogger called Stars Speak Business. In the article, Star says business first exposed the contract between Morning Vista Entertainment and Kinshasa Mineral Water Company. The Love of 105 degrees Celsius takes a surprisingly play-by-play approach. $1 a play for 24 hours. So, just one day. Chunwei Entertainment then raked in more than $10 million in royalties from Jinsha Mineral Water with Love 105 degrees Celsius U. This is appalling. No jingle has ever sold for so much. Moreover, the term of this copyright is only 3 years. After 3 years, if Jinsha Mineral Water Company wants to continue to use the song as its theme song, it will have to continue to pay royalties to Chunwei Entertainment. This is horrible. Has the owner of Kinshasa Mineral Water gone crazy? Why would you agree to something so outrageous? What exactly are they getting out of this partnership? The article generated a great deal of buzz. Netizens are sensitive to the word money. Not to mention that this article is related to Jiang Chen. $11 million a song for royalties? And only for 3 years? It's a damn good money grab. Morningvale Entertainment has gone too far. I'm tired of earning $5,000 a month. But Jiang Chen's son of a is actually earning more than $10 million for writing a song? Is there any ING law in this world? Netizens flocked to the comments section to voice their opinions. Kinza, call the police. You're being lied to. Kinza, you're so stupid. That's over $10 million? Is this the world of the rich? I don't understand. Mr. Jean, you should download an anti-fraud software. Don't be fooled by Jiang Chen again. Ask me to write a song. I'll only charge $200,000. And there's $11 million total gold you keep for New Year's Eve. If this money was given to me, I'd not only write the song, I'd eat a piece of on the spot. Otherwise this money wouldn't be solid to take. Damn, Jiang Chen is too good at fooling people. Over $10 million. Half an hour later, tens of millions of dollars for one song. Has Jean Shaw been cheated? The topic directly on the hot search. It generated a huge amount of buzz. This time, in addition to the netizens who were concerned about the entertainment industry and the release of Jiang Chen's new song, there were also a large number of melon eaters who also noticed the news. This is, in the end, a piece of business news, and many company employees, leaders, and even netizens who like to gossip about national and business events after tea, have clicked on this hot search. In the office, Su Jingchu looked at Jiang Chen with a dumbfounded expression. How do you know this topic is going to be hot? Just now, she had witnessed that Jiang Chen had inserted an advertisement by way of inserting it into the article. A wildly profitable $7 million in advertising. Chapter 147, Marketing Master. Jiang Chen. Of course, of the $7 million, $5 million was paid for by Kinza Mineral Water, because by virtue of that Twitter hit, Kinza Mineral Water, once again, is out of the ring. This time, they weren't just making a small dent in the entertainment industry with Jiang Chen's heat. Instead, it's really out of the ring and getting a lot of attention from the general public. The several topics that Jiang Chen had deliberately molded were also more suitable for netizens to gossip about after tea. For example, is $10 million in royalties money well spent or not? That's money for me to make. Has Kinshasa been cheated? All are full of interesting topics. So, once again, the Sans Mineral Water Company is bursting at the seams. A large number of netizens have flocked to leave comments underneath Kinsale's official brand, pushing the brand heat of Kinsale Mineral Water to another level. Kinshasa Mineral Water Company, the marketing department, the entire office had been dumbfounded. The number of followers on their official Twitter account has been rising rapidly since it just started, even swifter than yesterday. Are the netizens out of their minds? It didn't cost $10 million? Why do you care so much? Chunwei Entertainment. Jiang Chen laughed. Of course he knew that this topic would catch fire, because in his world, there was a brand called Certain Rice that had spent $2 million just fine-tuning its logo. The topic is a direct result of the national debate. That wave, Mr. Ray made a fortune. $2 million may seem expensive. The truth is that with the added heat of that period of time, the brand's impact was much more than $200 million. It's the full equivalent of a nationwide advertising campaign. How do I know? Just luck. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Who knew that netizens actually like to read this kind of news? After Jinshaw's money comes over, transfer it to my card. I'm planning to invest in 2 companies in the near future, just when I need the money. Hearing this, Su Jingchu took a deep breath and nodded without saying anything more. This time she was really convinced of Jiang Chen. How the hell did this guy's brain grow? How come it's so easy to make money? She didn't ask Jiang Chen about the investment. The money was earned by others and how they wanted to spend it was naturally none of her business. Still, she remembered her main purpose for coming to Jiang Chen and asked somewhat nervously. On the side of Tilting City Entertainment, they have contacted several theater groups and intend to focus on pushing Lusiki. What do we do next? If we really let them push it up, all this time we've been working on it will be for nothing. Jiang Chen laughed. If it wasn't bottoming out earlier. Then when the good news came from the Jinsha Mineral Water Company, he already had a way to deal with Pouring City Entertainment in his mind. What's the hurry? Let the bullets fly for a while. The fact that they chose to push Lusiki at this time is a complete death wish. Yes? Su Jingchu walked out of Jiang Chen's office with doubts. She ultimately failed to get a detailed plan from Jiang Chen's mouth. What the hell is this guy planning to do? Why are you so sure that Tilting City Entertainment will not be able to protect Lusiki? That night, she looked at the confusing Twitter hit list. After frowning and pondering all night, he couldn't figure out what exactly Jiang Chen planned to use to solve Lusiki, and by the next day, when she entered the office with a black eye, only to find that the situation on the internet has changed a bit. First up is an article posted by Stars Speak Business, the secret behind the $10 million royalties, Jinsha Mineral Water Company's counterintuitive operation, directly on the hot search list. The article is a great introduction to the Kinsale Mineral Water Company, Jinsha Mineral Water Company, located in the northern region of Sichuan, that place water quality pure. The biggest bottleneck in the development of Jinsha Mineral Water Company is how to expand its brand influence from local to national. For this matter, the Gold Sand Mineral Water of the Gold General Manager, everyday sad face. In a nutshell, it really comes down to one thing: the Kinshasa Mineral Water Company has a great product, but the brand is lacking in impact. This incident made Jean Sancher neither eat nor sleep well, and just at this time, a cooperation proposal from Chanwei Entertainment was suddenly placed in front of Kim Sancher. Using jingles to help promote Kinsale Mineral Water Company? Is this really going to work? Kim Sam-suk signed a contract with Chanwei Entertainment with a somewhat uncertain mind. What followed was the story that the internet has come to know. Due to the heat of Jiang Chen, love 105 degrees Celsius U exploded directly on the internet. The name Kinshasa Mineral Water also appeared for the first time in front of the nation's netizens. According to statistics, in just 2 days, the number of fans of Jinsha Mineral Water's official microblog has increased by more than 3 million, the equivalent of a major national advertisement. Many young people, for the first time, know the mineral water brand Kinshasa, and Jinsha Mineral Water has harvested nearly 30 million bottles of water intended to be ordered from distributors across the country in just 24 hours. It's not a huge order, but it's a start. It represents the market for Kinsale, which has started to shift from local to national. If they can stabilize these customers from all directions, they will continue to strengthen their brand. Then it will quickly grow into a national mineral water giant. The royalties of more than $10 million may seem expensive, but in reality, it has been a crucial help to the growth of the Kinshasa Mineral Water Company, and it seems that in order to corroborate the Stars Speak Business article report, the official microblog of Jinsha Mineral Water also released a happy news at the first time. Thanks to yesterday's Jinsha's $10 million to buy the commercial song, topic, Jinsha's brand heat is rising. The intended orders received by Kinshasa have now risen from 30 million to over 80 million. Kim Sancher, chairman of Kinsa, even wrote a thank you note in his own handwriting. Thanks to Jiang Chen for developing a brand marketing plan that has been a huge success. It was only until this moment that the netizens and businessmen who were watching the fun, this finally came back to their senses. This is nifty. Yesterday's thread turned out to be a marketing exercise. One is still worried for Kinsha's sake. Where did they lose money? Obviously, they've made a lot of money. The $10 million for the jingle may seem like an exaggeration, but the person is getting a national exposure. Brand awareness and influence have increased tremendously. Such a classic and successful marketing case that I can't believe I didn't see it until now. It's so stupid. Doggone Jiang Chen. He really knows how to play. Tricked the netizens. The marketing departments of the major brand parties have also suddenly come to their senses. No wonder the internet was full of voices against Jiang Chen during this period of time. People are just being hype. What song copy? What by song? What $10 million in royalties? It's all about making conversation on purpose. If one carefully analyzes the operations of the Great Kong Dynasty and the Kinshasa Mineral Water Company, one common point that can be found is that both parties have rubbed off on a lot of traffic after announcing that they have started a partnership with Chanwei Entertainment Jiang Chen. Now that's heat. Now that's marketing. Why didn't you think of that yourself in the first place? Such a great opportunity wasted for nothing. Chapter 148 True All Network Blocking. So, the first reaction of various businessmen who responded was to call Chanwei Entertainment this splash of riches. They also want to rub it in. Currently, Chanwei Entertainment and Jiang Chen were so hot on the internet. If his own brand could also cooperate with Chanwei Entertainment, he might be able to rub off a wave of traffic as well. Advertising costs tens of millions of dollars is not at all so-called cooperation object is not Jiang Chen also does not matter. Anyway, as long as you can rub the traffic on the line. During the course of the morning, Su Jingchu's phone calls didn't stop at all. There were dozens of businesses that wanted to work with Morning Vista Entertainment, causing her to have to call out 2 of them temporarily to help record and organize the customers' needs and information. The sudden flow of traffic left her a bit unresponsive. It was good that Jiang Chen was prepared. Let her standardize her tone and respond to all the merchants. At 1 p.m., a steady stream of businesses began to tweet about the developments. It's basically 2 strips. Our company has decided this afternoon to suspend and refuse all cooperation with Tilting City Entertainment Lusiki. At present, we have reached a preliminary consensus on cooperation with director Jiang Chen of Chunwei Entertainment, and the reply that Jiang Chen asked Su Jingchu to give to the various merchants was simple. Of course there's no problem with cooperation. Mr. Jiang said that there's a huge traffic heat to share with you next. You see, the Great Kong Dynasty and Jinsha Mineral Water Company both announced the termination of their contracts with Lusiki first. Why is that? There's a video that I can send you to watch first. Yes, you are right. Luscious is the next hotness. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. A dozen or so small brand names, for the next hot thing promised by Jiang Chen, simultaneously released the news that they were suspending their cooperation with Lusiki. Although they hadn't carried out any cooperation with Lusiki, who cared about such details? I can refuse to work with you if I haven't. It's not illegal, as long as the traffic rubs off anyway. With such a big commotion, even Tilting City Entertainment had received the news. But what made Tilting City Entertainment's group of executives a bit puzzled was, these brands obviously have nothing to do with Lusiki. Suddenly sent the news of termination of contract is what? Who signed with you? And these are all small brands of modest size. What substantial harm can they bring to the company and Lusiki? It couldn't be that Morning Vista Entertainment had come up with another way to discuss them, could it? Of course, they still contacted several brand name merchants within a short period of time just to be cautious. After a series of concessions, a deal was struck to work with Lusiki. In this way, no matter what Morning Vista Entertainment planned to do next, they would have a way to deal with it. But unfortunately, no one in the entire Tilted City Entertainment found out. By this time, things had begun to go in an uncontrollable direction. With more and more businesses announcing their termination of contract with Lusiki, there are already many netizens who have noticed the anomaly. Why did so many businessmen suddenly pop up to cancel their contracts with Lusiki? What has this Lusiki done to hurt the world? Interested netizens began to pick up on Lusiki's dark information, and what made them all a bit surprised was that this Lusiki was actually so impervious to pickpocketing. A casual search on the internet will turn up several videos of Lusiki bullying newcomers on set. In the video, Lucci is intentionally slapping a girl on the set. The girl looked only 17 or 18 years old, yet she was continuously slapped several times by Lusiki. You have to force a smile and say your lines after being beaten. Netflix can be clearly seen. With each slap, the girl's gaze would briefly freeze for a moment, looking very distressed. However, Lusiki still seems to be dissatisfied with this and continues to deliberately find faults and ask for reshoots. In the end, the scene was shot a total of 6 times, and the girl got 6 whole slaps. The title of the video is very eye-catching. What gives an actress the right to bully newcomers with impunity? Netizens who watched this video were outraged. No wonder, so many businessmen want to cancel their contracts with Lusiki. It turns out that this old woman is actually so bad that being an old man in the workplace, she can just bully newcomers like that? 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Just as Tilting City Entertainment was about to release a notice to clarify that they had nothing to do with these merchants, a microblogging hot search, but suddenly rushed to the top 10 position. Lusiki was terminated by a businessman just because she intentionally bullied a newcomer on set. The bullying of newcomers by old people in the workplace is itself one of the topics of great concern to netizens. Netizens have clicked into this hot search, only to find that Lusiki has gone even further than she thought. That girl looks like she's only 16 or 17, right? I can't believe she was slapped so many times. Is this Lusiki still a human being? Angry netizens retweeted and left messages, and in just half an hour's time, the relevant topic was directly topped to the first position on the hot search list. Siki Luck slapped a rookie actor on the set. This old woman disgusts me so much I want to kill her. Should entertainers with corrupted characters still be on the screen? The thing I hate most in my life is workplace bullying. A series of topics were brought up. Netizens quickly attacked the official microblogs of Lusiki and Tilting City Entertainment. Dog woman, die quickly. I used to watch your dramas and think the acting was pretty good, but now I just feel disgusted. What a hard hand. Apologize to the person immediately. Boycott Luscious. Start with me. From today onwards, I won't watch all dramas related to Lusiki. I'll see which other drama is working with Lusiki. The people were angry at Lusiki. and a lot of passerby netizens just suddenly remembered. Why is it that during this period of time, the Kangxi dynasty, Jinsha Mineral Water Company and so many other businesses are trying to terminate their contracts with Lu Siki? It turned out that it was because of this old woman's bad character that she was sanctioned by so many businessmen joining forces. Really deserved it. Netizens have given these merchants praise plus attention. Conscientious businessmen. Well done. This is the kind of artist that should be banned. And the merchants who had posted the news earlier were all surprised and delighted, because right from the beginning, a large number of netizens flooded into the comments section of their official microblog, praising their behavior and calling them conscientious businessmen with a positive outlook. At first, when Shenwei Entertainment asked them to send this kind of microblogging, they were more or less skeptical, but they didn't expect that the effect would actually come so quickly. That one tweet alone brought in hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of promotion. Their brand itself is not very big. To save $500,000 in promotional fees, that's like making $500,000. And it was only at this time that those merchants who had actually cooperated with Lu Siki reacted. These mother heirs. They're all posers. Lousy is the businessman who has actually worked with Lu Siki. We have a contract. We're the proper army. We are the real conscientious businessmen. It's only right that this splash of traffic should be coming down on our heads. An hour or so later, several merchants who worked with Lu Siki also scrambled to post tweets. Due to the artist's personal character issues, our company has decided to immediately suspend all cooperation with Lu Siki from today onwards and pursue her for breach of contract. Anyway, Lu Siki's reputation had been completely ruined, and it was impossible for them to continue working with Lu Siki. Might as well make the announcement at this point and rub it in. And unlike the other merchants, these several merchants have shown the contract they once signed with Lu Siki, as well as a copy of the notice of termination. Since Lu Siki had unilaterally violated the terms of the contract, not only did they not have to pay for the breach of contract, they could also claim compensation from Tilting City Entertainment. There were even two fast-moving brands that directly sent a lawyer's letter to Tilting City Entertainment. Once again, this fall-on-your-sword move was met with a flurry of praise from netizens. Nice work! All boycott that old woman. Tilting City Entertainment. Lu Siki was dumbfounded. Her Twitter feed has been exploding since just now. It was the first time in more than a decade since her debut that so many netizens had commented under her tweets. But alas, it's all here to berate her. And the company's two TV shows that were negotiated yesterday, Stepmom Diaries and Family of Law, also switched wins at the first opportunity. Immediately posted a clarifying note on Twitter. Apologize to the general public. The crew has terminated the contract with Lu Siki. The previously released microblogging, just a misunderstanding. Just kidding. The internet is now full of voices cursing Lu Siki. Netizens are clamoring for a boycott of Lu Siki. They invested tens of millions of dollars in a TV series. Who would dare risk letting her in? Who can be held responsible if all the money invested goes down the drain? Even if there was some friendship with Tilting City Entertainment, they couldn't let themselves suffer. So Lu Siki was kicked out twice in a row before she even entered the group. In the office, Lu Siki listened to her assistant's report, and her expression remained frozen. Not only that, but the few brand names the company just talked to today have all gone down the tubes. The assistant looked at her with a bitter face, indicating that he won't engage in cooperation with you anymore. More importantly, the netizens are now all asking you to apologize to Chu Yofei. What? Lu Siki's face paled for a moment when she heard this. Tell her to apologize to Chu Yufei? What's the difference between that and a facepalm on the spot? Chapter 149, Write another commercial song. Hello? Yes, this is Morning Vista Entertainment. I'm sorry, Lo's announcements are already full for this period of time. There are other artists in the company. Do you think we can work together? Good. Okay. Send the information over to you later. Hello? Yes. This is Su Jingchu. It's like this. Director Zhang currently has no plans to write a song for the time being. If you don't mind, we can follow up with cooperation. What? $10 million? Okay. We'll think about it and get back to you later. Hanging up the phone, Su Jingchu let out a long breath. After a night of fermentation, the topic of Lu Siki bullying new actors on set intensified, and the heat was not about to decay down at all. The major businessmen, on the other hand, have discovered the topic marketing ability of Chanwei Entertainment through all the signs during this period. When she first went to work this morning, she kept receiving calls from various brands wanting to cooperate with Chanwei Entertainment. Brands that are bigger want to hire Su Lo for commercials. Brands that are smaller are also looking for smaller artists to promote within Morning Vista Entertainment. All in all, Chanwei Entertainment and Zhang Chen were currently hot on the internet, and everyone didn't want to let go of this opportunity to rub it in, especially Zhang Chen. The guy has written 3 songs in a row that have hit the internet. A number of companies were moved to ask Zhang Chen to write a commercial song for their brands. However, when they called the company, they found out that Shenwei Entertainment's short-term announcements were basically all booked up, and Jiang Chen even suspended the business of writing jingles. This is what Jiang Chen specially explained. His song is not a cabbage. Where can you have it if you want it? The first few times I wrote a song, the main purpose was to shut down Lu Siki. Making money is all incidental. Now that the situation has taken shape, naturally you can't just write songs anymore. However, even if Jiang Chen explained it down like this, but when a company puts the price right into the tens of millions, Su Jingqiu still couldn't help but be moved. That's $10 million, with just one song to earn. The matter of writing songs shouldn't be too difficult for Jiang Chen, right? Even if this guy said that there is no reason uninspired, it can still be next to say it. You can't just let a big client go. Think about it. Su Jingqiu hurriedly put away the phone and ran to Jiang Chen's office to ask him what he meant. However, Jiang Chen continued to shake his head after hearing her report. Forget it, there's just too much going on these days. Let's just say no. He had his own considerations, and for the moment he had accumulated enough on his hands. Not only do you have to deal with the music director's job, but you also have to update all those years, blowing lights together on a daily basis. Zhang Pingyu's side opened 2 new projects, and Han Shuer even stuffed her daughter. There is just too much going on. At those words, Su Jingqiu's expression was one of regret and reluctance. That's $10 million. Just give up? Then how do I reply? After all, it's a client, so it's not good to just say no, is it? Jiang Chen waved his hand and casually said, just say $10 million is fine, but it's just a 1-year royalty. Starting in the 2nd year, the contract has to be renewed every year. Su Jingqiu sighed softly. This was intended to be a disguised rejection. $10 million a year? The price is 3 times more expensive than that Jinsha song. It's a wonder that people would agree to it. She shook her head, picked up the phone and walked out of the office. Jiang Chen didn't care and started typing the day's coding task on his computer. Those were the years we blow the lights out has completely stabilized and the heat is climbing every day. At this rate, it's going to be over in a week or so. He deliberately slowed down his update rate to make the update cycle for this book as long as possible. The organizers at the back office sent over another invitation to the event, but Jiang Chen still refused. He wasn't going to reveal himself as a writer just yet. He knows that his reputation and influence in the entertainment industry is growing. If you want to make a smooth exit from showbiz in a month or so, the writer's side can't be put aside. Although the current Jiang Lang talent was already somewhat famous, it was obviously not enough to arm wrestle with music director Jiang Chen. More time needs to be given to JLT to level the playing field. However, after he uploaded 20,000 words onto the platform, Su Jingqiu pushed the door and walked in. The expression was both complicated and shocked. Jiang Chen, they promised. What promise? Jiang Chen raised his head. It's the $10 million a year royalty that they promised. Su Jingqiu took a deep breath. And it also says that the royalties for next year can be recontracted. What? Jiang Chen's expression froze for a moment as he sniffed. No way. What business is this? Crazy? You can agree to such an outrageous price? It took him a while to come back to his senses and waved his hand. Then why haven't you refused? How can you even agree to such a thing? Su Jingqiu froze and was just about to speak when the phone in her hand rang at this time. She glanced at the screen, puzzled, and pressed the answer button. However, just after saying a few sentences, he couldn't help but freeze, then twisted his head around and looked at Jiang Chen in a dumbfounded manner. Finance said, they've already called in the money. $10 million arrived. What? Jiang Chen was once again stunned. Directly calling money over? What the? You haven't said yes yourself, have you? Now. What now? Su Jingqiu put down the phone and looked at Jiang Chen with a somewhat tangled tone. Returning the money now. Will it not be good? The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth twitched, somewhat speechless. The money is in the account. So of course it's not good to return it. What the hell's going on? It was a long while before he accepted the fact that he had made another $10 million. Some of them sighed in a lifeless manner. Forget it. If you return the money back, it will damage the reputation of Chunwei Entertainment. So this order will take it first. But you have to tell them. Next time. Good. Su Jingqiu nodded her head in a hurry. 10 minutes later, Su Jingqiu organized this manufacturer's information and placed it on Jiang Chen's desk. Jiang Chen flipped through the information, only to realize that the other party was a relatively famous domestic cell phone manufacturer, Popo Cell Phone. The company is very large, with revenues of over $10 billion per year. No wonder it's so rich and generous. $10 million without even asking. Just hit it. And Popo Mobile's needs are simple. They are launching a flagship phone in a week and need to invest a lot of publicity and promotional resources. The big boss up there has given a death order that not a penny of the $500 million of promotion costs should be left. And Jiang Chen is currently so hot on the internet that one song can sell tens of millions. No wonder the other party's advertising department was directly focused on Jiang Chen. This kind of money-burning and effective thing was exactly what they needed. Even after hearing Su Jingxu say that $10 million could only buy the rights for 1 year, they didn't give up. They just called in $10 million. Oh, it's only $10 million. What's there to hesitate about? Anyway, they want the promotion for this period of time. And if they are not satisfied, the big deal is not to renew the contract next year. After reading the information in his hands, Jiang Chen sighed leisurely. It's true that even a great teacher is afraid of a dilettante. This kind of dirtbag with both money and bravado is so dead set on knocking on your door with their money that there really isn't anything you can do about them. He shook his head somewhat helplessly. A brief musing ensued based on the needs of the Popo phone. Eventually pick up a pen and write a melody on a piece of paper. Popo was pushing a music phone this time around. So this song, I guess, still fits, right? 10 minutes later, he finished writing the melody and lyrics. Then he casually put the paper aside. The jingle has been written. Just give it to the head of the advertising department at Popo when the time comes. Chapter 150, Lu Siki apologizes. It was only at 12 noon that Su Jingxu's calls gradually subsided. And at this time, the voices against Lu Siki on the internet still showed no signs of decaying. Although Tilting City Entertainment has already arranged for the PR team to intervene at the first time, and various official accounts under its banner have made detailed explanations in response to Lu Siki's matter, but it was completely unable to resist the emotionally charged netizens who dug up a great deal more black material about Lu Siki. It turned out that this Lu Siki's own character was not very good, and this kind of bullying of newcomers hadn't been done on the set before, and threatened to say that he had once come this way. The pompous look is sickening. Netizens have been running under the microblogs of several upcoming TV shows, demanding a boycott of Lu Siki. This has led to several TV shows having to send out notices on their official Twitter accounts. Claims he didn't collaborate with Lu Siki for this drama. For a while, Lu Siki was like a street rat. Everyone was shouting at her. And naturally, such a commotion has attracted the attention of various forces in the entertainment industry. It led to Su Jingxu's phone being busted once again in the afternoon. Sister Yun, didn't I explain this last time? This matter really has nothing to do with our Chenwei Entertainment. The video of Lu Siki's beating was dug up by the netizens themselves, and we just found out about it. Yes, you believe me, we really don't know. Hello? Director Lee. Yes, the girl Lu Siki hit is an artist of our company. You have a role for her to audition for? Yes, thank you. I'll let her know right away. It's true that what happened to Luscious has nothing to do with us. Yes, as you know, we're just a small studio. Yes, it's all rumors. Okay, you go ahead. Although Su Jingxu gave the exact same reply as last time, no one in the entertainment industry believed her words this time. After all, Luscious is really blocked, though part of the reason is because she blames herself for bullying newcomers on set. But it was Chenwei Entertainment that was behind the push for this. The showbiz crowd can't help but take a deep breath every time they think about it. Chenwei Entertainment really did it, and actually did what those rumors said, blocking Lu Siki. That's an artist from Tilting City Entertainment. That's just a little unbelievable. And the situation on the internet right now is completely one-sided and out of control. Although Tilting City Entertainment's PR team had apologized on Weibo, the angry netizens didn't listen to any explanation at all, and even disliked Tilting City Entertainment's letter of apology on the hot search list, angrily criticized Tilting City Entertainment's apology for not being the least bit sincere. BTW, what's the point of a bare corporate apology? Is Luscious dead? Why doesn't she come out and apologize? There were even some netizens who took out their upset and anger from being teased by Jiang Chen in the past few days on Lu Siki's Weibo comment section. After being screwed over for days, there was finally something to vent my emotions on. All the businesses that had worked with Lu Siki couldn't wait to announce their termination of contract with Lu Siki on the internet. And those merchants who have never cooperated with Lu Siki also stepped in and patiently explained a bit. All netizens rest assured, our company has not and will not carry out any cooperation with Lu Siki. Anyway, Lu Siki was so hot right now, the heat was not rubbing off on her. It's really not that all the major brands are shameless and think of rubbing in any heat. Rather, everyone is rubbing Lu Siki's nose in it now, and you will be questioned by netizens if you don't instead. Hey, why don't you take a stand? Is it because you want to work with Lu Siki? Instead of being scolded by the netizens, it's better to rub it in. Anyway, the one who died was Lu Siki, not herself. Jinsha Mineral Water Company. Jean Sancher looked at the various news related to Lu Siki on his cell phone and couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his head. Somewhat fortunate that he had chosen to work with Jiang Chen in the first place. Otherwise, when the time comes to start promoting it, only to find out that the no-brand spokesperson has been blocked all over the internet, then he will definitely go crazy. Sister Luo, what should I do now? Ching Cheng Entertainment. Lu Siki was completely flustered. She looked to her agent as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. Sister Luo, what else can the company do? Let's let the PR team explain it to the netizens again. Luo Yujin sighed slowly. She had just come out of the conference room. The executives of Tilting City Entertainment discussed for more than 2 hours in response to Lu Siki's question. In the end, it was not possible to come up with an effective program, and the atmosphere of the meeting was very dull. Chenwei Entertainment's action was too fast, so fast that the entire Tilting City Entertainment didn't even react, and Lu Siki had already been blocked from the entire network. Those bastards must have been planning this for a long time, and on their own side, they were completely taken off the beat. Anyway, in the end the meeting went on for so long that the conclusion was, do nothing about it. That's right, the company is going to give up on Luscious. Anyway, Lu Siki was just a small actress, and now that her reputation had been stigmatized, it wasn't worth investing a lot of resources for her at all. Might as well just give up and give this one to Morning Vista Entertainment. There are many other actors of Lu Siki's caliber in the company. Even if they lost this game, it wouldn't have any impact at all on Tilting City Entertainment's daily business. The company. There's nothing you can do about it now. Luo Yujin sighed and said somewhat helplessly. At those words, Lu Siki's face turned very pale in an instant. Company. Planning to give up on her? 12 noon. Lu Siki's official microblog was under the frenzied wrath of the netizens. Finally released an apology video. In the video, Lu Siki's demeanor was a bit haggard and her face was a bit pale. Turning to the camera, he bowed deeply. I'm sorry, Chu Yofei, for what I did on the set some time ago. I'm sorry that my actions have caused you so much hurt, and I have realized my mistake and am deeply sorry and regretful for it. Please forgive me and I can apologize to you again in person if need be. I also apologize to all the netizens, and I'm sorry that as a public figure, I didn't do a good job of setting an example. My misguided and immature behavior has had an extremely negative impact on the online environment. I have reflected deeply and have promised not to do it again. Please, my fellow netizens, give me a chance to change my ways. Morning Vale Entertainment. Dormitory. Chu Yofei sat quietly at her small desk. A video of Lu Siki's apology was playing on the computer screen in front of her. In the first moments after the video was sent, she received several text messages. It was from Tao Wanrong and the girls, and she was also a bit flustered to open her computer after receiving the text message. Sure enough, the video showed Lu Siki with a haggard look on her face, apologizing to her in all seriousness. The moment he saw Lu Siki bend her back, for some reason, her mind suddenly went blank for a brief moment. All the aggravation she had endured on the set that day couldn't help but come to mind. The eyes couldn't help but turn red in that moment, and his throat clogged up a bit. Luscious really apologized to her. Really apologized to her. Her fingers clenched tightly. Sister Jing hadn't lied to him, and Director Zhang hadn't lied to her either. They really made Luscious apologize. Really did it. She took a few deep breaths and couldn't help but cover her mouth and move her gaze away to look away, and the tears fell uncontrollably. Despite the best efforts to suppress it, the choked sound continued to run through the gaps in his fingers. Woohoo! Woohoo! So much aggravation in the movie city. It was the first time anyone, ever, would seriously apologize to her. Thanks. Thank you, Superintendent Jiang. Thank you. Thanks. Fear Value 91, Chapter 151, The Unusual Jiangchen. At the same time, also sitting in front of the computer were Lin Lorong and Zhang Yizhi and Yi Jiwan. However, unlike Chu Yofei, the gazes of all three were dull at this moment. Lu Siki, really banned from the entire internet? This is too outrageous, isn't it? How is that possible? She's an artist of Tilting City Entertainment. Doesn't Tumblr Entertainment have a PR team? Why don't they bail out Lu Siki? Things have changed, and it's not at all what they thought it would be. At first, Tilting City Entertainment had said that they would use all kinds of resources to target Chenwei Entertainment. How come it's completely the other way around? What's next? Will they still be able to join Tilting City Entertainment without any problems? Lin Lorong's heart suddenly fluttered, because she suddenly realized that during this period of time, she didn't know if it was because Tilting City Entertainment was busier. The manager of Tilting City Entertainment, who had been in contact with them every day before, had suddenly stopped hearing from them as well, as if he had completely lost interest in them. A few people looked at each other and for the first time, they felt a hint of panic and fear. This day, there were many people who watched the video of Lu Siki's apology and fell silent. Queen Wang Lin stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling glass window of the Falling Moon Cafe, looking at the busy traffic outside, and sighed softly. Chenwei Entertainment actually won the fight against Qingqing Entertainment? This kind of thing can be considered in the entertainment industry miracle. She was very clear that the driving force behind this matter was Jiang Chen. I don't know how the hell that guy did it. She turned and took another look at the little girl downstairs who was playing the piano. Suddenly remembering Jiang Chen's promise to be Han Luyue's teacher, a smile gently curled up at the corner of her mouth. Now that Jiang Chen is done with his work, shouldn't he fulfill his promise as well? The education of the rebellious young lady was a real headache, and she was about to grow gray hairs from watching Han Luyue all the time over the past few days. Jiang Chen won't take the money and not do anything, will he? The next morning, 2 days had passed, and perhaps because Lu Siki had apologized, the heat of the topic about Lu Siki on the internet had finally subsided quite a bit. It was when everyone thought it was time for the two companies to stop for a while. I didn't expect that just after 10 o'clock, there was another piece of news that suddenly hit the hot search and broke the tranquility on the internet. Chunwei Entertainment announced to suspend the cooperation with Yao Sichun in all aspects, and at the same time to take down all Yao Sichun related songs. Once this message was sent out, it once again set the internet ablaze. It was because Su Luowei had been working with Yao Sichun all these years since her debut. Taking down Yao Sichun's songs was equivalent to taking down almost all of Su Luowei's songs. The impact of this on a singer and dancer is absolutely huge, and never in the history of show business has there been anything so outrageous. For a while, the microblogging hot search about Su Luowei is going to take down all of her own songs rushed to the top of the list again. You know, there are a lot of fans who slowly fell in love with Su Luowei by listening to her songs over the years. If they're all off the shelves, then what are they listening to? A large number of fans pouring into Su Luowei's comments section. Don't be impulsive. Suliwei, a dozen songs. If it goes down, what will I listen to in the future? These songs are money. Don't mess with money. That's right. That's all the songs you've had in total in 6 years. So if they all go down, there won't be many left. As nice as Invisible Wings are, you can't spoil yourself like that. However, there has been no response from Su Luo's Twitter account. It wasn't until 2 p.m. that the entertainment media suddenly received the news that Chunwei Entertainment would be hosting a press Q&A session at the Magic City Hotel. It starts at 2:30. As a result, the various media outlets that received the news moved very quickly to send out their own teams of reporters to rush to the venue at the Magic City Hotel. Just 30 minutes later, the conference hall of the Magic City Hotel was already packed, with flashbulbs crackling through the hall. The Q&A session was attended by basically all the important people from Morning Vista Entertainment. Jiang Chen, Su Luowei, Su Jingchu, especially this Jiang Chen, who was obviously just a music director, was sitting in the main seat, wearing a large pair of sunglasses. He was unaffected by the flashing daylight, and every now and then he grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Just looking at it makes you look bad. But to the reporters, it was obvious that the protagonist of the day wasn't Jiang Chen. Everyone focused their cameras on Su Luowei. Luowei, may I ask, why did you suddenly take down all the songs related to Yao Sichun? Lovey, can you elaborate on this whole thing of taking songs off the shelves? Facing a reporter's question, Su Luowei just smiled gently. It's just a normal business adjustment. Everyone should know that Yao Sichun has already left from our Chunwei Entertainment, so our cooperation also ends here, and all of Yao Sichun's songs will be processed off the shelves. The reporter continued to ask, but Yao Sichun has written a total of 23 songs for you over the years. Will taking down these songs affect your development? Su Luowei shook her head. I don't think so, because Chunwei Entertainment currently has its own music director and my husband, Jiang Chen. She turned her head and smiled faintly at Jiang Chen. He wrote Invisible Wings, which I'm sure you've all heard, and I'll be working with him on more songs in the future. Jiang Chen also grinned at Su Luowei, sort of affirming the passage. At the sight of this, the reporters in the conference hall choked briefly. Everyone's expression was a little unnatural, always feeling. It was as if they had just been forcefully stuffed with a large mouthful of dog food. A few male reporters immediately aimed their spearheads at Jiang Chen in displeasure. Director Jiang, did you really write Invisible Wings yourself? Why is there so much exposure and coverage of you buying songs on the internet right now? The questions were sharp. Jiang Chen picked up the microphone, but his state was much more relaxed compared to Su Luowei's. Smiling, he gave the reporter a look and didn't lie. I admit that I really didn't write the song myself, it was written by someone else, but it's not the same college girl that came out on the internet. Also, I'd like to emphasize again that I didn't write Borrow Another 500 Years from the Sky or Love 105 Degrees Celsius you either. I'm just a mediocre talent mover. At the words of that reporter but froze for a moment, and then full of contempt skimmed his mouth, sat down directly in his chair, seemingly exasperated. Jiang Chen was wondering why this reporter suddenly stopped asking. Other reporter stood up. Oh, if I'm not mistaken, what Director Jiang is trying to say is that all these talents were lifted from your own mind, right? Jiang Chen froze for a moment and looked at the reporter. How do you know? Cut. That reporter also snorted coldly and sat down with a face full of disdain. This kind of low-level pretending skill can be hidden from anyone? After all, you're just trying to brag about your talent, aren't you? Okay. Now everyone knows you wrote these songs. You're the best. Alright, damn. I'll delete this video when I get back. Let's see how you can still pretend. Also mediocre talent movers. Ugh, sacks don't hold as much as you do. Chapter 152 Blocking Yao Si-chun across the internet. After the two reporters opened the process of questioning Jiang Chen, other reporters stood up to ask questions. Director Jiang, the songs you wrote, Borrow Another 500 Years from the Sky and Love You at 105 degrees Celsius have both been a huge success. Will you continue to release commercial songs next? This would have been a very common question, and the answer would generally have been more on the official side. However, he didn't expect Jiang Chen to suddenly tap the table heavily after hearing this, startling everyone. Only Jiang Chen said in a very angry tone, "This reporter brother's question is a good one, and it hits the nail on the head. In fact, the main purpose of our Morning Vista Entertainment's press Q&A session today is not to answer Lovi's normal business adjustments. Rather, it's a network-wide statement in response to some operational problems we've encountered recently." At that, the reporters were interested. Cameras and flashes were aimed at Jiang Chen. Shenwei Entertainment is in trouble with its operation? What exactly is it that needs to release a statement to the entire internet? Could it be related to Su Luowei downgrading Yao Si-chun's song? Under everyone's expectant gaze, Jiang Chen held up the microphone and said very angrily, "Recently we have found that some individual customers have transferred tens of millions of dollars to our account privately without our consent, causing great distress to our normal work. I am hereby making a statement as the music director of Morning Vista Entertainment. From today onwards, any remittance that does not result in an order contract with our company is invalid. If you still want to force the transfer of money after our company has refunded you, our company will take the police to deal with it. I hope people will try to keep it under control and not pay us directly into our account without our consent. You can't buy a song this way, and it will cause us trouble, so I hope you can understand." At that, the reporters in the room suddenly froze. A silence fell over the hall. What? Stuff? What the hell is this guy talking about? Did you hear that right? People transfer you $10 million to buy your songs and you have to call the police to deal with it? Lean on. Do you listen to this, or is it human? Do you know how many people there are that can't even sell a song for $100,000? He's here to show off, isn't he? He's here to show off, isn't he? Just when the atmosphere in the hall was a bit strange, Jiang Chen continued indifferently, "I won't name the exact company that made the transfer here, and seeing as it's the first time we've worked together, we'll take this order, but it won't happen again." Hearing his words, everyone's expressions seemed to become even more unnatural. Originally, they thought this was just an ordinary press Q&A session today. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be this asshole Jiang Chen's pretend convention. $10 million for a song at an astronomical price, or the client's money directly into the account without consent. This dog invited them over. It couldn't have been specifically to show off about this, could it? On the side, Su Jingshu looked up at the ceiling, her gaze complex and feeling somewhat unreal. When had Morning Vista Entertainment actually developed to the point of prohibiting others from transferring money to the company's account for no reason? It seems that after Jiang Chen came to the company, things suddenly started to become inexplicable. First, the trainees rushed to sign basic contracts. Immediately after that, Wang Lin Diva herself begged for the song and had to pay $8 million in royalties. Finally, vendors are hitting the money directly without consent. Su Jingshu sighed languidly in her heart with a very strange expression. She suddenly realized that it seemed like no matter what, as long as there was Jiang Chen involved, it would always become incomprehensible. What the hell is wrong with the world? The crowd of journalists. Miao Choubai's gaze was also very complicated. During this period of time, just from the few things she had come into contact with, she knew that Jiang Chen had already made more than tens of millions of dollars, and there are tons of merchants lining up to give him money. Why is it always so easy for this guy to make money? And having run my own company for several years, sometimes I'm so strapped that I can't even make payroll. This contrast, it's so. Want to strangle Jiang Chen? Of course, there were some sharper questions from reporters. Director Jiang, Lu Siki has recently been frequently dismissed by various businesses and theater groups. I heard that there was talk on the internet some time ago that Morning Violet Entertainment was planning to block Lu Siki on a network-wide basis. May I ask, is it true that Shenwei Entertainment is behind all of this? Jiang Chen certainly wouldn't admit to such things. This kind of statement is pure nonsense, and it's people with an agenda who are targeting and framing Morning Vista Entertainment. I hope that our friends in the media and netizens will keep their eyes open and discern the truth. Besides, being upright is not afraid of a crooked shadow. If Lu Siki is usually an honest person, how would she be afraid of others making small moves behind her back? This incident also serves as another reminder that we are all adults and that we always face punishment for doing something wrong. If you want to be an evergreen in the entertainment industry, you have to be honest and down to earth. That's exactly what we at Shenwei Entertainment operate under. We're a good company that abides by the law. We don't deliberately target anyone, and we don't allow bullying or provocation from anyone. I heard that Lusiki has publicly apologized to our artist on Weibo yesterday. This is something I appreciate, knowing her mistakes and being able to change them, so that she can hope that she can reform herself in the future, make a fresh start, and appear on the TV screen with a brand new look to bring more works to everyone. Zhang Chen said a long string of words. The reporters, however, all bristled, somewhat dissatisfied, as Zhang Chen's statement was just too official. Drip. In short, it's a dead giveaway that the blocking of Lusiki is really too much of a pretense. Now in the entire entertainment circle, who doesn't know that Lusiki's banning has absolutely nothing to do with your Chenwei Entertainment? It took less than a week of acting in the Great Kong Dynasty to get kicked out of the cast and instead work with you on the launch of Borrow Another 500 Years from Heaven. And the endorsement brand name that had long been negotiated was cut off by your love 105 degrees Celsius you. What's even more outrageous is that all the businessmen who cancelled their contracts with Lusiki in the back would send out a tweet that they were negotiating with Chenwei Entertainment for cooperation. If there isn't something fishy going on here, damn it, we won't even eat tonight. We'll just eat instead. However, the reporters also knew that it was obviously unlikely that they would want Zhang Chen to positively admit to this kind of thing. Just as the reporters were getting a little bored and wanted to end the day's Q&A with a few more questions, suddenly a reporter stood up and asked loudly, "Director Jiang, I found out that recently some rumors suddenly popped up on the internet that Chenwei Entertainment is planning to block Yao Si-chan all over the internet. May I ask if this is true?" At those words, all the reporters present couldn't help but stare. Is Chenwei Entertainment planning to block Yao Si-chan all over the internet? When did the news come out? Why didn't they know? Are there rumors and news of this on the internet? Also, this question, why does it sound so familiar? It always feels like I've heard it somewhere too. The reporters furrowed their brows and thought hard, and some of the journalists who suddenly recalled it were wide-eyed, and so on. Shouldn't the real purpose of this press Q&A session by Morning Vista Entertainment be? Chapter 153 Reactions of the Parties. In the conference hall, the number of journalists who recalled it grew. That's it. When Zhang Chen had picked up Su Lu away at the airport, a reporter had also asked such a question. Only that time, the reporter's question was directed at Lusiki. Although Zhang Chen didn't give a positive answer at that time, just a week later, Lusiki was blocked from the entire network. Everyone in the back gradually reacted to the fact that the reporter must have been arranged by Zhang Chen. Where else would a sandy-haired reporter ask such a question? Could it be that this time, Zhang Chen was planning to pull the same trick again? You're going to continue to block Yao Si-chan? This guy, is he crazy? Yao Si-chan is now the music director of Tilting City Entertainment. It's not a concept at all with a small actor like Lusichi. Previously, I was able to block Lusiki. That was pure luck. People dumping City Entertainment also did not react. Chenwei Entertainment took advantage of once actually do not intend to stop, even staring at Yao Si-chan? The more the reporters think about it, the more they feel alarmed. Yes, no wonder. Su Luowei wanted to take down all of Yao Si-chan's songs across the internet at this time. Turns out it was all in preparation for this. What with all the business realignment bull ********, the reporters quickly figured out what was going on, and that was the real purpose of Morning Vista Entertainment's press Q&A session. Photographers raised their lenses and aimed them at Zhang Chen, and the conference hall, which was already ready to disperse, once again became eager and noisy. The flash crackled. However, under everyone's gaze, Zhang Chen laughed and waved his hand. How is that possible? It's just a rumor on the internet. I've just said that Chenwei Entertainment is a law-abiding company and will not intentionally target any artist or company. I hope people can look at rumors on the internet rationally and not be swayed by them. At those words, all the reporters were however skimming viciously in their hearts. Who's going to believe that you're saying, that's what you said last time? And the result? Lucius doesn't even know where he's hiding and crying right now. The lights of the cameras were lit up, and the reporters were recording Zhang Chen's words, because they know that in the entertainment industry, something is going to happen again soon. 10 minutes later, the first press Q&A session for Morning Vista Entertainment has finally come to an end. Reporters have turned on their computers and begun to write the day's circulars. Before the reporters in the lobby had fully dispersed, stories related to the Q&A session appeared on the internet. However, what was a bit of a surprise to all the netizens was this. The direction these entertainment media focused their reports on was actually not the issue of Su Luowei's song going off the shelves, which they were most concerned about. Instead, the main space is given to both directions. Zhang Chen, prohibit all companies, without consent, direct payment, otherwise the police will be dealt with. Chenwei Entertainment wants to block the music director of Tilting City Entertainment? These two pieces of news are really a bit strange when put together. However, the discerning know that the audiences of these two topics are two completely different groups. The first topic is suitable for the general public to eat melon. It's also the main purpose of Morning Vista Entertainment's explicit question and answer session with reporters. The second topic, on the other hand, is for all showbiz people. Manhwa Entertainment, planning to make a move on Yao Si-chun. Sure enough, just half an hour later, the company in question directly paid Manhwa Entertainment for the song, and it made it to the #1 spot on the Hot 100 list. This kind of thing, involving large sums of money and bizarre, seems to be particularly appetizing to the internet. It hasn't been long since the story article came out, and the conversation has been climbing rapidly in popularity. Manhwa Entertainment is really hot right now. There's actually a company that directly hits money without consent. It's really outrageous. Our company originally wanted to find Zhang Chen to write a song too, but it was rejected. Now the leader regrets it. Had I known that I would also call the money directly. Why is it so easy for people to make money? I've been here for half a month and I haven't seen a single client. It's so human. Envious. People have so much money that they have to call the police. Netizens flocked to the comments section, buzzing about the incident. The heat of the topic about Zhang Chen rose rapidly once again. Popo cell phone. Chairman's office. Chen Yuming couldn't help but sigh after listening to his men's report. This Zhang Chen is truly a marketing genius. A random Q&A session with a reporter can spark a national buzz. And with this kind of attention, isn't it easy to advertise anything? The assistant continued to report. The people in the advertising department thought the same thing. They said that if they could get stuck at this time and launch a commercial song with Zhang Chen, it would definitely gain the attention of all the netizens immediately. After all, the whole internet is now wondering who the merchant who paid Manhwa Entertainment is. Chen Yuming sniffed and nodded approvingly. This is a good idea. Go implement it as soon as possible. As long as we can release the songs within 2 days, the heat is ours. The assistant, however, said with some difficulty. However, the advertising department also has some concerns. We're definitely not the only businessmen currently working with Zhang Chen. Just in case other merchants also have their eyes on this song's premiere position, they've smashed money in advance and grabbed Zhang Chen's first song, then we won't be able to rub off on the relevant heat. Netizens will also mistakenly think that the company that paid Manhwa Entertainment is another vendor, which is a huge loss for us. Chen Yuming frowned. So what? Did they give a solution? Time is running out, and the advertising department's current idea is also to smash the money and directly debut Zhang Chen's song. The assistant continued, but there's an extra budget involved, so I wanted to ask your opinion first. Here's the budget request form that the advertising department turned in with their report. Chen Yuming took the file. After just a quick glance, and without much hesitation, he simply signed. No problem, I approve it. I'll increase the budget for this song by another $10 million. Tell the advertising department that money is not a problem, but this wave of national attention must be taken. This heat will not only have a promotional effect on our new product launch, but it will also greatly enhance the brand image. Understood. I'll make the arrangements. The assistant took the document signed by Chen Yuming, took a deep breath, and quickly walked out of the office. Entertainment industry. Netizens have eaten melon. Manhwa Entertainment alarm incident at the same time. Companies and artists also took notice of the less than impressive news. Manhwa Entertainment suspected of wanting to block the music director of Tilting City Entertainment? All parties in the entertainment industry who saw this message froze. After Manhwa Entertainment blocked Lu Siki, they even targeted Yao Si-chun? This too. It's outrageous, isn't it? Does Manhwa Entertainment have to fight with Qingqing Entertainment to the death? However, unlike the last time, this time, although the crowd was surprised, no one dared to casually taunt Manhwa Entertainment for not being self-conscious. All the forces fell into an unanimous silence. Obviously, Manhwa Entertainment was just a small studio, with a huge gap between its scale and Tilting City Entertainment. But with Lu Siki's previous experience, the final result didn't appear before. Who's sure? Chapter 154. A very cold song. Manhwa Entertainment is bullying people too much. Dump City Entertainment. An emergency meeting was being called, with an exasperated executive shouting angrily. Everyone hadn't expected that Lu Siki's fiasco hadn't completely passed. Manhwa Entertainment had even once again aimed their spearhead at Yao Si-chun. In the conference room, the gazes of the group of executives couldn't help but look towards Yao Si-chun, because the protagonist of this meeting was Yao Si-chun. Although Zhang Chen strongly denied blocking Yao Si-chun during the interview, but whoever believed Zhang Chen's words this time was a cutie. There was no doubt that Manhwa Entertainment's next target was Yao Si-chun. That's how they operated last time. Feeling the gazes of the crowd, Yao Si-chun's face was also very ugly. Zhang Chen's move this time was a complete slap in his face. One could even say it was humiliating. The most direct, vicious humiliation for him. Who is he? Zhang Chen, to block me? Yao Si-chun took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with an angry light. Morning Vista Entertainment is so whimsical. An executive sneered. They don't think that they can really do whatever they want just because they've screwed Lu Siki down by making a whole lot of small moves? Oh, fools. We can't let them be so arrogant anymore. We've all been ridden to on our heads. If we don't give Chunwei Entertainment a lesson, what will others think of our Ching Entertainment? By then any cat or dog will think we're soft. The executive next to Yao Si-chun took a deep breath. In the case of Lu Siki, we have to admit that we were careless, but this time, it's impossible for Chunwei Entertainment to make any more small moves. Our PR department will always keep an eye on every move of Chunwei Entertainment. Someone grunted. What are you afraid of? Chunwei Entertainment will only make small moves. Since they want to play, let's play with them. I don't see the need to hide it anymore. Just do it for real. Didn't Su Luo take all her songs off the shelves? Then let her have no songs to sing. Use your resources directly to take down all of Su Luo's announcements. Let's see who has more connections and resources. That's right. Didn't they try to shut down our music director? Then let's see whose fist is harder. Auntie Lin, why isn't that guy here yet? Morning Vale Entertainment. In Jiang Chen's office, Han Luyu stood up and said with some anger. Today was the first time she came to Jiang Chen for a lesson. The appointed time was 3 p.m. But now it was already 3:30, and there was actually no sign of Jiang Chen yet. It should be delayed by something. That guy is at it again. Wang Lin shook her head, her gaze somewhat helpless and complicated. She also didn't expect that after dealing with Lu Siki, that guy Jiang Chen actually didn't stop for a moment to target Yao Si-chun again. A report about a question and answer session with a Morning Vista Entertainment reporter. She had just seen it on her cell phone. Not only her, but probably no one in the entire entertainment industry. The real purpose of this Q&A session at Morning Vista Entertainment was actually to declare war. That's right, a declaration of war. Yao Si-chun was the music director of Tilting City Entertainment, and her status was completely different from Lu Si-chi. If even Yao Si-chun was blocked by Chunwei Entertainment, then Tilting City Entertainment doesn't have to continue in the entertainment industry. If we can't even keep the music director, what future does this company have? Therefore, if Chunwei Entertainment wanted to block Yao Si-chun, it would be equivalent to declaring war with Ching Entertainment completely. It's a battle that no one can afford to lose. Both companies are bound to put up a fight. Whoever loses will be seriously hurt or even quit showbiz. That guy Jiang Chen. What a troublemaker. Wang Lin sighed softly in her mind and pulled out her cell phone again to check the time. At this point, 10 minutes had passed since the last time he had called Jiang Chen. The guy always says he'll be right there. And then he waits several 10-minute periods and still no sign of anyone. Han Luyu was furious and stood up from the sofa. She had taken many classes from famous music professors and had never seen anyone who would be so late. It's so irresponsible. Is this guy reliable or not? Did that guy really compose that tune the other day? Why is she so unbelieving? Wang Lin looked at the impatient Han Luyue, shook her head, and patiently advised. This teacher Jiang Chen that I found for you is indeed a bit unreliable when it comes to these trivial matters. But his musical talent is one of the strongest Aunt Lin has ever seen in her life. Let's wait a little longer. With him helping you, winning the piano competition successfully shouldn't be too much of a problem. Han Luyue, however, bristled, somewhat unconvinced. Cut. She didn't believe that there would be anyone in this world with more talent than herself. The guy was nothing more than lucky and a few years older than himself. When I get a few more years under my belt, I'm not going to lose to this guy. That's why she came to Jiang Chen. Not to learn. Rather, it's about proving yourself. She wanted to prove to her mom and Aunt Lin that she was actually not inferior to Jiang Chen at all. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen's delayed appearance was making her feel a bit uninterested as well. Then wait a little longer. She grunted sullenly, then wandered around Jiang Chen's office somewhat bored. Wang Lin looked at her figure and didn't stop her. Perhaps it was because Han Shuer had watched too closely earlier, causing Han Luyu to be very rebellious now. It would be counterproductive to preach too much. Anyway, this girl is now Jiang Chen's student. It's better to let Jiang Chen have a headache. Besides, this office of Jiang Chen's was newly renovated. There was probably not much important information in the office other than some basic office supplies. It should be fine to let Han Luyu wander around. Han Luyu wandered around for a while and also realized that this office seemed to be quite new and there was nothing to look at all. So she was a bit bored. However, when she dropped her gaze on Jiang Chen's desk, instead, he found a scribbled piece of paper with what appeared to be lines of notes written on it. Is this? She picked up the piece of paper with some curiosity. What it says seems to be a song? Only, after Han Luyue looked at it twice, her expression became a bit strange. This song is also, it's so stupid, isn't it? Except for the song title, which is kinda normal. The following lyrics are actually all the same two words. Beat the cold, 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 beat. Nothing changes until the last lyric. It's all about the word beat the cold. The corner of Han Luyu's mouth couldn't help but twitch. This couldn't be the commercial song that Jiang Chen had said in front of the reporters that had sold $10 million. Could it? Just, how can you sell $10 million at such a level? That guy, how good is he at fooling around? As if she had discovered Jiang Chen's new groove. She hurriedly walked towards Wang Lin with the piece of paper. Aunt Lin, look at this. Wang Lin took the paper Han Luyue handed over and looked at it for a few moments. It also felt a little strange. Playing cold, playing cold, playing cold. What's this song? Did Zhang Chen pick up a commercial song related to freezers? Humph. Han Luyue snorted coldly, her voice full of disdain. Auntie Lin, you still say he's a musical genius. Look at what a mess this writing is. What kind of song is all about hitting the word cold? It's also really hard to listen to. Chapter 155, Superintendent Zhang. This is inappropriate. Wang Lin took the paper and looked at it, and actually had some doubts in her mind. However, she felt that it was more likely that this piece of paper was scribbled by Zhang Chen, so she didn't think too much about it at the moment. Maybe it's just a draft. Put it back quickly. Your teacher Jiang is about to arrive. Don't make him angry. At those words, Han Luyue skimmed her lips and reluctantly put the piece of paper back, but after a moment's thought, the paper was brought back up again. Humph. Better give it to him personally later, so as not to say that I secretly mess with his things. But look at it brightly. It wasn't long before there was indeed the sound of somewhat disorganized footsteps coming from outside the door. It sounded as if there were a lot of people. Zhang Chen's voice also came in. I've already written the song, so I'll make up the contract later and have it ready for you. Actually, there's absolutely no need to add money for this kind of thing. But since Mr. Chen must ask for it, I won't refuse. Just transfer the money directly to the public account after signing the contract. The door to the office was suddenly pushed open and 4 or 5 men and women walked in. Han Luyue turned to look and realized that she didn't recognize any of the others except for Zhang Chen, who was at the head of the group. Moreover, the group of people were all dressed in suits, dressed as leaders of a large company. Following Zhang Chen wasn't surprised to see someone in his office. He had known that Wang Lin and Han Luyue were waiting for him in his office. After briefly greeting Wang Lin, he greeted the others and sat down on the sofa. Everyone take a seat here for a moment. Broker Su has gone to prepare the contract. These people in front of me are the management of the advertising department of the Popo cell phone manufacturer. He had just returned from a press Q&A session when he ran into them in front of the office. At the head of the group was a middle-aged man who said very politely that he wanted to take the premier position of his song and hoped that Zhang Chen would give the song as soon as possible. He listened for a long time before reacting to the fact that this group of people had actually worked out the concept of a debut in order to rub it in. After all, the whole internet is now wondering which rich and powerful company gave $10 million to Chunwei Entertainment without consent. No matter which manufacturer, if they can come up with a song that collaborates with Zhang Chen at this time, on the immediate harvest of this wave of heat, but also to the netizens to leave a rich and powerful impression, help to enhance the image of brand strength. In fact, Zhang Chen has only taken Popo as a single at the moment, and there is no such thing as a debut or not, but when people rushed to give him money, he had no reason to refuse, and agreed immediately. He's already written the song anyway, he just needs to make up the contract. Han Luyue stood on the side, and when she saw that Zhang Chen had actually been talking to someone else the whole time after he entered the door, not paying much attention to herself at all, she was furious and gritted her teeth. This asshole, obviously more than half an hour late, had the nerve to ignore himself. Hey, do you realize you're late? She walked over to Zhang Chen and gasped, when are we going to start classes? At that, everyone froze. Several of the management of Popo's cell phone advertising department looked towards this pretty girl. Just as they entered the office, they realized that Wang Lin Tianho was actually in this office as well, and were immediately a bit shocked in their hearts. But Zhang Chen didn't take the initiative to introduce them, so they couldn't be bothered to ask. It was only then that Zhang Chen noticed Han Luyue, and just now, he really hadn't put this little girl on his mind. He knew that Han Luyue had come to class, but it was pure coincidence that he ran into someone from Popo's advertising department in front of the company, so could he be blamed? He waved his hand and was about to speak. A middle-aged man at the head of the advertising department, however, suddenly stood up with a somewhat apologetic tone. Superintendent Jiang, have we come at a bad time? His name is Wang Jianming, and he is the head of Popo's cell phone advertising department. The matter of buying a commercial song from Zhang Chen was something he took the initiative to lead in the company. And this girl in front of him, he always felt a little familiar. Just racked his brains before suddenly remembered. This is not Han's group's young lady, Han Luyue, the only heir to the Han group, since they also had some cooperation with the Han group. He had met them once or twice at his own company's annual meeting. This big miss clearly seemed to have something in mind when she sought Zhang Chen out. Why don't we pay a visit later? He asked hesitantly. Zhang Chen, however, pinched his brow and waved his hand with a bit of a headache. No need, we'll talk about her later. Are you kidding me? Visiting later? How can I have so much time to receive you? He looked toward Han Luyue and instructed. Little Lu, right? If you don't have anything to do, go practice the piano in the classroom by yourself for a while. I'll be over there when I'm done. Han Luyue was practically furious. It was the first time she had been treated with such little attention. And this guy called himself something like Little Drop. It's hard to hear. Obviously everyone called her Little Moon. Or Moon. She gritted her teeth and decided in her mind instantly. After going back today, he must immediately ask his mom to fire Jiang Chen. She wasn't going to let this guy be her teacher. After Jiang Chen dismissed the little girl, his eyes searched his desktop, somewhat puzzled. Strange, where did the song I wrote yesterday go? Obviously put it here. Han Luyue snorted coldly and looked at the lyrics and melody in her hand. She knew Jiang Chen was looking for this. However, at this moment, she was in a state of anger, so she immediately got up the idea of catching Jiang Chen in the act. Deliberately, he didn't return the score to Jiang Chen, but instead walked towards the door of the office. Okay, didn't you tell me to go practice the piano? Then I'm off. Wang Lin looked at Han Luyue's somewhat arrogant and rebellious little figure. Is also some helpless sigh. This girl, since childhood has been arrogant and spoiled, now entering the rebellious period. It is even more difficult to discipline. Let's hope Jiang Chen has a way to fix her. With a somewhat sympathetic glance at Jiang Chen, who was still looking for his lyrics all over the table, she also slowly stood up and followed out of the office. In the office, Jiang Chen searched for half a day but couldn't find the lyrics he had written. Only a sigh of relief. Picked up another pen, rewrote a copy and gave it to a couple of people in the Popo advertising department. However, when Wang Jianming picked up the song sheet and took a look at it, he directly froze. Looking at the paper full of playing cold, couldn't help but rub his eyes, thinking he had misread it. It wasn't until after a long while that he raised his head in disbelief, looking at Jiang Chen with a very uncertain tone. Jiang, Director Jiang, this is the commercial song you were talking about? This song? Why are all the lyrics just 2 words? Hit cold? What do you mean? Does it mean it's cold? But now he just felt a little cold on his back. Superintendent Jiang, it can't be a cold joke with him, right? He looked up. Jiang, Superintendent Jiang, this is a bit inappropriate, isn't it? You've got this. Is it the wrong one to take? Didn't take the wrong one? It's this one. Jiang Chen waved his hand. He knew that the lyrics did seem a bit odd, so he explained more. I've seen the new product you're going to release. It's a cell phone that focuses on music, and this song fits your requirements very well. And honestly, the price of $10 million is a bit low for me, but for the sake of your sincerity, I still decided to give you this song. There's no need to say thank you. I've been a bit busy in the recent period of time. Let's sign the contract later, and consider the handover complete. Wang Jianming, however, had a bitter smile on his face. What kind of contract? This song? It's just not at all what he imagined. What kind of song only has the words playing cold? It sounds too twisted and weird too. How can it be used as a promotional theme song for a music phone? Chapter 156, I had a cold in that corner. Available. Now that the money has been credited to Morning Vista Entertainment's account, what's going to happen? For the first time, Wang regretted his impulsive decision. That's $10 million, and that's all it took was a hit cold song? He was now very skeptical that if he brought this Beat the Cold song back, he would be directly killed by his boss. And such a great song, if it's actually released, it's sure to be made a joke all over the internet, and it won't do anything at all to improve their brand image. This director Jiang couldn't be fooling himself, could he? Jiang, Superintendent Jiang, he said stiffly, can we listen to the song before we decide? At those words, Jiang Chen frowned slightly. He originally wanted to just send the person away after handing over the song, but he didn't realize that Wang Jianming had quite a few demands. But it doesn't seem too much to ask for that when people have spent so much money. He mused for a moment, and without saying anything, he nodded and stood up. In that case, I'll take you to the piano room and tell you all about the song. Is this the classroom of Morning Vista Entertainment? Han Luyu looked toward the only piano in the classroom, but her gaze was somewhat disgusted. This kind of piano costs $100,000 or so, but the sound quality and tone is much worse than her piano. How do I practice with this piano? She reluctantly took a seat at the piano, still angry in her mind. Why did she have to come all the way to this place to suffer from Jiang Chen's anger, and practicing on such a bad piano? Jiang Chen, this bastard, obviously collected her mom's tuition. Not only did he not attend class, he also casually sent her to this place. It's really too much. Aunt Lin, what am I going to play? She took a deep breath and looked at Wang Lin, asking with some exasperation. During this period of time, she didn't know why she was always unable to quiet her mind to play the zither, and the previous feeling of playing the zither with that kind of ethereal spirit could not be found at all. This state of anxiety seemed to have started right after listening to Jiang Chen play the piano that day. Wang Lin thought for a moment. Jiang Chen should be done with his work soon, so why don't you play a few random tunes to practice first? Jiang Chen again? Han Luyue was in a bit of an annoyed mood. Her hands fell on the black and white piano keys, but her eyes suddenly saw the song sheet written by Jiang Chen. I suffered from wind wounds in that corner. The heart was not in the right place. How about I just play this weird song? Let Auntie Lin hear how bad this guy's songwriting really is. That way neither Mom nor Aunt Lin would force themselves to come to Jiang Chen's class. After making up her mind, she exhaled softly and adjusted herself, then put that sheet music on top of the piano. Jiang Chen led several people, Wang Jianming, and pushed open the door of the classroom, only to find that Wang Lin and Han Luyue were both here. He then remembered that he seemed to have just let this little girl come here to practice the piano, was about to open his mouth to tell the little girl to get up, but the piano sounded at this time. Ding 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 ding. The beautiful melody echoed in this classroom. The crowd stopped in unison and looked at Han Luyue, who was sitting in front of the piano playing the piano. Ding, 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 ding. The piano piece sounds beautiful, and the melody starts out like a breeze across a lake. It brings a touch of coolness and a hint of sadness, but the notes are as sprightly as fine rain, and as the music progresses, the melody begins to become complex and varied, the notes jumping and intertwining as if telling a story deep in the heart. Sometimes the melody is like a sob, whispering endless sorrow. At other times it is like a brisk stream, weaving its way through a quiet forest, bringing a touch of freshness and serenity. Han Luyue's gaze suddenly froze. The tune, melody, was it actually so good? Jiang Chen also froze for a moment. This is not his own. I have suffered from wind injuries in that corner? How did it get into Han Luyue's hands? Behind him, the Popo marketing department gradually froze. They were all a group of people in the company who knew quite a bit about music, which was why they were sent to negotiate with Jiang Chen for cooperation. But at that moment, they realized that this nice piano song was actually something they had never heard of at all. Jiang Chen didn't speak, and they didn't open their mouths hastily either, but instead composed themselves and listened carefully to the tune Han Luyue was playing. At this moment, Han Luyue's gaze flickered with as much incredulity as it could muster. Her expression was a little shocked. This tune. Surprisingly, she took a deep breath, settling his mind. His demeanor gradually became much more serious. Look to the score in front of you and play it carefully. Ding 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 ding. The piano melody suddenly became much smoother. Although Han Luyue was only 16 years old this year, her piano skills had long since not lost to professional pianists. The beautiful fingers of both hands leaped deftly over the piano keys. A beautiful and moving melody continued to emanate from the piano in front of her. In the classroom, no one spoke. Looking earnestly at the little girl playing the piano in front of him, he admired the beautiful piano piece that he had never heard before. Sunlight poured through the window and onto the darkened piano. Through the light, you could even see some tiny dust in the air. Han Luyue was sitting in front of the piano, and the crowd could only see a back shadow though. But the image of this moment is deeply engraved in the minds of several administrations of Popo cell phones. It's a really beautiful picture. The beautiful and elegant girl playing the piano, coupled with this piano piece, gives a serene, laid-back and peaceful feeling that you can't help but relax. That's what music is all about. And that's why they wanted to make a music phone in the first place. Several people from the Popo advertising department glanced at each other, all seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Wang Lin's gaze was also a bit dull. She had just seen the tune, but her attention had been drawn to the strange words, playing cold. I didn't realize that the melody played out so well. Is this a new song by Jiang Chen? Soon, 2 minutes passed. The piano ended slowly. Han Luyue's fingers slowly came to a halt, but her eyes stared blankly at the score in front of her. It's a really good song. True, did Jiang Chen really write this? Her lips were slightly parted in a very complicated manner. She knew she couldn't write a tune like that. Not now. In a few years. It's not always possible either. She looked at the odd lyrics on the paper with a complicated face, clenching her fingers tightly. Her heart was very unwilling. She didn't expect the gap between herself and Jiang Chen to be so big. Could this guy's talent really be so much better than his own? Slow down. She looked at the paper and hit the cold, and one last glimmer of hope floated up in her heart. I haven't lost yet. What a great tune. How does it go with such strange lyrics? I wouldn't write such strange lyrics if it were me. It's hard to hear when you're playing cold. She took a deep breath and dropped her hands on the piano keys once again. This time, she would prove that Jiang Chen was a fool. Director Jiang. At the back of the classroom, Wang Jianming suddenly looked at Jiang Chen with a somewhat agitated expression and whispered, "You wrote this tune too, right? Can we pick this song? I think this song fits our product positioning perfectly." Jiang Chen froze at his words and gave him an odd look. Didn't you already have this song in your hands? However, before he had a chance to speak, Han Luyue's piano sounded once again, but unlike just now, this time, she checked the lyrics against the score, softly opening her mouth to sing. Playing cold. A soft young girl's voice slowly sounded in the classroom. Playing cold, 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 playing cold. As for Wang Jianming's few people, they were completely frozen. Playing cold, playing cold. The song. Surprisingly, is that the song Beat the Cold? No, no way. Everyone exudes a dumbfounded expression. Chapter 157, Little Rebel Meets Big Bastard. It was only at this time that they realized that the beating the cold they heard from Han Luyue's mouth at this time was a completely different feeling. Soft, graceful, beautiful, cheerful, sad. The song, as if it could heal one's heart, made one nostalgic for something beautiful, like encounters, like love, like youth. Han Luyue's gaze gradually widened with a look of disbelief and dullness. Even she herself didn't realize that the odd lyrics, sung with the melody, sounded so good. Her expression was completely frozen. Taking a deep breath, shock surfaced in his eyes. Her singing didn't stop. Now she doesn't even have to look at the score. She sings completely by instinct. The lyrics are just 2 words anyway, so just follow the melody. Beat the cold, 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 beat. 2 minutes later, Han Luyue's song slowly fell. The beautiful eyes opened wide as she looked at the score in front of her, her expression filled with shock and disbelief. This wacky song. It's so good. What the hell is going on here? Wang Lin stood by the side, her expression also somewhat surprised and amazed. She also didn't realize that the song that was all about playing cold actually sounded pretty good when she sang it, which was completely beyond her imagination. But being a diva, she thought about it carefully and realized, this is because the tune is so melodic that it doesn't need lyrics at all. Or maybe the overly complex lyrics rather overshadow the beauty of the melody itself. Is that why Jiang Chen wrote such simple lyrics? Jiang, Superintendent Jiang, could this song be? Wang Jianming opened his mouth wide, looking incredulously at the paper in his hand. Those were the lyrics and melody that Jiang Chen had just handed him. The header on the header side of the paper is the title of the song. I had a cold in that corner of the world. That's right, she's singing the same song you have. From what you guys just said, it sounds like you're not happy with the song? Jiang Chen asked indifferently. Why don't we change another song? No, no, no. Wang Jianming waved his hand in a hurry. No need to change. No need to change. This one is good. This one will do. He took a deep breath, incredulity in his tone. This song, the feeling it gave him, and the lyrics he saw on paper were 2 completely different feelings. Not cold at all, and even far beyond his expectations. Originally, a large part of the reason they approached Jiang Chen to write a song was to rub off on the internet. Of course, all of Jiang Chen's songs seem to be of good quality. That's why they're willing to put up $10 million for a song. However, they didn't expect that the song given by Jiang Chen would actually directly exceed their imagination. The lyrics of this song are simple, but that melody is something that can make you feel good and peaceful. That's exactly what the power of music is all about, and it's a perfect fit with their new music phone style. If the commercials could be aired with this song, the effect would be even better than imagined. He suddenly gulped, his eyes looking toward Han Luyue's gaze. The image of this great lady playing the zither just now left a very deep impression on him. Ahem, Director Jiang. He looked at Jiang Chen. This girl's piano skills are very good, and the picture of her playing the piano is beautiful. I wonder, can we invite her to play and sing this song? It would be nice to be in a couple of commercials if you can. Of course, the cost of this is separate. 300. No, 5 million. What do you think? He pretended not to recognize Han Luyu, but the mind had already made up its mind that Han Luyue must be allowed to shoot the commercials, so that not only could it establish a deeper relationship with the Han group, most importantly, the image of Han Luyue playing the piano really fit their requirements for the commercial. At those words, Jiang Chen but froze for a moment. Letting Han Luyue shoot a commercial? This silly girl is the golden young lady of the Han group and has never lacked money since she was a child. What do you think of your $5 million? He frowned slightly and was about to open his mouth to refuse. Who knows? Han Luyue suddenly stood up from her seat and looked at them with a complicated tone. Well, I can try. The crowd's gazes turned toward her, only to see that Han Luyue's face seemed to have an inexplicably disheveled and complicated expression. The fingers of both Han Luyu's hands were clenched tightly. She knew that she had lost yet again, in a tune that she could not understand at all. The fact that Jiang Chen could write such a tune already represented his musical talent, which was far above his own. A song whose lyrics are all playing cold can be written like that. What's comparable? They've already won. What's more, she'd heard that the guy hadn't practiced much at all. Every day he just lays around the house and hangs out. And she was willing to agree to do the commercial because she found the feeling she was looking for in the song. For a moment, when she had just played the piece, she felt completely immersed in it. The feeling was subtle, but it allowed her to feel the tune with her whole being. This has helped her a lot to sense and improve in the field of piano. So she wanted to say yes and be the one to play the tune. Seeing both Jiang Chen and Wang Lin's gazes looking over, She blushed slightly. After all, it's still a 16-year-old girl. Somewhat embarrassed, she twisted her head away, her voice a little stiff. I can play this piano piece. Singing and filming are okay too. Seeing this, Wang Jianming immediately looked at Zhang Chen with a happy face. Zhang Chen froze for a moment. Though I don't know why Han Luyu would want to shoot a commercial, but since the rightful owner had agreed, he naturally had no reason to refuse such a gift of money. Good, then it's settled. Later you sign the contract together and just call the money directly. Afterward, his gaze went to Han Luyu. Little drop. Just practice this song for a while and then cooperate with them to finish the commercial. Just think of it as your homework. This kind of learning opportunity is rare, so take advantage of it and don't let me down. When he finished, he coughed and walked out of the classroom. Han Luyu and Wang Lin were left standing alone in the classroom. Han Luyu froze for a long time, then exchanged another glance with Wang Lin. That's the reaction. This asshole, just giving her the slip? What about the promised lesson? And, what does he mean by homework? Is he going to keep the $5 million all to himself? Abominable. One has obviously paid the tuition. She gritted her teeth and looked at the score in her hand, but was a little reluctant to put it down. The song, so well written, she really wanted to play it. Wang Lin shrugged her shoulders, a faint smile escaping at the corner of her mouth, straight towards the door of the classroom. Sure enough, giving Han Luyu to Zhang Chen was the right thing to do. As the saying goes, evil has its own way of rubbing off on people. It's time to be honest when a little rebel meets a big asshole. With the 5 million given by Popo Mobile, Zhang Chen certainly didn't intend to give Han Luyu a cut. Are you kidding? These are precious learning opportunities, okay? Do you know how many people are waiting in line to sing my songs? I'm lucky I didn't charge you an extra tuition fee. And you want a cut? Want a fart? Anyway, the Han clan's money could already be piled up into a mountain, and there was no psychological pressure at all on Zhang Chen to earn Han Luyu's money. After the contract was signed and the $15 million in royalties arrived, Zhang Chen directly sent the Popo cell phone people away. Even Wang Jianming's invitation to have dinner together was declined. Earlier in the day, Zhang Pingyu had called and wanted to meet with him. This guy has already registered the name of the first company, called Chenwei Selection, focusing on the field of live with goods, and Zhang Pingyu is now picking out the company's premises, trying to get him to help staff it. Chapter 158, The Way to Rob Money. The place selected by Zhang Pingyu was an industrial park with a decent environment. When Zhang Chen arrived at the place, he found that Zhang Pingyu was actually accompanied by 2 women, who happened to be known to him, Fang Xiaoqing and Dong Yuhan. Yo, everyone's here. After a brief greeting, Zhang Chen took the cigarette handed to him by Zhang Pingyu and listened to him explain in a low voice. I said I was starting a business and came to pick a venue today, so they came along. Ahem. I don't think we need to hide this project from them, do we? Alright. Zhang Chen waved his hand and didn't care. He knew that Zhang Pingyu this hook 8 must be trying to pretend in front of his blind date, but it was human nature to like to pretend, and there was no need for him to stand in the way. The venue has been chosen? He tapped the ground with his foot. Zhang Pingyu nodded and pointed at this plant in front of him to introduce it. I'm going to learn from the Morning Vista entertainment idea, and the venue is also chosen in the industrial park, where the place is big and the rent is cheap. This office building in front of me is what I have chosen. The place is 2,000 square feet. Renovate it. You can do a good job of several live rooms, and offices, training rooms. On the side, Fang Xiaoqing and Dong Yuhan's gazes were both somewhat curious as they looked toward Zhang Chen. After the last incident, they all knew Zhang Chen's identity. National goddess Su Lu's husband, the legendary asshole writer. I didn't realize that the singing was so good. Of course, during this period of time, the reports about Zhang Chen were frequently rushing up the hot search list, and they paid attention to it. Invisible Wings, Borrow Another 500 Years from the Sky, and Loving You at 105 degrees Celsius were all written by him. And, for just one song, it sold over $10 million in royalties. All sorts of things that make a big difference. He's not even a softie who doesn't know anything. He not only sings, he writes songs. It's just too good looking to be misunderstood. Zhang Chen quietly listened to Zhang Pingyu's narration, then raised his head and looked at the factory building in front of him. This industrial park, a newly planned lot in the recent past. Although it is close to the suburbs, it is not far from the airport and is easily accessible. Most importantly, the environment within this park was actually well designed and belonged to the category of high-end parks, and they would have been the first vendors to move into this park. Perhaps it was because they had heard that the big boss of the company was coming to see the venue. The person in charge of investment promotion in the park also arrived at the scene very quickly, and after Zhang Pingyu finished speaking, he introduced the situation of the park for Zhang Chen again very enthusiastically. Only when he spoke, he looked at Zhang Chen with obvious surprise, because Zhang Chen's age looks very young, only 20-something years old. actually can come up with hundreds of thousands of dollars to rent the factory. After this person in charge's introduction, Jiang Chen then realized, this park, it turns out, covers a total of more than 150 acres in total. There are a total of 6 factory buildings with 3 floors above and below, totaling nearly 100,000 square meters of usable area. It is also equipped with a stadium, dormitory building and staff cafeteria, as well as an office building with very complete facilities. And the site that Zhang Pingyu had now selected was only the second floor of that office building. My idea is to rent a small venue and pull together the organizational structure of the company first, and then gradually, slowly improve the company's personnel and systems. This will save some money. However, after hearing his words, Jiang Chen frowned. Saving money? Both of these ventures are extremely eye-catching, and once they're done, there's bound to be tons of competitors copying and following suit. It would be a bit of a loss to slow down the project to save money. Besides, there's really not much of a barrier to the live bandwagon industry. Once it catches on, a lot of companies get on board in the shortest possible time. Competition will be fierce by then, and only by grabbing enough market as soon as possible and building up the brand can we stand firm in this industry. So they don't really have a lot of time to fold slowly. Zhang Panyu looked at Jiang Chen's furrowed brow and asked suspiciously, Chen, something wrong with my thinking? He scratched his head. This thought had taken him a few days of racking his brain to come up with. He'd thought about it for a long time, and he didn't think there was anything wrong with this approach. Jiang Chen shook his head and flung a cigarette to Zhang Pingyu as well. Your idea is good, but the thought process is limited. Zhang Pingyu froze. What? Limitations? Jiang Chen pointed to the plant at his feet. There's nothing wrong with this plant, but my advice is not to rent a floor. Instead, rent a whole building. At those words, everyone froze. Zhang Pingyu even opened his mouth wide. A building? He stammered. This building's usable area is more than 8,000 square feet, and the rent alone is nearly $350,000 a month. That's nearly $4 million a year. Isn't that too much? The person in charge of the industrial park also looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. He didn't expect this young man's appetite to be so big. Could be a rich kid who isn't poor. Seeing the crowd was very surprising. Jiang Chen, however, silently shook his head. It was only $4 million a year. It's a money-grabbing industry. Really get this thing going. One live broadcast, it's enough to pay the rent for 10 years. Not only that, but you'll have to rent another factory building in addition to the office building to use as a warehouse. Everything we sell on the air is packed and shipped from our own warehouse, and the cartons are printed with our Morning Vine Selection logo, which is used to enhance the quality of our service so that we can build our own brand and visibility. Zhang Pingyu listened to Jiang Chen's narration in a dumbfounded manner. It was a long time before he came back to his senses. Hastily pulling Jiang Chen aside, he whispered, Chen, if we do this, aren't we taking a step too fast? If you count the factory building, our yearly rent will be nearly $10 million. This park requires a deposit of 1 to 3, and as long as it's rented, several $1 million will go out. Jiang Chen didn't look at him in a good mood. I say, can you have some ambition? Do you have any idea how much money you can make from a live broadcast once this is done? Much? Zhang Pingyu asked blankly. At least $50 million. Jiang Chen stretched out 5 fingers. What? Zhang Pingyu's eyes widened. $50 million? Are you crazy? How about robbing a bank? Jiang Chen laughed. You really know how to joke. How much money can you make robbing a bank? This thing can rob money a lot faster than robbing a bank. That's why a few $1 million in rent is nothing at all. And if it weren't for the fact that I can't use it yet, I'd be planning on renting this entire park. Zhang Pingyu was directly dumbfounded when he heard it, and quickly stopped him. Don, you can't be impulsive. Chapter 159, A Soft and Hard Plan. If Jiang Chen really rented out the entire park, the yearly rent would be tens of millions of dollars, which was all for nothing. It hurt him to watch, seeing Zhang Pingyu's face with a look of heartache for the money. Jiang Chen sighed somewhat helplessly in his heart. He knew that Zhang Pingyu still didn't have a concept of the live streaming bandwagon industry. Right now, what he just said is not an exaggeration at all. Live banding is an industry that is faster than robbing a bank. Whoever can dominate the market is equivalent to having a money printing machine, so a little input cost in the early stage is not worth considering at all, and taking the market down first is the most important thing. However, Zhang Pingyu is now doing things with a wary look, not a bit of self-consciousness of the soon-to-be humongous bandit. How can this be a robbery? Tell you what, the venue will start by renting this office building and a warehouse. He pondered for a moment, sighed, and looked at Zhang Pingyu and said, in the meantime, you'll be doing 3 main things in addition to arranging the renovations. In a month, I'll walk you through the process. Zhang Pingyu was still somewhat unresponsive at this point. What process? Of course it's a money-grabbing process. Jiang Chen extinguished his cigarette and said indifferently, Seeing that Zhang Chen didn't look like he was joking, Zhang Pengyu was a bit dazed. Which three things? First things first, recruit the team, recruit the netizens, train. Second thing, create our first live room, make the venue bigger. The third thing, select products, at least 20 products. My request is, cosmetics, mother and child, and the category of daily necessities. You go to talk to the manufacturer. Must talk about the lowest take price. As long as the price is low enough, order quantity is higher is okay. Zhang Pengyu quickly jotted these things down in his notebook. However, his expression was very worried. Ah Chen, what are we doing looking for manufacturers to order so many goods? What if we can't sell them by then? Zhang Chen patted his shoulder. What are you afraid of? There's a saying you haven't heard before? What? What's the word? You just vigorously, and leave the rest to the miracle. Zhang Pengyu, huh? In the time that followed, Zhang Chen followed the person in charge of the industrial park to sign the contract and pay the money, since he was renting an entire office building and factory. So a total of more than $2 million in rent will be paid, with 1 deposit and 3 payments. After he left, Fang Xiaoqing looked at Zhang Pengyu with some confusion. What were you guys just muttering about there? Zhang Pengyu was still a bit unreturned at this time. Zhang Chen said, to teach me to rob money in a month. What? At those words, both of them froze outright. Robbing money? He really said that? Fang Xiaoqing looked at Zhang Pengyu full of surprise. Only then did Zhang Pengyu understand that the two should have misunderstood, and hastily waved his hand. It's not really robbing money, it means making money. Zhang Chen said that when this thing is done right, it will make money faster than robbing a bank. Fang Xiaoqing sniffed, but her face was in disbelief. How in the world could there be a program that made money so quickly? Pengyu, is this program of yours really serious? Don't let him. Fooled. Although Zhang Chen seemed to be quite rich and was still classmates with Zhang Pengyu, but nowadays, this society is full of stories about being snubbed by classmates to start a business and then getting into debt. Defense is not an option. Hearing this, Zhang Pengyu was also a bit worried. In fact, he didn't believe that Zhang Chen would lie to him, but Zhang Chen's claim was really too exaggerated. Tens of millions of dollars for one live broadcast? Is that really possible? Soon Zhang Chen finished paying the money and walked out of the investment office under the very shocked and respectful eyes of the person in charge of the industrial park. The venue was finalized and there was nothing much to do next, so he was going to go for a beer and some barbecue later. After a busy day, it's always nice to have a bit of downtime. When he was under the office building, he directly dialed Zhang Pengyu's phone and asked him to come down and go to dinner together, but wait for a few people to get in the car. Instead, he noticed that the atmosphere in the car seemed a bit odd. Zhang Pengyu looked constipated, as if he had something he wanted to say but couldn't. What? Still think the venue is rented out big enough to hurt your money? Zhang Chen gave him a puzzled look. Zhang Pengyu scratched his head in a very tangled manner. Chen, are you really sure that we can make money? I am very afraid of losing your $20 million of investment money and not making any money yet. What is there to do that isn't risky? Entrepreneurship itself is rich and risky. Zhang Chen, however, waved his hand. Just let go of your hands. How can you start a business with this cowering look? Zhang Pengyu scratched his head, a little embarrassed by Zhang Chen's words. In fact, he also knows that entrepreneurship will certainly have to take certain risks. Want to let Zhang Chen now give him a certainty? It is really a little too difficult. Fang Xiaoqing and Dong Yuhan sat in the back seat and looked at each other. It seems that Zhang Pengyu is still in the way, too embarrassed to pick out the worries in his heart. Fang Xiaoqing coughed gently and was about to speak. However, at this time, Zhang Chen suddenly brought up another matter. Anyway, your next task is to spend the $55 million I called over cleanly. Not a penny left. Show me a little bit of banditry and knock down the prices of all those vendors. And I hope that the next time I come back, I'll see that plant already stacked with goods. Hearing this, Zhang Pengyu suddenly froze for a moment. No, isn't it $20 million? How? How did it become $55 million? Don't mention it. I accidentally earned more than $30 million more in the past few days. Zhang Chen shook his head, his tone more or less helpless. The Popo cell phone guy came to see him last time and sent another $15 million. $10 million for the song's premiere position, and $5 million to invite Han Luiyue to shoot the commercial. Anyway, just make do with what you've got and spend it all. Zhang Chen said indifferently. Work a little harder during this time, add one more burden to your body, and let's open the first live broadcast a month later. When he finished speaking, there was a sudden silence in the car, and everyone was looking at him with a dumbfounded expression. These days, accidentally making tens of millions of dollars more? Really? Brother, did you go rob a bank? However, a few people then suddenly remembered that Zhang Chen seemed to be able to sell one song for more than $10 million, so it's not really out of the question to make over $30 million in a few days. Fang Xiaoqing and Dong Yuhan glanced at each other. both seeing the other's eyes full of shock. By the way, did you just have something to tell me? Zhang Chen also noticed that something was wrong at this moment, and looked at Zhang Pingyu with an odd expression on his face. No, I have nothing to say. Zhang Pingyu waved his hand in a hurry. He then reacted to the fact that this hair of his own has been doing the business of robbing money. If you follow him, are you afraid you won't be able to grab the money? For the rest of the day, a few people casually ate at a roadside stall. Zhang Chen also carefully explained to Zhang Pingyu some of the details and precautions of building the live broadcast room. In fact, during this time, after thinking about it, he finally decided to let Zhang Pingyu first start from the industry of webcasting with goods. After all, the two programs, short videos and live bandwagons, are like two extremes. In contrast, live banding is easier and quicker to come by. It's all about cash flow. Short video software development, on the other hand, seems like a real bottomless pit of burning money. The app looks simple, but the recommendation algorithm in it is very complex and highly sophisticated. It can be said that Douyin, a software that was able to achieve great success in its own previous life, is absolutely unrelated to its excellent recommendation algorithm. And to develop such algorithms, it is natural to invest a lot of money in technical staff and development and research. In front of such a huge project, the little money he had now was not really enough to burn for long. What's more, the short video app is also a video streaming software. By the time the software hits the market, the huge amount of data, the huge pressure on the servers, it's all a huge investment. At that point there will be a steady stream of huge amounts of cash to burn every day. So in his mind, the two programs complement each other, using the money earned from live banding to feed the short video program, and as long as the short video program is run well, even if he makes more money, it's not enough to burn. Chapter 160, Han Share, did you steal someone? What did you say? Falling Moon didn't come back? Kyoto, the Han family compound. The two old professors sat in front of Han Shuer and said with a somewhat unhappy voice. Han Shuer looked at the two old men in front of her, both a little headache and helpless. These two old men were both professors at the Huaxia Conservatory of Music, as well as Han Luyue's teachers. In the previous 2 months, Han Luyue had gotten a few lectures from the old men for being disobedient, and as a result, she had gambled on not going to class. Although she chided a few times, she couldn't do anything about Han Luyue. This girl is in a rebellious stage right now, so if she is too forced, it will backfire. So she brought Han Luyue to Mordor. In addition to taking a break, she also wanted to see if she could temporarily find an acceptable temporary teacher for Han Luyue. With a piano competition coming up, you can't afford to fall behind on your homework. I didn't expect the teacher didn't find, but instead, Jiang Chen messed up his mind, so he had to leave Han Luyue in Mordor and give Jiang Chen as a student. Share, tell us two old men the truth. Are you secretly looking for someone outside? Li Tairan's face was all a bit serious. He was Han Luyue's piano teacher. In Kyoto, the concept of student discipline is relatively important. Admitting a student is also a very complicated matter. Not only do you have to organize an admission ceremony, but you also have to invite guests. Students taken on in this way are often also a lifelong affair, and no matter what the student achieves outside the home, they have to call out to the teacher when they meet. It is also not possible to just worship another person without the consent of the master. Hearing the two men ask about this matter, Han Luyue's face slightly reddened, a bit annoyed. What did it mean to secretly look for someone outside? Spoken like she went on a lover's date. Isn't it just a temporary teacher for Han Luyue? After all, it wasn't you two curmudgeonly old men who pissed her off? But the concept of division was already prevalent in Kyoto. She had found a new teacher for Han Luyue without the consent of the original division head, and she was indeed the one who had been unjustified in this matter. When he was mentioned by the two of them, he was also a bit embarrassed. These two old gentlemen were both special professors of the Huaxia Conservatory of Music. One was mainly responsible for teaching Lokyu the piano, while the other one mainly gave Lokyu explanations on musical rhythm and lyrics. Both are good enough to be considered leaders in the domestic music industry, with countless disciples underneath them. She had really spent a lot of effort in order to allow Han Luyue to worship these two as her teachers in the first place. And the reason why she had brought Han Luyue to the Magic City during this period of time was because she didn't want to change her teachers, just wanted to give Han Luyue a change of scenery and soothe her during this time of her rebellion. After Falling Moon wasn't so rebellious, she would naturally be allowed to return to Kyoto and continue her studies with the two professors. Ahem, Elder Zhang, Elder Li, you've got it all wrong. Han Luyue just thought Magic City was fun. That's why she stayed in Magic City for a while longer. When she's had her fun, she'll come back naturally. Han Shuer said stiffly. She absolutely couldn't say anything about asking Jiang Chen to be her teacher. Otherwise these two curmudgeons would have to blow up. However, Li Tairan snorted coldly. Shuer, you still want to hide it from us? The person you're secretly looking for outside is called Jiang Chen. right? We all know that already. At those words, Han Shuer froze for a moment, then looked at the two old men with some disbelief. She hadn't told anyone about this matter, and when someone asked, she only said that Han Luyue stayed in Magic City because she wanted to play with Wang Lin for a while. How did you know? Li Tairan snorted coldly, took out his cell phone, and set it in front of her. That girl has long sent this matter to the circle of friends, and I only saw it in the afternoon. You still want to hide it from us until when? Han Shuer took her cell phone, and sure enough, she saw on the screen that Han Luyu had sent a friend circle. The time is 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The content is also very simple. Just 2 sentences. My mom got me a new teacher. His name is Zhang Chen. And these are the lyrics he wrote. Playing cold, playing cold, playing cold, playing cold. Do I really want to study after him? The text was followed by a somewhat speechless emoji. Seeing this circle of friends, Han Shuer was really angry and her blood pressure rose. This stinky girl. Why do you send everything out? Didn't I specifically tell you to keep it a secret? And what she didn't expect even more was that these two old professors, both in their 60s, would still be looking at their friends? How boring is it usually? The corner of Han Shuer's mouth twitched. Cher, you're confused. Li Tairan took a deep breath and said, what kind of person is that Zhang Chen? You actually let him be a teacher for Falling Moon? I purposely had someone check it out. This guy is said to be a mixed-up writer with no chest. How can he teach you air? Li Tairan was a bit angry. Han Luyu had been studying piano with him since she was a child, and was their favorite student. I didn't realize that after just a few reprimands, I gambled and ran away to Magic City to find a jerk to be a teacher. It's really going to piss him off. What if I teach Rucky a lesson? Now that he couldn't contact Han Luyu, he could only find Han Shuer to get a statement. Elder Zhang. Let me explain. Han Shuer also had a bit of a headache. She knew that if she didn't explain this matter clearly today, the two old professors would definitely not let it go. Actually, this Zhang Chen isn't as simple as it seems. He was introduced by Wang Lin. I've already examined him. Quite a musical talent. And I didn't let Fallen Moon worship him as a teacher. I just followed him to study temporarily for 2 months, and naturally came back after 2 months. As you all know, the little girl has been a bit rebellious for a while now, and letting her go to Mordor is just to let her relax a bit. But the two old men didn't buy it when they heard it. Then what's Zhang Chen's situation that I can't be clear about? Li Tairan waved his hand. The internet has been full of news related to him lately. I saw it a long time ago. It's just that you've written a few songs. What's there to brag about? Besides, you learned piano from me. What's the deal with you finding someone who writes songs to teach? Tyron Lee's brow furrowed. It was natural that his mood could not be any better when his favorite student was snatched away from him. He said and glanced to the side as if he meant it. Beside him, this other professor who followed him here was named Zhang Hanming. He is also an old professor in the domestic music industry, but somewhat different from him. Zhang Hanming is not good at the piano. Rather, he is a great person in the field of literature, with deep literary skills. He can compose music, but he is the most skillful at writing lyrics, and there are many classic songs in Huaxia whose lyrics are written by him. When Han Shuer had also wanted Falling Moon to worship Zhang Hanmin, he had disagreed a bit. A girl can just learn some piano. It's elegant and pretty. What can I learn from this guy who dances and writes all day long? However, Han Shuer insisted that Han Luiyue should have some success in literature as well, so he didn't say anything. Zhang Hanming was indeed a great person in the domestic lyric world. At least he wouldn't mislead people. But now Han Shuer was actually letting Han Luiyue study under an unheard of jerk. He could just be a bit too much to bear. And when Zhang Hanming saw Li Tairan's gaze looking over, he immediately let out a cold snort as well. Apparently, the two don't usually get along. When Han Shuer saw this, she immediately felt her head hurt a few more points, so she could only continue with a stiff upper lip. Elder Li, you've misunderstood. In fact, this Zhang Chen can also play the piano. I listened to it at the scene the other day, and it was really good, so that's why I let you learn from him. I know everyone in the country who can play the piano, but I've never heard of anyone named Zhang Chen. Li Tairan waved his hand, not believing it at all. Since you said that he can play the piano, then bring me the video of him playing the piano. I would like to see what level this person is at. At those words, Han Shuer seemed to hesitate a bit. However, with a serious look on his face, Li Tairan seemed like he simply wouldn't give up easily. She shook her head somewhat helplessly and had to fetch her cell phone and find the image of Zhang Chen playing the piano in the cafe that day. You two take a look. She set her cell phone in front of the two older professors and pressed play. In the video, Zhang Chen happened to be sitting down in front of the piano, his fingers somewhat haphazardly tapping on the piano keys. The piano sounded with one sound, not the other. Seeing this, Li Tairan immediately let out a cold snort and commented, "There's no rules." On the side, Zhang Hanming's brows were also furrowed, and although he didn't say anything, He also raised his head to look at Han Shuer suspiciously. This Jiang Chen, can he really play the piano? But the video continued to play for a while. It seemed to suddenly start to look different. The sound of the piano played by Jiang Chen actually went from a toddler's voice to a beautiful and melodious one. It's as if you're in the middle of an early morning forest. The sunlight poured through the gaps in the leaves and spilled onto the quiet earth. Listening to the beautiful piano sound that kept coming out of the cell phone, the two old professors both froze in disbelief. Fear Value 91, Chapter 161. Old Professor's Shock. Ding 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 ding. 5 minutes later, the piano piece ended. The two men looked at each other with shock in their eyes. This tune, very unusual. As professors in the music industry, they naturally heard at once that the piano music was more than simply good. More importantly, what Jiang Chen was displaying was a kind of playing technique that had never been seen before. The two voices chase each other, creating a rising and falling effect that is continuous and very clever. So the melody of this tune, though simple, sounds layered and gives a serene, peaceful feeling. This tune was really played by Jiang Chen? Li Tairan's gaze was a bit surprised. Such a tune he had never seen or heard before. As a veteran professor of piano, there are very few piano pieces in this world that he hasn't heard before. This song, what's it called? He raised his head to look at Han Shuer and asked. Canon. Han Shuer said. This was something she asked specifically before Jiang Chen left the cafe. Canon? Li Tairan frowned slightly and pondered for a while, then shook his head. Sure enough, it was a name he had never heard before. Elder Li. This tune should be Jiang Chen's original creation. What do you think? How is it? Han Shuer asked tentatively. In fact, she was also a little unsure of how good Jiang Chen's piano level was, and wanted to hear what Li Tairan had to say. At those words, Li Tairan's face was vaguely unsightly. How's it going? What else? It's a great tune. He couldn't pick a fault at all. On the side, Zhang Hanming, however, laughed a bit smugly. Old Li, I think you should just admit it. This other person's song can be much more superior than the one you wrote. Autumn Intentions. If Falling Moon takes this piece to the competition, she'll definitely win the championship, and even blow away the entire piano world. From my point of view, it's only right to let Falling Moon follow him to learn, so as not to follow you to learn nothing and be aggravated. Ha ha ha. At those words Han Shuer was instantly a bit surprised. This song of Jiang Chen's is actually so powerful? Can blow up the entire piano world? On the side, Li Tairan's face was very ugly, but for a moment, nothing could be said. This canon was, indeed, far more than his autumn. I don't know how in the world that Jiang Chen created it. He was a bit depressed in his heart. A good shut-in disciple was trained to run away. The new teacher was clearly just a jerk who played a random piano piece that was actually better than his own. This, where to reason? His face was green and white and ugly for a long time before he squeezed out a sentence through his teeth. Humph, this kid is merely just lucky. Hey, Zhang Hanming smiled and shook his head. This old guy, his skills are a little bit, but he's just a little too arrogant. And he never puts others in his eyes on the basis of the fact that he's taught a few excellent pianist students. He was about to say something else. However, at this time, Han Shuer's cell phone on the desktop suddenly rang. A few people looked toward the phone curiously. Only on the screen, a message from Wang Lin popped up. Shuer, Jiang Chen wrote a tune with all the lyrics of Beat the Cold and had Falling Moon shoot an advertisement spot, earning $5 million in advertisement fees. Let me talk to you about this matter. Seeing this message, both old professors froze for a moment. Jiang Chen wrote another song? The lyrics are all playing cold? Could it be the song that Han Luiyue posted in her circle of friends? Li Tairan suddenly got energized and looked at Han Shuer. Did Jiang Chen write another piano song? Open it up and let us take a look as well. He felt that there was finally a chance that he would be able to get some face back. Jiang Chen must have written this song in a very strange way, which is why Han Luiyue sent it to her friend's circle to spit it out. What kind of song has lyrics that are all chill? This Jiang Chen must be messing around. Han Shuer also found it a bit strange that Jiang Chen had asked Falling Moon to shoot a commercial, and made over $5 million in advertising? What the hell is going on here? She clicked on the message sent by Wang Lin and realized it was a video. In the video, Han Luiyue was sitting in front of the piano, was playing a tune. Ding 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 ding. The tune is beautiful, elegant with a hint of light melancholy. The gazes of several people were all a bit surprised. This tune, does it sound okay? It didn't seem as odd as Han Luiyue said. And after, Han Luiyue opened her mouth and sang, "Fight cold, fight cold, fight cold, fight cold, fight cold." Han Shuer's expression directly froze. The two old professors also froze, and in the living room, there was some silence for a while. Several people froze and looked at the cell phone that was playing the video. They realized that the lyrics Han Luiyue sang were really all playing cold just like her friend's circle said. But it's a great tune, with a sense of yearning for something better, and nothing like the quirkiness of the imagination. This What the hell is going on? 5 minutes passed, and the video playback ended. Several people didn't say anything, while Lee Tai-ran's gaze was a bit dull. He hadn't expected that Zhang Chen's tune, which was all about playing cold, was also a rare masterpiece. It's not as good as that canon song, but it's still better than My Own Autumn. Zhang Hanming took a deep breath and glanced at him. Old Lee, this song, can you teach it? Upon hearing this, Lee Tai-ran's old face, which had always been dark, suddenly became slightly flushed. This was a place he didn't want to be in for a moment. Shameless little disciple Zhang Chen, how dare you rob my student? He stood up and snorted coldly. I'll settle this account with him sooner or later. After saying that, with a cold face, he flung his sleeves and walked straight towards the door. Ha 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 ha. The living room. Seeing this, Zhang Hanming immediately stroked his palm and laughed. This old thing has been arrogant all his life. It's rare to see him get defeated. Ha ha, smooth. Han Shuer was also somewhat speechless as she looked at the gloating Zhang Hanming, but went on to explain. Elder Zhang, Yuer's rebelliousness has been very serious during this period of time, and it was only out of necessity that I brought her to Mordor, so having Zhang Chen as her temporary teacher was indeed a desperate move. You see, Zhang Hanming waved his hand. Don't worry, I'm not as curmudgeonly as Old Lee. Besides, that girl Falling Moon still likes to take my lessons, and it's only this old thing, Lee Tai-ran, who's too old-fashioned that makes the girl dislike it. Words. Han Shuer was then sort of relieved. Unexpectedly, Zhang Hanming stroked his beard before continuing. However, it's a fact that this fellow Jiang Chen robbed our students. According to the rules of this side of Kyoto, this can be considered a double punch in the face of Old Lee and me. Trying to get us to let him off the hook so easily isn't going to work either. Han Shuer froze for a moment and said with some concern, Jiang Chen is only a temporary teacher for 2 months for Falling Moon. There's no need to count so clearly, right? Chapter 162, changing into a super short skirt. Zhang Hanming, however, snorted coldly, and a flash of light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Humph, this kid does have some talent in the piano field. He's got a tune that would leave Old Lee's head speechless, but that has something to do with Old Lee's lack of skill. But I'm different. Let me ask you, what do you think of Jiang Chen's lyrics for those songs? After thinking about it, Han Shuer said, not bad. He had heard several of Jiang Chen's songs, plus the song Infatuation is Absolute that he had just helped Ma Shenghua write a few days ago, all of which were high-quality songs. However, when she saw that Zhang Hanming's face didn't seem to look too good, she hastened to add, but there's still a bit of a gap with your level is all. Ha ha. Zhang Hanming stroked his beard freely. You're right. In the domestic lyric world, if I dare to say second, no one dares to say first yet, so I am obliged to go after him when he steals my student. Otherwise, what face will I have to accept students again in the future? Han Shuer was a bit worried. What are you going to do? Zhang Hanming seemed to have thought of this question long ago and said with a smile, I intend to let Jiang Chen worship me as his master. Ha? Han Shuer froze. Letting Jiang Chen worship his master? What kind of operation is this? Ha! Zhang Hanming stroked his palm and laughed. As long as Jiang Chen becomes my student, and he goes to teach Falling Moon for me, wouldn't that be the right thing to do? The matter of robbing a student would naturally not be valid. Besides, this guy's piano music actually manages to leave Old Lee speechless. How can I not accept such a person as a student? In the future, my students' piano pieces will all be better than Old Lee's, so I'll see how that old thing still has the face to be arrogant in front of me. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Han Shuer was somewhat speechless. The two old men were obviously old, but sometimes they still acted like children and had to fight for supremacy. But it was between the elders, and there was nothing she could say. Zhang Hanming waved his hand. Ask that Jiang Chen for me when he has time. I want to meet him. Han Shuer had a bit of a headache. That guy seems to be quite busy lately. He doesn't always have time. She knew that things between Jiang Chen and Tilting City Entertainment had been making a lot of noise lately, and it was the busiest time of the year. Yes? Zhang Hanming frowned slightly. He was just free during this period of time. Could it be that he would have to wait for several more months to accept Jiang Chen as his student? Han Shuer suddenly remembered again what Wang Lin had told herself earlier, and continued, by the way, Wang Lin said that he might attend a young writers' exchange tomorrow. Didn't you also receive an invitation? If you want to see Jiang Chen, why don't you come with me there tomorrow to look for him? Young writers' exchange? Zhang Hanming pondered for a long time before his eyes suddenly lit up. Obviously he had also heard of the name of this exchange meeting. This Young Writers Exchange is an event led by the Huaxia Writers Association, and some time ago, they wanted to invite him to be the guest of honor, but he refused. I didn't expect Jiang Chen to actually attend this exchange. Okay, we'll get this kid tomorrow. Let him either worship me or give me a statement. Ha ha. After saying that, he laughed and stood up, walking slowly towards the door. Han Shuer looked at his back and the corner of her mouth twitched. How it feels like things are getting messy. Early the next morning, Jiang Chen slept until after 10 o'clock. Little did he know that as the day of the writers' exchange came and went, several of the women around him were working on ways to lure him to tonight's exchange. Arrived at the office unnoticed as usual. On Weibo, the heat about both Lu Siki and Tilting City Entertainment dropped a lot. Maybe it's because netizens have already eaten the melon. Or maybe it's because Tilting City Entertainment has been doing its best to publicize the event. In any case, everything looks as if it's calm and quiet. But all those who follow the developments of the two companies know that things are not going to end so easily. Chenwei Entertainment's next target would most likely be Yao Si-chun, and Xincheng Entertainment would definitely not be able to swallow this breath. The encounter between the two companies was just beginning at this point. The morning was supposed to be a clear day. Unexpectedly, this stupid girl Su Mengyao ran into Jiang Chen's office again and kept pestering him to go to the school to check the shuttlecock drills they were dancing. Jiang Chen had already promised this matter once before. However, he who had committed procrastination still didn't really want to go, and originally wanted to refuse. But this silly girl kept following beside him and begging bitterly, serving tea and water, so that he really didn't find a chance to open his mouth, and finally had to agree. Amidst Su Mengyao's cheers, he pulled out his cell phone and said hello to the little ninny before driving and following Su Mengyao to the Magic City Music Academy. Su Mengyao had apparently already arranged the day's itinerary, taking him on a tour around the school before introducing him to a few of his classmates. Finally, in the dance practice room, Su Mengyao and the other girls, together, danced the shuttlecock drill once more. Jiang Chen had originally wanted to purposely make some comments, but he realized that a few of the girls were really good at dancing. The shuttlecock drill has a good control of power and rhythm. Looked Out usually did not put in a lot of effort. 8 girls together swinging the white long legs really has a special beauty, the feeling of youthful vigor directly revealed. It's safe to say that if you pull out this show at a party, it will absolutely blow up the place. Looking at the beads of sweat on the girls' foreheads and the looks of anticipation on their faces, Jiang Chen couldn't bear to continue snubbing them, so he nodded. Nice dance. Yeah, Su Mengyao instantly cheered. Senior sister husband, you promised me that as long as we dance the shuttlecock drill well, you'll help us on stage, party stage. Will you come and sing for us? Jiang Chen nodded helplessly, planning to leave these girls alone. It's just a song anyway, it won't take long. However, when Su Mengyao asked if there was anything else that needed to be improved, he thought for a moment before saying, on the day of the performance, let's all of you change into super short skirts so that the visual impact is a little stronger. Upon hearing this, the gazes of the several girls looking at him were suddenly a bit odd. Ahem, it's not that I want to see it, it's just for stage effect, he explained faintly. But, walking out the door of the practice room, he couldn't help another twitch at the corner of his mouth. That's not as good an explanation as not explaining it at all.